My brother just threw firecrackers into the sewage pit for fun. Unexpectedly, it exploded. To my surprise, a bunch of luxury cars also got blown up. When I looked up and saw a Lexus flying through the air, and a Lincoln Continental upside down on the ground, and a Porsche kissing a manhole cover, which had been flattened for 10 days. Seeing this, I exclaimed, "Wow, it's true that when the firecrackers go off, gold comes pouring in." Little brother, you've successfully turned our family from rich second generation to rich second generation. After this incident quickly trended online, that night, I saw my girlfriend of 2.5 years get into a BMW guy's car. Just when I was feeling hopeless, a voice in my head congratulated me, saying my life was a tragic mess. Just enter 3 dog heads on the phone screen to activate the Millionaire system. With a half-believing attitude, I entered it, and to my surprise, a voice in my head congratulated me again. Super level reversal, system binding successful. As long as you spend at night venues, you will get a 10-fold cashback. Seeing this, I felt like I had grasped a lifeline, and my eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't this tailor-made for me? With this, I could easily cover the million in damages for the Porsche, Lincoln, and Lexus, and I wouldn't have any trouble finding women. Little brother, you're a demolition genius. It really is true that when the firecrackers go off, gold comes pouring in. Thinking of this, I quickly grabbed a shared bike. I headed straight to a nearby massage parlor called Red Romance. There were beautiful women everywhere, and the service was excellent. It was said that the Jade Emperor package included 4 women giving you a full-body massage simultaneously. However, when I arrived at the entrance, the old security guard saw me riding the shared bike and immediately tried to chase me away. Seeing this, I tossed a bill at his face and said, "As long as you park this bike properly, this 100 yuan is yours." Upon hearing this, the old guard's eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed the 100 yuan and helped me park the bike. Suddenly, the guard seemed to remember something and shouted into the hall, "VIP, a boss is here. Please come in." And at the same time, I heard a voice saying, "Detected that the host spent 100 yuan at night venues, 10-fold cashback successful, 1,000 yuan credited to the bank account." Looking at the transaction notification on my phone, I felt ecstatic. This is what life's ups and downs are all about. Ha! As I swaggered into the massage parlor, a 30-year-old, charming woman approached me. "I'm the manager, Lu Ruyan. You can call me Xiao Lu." Seeing this, I couldn't help but swallow. No wonder rich people love to frequent places like this. Lu Ruyan noticed me staring and chuckled, but in her heart, she was sizing me up. In her eyes, I was just a 20-something in cheap clothes, hadn't washed my hair in days, and had a look like a wolf eyeing its prey. What kind of VIP was I? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, looking dissatisfied. "Handsome, is this your first time here? Would you like me to introduce our packages?" I could tell from her tone that she was cold, but I believed that within half an hour, she would be just like the old guard. "No need, I'll just take this 888 package for a full-body massage." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan turned back in surprise, looking at me twice, then shook her head. Seeing that my entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan, she thought I couldn't possibly be wealthy and probably just got paid and wanted to show off. "We require payment before service here. Please scan here." I nodded and handed over 888 yuan. However, at the moment of my payment, the system chimed in. Detected that the host spent 888 yuan at night venues, 10-fold cashback successful, 8,880 yuan credited to the bank account. Current balance 8,992 yuan. Seeing this, I felt a surge of joy, but my slightly excited expression and trembling hands came off to Lu Ruyan as being stingy and in pain. She couldn't help but roll her eyes again, then disdainfully handed me a card before angrily turning away. In response, I just smiled lightly and headed to room 996 with the card. Before long, a slender and beautiful female technician walked in. "Hello, VIP. I'm Technician No. 9, Xiao Ro. I'm happy to serve you." Xiao Ro said she was happy, but she didn't even want to lift her head, clearly not wanting to give me a massage. She thought someone like me, dressed poorly and smelling bad, couldn't possibly bring in any money. Seeing this, I didn't indulge her either and waved my hand to ask for a change. At the same time, I felt even more disdainful. A bunch of women who think they're something special just because they can smile for money. While I wanted to spend to earn gold coins, I didn't want to give my money to someone like her. Then several technicians came into room 996, but I rejected them all. After going through the lineup, none of the women at Red Romance wanted to give me a massage. Finally, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to send in a new technician who reluctantly walked into my room. "Hello, I'm Technician No. 21, Tingting. I'm happy to serve you." Looking up, I saw a slender girl who didn't even dare to look up while speaking. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a baby face that was innocent and pure, speaking softly and wearing her hair in a ponytail. Seeing this, I was instantly brightened, there was no disdain towards me in her eyes, only nervousness and trembling. She was likely giving a massage for the first time and had been sent in by Lu Ruyan to fill in. Alright, you're the one. Tingting was taken aback, not expecting me to choose her. Surprised yet relieved, she said, "Thank you, brother. I'll do my best." Soon, her delicate, fair hands pressed on both sides of my head, and the cool, warm sensation quickly spread throughout my body. As she pressed down onto my shoulders, I couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking about how my little brother, that demolition genius, had caused such a huge mess at home. I also thought about how, in just a few minutes, my bank card showed a balance of nearly 10,000 yuan. This is what life is all about. After the whole process, I was sweating profusely. Calmly, she chuckled and said, "Brother, if you feel any pain, I'll use a lighter touch." "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." "You can't say that in front of a woman." "Tingting, how much longer will this massage last?" Tingting paused and checked her watch. "About half an hour left." Then she took a warm towel and leaned over to wipe the sweat off my forehead. As I opened my eyes, I happened to see something and exclaimed, "Wow, what a huge surprise." I didn't expect that this Tingting, though young, had quite a lot to offer. I swallowed hard, inhaling the fragrant air, feeling a bit restless. Noticing my unusual demeanor, Tingting's face turned slightly red. In their line of work, as long as the money is right, who wouldn't want to make some extra cash? "Tingting, tell your manager that I want to switch my package to the 1688 full-body oil lock and add 3 more hours. Tingting was taken aback, not expecting me to spend more. But when she saw my faded jeans, she reminded me, "Bro, our prices here are a bit steep." "Well, that's just perfect. I actually like expensive things. If it's not pricey, I wouldn't be happy. Hurry up and call your manager over." Before long, Lu Ruyan walked into the room, and her attitude had noticeably improved. "Handsome, are you sure you want to upgrade your package and add any extras? Stop talking and scan the code quickly." I waved my hand impatiently and scanned it. When Lu Ruyan saw the 3,000 yuan, she said, "You've given too much, handsome. Consider the extra as a tip. Don't just stand there, you might be called later." After that, I closed my eyes to avoid distractions. At the same time, I heard a notification, detected that the host spent 3,000 yuan at the night venue. 10 times cashback successful. 30,000 yuan credited to your bank card. Current balance, 35,992 yuan. My heart raced, and I thought, wow, that's nearly 40,000. But I maintained a calm expression. When Lu Ruyan saw me spending 3,000 yuan as if it were just 30, her earlier attitude was filled with regret. "Wait, make sure to take good care of this, boss. If you need anything, just let me know." I opened my eyes and waved my hand in annoyance. "Enough with the chatter. My biggest request right now is for you to leave quickly." Lu Ruyan nodded quickly and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, I suddenly grabbed Tingting's small hand and said, "Beautiful, you did a great job with the massage. Let's exchange contact information." "Alright, bro, let me scan you." Tingting's face turned red. It was her first time giving a massage and her first time adding a client. But the next second, a notification sound from her phone left Tingting stunned. 5,000 yuan? What are you doing, bro? I rubbed her small hand and smiled. Didn't I say before? When I'm comfortable, I like to spend money. This 5,000 is my tip for you. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who had just reached the door, stumbled and nearly fell flat on her face. Tingting was so moved that she leaned half of her body against my arm. A warm, slick sensation washed over me, making me feel euphoric. At the same time, my phone received a message. 50,000 yuan credited to your bank card. Current balance, 80,992 yuan. I felt a rush of excitement but thought the efficiency was still too low. With that in mind, I looked at Tingting and asked, "Can we get a card and recharge here?" "Of course. The more you recharge, the more bonuses you get, and there are different tiers. Recharging 2,000 grants you regular membership, while 5,000 is for." I waved my hand directly. "Stop with all that. Just tell me how much I need to recharge for the top tier." Recharging 100,000 grants you the supreme membership. In all the years Red Romance has been running, only 3 have ever achieved it. Then I'll go for that. Call Lu Ruyan over. Before long, the private room door swung open, and Lu Ruyan's alluring figure approached, almost ready to sit on my lap. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. This woman truly was motivated by money. She was indifferent when she entered, but now she was just shy of jumping into my arms. "Manager Lu, he wants to get a card," Tingting said while giving me a massage. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. She playfully traced my palm with her finger and said, "What a great customer. Red Romance is in need of generous patrons like you. Just looking at you, I can tell you're handsome and charming." Seeing this, I suppressed my excitement and said, "Manager Lu, if I'm getting the supreme membership here, isn't there something extra you can offer?" "Of course. Hearing that, Manager Lu smiled even wider. She didn't see me as being overly calculative, instead, she perceived me as a wealthy man. Just a moment, I'll prepare that for you right away. With that, Lu Ruyan left with a flurry of excitement. When she came out, she was taken aback. 7 or 8 technicians were gathered at the entrance, eagerly staring at the room behind Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Why are you all just standing here instead of attending to the customers? The technician named Xiaro couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, looking both aggrieved and pleading. Manager, the technician for room 996 was supposed to be me. It's all my fault for not being skilled enough, which upset the boss. Please say a good word for me so I can go in and serve. With Xiaro starting it off, the other technicians I had previously sent away also began to act cute. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and shook her head. Fine, you'll all come in with me. Whether the customers want you or not will depend on your performance. After a brief moment, room 996's door opened, and Lu Ruyan entered pushing a small cart filled with gifts, prominently displaying my name. Hello, Brother Nan. Congratulations on becoming a supreme member of Red Romance. You will enjoy the highest level of service at our massage parlor, and we are offering you a complimentary session. This is our gift to you. Before she finished speaking, 7 or 8 beautiful female technicians with great figures walked in, and their demeanor was a stark contrast to the indifference they had shown earlier. As they began attending to me, all 36,000 of my pores felt utterly relaxed. In no time, I was on cloud 9, and I happily glanced at my phone. Detected that the host spent 250,000 yuan at the night venue, 10 times cashback successful. Current balance, 980,992 yuan. In just a few hours, I had become a millionaire. Just then, my phone rang. It was my girlfriend Feng Shui. I scoffed, looking somewhat disdainful. When I answered, I heard her voice. Boss Lon, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Do you know how many times I've called you? Where have you been? Today is our 1-year anniversary, and you didn't forget to buy me a gift, did you? Still pretending in front of me? I was so furious it made my teeth itch, and it was clear how angry I was. Tingting and the others were quite perceptive, quickening their movements while sweetly asking, Brother Nan, how's the pressure? Is it good? There was silence on the other end before a furious shout came through. Boss Lon, what are you doing? In response, I leisurely replied, what am I doing? I'm doing exactly what I want to do. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's anger surged again. Boss Lon, I was really blind to be with you. If I had known, I knew it. You would have gone straight for the BMW guy, right? Feng Shui was momentarily speechless, her expression flustered. What are you talking about? How the hell does he know? I snorted, thinking, do you really think I don't know about your little affair? You've put such a huge green hat on me, and now you're acting pitiful? This scene startled the beautiful technician giving me a shoulder and foot massage. Why would you go out and flirt with other men when you have such a handsome and wealthy guy like me? You must be out of your mind. Brother Nan, even the 36D is hoping to be your girlfriend. I have long legs at 170 centimeters and love wearing black stockings. Soon, a chorus of flirty voices surrounded me. This left Feng Shui utterly bewildered. Are these women out of their minds? I'm just a loser. Why are they fawning over me? Lu Ruyan, with her keen sense, intentionally moved closer to me and said with a smile, Brother Nan, thank you for recharging 100,000 at our store. From now on, you are our supreme member at Red Romance Massage, enjoying the best services and free selection of all technicians. How much? 100,000? Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's pupils constricted, and she grabbed her phone, pressing for answers. Boss Lon, clarify, where are you getting this 100,000 from? I just scoffed and hung up the phone. As Feng Shui listened to the beeping tone, she was nearly furious enough to explode. Meanwhile, I was quite pleased with the behavior of the beautiful women just now. Feeling quite comfortable, I was happy today, everyone would receive a tip. Upon hearing the word tip, everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly pulled out their phones, eager to add me as a friend. They had been so enthusiastic in their service until now. Wasn't it all for this moment? Soon, excited smiles appeared on their faces. As expected, while I was frantically tipping, the system's voice chimed in. Your bank card balance has reached 1.5 million. However, I wasn't satisfied. It was just over $1 million. This money wasn't even enough to compensate my explosive genius brother. If I were to stop after earning this little, how could I justify this incredible system? With that thought, I waved over to Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, saying, Brother Nan, what can I do for you? Nothing much, I just wanted to ask, are there any high-end places for spending in Ikuan City? Remember, it must be high-end, your prices here are too. If I had said this when I first walked in, Lu Ruyan would have kicked me out without hesitation. But now, she only saw this man as incredibly charming, the way I spent money was downright godlike. Brother Nan, I actually know a few good places. In the city center, there's Wangjiang Pavilion and Dihao KTV. The average spending at these places is over 10,000. Definitely meeting your requirements. Is it really just this KTV? Then, surrounded by several technicians, I swaggered out of the massage parlor, with a chorus of sweet voices following behind me. However, I didn't look back at all and headed straight for the parking lot. The old security guard was dumbfounded by this scene. He had thought I was just pretending to be rich, but it turned out I was the real deal. "What are you doing, old man?" Seeing him in a daze, I couldn't help but tease. "Where did you put that bicycle? It didn't get scratched, did it?" In the next moment, the old man stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Don't worry, boss. With me around, no one will touch your car." All right, good spirit. Thank you for the compliment, boss. It's my honor to serve you. We welcome you to visit again. I nodded and rode off on a shared bicycle. A gentle breeze brushed my face, and I took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Explosive genius brother, even though you nearly ruined me. And that woman Feng Shui tricked me into having nothing. But having this system is a blessing in disguise. I can finally change my fate. However, with my current worth, riding this thing is quite embarrassing. With that thought in mind, I called a taxi, and soon a brand new Lincoln Continental pulled up in front of me. "Hello, is this the luxurious DD car you ordered? It's a pleasure to serve you." I nodded and took a seat in the back. As soon as I got in, I instinctively looked around and touched things. After all, it was my first time in such a car. However, this Lincoln Continental, which was so luxurious, wasn't all that impressive. The driver saw my actions and smiled faintly, thinking I was just used to living a rough life and was now splurging. Before long, the Lincoln smoothly pulled into the Ikuan City Bar. Looking down the street, I saw beautiful men and women everywhere. I was dazzled by the sights and silently marveled at how these wealthy people really know how to enjoy life. Explosive genius brother, after flaunting my luxury car, I was almost afraid to go inside. I never expected that I could now boldly come here to spend money. However, just as I got out of the car, I heard a notification, detected that the host spent 500 yuan, 10 times cashback successful, 5,000 yuan credited to your bank card. I was momentarily stunned, not expecting that even the taxi fare to the nightclub could be refunded. With this thought, I felt even more spirited and confidently strode into Dihao KTV. Little did I know that what followed at Dihao KTV would stir up yet another whirlwind. Two hostesses in split cheongsams immediately greeted him with warm smiles, bowing respectfully, their voices sweet. "Welcome, boss, to the Imperial Luxury. We are very happy to serve you." Lin Dong nodded. Being called boss right away made anyone feel good. Then, he took out his phone and said seriously, "You two beauties are doing a great job. How about adding me on WeChat?" Adding WeChat? This. One of the hostesses clearly hesitated at the request. The other hostess smiled awkwardly but ultimately decided to give Lin Dong some face. "Handsome, she didn't bring her phone, so add me instead." "Sure." Lin Dong nodded and quickly added her as a friend. Red envelope? The hostess originally planned to delete Lin Dong as soon as she turned around. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Dong added her as a friend, he immediately sent a transfer. 2,000? Handsome, you didn't accidentally add 2 extra zeros, did you? The hostess's hands trembled, unable to believe her eyes. For hostesses like them, let alone a red envelope tip, it was already good if a customer didn't give them 2 disdainful looks. "What did you say? 2,000? The other hostess was a bit confused and instinctively glanced at her phone. Then, she was completely stunned. Lin Dong, however, remained very calm. "It's just 2,000, consider it making a friend. Who knows, I might come often in the future." Yes, you must come more often." In the next moment, the hostess's attitude did a complete turnaround, smiling so widely it was almost comical. She even deliberately lifted her split skirt a bit higher, the snowy white skin almost within reach. Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. However, he still held back. Right now, making money was the priority. "Alright, let's talk later. Please come in." After Lin Dong left, the hostess who hadn't added him on WeChat finally reacted. Unfortunately, he was already gone. Oh no! She stomped her foot in frustration. Coincidentally, she broke her high heel. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have pretended. Hearing the sound of the broken heel behind him, Lin Dong smiled knowingly. Just now, he added her and she didn't give him face, now she regrets it? Too late. Lin Dong had no intention of indulging such a green tea bitch. He was never stingy with women who gave him face. As expected, Lin Dong hadn't taken a few steps when the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan in the night venue. 10-fold cashback successful. 20,000 yuan credited to the bank card. another 20,000 in hand. Lin Dong spent this small amount of money without any hesitation. The act of tipping was becoming smoother and more effortless. Moments later, Lin Dong arrived at the front desk of the Imperial Luxury KTV. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a good figure and a pure appearance stood there. With a professional smile on her face, her impressive figure leaned slightly forward. "Welcome to Imperial Luxury KTV, may I ask?" Halfway through, the front desk suddenly frowned. She looked Lin Dong up and down, uncertainly calling out his name. "You are Lin Dong? You know me?" Lin Dong was taken aback. Being called out like that caught him off guard. "Hee, Lin Dong, what are you pretending for? You don't even recognize me?" "I, Bai Yuqing." Upon hearing this name, a memory instantly surfaced in Lin Dong's mind. The study committee member from high school, the teacher's pet, who always urged him to turn in his homework. Back then, Lin Dong didn't study well and was at the bottom of the class, often unable to finish his assignments. This led Bai Yuqing, as the study committee member, to look down on him. Moreover, she would occasionally tease him about being from the countryside. After graduating from high school, they lost contact. He never expected to meet her again in such a place. Oh, I remember now, Bai Yuqing, our class's study committee member. You were always first in class, collecting awards like crazy. How come you're working at a KTV now? Lin Dong slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something. Clearly, it was an insult to her for being first in her studies, yet he came here to be a front desk attendant. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Dong's mockery, Bai Yuqing's pale face immediately fell, and her small hands clenched into pink fists. Glancing at Lin Dong's outfit, which cost less than 200 yuan in total, she retorted, "You're not doing so well yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize me?" "Out of kindness for our old classmate, I just wanted to remind you," he replied. "The minimum consumption here is several thousand yuan, it's not a place you can afford. You're quite grown up, yet you lack this little bit of insight. I'm embarrassed for you." As Bai Yuqing spoke, she waved her small hand as if shooing away a fly. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong completely ignored her, looking at the price list behind Bai Yuqing and reading it out loud, word by word. Small private room, starting at 1,888 yuan. Medium private room, starting at 6,888 yuan. Large private room, starting at 8,888 yuan. Supreme luxury private room, starting at 88,888 yuan, only one available. Quite interesting. Lin Dong smiled faintly. This supreme room costing over 80,000 yuan didn't even include other services. It was simply a massive money pit. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Dong liked it. His purpose for coming here was precisely to spend gold coins extravagantly, wasn't it? "Lin Dong, have you seen enough? I only said so much out of courtesy for our old friendship. Don't push your luck. Otherwise, I'll call security." Bai Yuqing looked impatient, pretending to pick up the phone to call security. Back in school, she had looked down on Lin Dong, the country bumpkin. Now, with Lin Dong using the front desk attendant identity to mock her, she certainly wouldn't miss the chance to kick him while he was down. "Don't rush. Who said I'm just looking and not spending? Old classmate, how about you take me to see the private room?" Lin Dong said with a smile. Bai Yuqing was about to make the call when she suddenly stopped at this remark. Her expression turned disdainful. "No money but still trying to act tough? Has he lost his mind? Fine, if he wants to save face, I'll give him that chance. Alright, Lin Dong, I'll take you in to have a look. But if you don't have money, don't blame me for calling someone." Bai Yuqing crossed her arms, a hint of a cold smile on her lips. Lin Dong seemed not to notice, nodding with a smile. "Don't worry, I have no other hobbies, I just have a lot of money and love to spend it." "Crazy," Bai Yuqing muttered under her breath. Then, suppressing her resentment, she led Lin Dong to the small private room. Pushing the door open, a dazzling array of lights greeted them. 2 rows of spotlights above slowly moved with the rhythm, creating a dreamy yet elegant atmosphere. The tables and floor tiles in the room were black gold at the base, with gilded surfaces. It gave an unparalleled sense of nobility. Looking at the shabby Lin Dong, he seemed completely out of place in this environment. Even Bai Yuqing felt he was quite an eyesore. "Lin Dong, the price for the small private room is 1,888 yuan. How will you pay? Card or scan the code?" Bai Yuqing thoughtfully took out a QR code and a POS machine, presenting them to Lin Dong. She was just waiting for him to be unable to produce money so she could call security and have him thrown into the pool outside. To her surprise, Lin Dong looked around and shook his head, frowning as he sighed. "No, it's too small, I can't stretch out." "What did you say?" Bai Yuqing was taken aback, momentarily unable to react. The next moment, Lin Dong spread his arms and gestured a couple of times towards her. His face was filled with one word, disdain. Old classmate, the private room you recommended is too small. If I raise my voice a bit, my ears might get deafened. Is there a bigger room? Seeing Lin Dong's expression, Bai Yuqing was left dumbfounded. Goodness, is he really putting on an act? She didn't have the heart to take advantage of him, yet he was pushing his luck. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, nodding emphatically. Of course there is, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. What do you mean by that? Do I look like I'm short on money? Lin Dong said casually, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and change to a bigger private room. I can't wait to sing a couple of songs. Bai Yuqing snorted coldly, angrily walking out of the room, leaving Lin Dong with a captivating view of her back. Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. How come he never noticed before that Bai Yuqing was so attractive? Wearing this uniform, she exuded a certain allure. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly as he admired Bai Yuqing's figure while following her into another private room. This room was clearly much larger. The decor was also more luxurious. Even the microphone was gold-plated. How is it, Lin Dong? Are you satisfied? This is our most popular medium room at Dihao KTV. It's usually hard to book. Today you're lucky, one just became available. Not bad, not bad, it really is high-end. Lin Dong stroked his smooth chin, nodding continuously. He looked like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing once again secretly despised him. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Just now, she almost fell for his act, thinking he was really wealthy. Now it seemed he was just putting on a show. Alright, stop dawdling. If you're satisfied, let's book it quickly. It's a total of 6,888. You wouldn't be short on cash, would you? Bai Yuqing crossed her arms, pushing up her ample bosom, her brows filled with doubt and disdain for Lin Dong. It was as if she was certain he had no money. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not swayed by her attitude and shook his head in dissatisfaction. I'm not saying this, old classmate, but this private room is still a bit small. It's not easy to spend money once, I can't just settle for less, can I? Is there a larger room? You! Seeing Lin Dong pointing around, Bai Yuqing was about to explode with anger. She felt more and more that Lin Dong was toying with her. Previously, he complained that the 1,888 yuan small room was too small. Now, he still found the 6,888 yuan medium room too small. This time, Bai Yuqing decided not to waste any more time and directly tore off the facade. Lin Dong, let me tell you, bringing you here has already exceeded my job scope. Do you know how much time you've wasted for me? After saying this, Bai Yuqing no longer hesitated, pulling out her phone to call for help. Seeing her like this, Lin Dong instead smiled. Why are you so angry? I never said I wouldn't pay you. How about this? I'll pay a deposit first, is that okay? After saying this, Lin Dong directly took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Heh, a deposit? Where would you get the money? Bai Yuqing looked disdainful, still thinking Lin Dong was just putting on a show. Unexpectedly, the next second, a delightful notification sound rang in her ear. Alipay received 5,000 yuan. 5,000? Bai Yuqing's eyes widened, completely stunned. Lin Dong was surprisingly generous. Could it be that she misjudged him? Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan at the night venue. Tenfold cashback successful. 50,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Old classmate, what are you doing? Seeing Bai Yuqing in a daze, Lin Dong deliberately waved his hand in front of her. Could it be that you're mesmerized by my payment style? But that's normal. After so many years, who hasn't changed a bit, right? Bai Yuqing frowned tightly, still unable to accept it. Now, can you change the room for me? Yes, yes. With no choice, Bai Yuqing could only grit her teeth and take Lin Dong out. This time, she opened the door to the large private room. As soon as the door opened, the lights flickered. A magnificent landscape painting appeared before them. The various decorations exuded luxury. Not bad, now this looks like something. Lin Dong smiled faintly and confidently sat down on the sofa in front of Bai Yuqing. For some reason, even though Lin Dong was dressed in cheap clothes, he seemed to carry an air of confidence. However, in Bai Yuqing's eyes, there was indeed a hint of the demeanor of someone in a higher position. Could it be that this was the transformation brought by wealth? Old classmate, even the big bag is so luxurious. I'm very curious, what is the only supreme VIP room like here? Lin Dong suddenly smiled and spoke. Bai Yuqing's body trembled, feeling a bit inexplicably flustered. Lin Dong, that's enough. Having money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. Isn't the big room enough to satisfy you? At this point, Bai Yuqing had already put aside her thoughts of pranking Lin Dong. After all, the 5,000 yuan deposit had already been transferred to her. This was enough to show that Lin Dong indeed had some financial backing. However, asking him to go to the supreme luxury room was still too much. You have to know that whether it's a small room or a big room, the maximum consumption is only in the 4-digit range. But the Supreme Room is different. There is only one in the entire Dihao KTV, and the price has skyrocketed to 88,888. Singing a song would cost nearly 100,000 yuan. There are many rich second-generation bosses in Tianhai City, but not many can spend this much. Moreover, did Lin Dong really have that much money? You don't need to worry about that, just take me there. Lin Dong noticed the hesitation and doubt in her eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The front desk must get a commission for bringing guests to the rooms, right? The higher the level of the room I book, the more commission you get, right? What's there to hesitate about? Hurry up, I'm talking about tens of thousands of yuan every minute, okay? Hearing this, Bai Yuqing completely lost her temper. However, she still didn't believe that Lin Dong had the ability to afford the Supreme Room. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yuqing took out her phone, preparing to make a call. Lin Dong, wait a moment. I need to ask our boss for permission. We must have his consent to book the Supreme Room. What a delay. Hurry up and call. Lin Dong nodded impatiently. However, the worse his attitude became, the more Bai Yuqing felt he was unfathomable. In her impression, wealthy people all had this kind of temperament. Soon, Bai Yuqing got her boss's approval and led Lin Dong to the door of the most luxurious room in Dihao KTV. The door was engraved with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, flowers, birds, fish, and beasts. Even the door was so luxurious. The interior decoration was simply unimaginable. Lin Dong, let me confirm one last time, do you really want to book this room? Hurry up, stop wasting words. Bai Yuqing's heart raced. This was her first time opening a Supreme Room. Today, it was only because of Lin Dong's influence that she could go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqing bit her lip. Suddenly, she felt that Lin Dong wasn't so annoying after all. Instead, he had an indescribable charm. Lin Dong noticed her change and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Women are indeed drawn to the strong. At first, she was all disdainful and bossy towards him. After seeing that he was wealthy, she instantly became gentle and passionate. But that was fine. Lin Dong loved to train women like this. If the money wasn't enough, just throw money at them until they opened their mouths or spread their legs. Wow! Bai Yuqing's little face turned red as she pushed open the door. What lay before them was no longer a scene of gold and splendor, but a picturesque landscape resembling a wild forest. A babbling stream flowed beneath their feet, with koi occasionally leaping. Hiss! Even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be slightly amazed. This Supreme Room was actually a natural landscape. Bai Yuqing was also stunned, her heart racing. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Old classmate, I'm very satisfied, we can pay now. Before her words fell, Lin Dong took out his phone again and scanned the QR code. Alipay received 88,888 yuan. At the same time, Lin Dong also received a prompt from the system. Detected that the host spent 88,888 yuan at the night venue. Tenfold cashback successful. 888,880 yuan credited to the bank card. A full 880,000. Awesome. Lin Dong was filled with passion, every pore on his body wide open, unable to resist the urge to take a deep breath. Bai Yuqing was even more excited, her small mouth forming a cherry shape. Lin Dong had spent nearly 90,000 yuan, and she would at least earn 9,000 in commission. How could Lin Dong be considered a country bumpkin? He was simply her fortune god, the dream man. God of men, ah no, Lin Dong, thank you for spending 88,888 yuan. On behalf of Dihao KTV, I warmly welcome your arrival. Bai Yuqing was already tongue-tied, her words tangled. Seeing her blushing face, shy and restless, Lin Dong instinctively licked his lips. However, he wasn't in a hurry. A meal should be savored bite by bite. As for women, they should be trained little by little. Lin Dong sat confidently on the genuine leather sofa and said lightly, old classmate, singing alone in such a big private room, isn't that a bit too boring? It makes me seem so lonely. Don't worry, we have the most beautiful drinking princesses here. I'll call them over right away, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Bai Yuqing smiled brightly and immediately started to sway her hips to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong called her back directly. No need, why go through all that trouble? I think you're quite good. How about you join me for a couple of drinks and, by the way, rekindle our old classmate friendship? Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened a bottle of whiskey, and poured a glass for Bai Yuqing. For a moment, Bai Yuqing found herself in a dilemma, caught between a rock and a hard place. If she refused, Lin Dong might get angry and complain about her, and she would definitely regret it. But if she agreed, what? Am I not qualified to invite you for a drink? No, it's not that. Bai Yuqing quickly shook her head like a rattle. After hesitating for a long time, she finally walked over with cat-like steps and sat on the sofa opposite Lindong. Seeing this, Lindong frowned. "Old classmate, why sit so far away? We should get closer to communicate better." Communicate feelings? Bai Yuqing bit her lip. She didn't remember having any feelings for Lindong. If there were, it was mutual disdain. But now, how could she have the right to look down on him? Just the 88,888 yuan private room was something she could never afford in her lifetime. "Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. As long as you serve me well, I'll give you a tip." Lindong pressed on, sitting next to Bai Yuqing and handing her a glass of whiskey. Tip. Hearing those two words, Bai Yuqing felt a stir in her heart. However, she usually didn't accompany drinks. After all, in a KTV like this, once drunk, she would definitely become a lamb to the slaughter. What would happen next was easy to imagine. But for the sake of money, she hesitated for a long time before finally opening her mouth and drinking it down. "Good!" Lindong shouted. Then, his hands suddenly became restless, directly placing one on her thigh. "No, no!" Bai Yuqing instinctively resisted Lindong's advances. Lindong wasn't in a hurry either. He enjoyed her charm while gently coaxing her, whispering warm breaths and words into her ear. "Old classmate, you're really beautiful. Here, let me send you a little red envelope." Moments later, Bai Yuqing received a transfer. Upon seeing that string of numbers, her eyes widened. 18,880? Bai Yuqing's eyes sparkled. This time, there was no more hesitation. She fell directly into Lindong's arms, allowing his hands to slip into her neckline, kneading her soft and plump curves. In an instant, countless beautiful sights were captured by Lindong's eyes. What surprised him even more was that Bai Yuqing was clearly inexperienced. Just a slight touch made her body tremble gently. Gulp! Lindong swallowed hard, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. At that moment, the system's ethereal voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest task in the night venue, receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level singing skills." What? God-level singing skills? Lindong was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after, he felt a wonderful change happening in his body. God-level singing skills, interesting. The corners of Lindong's mouth lifted slightly. He didn't expect that the system's reward would not only be money but also this special ability. Since he was at a KTV, he could test just how powerful this god-level singing was. With that thought, Lindong casually selected a song, Loyalty to the Country. Then, he cleared his throat and began his performance. Originally, Bai Yuqing didn't have much expectation. However, as soon as Lindong opened his mouth, she was completely stunned. Her delicate body trembled slightly, as if her soul had been struck by some force. The horse's hooves go south, while the people look north. The people look north, the grass is green and yellow, dust flying. A true expert reveals their skill at first glance. Bai Yuqing had worked at the Dihao KTV for several years and had seen countless people come to sing. Many wealthy patrons even hired professional singers to perform. But to be fair, Lindong's unadorned, pure singing skills were something she had never seen before. With this thought, Bai Yuqing became even more curious and enamored with Lindong. Just how many secrets did this man hide? I am willing to guard the land and expand the territory. The great Huaxia must let the four corners come to celebrate. After the song ended, Lindong remained unfazed, exuding a heroic spirit. He resembled a victorious general returning home, looking down upon all. The microphone in his hand felt like a sword slaying the enemy. Not to mention Bai Yuqing, anyone who heard this song would feel their blood surge. "Lindong, when did you learn to sing? I didn't even know back in school." Bai Yuqing stared at Lindong, like a little wildcat in heat. Her small hands somehow found their way around his neck, and their bodies pressed tightly together. Suddenly, Lindong felt a wave of warmth. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest task at the night venue, receiving an extra reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden gun that never falls." In the next moment, Lindong felt his insides stir, becoming even more fierce. Especially now, with Bai Yuqing holding him tightly. It ignited a wicked fire within him. Bai Yuqing noticed his restlessness. With a shy expression, she buried her head in his embrace, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Lindong, I suddenly realized that I actually quite like you. How about we? Ah! Before she could finish, Bai Yuqing suddenly felt herself lifted, her whole body cradled in two strong arms. "Lindong, you. Be gentle, you're hurting me." Bai Yuqing shyly closed her eyes, afraid of being seen in such a flirtatious state. At the same time, she secretly anticipated what Lindong might do to her. Lindong also enjoyed her shy demeanor, lifting Bai Yuqing's delicate chin with his finger and giving her a passionate kiss. Then, he laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. Later, I will take good care of you. Now, let's have some drinks first. What drinks do you have here? Lin Dong didn't forget the most important thing, casually flipping through the menu on the coffee table. Beer, Corona, Heineken, and Budweiser, the most expensive being 500 a bottle. Champagne, Noble Champagne 2000 a bottle, Champagne King 6000 a bottle, Ace of Spades Champagne 8000 a bottle. Luxury liquor, Johnny Walker Blue Label 20,000, Royal Salute 18880, Remy Martin XO 16800. The more Lin Dong looked, the more he frowned, and his page-turning became increasingly impatient. What is all this? So cheap, is this what people drink? Ha! Yuqing, you really aren't being fair. I finally came to your KTV to spend some money, and you're trying to fool me with this cheap liquor? This is already very expensive, okay? Hearing Lin Dong's complaints, Bai Yuqing was dumbfounded. Half a bottle of Remy Martin XO was enough for her monthly salary. A small sip costs several hundred. Lin Dong actually thinks it's cheap? However, thinking of Lin Dong's extravagant ways, how he casually books the VIP room, Bai Yuqing felt relieved and curled up obediently. Noticing the change in her expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease her. Yuqing, you've been working at the Emperor KTV for so long, don't you want to try the most expensive drink here? Maybe even your boss wouldn't dare to open it. Bai Yuqing, who was a bit dazed, couldn't help but brighten up at this remark. Lin Dong gave her a chance to experience the life of the upper class. Lin Dong, turn to the last page, there's something you want. Bai Yuqing stuck out her tongue. Oh? Lin Dong responded with interest and flipped the menu to the last page. This page was indeed different, inlaid with gold edges. Every letter was embossed in gold, luxurious and extravagant. The types of drinks, along with the string of zeros behind them, were equally shocking. 1982 Lafite red wine, 80,000 yuan per bottle, produced in the Bordeaux region of France, rich and mellow in taste, with hints of blackberry and blackcurrant. Eskimo ice wine, 90,000 yuan per bottle, produced in the maple leaf country, fresh and delicious, with a strong polar flavor. Louis XIII cognac, 100,000 yuan per bottle, produced in the Louis XIII winery in France, long-lasting, and melts in the mouth. Not bad, now this is what I call wine. Those things earlier can't even compare. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly, finally nodding in satisfaction. A few hundred yuan for a drink, multiplied by 10, is just a few thousand. But a bottle of Lafite for 80,000 can earn him 800,000. Who's good and who's bad, even a fool knows. This one, and this one. Forget it, just give me one bottle of each. Lin Dong casually poked a few times like a reading machine. Seeing this extravagant display, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but shiver. Although Lin Dong was dressed in rags, the way he paid was really handsome. What are you still dawdling for? Go order the drinks. Slap. Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing's round, perky bottom. She let out a startled squeal. However, this time, she didn't dare to make a sound and quickly got up to leave. In no time, several waiters in white shirts and black jackets, with slicked back hair, pushed a small cart in. From head to toe, they exuded two words, professionalism. Bai Yuqing walked in front, chest out, feeling incredibly proud. Lin Dong, oh no, Mr. Lin. Here are the drinks you requested, shall we open them now? Lin Dong nodded slightly and waved his hand behind her. The others can leave, you stay and open the drinks for me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuqing's face flushed. The waiters understood and carefully placed the drinks down. Then, one by one, they walked out, casting envious glances at Bai Yuqing. This front desk lady is being noticed by the big boss. Tomorrow she might just fly up the branches and become a phoenix, enjoying wealth and glory. Lin Dong. Bai Yuqing skillfully picked up the corkscrew, opening one bottle after another for Lin Dong. Throughout the process, her small hands trembled. The price of one bottle was equivalent to her annual income. If it weren't for Lin Dong, she probably would never have the chance to taste such luxury in her lifetime. Little did she know, Lin Dong was even more excited. Detected that the host spent 80,000 yuan at the nightclub, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for earning 800,000 yuan. Detected that the host spent 90,000 yuan at the nightclub, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for earning 900,000 yuan. Detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan at the nightclub. A series of prompt sounds came down. Lin Dong crazily spent 500,000, and his bank card balance instantly dropped by more than half. However, soon, with the successful tenfold cashback, his balance surged back to 7 figures, breaking through the 5 million mark. Lin Dong savored the fine wine, unable to restrain his sighs. Indeed, this KTV, spending money on drinks is so quick. As long as you like it, Bai Yuqing replied, taking a few sips of the 82 Lafite, already tipsy, her small face flushed with a rosy hue, particularly enticing. The OL uniform that wrapped her delicate figure had already been torn in several places. A wolf's claw slipped in through the collar, advancing boldly. Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let out a series of soft moans. Lin Dong, be gentle. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. The more she spoke, the more bashful she became. She didn't even know how such shameless words came out of her mouth. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong not only didn't lessen his strength but instead intensified his actions. Bai Yuqing's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Seeing her obediently yielding, as if ready to be picked, Lin Dong swallowed hard, unable to resist wanting to take her right there. Just then, the phone rang loudly. Who is it, so blind as to call at this time, ruining my mood? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Feng Shui had already been blocked by him. Could this woman really be so shameless as to come looking for him? The next moment, seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. He then pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a delicate voice came through, tinged with a hint of shyness. Donggu, where are you now? I miss you so much after just a little while, my heart is itching. I see, it's not just your heart that's itching, right? Lin Dong chuckled, deliberately switching to speakerphone. As soon as that charming voice came out, before he could react, Bai Yuqing's eyes widened. Immediately, she instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. Her two ample breasts pressed against him. She knew that rich people played around, changing girlfriends faster than changing clothes. However, she had never seen someone like Lin Dong, who was eyeing both the bowl and the pot, always wanting to scoop a spoonful from others. Lin Dong, who is she? Your girlfriend? Bai Yuqing, having been in the industry a few years ago, had a knack for reading people. While gently inquiring, she used her delicate little hands to serve Lin Dong, as if declaring her ownership. Ha! Lin Dong couldn't help but shiver, looking at Bai Yuqing with a slightly surprised expression. Clearly a novice, how did she know so many tricks? What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pig run after eating pork? I have a few colleagues who send fruit platters too. It's just that everyone has different roles, and the money they earn is different. But now, it's their turn to be jealous of me, hee hee. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, the woman on the other end of the line grew anxious. Donggu, where are you now? I'm coming to find you right away. You are our most esteemed member at Hong Langman, not just anyone can serve you. She was anxious, really anxious. The caller was none other than the beautiful technician from Hong Langman, Tingting. Originally, Lin Dong had just casually mentioned contacting her after work. He didn't expect her to take it seriously. Probably, she also wanted to cling tightly to Lin Dong's three big legs, saving herself decades of hard work. Sure, I'm in the VIP room at Dihao KTV, come over. I've transferred the taxi fare to you, hurry up. The next second, Tingting received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. The young girl was overjoyed, calling out to him non-stop. Mua, love you, Donggu. Bai Yuqing watched this scene, filled with envy and jealousy. Her eyes also carried a hint of resentment. Lin Dong, I've been serving you for so long, how come I haven't received any compensation? I want. There's plenty, there's plenty. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. These women were indeed realistic. However, fortunately, no matter how much he gave them, he could get 10 times back. He would never lose. Thank you, Lin Dong, love you the most, Mua. Bai Yuqing opened a big red envelope of 6,000 yuan, all her grievances vanished, and she directly pounced into Lin Dong's arms, rubbing against him. A beautiful leg followed the torn work skirt, resting on Lin Dong's waist. Detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan at the nightclub, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20,000 yuan. Detected that the host spent 6,000 yuan at the nightclub, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 60,000 yuan. Another 80,000 yuan credited, effortlessly. At this moment, Lin Dong looked at the extra 80,000 yuan in his bank account, unfazed, as if it were as ordinary as drinking cool water. After all, he still had several million lying in his account. This 80,000 was merely a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. He had already begun to anticipate the meeting of the two women later. He just didn't know if it would be a shared blessing or a battlefield. Tap tap tap. A graceful, youthful girl in high heels walked to the entrance of the VIP room. With an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of naturally charming eyes. Her skin was delicate, like ice and jade. Full of collagen, it was clear she was not yet 20. It was Tingting, who had rushed over. Just thinking about the seductive woman in the room trying to take Lin Dong away made Tingting bite her lip. Then, she pushed the door open forcefully. Donggu, I'm here. You guys. Before she could finish her sentence, Tingting was stunned. Inside the room, the flashing chaotic neon lights intertwined with the dance music. The originally reserved Bai Yuqing had already let herself go. The collar of her OL uniform was open to the maximum, her hands resting on Lin Dong's shoulders, revealing a snowy view. Her voluptuous legs hung around Lin Dong's waist, wildly swaying to the rhythm. Even more exaggerated, Bai Yuqing had a wine glass in her mouth, pouring wine for Lin Dong in an extremely seductive pose. This pose for pouring wine, of course, was unstable. The luxurious and expensive 1982 Lafitte spilled all over Lin Dong's chest. Only a few drops landed on his tongue. However, from Lin Dong's expression, it was clear he was enjoying it immensely. Tingting, you're here? Lin Dong took a break and saw Tingting walking in through the door. He waved his hand without any hint of avoidance or guilt, as if everything were perfectly normal. But Tingting was not pleased. She quickly walked over and forcefully wrapped her arms around Lin Dong's. Then, she pushed against the still dancing Bai Yuqing with her shoulder. Dong good, drinking so much alcohol is bad for your health. What is this woman up to, pouring you so much expensive foreign wine? Clearly, she wants to earn a commission and take your money. Dong good, you must be drunk, right? Let me massage you. As Tingting spoke, she actively used her small hands to massage Lin Dong's temples. The moment they touched, Lin Dong felt a sense of floating bliss. Bai Yuqing's enthusiasm and Tingting's cool touch were simply a contrast of ice and fire. Who are you? Calling me a stray cat or dog? I think you're the wild chicken. On the other side, Bai Yuqing was quite angry. Those foreign wines were clearly what Lin Dong insisted on drinking. She had tried to persuade him for a long time. How did it end up being her wanting a commission? Although she could indeed earn a lot of commission, that was only because Lin Dong was willing. She hadn't stolen or robbed. Seductive vixen. Pa, a wild chicken from the massage parlor, and you still have the nerve to call me that. Dong good, you have to stand up for me, she insulted me. Nonsense, you clearly insulted me first. Lin Dong, you can't just watch her bully me. Tingting and Bai Yuqing were on either side. One moment they were arguing fiercely, eyes red, and the next moment, they were acting cute towards Lin Dong, as sweet as could be. More importantly, both women had their own merits. Tingting, whether in figure or looks, was outstanding, with two long, straight legs that were definitely model quality. Plus, being under 20, who doesn't like youthful beauty? On the other hand, Bai Yuqing was no less impressive. As the face of the Dihao KTV, when dressed up, she exuded a star-like aura. Although her legs are not as long as Tingting's, they are curvy and shapely, far surpassing hers. A woman like this, once trained well, can make it impossible for a man to get out of bed. Now, these two stunning beauties are actually competing for his attention. Lin Dong feels an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Spending money on Tingting and Bai Yuqing, they have 1,000 ways to make themselves carefree and ecstatic to the point of breathlessness. But spending on feng shui is like throwing meat buns to a dog, there's no return. No, there is a little return. That is a big green hat. Damn it, just thinking about that shameless woman makes me angry. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His angry demeanor startled the two women. Still, Bai Yuqing, being the bold one, cautiously asked after a moment, Lin Dong, we didn't upset you, did we? Seeing this, Tingting also refused to back down, placing her small hand on Lin Dong's thigh. Dong gu, it's all my fault. Don't get too angry, let me massage your legs. Seeing this, Lin Dong's anger dissipated by half. He immediately shook his head and disdainfully said, it's nothing, just thinking about some unpleasant things. Come on, let's continue drinking. These drinks are the treasures of Dihao KTV, a glass costs several thousand. But, the taste is indeed good. Several thousand? Tingting's mouth dropped open in shock. The red wine they use to entertain VIP members is only a little over 2,000. In comparison, it's simply pathetic. If she knew that the more Lin Dong drank these foreign wines, the more money he had in his bank account, she might faint on the spot. Come, have a taste. Lin Dong smiled lightly, pouring a glass and bringing it to Tingting's lips. Tingting's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly took a sip. The next moment, her delicate little face turned bright red, a mysterious flush appearing. Clearly, she was drunk. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of disdain. With that little drinking capacity, you still want to drink with Lin Dong? You might as well go home early before you end up under the table. Pa, you have the poor drinking capacity. I can drink. Even though her tongue was already slurring, Tingting couldn't help but passionately retort with Bai Yuqing, especially thinking that if she got drunk, Lin Dong would be taken by Bai Yuqing alone, made her even more spirited. As expected, the two beauties started bickering again. Lin Dong couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He knew these two women were not easy to deal with. Sure enough, There was no way to calm things down. However, he was best at handling such problems. It's simple, just throw money at it, right? Alright, stop arguing. I was going to reward you for your good behavior. But now, I'm not in the mood. After saying that, Lin Dong put on an impatient look and started pouring himself a drink. In an instant, the two who had just been arguing heatedly lost their tempers and desire to fight, leaving only the pursuit of tips. Even a fool could hear that Lin Dong's so-called reward was the bright red cash. Dong-gu, we won't argue anymore, please calm down. Yes, I will definitely get along well with this new sister and serve you well. Right, Bai Jia, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you. That's not necessary, making Lin Dong happy is the most important thing for us. Both were savvy in the service industry, their words sweeter than songs. Just now, they were on the verge of fighting. Now, they were calling each other sisters. Although, from their actions of each grabbing one of Lin Dong's arms, it was clear this was just a facade, a temporary peace. But that was enough. That's more like it. Come, today I'm in a good mood, so I'm rewarding you. Pay attention to receive it. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Then, he took out his phone and started transferring money. 50,000? Lin Dong, you are too extravagant. But I really like it. Moi, thank you, big brother, for the red envelope. In order to show my gratitude, I will now present you with the dance I just learned, the big swing and the train ride, Bai Yuqing said, unable to contain her excitement. She picked up a bottle of foreign wine, walked up to Lin Dong, and, stepping in a pair of crystal high heels, began to perform a passionate dance. The explosive melody combined with her undulating figure dazzled the onlookers, making them lose themselves in fantasy. Splash! Bai Yuqing seemed to feel it wasn't enough and drenched herself from head to toe with the wine. Her already torn office uniform and short skirt were completely soaked. In the dim light, the layers of her curves were clearly visible. Lin Dong was left dumbfounded. Previously, he often watched beautiful women live streaming through his phone screen. Now, this was the first time he was experiencing it up close in person. More importantly, he could enjoy such a stunning beauty however he wanted. Oomph, it's just dancing, I can do it too. Tingting, not to be outdone, stood on the sofa and began to dance for Lin Dong. Wipe the glass, wipe the glass. In the private room, the two beautiful women danced gracefully, creating an ambiguous and luxurious atmosphere. What Lin Dong didn't expect was the system's prompt that followed. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest task in the night scene, earning extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the license plate 88,888 top configuration Porsche Panamera. Congratulations to the host for gaining a special ability, drunk in 1,000 cups. What? Lin Dong's heart jolted, and he sobered up significantly. Under the effect of drunk in 1,000 cups, the alcohol in his body was rapidly breaking down. His previously blurred vision became exceptionally clear. In addition, Lin Dong noticed something extra in his pocket. When he pulled it out, it turned out to be a car key. It was engraved with a gold and red emblem. It was indeed the key to the top configuration Porsche Panamera, worth 3.5 million. Wow, I hit the jackpot. If the top configuration Panamera could be bought with money, the license plate number with 5/8 was definitely priceless, a symbol of status. Lin Dong, how do you like my dance? Do you still like it? Before Lin Dong could recover from his surprise, Bai Yuqing walked over and linked her arm with his. Tingting, halfway through her glass wiping dance, also ended up on Lin Dong. The two women were going to great lengths to win Lin Dong's affection. Lin Dong was dazzled, feeling as if he were floating. Not bad, come on, let's have a drink together. Lin Dong poured a glass of Louis XIII for each of them and brought it to their cherry-like lips. Unable to refuse his warm invitation, both women accepted. More importantly, they both wanted to get Lin Dong drunk. Taking advantage of the situation, they aimed to be the first to take the plunge. Lin Dong, we've all drunk, you have to drink too. Yeah, otherwise it's unfair, you're bullying the little girls. Tingting said, pouting as she snuggled into his embrace. Her two soft, delicate hands instinctively squeezed Lin Dong's arm. Looking at her flushed face, with charming eyes and a growing springtime allure, Bai Yuqing's peach blossom eyes were also fixed on Lin Dong, exuding an irresistible charm. Alright, I'll drink. Lin Dong gulped down 2 big swigs. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing smiled seductively, gently and slowly unbuttoning Lin Dong's collar, her fingers caressing his neck. The electrifying sensation instantly made Lin Dong feel lightheaded and intoxicated. He couldn't help but sigh. City folks really know how to have fun. No wonder the king doesn't attend morning court. With so many beauties serving him every day, even as an emperor, he wouldn't want to wake up early. Dong-gu, I can't drink anymore. On the other side, Tingting finally couldn't hold on, her head tilting as she leaned against Lin Dong, her face flushed. Her nearly 1 meter long legs, lifted by her ultra-short skirt, casually rested on Lindong's knees. "Ha, with you like this, you still want to accompany Lindong?" Bai Yuqing, clearly with a good alcohol tolerance, was only slightly tipsy after all that drinking. Lindong couldn't help but feel intrigued. He was just about to test the limits of his new ability, to see if he could really drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. "Yuqing, Tingting can't handle it, let's continue." "Alright, Lindong, I toast to you," Bai Yuqing said as she charmingly filled a glass of Remy Martin XO, gazing affectionately at Lindong. "After this drink, all the misunderstandings between us will be wiped away. You can't blame me anymore." "Oh?" Lindong smiled faintly, knowing that Bai Yuqing was referring to their school days. He shook his head and took the glass. "Don't worry, a statesman's belly can hold a boat. Do I look like the petty type? Besides, you're so sincere." Lindong enjoyed the fine wine while his hands roamed. Instantly, Bai Yuqing was flustered, her body trembling like a flower in the wind. "But since you want to apologize, 1 cup isn't enough." "Oh, I understand. Bai Yuqing pouted and poured herself another glass of red wine, tilting her graceful neck as the wine went down. "Good," Lindong exclaimed. Bai Yuqing glanced at the nearby drunken Tingting, feeling quite pleased. "Just look at you, thinking you can compete with me for Lindong? Dream on. More. No way, I'm feeling a bit dizzy too." After downing 2 more bottles, Bai Yuqing finally couldn't handle the alcohol and shook her head. At the same time, she was astonished to see Lindong effortlessly downing glass after glass. At previous class reunions, Lindong could only handle 3 to 5 bottles of beer. How had he turned into a heavy drinker now? After so much alcohol, his face didn't even turn red. Bai Yuqing initially wanted to get Lindong drunk to take things further, but now it seemed she was the prey, and he was the one dining on her. I can't take it anymore," Bai Yuqing murmured. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed into Lindong's arms. With Tingting on one side and Bai Yuqing on the other, they were like 2 little drunks. At this moment, even if someone came to pick them up, they probably wouldn't know anything. "Ha!" Lindong exhaled a breath of stale air. The alcohol in his body dissipated instantly, and his slightly flushed face returned to normal. Then, he stood up as if nothing had happened. He picked up an empty bottle with interest, a smirk on his lips. This ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk is indeed amazing, not to mention 1,000 cups. I feel like I could drink 100 more. Unfortunately, now I have something more important to do. Lindong turned around, his expression eager. 2 delicate, intoxicated beauties lay unconscious, like 2 lambs ready for slaughter. He knew he had more than just the ability to drink 1,000 cups. There was also the ability to remain standing without faltering. "Let's go." Lindong effortlessly supported both women, placing their arms over his shoulders. Then, he walked out of the luxurious private room with great flair. To his surprise, 2 rows of waitstaff stood respectfully at the door. Upon seeing Lindong, they immediately greeted him with smiles. "Hello, boss. Thank you for your patronage at the Emperor KTV. We welcome you to come again." Lindong nodded perfunctorily. Just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a flattering smile approached. He slightly bowed and cautiously asked, "Hello, boss, I am Song Dafa, the general manager of Emperor KTV. You still owe 600,000 for drinks, how would you like to pay?" Lindong was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that they had ordered a few more bottles when the drinks ran low. Bai Yuqing was too drunk to swipe his card for him. So, this group had been waiting here. In fact, Lindong misunderstood. The reason Song Dafa had arranged such a grand reception was not because of the money, he simply wanted to see for himself who this big spender was. He knew many high-ranking officials and had never heard of anyone named Lindong. If he could take this opportunity to curry favor and leave a good impression, perhaps he could secure a big client for Emperor KTV. Little did he expect, Lindong was not some wealthy tycoon or big boss. He was just a young man in his early 20s, dressed in cheap goods from street vendors. This left Song Dafa somewhat baffled. He couldn't see through Lindong, which made him feel even more inscrutable. What kind of person could spend $1 million in a night at the Dihao KTV? Surely, they were just low-key, deliberately dressing in a way that seemed approachable. Song Dafa's imagination ran wild for a moment. At this point, Lindong had already pulled out his bank card and tossed it into his hand. "Alright, hurry up and swipe the card, I have things to do." Song Dafa nodded with a smile. He inadvertently glanced at Bai Yuqing, who was lying in Lindong's arms, and his smile grew wider. In the past, Bai Yuqing had been as pure as jade, never going out. It seemed she was just playing the long game, waiting to catch a wealthy husband. "Boss, you have an additional consumption of 600,000, with a discount, it totals 500,000. "No need for a discount, whatever the amount is, just charge it." "Ha? What ha?" Is it wrong for me to have money to spend? Less talk, just swipe the card. The rest, consider it your tip. Today, I'm in a good mood. Upon hearing this, everyone was both surprised and delighted. Lin Dong was indeed extravagant. He didn't even want a discount. Truly, he was burning through money. However, the more he acted this way, the happier they were. In this day and age, who wouldn't want to earn a little more? Why bother with so much? Perhaps, these wealthy people had some special quirks. Maybe Lin Dong was actually a young master from a prominent family, completely indifferent to money. Detected that the host spent 600,000 yuan at the night venue, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 million yuan. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. The more I spend, the more cashback I get. If you give me a discount, you're going against me. Be careful on the steps, take care. Song Dafa, along with the waitstaff, escorted them to the door. He was originally thinking about whether to call a cab for Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, the next second, they were once again dumbfounded. Beep! In the parking lot, two blinding headlights suddenly lit up, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a stylish black sedan. The triangular front was elegant and dynamic, and the streamlined body was pleasing to the eye. It was Song Dafa's sharp eyes that immediately recognized the model and license plate. Porsche Panamera? License plate with 5/8. Which young master is visiting incognito? At Dihao KTV, million-dollar luxury cars were not uncommon. However, a license plate with 5/8 was definitely a rare sight. Moments later, the car drove up in front of them. Only then did everyone realize that the driver was Lin Dong, who was now waving at them. Manager Song, if it's not too much trouble, I'll ask for a leave for Yuching. You know what I mean. I understand very well. Drive safely. Song Dafa nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But inside, he was muttering, Bai Yuching is really lucky, she's got such a big support. Oh no, I forgot to get contact information. Song Dafa suddenly realized. But it was already too late. Lin Dong drove off in the Panamera, leaving them behind. Under normal circumstances, after drinking so much, he probably wouldn't even be able to hold the steering wheel steady, and getting caught would mean drunk driving. However, due to his special ability to remain sober after 1,000 drinks, he was even more alert than an ordinary person, with exceptionally active thoughts. Boom! Lin Dong slammed the accelerator, and the engine roared wildly. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Tianhai City's top luxury hotel, Wangchao Hotel. The average consumption was 18,000, and even the most basic room cost 3 to 4,000. It was a veritable den of indulgence for the wealthy, a haven for bosses. Wake up, we're here. Lin Dong parked the car near the hotel and patted Tingting and Bai Yuching's faces. As a result, both remained dazed and unaware. Sigh. Lin Dong smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, a brand new BMW X5 passed by. As expected, it was also a young couple heading to the hotel for a romantic night. Honey, why are you so generous today, bringing me to Wangchao Hotel? Isn't it because you've always been nagging about wanting to experience the life of the rich? Today, I'm fulfilling your wish. You're the best, hubby, Mua. Upon closer inspection, the one in the passenger seat, acting all coy and affectionate, was none other than Lin Dong's most familiar woman, Fang Shui. She was hugging the man she was kissing, named Wang Long, a small boss of a company in Tianhai City. At the same time, he was also Fang Shui's direct superior. Due to his position, they had gotten involved with each other, even leading Fang Shui to be with Lin Dong. This way, not only could he dispel the suspicions of the tiger at home, but there was also a thrill of sneaking around. Unfortunately, when Lin Dong saw them in the car together, he angrily dumped Fang Shui. That thrill was greatly diminished. Hubby, look at the car in front. I've seen it online. I think it's called a Panamera. The top model costs several million. Fang Shui pointed excitedly. Wang Long couldn't help but lean out to take a closer look. It really is. There are so many rich people in Tianhai City. I wonder which rich kid is inside. People like us can't afford a car like that. The maintenance cost for a year is enough to buy my car. Fang Shui knew that after Lin Dong left, her value had significantly decreased. So, she quickly fawned over Wang Long. Hubby, you can't say that. We're not as good as the rich, but we're better than some. Look at Lin Dong, that loser, he could never earn even a wheel of a Panamera in his lifetime. Thinking about it this way, isn't it much better? Wang Long smiled and nodded in agreement, even looking a bit smug. Indeed, I can't compare to the rich, but can he compare to me? However, comparing this loser to me is a bit insulting. Baby, let's hurry up, I'm about to burst. Look at you, so eager. Hee hee, wait until I try out a few new positions I just learned, it'll definitely blow your mind. Pa, shameless. Feng Shui scolded, swatting away Wang Long's hand that was reaching for her collar. With her long legs stepping out from under her fitted skirt, she quickly got out of the car. Throughout the process, her attention was focused on that Panamera, not even noticing what Wang Long was saying. In the past, the reason she was with Wang Long and listened to him, even putting a hat on Lin Dong, was that she saw Wang Long had a bit of money to buy her jewelry, bags, and various luxury items. However, human desire is like Pandora's box. Once opened, it never ends. At this moment, that cool Panamera had completely captivated Feng Shui's soul. Her mind was filled with thoughts of which rich second-generation owner drove it and whether she had a chance to meet him and exchange contact information. After all, compared to the owner of the Panamera, Wang Long was simply pathetic. Feng Shui, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Hearing Wang Long's urging, Feng Shui felt a bit unbalanced inside. With her looks, could she only settle for a greasy man like Wang Long? Wang Long didn't notice the hint of disgust in Feng Shui's eyes, thinking she was still that obedient, inexperienced little woman, and immediately took her hand towards the Wanchao Hotel. Be gentle, you're hurting me. This is just the beginning. Soon, I'll make you call me daddy. TCH. Feng Shui rolled her eyes. She knew very well how Wang Long performed in bed. Lasting 5 minutes was already an extraordinary feat. He should be calling the urologist instead. Just then, Lin Dong got out of the Panamera. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the car, feeling it looked somewhat familiar. Ugh! At that moment, a sudden sound of vomiting erupted. It was none other than the two beautiful women, Bai Yuqing and Tingting, throwing up by the roadside. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Luckily, he was immune to alcohol. Otherwise, he would have ended up like those two. Alright, you've thrown up enough, hurry up and get up. Go wash up in the hotel and change your clothes. Look at you, you're all dirty. After a moment, Bai Yuqing and Tingting woke up a bit more and stood up. Bai Yuqing looked at her torn OL uniform, her pretty face slightly flushed. Tingting was not much better off. When they arrived, she was wearing 2 black fishnet stockings. She didn't know whose hands had been all over her, but they had turned into ragged strips. Her long, fair legs were completely exposed to the air. However, the more exposed they were, the more enticing they became. The most beautiful scenes are never completely naked, but rather half hidden like a peepa. What are you standing there for? Let's go! Seeing the two of them dawdling in place, Lin Dong waved his hand at them, a bit impatient. Unexpectedly, the two exchanged glances, looking at each other hesitantly, somewhat unwilling. Lin Dong, are we both going together? Tingting bit her lip, her face flushed, and asked, Brother Dong, can we have a turn? It's our first time, and I want to be alone with you. Who isn't the same? For so many years, I've also kept myself pure, never had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing pouted, deliberately sticking out her chest. After all, in Longwa, most women still have relatively conservative thoughts. They might joke around, appearing to have no taboos. However, the idea of 2 women serving 1 man is still beyond the acceptance of most women. Seeing this, Lin Dong snorted coldly. He didn't have time to pamper women. With a few million thrown down, what internet celebrity, streamer, or little star couldn't be had? You two are being coy and think it's difficult? Then don't do it. Can't accept it? Then get the hell out. You're working in a nightclub, and still pretending to be a pure lotus? What can't you accept? Pfft, isn't it just that the money isn't enough? Let me tell you, there's only one chance. Either come upstairs with me now, and if I'm happy, anything goes, or you two can pack up and leave together, I don't care. With that, Lin Dong turned and walked away. What? After being scolded by Lin Dong, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were completely stunned. They thought that as long as they acted cute and playful, Lin Dong would definitely be sympathetic and fulfill all their needs. They could also take the lead and firmly grasp this man. It seemed they had taken it for granted. Lin Dong was not swayed by such tactics at all. Sister Bai, how about we? Tingting's delicate face turned red and pale. Right now, Lin Dong was in a bad mood. If they didn't remedy the situation, it might be irretrievable. Tap tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking rapidly echoed. Tingting was directly dumbfounded. Where did Bai Yuqing go? She was just here. Lin Dong, don't go, I know I was wrong, please don't be angry. Don't say just the 2 of us, even if 2 more come, that's fine. Wow. Your change of attitude is faster than flipping a book. You little slut, just wait for me. Brother Dong. Tingting was not to be outdone, quickly catching up. Then, with Bai Yuqing on one side and Tingting on the other, they hugged Lin Dong's arms tightly. They even pressed close, giving Lin Dong an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Watching the two women vying for his affection, Lin Dong felt overjoyed. You think you can control me? Sorry, I'm a Sigma man, I never lose to women. A little three-way, easy to handle. Moments later, the three entered the Dynasty Hotel, instantly attracting quite a bit of attention. There was no helping it, Tingting and Bayuching were too beautiful. One was fresh and pure, the other a mature goddess. More importantly, these two alluring and deadly beauties were willingly following that seemingly carefree man. This guy, could he be some rich kid out to waste money again? Brother Dong. Noticing the strange looks from the crowd, Tingting and Bayuching couldn't help but blush, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. However, thinking of Lin Dong still being ahead, they had no choice but to quicken their pace and jog after him. They say one shouldn't bow for just 5 pecks of rice, but the rice Lin Dong offered was enough to crush their waists. In this day and age, who would go against money? The receptionist at the Wangchao Hotel, seeing the trio, revealed a curious look. However, she was well-mannered and didn't ask too many questions, just smiled and nodded. Hello, sir, how many rooms would you like to book? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites, and presidential suites. The receptionist hadn't finished her introduction when Lin Dong slammed his bank card on the counter. One presidential suite, charge it, I'm in a hurry. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. The receptionist smiled as she took the bank card and turned to the computer. At that moment, a quarrel between a man and a woman erupted from behind. Moreover, the woman's voice sounded somewhat familiar. It's all your fault for insisting on booking some discounted room. Now look, the rooms are full, and they just refunded your deposit, not letting you stay. Wang Long, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? Following that, there was another round of argument from the man. You're talking nonsense. It's just $2,000, am I that short on cash? I'm going to book the most expensive presidential suite right now, tonight, I'll make you shut up. The woman snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at the man. But in the end, she still followed him to the front desk. Suddenly, she froze, because she saw an unexpected figure, a loser who had no business being there. Lin Dong? What are you doing here? Fang Shue's heart jolted, her eyes widened, and she instinctively tugged at her pink bodycon dress. However, thinking that they had already broken up and she didn't need to pretend in front of Lin Dong, she let go. In fact, while Fang Shui and Wang Long were arguing, Lin Dong had already recognized the two. In the past, seeing this couple being all lovey-dovey might have made Lin Dong furious and heartbroken. But now, times had changed. He didn't care about this couple at all. Especially when he heard Wang Long booked the cheapest discounted room to save money, Lin Dong felt no anger, only deep disdain. In his eyes, this couple was like two clowns, showing off in a place like this without any money. Oh, Fang Shui, isn't that your loser ex-boyfriend? Why is he here too? As Wang Long approached the front desk and pulled out his bank card, he noticed Lin Dong standing nearby, dressed in cheap clothes. He snorted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you're not trying to win Fang Shui back, are you? Following her here to beg for a reunion? I advise you to give up on that thought, you and Fang Shui are not from the same world. Also, there's something she might not have told you. At this point, Wang Long directly wrapped his arm around Fang Shui's slender waist, making her blush and feel uncomfortable. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. So what if they are? You're my woman, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Long snorted, his eyes revealing a hint of perversion and madness. Fang Shui being with you was all part of my plan. From start to finish, you were just a green-haired turtle. Wang Long sneered, crossing his arms, eagerly anticipating something. However, throughout it all, he didn't see a trace of anger on Lin Dong's face. The next moment, two beautiful women walked up, each wrapping an arm around Lin Dong, their expressions incredibly affectionate. Their words were filled with disdain and disgust towards Wang Long. Donggu, who is this guy? He looks so fat and has such a dirty mouth. He dares to call you a loser? He must still be half asleep. Yeah, he doesn't even look in the mirror before coming out to embarrass himself. It's really laughable. What? Suddenly, the air went quiet. Wang Long and Fang Shui stared wide-eyed at the two beautiful women who were throwing themselves at Lin Dong, their minds blank. In their eyes, Lin Dong was just a rural loser, a pathetic sycophant being deceived left and right. But now, two enchanting beauties, even more attractive than Fang Shui, were actually taking the initiative. There was even a hint of jealousy in the air. How could they believe this? Wang Long's forehead bulged with veins as he directly exposed Lin Dong's true nature. I say, ladies, you must have mistaken the person. This guy is Lin Dong, a loser whose wallet is cleaner than his face. You must have been fooled by him. Fang Shui nodded in agreement, her gaze towards Tingting and Bayuching revealing a hint of hostility. Heh, clean up your mouth, you're the loser. Yeah, you're the blind one. A man as handsome and wealthy as Dong-gu is impossible to find even with a lantern. Just because you can't compare doesn't mean you can slander him. Bai Yuqing was quick to react, noticing Feng Shui's clenched fists and immediately guessing what was happening. Oh, I get it, you must be envious and jealous, that's why you're deliberately slandering Lin Dong, right? Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Wang Long was instantly furious. Others could say it, but Lin Dong was the exception. He was the one who had cheated Lin Dong. What was there to be envious of? Calm down, calm down. Wang Long sneered, suppressing his inner turmoil. Lin Dong, you're really a coward, always hiding behind women. Aren't you going to say something? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong coldly smiled. Talking to someone like you is just a waste of my time. What? Wang Long was taken aback for a moment. The next second, Lin Dong shook his head. Anyway, I wouldn't come all the way to Wangchao Hotel just to book a discounted room. Pretending to be rich, aren't you ashamed? Hearing this, not only was Wang Long gritting his teeth, but Feng Shui's expression was also grim. The next moment, she could no longer hold back and pointed directly at Lin Dong, saying, Lin Dong, I don't know where you found these two vixens to deliberately provoke me. But let me tell you, no matter what you do, you can't escape the fact that you're a loser. Wang Long did indeed book a discounted room. What about you? You, who can't even scrape together $200 and usually rides a bike to work. What right do you have to talk big here? Even if it's a discounted room, you can't afford it. After Feng Shui finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. But Feng Shui, seeing this, thought he was exposed and had nothing to say, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Dong hadn't changed, he was still a loser. She hadn't been blind to let a golden son-in-law slip away. On the other side, Wang Long also found a sense of superiority. Although he didn't know what tricks Lin Dong had used to deceive the two beauties, he was still very confident in his ability to make money. In this lifetime, Lin Dong would never surpass him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, hello, Mr. Lin, your presidential suite has been prepared, and you can check in now. Presidential suite? Upon hearing these 4 words, Feng Shui's eyes widened in shock. Wang Long's smile also froze instantly. Put. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the couple that looked worse than eating shit, Bai Yuqing and Tingting couldn't help but burst into laughter. The slap in the face came too quickly. Just moments ago, Wang Long and Feng Shui were mocking Lin Dong, saying that Wangchao Hotel wasn't a place he could just come to, and even if it was a discounted room, he couldn't afford to stay. Then, the receptionist delivered a fatal blow. It was like an invisible slap to both of them, leaving them red and stinging. Mr. Lin, here is the room card for the presidential suite, located on the top floor. If you need anything, just let me know. I wish you a pleasant stay. The receptionist, enjoying the drama, deliberately raised her voice so that Wang Long and Feng Shui could hear clearly. Okay, thank you. Lin Dong smiled slightly, pinching the room card between 2 fingers and casually tossing it to Bai Yuqing. Be careful, don't lose it. After all, in this kind of room, some people can never afford to stay in their lifetime. You! Wang Long angrily pointed at Lin Dong, his face flushed with rage. In the end, he couldn't say a word, because what Lin Dong said was the truth. The presidential suite at the Wangchao Hotel costs at least 50,000 for one night. For him, although he could manage it with some effort, it was just not worth it. Feng Shui was also quite angry, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, looking at Wang Long with disappointment. Wang Long, I also want to stay in the presidential suite. Stay in what? I don't have that much money. Wang Long was very displeased, letting out a cold laugh. Besides, Feng Shui, you don't really think Lin Dong suddenly has so much money, do you? What do you mean? Feng Shui frowned, suddenly realizing something was off. He. Wang Long smirked. Think about it, yesterday Lin Dong was still riding a bicycle eating instant noodles. How could he possibly stay in the presidential suite today? He must be pretending to be rich, borrowing some online loan. Or he's tricking women into spending money on him, being a kept man. When he said this, Wang Long intentionally glanced at Tingting and Bai Yuqing. From their attire, it was clear that these two often frequented high-end places, and their phones were the latest models. So, it was very likely that Lin Dong had hooked up with 2 rich women. Otherwise, why would he hand the room card to Bai Yuqing so quickly? The more Wang Long thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Feng Shui also showed a look of disdain. Lin Dong, I was really blind to be with you back then. Not working hard to make money, but falling to the point of borrowing online loans and being a gigolo, it's really embarrassing. Feng Shui mocked Lin Dong coldly, completely unaware that every word she said was a reflection of herself. Noticing more and more contemptuous and unfriendly gazes around him, Lin Dong was almost laughing in anger. I say, Feng Shui, your imagination is too rich, isn't it? Even if I, Lin Dong, have no shame, I wouldn't sell myself for a bag or a phone. Such a person, I, Lin Dong, look down on the most. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's face turned red instantly. She looked as if her sore spot had been poked, her expression filled with anger and embarrassment. Lin Dong, just keep being stubborn. I don't believe it. Besides borrowing online loans and being a kept man, what other skills do you have to make money? By then, don't end up unable to pay back the money and be forced to sell your blood. Sigh. Seeing that Wang Long and Feng Shui were still oblivious, Lin Dong felt it was necessary to show them what a real tycoon looked like. Slap. Lin Dong released the two beautiful women he had his arms around and slapped the room card on the counter. The receptionist was a bit confused. This man couldn't really be out of money and wanting to check out, could he? I'm sorry, sir, if you're checking out, we need to deduct a 10% handling fee, which is 5,000 yuan. Do you accept? Who said I want to check out? Then what is this? The receptionist was puzzled. Lin Dong smiled and took out another card. This time, it was a bank card. I heard the presidential suite at your hotel is quite nice. I'll book it for a month, and whenever I'm in the mood, I'll come stay for a couple of days. A month? The receptionist's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. One night costs 50,000, so a month would be 150,000. When converted into red 100 yuan bills, it would stack up to over a meter high. More importantly, from Lin Dong's words, it seemed he was just playing around, not necessarily staying every day. Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's smile gradually faded, as if provoked, and he said with a displeased expression, do I look like I'm joking? Or do you think I can't afford it? No, it's not. The receptionist turned pale with fright and quickly shook her head. Please wait a moment, I will check you in right now. If you stay for a month, you can even get a discount. No need, I hate discounts the most. Whatever the price is, just charge me that. I have plenty of money, I'm not worried about it, Lin Dong said with a serious expression. If it were someone else saying such a ridiculous thing, Tingting and Bai Yuqing would definitely look down on him, thinking he was just a fool trying to show off. But Lin Dong was different. He had already spent over 1 million at Hong Romance and Emperor KTV. A mere 1,500,000 for a hotel stay, while a bit exaggerated, really wasn't much. On the other side, Feng Shui and Wang Long couldn't sit still. Lin Dong, enough is enough, there should be limits to showing off, Wang Long said with an unnatural expression, sneering, if you check out now, you'll only lose 5,000 at most. If you keep being stubborn, they might call the police on you. Wang Long, why do you care so much? People like him shouldn't be spoiled, he needs to learn a lesson. Feng Shui was enjoying the spectacle. In her eyes, Lin Dong was still that pathetic loser she could boss around. Even if he was with two rich women, it wouldn't change anything. If he could pull out 1,500,000 in one night, she would dig her own eyes out. True, let's keep our distance. I think this guy has some mental issues, Wang Long nodded repeatedly, leading Feng Shui to stand a bit further away. Not just the two of them, other passers-by also stopped to watch the show. Just then, the front desk clerk started processing the card. Moments later, a small receipt was successfully printed. This meant the transaction was complete, and Lin Dong indeed had that much money in his bank account. How is that possible? Feng Shui stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Sorry to disappoint you, Lin Dong said with a faint smile, his expression calm and unbothered, casually signing his name on the receipt. Mr. Lin, here is your room card and bank card, please keep them safe. The front desk clerk respectfully handed over the room card and bank card. In that instant, Feng Shui's face turned as pale as death. For a moment, she felt countless disdainful and mocking gazes directed at her. At the same time, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. This handsome guy's last name is Lin? How come I've never heard of such a person in Tianhai before? 1 million or 10 million is enough to buy a house, yet he only uses it to stay in a hotel. I really don't understand the world of the rich. The crowd murmured, increasingly feeling that Lin Dong was unfathomable. Meanwhile, they looked at Wang Long and Feng Shui with mocking eyes. These two could only afford a discounted room. They were the real losers, unworthy of appearing at the Dynasty Hotel. Feng Shui, pinch me, I must be dreaming, right? Wang Long stammered, his lips twitching slightly. More accurately, his whole body was trembling. He never would have thought that the loser he once looked down on would suddenly become a wealthy man. However, what surprised him even more was that Feng Shui completely ignored him. At that moment, she was gazing at Lin Dong with soft eyes, biting her lip shyly. Oh? Seeing Feng Shui's expression, Lin Dong immediately guessed what she was up to, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This kind of woman only had two words in her bones, materialistic. She could hook up with Wang Long for money, and now, for money, she could also cut ties with him and throw flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. After all these years of wholehearted devotion, it was like throwing meat buns to dogs, nothing in return. The next moment, Lin Dong suddenly felt a bit mischievous and waved at Feng Shui. I don't have any special traits, just a bit nostalgic. In that past relationship, I also had many shortcomings. If I were given another chance, I would definitely cherish that girl. No matter how much money I have to spend on her, I would be willing. Upon hearing this, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They had truly witnessed how lavishly Lin Dong spent money. Transferring rewards to himself, he pressed 0 with his eyes closed. Lin Dong, I believe in you. Dong Gu, so do I. I want to be with you for a lifetime. Tingting and Bai Yuqing used all their strength, wishing they could merge their entire beings into Lin Dong's body. The group of men watched, their blood boiling, unable to contain their excitement. On the other side, Feng Shui couldn't help but feel her eyes redden, tears welling up. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, it was my fault before. Now, I realize my mistakes. Can you give me a chance to start over? I will love you more than anyone else. Have you forgotten the vows we made back then? Holding your hand, growing old together. Feng Shui spoke slowly, her voice trembling with emotion. Lin Dong couldn't help but recall all the moments they had shared and the various little gifts he had painstakingly prepared. However, the more he remembered, the colder his gaze became towards Feng Shui. Back then, he couldn't even hold her hand. Behind his back, she had played around with Wang Long in every possible way. Now, she was trying to play the emotional card with him? How ridiculous. Feng Shui didn't realize that the more she spoke, the more absurd her words became. From beginning to end, Lin Dong had never considered getting back together with her. Feng Shui, what are you talking about? I'm still here, do you think I'm dead? On the other side, Wang Long couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Feng Shui's hand, trying to pull her back. This woman was too realistic. Seeing Lin Dong's wealth, she wanted to reconcile with him? What did she take him for? Wang Long, let go. From now on, we have no relationship. We broke up. In the next second, Feng Shui forcefully shook off Wang Long's hand, her expression resolute. The latter looked bewildered, his eyes wide open in disbelief. What did you say? You know what I said. Feng Shui wiped away her tears, her expression disdainful. You take your time even booking a discounted room, you don't care about me at all. Now, I have a better choice. Not only do you not wish me well, but you also want to stop me, wanting me to suffer with you. You don't love me at all. Cough cough. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost couldn't hold it in. How had he not noticed before that Feng Shui had so many grand theories? She had great potential to become a little blue book blogger. At the same time, his gaze towards Wang Long became increasingly mocking. Like green tea? Now, it's me who will make you green. You! Wang Long was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Feng Shui feign being startled and retreat, protecting her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? Do you want to hit someone? After this series of actions, Wang Long was extremely angry, nearly passing out. Feng Shui, you little slut. Fine, I'm leaving. Don't let me see you again. Wang Long stormed out, slamming the door. Feng Shui didn't even glance at him, turning around directly, her eyes filled with affection as she walked towards Lin Dong. Her gaze towards Tingting and Bai Yuqing was also filled with hostility. It was as if she was the rightful partner of Lin Dong, while these two women were nothing but blatant mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me, okay? Feng Shui spoke softly, slowly approaching. In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly extended his right hand. Feng Shui immediately burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. At the same time, it seemed she could already see the luxurious life of a wealthy woman beckoning to her. On the other side, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were on high alert, looking somewhat anxious. They never expected that Lin Dong was still a love-struck fool. Even after being cheated on, he could forgive this woman. Would there still be a place for them beside Lin Dong in the future? Just then, Feng Shui had already reached Lin Dong, about to throw herself into his embrace. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Feng Shui's mind buzzed, her brain going blank as she stared at Lin Dong, her gaze vacant. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was slowly retracting his right hand, his expression cold. Did I say it was an opportunity for you? Self-indulgent. What did you say? Feng Shui covered her left cheek, which had turned red from the slap, her expression shocked. At the same time, she looked at Lin Dong with uncertainty. Just a moment ago, he had clearly said he wanted to rekindle their old feelings. Now, how could he turn his back on her? What I said, is it not clear enough? Lin Dong sneered coldly, sizing up Feng Shui from head to toe, as if he were looking at a bizarre creature. He shook his head from time to time, clicking his tongue. I said I would give a chance to the person I like, But I never said that person was you, did I? Someone like you, a gold digger, a green tea bitch, who would do anything for money. How could you think I would still like you? Who gave you the courage, Liang Tianhao? Lin Dong snorted coldly, opening his arms to embrace two beautiful women, one on each side. Don't be ridiculous, sister. Take a look in the mirror. Do you think you deserve it? What I said was about those two. You think too highly of yourself, coming over to cling to me. I wouldn't even want to dirty my hands hitting you. After saying that, Lin Dong pretended to be disgusted and shook his hand. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he asked the front desk for a wet wipe to clean his hands. Now, do you understand? For a moment, all eyes in the Dynasty Hotel were focused on Feng Shui. More precisely, they were staring at her mortified face, desperately trying to hold back laughter. It was so satisfying. This was how to deal with a shallow woman. In contrast, Feng Shui's expression changed countless times in just a minute. Surprise, confusion, shock. Now, she was furious and embarrassed, her face as red as a monkey's but, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. To cling to Lin Dong's thigh, she had kicked Wang Long, the money tree, away. In the end, she lost both money and love. Thinking of this, Feng Shui could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Lin Dong, you bastard. If you have the ability, don't regret it. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. Regret? With a binding system, he had more money than he could spend. Why would he go looking for a gold digger after getting rich? It was understandable to lick boots when broke, but to do so when wealthy? That was foolish. Lin Dong was too lazy to waste words and waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Alright, Feng Shui, stop pretending to cry. Who are you trying to fool? That Wang Long hasn't gone far. If you go now, you might still catch him. If you go late, you won't even smell the exhaust of his BMW. What? Feng Shui suddenly woke up. The next moment, she glared at Lin Dong fiercely and decisively turned to leave. She walked away so fast, not looking back. In fact, she had no face to stay any longer. The way people looked at her was like watching a circus clown. Lin Dong, look at her, she looks like a dog. Exactly, a drowned dog. Huh, people just love to see a drowning dog being beaten. Who told her to be blind and leave Brother Dong? Look at me, I wouldn't do that, I would take good care of Brother Dong. The two women seized every opportunity to vie for his affection. While talking, they shamelessly rubbed against Lin Dong's arms. Their figures were already incredibly alluring, and with such forceful squeezing, even the mountains seemed to be deforming. Lin Dong immediately felt a surge of desire and wrapped his arms around their slim waists. This is what you both said. When we get to the room later, don't pretend to be reserved. Lin Dong kissed each of their faces, his expression ambiguous. Disgusting. Let's go, huh? Under everyone's gaze, one man and two women walked straight into the elevator, heading for the presidential suite on the top floor. On the other side, in the parking lot of the Dynasty Hotel, Feng Shui was using all her might to try to salvage her love. Wang Long, listen to me, I really didn't mean it at the time. It's all Lin Dong's fault, he deceived me, I was just momentarily bewitched. Feng Shui cried like a pear blossom in the rain, frantically explaining. However, throughout the process, Wang Long's face only showed two words. Ha ha! Are you saying it's still my fault? Feng Shui bit her lip, momentarily taken aback, and surprisingly continued along with him. If you hadn't booked that special price room, it wouldn't have. Enough, shut up. Slap. The next moment, another slap landed on Feng Shui's face. Previously, Lin Dong had hit her left cheek. Now, Wang Long hit her right cheek. Quite symmetrical. Wang Long, you hit me? Feng Shui's eyes widened, looking at Wang Long in disbelief. Although Wang Long had some peculiar little habits before, he had never been this heavy-handed. Hearing this, Wang Long not only showed no pity but became even more furious. Hit you? Not only will I hit you, but I'll hit you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Slap. Another two loud slaps followed, leaving Feng Shui dizzy. Then, feeling it wasn't enough to vent his anger, Wang Long kicked Feng Shui in the stomach. Ah! In the parking lot, a series of screams echoed. In less than a moment, the once somewhat beautiful Feng Shui was completely disfigured. Her entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and her body was bruised all over, as if she had suffered domestic violence. Pa, cheap whore. You deserve it. Wang Long spat at Feng Shui, his expression full of disgust. The latter regretted deeply. It was unclear whether she regretted her actions or regretted losing a money tree in the future. Meanwhile, at the Wangchao Hotel, in the top presidential suite. Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower first. I want to wash too, wait for me. Tingting and Bai Yuqing giggled as they walked into the bathroom. Lin Dong, looking through a layer of frosted glass, watched the two figures flickering in and out, feeling a wave of dryness in his throat. Damn it, isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? You all go take a shower, do I not need to wash? That won't do. Lin Dong showed a wicked smile and walked to the bathroom door. Then, he barged right in. Ah! 2 screams rang out. Soon, the bathroom was filled with spring light. Detected that the host has completed a special task, night with 2 women. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 million yuan. Another hidden task brought in 1 million yuan. However, Lin Dong was now too preoccupied to care. What time is it? In a daze, Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and fumbled for his phone. Seeing the large number 14 on the screen, he finally realized it was already afternoon. Thud! At that moment, a delicate, fair foot rested on his chest. The shiny toenails painted with polish were clearly visible. Lin Dong was taken aback. Turning his head, he saw Tingting and Bayuqing sprawled on the bed, still not awake. Thud! Lin Dong slapped his hand down. Get up, stop pretending. Ha! He thought he would get a response. Unexpectedly, Bayuqing slept like a dead pig, showing no reaction at all. It was evident that she had been thoroughly exhausted by Lin Dong. Tingting was no better, her eyes barely opening. Lin Dong let out a helpless chuckle. It seemed he was still too strong. The 2 women could no longer satisfy him. You 2 sleep well, I'm going to make a call. Lin Dong got dressed, slowly got up, and walked to the living room. One must say, the presidential suite was indeed different. Not only did the decor and furnishings exude understated luxury, but the view was also incredibly expansive. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he could overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up his phone and dialed a number. However, after waiting for a long time, no one answered. Of course, at this hour, my parents should be out working, no time to answer the phone. Thinking of his parents back in the county town, still working hard and saving money, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose. He had been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years and had achieved nothing. After much difficulty, he finally found a girlfriend and spent so much money, thinking of bringing her home to make his parents happy. In the end, it turned out to be all for nothing. Now that he has money, he wants to compensate his parents, letting them live a good life and enjoy wealth and luxury. Ha! Lin Dong took a deep breath, opened the banking app on his phone, and prepared to transfer some money back home. At first, he directly pressed 6 zeros, which is 1 million. But after thinking carefully, Lin Dong shook his head. His parents have always been honest and simple. If they suddenly received 1 million, they would either be scared to death or think he was involved in some illegal business. After considering it several times, Lin Dong decided to transfer 100,000. At worst, he could say he won the lottery to make them happy. After filling in the information, he entered the payment password. The result: payment failed. Payment failed. Still payment failed. 3 consecutive prompts left Lin Dong dumbfounded. Could it be that there was a problem with the system? Did the more than 10 million he just received disappear without a trace? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Dong felt a chill run through his body. He quickly checked his balance. Only after seeing that string of zeros did he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The reason for the transfer failure was that he had spent too much yesterday and had been temporarily limited. He needed to go to the bank in person to resolve it. No time to waste, I need to get this sorted out while the bank is still open. Lin Dong was always decisive. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. Creak! The door opened. Glancing at the 2 women still fast asleep, Lin Dong slowly walked out. As he left the hotel, a group of staff respectfully greeted him. Having booked a presidential suite for a month, everyone knew Lin Dong was not ordinary. Naturally, he was given VIP treatment. Arriving at the parking lot, he got into his Panamera V room. With a push of a button, the engine roared to life with a familiar sound. Lin Dong felt exhilarated from head to toe, his vanity greatly satisfied. Then, with a press on the accelerator, the Panamera took off instantly. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the nearby bank. He casually parked the car and walked in. As expected, it was a busy time at the bank. A group of elderly people were lined up in front. Lin Dong had no choice but to take a number and wait patiently. Number 187, please proceed to counter 1. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, almost dozing off, Lin Dong finally heard his number. He quickly got up and sat down in front of counter 1. The person attending to him was a middle-aged woman who looked quite impatient. What business do you have? My bank card has a transfer limit. I want to increase the transfer amount. Oh, the middle-aged woman nodded, took the bank card to check, and casually asked, your current transfer limit is 10,000 a day. How much do you want to increase it to? Lin Dong thought for a moment and tentatively said, how about we try increasing it to 10 million first? If that doesn't work, we can add more. Oh, 10 million. Wait, how much? The middle-aged woman was taken aback. Then her brows furrowed. In the middle of the day, are you trying to make fun of me? 10 million? That's a joke. The middle-aged woman's expression instantly soured. Through the glass window, she scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe. When she saw his faded jeans, her disdain grew even stronger. In this day and age, there really are all kinds of people. Asking for 30 or 50,000 would be one thing. 10 million? Do you think you deserve it? It was already annoying enough to work every day, and now she had to deal with such a weirdo. Truly speechless. Lin Dong noticed the other party's impatience and frowned slightly. However, he did not explode immediately. After all, he was still waiting to transfer money to his parents. So, he patiently asked, what process do I need to go through? Or do I need to show identification? After saying that, Lin Dong was about to take out his ID card. To his surprise, the female clerk didn't even bother to lift her head and simply waved her hand. You can't handle it. You can go wherever you want to fall in love, but don't waste our time here. Can't you see so many people waiting behind? 10 million, haha, why don't you say 100 million? After saying that, the female clerk pressed the end button and directly called the next person. What did you say? Lin Dong frowned but didn't get up. However, others began to urge him directly. They had witnessed the entire process, and not only did they not think the clerk was at fault, but they also believed Lin Dong was wasting everyone's time. A middle-aged man who looked like a small boss approached him with an unfriendly tone and patted him on the shoulder. Get up quickly, don't hog the toilet without doing your business. Several elderly people chimed in. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. The bank is not a place for you to act wild, and you won't get any money here. Exactly, such a handsome young man, how come he has no sense at all? He just casually mentions 10 million, if he really had 10 million, would he be here waiting in line? With this poor appearance, being able to take out 10,000 would be a blessing. Hurry up and get up, don't waste our time. In an instant, Lin Dong became the target of ridicule and scorn. The clerk, seeing this, not only did not stop it but instead wore a cold smile. Did you see that? The eyes of the public are sharp. I warn you, if you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Dong remained expressionless, still sitting in his chair. Then, he slammed his bank card on the counter. The business isn't finished, why should I leave? Today, if you don't increase my limit, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing this, the clerk was taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so tough. She then shouted, everyone can see, it's not that I won't handle your business, it's this person who refuses to leave, wasting everyone's time. Provoked by her, the crowd became agitated again. How can there be such a person? Coming to the bank to cause trouble, bored to death. Just look at him, you can tell he's unemployed, probably just got fired and is looking for a place to vent. Where's security? Hurry up and take him away. Amidst the noise, a middle-aged man, slick and well-dressed, quickly approached. He glanced at the excited crowd and then looked at the clerk at the counter. Xiao Zhang, what's going on? Manager Wang, this person is causing trouble. The clerk named Zhang immediately put on a pitiful act when she saw her savior had arrived. Manager Wang was taken aback. Usually, when people come to the bank for business and are dissatisfied, they would make a fuss. However, someone like Lin Dong, who made everyone unhappy, was a first. Sir, may I ask what business you want to handle? Seeing that someone who could take charge had finally arrived, Lin Dong directly said, it's simple, I want to increase my limit, but you won't handle it. Increase the limit? Manager Wang frowned slightly. Isn't that just filling out a form and clicking a mouse? May I ask how much you want to increase it to? Not much, 10 million. 10 million? Manager Wang was taken aback. Then he finally understood why the clerk wouldn't handle Lin Dong's request. Under normal circumstances, increasing the limit within 100,000 could be handled on the spot by the clerk. If the amount is larger, it needs to be applied up the chain and approved step by step before it can be granted. After all, not everyone has the qualifications and assets for that. Manager Wang, listen to him, is this even human language? What's wrong with 10 million? Who does he think he is? Can he really come up with 10 million? The clerk, not satisfied with the chaos, continued to fan the flames. The earlier small boss was also somewhat dissatisfied and coldly snorted at Lin Dong. In broad daylight, don't daydream. My company only has a few tens of millions in revenue a year, are you saying you're better than me? I know quite a few big shots in Tianhai, which corner did you pop out from? With this time, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few bricks, at least you won't go hungry. Unlike now, making a fool of yourself here. Looking at the little boss's condescending and aggressive attitude, Lin Dong was so angry that he laughed. Are you saying that if I want to mention 10 million, it's still my fault? Of course. Don't even mention 10 million, You wouldn't even be able to use 100,000. The little boss snorted coldly, his face full of mockery. Sir, I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. I'll call security to drag this person out right away, and I'll personally handle your business. Just a moment. Manager Wang was also a snob. As soon as he heard that the little boss knew many big shots, he immediately greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Their bank liked high-quality clients like the little boss. Who knows, he might even get a loan from their bank. Hearing this, the little boss became even more smug. With his arms crossed, he looked down at Lin Dong, who was lingering at the counter, as if he were looking at a clown. In this world, having money makes you the boss. People like you don't even have the qualification to talk to me. Seeing his expression, Lin Dong could only sneer. He finally understood what it meant to look down on others. So, if I can't handle it myself, I can still bow and scrape for that little boss? The manager even personally serves him. Interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally lost all patience and pushed his bank card back to the glass window again. However, this time, it was no longer about increasing the limit. How about this? I won't increase the limit, just withdraw all the money in the card. By the way, I want cash. Hearing this, the little boss let out a disdainful laugh. You're really putting on a show. You still want cash? Isn't there 10,000 in the bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste time and directly urged the clerk. Xiao Zhang, he wants to withdraw money, just handle it for him, hurry up and get him out of here. I don't believe it, without that little bit of money in his card, our bank can't operate? In his view, Lin Dong's card probably only had a few tens of thousands at most. To the bank, it was dispensable. The clerk nodded and quickly typed a few keys on the keyboard. However, when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he froze on the spot. Manager Wang saw her in a daze and couldn't help but urge again. Hurry up, everyone is still waiting behind. Manager, why don't you come and take a look yourself? I can't be seeing things, can I? The clerk's expression was dazed, doubting her own eyes. What do you mean? It seems that he really has over 10 million in his card. What did you say? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, doubting whether he had heard wrong. However, the female clerk's shocked expression didn't seem fake. Lin Dong's account really had over 10 million. Gulp. Manager Wang swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The little boss behind him was confused and urged, Manager, is it done? Hurry up. I need to complete this transfer of 800,000 today. People have been waiting for a long time. The little boss deliberately mentioned the 800,000. Then he glanced at Lin Dong, thinking that this guy would retreat in embarrassment and show some awkward expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened, showing no reaction at all. He even crossed his legs. No manners. The little boss snorted coldly, feeling even more that this person was unworthy of attention. Perhaps this kid had never seen so much money in his life and didn't even know what 800,000 meant. Wait a moment. Manager Wang frowned, drenched in sweat. He waved his hand at the little boss, signaling him to be quiet. What did you say? The little boss was taken aback. Then, with an unfriendly tone, he said, Why should I wait for him? Is this how your bank serves high-quality clients? I warn you, if you make me unhappy, I won't do business with your bank anymore. Now, immediately, take my money out. The little boss tried to mimic Lin Dong's tone, wanting to give Manager Wang a warning. However, the next scene left him completely dumbfounded. I told you to wait, can't you understand? Manager Wang turned around and glared at him fiercely, leaving the latter completely stunned. And your 800,000 is nothing compared to this gentleman. If you want to withdraw it, go ahead. But now, you have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. After saying that, Manager Wang slightly leaned forward, asking Lin Dong about his well-being. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. I will handle your credit increase right now. Would you like a glass of water? What? Seeing Manager Wang's sudden change in attitude, the small boss was left dumbfounded. The others also widened their eyes, not understanding why Manager Wang had suddenly switched faces. Could it be that Lin Dong really had 10 million? No, what does this mean? The small boss still couldn't accept this harsh reality. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Lin Dong didn't seem like a millionaire. Why do I have to wait here while you serve him first? I want to file a complaint. Manager Wang remained very cold. If you want to complain, you still have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. The small boss was rebuffed and his face turned pale. Then, he suddenly thought of something and forced himself to hold back. He wanted to see what kind of ability Lin Dong had that made Manager Wang willing to offend him. On the other side, the female clerk's face turned pale, her hands and feet trembling. After working in the bank for so many years, She knew very well that a balance of 20 million on the card meant that Lin Dong's assets were definitely above that. If he really withdrew over 10 million as he requested, it would be like a small mountain. In fact, their branch's cash reserves wouldn't even be enough. This time, she had really kicked a steel plate. Noticing that the clerk's expression was off, Manager Wang also felt uneasy. He quickly asked her to leave her workstation. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I will personally handle your business. Just take all my money out, I want cash." Lin Dong wasn't falling for his tricks. Just now, these people were jumping around happily. Now, he wanted to see them suffer. They weren't going to give him a credit increase? Fine, he would just take everything out. Over 10 million, let's see how long it takes for them to gather that. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, we were wrong earlier, we didn't mean to make things difficult for you. How about this, in the future, when you come to our bank for business, you can come directly to me, and I will definitely meet your needs. Manager Wang's tone carried a hint of pleading. One could imagine how difficult Lin Dong's request was for him. If he caused the bank to lose such a big client, he would definitely face consequences. In a serious case, he might even be fired. Thinking of the consequences, Manager Wang was almost scared to death. Seeing Manager Wang's expression, the small boss suddenly realized. Lin Dong was not some loser, but a hidden big shot. "Mr. Lin, our bank doesn't have that much cash. 20 million, we can't gather it in a short time. How about you reconsider? Reduce the amount? 20 million. Hearing this number, the small boss shivered and almost fell to the ground. This was his turnover for more than a year, and it was just the deposit in Lin Dong's bank card. Then how terrifying must his entire fortune be? Thinking of how he had just mocked Lin Dong, the small boss couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. If Lin Dong held a grudge against him and sought revenge, his company might not even be able to continue operating. On the other side, Manager Wang was trying to persuade Lin Dong with kind words, almost kneeling on the spot. However, Lin Dong remained unyielding. "I said I want to withdraw all my money. Hurry up, don't waste time. And starting today, I will no longer keep my money in your bank. Please wait a moment, I will consult with the president." Manager Wang, feeling helpless, could only brace himself and seek help from his superior. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. "Now you know fear. Just now, weren't you very arrogant? Today, I will let you know what it means that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Day. Moments later, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed. Following closely was a Mediterranean man who walked briskly towards them, with Manager Wang trailing behind him. Upon reaching Lin Dong, the Mediterranean man immediately nodded and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhao Jinming. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our work error. On behalf of all the staff at the bank, I extend my apologies to you." As he finished speaking, the Mediterranean man bowed deeply. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, not daring to breathe. Usually, when they came to this bank for business, they had to endure disdainful looks. If they weren't careful, they could be met with a barrage of angry reprimands. As for Manager Wang, he was polite in front of wealthy clients, but had never shown a good face to ordinary people like them. Zhao Jinming was even more of a legendary figure. Their meager deposits didn't qualify them for a personal reception by a bank president. They never expected that this rotund, Mediterranean Zhao would bow down to Lin Dong upon their first meeting, truly giving him face. This made everyone even more curious about who Lin Dong really was. "It's over, it's all over." The small business owner trembled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Others might not understand what a bank president meant, but he was all too clear, having dealt with banks frequently. Once a bank president held a grudge against you, all future loans would be difficult to obtain. They could easily complicate the process and make your life miserable. Just imagine, if you needed to borrow $1 million, the bank might only approve 500,000. Even if you got the 500,000, it would take half a year. By the time you received it, it would be too late. Thinking back to how he had just been rude to Lin Dong, the small business owner couldn't help but turn pale, wishing he could slap himself twice right there. Even more nervous than the small business owner were the female clerk and Manager Wang. They were truly on pins and needles, their backs cold with sweat. With just one word from Zhao Jinming, they could be packing their bags and leaving, or even getting blacklisted. "Mr. Lin, you see?" Zhao Jinming tentatively inquired. Although Lin Dong was dressed in cheap clothes, he didn't look like a wealthy person. However, the facts were undeniable. A full 20 million was just sitting in the account. More importantly, Zhao Jinming had learned through personal channels about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel last night. How could someone who spent lavishly on 2 women and booked a presidential suite for a month only have 20 million? Perhaps that was just his pocket money. Zhao Jinming saw much more than manager Wang did, which is why he was so humble. Losing a major client was one thing, offending a big shot was another, and he wouldn't even know where to apologize. You are the president of this bank? Lin Dong smiled faintly, looking at Zhao Jinming with interest. Nice hairstyle, quite unique. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinming was momentarily taken aback. Then, he instinctively touched his Mediterranean hairstyle. Just then, Lin Dong changed his tone. It's just that your judgment is poor. How did you hire such a group of employees who look down on others? I just wanted to process a credit increase, and good heavens, I was met with cold sarcasm. If I didn't know better, I would think I had made some mistake. Lin Dong sneered, his gaze shifting to the female clerk and manager Wang. In an instant, the bank fell silent, a dead hush enveloping the room. Manager Wang's legs felt weak, nearly unable to support him. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I apologize. I beg you, have mercy, forgive me this once. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. He truly didn't want to lose this respectable job that could still bring in money. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have knelt before Lin Dong right then. No need. I see that you don't realize your mistake, you just realize you're scared. Lin Dong shook his head, not intending to give him that opportunity. President Zhao, just as we discussed before, help me withdraw all the money. Please hurry, I need it urgently. Zhao Jinming's face was ashen. Withdrawing such a large sum of money would at least require a day's notice to apply to the head office. Then, the head office would arrange for the transfer, armed escort to deliver it. By then, the head office would definitely know what they had done. Wang, look at the mess you've created. The more Zhao Jinming thought about it, the angrier he became, reprimanding him on the spot. I've told you time and again, don't look at people through colored glasses. What kind of client manager are you? Do you really think you're something special? Do you know how much trouble you've caused the bank and the negative impact you've created? You're really more of a hindrance than a help. Manager Wang was scolded so badly that he didn't dare lift his neck. He never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unremarkable, would have so much money. President, please, give me another chance. No way. Get the hell out of here right now, the further the better. Zhao Jinming waved his hand, pointing to the tellers behind the counter. And you, get out with him, no need to come to work anymore. Hearing this, the two turned pale, as if they had lost their parents. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this handling? After scolding, Zhao Jinming felt much better. He turned to Lin Dong with a smile. Lin Dong squinted slightly, sizing up Zhao Jinming. He knew that this President Zhao was putting on a show to curry favor with him. However, it did make him feel relieved. Not bad. I suddenly don't need that much cash anymore. Alright, Mr. Lin, as long as you're satisfied. Zhao Jinming nodded with a smile. Then, he personally went to the counter and sat down at the computer. Mr. Lin, I will now process your credit limit increase. You can raise it to whatever amount you want. Seeing this scene, everyone could no longer remain calm. When did the bank become so humble that the president had to personally handle business? However, thinking that this person was Lin Dong, everyone felt relieved. 20 million was worth the president's personal attention. Alright, Mr. Lin, I've raised your transfer limit to 100 million. Is that acceptable? That's fine, thank you, President Zhao. Not a bother at all, it's my honor to serve you. Moments later, under Zhao Jinming's respectful send-off, Lin Dong walked out of the bank with great confidence. Looking at the Porsche Panamera with the license plate of 5/8, Zhao Jinming was even more convinced that Lin Dong was extraordinary. He then let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turning a major issue into a minor one. Otherwise, he would have really offended Lin Dong. On the other side, after leaving the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred money to his parents. Just as he put down his phone, a call came in. Son, are you crazy? Suddenly transferring us 100,000. Where did you get so much money? Your dad is about to be scared to death. The caller was Lin Dong's mother, Li Xiuqin. Seeing the bank transfer notification, Li Xiuqin thought she was seeing things and quickly called Lin Dong's father, Lin Shangqian, to come and look together. They hadn't looked before, but when they did, it nearly gave Lin Shangqian a heart attack. Thus, this phone call happened. Mom, did you receive the money? Son, tell me honestly, where did this money come from? Li Xiuqin's voice trembled as she spoke. You didn't get involved in any illegal activities, did you? I saw on TV that many people go to Myanmar to commit fraud. You must not go down the wrong path. Lin Dong smiled bitterly, feeling a bit helpless. Mom, those people in Myanmar are the ones being scammed. I transferred money to you. If anyone is scamming, it would be me scamming others. Scamming others is not okay either. Hurry up and return the money. I was just joking. Lin Dong said helplessly, I recently closed a big deal. and this money is a bonus from the company. Son, you're doing well now. In the future, you can earn even more and let us live a good life. Really? Li Xiaoqin still seemed a bit skeptical. Is there any doubt about that? Lin Dong was somewhat at a loss for words and said, "Don't worry, this money is clean, feel free to spend it." After Li Xiaoqin confirmed it several times, she finally hung up the phone. Poor parents everywhere. Initially, he thought that seeing so much money would make his parents very happy. Instead, their first reaction was to worry about him. Then he thought about that shameless woman, Fang Shui. They were simply worlds apart. No, she didn't even deserve to be compared to his parents. Just as Lin Dong was feeling emotional, another call came in. He picked it up and saw it was from his supervisor. "Hello, Lin Dong? What are you doing? You haven't come to work all morning, and I can't reach you by phone. Do you still want to keep your job? If you can work, then work. If you can't, get lost." This supervisor, Lu Haichao, was Lin Dong's direct boss. They had never gotten along. Seeing Lin Dong as easy to bully, he often made him work overtime and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked for overtime pay or meal money, Lu Haichao would make excuses. He even threatened Lin Dong, saying that if he dared to speak up again, he would fire him. After all, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged cattle and horses. Lin Dong had thought countless times about quitting. However, just thinking about supporting Fang Shui's high expenses made him swallow his pride. After breaking up with Fang Shui last night and receiving the system, Lin Dong completely forgot about going to work. He didn't even notice that Lu Haichao had called him dozens of times. "Lin Dong, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Are you deaf or dumb? Do I have to fire you before you speak up?" Lu Haichao had an aggressive attitude, believing he had Lin Dong's lifeline in his hands, speaking without courtesy. In his eyes, Lin Dong was just a perfect punching bag, someone to vent his frustrations on. For the sake of family and life, he had to lower his voice and bow his head. The next second, Lin Dong finally spoke up. "Whether I go to work or not is none of your business, you idiot. What did you say?" Lu Haichao was taken aback for a moment, not immediately reacting, thinking he had misheard. When did Lin Dong dare to speak to him like that? "Whoever wants to go to this lousy job can go. I'm not serving anymore. I don't want that measly salary either. I'll save it to buy your mom a coffin and a hearse for yourself." You. On the other end of the phone, Lu Haichao's forehead was bulging with veins, his body trembling slightly, clearly very angry. Seeing this scene, the others in the company were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Lu Haichao so furious. Who had such great ability? "Lin Dong, if you have the guts, say it again. Go ahead." Lu Haichao shouted into the phone. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong hung up. Lu Haichao was filled with rage, with no outlet to vent it. He had originally thought of exchanging a few heated words with Lin Dong. As a result, Lin Dong didn't give him that opportunity at all. For a moment, Lu Haichao was so angry he felt like he would explode. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up in the company group. "Is anyone there?" Someone glanced at their phone and saw it was Lin Dong, who hadn't come to work that morning. Soon, a good-natured person typed a message. "Lin Dong, what's going on? Why didn't you come to work?" "Yeah, just now Supervisor Lu was calling your name. You guys didn't have a fight, did you?" A word of advice from someone who's been there: endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. Jobs are hard to find these days. For a moment, many people were advising Lin Dong to lower his head and apologize to Lu Haichao. However, they didn't know that times had changed. The old Lin Dong, who worked like a dog for a dead salary of 3,000 or 4,000, didn't dare to complain. Now, he had over 10 million in his account. How could he still endure Lu Haichao's petty bullying? Soon, Lin Dong sent a few messages. "That dog Lu Haichao, I've had enough. Old Zhang, hasn't Lu Haichao paid you back for the meal money yet?" "Xiao Huang, at the last gathering, Lu Haichao said he would treat us, but in the end, it was you who paid the bill, right? And Sister Son, Lu Haichao is always trying to take advantage of you. When I see him next, I'll definitely give him a couple of punches." Messages flooded the group chat. The entire company instantly erupted. Damn, is Lin Dong crazy? He dares to say such things. Although Lu's not decent, if you offend him, you'll definitely be in for some trouble. When did Lin Dong become so bold? He's not thinking of quitting, is he? Although everyone hated Lu Haichao, they could only swallow their pride for the sake of work. Now, seeing Lin Dong scold Lu Haichao, they felt shocked yet relieved, as if they had vented their frustrations. Especially Sister Song, who often got her butt pinched. She clenched her fists and punched the air twice. "From today on, I'm not attending this damn class anymore. Before I leave, let me send a few red envelopes to celebrate." Before the words were out, several big red envelopes appeared in the group. Everyone scrambled to grab them. Upon seeing the amounts, they instantly lost their composure. Damn, I grabbed 500. I got 660. Such a big spender, Lin Dong must have struck it rich. The boss is generous. Lin Dong is right to scold him. Someone like Lu Haichao deserves to be scolded more. Bang! A loud noise suddenly erupted. The supervisor's office door was kicked open. Everyone instantly fell silent, as if frozen in fear. Lu Haichao trembled as he walked out of the office, his body steaming with anger, barely able to walk steadily. Then, gritting his teeth, he sent a voice message in the group. Lin Dong, you bastard. Now, get over here immediately and take your things, you're fired. Ha! Lin Dong laughed instead of getting angry and quickly replied. Lu Haichao, it's not you firing me, it's me firing you. You can continue being your stupid supervisor. I'm financially free now, I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, Lin Dong decisively left the group, not giving Lu Haichao a chance to retort. Ah! Lin Dong, you're dead. Lin Dong drove his Panamera, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune, feeling incredibly comfortable. He left the group and blocked Lu Haichao's number. Lin Dong felt great from head to toe. It was as if the five elements mountain pressing down on him had finally been moved aside. He felt like Sun Wukong, soaring through the clouds, traversing heaven and earth. As the saying goes, a person relies on their clothing, a horse relies on its saddle. Now that I have money, it's time to take good care of myself. With that thought, Lin Dong drove directly to the Yida shopping center in Tianhai City. This is the largest and most popular shopping center in Tianhai City. Lin Dong had been here before with Feng Shui. Back then, they casually picked out 2 cosmetics and spent his entire month's salary. After using them a few times, they were left to gather dust under the table. At that time, Lin Dong felt heartbroken. This time, he could indulge in shopping. At the very least, he needed to look the part of a wealthy person to avoid unnecessary trouble. The first floor of the shopping center had mobile phones, cars, and jewelry. He didn't need any of those. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong went to the second floor and browsed the watch store. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with phones, and losers play with computers. In a sense, a car is just a means of transportation. But a watch is different. With the advent of mobile phones, watches have gradually become symbols of identity and status. The higher the price, the more it highlights the owner's class. Moreover, you can only show off a car on the road, but wearing a priceless watch allows you to flaunt your status anytime, anywhere, satisfying your vanity. At the Patek Philippe watch boutique, a young female sales associate frowned slightly when she saw Lin Dong walk in. There was no helping it, Lin Dong's attire was truly unremarkable. Given his spending level, he probably couldn't even afford the cheapest watch in the store. However, adhering to the principle that a customer is a guest, the sales associate still smiled and approached to greet him. Hello, sir, are you here to buy a watch? We have various styles of watches here. Which one do you need? The female sales assistant asked with a smile. The Patek Philippe brand is renowned for its exquisite watchmaking skills, unique design style, and outstanding performance, making it a favorite among European and American nobility. It is the most luxurious watch brand in the world, without exception. In a sense, owning a Patek Philippe can even help you integrate into high society more quickly. Just looking around, Lin Dong said casually, his tone calm. With 10 million in his bank card, he was confident he could buy any watch here. So, he showed no signs of hesitation. Seeing this, the sales assistant said nothing more and let Lin Dong wander around the store. However, she didn't have high hopes for Lin Dong buying a watch. As he walked, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. In the glass display case in front of him, there was a striking silver and white watch. With a stainless steel base, a black dial, and a platinum-colored rubber strap, it not only had the precision of Swiss watches but also superior waterproof performance at depths of 100 meters. Most importantly, this watch had a youthful and fashionable appearance, unlike the previous gold watches that looked lifeless. Could you please get me that watch? Sure, sir. The sales assistant walked over quickly. However, upon seeing the watch, her expression suddenly hesitated. The Patek Philippe 6104G001 watch had a domestic price of 2,938,700. Even a slight bump could be a hassle for them. If Lin Dong couldn't afford it, she couldn't bear the responsibility. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Dong frowned slightly. The sales assistant hesitated for a moment but ultimately took the watch out. She just carefully reminded him, Sir, please be careful, we only have one of this watch in the store. Okay. Lin Dong nodded. Then, he casually put it on his right wrist. As expected, the watch perfectly matched his style. Lazy yet not decadent, humble yet slightly luxurious. It was simply the perfect light luxury watch. I'll take this one. Okay, sir. Wait. what did you say? The sales assistant was taken aback. A watch close to 3 million, and he just looked at it and decided to buy it? Before she could react, Lin Dong took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. Pack the watch box and everything, I'll put it in the car. The sales assistant opened her mouth, unsure if Lin Dong was joking. Then, she steeled herself and swiped the POS machine. The receipt printed out immediately. Done, successful? The sales assistant's eyes widened, her expression suddenly a bit dazed. At that moment, she heard Lin Dong's impatient voice. What are you dawdling for? Do you think I can't afford it? No, just a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Soon, the sales assistant respectfully sent Lin Dong out. Until Lin Dong's figure disappeared, she felt a strong sense of unreality. From the moment Lin Dong entered the store to the time he checked out and left, it took no more than 2 minutes. Who was this young master, so generous yet dressed in ragged clothes? Did he have some special quirks? On the other side, after buying the watch, Lin Dong walked out of the shopping center and headed to the parking lot. From a distance, he saw 2 women dressed lightly, standing in front of his Panamera taking pictures. They even sat down on the hood of the car. What are you two doing? Get off the car! Lin Dong's shout was a bit sudden, startling the 2 women. One of them, a slightly plump woman wearing glasses, looked displeased, turned around to face Lin Dong, and scolded, What are you shouting for? You scared me to death. Next to her was a skinny internet celebrity in a bodycon dress, who chimed in as well. Well, if I didn't know better, I would think this is your car. What a busybody. Snap. Snap. The internet celebrity girl said as she continued taking pictures with her phone. Not only did she show no intention of moving her but from the front of the car, but she also sat up even higher. It looked like she was about to lie down completely. Lin Dong saw this and felt a surge of anger. It wasn't that he cared about the car, he just couldn't stand these people using his car to show off and then turning around to insult him. It was simply absurd. Get down, you all hurry up and get down. Lin Dong took 2 steps to the side of the Porsche, ready to pull the internet celebrity girl down. However, before she could say anything, the glasses girl was already unhappy and directly blocked Lin Dong's way, pointing her phone's camera at him. What do you want to do? I'm recording. Be careful, we might call the police, post this online, and accuse you of harassment. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong almost laughed out of anger. What do I want to do? This is my car, do I need your permission to drive it away? This is your car? The internet celebrity girl and the glasses girl were momentarily stunned. Then, they looked Lin Dong up and down. Immediately after, they burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain for him. Don't be ridiculous, how could this car possibly be yours? A pathetic loser, the money you earn in a lifetime isn't even enough for a wheel. Lin Dong was so angry he laughed. If it's not my car, then whose is it? Of course, it's ours. The internet celebrity girl hesitated for a moment and told a lie. After all, the owner of the car wouldn't be coming anytime soon, and no one would expose her. Yours? Lin Dong looked the other 2 up and down, his gaze strange. Yes, it was bought by my sister. What? Are you jealous? Envious? The glasses girl crossed her arms and sneered at Lin Dong. I just picked up the car today, was in a good mood, but then I ran into a loser like you, what bad luck. Exactly. These days, the tricks of insurance salespeople are getting more and more numerous. I know you want to attract our attention with this kind of stunt, but isn't it a bit too clumsy? Seeing Lin Dong speechless, the internet celebrity girl and the glasses girl exchanged glances, thinking they had guessed the truth, looking quite pleased with themselves. The next second, Lin Dong directly pulled out a set of keys from his pocket. Idiot! The pupils of the 2 girls shrank, their smiles froze. However, even so, they still didn't believe the car belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was too lazy to argue and simply started the engine. Vroom! The roar of the Cayenne's engine sounded like a beast's roar. Oh my! The internet celebrity girl sitting at the front was startled and almost fell over. The glasses girl also changed her expression drastically, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. They never expected that this car really belonged to Lin Dong. You. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them and simply flashed the headlights. The 2 little fairies finally came to their senses. Their expressions changed from shock to embarrassment, and finally turned into eager and flattering smiles as they leaned forward. The internet celebrity girl even pulled out a QR code, smiling sweetly, wanting to add Lin Dong's contact information. Lin Dong's response was very simple. Vroom! With a press of the accelerator, the Cayenne sped away. The gust of wind almost knocked the 2 little fairies over. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's rude and rough behavior not only didn't make them dislike him, but rather, so handsome, he's simply my dream man, a Prince Charming. If I had known, I would have chatted with him more. It's all your fault for saying he's an insurance salesman. Nonsense, if you hadn't sat on his car, how could you blame me? The two little fairies instantly turned against each other, fighting over the missed opportunity with a rich second-generation air. Sigh, women. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and found the two women fighting, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had seen plenty of women who were vain and forgetful of loyalty. Even with Bai Yuqing and Tingting, Lin Dong was just playing around, not willing to invest his true feelings. His heart had already shattered into pieces last night outside the window of the BMW X5. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly growled. It dawned on him that after a busy day, he hadn't eaten a single bite. It would take at least half an hour to return to the Wangchao Hotel, so he might as well find a nearby restaurant to eat. Let me see if there are any upscale restaurants nearby. Juxian Villa, Roast Duck House, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant. Taiha Garden State Guesthouse, average consumption 3,000, once a royal garden site, featuring the best of 8 major cuisines and exquisite dishes from around the world, specifically catering to foreign guests and business gatherings. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction. A luxurious restaurant of this caliber was fitting for his current status. He decided to go there. V-room. He pressed the accelerator again. Before long, the Panamera stopped in front of the Taiha Garden State Guesthouse. As soon as the doorman saw the flashy car, he waved and ran over. Sir, welcome to our restaurant. Would you like me to park your car? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Then he remembered that upscale places usually offered valet parking, so he didn't have to do it himself. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he might as well enjoy it. Beep, beep. Just as Lin Dong was about to hand the keys to the doorman, an Audi A5 suddenly pulled up behind him. 2 men and 2 women in the car were blocked by Lin Dong and were initially a bit annoyed. However, upon seeing the Porsche Panamera, they swallowed their irritation. At the same time, a woman's voice exclaimed, "Honey, that car is so cool. It must cost 2 to 3 million, right? I saw it once when I went out with our boss. I think it's called a Panamera. Who drives such an expensive car? It can't be some rich kid, right?" Of course, people dining at the state guesthouse are either rich or noble. Encountering a few wealthy individuals is nothing special. The 2 women were in awe, feeling a pang of envy. They had thought their husbands were already wealthy, but in front of these real rich people, they felt dwarfed and couldn't compare at all. Hearing the women's conversation, the 2 men in the front seat, their boyfriends, could only wear helpless and bitter smiles. Who told them they weren't born into wealth, and their families could only afford basic needs? The next moment, their eyes widened in shock, and the bitterness on their faces turned to astonishment. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is that Lin Dong getting out of the car? What did you say? Our college classmate Lin Dong, that country bumpkin? Thanks. You're welcome, sir. It's my honor to park your car. Lin Dong got out of the car, casually tossing the keys to the doorman. He then walked straight towards the entrance. In a restaurant of Taiha Gardens level, there were high-definition cameras everywhere, so he didn't have to worry about any issues. Even if something went wrong, they would take full responsibility. Old classmate, old classmate. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came. Lin Dong frowned slightly and stopped. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw 2 men walking towards him, greeting him enthusiastically. You guys are. Look at you, truly a forgetful rich man. I'm Sun Jianzhong, and this is Hu Hao. We are college classmates. Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment. Then, the names of the 2 gradually surfaced in his mind. Indeed, they were his college classmates. In fact, Hu Hao was even his roommate. However, their relationship wasn't very good. Back then, more than half of Lin Dong's class were city kids, all from well-off families. As a country boy, Lin Dong was naturally ostracized. Unlike Bai Yuqing, who looked down on him with colored glasses, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao made various difficulties for him and isolated him. Every time there was a class gathering or dorm gathering, they would deliberately leave Lin Dong out. The class monitor never communicated any instructions to Lin Dong. The most outrageous incident was when Li Xiuqin brought 2 baskets of eggs to see Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong had planned to share the eggs with his roommates. However, during a quick trip to the restroom, the eggs were smashed and thrown into the trash by Hu Hao, who claimed they were dirty and unsightly, polluting the dormitory environment. Since then, Lin Dong had cut ties with them, becoming invisible in the class. Although he was still mocked, he never responded. Unexpectedly, fortunes turned. The 2 people who had bullied him the most were now trying to curry favor with him, wearing excessively flattering smiles. It was both sad and laughable. Lin Dong pretended to suddenly realize something, displaying a bright smile that was utterly fake. Oh dear, look at my memory, I just remembered. You're a lowlife, you're a rat. Lowlife? Rat? Hearing Lin Dong's affectionate nicknames for them, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's expressions changed slightly. However, they didn't dare to turn hostile. After all, Lin Dong was now successful, driving a Porsche Panamera around. Who knows what influential people he might have behind him? After years of struggling in society, they had long developed the habit of sizing people up. Until they figured out Lin Dong's background, they could only swallow their pride. Endure it. Yes, it's us. Old classmate, thank you for still remembering us. Of course I won't forget, after all, we were classmates for 4 years. Lin Dong smiled and shook hands with them, feigning ignorance as he asked, so, you guys are here to eat at Taiha Garden too? Yeah, we just got paid, thought we'd come out and enjoy ourselves. Sun Jianzhong smiled awkwardly. He had brought 2,000 or 3,000 yuan to this meal, but now felt it was a bit embarrassing to take it out. Just then, 2 people got out of the back of an Audi A5. One was a long-haired beauty in a tight black dress, with big eyes, a high nose, fair skin, and a height of at least 170 centimeters. She had the figure of a car show model. The other was equally impressive, dressed fashionably with ear studs. Her deep V neckline and ample bosom nearly burst her short sleeves. If her hips were a bit larger, she would be the perfect S shape. More importantly, after getting out of the car, both women kept curiously sizing up Lin Dong. They even deliberately played with their hair in front of him and threw flirtatious glances his way. There's a chance. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. In this day and age, wealthy people are indeed popular and have good luck with the opposite sex. Hu Hao, why haven't I heard you have such impressive old classmates? You should hurry and introduce us. At that moment, the girl with ear studs walked over and hooked her arm around Hu Hao's. Hu Hao looked a bit awkward. Then, he leaned closer to the ear stud girl and whispered, Xin, this is the Lin Dong I told you about. Is it him? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. In her memory, Hu Hao always belittled Lin Dong, using him to elevate his own status. Now that they met, why was it so different? He is Lin Dong? Next to Sun Jianzhong, the model Ning Feifei also looked shocked. Clearly, she had heard bad things about Lin Dong from Sun Jianzhong. Seeing the astonished expressions of the 2 women and the awkward looks on Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces, Lin Dong quickly guessed that these 2 had definitely slandered and insulted him behind his back. Initially, he had thought about letting them off the hook. After all, the events from college were long past, and there was no need to hold on to them. But now, it seemed he had been too merciful. These 2 had graduated for years and still spoke ill of him. So, he shouldn't feel guilty about giving them a taste of their own medicine. More importantly, both women were very much to Lin Dong's liking. With that thought, Lin Dong waved his hand generously and said, Jianzhong, Haozi, it's been so many years since we last met, today I'll treat you to a good meal. There's no need to save money for me, what I lack the least right now is money. Really? Upon hearing this, the 4 of them brightened up. As the most luxurious restaurant in Tianhai City, ordinary people wouldn't even have the courage to glance at Taiha Garden. Even Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally came here to dine, wouldn't dare to order too many dishes. However, if Lin Dong, this big spender, was treating, they could indulge themselves and eat to their heart's content. In contrast to the expressions of Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue had a different demeanor. As a car show model, Ning Feifei was particularly sensitive to luxury cars. Just now, it was she who mentioned the price of the Panamera. Su Xinyue was even simpler. Originally, she was dating Hu Hao to get close to a wealthy man. Now that a richer Lin Dong had appeared, what did she need Hu Hao for? Right now, she was contemplating how to kick her current boyfriend to the curb and seamlessly transition to Lin Dong. Su Xinyue wasn't worried that Lin Dong wouldn't be interested in her. Just now, she had already noticed him stealing glances at her ample assets. That look seemed to wish they could get into something right then and there. Su Xinyue was confident that with her assets, she could hook Lin Dong. Great! Xin, haven't you always wanted to try the golden kumquat beef and Wellington foie gras at Taiha Garden? Today, thanks to President Lin, we can finally taste it. Hu Hao licked his lips, his expression excited. Su Xinyue secretly rolled her eyes. Idiot! His girlfriend was about to fly away, and he was still thinking about enjoying good food. Old classmate, can we really order whatever we want? In the luxurious private room of Taiha Garden, Sun Jianzhong held the gold-edged menu, his hands trembling slightly. Don't worry, I said I'm treating, so I won't let you spend a dime. I've had enough of hard times. Now that I have money, I should enjoy it, right? Ha ha. Lin Dong grinned, deliberately placing both hands on the table and subtly rolling up his sleeves. Hu Hao, who often dealt with business, had a keen eye and immediately recognized the watch on Lin Dong's wrist. He blurted out, Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, you're wearing that kind of watch now? Must have cost a fortune, right? Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, who frequently visited high-end places, also knew that this watch was quite valuable, and they looked over in surprise. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, casually saying, "Oh, it's not that expensive, just a couple of million, just wearing it for fun." A couple of million. Hu Hao's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing. He worked in sales, exhausting himself to earn 20 to 30,000 a month. He thought he was already among the best of his peers. Yet, he couldn't even afford the watch Lin Dong was wearing. This left Hu Hao momentarily unable to accept it, his expression visibly sour. Sun Jianzhong felt similarly. During college, he was from a well-off family and was among the top students. As a result, he became the class monitor. Sun Jianzhong used his position to subtly suppress Lin Dong. After graduation, hearing that Lin Dong only earned 3,000 a month, he openly mocked him. Such a person should hurry back to the countryside. With no skills, what right did he have to mix in the big city? Now, whether it was the luxury car Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, it made Sun Jianzhong feel ashamed, his face burning with embarrassment. How on earth did this guy become successful? Quietly, he suddenly turned into a wealthy man. "Honey, does your classmate, oh no, President Lin, have a girlfriend?" At that moment, Su Xinyue giggled, half jokingly and half seriously asking. Hu Hao nodded and immediately replied, "Of course he does. Lin Dong's girlfriend is Fang Shui, she's beautiful. I used to secretly browse his social media, feeling all kinds of envy." "Shut up, thinking about the pot while eating from the bowl. Ha, back then, you weren't even around, were you?" Su Xinyue gave Hu Hao a playful nudge, but her eyes held a hint of gloom. Indeed, wealthy men were never short of women around them. Next to her, Ning Feifei also sighed silently. Originally, she was still thinking about experiencing a ride in the Panamera, letting Lin Dong take her for a spin. Now it seemed there was no chance left. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. "Hey, don't mention it. That woman was looking for wild men behind my back, and now she's broken up with them." "What?" Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were taken aback. What was wrong with Fang Shui? Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? She had a handsome, wealthy, and promising Lin Dong, yet she went out to find wild men? After the shock, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces showed a hint of gloating. In this day and age, even the rich weren't spared from being cheated on. For a moment, the two found a bit of psychological comfort. Little did they know, their girlfriends, upon hearing that Lin Dong was single, had their eyes gleaming with envy, like cats spotting a mouse, or hunters eyeing their prey. Alas, what a pity to encounter such a woman. Yeah, Lin, don't be sad. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged women. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue flanked him, offering various comforting words. They looked like two cozy little cotton-padded jackets. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this. When did their girlfriends become so caring? Usually, they spent their money and treated them like servants. In comparison, Sun Jianzhong wasn't too worried. After all, Ning Feifei had been a car model for so long and had seen many wealthy people. The bosses who wanted to keep her could fill a foreign country. Yet, she had rejected them all. Thinking of this, Sun Jianzhong leisurely took a bite of foie gras. The crispy outside and tender inside brought a tremendous impact to his taste buds, making him feel good from head to toe. One must say, the rich really know how to enjoy life. On the other side, Hu Hao, not very bright, still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He continued to call out, "Lin, is it convenient to reveal what business you're in to earn so much money? We're dorm mates, we shouldn't be so formal." "Dorm mates? Brothers? Bah!" Remembering Hu Hao's actions, Lin Dong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Didn't he want to learn the secret to making money? Fine, show some sincerity first. Waiter, bring the drinks. What? Hu Hao was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Lin Dong meant. At that moment, two young and beautiful waitresses walked over with several bottles of Mao Tai. Lin Dong, still unsatisfied, ordered a few bottles of vodka and red wine. This much alcohol, are we really going to drink it? Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong exchanged glances. Usually, when they were out on business, they would drink, but rarely such high-proof liquor. "Of course, you don't have to spend your money," Lin Dong said casually, "as long as you enjoy drinking, in the future, I'll take you along to make money." Hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong's eyes lit up. As men, who wouldn't want to make big money and live extravagantly? They didn't think there was anything wrong with their abilities. They just felt they lacked an opportunity and a benefactor to support them. Although it felt a bit awkward to please Lin Dong, in this day and age, who would turn down money? At worst, once they made enough money, they could kick Lin Dong aside. Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Lin Dong was a fool for sharing the secret to making money with outsiders. Such a big fat sheep, it would be a shame not to slaughter it. Lin Dong, no, Donggu, I toast you. I apologize for the past. In the future, if you have any requests, just say the word, and I'll be there for you. Me too. Donggu, you can trust me to get things done. Come on, it's all in the drink. In no time, the two were drinking until their faces were flushed. Logically, Lin Dong should have been the one drinking more than them and should have been out cold under the table by now. However, he seemed unfazed, still smiling and pouring drinks for the two. At that moment, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, smiling as he poured a glass of Romani Conti. Don't just eat the vegetables, ladies. This bottle of wine costs 60 to 70,000, why not have a taste? 60 to 70,000? Hearing that number, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue were a bit surprised. After thinking for a moment, they politely accepted it. They completely failed to notice the sly glint in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting so long, the fish had finally taken the bait. Come on, drink this cup, and there are 3 more to go. 3 cups aren't enough, let's have 3 more. In the luxurious private room of Taiha Garden, delicacies were served, and the atmosphere was filled with lights and wine. This place was not only a restaurant but also had KTV, card rooms, and billiard halls. At this moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and began to sing. After finishing a song, Sudden Self, he instantly received a round of enthusiastic applause. So beautiful, I feel completely drunk. Donggu is truly hiding his talents. I can't believe I didn't know you sang so well during our 4 years of college. Burp. Hu Hao was completely drunk, his face flushed, yet he still hadn't forgotten to flatter Lin Dong. It was clear how much he wanted to make money. Sun Jianzhong had a poor tolerance for alcohol and was already slumped over the table, unconscious. As for the two beauties, they were doing a bit better. Lin Dong didn't deliberately get them drunk, keeping them in a slightly tipsy state. He didn't like to get someone drunk just to take advantage of them. That would be a waste, ruining the enjoyment. Donggu, you're simply a singing god. You should teach me when you have the time. A voice that sent shivers down the spine came. Su Xinyue, with her ample curves, had unknowingly sat beside him, taking the opportunity to deliberately rub her arm against Lin Dong's. Very soft, very large, and most importantly, very round. Lin Dong glanced over. After finishing his last cup of Mao Tai, Hu Hao also fell down. No wonder Su Xinyue was so bold, daring to seduce him. It had to be said, it was quite thrilling. Of course, I can teach you to sing, but I do charge tuition. But I don't have any money. Su Xinyue pretended to look pitiful, pouting while grabbing Lin Dong's right hand and placing it directly on her breast. Although it was through clothing, the sensation was excellent. Lin Dong was taken aback. He didn't expect this woman to be so wild. Ahem, this isn't good, Xin. You're Hu Hao's girlfriend, and I'm his brother. As the saying goes, a brother's wife should not be violated. Lin Dong coughed a couple of times, taking the opportunity to retract his hand. Su Xinyue looked confused. She clearly felt Lin Dong's hand squeeze her when he placed it there. She thought they would soon have a deeper exchange. Instead, he actually pulled back? For a moment, Su Xinyue felt quite unwilling. Unbeknownst to her, this was Lin Dong's tactic of feigning retreat to lure her in. Xin. At that moment, Ning Feifei, who was nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although she was a car model and often interacted with wealthy people, she had never sold her looks or offered her body like Su Xinyue. Most importantly, Hu Hao was right beside them. Su Xinyue's actions had already crossed Ning Feifei's moral bottom line. How could one do such things without being discreet? What's wrong, Feifei? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing. I'm just going to the bathroom, you all eat. Ning Feifei sighed helplessly, wanting to avoid the scene, and lifted her long, beautiful legs, swaying as she walked towards the door, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Lin Dong squinted slightly, feeling quite disdainful inside. This woman usually posed and flaunted her figure in front of the camera. Now, she was putting on an act. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to go with the flow and push Su Xinyue down first. Now, he had a new target. Ugh! Just as Su Xinyue's delicate hands were on Lin Dong's chest, trailing down to his abs, Hu Hao suddenly vomited. Oh my! Su Xinyue was startled. Then, smelling the disgusting odor in the air, she covered her nose with a look of disgust. So gross. How could Hu Hao drink so much? Xin, you should go check on him. Just in time, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Dong did not say a word and directly stood up, not giving Su Xinyue a chance to take advantage. Su Xinyue's expression was somewhat unpleasant. As Hu Hao's girlfriend, she should indeed care for and look after Hu Hao at this moment. However, she also did not want to miss the good opportunity to win over Lin Dong. It's all your fault, Hu Hao. If it weren't for you throwing up, I would have taken him down. Watching Lin Dong leave the private room, Su Xinyue snorted coldly, pulling out a piece of paper with great disgust and slapping it on Huao's face. On the other side, Lin Dong arrived at the restroom. Before he even entered, he heard a series of apologetic voices coming from next door. "I'm sorry, Boss Wang, I have a dinner appointment today and can't attend the car show this afternoon. Why don't you find someone else?" Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Fei, the labor fee for this car show is 5,000. Are you sure you don't want to come? 5,000? Ning Fei fell silent, her pretty face filled with conflict. Everyone knows that car models rely on their youth. Who wouldn't want to earn a bit more while they're still young? 5,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary person's monthly salary. Unfortunately, she was drunk and couldn't even stand. Going would only cause trouble. I'm really sorry, Boss Wang. Alright, let's collaborate next time." After hanging up, Ning Fei's face was full of regret and melancholy. This was an opportunity she had waited so long for. It was said that many prominent figures would attend this car show. Perhaps she could meet a few wealthy people then. As for Sun Jianzhong, Ning Fei's heart was somewhat wavering. Especially after seeing the extravagant Lin Dong, she felt even more unwilling. Which woman doesn't want to wear gold and silver? To marry into a wealthy family? However, Ning Fei had higher aspirations. She wanted to find a tall, rich, and handsome man, not a fat and greasy boss. Just then, a hot breath suddenly came to her ear. "Fei, if you need money, just tell me. What's 5,000 between us?" "Ha?" Ning Fei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, instinctively turning around. Before she could react, two large hands had already wrapped around her slim waist, pulling her half of her body closer. "Ah!" Ning Fei stumbled and sat down on the wash basin. When she finally saw the man's face clearly, she was even more shocked. Lin Dong? What are you doing? Get up! If you don't get up, I'll call for help." Ning Fei never expected that the polite Lin Dong at the dinner table would do such a thing in private. At this moment, the two were face to face, and she could even clearly feel the other party's restlessness. Ning Fei's face turned red, desperately trying to break free from Lin Dong's grasp. However, a woman who had been drinking was weak and powerless, while a man who had drunk too much was incredibly strong. Back and forth, not only did she fail to escape, but she also ended up in close contact. The black tight-fitting dress wrapped around her curvy hips was being kneaded by one of Lin Dong's hands. Her slender legs were also held by his other hand. You, Ning Fei gasped, still trying to threaten him. "I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend, are you crazy? Be careful, I'll call the police and accuse you of." "Accuse me of what? Am I forcing you?" Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly, taking advantage of Ning Fei's moment of anger to steal a kiss on her forehead. "Besides, I came here to help you. Fei, don't you want to earn a lot of money? Drive a Porsche, travel everywhere, buy whatever bags and cosmetics you want, just take them without any worries." Upon hearing this, Ning Fei, who had been struggling fiercely, slowly calmed down. A hint of longing appeared in her expression. "Oh?" Sensing the change in Ning Fei's body, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Although Ning Fei, as a car model, came into contact with million-level luxury cars every day, she did not own a single one. She only had the qualification to pose beside them. Over time, Ning Fei developed a strong sense of disparity and a desperate desire to own one. Lin Dong accurately captured the hint of desire in her eyes and tailored his words accordingly. Sure enough, the effect was remarkable. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care about any Porsche, I've seen plenty of those cars. Don't think that just because you drive a nice car, you can do whatever you want. Ning Fei bit her lip, trying to push Lin Dong away. However, Lin Dong had already seen through everything. "Stop pretending, Ning Fei, you're just a vain gold digger. Aren't you with Sun Jianzhong just because he spends money on you? But how could a salary of 20 or 30,000 satisfy you? To be honest, that amount of money isn't even enough to buy a wheel for my car." Ning Fei's gaze froze. Rarely did she not retort. Sun Jianzhong had emptied his pockets to pursue her, buying a 400,000 Audi A5. It was only after they got together that she realized he had bought the car on loan, with monthly payments of several thousand. Ning Fei had thought about leaving Sun Jianzhong, but she hadn't found a new target yet. Did I hit the nail on the head? Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. He had long noticed that Sun Jianzhong was under a lot of financial pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped into a trap so eagerly when he heard Lin Dong was making money. Women like Ning Fei were essentially no different from Feng Shui. The reason she hadn't agreed to him was that the money wasn't enough yet, it hadn't breached her psychological defenses. As long as he satisfied her, she would serve him well with her actions. 100,000, how about I give you 100,000? Isn't that more than what you would earn standing all day at some car show? 100,000. Ning Feifei furrowed her brows, biting her lip, her expression somewhat hesitant. In the end, she still shook her head. Lin Dong, I told you, I'm not that kind of person, don't push me. 200,000. Lin Dong said expressionlessly, his tone flat. No. 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the price. For a moment, Ning Feifei was stunned by Lin Dong's generous offer. Each increase was by 100,000. Did he really think money was nothing? To be honest, Ning Feifei's resolve was starting to waver. But thinking about how she had kept herself pure for so long, and how Sun Jianzhong had tried countless times to break that barrier, she had told him to wait until their wedding day, which made her somewhat reluctant. She shook her head again. No way. He. Seeing this, Lin Dong was too lazy to waste time. I'll say one last number, 500,000. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and leave immediately. 500,000, you could even play with a little star for that. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, Lin Dong appeared impatient, making a move to leave Ning Feifei. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around Lin Dong's waist from behind. I agree. 500,000, you can't lie to me. Sure enough, Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned around. What came into view was Ning Feifei's shy and flustered face. It was rosy, as if she had put on light makeup. Seeing Lin Dong looking over, she quickly tilted her head, not daring to meet his gaze. It was her first time doing something like this, and she felt a bit guilty. It felt like she was not only selling her body but also her dignity. However, thinking of 500,000, Ning Feifei still succumbed. She was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another. 500,000, she would have to participate in over 100 car shows to earn that back. Now, it only required her to open her legs. It was just too easy. Moreover, Lin Dong was not only wealthy but also so young and handsome. Having something happen with him didn't seem so repulsive. Have you come to terms with it? Just now, didn't you think that person's face was ugly and couldn't bear to look at it? How is it that in the blink of an eye, you've thrown yourself at him? As Lin Dong spoke, he began to play with Ning Feifei's delicate face. She deliberately straightened her head, staring directly into those eyes that pretended to be innocent and forced. In the next moment, Lin Dong's expression changed drastically, filled with ruthless intensity. The type of double-standard woman I despise the most is you. You look pure and innocent on the outside, but isn't it all for money? If you serve me well, there's plenty of money. Now, turn around for me. Before the words fell, Lin Dong directly turned her body around in the shocked gaze of Ning Feifei. Ning Feifei's mind buzzed, her eyes rolled back. Unfortunately, she had lost the right to refuse. She didn't even dare to cry out, fearing it would anger Lin Dong. Bitch! Pretending to be high and mighty. Move faster, you wouldn't want Sun Jianzhong to come over and see you like this, would you? Lin Dong's expression was mocking, his actions rough, showing no tenderness. At the mention of Sun Jianzhong's name, Ning Feifei's expression also changed in panic. Lin Dong, can we not do this here? Ning Feifei raised her head, looking at Lin Dong with a pleading expression. Seeing Ning Feifei's pitiful appearance, Lin Dong suddenly had an evil thought. If not here, then it would be so boring. However, since you're begging me, I'll give you some face. Go inside. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he directly pushed Ning Feifei into the compartment. For a moment, unusual sounds occasionally came from within. Anyone passing by would notice something was off. Ning Feifei felt both humiliated and a strange thrill, along with a sense of breaking taboos. On the other side, under Su Xinyue's care, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong gradually woke up. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Why hasn't Lin Dong come back yet? And Feifei is missing too. Su Xinyue was puzzled. Just as she was about to go to the bathroom to look for someone, she saw Ning Feifei limping and swaying as she walked to the door. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were in disarray, and her eyes were dazed. She looked like she had just been in a fight. Feifei, what happened to you? Su Xinyue hurriedly stepped forward to support Ning Feifei, completely unaware that Ning Feifei was acting flustered and her gaze was evasive. It's nothing, I just threw up for a while. Fortunately, I ran into President Lin, he helped me over. Before she finished speaking, Lin Dong walked out from behind, smiling and nodding. Su Xinyue looked at the two with suspicion, feeling that they had some unspeakable secret. Feifei, you're back. Hick. Just then, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao happened to wake up as well. They were drunk and dazed, completely unaware of Ning Feifei's flushed face and disheveled hair. Among everyone, only Su Xinyue kept looking back and forth. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to return, practically counting the minutes. If her boyfriend hadn't been there, she would have rushed over long ago. As she stared, Su Xinyue gradually noticed something was off. Lin Dong had looked fine when he left, but why were there several lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck when he returned? 2 buttons on his collar were also misaligned. It was clear he had just put on his clothes. What did that mean? Did he have to take off his clothes just to go to the bathroom? In the next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly thought of something, her mind buzzing, her gaze instinctively darting to the corner where Ning Feifei was looking down, her expression guilty. Sure enough, on her good friend's long legs were numerous red marks from being pinched and squeezed. Even the hem of her black bodycon skirt was torn, faintly revealing the edge of her underwear. Coupled with Ning Feifei's flushed cheeks, even if Su Xinyue were a pig, she would know what those two had done. Oomph! Su Xinyue's face flushed, and she stomped her feet in anger. She had been calling him Brother Dong all this time, and in the end, her best friend had gotten there first. How had she not seen before that Ning Feifei had such potential? Hearing Su Xinyue's stomping, Hu Hao was mostly sober now. He thought he had upset his girlfriend somehow and quickly apologized. Xin, what's wrong? Are you tired? I'll give you a shoulder rub and knead your legs. Unsurprisingly, Hu Hao received a direct eye roll. Get lost. Su Xinyue pushed Hu Hao away and walked out without looking back. As she passed by Ning Feifei, she deliberately rolled her eyes at her. Seeing this, Ning Feifei's face turned red again. Then, she immediately took long strides to chase after her. Xin, let me explain. It's not what you think. In the blink of an eye, only 3 men were left in the room. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao had no idea what had happened and thought the 2 girlfriends were just arguing, so they didn't bother to mediate. They sat on either side of Lin Dong, drunkenly raising their glasses again. Brother Dong, this drink is for you. Thank you for your generosity, for bringing us to make money. If there's anything in the future, just call on the brothers. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. After Sun Jianzhong finished speaking, he downed his drink in one go. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jianzhong knew that the goddess he had worked so hard to win over had already been taken by him, he wondered if he could still drink this toast. By then, it was likely that it wouldn't just be their eyes that were red. Brother Dong, there's me too. Hu Hao quickly followed suit, raising a toast to Lin Dong. He even took the initiative to suggest a song. Come on, let's sing a song together, we'll be good brothers from now on. Alright. Without waiting for Lin Dong's agreement, the 2 of them began to sing with their off-key voices. Brothers, hug it out, and speak your heart. Tell me all the grievances and changes you've faced over the years. Normally, at this point, if Lin Dong didn't shed a couple of tears or shout a few times, it would be a bit unreasonable. However, thinking about the various pressures and isolation he had faced from the 2, Lin Dong felt no empathy whatsoever. He couldn't even be bothered to play along. Just because they wanted him to forgive them after a couple of drinks? Dream on. Simply getting their beautiful girlfriends wasn't enough. Soon, Lin Dong thought of an even better idea. I say, Jianzhong, Haozi, since your sisters-in-law have gone out, aren't you going to follow and take a look? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, being the kind of sycophants they were, naturally couldn't rest easy. But thinking about the chance to make big money with Lin Dong, they gritted their teeth and shook their heads. Brother Dong, as long as there's money, what's a girlfriend? Right, it's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but 2-legged beauties are everywhere on the streets. As long as there's money, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. Good. Lin Dong nodded slightly and raised a glass. No wonder you're my good brothers, this toast is for you. Saying that, Lin Dong downed his drink in one go. Of course, the 2 didn't dare to drink less. Otherwise, they would be disrespecting Lin Dong. However, they didn't have the capacity to drink endlessly and had already thrown up once. At this moment, they were dizzy and out of control. Seeing this, Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and said, while your sisters-in-law are away, how about I call a few pretty girls for some fun? Don't worry, I'll pay, you can have your fun. If you want to learn a foreign language, that's not a problem either. Such a good deal. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao exchanged glances, their expressions showing some interest. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts. The 2 brothers had been pining for their goddess for so long without success, and they were bursting with pent-up desire. Now, hearing Lin Dong's proposal, their eyes lit up. Seeing the fish on the opportunity to play with such exquisite beauty is indeed rare. Put. Seeing the 2 of them lost in thought, fidgeting with desire, several women laughed, their bodies shaking like flowers. Some even deliberately pushed up their cleavage, outlining an enticing curve. Brother Dong, this isn't right, is it? Xin is still waiting for me outside. Although Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were tempted, they were more worried about their girlfriends getting angry. However, what Lin Dong said next left them with no reservations. Have you ever heard a saying? The deepest friendship is forged through sharing gunfire, dividing spoils, and also As long as we do this today, we will be brothers for life. In the future, if there's a chance to make money, I will definitely not forget you. Or do you not want to make money and just want to accompany women? Hearing this, the two quickly shook their heads. Then, Sun Jianzhong swallowed hard, taking the plunge. Since that's the case, shall we indulge a little? Brother Dong, it's better to obey than to resist. Ah, great. Lin Dong laughed heartily, waving his hand, and several princesses immediately rushed to embrace him. In an instant, the private room was filled with springtime joy, a scene of unrestrained pleasure. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message. Brother Dong, I'm waiting for you in the parking lot, hurry up. Seeing the unfamiliar number and the ambiguous content, Lin Dong suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm going to the restroom, you all have fun. Lin Dong quickly walked out of the private room. As soon as he closed the door, he silently dialed a number. Hello, I want to report that someone is soliciting prostitution at Taiha Garden. It's in room 888. Before long, the sound of police sirens blared outside. A group of uniformed men burst through the door, flooding into the luxurious room. What met their eyes was an indecent scene. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were stripped bare, and upon seeing the officers, they hurriedly pulled their underwear back on. Anti-vice, don't move. In an instant, the two turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It's over, all over. If they got taken in, not only would their girlfriends be angry, but they might also lose their jobs. Uncle, we surrender. If we didn't pay, doesn't that mean it doesn't count as soliciting? Meanwhile, Lin Dong casually arrived at the parking lot. Sure enough, next to his Panamera, he saw a familiar figure. Curvy, with yellow hair, and a t-shirt that was about to burst. Coupled with those eyes that seemed to want to devour him. It could only be Su Xinyue. Brother Dong, you finally came. I've been waiting anxiously. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew it was Su Xinyue who sent the text. What other woman would be so forward? Of course, he still had to put on a show. Xinyue, what are you doing here? Jianzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room. They were just looking for you. Lin Dong pretended to be nervous and worried, even bringing up Hu Hao. As a result, the smile on Su Xinyue's face instantly vanished. She even disdainfully pouted. Brother Dong, can we not mention that loser? He's ugly, can't make money, and has such poor drinking capacity, he can't compare to you at all. As she spoke, Su Xinyue walked towards Lin Dong, grabbing his hand. Her shy yet alluring demeanor was truly irresistible. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. He had the ability to be insatiable. Having just been with Ning Fei was merely an appetizer. Now, this was the real feast. Just then, Su Xinyue's small hand slipped down, her cherry lips forming an O shape, unable to suppress a gasp. Brother Dong, you're amazing. Unlike Hu Hao, who keeps saying he loves me, but only has such a little bit. Su Xinyue held up 2 fingers to demonstrate. No wonder this woman was always so eager. It turned out that the man at home couldn't satisfy her. Discovering that Lin Dong was well endowed, Su Xinyue felt even more drawn to him. Even if it's just a moment on a spring night, even if there's no money, it's still worth it. And, Su Xinyue smiled charmingly, completely unconcerned about whether anyone was watching. She wrapped her small hands around Lin Dong's neck, tiptoed, and delivered a sweet kiss. You and Fei have already been together, right? Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect Su Xinyue to guess so quickly. Indeed, a woman's sixth sense is quite accurate. Brother Dong, you're biased. Clearly, I was the one who took the initiative first. How can she get the advantage? At least, there should be a first come, first served basis. I also want to see how amazing you are. I noticed that Fei's legs went weak when she walked. Su Xinyue said softly, her face flushed with shyness. Lin Dong chuckled at her words. Then, he tore off the pretense and pressed Su Xinyue against the Porsche's window. Ah! Su Xinyue instinctively gasped, her expression a bit flustered. Previously, Ning Fei was at least in the restroom. Now, Lin Dong actually wanted to be with her in the parking lot? Su Xinyue's ears turned red instantly as she tried to make a final struggle. However, her struggle only seemed to urge Lin Dong to continue. What are you pretending for? Don't you like it this way? Just now in the private room, if Hu Hao hadn't woken up, your hand would have reached into my pants, right? Lin Dong said with a half smile. Hearing this, Su Xinyue instinctively looked up, feeling a bit guilty. Then, Lin Dong began to explore her body. Su Xinyue's robe was half undone, large areas of her fair skin exposed to the air. Su Xinyue let out a low gasp. Seeing Lin Dong about to break through the last line of defense, she finally couldn't help but plead softly. Brother Dong, can we go to the car? Is it okay in the car? I'm shy. Lin Dong smiled lightly and suddenly slapped down, creating waves of sensation. What's there to be afraid of? There's no one here. But, it is indeed more comfortable in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong directly carried Su Xinyue into the car and closed the door. Bang! A small hand slapped against the window. Immediately, sounds of clothes tearing came from inside. Although Su Xinyue wasn't as inexperienced as Ning Feifei, she didn't have much experience either, let alone in the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, every pore in his body tightening. Ding-dling! Just as the two were in the heat of the moment, a phone call fortuitously came in. Looking at it, it was Hu Hao calling Su Xinyue. Oh no, it's Hu Hao. Su Xinyue's eyes darted away. After all, she still felt a bit guilty. Unexpectedly, before she could hang up, Lin Dong snatched the phone away, pressing the answer button. At the same time, he gestured with his chin for her to speak. Su Xinyue had no choice but to comply, and she didn't dare to stop her movements. Xin, where are you? Come quickly, I ran into some trouble and need a bail. Bail? Hearing those words, Su Xinyue was stunned. Wasn't Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong still eating? What kind of bail did they need? Put. At that moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. What bail? Wasn't it just getting caught in a vice raid and needing to pay a fine? Hu Hao really knew how to name things. Soon, Hu Hao's voice came through the phone, questioning. Xin, who's next to you? Why is there a man's voice? Su Xinyue's face turned bright red, and she frantically made faces at Lin Dong. Didn't they agree not to talk? Lin Dong was clearly doing it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong not only didn't avoid it but directly snatched the phone from Su Xinyue's hand. Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, brother Dong, why are you with Xin? I just went out for a smoke, and happened to run into Xin, so I gave her a ride. Lin Dong smiled lightly. While on the phone, he had Su Xinyue continue to serve him, feeling pleasure from head to toe. By the way, are you two having fun? Don't mention it, I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and it turned out to be a disaster. Lin Dong smiled and pretended to be puzzled, saying, what do you mean? Did they ask you for more money? No, it's not about money, Donggu. Hu Hao found it hard to speak. After hesitating for a while, he decided to tell the truth. I don't know which bastard is jealous that we called the princess and actually reported us. Goodness, you almost scared the pee out of me and Sun Jianzhong. Hearing Hu Hao's complaints, Lin Dong almost burst out laughing. At the same time, the pleasure in his body almost made him surrender. Donggu, what should we do? Hu Hao still didn't know what his girlfriend, whom he was thinking about, was doing at that moment. Donggu, are you still financially comfortable? Can you lend me some money? Uncle said each person has to pay a fine of 5,000, and Sun Jianzhong and I together make it 10,000. We really don't have that much money. Borrow money? Lin Dong lowered his head, looking down at Su Xinyue who was diligently serving him, feeling refreshed and relieved of his anger. Then, he smiled and said, don't worry, with our relationship, how could I not help you? Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Thank you so much, Donggu, you're like my own brother. As soon as Hu Hao heard that Lin Dong was willing to lend him money, he was overjoyed. He even pulled Sun Jianzhong to thank him frantically. Ahem! At that moment, Su Xinyue suddenly choked and started coughing violently. Xin, what's wrong with you? Hearing Su Xinyue's coughing, Hu Hao immediately became anxious. Moreover, for some reason, he had a bad premonition, as if something had appeared on his head, and the color was quite right. Lin Dong, however, was not worried at all, smiling as he said, it's nothing, Hu Hao, Xin just choked on some water, she's fine now. Oh, you scared me to death. Hu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, all his thoughts were on the money, so he didn't think too deeply. Okay, thanks, Donggu. The money has been received, so we'll go pay it now. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Dong hung up the phone and tossed it to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue pouted, her eyes a bit resentful. Aren't you afraid that Hu Hao will find out about us? What, are you scared? Lin Dong retorted. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue was immediately choked up. On one side was Hu Hao, who couldn't even come up with 5,000, and on the other was Lin Dong, who drove a Porsche Panamera. Even a fool would know what to choose. I'm considering you. What if Hu Hao can't take it and comes to trouble you? Of course, he wants to be with you. You not only have money but also great abilities. Being with you is really. The more Su Xinyue spoke, the redder her face became, creating a flirtatious atmosphere. In the next moment, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and directly pressed her down in the passenger seat. What about being with me? Keep talking. Faced with Lin Dong's sharp gaze, the last line of defense in Su Xinyue's heart completely collapsed. She clung to Lin Dong like an octopus, refusing to let go. Then, feeling a bit shy, she said, "It's just too comfortable." After hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled. Then, he launched another assault. For a time, the Porsche bounced up and down, with sounds that made one's imagination run wild coming from time to time. More than an hour later, Lin Dong finally stopped. If it weren't for Su Xinyue constantly shouting that she was about to die, Lin Dong could have continued battling with her for a day and a night. There was no helping it. This talent of being invincible was just too extraordinary. After resting for a while, Lin Dong drove Su Xinyue back home. Before leaving, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong on WeChat, clearly stating that she could be contacted anytime for any needs in the future. Seeing Su Xinyue being so understanding, Lin Dong was not stingy and directly sent her a big red envelope. Su Xinyue was instantly overjoyed. She even declared that she would break up with Hu Hao. Even if it meant being Lin Dong's little fifth or sixth, it was no problem. However, Lin Dong rejected this proposal. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around. He really didn't want to stir up that trouble. The two quickly parted ways. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special task, a second bloom of plum blossoms. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, God-level fighting skills." In the next moment, Lin Dong felt an incredible ease throughout his limbs and body, as if he had been reborn, experiencing an indescribable lightness. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling that his mind was filled with many fighting techniques. At the same time, his body was brimming with strength. Instantly, Lin Dong was extremely excited. In just one afternoon, he not only won over 2 beautiful women and achieved a double kill but also took revenge on 2 former classmates who had insulted him. Now, with the acquisition of God-level fighting skills, his self-defense ability had greatly increased. This exhilarating feeling was simply beyond description. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong took out his phone and called Ning Feifei, preparing to invite her out to rekindle their past. Unexpectedly, after taking the 50,000, the woman turned off her phone and vanished without a trace. It seemed she still hadn't gotten over that mental hurdle. "Forget it, I'll just wander around myself." Lin Dong drove his Panamera aimlessly. Soon, the sky darkened, and night fell. He happened to pass by a hotel, bustling with lights and excitement. Blue Enchantress? No wonder there are so many people. The Blue Enchantress was the largest and most expensive hotel in Tianhai City. Just opening a bottle of wine would cost 700 to 800 yuan. Booking a private booth would cost nearly 1,000. However, this did not deter customers from visiting. The bar was always filled with noise and crowds. This was not only due to the beautiful environment but also because the patrons were all handsome men and beautiful women. As long as someone caught your eye, you could take them to a hotel room. There were even people waiting outside, specifically looking to pick up the leftovers. "This is the place." Lin Dong smiled faintly and slowly drove over. Last night, he had spent wildly at the night venue, earning over 10 million, experiencing the life of the wealthy for the first time. Tonight, he was determined to earn even more. Speaking of which, he had never been to a bar before. When he was with Feng Shui, he had lived frugally, never even dreaming of such high expenses. Now, he was ready to have a blast. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the bar entrance. The waiter immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sir. The bar's private booths are fully booked. Do you have a reservation?" Lin Dong naturally did not have one. However, he had something else that would definitely satisfy the waiter. "This is your tip. Now, do you have a private booth?" Lin Dong smiled lightly, pulling out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills and slapping it into the waiter's hand. The system did not disappoint him, quickly providing feedback. Detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan at the night venue. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 yuan. On the other side, the waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. A 10,000 yuan tip? That was incredibly extravagant. Then, the waiter nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will arrange a table right away." In the next moment, the waiter stuffed the 10,000 into his pocket and hurriedly led Lin Dong into the bar. Before long, he had arranged a VIP high-end booth for Lin Dong. Booths of this level were usually reserved for premium members and were generally not available to the public. However, there was no choice. Lin Dong had given too much. The waiter was happy to make an exception. Indeed, the VIP booth had an excellent location, and the sofa was exceptionally soft and comfortable. From his angle, Lin Dong could see the entire bar, where many well-endowed beauties were passionately dancing in the pool. Upon arriving at the bar, he naturally had to order drinks. Lin Dong picked up the menu and casually ordered a few bottles. "Let's start with a few Bloody Marys, Champagne Royale." "Oh, and 2 bottles of Gold King Martell. After finishing, Lin Dong scanned the code to pay. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host spent 50,000 yuan at the night venue. 10-fold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500,000 yuan. The waiter carefully noted it down, not daring to lift his head. Lin Dong, feeling lighthearted, directly ordered 50,000 yuan worth of drinks. It was simply too extravagant, he absolutely could not offend anyone. Alright, may I ask if you have any other needs? Not for now, Lin Dong shook his head, not in a hurry. Okay, if you need anything, just call me anytime. Just wave, and I'll be right there. The waiter smiled and nodded, then quickly disappeared. Lin Dong sat on the genuine leather sofa, his gaze drifting towards the dance floor, where men and women were twisting their bodies freely, a slight smile on his lips. Being young is truly wonderful. On the other side, at a regular booth a few tables away from Lin Dong, several familiar faces were drinking in silence, with one of them seemingly in charge. Brother Chow, is it true that Lin Dong actually dared to insult you in the company group? Who does he think he is? Exactly, that bastard better not let me catch him, or else. A burly man said fiercely, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a body covered in tiger and wolf tattoos. It was clear he was a tough guy. Sitting in the middle was a greasy man with a big belly and a sharp, bitter expression. It was none other than Lin Dong's former boss, Lu Haichao. Damn it, who says it isn't? Lu Haichao spat angrily. Then, he took a big swig of Budweiser, his eyes turning red, cursing and swearing. That bastard, back in the day, I made him do whatever I wanted, running errands and working overtime, he didn't dare to say a word. Today, I don't know what kind of courage he has, to actually dare to insult me in the group. The most important thing is, he even had the audacity to resign. If I see him, I will definitely kill him. The mere mention of Lin Dong's name filled Lu Haichao with rage. In the past, Lin Dong was the easiest to bully in the company. He was made to do all the dirty and tiring work, and he was so honest that he didn't dare to complain. Then, suddenly, Lin Dong seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did he insult Lu Haichao over the phone, but he also sent red envelopes in the company group, inciting everyone to insult him together, leaving him humiliated and his authority shattered. Plus, with Lin Dong resigning voluntarily, he couldn't even find him. Lu Haichao was so angry he nearly spat blood. He had only heard that the Blue Demon had many beautiful women, so he called a group of sycophants to come over and have some fun, to relax a bit. Just then, a waiter passed by with several bottles of alcohol. One sharp-eyed sycophant immediately recognized the expensive drinks and instinctively exclaimed, "Wow, it's Gold King Martell and Bloody Mary. These drinks must be worth several tens of thousands. There really are a lot of rich people." Hearing this, Lu Haichao was also taken aback. He worked himself to the bone for a month just to earn 20,000 or so. Yet, someone could casually order a few bottles of drinks that far exceeded that amount. It was truly infuriating. Sigh, drinking. Their money is their own. What does it have to do with us? Lu Haichao picked up his glass, pretending not to care. At that moment, one of the sycophants nudged his shoulder and gestured with his chin. Brother Chow, look, isn't that person ordering drinks Lin Dong? Who? Lu Haichao was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned his head. After a glance, his pupils instantly contracted. The man sitting in the VIP booth, leisurely savoring his wine, was none other than Lin Dong, whom he had been thinking about day and night. Damn it, where did this bastard get so much money to book a booth and drink foreign wine? In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red. As a senior executive, he could only drink beer here. Why did Lin Dong have the right to be so extravagant? The more Lu Haichao thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt, and he immediately stood up in anger. Wait, Brother Chow. Seeing Lu Haichao about to take action, several sycophants quickly stopped him. Brother Chow, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, you'll have to pay. Then what should we do? Lu Haichao was furious, his face full of unwillingness. At that moment, the burly man with tattoos coldly laughed and said, "Just right, I have a few brothers who hang around here. How about I ask them for help? Yes, we just need a little incentive." Lu Haichao didn't care how much it would cost. Usually, he could be as stingy as a miser. But today, no matter the price, he wanted to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Ideally, he would end up lying in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. Don't worry, brother, as long as this matter is settled, I'll cover all your drinks from now on. The tattooed man grinned and slapped the table. Brother Chow was straightforward. Wait for me, I'll call in some people right away. At that moment, Lin Dong was still completely unaware that danger was approaching. Before long, 3 street thugs with tattoos blocked the entrance of the Blue Demon Bar, and their intentions were not friendly. Who are you looking for? The waiter was startled by the scene and stuttered. The bald leader smiled and patted the trembling waiter's shoulder. Don't worry, little brother, we're not here to cause trouble. We're here to drink too. But first, we need to find someone. The waiter swallowed hard. Before he could react, he felt a dizzying push and was shoved aside by the bald man. Then, a few small-time thugs filed in one after another. Soon, Lu Haichao and the others spotted the bald man. A lackey quickly stood up, smiling broadly. Brother Hu, you finally made it. Come, let me introduce you, this is my friend Lu Haichao. Brother Chao, this is the famous Brother Hu from Tianhai City, known as the Smiling Tiger King. As he spoke, Wang Hu glanced at Lu Haichao. Lu Haichao felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he usually talked tough, it was all in the company, he had never dealt with people from the streets. Hello, Brother Hu. Lu Haichao forced a smile and extended his hand. Wang Hu ignored Lu Haichao's outstretched hand and got straight to the point. I heard you want to deal with someone? Let me be clear, the fee for my brother's hard work isn't cheap. Upon hearing this, the lackey shot Lu Haichao a look. The latter immediately understood and vowed, Brother Hu, don't worry, I won't let my brothers come for nothing. Just name your price, I won't haggle. That's the spirit. It's not much, just 20,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes widened in shock, instinctively letting out a cry. Instantly, everyone at the table turned to look. Be Brother Hu. That's too much, right? It's just to teach someone a lesson. Lu Haichao looked troubled. He thought it would only take 1 or 2,000. He never expected it to be 20,000. Wasn't that asking for his life? What do you mean? You think it's too much? Wang Hu's expression turned cold, casually picking up an empty bottle, his face twitching with anger, his eyes fierce. He had been in this street life long enough to despise people like Lu Haichao, who talked big but acted small. They promised everything over the phone, but when it came to face, they started to backtrack. The lackey saw Lu Haichao's face turn pale and knew the miserly nature was acting up again, so he immediately advised, Brother Chao, Lin Dong is already shitting on your head, and you still hesitate over this little money. Let me tell you, once this village is gone, there won't be this shop. Once Lin Dong leaves, who knows when you'll run into him again. Hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind. His breathing grew heavy, his eyes reddened, and his voice trembled. Fine, 20,000 it is. As long as I can take care of Lin Dong, I'm all in. Good, now that's more like it. Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. Transfer the money, and I'll go take care of that kid right away. Lu Haichao's head was spinning. He transferred 10,000 directly. The remaining 10,000 would be settled later. Soon, under Lu Haichao's eager gaze, Wang Hu, along with 2 lackeys, swaggered towards the VIP booth and barged in. It's done, Brother Chao, this time Lin Dong is finished. This smiling tiger is notorious for being ruthless. Even if Lin Dong doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Brother Chao, your money wasn't wasted, finally, you can vent your anger. A few lackeys nearby were extremely excited, shouting and calling out. Lu Haichao wore a bitter smile, his expression somewhat stiff as he nodded. It was true what they said, but having spent 20,000 yuan, he really felt both heartache and physical pain. For now, he could only hope that Wang Hu was indeed as formidable as the legends claimed, capable of beating Lin Dong into a state of half paralysis, leaving him bedridden for the rest of his life. That would make it worth it. Who are you? In the booth, Lin Dong, savoring fine wine and enjoying the sight of beautiful women dancing, looked at the group of sudden strangers with a puzzled expression. Especially Wang Hu, who was at the front, his face clearly showing that he was looking for trouble, indicating that he was not here with good intentions. Are you Lin Dong? Yes, what's the matter? I'm looking for you. Wang Hu grinned, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Then, he walked straight to Lin Dong's side and snatched a bottle of wine from him. Oh, this little life is quite comfortable, drinking Martell already. What a pity, though, that in the future, no matter how much good wine you have, you won't be able to enjoy it. Someone paid me to beat you half to death. After saying this, Wang Hu downed a glass of wine with a beaming smile. The 2 lackeys instinctively shivered at the sight. Those familiar with Wang Hu knew that the brighter his smile before a fight, the more brutal he would be during it. It was absolutely without restraint, either dead or severely injured. Previously, Wang Hu had spent 5 years in prison for intentionally injuring someone. In the eyes of the 2 lackeys, Lin Dong was already a dead man. At the very least, he should lose an arm and a leg. Unexpectedly, in the face of Wang Hu's threat, Lin Dong remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic. He had just acquired a god-level fighting technique and was not afraid of a few small thugs. Moreover, he didn't even need to get his hands dirty for such matters. Money? Someone paid to have me beaten half to death? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Dong laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great joke. Wang Hu and the 2 thugs were dumbfounded. How could this guy be so happy when death was imminent? Could he be a madman? Stop laughing, be honest. One thug scolded, about to make a move. But he was interrupted by Wang Hu. He was very curious about where Lin Dong's confidence came from and why he was laughing. Lin Dong, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy, Zhou Yu. Sorry, I got mixed up. Lin Dong cleared his throat and casually poured a glass of wine for Wang Hu. Brother Bald, there are too many people here, how about we go outside to talk? Immediately, Lin Dong stood up confidently, his expression calm and full of smiles. This left Wang Hu even more puzzled. Although he had no hair, he had originally planned to deal with Lin Dong quickly and leave with the money. But now, he wanted to see what kind of trick Lin Dong was playing. Bald brother, as long as you come outside with me, I guarantee you won't regret it. How about this, leave this wine for your two brothers. If it's not enough, just order more, put it on my tab. Hearing this, the two thugs' eyes widened, and they nearly drooled. Such expensive foreign wine, they had never had the chance to drink before. Now, it was all they could drink? These wines add up to at least several tens of thousands, right? Are you sure you're giving it all to us? Wang Hu was also a bit stunned. Where did this big spender come from, casually giving away tens of thousands of yuan? Much more generous than Lu Haichao, the stingy one. I said, if it's not enough, just order more. I'm the least short of money. So, what do you say, Bald brother, shall we go outside and chat? Seeing the naive expressions of the few, Lin Dong smiled wickedly. Moments later, Wang Hu walked out of the booth. It's done, Brother Chow, Tiger Brother has already taken care of it. I said long ago, as long as the money is in place, nothing is tiring. Now, Lin Dong is probably in a state of panic, with broken arms and legs. The earlier lackey who made the call was full of himself, excitedly taking credit. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, a familiar face appeared before him. Lin Dong? Lu Haichao's pupils constricted, and he nearly bit his old yellow teeth in half. Didn't you say that brother who would definitely take action? How come Lin Dong hasn't lost a single hair and is even smiling? Indeed, Lin Dong was not only unscathed but was also chummily chatting with Wang Hu, as if they were brothers from different parents. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and a few lackeys were dumbfounded. They seriously suspected this was a trap, that Wang Hu and Lin Dong had teamed up to swindle him out of his money. My money, 10,000 yuan. At that moment, Lu Haichao's heart was bleeding. Just then, one of the lackeys suddenly thought of something and realized. Brother Chow, don't worry. Everyone on the street knows that brother who has a characteristic, the happier he is before a fight, the harsher he strikes. Right now, brother whose mouth is grinning up to the sky, Lin Dong is not far from death. Otherwise, why do they call him the smiling tiger? Oh, there's such a saying? Lu Haichao was taken aback. Upon reflection, it did make sense. Moreover, he had only given 10,000 yuan and still had another 10,000 left to pay. If they were putting on a show, Wang Hu wouldn't be foolish enough to go this far. Brother Chow, just wait and see the good show. In a bit, we'll go outside the bar and see how badly Lin Dong gets beaten. Lu Haichao nodded heavily, eager to kick Lin Dong hard in the face. On the other side, Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the entrance of the Blue Demon. As soon as the bar staff saw that the person Wang Hu was looking for was Lin Dong, they immediately shivered. Then, they grabbed his arm. Handsome, if you run into trouble, just blink. Blink? Lin Dong was taken aback. Then he saw the staff member constantly winking, realizing their good intentions. Ha, you misunderstood. This bald brother is my friend. Really friends? The staff member looked suspicious. Yes, friends. Alright, you get back to work. Lin Dong waved his hand. Then, under the staff member's doubtful gaze, he took Wang Hu to a corner. Bald brother, I haven't asked yet. What's your name? Wang Hu, everyone on the street calls me Brother Hu. Alright, Brother Hu. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Then, without further ado, he got straight to the point. So, who sent you to beat me up, and how much did they pay? Wang Hu snorted coldly, impatiently saying, asking this is not good for you. But, as for the price, I'm quite satisfied, it's 20,000. 20,000? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It's just 20,000. Lin Dong was so furious that he exploded on the spot. The shock and anger on his face startled Wang Hu. This guy, why is he so dramatic? Could he really be mentally unstable? I'm at least a millionaire, driving a luxury car worth 1,000,000. 20,000 is not even enough to buy drinks. Lin Dong looked displeased. Hearing the words millionaire, Wang Hu began to size him up. To be honest, he did look a bit like one, especially with the Patek Philippe watch Lin Dong was wearing. From Wang Hu's perspective, it didn't seem fake, it looked very real. However, how could someone like Lin Dong, a person of status, have provoked someone as insignificant as Lu Haichao? While Wang Hu was lost in thought, Lin Dong mentioned a few names. Wang Long or Feng Shui? Is it that pair of dog men and women who hired you? No. Could it be that manager Wang from the bank? Not him either. Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that Lin Dong really couldn't figure it out, he simply revealed the truth. It's a man with the surname Liu, and he's quite stingy. Liu Haichao. So it's this bastard. If Wang Hu hadn't mentioned this name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about him. Soon, a cold smile appeared on Lin Dong's face. This iron rooster actually dares to spend 20,000 on me? It's really a rare sight. The harm and psychological shadow I caused him are that serious? Ha, this is killing me with laughter. Just thinking about Liu Haichao's frantic expression makes Lin Dong laugh uncontrollably. Soon, he noticed Wang Hu in front of him. Since Liu Haichao was spending money to buy his life, he didn't mind returning the favor in kind. Brother Hu, I have a business deal for you, are you in? If Liu pays 20,000, I'll pay 100,000. And it's for beating someone, just 100,000. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, almost doubting his own ears. Lin Dong just said, 100,000 for beating someone? What, you don't believe it? Just send me your card number. Lin Dong said casually. That nonchalant demeanor clearly showed he didn't think much of that amount of money. Wang Hu, suppressing his excitement, provided his bank card number. Soon, a text message arrived. A full 300,000 had been transferred to his bank account. Brother Lin. No, President Lin. Today, I finally understand what it means to have a broad mind like a prime minister. You deserve to make a fortune. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Wang Hu was so excited he was almost incoherent. If it weren't for his pride, he would have wanted to bow to Lin Dong. As for extorting more from Lin Dong, he didn't have the guts. Since Lin Dong could casually pull out 300,000 for him, he could easily pull out more for others. At that point, with just a few words, he could be sent back to the furnace for a decade or so. President Lin, I like doing business with straightforward people like you. Just say the word. Whatever you want your brother to do, your brother will do. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. It's simple, since the money I'm giving you is several times more than what Liu Haichao offered, the intensity. Don't worry, President Lin, I have 9 ways to kill him, 9. As he spoke, Wang Hu held up 9 fingers. At Lin Dong's signal, Wang Hu dialed a number. Soon, a familiar voice came from the other end. How's it going, Brother Hu? Did you get it done? Is Lin Dong unable to get up? Wang Hu, gathering his courage, glanced at Lin Dong and immediately changed his tone, saying fiercely, whether he's dead or not, you can come and see for yourself. Don't forget to bring the remaining 10,000. After saying that, Wang Hu hung up the phone. Then, he looked at Lin Dong with a somewhat flattering expression. President Lin, how was my performance? Quite convincing. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you're satisfied. No one would have expected that just moments ago, the arrogant Wang Hu would now be so obedient and compliant in front of Lin Dong. There's no denying that money can not only make the devil push the millstone but can also make the millstone push the devil. Especially for someone like Wang Hu, who has been to prison, he knows how to read the room. He knows who he can bully and who he can't touch. Someone like Liu Haichao, who has no background and is petty, he can easily handle. As for Lin Dong, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke him. Soon, Liu Haichao and his 2 lackeys hurried out of the bar, looking excited as if they had hit the jackpot. They couldn't wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now. Then, they planned to spit on his face. Unexpectedly, just around the corner, Liu Haichao and the others were shocked to find Lin Dong standing there unharmed. Liu Haichao, it really is you. You little brat, you've learned some skills, huh? You actually found someone to beat me? Lin Dong teased. In an instant, Liu Haichao's face turned red with anger. What was going on with this Wang Hu? After so long, he still hadn't made a move. Could it be that he thought the money was too little? Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Liu Haichao finally made up his mind. Brother Hu, why haven't you made a move yet? Is it a money issue? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining 10,000 right away. Please hurry up. After Liu Haichao said this, he took out his phone and started operating it. Soon, Wang Hu's phone received another text notification. However, now, he no longer cared about this small amount of money. Brother Chao, thank you for your kindness, but this amount is no longer enough. What do you mean? Liu Haichao frowned tightly, suddenly having a sense of foreboding. Are you trying to raise the price? Wang Hu shook his head, a knowing smile appearing on his face. It was well known that the brighter his smile, the more ruthless he was when taking action. In an instant, despite it being the scorching heat of summer, Liu Haichao and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, a chill running down their spines. Just then, Wang Hu's 2 little brothers stumbled out of the bar, drunk. Wang Hu immediately waved them over and said casually, "Brothers, since everyone is here, let's get to it." The two thugs nodded like chicks pecking at rice, rushing towards Lindong with fierce expressions. However, as they got closer, Wang Hu slapped them both across the face. "When did I say we were going to touch General Lin?" General Lin? Upon hearing this title, Lu Haichao finally realized something was off. Unfortunately, it was too late. What awaited him were two fists the size of sandbags. Although the two little brothers had no idea what was happening, as long as Wang Hu pointed east, they would never go west. "Brother Hu, what do you mean by this? Aren't we brothers?" The lackey who had called Wang Hu was dumbfounded. Usually, he had often treated the smiling tiger to food and drinks out of his own pocket. How could he be so ruthless at such a critical moment? Moreover, this was after Lu Haichao had given him 20,000 yuan. It was simply black eating black. "Right, we are brothers. But Boss Lin has increased the payment, and quite a lot at that." Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They finally realized why the two were standing together, chatting and laughing. "Lindong, I won't let this go. Don't hit me, I have money, I still have money on my card," Lu Haichao shouted. However, the little money in his account was nothing compared to the 300,000 Lindong had offered. What awaited him was a beating. His two lackeys were also left bruised and battered. "Ouch! Spare me, Lindong, this has nothing to do with me." Yeah, it was all Lu Haichao's doing. The two lackeys couldn't take it anymore and quickly distanced themselves, trying to avoid a few punches. Puff! Lu Haichao, overwhelmed with anger, spat out a mouthful of blood, left with only half a life. "Alright, that's enough." Seeing Lu Haichao and his two lackeys beaten to a pulp, Lindong called for a stop just in time. If they continued, it would lead to a fatal incident, which would be troublesome. Wang Hu was still dissatisfied, but since Lindong had spoken, he could only relent. Before leaving, he didn't forget to flatter Lindong, stating that as long as Lindong needed anything in the future, a phone call would guarantee he would bring people over. Not long after, Lindong returned to the bar. He walked straight to the DJ, snatched the microphone away. Originally, a group of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the dynamic DJ stopped. In an instant, everyone was displeased. "What are you doing?" Amidst the angry gazes of the crowd, Lindong remained unfazed, holding the microphone and calmly saying, "You may not know me, nor is it necessary for you to know me. You just need to know one thing, today I am happy. So, tonight, I have booked the entire venue, and I will cover all expenses." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lindong. Suddenly, he didn't seem so annoying anymore. No, he was simply lovable. Wow, where did this big spender come from? Ah no, this big benefactor. "Thank you, benefactor, sorry, we misunderstood you. Is this guy for real? Don't tell me he's just drunk and messing with us? Does he know how much it costs to book the Blue Rose Bar?" Not everyone in the bar was swept away by excitement. They seriously doubted that Lindong was sober enough to say such pretentious things. After all, the expenses at Blue Rose were incredibly high. For him to cover the entire venue would cost at least several $100,000. Looking at Lindong, he didn't seem like a wealthy person at all. Soon, the bar manager learned of the news and approached Lindong amidst the crowd's excitement. "Hello, sir, may I ask how to address you?" "Lindong." "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, but if you want to book the whole place, you need to verify your funds in advance." Lindong didn't find this request inappropriate. After all, it was hard to believe someone would suddenly appear and offer to pay for everyone. "Isn't it just a verification?" "No problem. I'll just give you my bank card. Whatever I spend, just deduct it from there. Anyway, the more I spend, the more money I'll make." A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Lindong's mouth. Only he understood the meaning behind that last sentence. On the surface, paying for everyone seemed like being a fool. However, in reality, the more he spent, the more he earned. Lindong was already looking forward to adding another zero to his bank card balance. Moments later, the bar manager approached Lindong with an excited expression, striding over as if he didn't recognize anyone. "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. Would you like to say a few words?" Lindong shook his head. The bar manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. "Everyone, I have personally verified that young Master Lin indeed has the capability to pay for the entire venue. Let's give the warmest applause to welcome young Master Lin to the Blue Demon. Everybody, let's get hyped." In an instant, the Blue Demon bar was filled with excitement. The music, cheers, and shouts nearly shook the ceiling. Countless young men and women moved their bodies wildly in the noisy music and dazzling lights, seemingly tireless. From time to time, a few girls dressed lightly approached Lindong, getting close to him. There was no way around it. young and wealthy people like Lin Dong, who were generous, were simply too rare. When they finally encountered one, they naturally couldn't miss the opportunity. Lin Dong was also enjoying himself. If these women treated him well and made him happy, he wouldn't hesitate to give them a few small red envelopes. The minimum would be 6,666. Thank you, big brother. I love young Master Lin the most, moi. Young Master Lin, can I touch your car keys? Lin Dong's generosity made these alluring women even more excited, constantly getting touchy-feely. If it weren't for his pride, they might have stripped him right there. Soon, the system began to send notifications one after another. Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan at the night venue, 10 times cashback successful, 50,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 8,000 yuan at the night venue, 10 times cashback successful, 80,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan at the night venue, 10 times cashback successful, 100,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Since Lin Dong announced he would pay for everyone, almost everyone began to spend lavishly, choosing the most expensive drinks. In just half an hour, Lin Dong's bank card balance surged by 6 to 7 million. For an average person, that was an astronomical figure. Enough to buy a large house in a good location in Tianhai City. However, Lin Dong remained completely unfazed. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. Too little. It was simply too little. How could it only cost this much to pay for everyone? Don't you know how to spend money? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Dong looked impatient. This startled a few of the night venue girls. They thought something was wrong and that they had offended him. After all, it was well known that wealthy people often had big tempers. The next second, Lin directly waved to the bar manager. Hey, you, come here. The bar manager was momentarily stunned. Then, he quickly walked over, eager to please. Young Master Lin, my surname is Zhang, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. Lin Dong nodded slightly and casually asked, Manager Zhang, what's the average revenue for our Blue Demon bar in a night? Usually around 2 to 300,000, if business is good, it can reach 4 to 500,000. Is that all? Lin Dong frowned slightly, looking dissatisfied. Manager Zhang smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. To know, although the Blue Rose is not the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, its popularity and spending level are enough to rank it among the top 3. Some nightclubs don't even earn this much in a quarter. Yet, in Lin Dong's mouth, it turned into such a small amount? However, thinking of Lin Dong's extravagant behavior, Manager Zhang felt relieved. Perhaps 4 to 500,000 wasn't even enough for his monthly living expenses. So, how much do I need to buy your bar? Lin Dong asked. Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, thinking Lin Dong must have drunk too much. Young Master Lin, please don't joke with me. Do you think I look like I'm joking? I ask you, you answer, and that's it? If you can't answer, just call your boss. Lin Dong said lightly, downing the drink in his cup. Then, he ignored him and continued to play with the beautiful woman beside him. Manager Zhang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After hesitating for a moment, he steeled himself, took out his phone, and walked to a quiet place to consult his boss. About 10 minutes later, he returned to Lin Dong's side. Young Master Lin, our boss said he won't sell the bar for less than 20 million. 20 million? Hearing this number, Lin Dong's mouth slightly curved up. Wasn't this a coincidence? He just happened to have 20 million in his bank account. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. The money earned from the Blue Rose was just right to be used on the Blue Rose. Alright, it's 20 million. Take the bank card. Within 5 minutes, I want to see the asset proof of this bar, and a purchase contract. What? Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. After working at the Blue Rose for so many years, he had seen people spend money like water. But someone like Lin Dong, who could just slap his thigh and throw out 20 million, was absolutely unprecedented. He didn't even negotiate. What are you still dazed for? Do you think I can't afford this amount? Seeing Manager Zhang still not moving, Lin Dong's expression slightly darkened. And no. Manager Zhang quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. Then, he picked up the bank card that Lin Dong had slammed on the table and ran off. Nearby, several glamorous nightclub women were stunned. They knew Lin Dong was wealthy, but they didn't expect him to be this rich. This was the Blue Rose, with investments over 10 million, and daily revenues in the hundreds of thousands. How could such a valuable nightclub be taken over by this young man in his 20s? Was this not a dream? Noticing the astonished expressions of the nightclub women, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Taking advantage of their daze, he forcefully pulled one into his arms. Like a dragonfly touching the water, he kissed each one. As long as I'm happy, from now on, you will be the supreme VIPs of the Blue Rose, and I'll cover all your expenses, how about that? Upon hearing this, the women couldn't help but shiver. They often frequented high-end nightclubs and knew very well the power of Lin Dong's words. This was much more substantial than any small red envelope. In an instant, these nightclub women could no longer maintain their composure. Before Lin Dong could speak, they actively threw themselves at him, using all their charms to serve him. Just then, manager Zhang burst in, beaming. As soon as he entered, he was startled. Then, thinking of the 20 million contract in his hand, he swallowed hard, forcing down his excitement. Young Master Lin, it's done. Congratulations, from now on, you are the sole owner of the Blue Rose. You don't know, our boss is regretting it so much. If he had known you would be so straightforward, he would have asked for more, huh? At the same time, the system's prompt sound followed closely. Detected that the host spent 20 million yuan at the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 200 million yuan credited to the bank card. 200 million, in hand. How can this feeling be described with just one word, refreshing? However, for Lin Dong, this was still far from enough. Bang! Lin Dong slammed the bank card on the table again. Manager Zhang's smile froze on his face. Could it be that Lin Dong regretted spending too much money? Manager Zhang. Yes, young Master Lin, I'm here. Manager Zhang carefully filled a glass of red wine for Lin Dong. If you have any instructions, just let me know. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He was quite satisfied with this perceptive manager Zhang. It's nothing much, just that a bar is too few, not lively enough. Manager Zhang was taken aback. Then, he instinctively glanced at the hundreds of men and women wildly shaking their bodies. The scene was almost like a large-scale frenzy. And this wasn't lively enough? So, young Master Lin, what do you mean? It's simple, I want to consolidate a few nearby night venues, preferably take over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City. This way, as long as you have a membership at the Blue Demonis Bar, you can enjoy member benefits at any club. After hearing Lin Dong's words, manager Zhang's jaw nearly dropped. Isn't this just a franchise? However, those franchise stores implement a membership system because of thin profit margins. For example, a cup of milk tea sells for over 10 yuan, and members can get a discount of 1 or 2 yuan. But he had never heard of nightclubs, where one could easily spend thousands, adopting such a franchise model. More importantly, so far, no one had enough financial power to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City. If Lin Dong really accomplished this, he wouldn't just be the nightclub prince, but the nightclub emperor. Lin, young master, isn't this a bit? What? You can't handle it? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, crossing his legs and sizing up manager Zhang with a doubtful expression. The latter was immediately startled. Right now, Lin Dong was his benefactor. He couldn't afford to offend this god of wealth. After thinking it over, manager Zhang carefully chose his words. Young Master Lin, it's not that we can't do it, but the interests involved in this matter are just too great. We are willing to pay, but they might not be willing to sell. Just look at our boss, no, former boss, after signing the contract just now, regretted not asking for more money. How could other bosses be so easy to talk to? After saying this, he thought Lin Dong would back down. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled lightly and casually took a sip of red wine. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. You remember, as long as it's a money-related issue with me, it's not a problem. Isn't it just about making more or less money? After saying this, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty's face. The beauty trembled, not only not getting angry but becoming even more enthusiastic, leaving manager Zhang in a daze. Alright, stop daydreaming here. As long as you handle this matter well, I won't treat you poorly. Now, take this card and quickly go to a few night venues. No matter what price they offer, just raise it higher. When you're out, don't embarrass me. If you dare to embarrass me, then get lost. Manager Zhang's mind buzzed. He had just been scolded by Lin Dong, yet he felt warm and sweet inside. He even felt a sense of mission. Good, this is my good employee. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I will definitely not treat you poorly. After the acquisition contract is finalized, you can get a commission. Not much, just 1%. 1%? Hearing this number, manager Zhang's breath became rough, his heart raced, and he was so excited he almost had a heart attack. 1% sounds small, but it depends on the total price. A blue Demonis costs 20 million. 1% would be 200,000. He used to work himself to death in the bar, earning only 30 to 40,000 a month. Now, with just a few light words from Lin Dong, he was getting tripled. And this was just one contract. If he really took over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City, he could earn in a month what he could never earn in his entire life. Young Master Lin. Manager Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears. In an instant, a feeling arose that a soldier would die for a confidant. Lin Dong saw this and waved his hand. Get out, get out. What I want is the contract, not your performance here. Remember, you only have one night. No extensions. Rest assured, young Master Lin, I'll go right away. Manager Zhang immediately stood up straight and saluted, rushing out with such speed that it could rival Bolt. Those who didn't know would think he was Lin Dong's errand boy. Put. Seeing this scene, several nightclub girls laughed so hard they trembled. They had been at the Blue Enchantress bar for so long, yet it was the first time they saw Manager Zhang lose his composure like this. The contrast was just too great. What are you laughing at? If you could earn millions in one night, you'd definitely be faster than him. Upon hearing millions, their smiles gradually froze. What replaced it was a deep sense of envy and jealousy. Didn't they want to earn a fortune overnight, to transform from a humble chicken into a phoenix? The problem was, there was no such opportunity. All they could do was use their bodies to please a young master like Lin Dong in exchange for a little hard-earned cash. Young Master Lin, we also want millions. You're the best, young Master Lin, can you let us be your bosses for a bit? A few nightclub girls clung to Lin Dong's arm, cooing sweetly. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. You can't be a boss, but you can be treated like one. Go over there, kneel down. Faced with Lin Dong's commanding tone, the women didn't dare to hesitate. They knew this might be their only chance to elevate their status in life. Before long, in the VIP booth, it was a scene of thunder and fire. 2 hours later, the battle ended. In the VIP booth, 3 scantily clad beauties were sprawled in disarray. Some were under the table, some lay on the sofa, and one was sleeping among a pile of bottles. Watching this scene, Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Not enough, not enough. With his current capabilities, let alone 3 women, even 30 in a wheel battle wouldn't necessarily bring him down. Just then, a figure rushed in, panting heavily. Young Master Lin, it's done, it's done. He was so excited that he stuttered. Don't rush, have a drink, take your time. Lin Dong smiled faintly and poured a glass of wine for Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang didn't dare to refuse and downed it in one go. Afterwards, not only was he not drunk, but he was even more excited. Young Master Lin, all the nightclubs near the Blue Enchantress have agreed to your acquisition, a total of 3 bars and 5 nightclubs. Lin Dong shook his head, not caring about the numbers. He only cared about how much money was spent. This was related to how much the system would return to him. Get to the point. Yes, young Master Lin. Manager Zhang nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his fingers trembling. Here's the acquisition contract, please take a look. The total expenditure is 91,600,000. It seemed to emphasize his loyalty to Lin Dong. Manager Zhang even highlighted, rest assured, I definitely didn't let you lose a bit. I've calculated it, the premium didn't exceed 5%. Hearing this, Lin Dong frowned tightly, not a bit happy. Didn't I tell you? Raise the price. Who told you to save money for me? Manager Zhang was stunned. Saving money, how could he save it wrong? Forget it, it won't happen again, you've worked hard today. Send me your bank card number, I'll pay you. Manager Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. Before Lin Dong could get angry, he quickly took out his bank card. Before long, he received a text message about the deposit. When he saw that string of numbers, he was instantly dumbfounded. 1 million? Young Master Lin, did you give too much? Seeing Manager Zhang's astonished expression, Lin Dong was completely unconcerned. The extra is a bonus. In the future, never save money for me. This little amount isn't worth being stingy over. For a moment, Manager Zhang felt as if he was walking on clouds, his whole being light as a feather. He never dreamed that one day he could earn so much money. All of this was thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored the tearful Manager Zhang and quietly opened the system to check the rewards. Detected that the host spent 5 million yuan at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful, 500 million yuan credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 8 million yuan at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful, 800 million yuan credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 13 million yuan at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful, 1,300 million yuan credited to the bank card. Adding it all up, Lin Dong's bank card balance was no longer in the 8 digits, but in the 9 digits. That is, 1 billion. It's hard to imagine that he went from a millionaire to a billionaire in just one night. No, more accurately, in just over 2 hours. Such a story of overnight wealth, once leaked, would definitely attract many people rushing to seek his guidance before dawn. Various social elites would also compete to befriend this new rich man. Very good, very good. Lin Dong could no longer contain his excitement and downed a bottle of XO in one go. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. No matter how good his drinking capacity was, he shouldn't drink like that. However, seeing the nightclub girl lying on the ground, completely drunk, along with boxes of empty bottles, Manager Zhang swallowed his words back. It seemed that this Lin Dong not only had money but also had a great capacity for alcohol. After finishing the drink, Lin Dong, without a flush or a gasp, spoke calmly. Xiao Zhang. From now on, when I'm not at the bar, you will take care of the Blue Rose. You will also be responsible for the other nightclubs. There won't be any problems, right? Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank. It took him a full half-minute to blurt out a few words, nodding his head repeatedly. Young Master Lin, you can rest assured, I will never let you down. With me here, I will earn back the money spent sooner or later. Lin Dong nodded lightly. In fact, he didn't care whether these nightclubs made money or not. After all, the 1 billion was already in hand. These nightclubs had lost their value. However, since they were his own assets, it wouldn't be bad if they could make money. Alright, then I'll see how you perform. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. If anything comes up, just call me. Lin Dong casually brushed him off, stood up, and prepared to leave. Seeing the god of wealth about to leave, Manager Zhang didn't dare to be negligent. He carefully followed behind Lin Dong, personally escorting him to the parking lot. Then, he watched Lin Dong drive away with longing. He had already made up his mind that no matter what happened in the future, he would cling tightly to Lin Dong's big leg and dedicate himself to him. On the other side, under the effect of the alcohol that didn't get him drunk, Lin Dong's intoxication quickly dissipated. His vision was clear, and his mind was awake, not at all like someone who had been drinking. However, after a night of excitement, even if Lin Dong's body was fine, he felt a bit tired. He planned to return to the Dynasty Hotel for a good rest. Unexpectedly, just as he approached an intersection near the hotel, a crowd surrounded the area, making a ruckus and blocking his way. Lin Dong got out of the car, somewhat impatient. He wanted to see who had the time to block his path. Brother, sister, uncle, aunt. Please, I beg you, help save my mom. As long as you pay for the surgery, I will repay you by working like a cow. Before he got close to the crowd, he heard a girl's desperate and pitiful voice. Lin Dong frowned immediately. This cliched line was clearly a classic scam. Selling oneself to save a mother. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to expose it. He moved closer to see who was so shameless. A pure-looking girl was kneeling on the ground. She was quite young, probably just in her early 20s. She had an oval face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of big, watery eyes. Although she was only wearing a simple little white dress, it could not conceal the cold elegance that emanated from her. A pair of bright eyes also revealed a soft, lingering sorrow reminiscent of Lin Dayu. With her age and appearance, she would at least be a campus beauty in a university. How could she have fallen to this state? Lin Dong stepped forward and glanced at the sign in front of the girl. Her name was Lu Shiyun, and she had just been admitted to a key university in Tianhai City this year. However, her mother suddenly discovered a brain tumor and needed 500,000 for surgery. With her father already deceased and Lu Shiyun just starting school, there was simply no money for treatment. In utter desperation, Lu Shiyun had no choice but to try to sell herself in a place like the Wangchao Hotel to raise the surgery fee for her mother. Lin Dong checked Lu Shiyun's information. Neither her student ID nor her identity card was forged. Her emotions also seemed genuine. She was truly anxious. Just then, several harsh voices suddenly rang out. Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. The crowd quickly turned around, realizing it was 3 or 4 scruffy street thugs, and hurriedly made way. In these times, it was better to provoke the king of hell than to offend a little ghost. For guys like these, their actions were unpredictable, so it was best to stay as far away as possible. The leader, a yellow-haired thug, saw that the crowd was so compliant and snorted coldly, a smirk appearing on his face. It's good that you know fear, we're with Brother Who. Mentioning Brother Who made the yellow-haired thug straighten his back. The 2 lackeys also looked quite pleased. Soon, the 3 thugs squeezed into the crowd, their eyes lighting up as they looked at the weeping Lu Shiyun. Brother Huang, I wasn't wrong, was I? This girl is stunning, and she's exactly your type. Look, is our intel worth a pack of cigarettes? One of the lackeys said, revealing a fawning smile. The yellow-haired thug grinned and patted his shoulder. Not bad, if you want any cigarettes later, I'll buy them for you. Damn, this is the first time I've seen someone with such good looks. The 3 of them showed no restraint in their covetousness for Lu Shiyun. People like them never cared about decency, they played harder than most. They often gathered a crowd for parties. At this moment, in the yellow-haired thug's eyes, Lu Shiyun had already become his possession. What do you guys want? Just as the yellow-haired thug and his companions were about to tease Lu Shiyun, a portly white-collar man stepped forward, looking indignant. The onlookers raised their thumbs in approval. Lin Dong squinted slightly but did not speak. He was not the kind of person who would rush to be a hero or sacrifice himself for others. Unless there was something that could move him, he wouldn't intervene. People do not act for others, this is an unchanging truth. At this moment, the middle-aged white-collar man stood in front of Lu Shiyun, frowning as he looked up and down at the yellow-haired thugs. I warn you, in broad daylight, don't think you can bully others with your power. Now, get as far away as you can, or I will call the police. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who had been sobbing, couldn't help but lift her head. She glanced at the white-collar man, her eyes showing a hint of gratitude. However, upon hearing the words, call the police, the yellow-haired thug scoffed. Oh, look, we have a hero saving a damsel in distress? Go ahead and report it. I haven't stolen or robbed anything. Why should I be afraid of you calling the police? Besides, she's the one who wants to sell herself to save her mother. Didn't you see what's written here? What's wrong with me offering to help her? After saying this, the yellow-haired thug pulled out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Shiyun. Is this enough? Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The doctor said it would take 500,000 to perform surgery on her mother. This few hundred yuan was barely a fraction of that. The white-collar man snorted coldly at this. This little amount isn't even enough for the registration fee. He then turned to Lu Shiyun, looking at her gently. Little sister, don't be nervous. My surname is Su, and I own a repair shop. As long as you come with me, we can find a quiet place to discuss your mother's surgery fees. I'll figure something out. I might not be able to come up with 500,000, but I can manage a few tens of thousands. Lu Shiyun frowned slightly. For some reason, hearing Boss Su's words made her feel very uncomfortable. Especially his gaze made her feel uneasy all over. At that moment, Huang Mao directly exposed Boss Su's intentions. What do I think? Turns out you just have a little money and want to keep someone. You think you're some big shot, sticking a green onion in a pig's nose? After being scolded by Huang Mao, Boss Su's face turned red. It turned out he wasn't some kind-hearted person but had ulterior motives. Originally, he thought Lu Shiyun was naive and easy to deceive, that he could just throw some money at her to get her into bed. Now, being directly exposed by Huang Mao, he felt like he was in a difficult position. Just when everyone thought Lu Shiyun would refuse outright, unexpectedly, the young girl bit her lip and said pale-faced, can it be a little more? A few tens of thousands really isn't enough. If you can give me 500,000, I'll do anything. Even if it means accompanying you, serving you by washing your feet. Lu Shiyun found it hard to say the last part. Her pitiful appearance instantly stirred the sympathy of those around her. However, they were also helpless. In this day and age, no one's money comes easily. Moreover, 500,000 is not a small amount. Nearby, Lin Dong suddenly felt a change of heart. He originally thought Lu Shiyun was just using the guise of selling herself to save her mother to scam money. Now it seemed the young girl was acting out of desperation. At that moment, hearing Lu Shiyun say that 30,000 was too little, Boss Su's face turned red, and his gaze became increasingly unfriendly. You say 500,000, and it's 500,000? I'm only willing to be this fool and give you money because I feel sorry for you. Don't think I don't know, girls your age in school are quite wild, who knows how many hands they've gone through. You might not even be a virgin, and you dare to ask for 500,000, what face do you have? Boss Su's mouth was full of filthy words. The hope that had just ignited in Lu Shiyun's eyes was once again extinguished, and her pretty face turned extremely red. I've never had a boyfriend, don't talk nonsense. Oh, hearing this, Huang Mao and Boss Su's eyes lit up. They didn't expect to find a treasure today. Boss Su swallowed hard, staring at Lu Shiyun again. Sure enough, the young girl had her legs tightly closed, clearly indicating she was inexperienced. However, he still wouldn't miss any opportunity to belittle her. Yuhi glared fiercely at the yellow-haired guy, filled with immense anger for ruining his good fortune. The yellow-haired man looked at him coldly and mocked, Su Chuanyuan, right? If you don't want your repair shop to be smashed, you'd better get lost. Suddenly called by his real name, Boss Su turned pale with fear. Even so, he still didn't want to miss the chance to take advantage of Lu Shiyun. There was no way around it, the girl was just too charming, too tempting. Who do you think you're threatening? You think I'm scared? The yellow-haired man snorted coldly, pointing at Boss Su's nose, cursing, you may not know me, but you should know brother who, right? Smiling Tiger, that's our big brother. Smiling Tiger? Su Chuanyuan licked his cracked lips, showing a hint of panic for the first time. In this area, who didn't know that Wang Hu was a notorious outlaw? Years ago, he went to prison for intentional injury and was just released last month. The thought of the trouble he might provoke in the future made Su Chuanyuan's face turn pale. As the saying goes, the stubborn fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Wang Hu was someone who played for keeps. Now that you know to be afraid, why aren't you getting lost? What a piece of work, trying to act like you're keeping a mistress. The yellow-haired man snorted again. Boss Su's expression changed, and in the end, he left in a reluctant and embarrassed manner. Meanwhile, the people around instinctively moved a little further away from the yellow-haired group, shaking their heads in pity. Today, Lu Shiyun was in for a calamity. Not only could she not gather enough money for her mother's surgery, but she was also about to fall into the tiger's den. At that moment, the yellow-haired man waved the 200 yuan again and walked up to Lu Shiyun. "Beautiful girl, be my girlfriend?" Seeing the yell suddenly, anger surged within him. Get lost, get lost. If you don't leave, be careful, I'll break your leg." Facing the threat from the yellow-haired guy, the young man sneered coldly. "Go ahead, try it. Let's see if I lose an arm or a leg, or if you end up kneeling and calling me grandpa." "You!" The yellow-haired guy and his two lackeys were momentarily stunned. This kid was quite arrogant. "Damn it, beat him up," the yellow-haired guy shouted sharply. Instantly, the two lackeys took the lead, abandoning Lu Shiyun and surrounding Lin Dong. One of them, disregarding any sense of martial ethics, came up with a whip kick aimed at Lin Dong's lower regions, clearly a street fighting move. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. Immediately, one person fell to the ground. However, it wasn't Lin Dong, it was one of the yellow-haired guy's lackeys. He was clutching his calf, his entire face turning a deep shade of purple. From the sound, it seemed like his bones had shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback, including Lin Dong. He never expected that such a godly fighting technique could be so powerful. In his eyes, the opponent's movements were incredibly slow, full of openings. With just a casual move, he could injure the other party. It felt like an adult beating a child, effortless. Witnessing this, the nearby energetic young man was instantly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag entered his line of sight. Bang! Another muffled sound, and this lackey also fell to the ground. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy was startled. He didn't expect to encounter someone tough. If he didn't do something soon, he would be the next one to get beaten. "Why you, don't come over. I warn you, my big brother is the smiling tiger, he has killed people. If you dare touch me, I guarantee you won't survive today," the yellow-haired guy shouted, trying to threaten Lin Dong. Sure enough, when Lin Dong heard the name Smiling Tiger, his expression froze for a moment. The yellow-haired guy thought Lin Dong was scared, and he breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a triumphant smile again. "Turns out, after all this, you're just a coward. Alright, since I'm in a good mood, I won't hold you accountable for hitting me. Now, hurry up and get lost, don't delay me from doing my business." After saying that, the yellow-haired guy reached to grab Lu Shiyun's hand. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly kicked out, directly knocking the yellow-haired guy to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. They were also somewhat surprised. The yellow-haired guy had mentioned the smiling tiger, yet Lin Dong still dared to make a move. Could this be the legendary fearlessness of a newborn calf? "Why you?" The yellow-haired guy's face turned red, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Dong. "You dare hit me? My big brother will kill you." "Sure, call him over, I'll be right here waiting. When he arrives, I'll take care of both of you." Lin Dong sneered, crossing his arms and standing there, waiting for the yellow-haired guy to make the call. The yellow-haired guy frowned, instinctively feeling something was off. But then he thought of Wang Hu's ferocity and immediately dialed a number. "Brother Hu, it's me, Xiao Huang. I've been beaten up at the Dynasty Hotel. I mentioned your name, and he isn't scared at all, he even said he would kill you." Yes, hurry up and come." While the yellow-haired guy was on the phone calling for help, Lin Dong reached out and helped the tear-streaked Lu Shiyun up. "Are you okay, beautiful?" Lu Shiyun remained unresponsive. Even her breathing seemed weak. Perhaps she felt hopeless knowing she couldn't save her mother, with sorrow greater than death in her heart. Not long after, 4 or 5 people came over, making a ruckus. The leader, a bald man, was holding a baton, looking menacing. "Which blind fool dares to hit me? Come out." That familiar voice was none other than Smiling Tiger Wang Hu. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the yellow-haired guy was so excited he stumbled over his words and quickly ran to greet him. "Brother Hu, you finally made it. It's him, this kid said he wants to deal with you." Following the direction of the yellow-haired guy's finger, Wang Hu immediately spotted Lu Shiyun. "Good kid, with such a beautiful girl, why didn't you say so earlier?" No. Huang Mao's heart trembled, and he forced himself to say, "I was just planning to introduce her to you, but that kid was blocking me." Wang Hu nodded and walked over to Lu Shiyun with a smile. However, he always felt that the man next to Lu Shiyun looked somewhat familiar. Just then, the man slowly turned around, looking expressionlessly at Wang Hu. Bang! Wang Hu was startled, and the baton in his hand fell to the ground. "Lin, young Master Lin?" Under everyone's gaze, Wang Hu quickly ran to Lin Dong's side, his demeanor as respectful as if he were meeting his own father. "I thought it was someone else, so handsome and dashing, turns out it's young Master Lin. You see, this is like the flood washing away the Dragon King temple." Wang Hu laughed awkwardly, practically offering Lin Dong up. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao was momentarily stunned. He thought Wang Hu was just being polite before a fight. After all, his nickname in the underworld was Smiling Tiger, and the brighter the smile, the harder he fought. Little did he know, this time, Wang Hu was genuinely sincere, not hiding a dagger behind his smile. Brother Hu, you have to avenge us. At that moment, seeing Wang Hu hesitating to make a move, Huang Mao couldn't help but speak up. Lin Dong coldly smiled, enjoying the spectacle. Huzi, is this your brother? That's right, Brother Hu is my brother. What are you gonna do about it? Huang Mao, not yet grasping the situation, shouted angrily. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Damn you. Do I know you? Trying to build connections here. Wang Hu glared fiercely at Huang Mao and spat. Damn it, dyed a few chicken feathers and trying to act like a gangster. Do you think you're worthy? Just looking at you is unlucky. Immediately, Wang Hu turned back, smiling and said, Young Master Lin, don't misunderstand, he's just a little punk, I'm not familiar with him. Not familiar is good. Lin Dong nodded slightly, pointing to Lu Shiyun beside him. If I hadn't stopped him just now, this beauty would have been taken away by them. What? Wang Hu's mind buzzed. So it was Huang Mao trying to snatch Lin Dong's woman, and that's why Lin Dong made a move. Luckily, he arrived in time. Otherwise, this fire would have eventually burned him. Just thinking about almost getting into trouble with someone like Lin Dong because of Huang Mao made Wang Hu's back feel cold. After the worry came anger. Damn it, what kind of thing dares to touch young Master Lin's woman? Brothers, beat them up. Let these guys remember this. No, let them never touch a woman for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Huang Mao's mind buzzed. The next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 batons were swung at him. Some even targeted his lower regions. Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of pig-like screams. Ouch! Brother Hu, what are you doing? I'm with you. On the other side, Huang Mao's 2 lackeys also suffered. In no time, they were beaten into a pulp. Spare me, spare me. Especially Huang Mao, who was beaten the worst, now holding his groin, wanting to cry but having no tears. Alright, that's enough. Lin Dong waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Stop. Wang Hu understood and quickly shouted. A few of his underlings finally ceased their attacks. Young Master Lin, is this okay? Wang Hu asked somewhat obsequiously. Lin Dong nodded. Then, he took out his phone and made a few operations. Soon, Wang Hu received a text message about a transfer. 300,000? Thank you, young Master Lin, Happy New Year. Wang Hu was overjoyed. This money was much easier to earn than collecting protection fees. Just a little money, consider it me treating the brothers to drinks. By the way, the Blue Demon and a few other nightclubs nearby, I've bought them all. In the future, you guys help keep an eye on them. Lin Dong's casual remark left Wang Hu and his gang utterly shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. This young Master Lin had quietly made such a big deal. Who exactly was he? Don't worry, as long as you perform well, you won't be shortchanged. Lin Dong smiled faintly. 300,000 wasn't much to him. However, for Wang Hu and his group, it was no small sum. It was worth it to win them over. I have things to do, you all just carry on with what you need to do. Understood? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Shiyun, who was supporting him. Wang Hu chuckled and rubbed his bald head, fully understanding Lin Dong's meaning, and immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Understood, I understand perfectly. Brothers, let's go. Soon, Wang Hu hurriedly led his group away, afraid of dampening Lin Dong's spirits. The onlookers were astonished. They had thought that with the arrival of the Smiling Tiger, Lin Dong would either be dead or suffer greatly. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Wang Hu, called over by Huang Mao, not only didn't side with him but also gave Huang Mao a good beating. Can't mess with him, can't mess with him. Boss Su, in particular, hid behind the crowd, his face pale with fear, no longer daring to set his sights on Lu Shiyun. At that moment, Lu Shiyun looked up at Lin Dong, curiosity in her eyes. Who exactly are you? Why does everyone fear you? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. This question caught him off guard. After pondering for a moment, he replied lightly, who I am isn't important, what's important is that I can save your mother. Really? Lu Shiyun's eyes brightened instantly, hope rekindling in her dim gaze. However, thinking of Boss Su and Huang Mao's ill intentions earlier, she bit her lip in deep conflict. After a long silence, she finally made a bold decision. As long as you can save my mom, I'll do anything you ask. I've really never had a boyfriend, I'm still a virgin. Before she could finish, Lin Dong covered her mouth. Goodness. I like women, but you don't need to be so forward, do you? Shouting about being a virgin in the middle of the street. Those who don't know would think I've done something to you. Sure enough, a few passers-by took out their phones, unsure if they wanted to take pictures or call the police. Let's talk in the car. Lin Dong chuckled wryly, pulling Lu Shiryun quickly to the roadside. Is this your car? Lu Shiryun pointed at the Panamera in surprise. Although she didn't understand these rich people's toys, she had never seen a pig run after eating pork. Even a fool could tell that this car was worth a lot. At that moment, she finally believed that Lin Dong had the ability to pay the 500,000 for the surgery. Get in the car. Oh, okay. Inside the Panamera, Lin Dong finally had the chance to learn about Lu Shiryun. Your name is Lu Shiryun? You're a student at Tianhai University of Technology? Yes. Then you should call me senior. What? Lu Shiryun's eyes widened. She didn't expect Lin Dong to also be a student at Tianhai University of Technology. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she softly called out, Senior. Since it's a matter concerning my junior, of course, I have to take care of it. Seeing the trust in Lu Shiryun's eyes and her gradually relaxing body, Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. He knew this matter was almost certain. So, tell me, what illness does your mother have? Mentioning her mother's terminal illness, Lu Shiryun shook her lips, her eyes slightly reddening, tears welling up. Don't cry, take your time. Lin Dong took out a tissue and handed it to her. This gentle and delicate gesture once again moved Lu Shiryun deeply. Then, amidst her sobs, she began to recount her story. She and her mother, Song Roland, were from the countryside. They had only come to Tianhai City this year because Lu Shiryun had been accepted into university. Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiryun could complete her enrollment procedures, Song Roland fainted on the road. In a flurry, Lu Shiryun rushed her to the hospital. After a series of examinations, they received devastating news. The doctor said my mom has a tumor in her brain, and it's already in the late stages. The difficulty of treatment is very high, and the surgery costs a lot, 500,000. My mom said she doesn't plan to treat it, afraid it will delay my future. But my mom raised me all by herself and suffered so much, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Lin Dong nodded. So, you want to sell yourself to save your mother? Do you know that there are many bad people in this world? Remembering what had just happened, Lu Shiryun's face suddenly paled, and she instinctively pressed down her skirt. Then, she suddenly thought of something and relaxed her expression. No, there are still good people. Lin Shige is a good person. Lin Dong smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. I think I understand your situation. I can help you with this money. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun shook her lips. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she didn't care whether there were people outside the car anymore, mustered her courage, and plunged into Lin Dong's embrace. She even took the initiative to grab his hand and placed it on her thigh. What are you doing? Lin Shige, I can't repay your kindness, so I can only give myself to you. Please don't refuse me, okay? After saying this, Lu Shiryun unbuttoned her clothes. From Lin Dong's perspective, he could just see a deep valley. Hiss! Lin Dong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. On the surface, Lu Shiryun seemed petite and charming. He didn't expect her figure to be so good. Noticing Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiryun's fair skin turned slightly red, like a blooming peach blossom, delicate and enchanting. In the next moment, as if it wasn't enough, she grabbed Lin Dong's big hand and sent it under her skirt. Watching Lu Shiryun's awkward and clumsy movements, Lin Dong smiled knowingly and couldn't help but tease, Shiryun, didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend? I saw it acted out in a TV drama. Lu Shiryun spoke shyly. At the same time, she took a deep breath, ready to offer herself. Just then, Lin Dong pushed her away. Let's talk about this after we cure Auntie's illness. Lu Shiryun was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes misted up again. Now, she was even more certain that Lin Dong was a gentleman. In fact, Lin Dong just didn't like this way of doing things. He preferred women to be fully invested, rather than like Lu Shiryun, who was clearly troubled but still had to put on a show. It was meaningless. Even if he got it, it would be very boring. By the way, besides fainting, does Auntie have any other symptoms? Lin Dong suddenly asked. Lu Shiryun shook her head. No, she can eat and sleep, and is no different from a normal person. I only found out about it during the checkup yesterday. That's strange. Lin Dong felt that there was something wrong here. However, he couldn't say it directly. For now, he could only see Song Roland to know the situation. Which hospital is Auntie in? I'll take you there. As for the surgery fee, I'll pay it first, and you can pay me back when you have the money. Half an hour later, the Palamara drove into Tianhai Central Hospital. Lin Dong followed Lu Shiryun to the door of the ward. Through the window, he saw Lu Shiryun's mother, Song Roland. She looked quite different from what he had imagined. Song Roland was very young, looking only in her 30s. Moreover, she was also very beautiful, resembling Lu Shiryun by 70 to 80%. If one didn't know better, they might think the two were sisters rather than mother and daughter. In fact, compared to Lu Shiryun, Song Roland had a bit more of a mature woman's charm.
Lin Shige, let's go in, Lu Shiryun said softly. Lin Dong suddenly woke up. Then, he felt a bit embarrassed.
He didn't expect to be so mesmerized just now. Mom, I'm here to see you. Lu Shiryun tiptoed to the bedside. Hearing the voice, Song Roland slowly turned her head. Her gaze towards Lu Shiryun was filled with love. Then, she suddenly noticed Lin Dong beside her, her expression a bit surprised. Who is this? Hello, Auntie, I'm Shiryun's senior, Lin Dong.
Lin Dong didn't directly say that he had already graduated.
This also gave Song Roland the illusion that Lin Dong might be sent by the school. Oh, so you're Lin classmate. Please, have a seat. Did you come all the way here because of our Shiryun?
I must have troubled you, Song Roland said gently, her voice carrying a sweet softness. This was Lin Dong's first time conversing with such an elegant young woman, and for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and flashed a sunny smile.
Auntie, I'm here today to tell you some good news.
The issue with the surgery fees has been resolved.
From now on, you can rest assured and accept treatment without worrying about the money. What?
Upon hearing this, Song Roland's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Dong. Then, she turned to Lu Shiryun with a puzzled expression.
Shiryun, is this true?
Lu Shiryun shyly nodded, her expression bashful. She felt embarrassed to admit that she had almost sold herself for the surgery fees.
That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Lin, thank you for your help and that of the school. Song Roland was extremely excited, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Lu Shiryun was momentarily stunned.
It was only then that she realized her mother had misunderstood, thinking the surgery fees had been raised by Tianhai University of Technology.
Mom, you misunderstood, actually.
Lu Shiryun was about to explain when suddenly, the ward door creaked open. A middle-aged doctor, around 40 and not very tall, walked in holding a medical record. He entered with a smile, but upon seeing the unfamiliar Lin Dong, his expression immediately soured.
Who are you? Unauthorized entry into the ward. Who allowed you? Get out immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security. Doctor's son, you're here.
As soon as she saw the man in the white coat, Song Roland hurriedly tried to get up, causing Lu Shiryun to rush to support her.
Mom, take it easy. You child, you really don't understand anything, Song Roland reproached with a frown. How can I lie down while the doctor stands?
Hearing this, Lin Dong felt a slight stir in his heart.
Song Roland's simplicity reminded him of his parents back home.
However, Dr. Sun showed no appreciation for this.
He continued to glare at Lin Dong. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Security, security. Seeing this, Song Roland quickly explained, Doctor, you misunderstood. He is my daughter's classmate, here to represent the school for a donation. Donation? Dr. Sun was taken aback. He hadn't expected someone would actually donate money to Song Roland. That was a full 500,000.
Even so, Dr. Sun still looked unfriendly and impatiently said, from now on, without permission, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter or exit the ward.
What do you think this hospital is? Do you think it's your school?
Lin Dong frowned slightly.
When did hospital wards become off-limits? Was this clearly targeting him?
If he hadn't been unclear about the situation, he might have lost his temper and thrown a punch.
This. Song Roland's face turned slightly red. Lu Shiryun also looked quite embarrassed. Lin, please don't be angry.
The hospital has rules, and the doctor has no choice. Shiryun, go accompany your senior brother.
The doctor needs to examine me. Lu Shiryun nodded. Then, with a somewhat guilty expression, she walked over to Lin Dong. Senior brother, I'm really sorry. Shall we step outside for a bit?
Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiryun. Dr. Sun let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, a smile creeping onto his face.
That's more like it. How can I examine her with outsiders here?
Dr. Sun looked at Song Roland lying on the hospital bed, unable to help but swallow.
Let's start the examination now. Take your time, no rush. Meanwhile, Lu Shiryun kept apologizing to Lin Dong. I'm really sorry, senior brother. I didn't expect this to happen.
It's all my fault. I should have explained to the doctor beforehand.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble.
Lu Shiryun bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Dong couldn't stand to see a woman cry, so he immediately grabbed Lu Shiryun's shoulder.
Don't cry, I'm not that petty, I won't blame you.
But I always feel like something is off, Lu Shiryun said, her expression somewhat puzzled. In her view, Dr. Sun was just a bit rude, but he was actually quite responsible and very concerned about Song Roland's condition.
Last night, he even came to the hospital after 2 o'clock to give Song Roland a full checkup.
If it weren't for her help, it would have definitely delayed things. Lin Dong shook his head and didn't say much.
Forget it, I'm going to the bathroom. You stay here with Auntie. Lu Shiryun nodded, watching Lin Dong leave.
On the other side, Lin Dong arrived at the nurse's station.
There were 2 nurses on duty inside. Excuse me, I'm a family member of Song Roland. I would like to ask how her condition is?
Lin Dong inquired kindly. To his surprise, upon hearing his question, the 2 nurses looked at him with disdain.
It's just low blood sugar, what can it be?
After saying that, the 2 nurses rolled their eyes at Lin Dong.
Lin Dong was taken aback. Low blood sugar? Are you saying that Song Roland doesn't have a brain tumor, but low blood sugar?
The 2 nurses looked at Lin Dong as if he were an idiot. One of them, too lazy to explain, directly tossed the medical record book in front of Lin Dong.
Look for yourself, it's all written in the medical record. What I dislike the most is people like you, with a little money, thinking you're a big shot everywhere.
Lin Dong ignored the nurse's sarcastic remarks, picked up the medical record book, and began to examine it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he became.
The medical record detailed Song Roland's hospitalization and treatment process. There were no complicated medications, just 3 days of glucose infusion. Song Roland's dizziness was easily explained as low blood sugar. No wonder Shiryun said her mom has always been in good health. That day, it was probably because of the strong sun and not eating anything that she fainted from low blood sugar. That bastard son actually said she had a brain tumor and wanted 50,000 for surgery? Because of his lies, Shiryun almost sold herself.
Lin Dong gritted his teeth in anger. He had always felt something was off about this matter, and now, he finally understood. This son, seeing that Song Roland and her daughter were from the countryside and knew nothing, had taken advantage of them and deceived them. He just didn't know what his true intentions were.
Was he planning to pocket the 50,000 for himself, or did he have other motives? What are you doing?
The 2 nurses were startled when they saw Lin Dong suddenly lose his temper. Lin Dong shook his head, forcibly suppressing his anger. Although the 2 nurses had a bad attitude earlier, without them, he would never have known this secret. He might have even ended up being a fool, handing over 50,000 to that son. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the 2 young nurses. A little token of appreciation, please have a cup of milk tea on me.
After saying that, Lin Dong left without looking back.
The 2 nurses were momentarily stunned. Then, when they realized what they were holding, they were dumbfounded.
Money! Wow, that's quite a lot. Wait, what does he mean by this? The 2 nurses were completely confused, unable to understand why Lin Dong suddenly gave them money. Moreover, it was a substantial amount, a full 10,000.
Remembering their earlier attitude, their faces turned red and pale.
Actually, this guy is quite handsome. Who says rich people have bad tempers?
I think this young handsome guy has a great character. The 2 of them counted the money, smiling brightly. In their eyes, Lin Dong's image became incredibly tall and handsome. On the other side, Lin Dong was walking quickly. Now, he just wanted to rush back and expose Sun's scam. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the ward, he found that the main door had been locked, and the curtains had been drawn.
Sigh, the situation is a bit grim, the condition has worsened. Without surgery, there may be a risk to her life.
In the hospital room, Dr. Sun finished the examination, his face serious, occasionally sighing.
In an instant, Song Roland's previously rosy face dimmed. Mom! Lu Shiryun was also struck like lightning, tears streaming down her face.
All along, the 2 of them had relied on each other. Although life was tough, it was still considered happy. If her mother were no longer in this world, she would truly be left with no one. Seeing this, Song Roland's eyes also filled with tears, her eyelids reddening.
Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke up. Actually, it's not completely hopeless.
That's right, Mom, Senior Lin has already agreed to pay for your surgery. Lu Shiryun suddenly thought of something, hope igniting in her eyes.
Senior Lin? Dr.
Sun was taken aback for a moment. He had originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to manipulate the mother and daughter. He didn't expect a Lin Dong to suddenly appear. The thought of a cooked duck flying away made Dr.
Sun inexplicably irritable, and he said sharply, "Little girl, are you really counting on that man now? Let me tell you the truth, he's just deceiving you. That bastard has already run away. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up for so long?" What? Lu Shiryun's expression changed instantly.
Although she was reluctant to believe it, upon reflection, it seemed to be true. Just now, Lin Dong said he was going to the bathroom.
Yet, he still hadn't returned.
Clearly, he sensed trouble and ran away. But he had promised her he would help pay for the surgery. Moreover, they were still in the car.
Thinking of those flirtatious gestures, Lu Shiryun's face turned red. Song Roland, being more experienced, quickly sensed something was off. Shiryun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong really your senior?
Mom, he is indeed from Tianhai University of Technology, but he has already graduated.
What? Then what did he mean by donating money? Song Roland frowned, somewhat confused.
Lu Shiryun stammered, not daring to mention that she had sold herself to save her mother.
As a result, this gave Dr. Sun the opportunity to confuse the truth and slander Lin Dong. What donation? It's all fake. He must be using the pretense of donating to take advantage of you. Am I right? Dr.
Sun pushed up his glasses, looking smug.
Lu Shiryun shook her head frantically. However, she couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. Sigh. Song Roland sighed deeply, her brows filled with melancholy. Back then, she had been harmed by a man.
Now, her daughter was about to repeat the same mistake.
What sins had they committed, mother and daughter?
Mom, please, just wait a little longer, Senior Lin will come back.
Lu Shiryun was unwilling to accept this cruel reality, but Song Roland had already come to terms with it.
Shiryun, we can't always rely on others, at critical moments, we must look to ourselves.
Don't worry, I'm here. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke up. Didn't I say? I have a way to cover the surgery costs. In the next moment, Dr. Sun directly grabbed Song Roland's wrist. Lu Shiryun was momentarily stunned, not reacting. Song Roland, whose wrist was being squeezed painfully, quickly realized something was wrong.
Especially when she saw the hint of greed in Dr.
Sun's eyes. Dr. Sun, what do you mean by this? It's simple.
50,000 may seem like a lot to you, but I've been a doctor for so many years, I still have some connections and savings. As long as you cooperate well, 50,000 is just a matter of a word.
Hearing this, Lu Shiryun was filled with excitement.
The naive her thought that the surname Sun was genuinely helping. She completely failed to notice that Song Roland's expression had drastically changed. That lecherous hand was now creeping up her arm, steadily moving upward. It had already reached her shoulder.
Moreover, it even used 2 fingers to pry open her hospital gown.
A flash of whiteness appeared.
Dr. Sun.
In the next moment, Song Roland could no longer bear it, shaking off that lecherous hand, clutching her hospital gown tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance.
Dr. Sun, I don't understand what you mean. Don't understand? Heh, you're not a young maiden anymore. What is there to not understand?
Dr. Sun snorted coldly, no longer pretending. He directly grabbed Song Roland's hand, smiling as he said, I told you, as long as you cooperate, 500,000 isn't difficult.
Bastard, what are you doing?
At this point, even Lu Shiryun, no matter how foolish, could see what the man surnamed Sun was trying to do. In a flurry, she picked up a pillow and smashed it against Dr. Sun's head.
Get away! Sun Chuanda pushed Lu Shiryun aside and glared at her fiercely. Is this how you act as a daughter? I'm trying to save your mother, do you know that? Do you think anyone besides me would be willing to pay 500,000 for her? You!
Lu Shiryun bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes.
In this world, how could there be such a method to treat illness? Song Roland felt a deep despair. She never expected things would escalate to this point.
Seeing that the two finally quieted down, Sun Chuanda revealed his true intentions.
Don't worry, as long as I'm satisfied, I guarantee I'll cure your mother's brain tumor. Forget 500,000, even a million, I wouldn't bat an eye. Sun Chuanda spoke with conviction, without a hint of psychological burden. After all, both the brain tumor and the 500,000 surgical fee were fabricated by him. Are you still hoping for that Lin Dong? A liar who talks nonsense and disappears at the first sign of trouble? Heh, don't make me laugh. Sun Chuanda sneered. A young man in his 20s, how could he possibly come up with 500,000?
Especially for a woman he has no connection with.
No. Lu Shiryun instinctively shook her head.
Yet her gaze wavered slightly. Until now, Lin Dong had not shown up.
The answer seemed painfully clear. Be good, be honest. You wouldn't want to see your mother leave you, would you? MS. Song, your daughter has just started college. If you're gone, she'll be all alone. How lonely would that be? What if she encounters a bad man like Lin Dong again? What will she do? Hearing this, Song Roland's expression changed drastically.
In her life, what she cared about most was not herself, but Lu Shiryun. For her daughter, she would be willing to pay any price, even her life. That's why she didn't want to spend money on treatment and burden Lu Shiryun. Now, with Lin Dong's past as a warning, Song Roland suddenly didn't want to leave anymore. She was truly afraid that Lu Shiryun would be left alone, deceived by bad people. At that time, no one would be there to support her. Lin Dong looked around and saw Song Roland, half-dressed, and immediately understood what had just happened. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise. Shiryun, auntie, are you okay? Lin Dong helped Lu Shiryun up and then looked at Song Roland lying on the hospital bed.
Coincidentally, he caught a glimpse of spring light. Startled, Song Rolan was still in a daze, momentarily forgetting to cover herself. Unbeknownst to her, 2 snowy white hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, feeling a wave of dryness in his mouth. It was only then that Song Rolan realized she was exposed and hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. "You bastard, how dare you hit someone?" At that moment, Sun Chuanda stumbled to his feet, looking furious. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the ward. "Sun Dequan, shut up. Do you know what you're doing?" Sun Dequan shivered all over. Following the voice, he looked outside the ward and saw a bespectacled man with a receding hairline. He exuded an intimidating presence, glaring coldly. 2 young nurses followed behind him. Director Li Jianhong. Sun Dequan was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. The newcomer was Li Jianhong, the deputy director of Tianhai Central Hospital, and Sun Dequan's direct superior, responsible for his department. Because Sun Dequan had been relatively responsible in his work, Li Jianhong had never questioned the reports he submitted regarding the ward and medication. He never expected such a huge mess to arise. "What were you thinking? A simple case of hypoglycemia, and you diagnosed it as a brain tumor. You even told the patient to pay a surgical fee of 500,000. Have you lost your mind?" Li Jianhong scolded in an almost roaring tone. This instantly deflated Sun Dequan, who had just wanted to cause trouble for Lin Dong. He never imagined that Lin Dong hadn't run away but had uncovered the truth and even found the deputy director to stand up for him. "Director Li, I'm sorry. I was confused and made a mistake. Please, give me another chance. I promise this will never happen again." Sun Dequan pleaded desperately. Meanwhile, Song Rolan and Lu Shiyun were still in a fog, trying to understand what had happened. "Dr. Sun, didn't you say I was in the late stage of a brain tumor, and if I didn't have surgery soon, it would be too late? What does hypoglycemia mean?" Sun Dequan was sweating profusely, his eyes darting around. Lin Dong coldly smiled and got straight to the point. "It's simple. This Dr. Sun had ulterior motives and deliberately intimidated Auntie Song, saying she had a brain tumor and needed to pay an exorbitant surgical fee, using the opportunity to extort and take advantage. If I had arrived a moment later, this scoundrel might have done something even worse." "What?" Upon hearing the truth, Song Rolan was shocked. Then came a wave of fear and disgust. She almost fell for it, allowing Sun Dequan to violate her body. Next to her, Lu Shiyun was momentarily stunned but then filled with anger, unable to hold back, and charged at Sun Dequan to beat him up. "I'll fight you, you bastard." Bang! Bang! Lu Shiyun landed several punches on Sun Dequan, but her strength was too weak to hurt him at all. "Shiyun, hitting him like that won't teach him a lesson. If you're going to hit him hard," Lin Dong said coldly from the side. Hearing this, the already trembling Sun Dequan suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, Lin Dong kicked straight at his groin. "Ouch!" Sun Dequan screamed in pain, gritting his teeth. He then covered his groin, kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. Lin Dong had used about 70 to 80% of his strength with that kick. This guy would have a hard time standing up for the rest of his life. Stop! Young man, what are you doing?" Li Jianhong could no longer watch. Although Sun Dequan was in the wrong, he shouldn't be beaten to death. "Alright, Dean Li, for your sake, I'll spare his life. However, what should be done about such a morally corrupt doctor?" Lin Dong spoke coldly, temporarily halting his actions. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Li Jianhong. Li Jianhong frowned, his expression uncertain. Sun Dequan was the attending physician at their hospital, having performed hundreds of surgeries without a single mistake. In his usual work, he also made it easy for this vice president. If possible, he wanted to downplay the situation. But this time, the mistake made by Sun Dequan was too serious. Deceiving patients, falsely claiming they had terminal illnesses, forcing them to pay exorbitant surgical fees, even to the point of flesh compensation. If this got out, what face would Tianhai Central Hospital have left? Sigh. Li Jianhong sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Sun Dequan immediately burst into tears, pleading desperately. "Dean Li, I've worked in the hospital for so many years, I may not have achievements but I have put in hard work. Please, have mercy and spare me this once. Also, Ms. Song, to show my apology, I'm willing to pay. Is 100,000 enough? If that's not enough, we can negotiate." At this moment, Sun Dequan was genuinely panicking. After so many years, he had finally become an associate chief physician. With a steady income, he could easily make hundreds of thousands. If he were to be dismissed, his life would be over. Hearing that there was 100,000 to be had, Song Rolan was somewhat tempted. Lu Shiyun had just started university and really needed the money.
As for herself, enduring a little grievance was nothing.
How about? Song Roland opened her mouth, about to agree. No!
Lin Dong suddenly spoke, interrupting her.
Brother Lin.
Lu Shiyun instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Dong's arm, her expression worried.
Song Roland was also an honest person, wanting to stop here with the idea of avoiding further trouble. Student Lin, let's just forget it. Actually, we haven't lost anything.
Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyun's small hand and said lightly, Shiyun, auntie, don't worry, I'm here. He then turned to Li Jianhong. Dean Li, we don't need this guy's fake compensation, we just want a fair and just result. As the vice president of this hospital, I hope you won't make a mistake in this matter.
You!
Seeing Lin Dong's aggressive stance and unwillingness to back down, Sun Dequan couldn't help but feel furious.
If it weren't for this kid, he would have already gotten Song Roland. Now, Lin Dong actually wanted to push him to a dead end. Damn it!
Sun Dequan gritted his teeth, and with a sudden resolve, he decided to turn the tables. Dean Li, I believe you saw it too, this kid just hit me, and I didn't retaliate at all.
Besides, he says I took advantage. Did I really take advantage? I just misdiagnosed. At worst I can refund their medical fees.
The whole thing is just them putting on a show to slander me, trying to extort some money.
What? Hearing Sun Dequan suddenly turn the tables, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Roland's face turned pale, a sense of indescribable grievance washing over her.
This guy, Sun Dequan, was trying to smear her reputation, relying on the lack of evidence. In the process, he could also erase his own mistakes. If it was just a misdiagnosis, at worst he would face a work error.
For Sun Dequan, it was nothing serious.
At most, he would be suspended for a couple of days. But for Song Roland and her daughter, it would mean suffering an unjust grievance. If this got out, they would never be able to hold their heads high.
Sun Dequan, how can you say that? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?
Dean Li, you have to stand up for us.
Lu Shiyun looked at Li Jianhong, still hoping he would uphold justice for them.
Unexpectedly, the next words from Dean Li left them stunned. This young lady, one should spare when one can. Just now, Sun Dequan already said he would compensate you, and it was you who refused to let it go, insisting on entangling further.
To be honest, you have no evidence to prove that he laid a hand on her.
Even if this goes to the police, you won't be able to do anything.
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's pretty face turned pale. Song Roland also clenched her fists, nearly fainting again.
In contrast, Sun Dequan, who had just been begging for mercy, now stood tall with newfound confidence upon seeing Li Jianhong backing him up.
Do you see? Justice lies in the hearts of the people. How about this? Let's not say I'm bullying you.
To make up for my diagnostic error, I will not only refund all the medical expenses but also compensate you with 1,000 yuan from my own pocket. Just consider it a meal invitation. How about that?
Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Roland and Lu Shiyun looked ashen. Now they realized how treacherous big cities could be.
As orphans, they were no match for the powerful.
Shiyun, let's go back. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. You still have to report to school tomorrow.
Song Roland shook her head helplessly, placing her feet on the ground and slowly standing up. After lying in the hospital for 3 days, she had been worn out despite not being sick. Seeing Song Roland and her daughter accept reality, preparing to swallow their bitterness, Sun Dequan felt a cold smile inside. His gaze towards Lin Dong was filled with arrogance, his tail almost wagging to the sky.
Kid, you want to be a hero saving the beauty? Save it. Don't worry, I remember your name and this face. I'll come back to settle the score later.
Sun Dequan snorted coldly, openly threatening. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong maintained a faint smile throughout, as if everything was under control. Sun Dequan's brow furrowed, feeling as if he had punched a cotton ball. Just as he was about to say something harsh again, he saw Lin Dong's gaze shift to Li Jianhong beside him.
Director Li, are you sure you want to collude with this guy, to be in cahoots? Or is this the code of conduct at your Tianhai Central Hospital?
Letting doctors deceive and cheat patients. Li Jianhong's face flushed with anger.
Lin Dong, right? Watch your words. Our Tianhai Central Hospital, whether in terms of medical skills or ethics, is well respected in the industry. Don't make a scene here. Besides, didn't Sun Dequan say he was willing to compensate? The parties involved haven't said anything. What do you, an outsider, want to do?
After a bout of shouting, the entire ward fell silent, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. For a moment, Lin Dong became the target of everyone's ire.
However, he just smiled lightly, showing no signs of panic.
Then, he took out his phone and pressed a couple of buttons. For you, 500,000 might be a lot, but I've been a doctor for so many years, I still have some connections and savings. As long as you accompany me for a few nights, I'll take care of the medical expenses.
Get lost. Do you want to watch your mother die? Let me tell you, a brain tumor is a terminal illness.
I was wrong, Deputy Director. I shouldn't have deceived Song Roland into thinking she had a terminal illness, forcing her to pay high medical fees, and even made her pay with her body.
Clear recordings streamed from the phone.
The expressions of everyone changed repeatedly, especially Lee Jianhong and Sun Dequan, their faces shifting from red to white, more dramatic than a face-changing act.
Give me the phone.
Sun Dequan realized the situation was dire and directly tried to snatch Lin Dong's phone. However, in front of Lin Dong, he was utterly powerless.
Get lost.
With a simple kick, Lin Dong sent Sun Dequan tumbling to the ground.
Then, Lin Dong looked at Lee Jianhong, a smile on his face, and said, Director Lee, what if I accidentally post these recordings online? Your hospital would surely become a sensation on the internet, gaining notoriety, right? Lee Jianhong's face turned grim.
If this recording were to be made public, their hospital wouldn't just gain notoriety, it would become a target of public outrage. Until this moment, the cunning vice president realized that he had been tricked by Lin Dong. From the moment he entered, he had been recording, prepared for everything. He thought there was no evidence and that he could make Lin Dong and the others suffer in silence.
Now, it was all in vain. Comrade, don't be impulsive, everything can be negotiated. Let's sit down and have a good talk.
Lin Dong smiled coldly.
Negotiate? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say it was a misdiagnosis?
I want to see how you deal with this misdiagnosed Dr.
Son.
After saying this, Lin Dong sat down heavily on the hospital bed, glaring at Lee Jianhong, who was caught in a dilemma. After a fierce internal struggle, Lee Jianhong suppressed his unwillingness and glared at Sun Dequan.
Sun Dequan, this is all you're doing. Now, take off your white coat and go handle your resignation. Get lost. And MS. Song.
Lee Jianhong forced a smile, looking at Song Roland with a flattering expression. All your previous expenses will be waived, and the hospital is willing to offer 10 times compensation.
How about that? Song Roland did not respond.
At that moment, she felt dizzy, doubting whether she was dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyun could no longer contain her excitement and hugged Lin Dong.
Senior Lin, this is great.
Although they had only known each other for less than half a day, to others, they looked like a couple in the throes of love.
Ahem. Song Roland coughed lightly.
Lu Shiyun suddenly woke up, quickly stepping back, her face flushed.
Lin, Senior Lin, It's fine, you're young, it's normal.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Seeing the two separate, Lee Jianhong finally had a chance to interject. Even he could see who held the power in the conversation.
Comrade, are you satisfied with this handling? Before Lin Dong could speak, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Lee Jianhong's calf. Director, I really know I was wrong, Get lost. Lee Jianhong's expression darkened as he kicked Sun Dequan in the face.
This Sun Dequan had almost dragged the entire Tianhai Central Hospital down with him. Lee Jianhong could not let him stay, not for the hospital, but for his own position.
Security, where are the security?
Immediately get this guy out of here. I don't want to see him, this scum, this disgrace. Under Lee Jianhong's furious reprimand, Sun Dequan was dragged out by 2 security guards like a stray dog. Seeing this, Lin Dong's expression gradually improved.
Director Lee, I see your sincerity.
Since that's the case, let's end this matter here. I will delete the recording later. I hope you can keep your word.
Definitely.
Hearing Lin Dong agree to delete the recording, Lee Jianhong let out a long sigh of relief. He then signaled to the 2 nurses.
You go refund Ms. Song's medical expenses, using the hospital account.
Yes, Director Lee. Soon, under the operation of the 2 nurses, all the fees paid by Song Roland were refunded. Moreover, she received an additional 10 times compensation. In total, it amounted to over 200,000. Looking at the balance of zeros on her bank card, Song Roland, who had never seen so much money in her life, couldn't help but tear up.
Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, sigh. Song Roland sighed, still feeling uneasy thinking about what had happened before.
Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Lu Shiyun in front of him.
Ansong, you should thank Shiyun the most. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyun at the Wangchao Hotel. Stop.
As soon as the words Wangchao Hotel came out, Lu Shiyun's expression panicked, quickly blocking Lin Dong.
If she revealed the incident about selling herself to save her mother and almost being bullied, wouldn't Song Roland faint on the spot? What Wangchao? What hotel? Song Roland was completely confused.
Lu Shiyun quickly explained, Mom, I just happened to run into Lin Shige at the hotel, please don't misunderstand.
Song Roland frowned slightly,
her eyes clearly filled with disbelief. She knew Lu Shiyun well and could tell at a glance that her child was lying.
So, what was Shiyun doing at the hotel? For a moment, Song Roland couldn't help but feel a bit worried.
Although Lin Dong was her benefactor, she didn't want her daughter to repay him in this way. After all, Lu Shiyun had just started her first year of college. Naive and innocent, she might impulsively do something she would regret for life.
Ansong, it's getting late, let me take you and Shiyun back to rest. This. Sure. Before Song Roland could speak, Lu Shiyun had already agreed first. Her gaze towards Lin Dong was filled with admiration and adoration.
Growing up without a father's love, she now felt an inexplicable sense of security from Lin Dong.
Sigh, alright. Seeing Lu Shiyun so deeply involved, Song Roland nodded helplessly. After a while, the three arrived at the hospital parking lot. When she saw Lin Dong's Panamera, Song Roland couldn't help but widen her eyes, her expression one of indescribable shock. She had thought Lin Dong was wealthy, otherwise, how could he afford to cover the 500,000 medical expenses? But she never imagined he was this rich. Although she hadn't seen much of the world, she knew that kind of car wasn't cheap. Mom, hurry, and get in the car.
Lu Shiyun, like a hostess, pulled Song Roland to sit in the back seat, then took the passenger seat herself.
Lin Dong glanced at Song Roland's hesitation in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Shiyun, now that you have money, what do you plan to do? Over 200,000 is not a small amount.
On the way back, Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. To him, 200,000 was like $2 to an ordinary person.
But for Song Roland and her daughter, it was an astronomical figure.
Lu Shiyun thought for a moment and replied, I want to buy some supplements for my mom, so she won't have low blood sugar anymore. And then, renovate our old house.
After living there for so many years, it's time to tidy it up.
Lin Dong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Lu Shiyun was indeed a filial child. After getting money, the first thing she thought of was not to squander it, but to improve her mother's life. This also made Lin Dong determined to treat this little junior sister a bit better in the future. Soon, the Porsche left the city center and arrived at an urban village.
Shige, my home is right here. I'm sorry to make you laugh.
From the bustling and tidy city center, they had dropped to a dirty and chaotic urban village. Lu Shiyun felt a bit embarrassed and inferior. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not look down on her because of this.
It's okay, I also came from the countryside, not much different from you.
What?
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun was both surprised and delighted.
She had originally thought Lin Dong came from a wealthy family, a prestigious clan. She never expected that he, like her, was a child raised in the countryside. This also gave her a common topic with Lin Dong.
However, Song Roland found Lin Dong's words utterly unbelievable.
Lin Dong was only in his 20s, just starting to work. At most, he had been working for 3 to 5 years.
How could he possibly become a millionaire in such a short time?
He might be saying this just to get closer to her daughter.
Of course, Song Roland didn't expose him.
After all, Lin Dong was the benefactor of their family, and she was still immensely grateful to him.
Lin, if you're not busy, come in and sit for a while. I'll get you some water.
Then I'll trouble you, Aunt. Lin Dong smiled lightly. After talking for so long, he had been waiting for this invitation. Lu Shiyun's home was not large. In the urban village, it was considered a small unit. 1 kitchen, 1 living room, and 2 bedrooms of about 7 or 8 square meters each. The furniture consisted only of a bed and a table, making it seem almost bare.
Even so, the entire home did not look shabby at all.
The room was orderly and clean, giving a warm and comfortable feeling.
It was clear that Song Roland was a virtuous and good woman. Shiyun, go out and buy some fruit for Lin.
Okay.
Lu Shiyun replied, somewhat reluctantly walking out the door.
Originally, she wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side and talk to him.
However, it was indeed inappropriate not to have any fruit to entertain Lin. Unexpectedly, Song Roland was deliberately sending her daughter away.
Once Lu Shiyun left, she turned around with a serious expression and solemnly took something out of her pocket. Lin, this is my bank card. The money just came from the hospital.
Consider it a small token of my appreciation.
You've seen our family's situation. I hope you won't think it's too little.
Lin Dong was taken aback.
He never expected that just after the money arrived, Song Roland would want to give it to him. However, after a moment's thought, he understood what was going on.
Auntie, do you think I'm someone who lacks this little bit of money?
Lin Dong asked with a smile.
Song Roland was momentarily speechless.
Indeed, Lin Dong drove a luxury car worth millions. How could he care about a mere 200,000?
If you have something to say, just say it directly. Song Roland sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward, please don't be angry. I know you're a good person. But, Shiyun cannot be with you, she's still young and doesn't understand. Song Roland's meaning was very clear.
Lin Dong and Lu Shiyun were not from the same world and were destined to be apart.
What if one day Lin Dong got bored and abandoned Lu Shiyun? Her daughter might be hurt and could never recover from it. I see.
Lin Dong smiled bitterly. He knew that Song Ruolin was worried about this. If he were to reveal that he had sold himself to save his mother and had taken the initiative to embrace Lu Shiyun in the car, he wondered how she would react. Of course, Lin Dong would never do that. The heart of a parent is truly pitiful. Song Ruolin's concerns were not without reason.
Auntie Song, you misunderstood.
I never thought about being with Shiyun, nor would I use this matter to bind her. I just see her as a sister.
Sister? Song Ruolin was momentarily stunned.
Then, she quickly shook her head. Even if Lin Dong saw Lu Shiyun as a sister, Lu Shiyun would never be satisfied with that. She could see that Lu Shiyun had already fallen for him.
Actually, I prefer mature and intelligent women,
Lin Dong said with a smile. After saying that, he deliberately looked at Song Ruolin.
What I dislike the most are those superficial women who come on strong.
They claim to want to be independent, but in reality, they are all materialistic.
These days, there are too few truly independent and strong women. It must be said that Song Ruolin was very beautiful.
If one didn't know she was Lu Shiyun's mother, one would never guess she had given birth. She was clearly in her 30s, a charming young woman.
Every move she made exuded the unique charm of a mature woman.
Like fine wine, it made one want to savor it slowly. Noticing Lin Dong's greedy and aggressive gaze, Song Ruolin's heart raced, her hands had nowhere to go, and her eyes instinctively darted away.
Lin Dong, what are you doing?
Please behave yourself.
Lin Dong smiled.
Not only did he not stop, but he also pressed further.
Auntie, all these years, you've been the only one taking care of Shiyun, it must be tiring, right? Have you never thought about finding another man for support? You're still young, you can't stay single forever, can you?
Song Ruolin merely bit her lip, her expression somewhat unpleasant.
Who could say otherwise?
She was only in her 30s and could clearly enjoy a better life, find a good man, and fill the emptiness. However, for the sake of her daughter, she had to work hard and raise her alone. Sometimes, she felt unwilling. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly wrapped his arms around Song Ruolin's waist. Compared to Bai Yuqing and Ning Feifei's slender waists, Song Ruolin's waist is not only thin but also very strong and healthy, like that of a gymnast.
The feel of it is fantastic.
Immediately, Lin Dong's large hands continued downward. Soon, they touched her strong, powerful thighs.
Song Ruolin's delicate body trembled, and she stood up in fright. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Although you are our family's benefactor, it doesn't mean you can humiliate me.
Song Ruolin's pretty face flushed red, her eyes wide open, her expression filled with anger. Indeed, this beautiful young woman was like a lioness, strong and resilient. No wonder she had preserved her chastity all these years. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was here today to win her over. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. What he said next directly ended the competition.
Aunt Song, what if I told Shiyun that her father is not dead and is living well? Do you think Shiyun would blame you? What? Song Ruolin's pupils contracted, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. How did he know her secret?
Don't look at me with such strange eyes. Lin Dong chuckled lightly and said casually, while processing your paperwork, I accidentally saw that in the family member section. It listed Shiyun's father's name.
You must be planning to give up treatment and let Shiyun find her father, right?
It turned out that Song Ruolin thought the 500,000 surgery fee was too high and planned to let nature take its course. After her death, she intended for Lu Shiyun to seek out the only relative she had in this world. Unexpectedly, in the end, she was fine, but Lin Dong had caught her weakness.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
At this moment, Song Ruolin was still trying to dodge the issue, attempting to brush it off.
Really don't understand? Then who is Lu Chang?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, refusing to hold back. I believe that as long as I am willing to pay, there are still many people willing to help me. Like, for example, tell me where Lu Chang is.
No! Song Ruolin panicked.
In her desperation, she even grabbed Lin Dong's arm, shaking her head frantically. Seeing the panic on Song Ruolin's face, Lin Dong knew the situation was settled.
Aunt, if there's something, you might as well tell me. Saying it out loud will make you feel a little better. After all these years, don't you want to find someone to confide in? Under Lin Dong's gentle persuasion, Song Ruolin gave up struggling and sighed deeply. Sigh, it's a long story. If heaven gave me another chance, I absolutely wouldn't want to meet that man. No, he is a demon.
Song Ruolin was both scared and pained, as if the past was too unbearable to recall. Lin Dong frowned and held Song Ruolin's hand tightly.
Song Ruolin struggled in vain, ultimately choosing to accept.
Lu Chang is my neighbor, 2 years older than me. When I was young, I often followed him around, treating him like an older brother. But then, when I was 15, he took advantage of the elders being out and suddenly came to my house. At this point, Song Roland's expression turned terrified, her body curling up. After all these years, she still felt lingering fear.
Lin Dong timely offered a warm embrace, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Song Roland instinctively wanted to resist.
But for some reason, after struggling for a moment, she relaxed her guard. I had just woken up and had no idea what he was going to do. I only saw his face was particularly red, staring at me like a wolf, which scared me.
He said he liked me and wanted me to be his wife. My mind went blank, and before I could respond, he pounced on me, tearing my clothes. I was weak, and later, he said he regretted it very much and swore to marry me. Then, both families found out about this.
My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me off to Lu Chang. As a result, his family said that if I didn't marry him, they would spread the news about my being raped.
What?
Lin Dong frowned, anger rising within him.
How can there be such scum for parents? Their son did something wrong, yet they threaten you instead.
Truly, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked, all of a kind.
Song Roland shook her head.
At that time, with the rice already cooked, she was also very helpless. Her parents didn't want Song Roland to be pointed at by others, so they could only grit their teeth and accept the marriage. Who knew that after marrying him, it was just the beginning of a nightmare? Lu Chang not only hit and scolded me but also often went out to gamble, driving his parents to death, and he squandered the family fortune. I wanted to hang myself, but I was already pregnant with Shi Yun.
Song Roland said painfully.
It's hard to imagine what she went through at that time. The more Lin Dong listened, the angrier he became.
This bastard ruined Song Roland's life. So what happened next?
Where did he go? He got into a fight outside, injured someone, and was sentenced to 15 years. At that time, Shi Yun was young and didn't remember anything, always crying to find her dad. I could only tell her that Lu Chang was dead and that I would raise her alone. Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder there were no traces of Lu Chang's life in the room. It turned out this guy brought it upon himself and ended up in prison. But this was also good.
At least, Song Roland wouldn't have to endure beatings and scoldings anymore.
Calculating the time, he will be out in a few months. By then, I really don't know how to explain it to Shi Yun.
Am I supposed to tell her that her dad is a beast? As Song Roland spoke, she cried like a pear blossom in the rain.
Lin Dong couldn't help but hug her tightly from behind. He knew this was the most vulnerable moment for this woman, and she desperately needed care. For a moment, the unique scent of a man's hormones filled the air.
Song Roland was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. Lin, you have to let go of me, you can't do this.
Shi Yun will be back soon, and if she sees this, she will misunderstand.
Aunt Song, no, Roland. Lin Dong held Song Roland even tighter. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you.
I know you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shi Yun, that women are weak, but a mother must be strong. But in front of me, you don't need to hide, you can be your true self. I sincerely want to help you, to save you, to free you from suffering.
So, give me a chance, okay?
Lin Dong's words were heartfelt. Coupled with their constant physical contact, the long silent heart of Song Roland quietly stirred, showing a crack. However, thinking that Lu Shi Yun might burst in at any moment, Song Roland immediately closed her legs tightly, gripping Lin Dong's hand, desperately trying to stop his further advances.
Let go of me.
Lin Dong, what you're doing now is no different from Lu Chang.
Indeed, all men are the same.
Unfortunately, Song Roland underestimated Lin Dong's determination to win her over. He genuinely wanted to rescue Song Roland from her dire situation. Moreover, conquering such a woman was undoubtedly something all men dreamed of.
Roland, just agree to me.
Even if you don't think about your own future, you should think about Shi Yun's future.
Shi Yun.
Song Roland's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her expression somewhat moved. Sensing that Song Roland's strength was weakening, Lin Dong decided to add fuel to the fire.
Don't you want to know why Shi Yun went to the hotel to find me?
Why? She sold herself to raise the 50,000 for her mother's surgery. If I hadn't intervened, she would have been taken away by a group of thugs.
Are you telling the truth?
Song Roland's body trembled, her heart racing.
I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that.
Song Roland lay on the table, panting, her face flushed. For a moment, she appeared even more charming than usual, her mature and voluptuous figure exuding allure. Lin Dong helped her put on her clothes, covering the revealing spring light. Looking at Song Roland's fair and rosy little face, she not only showed no signs of fatigue but seemed to have a hint of lingering desire.
Indeed, women are all contradictory. What you don't want is what you want, and what you want is still what you want. Get up, Aunt Song, Shi Yun is still waiting outside.
Hearing the familiar call of Aunt Song, Song Roland gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's youthful and handsome face, she felt inexplicably regretful and self-conscious. How could she have been so foolish as to do such a ridiculous thing? Clearly, she was already in her 30s and had a child. How shameless. However, Lin Dong did not give her a chance to blame herself and directly walked over to open the door. Standing before him was Lu Shiryun, her face a mix of complex emotions.
Mom, senior brother, what were you doing in there? I think I heard you arguing, and even fighting.
Mom, Lin's senior brother didn't bully me, please don't cause trouble for him. On the way back from the hospital, she had noticed that Song Roland was worried about Lin Dong doing something to her. Presumably, they had been discussing this matter just now.
Hearing Lu Shiryun's questioning, Song Roland bit her lip. Cause him trouble?
It was clearly that scoundrel who had pinned me down on the table.
Ahem, Shiryun, you misunderstood.
We were discussing your college situation. I know a few bosses in Tianhai who happen to need excellent graduates from Tianhai University of Technology.
I was thinking that when you graduate, I could directly recommend you to them.
Upon hearing this, Lu Shiryun's eyes lit up. She forgot all about what had happened between Song Roland and Lin Dong, her heart filled with longing. As for arguing with Auntie, it was because she was worried about you and wanted you to spend more time with her.
Don't misunderstand Auntie.
Song Roland turned to look at Lin Dong, her expression somewhat strange. She hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so good at making up stories. With just a few words, he had found a suitable excuse for what had just happened. However, she didn't feel that Lin Dong was being perfunctory.
With his abilities and connections, recommending a good job for Lu Shiryun would be a piece of cake. I'm sorry, Mom. I misunderstood you, please don't be angry. Lu Shiryun bit her lip, shyly walking over to grab Song Roland's hand, repeatedly apologizing.
After all, she was just a half-grown child. Her thoughts were simple, easily misled.
Seeing this, Song Roland breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, she cast a grateful glance at Lin Dong. Shiryun, from now on, study hard with Lin Dong.
In the future, our family will rely on you. Lu Shiryun nodded repeatedly.
Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose, feeling something strange.
What's that smell? It feels so weird. Song Roland shivered, instinctively looking at Lin Dong.
She saw him looking at her with a mischievous expression, waiting for her to explain.
She knew very well what it was. Her daughter was still innocent. How could she come into contact with such things?
Shiryun, quickly, go wash your hands.
That was Mom's sweat, don't touch it.
Under Lu Shiryun's puzzled gaze, Song Roland hurriedly tidied up. Fortunately, her daughter didn't understand these matters and didn't ask further. Otherwise, their secret would have been exposed.
Even so, Lu Shiryun still noticed something amiss. Mom, why is there a tear in your pants? Your leg is showing. Song Roland's pretty face turned slightly red as she instinctively looked down. Sure enough, she found a tear on her thigh, just enough to see her smooth thigh in a corner of the small fabric. Oh no!
Song Roland exclaimed, hurriedly trying to cover it with her hand.
Ahem!
Lin Dong coughed a couple of times, quickly changing the subject. It should have been Auntie who accidentally scratched it while in the hospital.
Shiryun, go get a piece of clothing. Oh. Lu Shiryun nodded, a bit dazed.
Before leaving, she couldn't help but curse, it's all that bastard Sun Dequan's fault, that dog of a man. Lin Dong and Song Roland exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Sun Dequan was just a lecher, but Lin Dong was truly forceful. Lu Shiryun's words were more of a scolding directed at Lin Dong. It's all your fault for being so rough.
What if we get caught?
Song Roland said, a bit annoyed, as she punched Lin Dong's chest. However, before she could pull her hand back, Lin Dong caught it and held it in his palm.
What's wrong? Don't you like it? Who likes it? I saw you just now, you seemed quite willing, even humming along,
Lin Dong said with a mischievous smile. Instantly, Song Roland's cheeks flushed from her face to her ears. Especially when she thought about how she had actively gone along with it, she felt even more embarrassed. Yet, the more shy she became, the more alluring she was. Even though she was already in her 30s, she was more charming and cute than a girl in her teens. In the next moment, Lin Dong leaned in for another deep kiss, leaving Song Roland dizzy and her face wet before he finally stopped. After a long while, their lips parted. Roland, don't worry, with me around, you won't suffer any grievances in the future, Lin Dong said seriously.
Song Roland nodded sweetly, half of her body nestled in Lin Dong's embrace. To an outsider, it would seem like they were a couple in love.
The unique scent of the man enveloped her, making her heart melt. She never dreamed she would end up in bed with a man 10 years younger than her. But now that the rice was cooked, there was no turning back.
Thinking of this, Song Roland traced patterns on Lin Dong's chest. It's already quite late, how about we finish eating before you leave?
Sure. Lin Dong smiled lightly. He couldn't wait to spend more time with this beautiful young woman. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps were heard again. Song Roland was startled and quickly pushed Lindong away, just in time to avoid being seen by Lu Shiryun. "Mom, I brought the clothes." "Oh. Song Roland nodded. Then, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she said somewhat awkwardly, Shiryun, Lin classmate is staying for dinner tonight, can you help me stir-fry a few dishes?" Hearing this, Lu Shiryun's eyes lit up. Although she entered the kitchen with Song Roland, Lindong smiled knowingly at the scene of the mother and daughter cooking for him. Some images flashed through his mind. Although it wasn't possible now, who knows what the future holds? Before long, the meal was ready. Song Roland even specially bought a few bottles of beer. At the dining table, Lu Shiryun chattered away, as if she wanted to share all her experiences from the past decade with Lindong. Song Roland looked at her daughter with a smile, her gaze kind and content. She believed that with Lindong's care, her daughter would surely be able to live the life she wanted. Lindong also drank while chatting with the mother and daughter. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh hard. "Oh no, after drinking, I won't be able to drive back. Auntie, is there anywhere to stay nearby?" "Ha?" Song Roland was taken aback. She had been so focused on entertaining Lindong that she forgot about this. It was Lu Shiryun, quick-witted, who immediately smiled and said, "Mom, why don't we let Lin Shige stay at our house for the night?" Lindong pretended to decline. No. You two are alone, letting a big man like me stay over would have a bad influence on you. I'll just go find a place to stay." After saying that, Lindong swayed as he got up. Bang! Lindong almost fell over. A few bottles of beer were nothing for him, who could drink thousands without getting drunk. The reason he pretended to be tipsy was naturally to force Song Roland to make a decision. Sure enough, seeing Lindong's staggering appearance, Song Roland's heart softened, and she helped him. "Lin, if you don't mind, just make do on the sofa for one night." "Is that appropriate?" "Senior, what's inappropriate about it? Besides, my mom doesn't trust anyone else, so why wouldn't she trust you, huh?" Lu Shiryun covered her mouth and chuckled. In her eyes, Lindong's image was particularly tall and grand. Little did she know, while she was out buying fruit, Lindong had already finished off Song Roland completely. Ahem. Lindong coughed awkwardly a couple of times and nodded. "Alright then, I'll trouble you." Song Roland's face turned slightly red. She clearly felt someone pinch her lower back. That sneaky hand could only belong to Lindong. However, with her daughter present, she couldn't lose her temper. She could only let that big hand roam freely. Before long, she was blushing, her breathing quickening. Soon, night fell. Lindong slept on the sofa in the living room. On either side were Lu Shiryun's and Song Roland's bedrooms. Song Roland thought Lindong would have trouble sleeping. However, his bed-making skills were even more proficient than hers, as if he had returned to his own home. This made Song Roland start to believe that Lindong really came from the countryside. After the lights went out, the room quieted down. Lindong lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. After a long day, he was indeed a bit tired. Unexpectedly, just as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of a door opening. Immediately after, a warm body slipped into the covers. Lindong touched a long, soft leg. He couldn't help but tease, "Little glutton, didn't you eat enough during the day? Out hunting for food again at night?" Lindong thought it was Song Roland who couldn't resist the loneliness and climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. To his surprise, the other party fell silent upon hearing this. Silence meant acquiescence. Lindong felt a tickle in his heart and directly wrapped his arms around the delicate figure, his hands roaming around. Wait, this size doesn't seem right. Lindong's mind buzzed. He remembered that Song Roland was well endowed and had a great figure. How come he was only touching 2 eggs? Senior, it's my first time, be gentle, okay? Shiryun? Lindong's eyes widened as he threw off the covers. As expected, lying in his arms was not Song Roland, but Lu Shiryun. The bright moonlight fell on Lu Shiryun's pure face. Amidst her fair skin, a slight blush appeared. In her shyness, there was also a hint of allure. At this moment, her long legs were wrapped around Lindong's waist. Senior. The young girl was a bit shy. She didn't expect Lindong to be so eager and call her a little glutton. Did he already know she would sneak into the bed? Little did she know, Lindong was waiting for Song Roland. All those flirtatious words were meant for Song Roland. He didn't expect Lu Shiryun to take them seriously. Senior, you want me, right? I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only do this. And according to our agreement, I belong to you now. As Lu Shiryun spoke, she actively leaned into Lindong's embrace. The way she was acting clearly indicated she wanted to merge with him. Even her small hands clumsily began to unbutton Lindong's shirt. Lindong was a bit surprised and somewhat dumbfounded. Originally, with the feast laid out before him, how could he not eat? But thinking about how Song Roland would likely fall out with him if she found out, Lin Dong hesitated. No, it was still too early. He would deal with Shiryun's matter later. Shiryun, don't do this, I don't want you to compromise yourself. As for that agreement, I never took it seriously, so you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. What? Lu Shiryun's eyes widened, stunned for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes. But, didn't you just say? Liar. Mom was right, all men are big liars. Lin, I really like you, just let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew that Lu Shiryun was not a vain woman like Bai Yuqing, not with him for money. But now, eating her is still too early. However, I can't refuse directly. That would make her very sad. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong reached out and wiped away the tears at Lu Shiryun's eyes. How about this, after you start school, I'll pick you up every week. As long as you behave well, senior brother promises you, it's not impossible. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately brightened up, crying tears of joy. Really? That means I can see you every week? Lin Dong nodded. Then, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. By sending Lu Shiryun home every week, he could also see Song Roland more often and discuss the philosophy of life. Of course, when have I ever gone back on my word? Lu Shiryun was very excited, jumping into Lin Dong's arms, rubbing against his neck like a clingy little fairy. The unique scent of a young girl wafted to Lin Dong's nose, igniting a fire in his lower abdomen. To avoid making a mistake, he quickly pushed away the still-acting spoiled Lu Shiryun. Alright, it's getting late, hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to school. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun happily got off the sofa. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give Lin Dong a quick peck on the cheek. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Good night, senior brother Lin. Watching the little girl bounce back to her bedroom, Lin Dong let out a deep breath. He almost made a big mistake. If he had taken Lu Shiryun in the living room, it would have definitely caused a commotion. If Song Roland found out, she would never forgive him. Just wait a little longer. The time isn't right yet. This little girl is really a handful. In the middle of the night, how am I supposed to cool down? Lin Dong felt a bit frustrated. In the past, when he was with Feng Shui, she was reluctant to be intimate with him, and he could only solve it secretly. Now, with a fortune of $1 billion, doing that would be no different from being foolish. Wait, isn't there a ready-made one? Lin Dong's thoughts raced, and his gaze turned to another bedroom. He then slowly walked over. In the bedroom, Song Roland had already fallen asleep. She was completely unaware that a big bad wolf had snuck into the room, roaming around her body. Song Roland had a dream. She dreamed that she was lying on a luxurious big bed. Suddenly, a blurry face appeared in front of her. The two embraced passionately, kissing fervently. They pulled and tugged, making their way to the bathroom. Clothes were discarded along the way. Before long, Song Roland felt hot all over, her mind in a daze. Especially that strong, youthful body. Wasn't that what she had longed for during her years of solitude? Suddenly, a sharp pain came. Song Roland groggily opened her eyes. You're awake? Hearing the familiar voice by her ear, Song Roland's head buzzed. Before she could react, the whole bed began to creak. Only then did she realize that everything was not a dream. That blurry face and strong body belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you're too bold. Shiryun is right next door, she'll find out. Song Roland said this, but her body was very honest. She actively welcomed him, not pushing Lin Dong away. Lin Dong didn't care. Even if he was discovered, he would accept it. The world is vast, but his happiness is the greatest. If you're afraid of being found out, just hold it in. Woo. Song Roland's face turned red, but she had to force herself to hold back. A night passed. When Lu Shiryun woke up groggily and got out of bed, Song Roland was already making breakfast with Lin Dong. Their affectionate demeanor resembled that of a young couple. This made her feel an indescribable jealousy. Shiryun, you're awake. Song Roland felt guilty, unable to meet her daughter's resentful gaze. Lin Dong smiled lightly. How did you sleep last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? You're not looking pretty. What? Lu Shiryun was taken aback and hurriedly looked in the mirror. As a result, it was discovered that Lin Dong was deceiving himself. Bad person. Don't mention it. Last night, I don't know where two wild cats came from, they kept meowing. Probably in heat. Bang! The basin in Song Roland's hand fell to the ground, her expression a bit guilty. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiryun looked at Song Roland with a strange expression. Song Roland immediately stammered, not knowing how to explain. It was Lin Dong who quickly spoke up, changing the subject. Auntie is fine. Shiryun, hurry up and eat. After you finish, I'll take you to school.
After breakfast, Song Rulin sent the two to the intersection.
Watching the Palamara disappear from sight, her anxious little heart slowly calmed down.
Then, a wave of intense sleepiness swept over her. Last night, the two had been tossing and turning, and even when dawn broke, they were still at it. By now, she hadn't had a proper rest. Just thinking about Lin Dong's vigor and their sweetness made a happy smile involuntarily appear on her face. However, thinking of Lu Chang, who was about to be released from prison, Song Rulin furrowed her brows tightly. I hope that guy doesn't cause any trouble when he comes back. On the other side, in the Palamara, Lu Shiyun was curiously fiddling with the screen in the passenger seat. Clearly, it was just an ordinary thing, but to her, it felt like a treasure. Lin Dong saw this and couldn't help but feel a bit pained. Do you like it? Lu Shiyun instinctively nodded.
Realizing it, she quickly shook her head.
No, I don't like it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Gripping the steering wheel, he casually said, since you called me brother, then I have to recognize you as my sister. While there's still time, I'll take you to the mall to shop. Consider it a back-to-school gift from me.
No, senior brother, you don't have to spend so much. Lu Shiyun shook her head like a rattle drum.
Lin Dong had already helped her a lot. If she let him spend more, she would feel guilty. However, the arm couldn't twist the thigh. Before long, the two arrived at a nearby shopping center.
Wow, this place is so big. Senior brother, do you come here often?
Lu Shiyun stood in the mall, looking around with a face full of wonder. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. The last time he came to the mall was just to buy the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist.
Shiyun, if you see anything you like, just buy it, don't worry about the money. Isn't that inappropriate?
What's inappropriate? I promised Auntie to take good care of you, Lin Dong said lightly. He seemed to not care about money at all.
Soon, under Lin Dong's guidance, Lu Shiyun changed her outfit from head to toe.
Not only did she buy the latest phone and computer, but she also got several trendy camisole dresses and pleated skirts.
Then, they went to a women's clothing store. When Lu Shiyun shyly walked out of the fitting room in a JK uniform, the customers and staff in the store all looked over, their eyes filled with amazement. Lin Dong's eyes also lit up.
This JK outfit was simply tailor-made for Lu Shiyun. It preserved her innocence and cuteness while adding a touch of pure desire.
Senior brother, doesn't it look good? Lu Shiyun twirled in front of Lin Dong, shyly asking. It looks good.
Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Then, he directly looked at the staff.
Wrap this one up, and the two I tried on earlier, how much is it in total?
Okay, sir, it's a total of 23,000 yuan.
23,000?
Hearing this number, Lu Shiyun's eyelids jumped, and she instinctively wanted to stop him. These clothes were too expensive.
With that much money, it would be enough for her and her mother to live well for a long time.
However, Lin Dong didn't give her a chance to refuse and directly made the payment.
In an instant, Lu Shiyun stood there, a bit at a loss. Don't just stand there, aren't you going to school? If you don't leave now, it will be too late.
Lin Dong walked outside and waved to Lu Shiyun. Lu Shiyun, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly followed. But her little face still looked a bit awkward. Senior brother, when I earn money in the future, I will pay you back.
Shiyun, if you say that, I won't be happy.
Lin Dong pretended to be unhappy and said seriously, for me, the words short of money don't exist. What I give, others don't want, that's what it means to look down on me. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
Then, her heart warmed. In an instant, her heart was captured by Lin Dong's domineering attitude. Let's go,
Lin Dong said lightly. The next moment, he took her hand.
Immediately, Lu Shiyun felt shy and couldn't lift her head.
Before long, the two arrived at the car.
The things Lin Dong bought for Lu Shiyun filled the back seat.
From daily necessities to luxury items, everything was there. Some brands she had never even heard of. Lin Dong was very satisfied, while Lu Shiyun felt a bit out of place. Soon, the Panamera stopped at the school gate. Many people paused, curiously observing.
A Porsche Panamera is not cheap. Its owner must be either rich or noble.
At the age of 18 or 19, it is the time for vanity. Those female students who wanted to marry into a wealthy family and soar to great heights immediately brightened up, unable to resist the urge to squeeze over and strike up a conversation.
Click.
At that moment, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong slowly stepped down.
To be fair, Lin Dong didn't reach the level of an internet celebrity handsome guy. However, he had a well-defined face, bright eyes, and white teeth. Plus, he was very tall. With this Panamera, he was simply the dream man.
After getting out of the car, Lin Dong leisurely walked to the passenger seat. He took a delicate hand and gentlemanly helped a girl down.
Wow, did I see that right? Isn't that Lu Shiyun? Didn't they say she was a commoner school beauty, and her family was very poor?
I'm impressed. I thought I could spend a little money to pursue her, but now it seems I can't even chase a feather. Although Lu Shiyun had just enrolled, her pure appearance and cool temperament instantly attracted the attention of many boys. Like hungry wolves catching the scent of delicious meat, they thought that a commoner school beauty like Lu Shiyun could be easily won over with a little money. But it turned out she was already in a Panamera. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had been slapped in the face, the sting burning. Such luxury cars, they might never be able to drive in their lifetime. The gap was too big. Then, another question arose. Who is that guy? Could he be the rich boss supporting Lu Shiyun? Nonsense, have you ever seen a young boss like that? He must be some young master. Sigh, it's really infuriating how some people are just better. At that moment, the school gate was buzzing with discussions. A group of male classmates pounded their chests in frustration, secretly regretting their missed opportunity. In the future, if they wanted to pursue Lu Shiyun, they probably wouldn't have a chance. Those female classmates were completely envious and jealous. That man is so handsome, I wonder if he would like me. Dream on, a man like that doesn't lack women. Damn, what am I lacking compared to Lu Shiyun? Why isn't it me sitting in the passenger seat? I can do many things too. Come on, rich people like pure beauties. Who would like your internet celebrity face? I really envy Lu Shiyun, she's about to turn from a sparrow into a phoenix. Senior brother, it seems everyone is looking at you. Lu Shiyun was very uncomfortable in this situation, seeing so many people staring at her, her cheeks flushed. Even her legs trembled slightly. Although there had been a few people who noticed her before, it was always for her beauty, not like now, where she was the center of attention. Hearing Lu Shiyun's words, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. Shiyun, they are not looking at me, they are looking at you. With so many people envying and being jealous of you, you shouldn't feel inferior, you should feel proud and confident. From now on, you no longer have to lower your head. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shiyun took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and raised her head to look around. Sure enough, the gazes directed at her were filled with envy. For a moment, Lu Shiyun felt a warm current surge within her, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. The feelings of inferiority that had accumulated over the years seemed to dissipate like smoke at that moment. Thank you, senior brother. As soon as the words left her mouth, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special task, a keen eye for gems. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, God-level appraisal technique. God-level appraisal technique, after use, it can automatically determine the specific value of items and perceive the existence of exceptional treasures. Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. Then, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It had been a long time since he had heard the system's notification sound. He thought that aside from spending in nightclubs, the system would be of no use. Unexpectedly, by helping Lu Shiyun untangle her emotional knots, he had inadvertently completed a special task. A keen eye for gems. Indeed, wasn't Lu Shiyun a pearl covered in dust? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth lifted slightly, and he couldn't resist wanting to test this special talent. He glanced at the Porsche Panamera behind him. The next moment, detailed information appeared before his eyes. Porsche Panamera, top configuration, value, 3,500,000 yuan. Then, Lin Dong scanned the Patek Philippe watch and the phone. They were valued at 2,900,000 and 8,000, respectively. Almost the same as their selling prices. Moreover, there were almost no restrictions. This God-level appraisal technique was indeed useful. Senior brother, why are you smiling so happily? Ahem. Hearing Lu Shiyun's puzzled inquiry, Lin Dong quickly explained, I'm happy for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, make sure to tell me. Lu Shiyun nodded with a smile. However, this worry was completely unnecessary. Everyone knew she had an extraordinary brother with a mysterious background. They would be more eager to curry favor than to bully her. Alright, I'll help you take your things to the dormitory. Lin Dong drove the car directly into the school. The security guard did not stop them, nor did he even ask, but actively let them through. Moments later, the two arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Because Song Roland was hospitalized, Lu Shiyun had delayed for a few days. Now, the new student registration had already ended. The other dorm mates had long since arrived. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Shiyun, and I also live in this dormitory. As soon as she entered, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet them. A few roommates looked up at the sound and were instantly dazzled. Following that came a wave of sourness. Lu Shiyun was too beautiful. Standing next to her, they felt like they had gone from being swans to ugly ducklings in an instant. For a moment, the few roommates fell silent, appearing indifferent. Lu Shiyun's expression turned awkward, feeling somewhat at a loss. In the end, it was a bespectacled girl who stepped forward. She came from a similar background as Lu Shiyun, both being from rural areas. She usually didn't pay much attention to her appearance and had a simpler mindset. Lu, that's your bed. You have so many things, let me help you carry some. Because she had arrived too late, the good lower bunk had long been taken. The only one left for Lu Shiyun was a top bunk near the door, which was both secluded and drafty. Looking at the narrow and awkward little bed, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but furrow her brows. However, thinking that it was her own fault for arriving too late, she could only brace herself and accept it. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shiyun, they must be your roommates, right? Hello everyone, I'm Shiyun's brother. Please take good care of her from now on. The few of them were taken aback. They hadn't expected Lu Shiyun's brother to come as well. At that moment, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. His elegant demeanor and tall stature instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, Lu Shiyun's brother is so handsome. Wasn't it said that their family is very poor? How come he dresses better than I do? Wait, isn't that the latest model of the iPhone and computer? Those cost several tens of thousands. The crowd exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. This was completely inconsistent with what they had learned. Lin Dong glanced around and quickly grasped the situation. Lu Shiyun arrived too late and couldn't get a good spot. A few girls were a bit envious of her. However, what problem can money not solve? Excuse me, what's your name? Lin Dong suddenly looked at the girl wearing glasses. Ha, me? The girl in glasses was taken aback, not expecting Lin Dong to ask her. After she came to her senses, she quickly replied, hello, my name is Huang Yan. If I'm not mistaken, that bottom bunk is yours, right? Huang Yan nodded. She had arrived 2 days early for registration, just to secure a bottom bunk. After all, she would be living here for 4 years. Lin Dong nodded, immediately understanding the situation. Then, he took out a wad of cash and smiled, saying, Shiyun's health isn't great, could you swap beds with her? This money is a token of gratitude, please treat yourself to some milk tea. What? Huang Yan's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. That thick stack must be at least 7 or 8,000 yuan, right? And for milk tea? She couldn't possibly drink that much. No, that won't do. Huang Yan's face turned red as she hurriedly declined. I'm sorry, I was a bit presumptuous. How about this? I'll add 3,000 to make it an even 10. Lin Dong smiled again, pulling out another wad of cash and presenting it to Huang Yan. Huang, Shiyun is new here and unfamiliar with the place. I hope you can take good care of her. Looking at the stack of red bills, Huang Yan hesitated for a long time, but ultimately couldn't resist and accepted the money. Her family was already poor, and she was relying on student loans. This 10,000 yuan would cover her tuition and living expenses for a year. There was no need to cling to a bit of pathetic pride and refuse the money. Thank you, big brother. I'll help Shiyun switch beds right away, give me her things. Huang Yan became even more enthusiastic, bustling around. The other girls were already dumbfounded. Then, they regretted it even more. They felt like kicking themselves. If they had known, they would have treated Lu Shiyun better. A bottom bunk sold for 10,000 yuan? Wasn't that picking up money? Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He was no stranger to this, it was incredibly easy to handle a few female students. By the way, Shiyun, I almost forgot to give you your living expenses. At that moment, Lin Dong slapped his forehead, pretending to remember something. Here are 20,000 yuan, when you run out, just ask your brother for more. Goodbye, big brother, thank you. Big brother, come visit often. Several female students warmly sent Lin Dong off. Just a moment ago, they had been running around for Lu Shiyun, even buying her milk tea. Lin Dong's generosity completely won them over. After Lin Dong left, the roommates bombarded her with questions. Shiyun, what does your brother do? Isn't your family poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shiyun, does your brother have a girlfriend? Ha! Hearing this question, Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes widened, and her face turned red. Then, feeling a bit shy, she said, well, I guess he does. On the other side, Lin Dong drove away in his Panamera, leaving the school. Along the way, many female students stopped him, wanting to strike up a conversation. Some even wrote their phone numbers on paper and tossed them into the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Are female college students this proactive now? In our day, we were so innocent that we would blush just passing a note. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. He had originally planned to head straight back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower, and rest well. But then he suddenly remembered the new ability he had just acquired. Since it's an appraisal skill, I should appraise some treasures. Lin Dong's mind raced, and he quickly thought of 2 places. The first place was the Tianhai City Museum. There were many antiques there, and most of them were genuine. However, the antiques there were only for viewing and not for sale.
The second place was Tianhai Antique Street.
There were over 3,000 stalls there, covering various antiques like the four treasures of the study, porcelain, wooden items, jade, and gold and silver artifacts. It can be said that there is nothing you can't think of, and nothing you can't buy. The most important thing is that there is free trade there, with no taboos.
As long as you have good luck and keen eyesight, finding one or two small items is completely unproblematic.
Even, you could become rich overnight and change your fate. However, more often than not, people get scammed and deceived there. The methods used by scammers to forge and age items are simply endless, making it hard to guard against.
Moreover, there is a rule there: once you buy, you can't return.
Buyers who have been tricked can only accept their misfortune. In the past, Lin Dong kept his distance from such places, fearing being deceived. But now, times have changed.
With his god-level identification skills, he can see clearly how much anything is worth.
This pair of discerning eyes is simply born for appraising treasures.
Let's go! Lin Dong pressed down on the accelerator. The Paramera roared like a beast.
In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside an antique street. As soon as he parked the car and got out, a series of hawking voices began to rise and fall. From the south to the north, come take a look. This jade Buddha just dug out of the ground. The luster and quality are absolutely top-notch. Big brother, take a good look. These are all genuine goods. For a moment, Lin Dong felt like he had entered a vegetable market. However, what was being sold here were not a few cents worth of rotten vegetables, but antiques worth thousands or tens of thousands. Lin Dong knew nothing about antiques. So, he just took a casual look around. A few vendors noticed he was a novice and approached him with smiles, promoting their goods. Big brother, at first glance, you look like someone who knows the goods. You're looking too closely. Seeing the vendor approach, Lin Dong smiled faintly.
You're right, I only look, I don't touch.
The vendor was momentarily taken aback by this response.
Just kidding, this snuff bottle of yours looks pretty good. Lin Dong laughed heartily.
As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a delicate brown snuff bottle to play with. He had only a vague understanding of these items, but his god-level identification skills saw through everything. With a thought, detailed information flashed before his eyes. Qing Dynasty carved jade snuff bottle, replica, value, 60 yuan genuine value, 600,000 yuan few.
Such a big difference?
Lin Dong guessed this was a counterfeit, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. A 600,000 yuan snuff bottle, and the fake is only worth 60 yuan.
How about it? Not bad, right, big brother?
I won't ask for too much, 6,000 yuan, just as a friend.
He.
Lin Dong rolled his eyes, letting the vendor figure it out for himself.
The vendor frowned.
He didn't expect to not scare Lin Dong.
Then, he smiled and said, think it's too expensive?
Then I'll make a decision. I'll give you a discount of 5,000 yuan, can't go any lower.
5,000? It's not even worth 500.
Lin Dong snorted coldly and was about to turn to leave. Just then, he suddenly noticed something in the vendor's stall emitting a faint golden glow.
This was a reminder from his god-level identification skills when encountering a treasure.
It seemed that not all of these items were fakes.
Some were genuine mixed in with the fakes.
This way, more people would be deceived.
The next moment, he locked his gaze on the glowing small object. Soon, he received feedback. Qing Dynasty Jade Ring with Longevity Pattern Value, 1.
2 million. It was a jade ring that was white with a hint of green and had carvings, just slightly worn, not very visually appealing. Placed among a pile of exquisite and beautiful snuff bottles, it indeed looked unremarkable. However, Lin Dong saw at a glance that it was the most valuable item. He immediately decided to buy it. Although he didn't know much about the field, he had at least watched TV dramas and knew that he must not let the seller know the value of what he was interested in. Otherwise, the seller would raise the price on the spot or even refuse to sell.
5,000 yuan. Isn't that a bit expensive?
Lin Dong pretended to be in difficulty.
It was a bit expensive, but he didn't walk away directly. That meant there was a chance.
The vendor's eyes lit up upon hearing this, thinking he had caught a big fish.
5,000 yuan is already the lowest price. Where else can you find something this cheap?
This snuff bottle has been passed down from the royal family of the Qing dynasty. The craftsmanship, the artistry, ordinary people are not blessed enough to enjoy it. Only the royal relatives and nobles can afford it. The vendor flattered, almost praising this counterfeit to the heavens. Lin Dong pretended to hesitate, casually glancing at the items on the ground.
Alright, 5,000 it is. But you have to throw in a couple of trinkets. How about that slightly damaged snuff bottle and the jade ring? Deal. The vendor was overjoyed.
The broken snuff bottle and jade ring were things he had collected from the village. Altogether, he spent 1,000. Calculating it this way, he could still make a profit of several thousand.
No way, that would mean a loss for me. I can only give you one extra item at most.
Lin Dong nodded, picking and choosing. In the end, he reluctantly picked up the jade ring.
This should be fine, right? If you agree, it's cash on delivery. Alright, I'll part with it reluctantly, just to make a friend. The payment arrived, 5,000 yuan. Hee, fools are everywhere.
The next moment, the vendor happily checked the payment, completely unaware of the sly glint in Lin Dong's eyes. He then found a secluded spot and casually tossed the snuff bottle away. Then, he began to play with the jade ring,
spending 5,000 yuan to turn around and make 120,000.
This business was simply a windfall. Lin Dong was in a good mood, humming a little tune as he continued walking. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, someone blocked his way. It was a young man wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt. Behind him were two burly bodyguards.
He looked quite wealthy. Brother, are you selling that jade ring?
I just heard you bought it for 5,000. I'll pay 10 times that. 50,000, how about it?
50,000? Hee.
Lin Dong rolled his eyes.
Not to mention 50,000, even 500,000 would be a loss for him.
So, he shook his head directly, not responding, and continued walking. Unexpectedly, the floral shirt wasn't discouraged. He waved his hand and raised the offer.
100,000 for your jade ring, how about it?
The floral shirt's loud voice immediately attracted a lot of attention. Everyone wanted to see what treasure was worth 100,000. Among them was the vendor who had just sold Lin Dong the snuff bottle.
Isn't that Chi Wenbin, the young master of Chi real estate?
Chi has no other hobbies, just likes to collect antiques and paintings.
What can you do? Rich people love to play with this. I've heard that Chi has a good eye. He must have seen something valuable today, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken up. Amidst the chatter, the vendor who sold Lin Dong the snuff bottle suddenly had a bad feeling.
When he realized that Chi Wenbin wanted to buy his jade ring, his eyes widened in shock.
What the hell? My jade ring? Isn't that a rural imitation? How could it be worth 100,000?
The vendor panicked. He never expected that the most unassuming jade ring would actually be genuine, worth more than all his broken snuff bottles combined. At that moment, the vendor regretted it deeply. On the other side, seeing a crowd gathering, Chi Wenbin felt even more confident.
Friends, go ask around. Who doesn't know my reputation in the antique street? I'm known for spending lavishly. As long as it's something I like, I'm willing to spend any amount.
Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The two bodyguards also supported him, giving a thumbs up.
Young Master Chi is extravagant.
However, Lin Dong showed a disdainful smile.
Spending lavishly? Isn't that just a fool with too much money?
I don't care if you're young Master Chi or whoever, I said, this jade ring is not for sale.
100,000? Are you trying to insult me?
Lin Dong snorted coldly, completely unconcerned about the strange looks from the crowd. Then, he deliberately put the jade ring on his thumb, showing it off to Chi Wenbin.
This made Chi Wenbin quite angry.
It was the first time he had been rejected. At the same time, he began to have doubts.
Could it be that this kid is an expert? Does he know that this jade ring is worth a lot? Impossible.
I've been hanging around this street for so long, and I've never seen him before.
He must be pretending. Chi Wenbin shook his head.
In his view, Lin Dong didn't understand jade rings at all. He just wanted more money, which is why he refused.
I get it. You just want money, right? Then name a price, as long as I can afford it.
Chi Wenbin sneered, crossing his arms, waiting for Lin Dong to quote a number. In his opinion, even if Lin Dong wanted to set a price, he wouldn't dare to ask for too much. At worst, he would just earn a little less. Wow, Chi Xiao actually let this kid quote a price himself, really giving him face.
Yeah, if I were this kid, I would just give the jade ring to Chi Xiao. Who knows, I might even make a friend. I think this jade ring looks ugly. Is it really worth that much money?
The crowd chimed in, all feeling that Lin Dong was ungrateful.
A vendor seized the opportunity, squeezing into the crowd, proudly taking out his snuff bottles.
Chi Xiao, that jade ring of his was bought from me.
I have some good stuff here, take a look. Not 10,000, 7 or 8,000 will do.
The vendor's face was full of smiles, clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin just glanced at him and gave him one word.
Get lost. What kind of junk is this, and you want to sell it to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? After saying that, Chi Wenbin ignored the vendor and looked back at Lin Dong. Friend, have you thought it over?
Seeing this, Lin Dong's mouth curled up slightly.
You want me to quote a price?
You said it yourself. Alright, 1,500,000, cash on delivery.
What? Hearing this number, everyone was taken aback. The earlier vendor was even more shocked, stumbling over his words. 1,500,000? This kid really dares to ask for that. What a greedy lion. Are you crazy? 10,000 directly raised to 1,500,000. However, what was shocking was that upon hearing this number, Chi Wenbin was first taken aback. Then, he actually stroked his chin and fell silent. He was considering. He actually thought that 1,500,000 wasn't completely out of the question. Wow, this kid, could he have found a treasure? A jade ring worth 1,500,000? Could it have been worn by an emperor? Quick, look, someone has fainted. Call an ambulance. In the midst of the conversation, someone started foaming at the mouth, as if having a heart attack, collapsing to the ground. The look of frustration on his face was none other than that of the vendor. My jade ring. My 1,500,000. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. There's nothing I can do. Who told you to be blind? What a nuisance, get him out of here. Chi Wenbin waved his hand impatiently. Two bodyguards directly tossed the vendor aside, then ignored his life or death. The priority was to secure the jade ring. Chi Wenbin could see that this jade ring was a piece of jade from the Qing dynasty, worth a lot. But how much it was worth, he wasn't sure. 1,500,000 was too risky. After pondering for a moment, Chi Wenbin shook his head. No, I can offer at most 500,000. Give me some face, let's be friends. In the future, if you run into trouble on Antique Street, just say you know me, Chi Wenbin, and it will help. Before he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards also walked towards Lin Dong. From the looks of it, Lin Dong had to sell today, whether he wanted to or not. Otherwise, he might not be able to walk out of this street. Ha! Lin Dong's response was very simple. If you don't have money, just say so, why go through all this? Making a fuss, I thought you were rich. Sigh, actually, I don't want to sell it to you either. This jade ring is great for pressing yellow paper. Upon hearing this, Chi Wenbin was momentarily stunned. The others were even more dumbfounded. Pressing yellow paper? Something worth 1,500,000, and you want to use it to press grave paper. Are you crazy? However, the less Lin Dong cared, the more it made Chi Wenbin seem eager for quick success. For a moment, he felt like he was caught in a bind. Chi Shao, this guy is asking for trouble. Two bodyguards, unable to endure any longer, stepped up from either side, ready to restrain Lin Dong and force him to hand over the jade ring. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had no intention of running away from the start. He picked up his phone and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, look! Chi Wenbin, the rich second generation of Daki real estate, is hitting people and engaging in coercive buying. These people are all witnesses." Chi Wenbin's mind buzzed as he realized Lin Dong's camera was aimed right at him. Come back! Chi Wenbin's face turned crimson. He suddenly regretted revealing his identity. Wasn't this handing over a handle? Once Lin Dong exposed the video online, the situation would spiral out of control, and Daki real estate would definitely be affected. To jeopardize the company's market value over a jade ring was simply not worth it. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, truly hesitant to act now. Seeing this, Lin Dong let out a cold smile. Playing with me? You're still too inexperienced. Alright, step aside quickly. I'm very busy, I don't have time to play house with you. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big shot. Can't even afford 1,500,000. Pfft. You! Chi Wenbin's face turned red with anger, nearly exploding. Kid, what's your name? Lin Dong. Fine, I'll remember you. Let's go. Chi Wenbin's expression darkened as he left with the two bodyguards, looking defeated. He seemed generous but was actually petty. Now, Lin Dong was already on his list for revenge. If given the chance, he would definitely retaliate. Watching them walk away, Lin Dong finally put away his phone, humming a little tune, strolling down the street as if no one else was around. He wasn't worried about whether Chi Wenbin would retaliate against him. Quickly, or we won't be able to get into the auction. What are you in such a hurry for? We can't afford anything anyway, even a single antique inside costs over $1 million. You don't know anything. I heard that this time, Jujiazhai has brought back many treasures from abroad. Even if we can't buy anything, we can at least take a look. Two men hurried past Lin Dong, muttering something. Lin Dong perked up his ears and quickly caught the key words. Auction. Treasures. A chance to pick up a bargain. How embarrassing, just arrived and already bumped into you. Lin Dong smirked, playing with the jade ring worth $1 million. He was worried about not having a place to show off his skills, but unexpectedly, just as he was dozing off, someone brought him a pillow. Seeing that the two men hadn't gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed them. Before long, he arrived in front of a pavilion.
Outside stood 2 imposing stone lions, and 2 vermilion pillars supported the 3-story pavilion. The exterior resembled a pagoda, with a uniquely designed interior. Everywhere exuded a single word, elegance. On the plaque, 3 large characters were inscribed in a flowing script. Jujiazhai. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. The decor of Jujiazhai, while not as extravagant as the Emperor KTV, made him feel like a dignitary just standing at the entrance. One could imagine that the treasures inside were certainly not ordinary. Just as Lin Dong was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard. "Sir, please show your invitation." Invitation? Lin Dong was taken aback. No one mentioned needing an invitation when he arrived. Soon, he realized. For an auction like this, to prevent disruptions, they needed to verify assets before entry. The 2 men earlier were probably also turned away, which was why he hadn't seen them. And those who received invitations were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. "Sorry, without an invitation, you cannot enter. We do not allow unauthorized personnel inside." The security guard waved his hand impatiently when he saw Lin Dong had no invitation. Unauthorized personnel? Lin Dong was not discouraged and smiled. "Is there no other way to get in besides the invitation?" The guard frowned, irritated. "Verification of assets is also acceptable. As long as your assets exceed 5 million, you can go in directly. The problem is, do you have that kind of money?" Sure enough, Lin Dong smiled faintly and directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket, tossing it into the security guard's hand. "Please hurry up, and by the way, arrange a front row seat for me." The security guard was taken aback. This person didn't have an invitation, yet his tone was quite bold. Arranging a seat for him, did he really think of himself as someone important? The security guard didn't bother to argue and took the bank card inside. Thud thud thud. In less than half a minute, the security guard rushed out in a fluster. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Our boss said that from now on, as long as you come, you don't need an invitation, just let us know. Your seat is in the Tianzi 9 private room, please follow me." Ha ha. The change from arrogance to humility was laughable. Just a moment ago, he had looked at Lin Dong with disdain, calling him a mere bystander. Now, it was as if he had encountered a living ancestor. Got it. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to argue, simply responding lightly. Seeing that he wasn't angry, the security guard let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, when he swiped the bank card, he was shocked. Lin Dong had a full 1 billion in his account. This kind of asset could practically allow one to walk around Tianhai City with ease. 1 billion in cash, with assets at least over 100 billion. Just now, he had actually disrespected him. Wasn't that courting death? The security guard quickly reported this. The owner of the Jujiazhai took it very seriously and immediately reserved the Tianzi 9 private room for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guard to treat Lin Dong well. If anything went wrong, he would be fired on the spot. Soon, the security guard brought Lin Dong to the Tianzi 9 private room. Tian represents the pinnacle of heaven and earth. 9 is the ultimate number. The combination of the two shows just how prestigious this room is. "Mr. Lin, here is the schedule for tonight's auction and the details of the auction items for your review." Once Lin Dong was seated, the security guard respectfully presented a delicate booklet. Inside, it detailed all the auction items for this event. Western celebrity oil paintings, timeless sculptures, authentic calligraphy. A total of no less than 20 items. Moreover, the starting price was at least 100,000, with the highest even reaching 10 million. The 10 million item was a piece of jade. A Hongshan jade dragon. A jade-coiled dragon shaped like the letter C, with sharp angles and lifelike features, dating back thousands of years. The jade artifacts unearthed alongside it have all been collected by the Beijing Museum. It was unclear why it had circulated among the people and appeared at this auction. It was precisely because of this rare treasure that the auction was particularly sensational, attracting many collectors and big bosses. Furthermore, this great jade dragon had a special function beyond mere collection. Yin and yang harmony, nourishing dual paths, strengthening the body, invigorating blood and relaxing muscles, nurturing essence and energy, prolonging life. Lin Dong read through it several times, almost unable to hold back. Wasn't this just a way to enhance vitality? Goodness, an antique actually had the miraculous use of replenishing kidney deficiency. No wonder so many big bosses were flocking to it. At their age, they were precisely at a time of decline. "Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Call me anytime if you need anything." Lin Dong nodded slightly and continued to browse the booklet. He wanted to see if there was anything worth noting. Meanwhile, a familiar face arrived outside the Jujiazhai. "Hello, young Master Qi." Still the Tianzi
9 Private Room. The newcomer, wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt, was Chi Wenbin, the young master of Daki real estate. At this moment, he was giving orders to the security guard as if he were commanding his servants. Usually, he relied on his family's connections to attend the auction, always getting the Tianzino 9 Private Room. However, today, the security guard did not lead him in immediately. Instead, he looked at him with a troubled expression and cautiously said, "I'm sorry, young Master Chi, but the Tianzino 9 Private Room is already occupied. However, the boss has reserved the Tianzino 10 Private Room for you." What? Chi Wenbin was stunned. Who dared to take his room? Bang bang. At that moment, a bell rang. "Young Master Chi, the auction is about to start, what do you think?" The security guard smiled apologetically. Chi Wenbin was just about to explode with anger when he heard the bell ringing, knowing that the auction was about to start, and he could only force himself to suppress his frustration. Then, he touched the bank card in his pocket. This time at the auction, that treasure was something he had to obtain. Now, he couldn't care less about which private room it was. "Dear guests, hello everyone. I am the host of this auction and also the owner of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Shangxi Hai." On stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tang suit walked gracefully, cupping his fists in greeting. The audience was buzzing with excitement. At a glance, they were all dignitaries and wealthy individuals. Such auctions were held monthly by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. However, it was the first time it was so crowded like today. The reason was that Red Mountain Jade Dragon. The first item for auction, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar depicting the legendary strategist Gaguzi descending the mountain. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, starting bid, 500,000. As the opening item of the auction, this Yuan blue and white porcelain had a price that was neither too high nor too low, satisfying the needs of most buyers. Sure enough, many people were tempted and raised their paddles with written prices. Seat 18, 510,000. Seat 20, 530,000. Seat 79, 600,000. Shangxi Hai continuously called out higher numbers. The atmosphere of the auction became lively. In private room number 9, Lin Dong was equally excited. It was his first time attending an antique auction, and it was also his first time witnessing such a scene of extravagant spending. Just casually writing down a number, hundreds of thousands were gone. However, thinking of the 1 billion in his bank account, Lin Dong's restless thoughts gradually calmed down. With his current assets, buying all the auction items would be more than enough. Even throwing out 1 million wouldn't turn his 10-digit fortune into a 9-digit one. Then, Lin Dong focused his attention on that Yuan blue and white porcelain. With a thought, his god-level appraisal technique activated. Yuan blue and white porcelain jar depicting Gaguzi descending the mountain value, 1.5 million. Not bad, no wonder so many people are fighting over it. Anything below 1 million is a steal. If the price is right, it could be fun to play with. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, and he began to calculate in his mind. Before long, the Yuan blue and white porcelain was driven up to 800,000. The number of bidders was no longer as many as before. Only a fat boss with a round face and a lady in a cheapao remained. Seat 20, 830,000. Seat 79, 900,000. Seat 20, 1 million. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. The lady seemed taciturn, but unexpectedly, her bidding was fierce, raising the price by 100,000 with each paddle. As expected, the fat boss was sweating profusely and conceded defeat. He awkwardly smiled at the lady, watching helplessly as the item he coveted fell into someone else's hands. In Lin Dong's view, bidding 1 million for this Yuan blue and white porcelain wasn't worth it. After deducting the handling fee, he would only make 20 to 30,000. This amount of money wasn't even enough for his Patek Philippe. Subsequently, several more items were brought up for auction. Famous calligraphy and paintings, ancient coins, seal porcelain. Lin Dong reviewed them all, but nothing caught his eye. Either the prices were too low, or even if he won the bid, he wouldn't make much profit. Finally, when the hostess brought up another item, Lin Dong's eyes brightened. The next item for auction, a Qing Dynasty coral 18-bead bracelet. As the name suggests, it is an 18-bead bracelet made primarily of coral, symbolizing beauty and tranquility. Starting bid, 200,000. Only 200,000? Lin Dong was stunned. This coral bracelet clearly radiated the golden glow of a peerless treasure. How could it possibly be worth so little? Could it be that the god-level appraisal technique was wrong? Lin Dong, not believing in evil, checked again. Qing Dynasty coral 18-bead bracelet, contains glass-type jade, value, 25 million. Damn. Lin Dong couldn't help but curse. I knew this bracelet was exuding a precious aura. Originally, there is a hidden world within, containing secrets. Each coral bead is inlaid with a piece of glass-type jade.
There are a total of 18, which means exactly 18 jade balls. So many people have handled the bracelet, yet no one discovered the secret inside. It's simply fate.
This is 25 million.
Only a fool wouldn't pick it up. In the next moment, almost simultaneously, two voices came from the audience.
Lot number 9, 200,000. Lot number 10, 200,000. Ha! Lin Dong was taken aback. He didn't expect someone to compete with him. Could it be that someone else saw the trick inside?
Of course, he wouldn't let this windfall slip away and continued to raise the bid.
Lot number 9, 300,000.
On the other side, Shi Wenbin was equally confused. He wanted to buy the coral bracelet because a partner of their family liked it and he wanted to give it as a gift. Unexpectedly, the person in the private room number 9 also wanted it. This made Shi Wenbin, who was already filled with anger, unwilling to back down and pressed a series of numbers.
Private room number 10, 400,000. Private room number 9, 500,000. What? Shi Wenbin frowned tightly. Is this guy deliberately targeting me?
He couldn't figure out the other party's background, so he decided to test the waters. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Friend in room 9, I am Shi Wenbin from Daki Real Estate. I wonder if you could bear to part with the coral bracelet and let it go to me. Just consider it a favor for me, let's be friends." Logically speaking, private rooms and public seating are separate. The purpose is to avoid wealthy people exposing their identities. Now, for this coral bracelet, Shi Wenbin had to shout across the room.
What's going on? Why is young Master Chi in room 10? Isn't he always in room 9?
Looks like a big shot has come in, and he's clashing with young Master Chi.
Is it worth it over a broken coral bracelet? The crowd murmured.
They all felt the coral bracelet wasn't worth that price.
Offending Shi Wenbin for this was not worth it.
Unexpectedly, upon hearing Shi Wenbin reveal his identity, private room number 9 not only did not back down but instead raised the bid even higher.
Lot number 9, 800,000. 800,000? Shi Wenbin was stunned. It's just a broken bracelet. How could it be worth so much?
He didn't know that this coral bracelet looked shabby, but the glass-type jade inside was priceless, a true masterpiece.
I thought, who could it be? Turns out it's this Chi's grandson. If you hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now that you have, I just have to outbid you.
Lin Dong snorted coldly. As expected, Shi Wenbin couldn't hold back his anger and pressed the numbers again.
Private room 10, 1,200,000.
After a long silence, private room number 9 remained quiet.
Finally giving in?
Seeing this, Shi Wenbin felt both pained and triumphant.
Trying to steal my room and my things? Do you think you can?
All of this was watched by Shang Sihai. He immediately raised his small hammer and said solemnly, 1,200,000 for the first time, 1,200,000 for the second time, 1,200,000 for the third. Suddenly, a voice came from private room number 9.
I bid 2 million. Are you still in?
At this statement, the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to look, filled with shock.
Where did this big spender come from? 2 million for a broken bracelet? Is there too much money to spend?
Shi Wenbin's face turned extremely ugly, gritting his teeth. You win, this broken bracelet is yours.
I didn't expect someone to be even more extravagant than me. Shi Wenbin spoke sarcastically, trying to save face.
For some reason, he felt the other party's voice was somewhat familiar.
2 million once, 2 million twice,
2 million 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in private room number 9 for winning the coral bracelet.
Seeing Lin Dong finally make a move, Shang Sihai couldn't help but brighten up. For the auction, 2 million isn't a lot of money. However, it's not that you're spending too little, but that you're not spending at all. As long as a good start is made, Lin Dong will become an important client of the Treasure Pavilion in the future. As soon as he thought of the 1 billion cash in Lin Dong's account, Shang Sihai couldn't contain his joy, his face glowing with excitement. Meanwhile, the scene was filled with noise. 2 million for a broken bracelet, are you crazy?
My grandfather's treasured jade bracelet is only 3 million, and this broken coral 18-piece set isn't worth that much.
Who is this big shot? Could he be Qi Shao's sworn enemy? Otherwise, who would be such a fool?
To everyone, it seemed Lin Dong was either crazy or had a grudge against Shi Wenbin. Otherwise, there was no way he would spend such a huge sum on a piece of junk.
Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Shi Wenbin's eyes turned red with anger, his teeth grinding.
He was relieved he hadn't been the fool, but being stepped on by someone else left him feeling uncomfortable.
Investigate, find out who is in room 9 right now. Yes, Qi Shao. 2 bodyguards nodded.
Just as they were about to investigate who the mysterious buyer was, Lin Dong's voice rang out again in the venue.
Qi Shao, if you really like this bracelet, I can reluctantly sell it to you. Just a modest request, give me 10 million. What? Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded. Others gasped in shock.
This broken bracelet, no one wanted it even for over 200,000.
This guy, either he was crazy or he thought everyone else was a fool. I say, my friend, aren't you being a bit excessive? Do you think we're all idiots, and you're the only smart one? A broken bracelet, and you want 10 million.
With that much money, I could buy a villa. Everyone chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction with Lin Dong. Shan Sihai also felt Lin Dong's actions were too much. However, as the owner of the gathering, he had to step in to smooth things over.
Ahem, everyone, don't misunderstand, this boss is just joking. Joke my ass. Shan Sihai's words were cut off by Chi Wenbin.
He then kicked open the door to room 10, pointing at room 9 and cursing. I wondered why that voice sounded so familiar. Turns out it's you, brat.
Lin Dong, come out if you have the guts. They knew each other? Shan Sihai's face turned pale, realizing the situation was dire.
No wonder Lin Dong and Chi Wenbin were at odds. It turned out they were not strangers. Ha, I thought Chi Xiao had forgotten about me, but it seems you still remember.
Indeed, it's me.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, not shying away from Chi Wenbin's murderous gaze, and walked out confidently. Seeing this young and unfamiliar face, everyone was puzzled.
Who was this big shot?
He looked somewhat unfamiliar.
Chi Xiao, we have a grudge from before. But this time, you are underestimating me.
Lin Dong said with a smile, I genuinely want to sell you the bracelet. 10 million is definitely a friendly price.
You're talking nonsense.
Chi Wenbin glared at Lin Dong, roaring, with this kind of junk, even 20,000 would be a loss. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted in the wind?
Hearing this, Shang Sihai's face stiffened. On the other side, Lin Dong laughed instead of getting angry, calmly saying, what if this bracelet is worth over 10 million?
If it's worth 10 million, I'll eat this table.
Chi Wenbin said fiercely. Don't, the table belongs to Boss Shang. What are you doing here eating and drinking for free?
Lin Dong smiled, revealing his true intentions.
How about we make a bet? If this bracelet is worth 10 million, you call me grandpa, if not. Chi Wenbin's eyes lit up.
He wasn't short on money, but he cared about his face.
If it's not worth that much, you have to call me. What do you want me to call you? Lin Dong asked deliberately. Without thinking, Chi Wenbin blurted out, Grandpa. Lin Dong responded. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent.
Then, it erupted in laughter.
Put. This kid is too bad.
Such a bold move, daring to scheme against young Master Chi.
Shoo, lower your voice. Can't you see young Master Chi's face has turned green?
Seeing the crowd's reaction, Chi Wenbin was also slow to realize, his face flushed red, looking worse than if he had eaten something disgusting.
Damn it, how dare you plot against me?
Lin Dong shook his head.
Don't frame me, I never said that. You were the one who insisted on shouting. You.
Chi Wenbin was about to explode when he was interrupted by Shang Sihai.
Mr.
Lin, this coral bracelet has already been appraised by our treasure pavilion, and it's worth at most 300,000.
May I ask how you would like to verify it?
Shang Sihai was sweating for Lin Dong, while also feeling puzzled. Where did Lin Dong get the confidence to prove the bracelet was worth over 10 million?
Ha, it's very simple. Please, Boss Shang, find a cutting machine and cut the coral bracelet open.
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Lin Dong had just spent 2 million on this bracelet.
It hadn't even warmed up in his hands before he wanted to cut it open?
This wasn't just a fool, it was clearly a spendthrift.
Chi Wenbin was also taken aback.
Over the years, he had spent tens of millions on luxury cars, yachts, and villas. But he had never casually thrown away 2 million just to hear a sound like Lin Dong did.
Could it be that this guy really had some extraordinary background? On the other side, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Sihai's pupils constricted. As the owner of Treasure Pavilion, he was most familiar with the tricks of treasure hiding. Some antiques, due to their high value and numerous disputes, collectors would find another worthless antique as a disguise, hiding the true priceless treasure inside. A few years ago, someone discovered a genuine work by Tang Boho hidden in a Qing dynasty landscape painting, causing a sensation in the antique world. Could this coral bracelet be the same?
Thinking of this, Shang Sihai felt ants crawling all over him and hurriedly went to find a cutting machine.
Soon, several staff members brought in the equipment and placed the inconspicuous coral bracelet on the cutting table. Lin Dong, why are you making such a fuss? Why not just call me Grandpa now to save yourself from embarrassment later? Chi Wenbin sneered.
In his eyes, this coral bracelet was just trash.
No matter how much fuss was made, it couldn't possibly be worth 10 million.
The others shared the same thought. It was as if they could already see Lin Dong looking disheveled, bowing and calling Chi Wenbin Grandpa. Facing the mocking gazes of everyone, Lin Dong smiled faintly, unfazed.
Don't rush.
Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Soon, the cutting machine started. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the display table. Chi Wenbin couldn't help but stretch his neck, looking over curiously. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a corner of the 18-piece coral bracelet was cut open. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just an ordinary coral bead. Ha, Lin Dong, you lost. I knew this thing was worthless. You're still pretending. Ha, this is hilarious. Chi Wenbin laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. He thought there was something big, but it turned out Lin Dong had just pulled a big one. Oof. The others also began to boo, their faces full of disdain. Is this it? What a waste of anticipation. What is this Lin Dong doing? Finding a cutting machine and pausing the auction for nothing. Spendthrift, 2 million down the drain. In an instant, almost everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Sihai's expression was also not good. He had spent time and effort setting the stage for Lin Dong, and this was the result? Alright, Lin Dong, stop wasting time. Hurry up and call me Grandpa. Chi Wenbin crossed his arms, deliberately raising his chin, looking down at Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained calm and smiled, shaking his head. What's the rush? The things hidden inside haven't been touched yet. Pa! Chi Wenbin snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, even when death is at your doorstep, you're still pretending. Do you really think you? Quick, look, there's something. What? Someone shouted. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Shang Sihai was carefully cutting the coral bracelet. When he saw that flash of imperial green, both of his hands trembled slightly. Jadeite? Or is it glass-type imperial green? Suddenly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Glass-type is the finest among jadeites, with abundant water content, crystal clear, and as beautiful as a mirror. Imperial green is the purest color among glass types. It has the lushness of emerald while retaining a unique and heavy nobility, truly deserving the title of Jadeite Emperor. On the market, even a small piece of glass-type imperial green is worth millions. If all 18 beads in the coral bracelet are this jadeite, it would be worth at least 20 million. No wonder Lin Dong dared to boast that it was worth at least over 10 million. Now it seems he was even conservative. Bang! Chi Wenbin sat down on the ground, staring in disbelief at that flash of imperial green. Impossible! How can this be? This must be fake. Chi Wenbin's eyes widened, unable to accept this fact. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, congratulations. Today, you really struck gold. Shang Sihai laughed so hard that his forehead creased. He never expected that Lin Dong was not just bluffing but had truly seen the treasure inside. Meanwhile, the buyers below were also in an uproar. Am I dreaming? This plain-looking bracelet actually hides jadeite, and it's worth over 20 million glass-type imperial green. So amazing, even movies wouldn't dare to shoot this. No wonder this bracelet is big and clumsy. It turns out it has hidden depths. Stop backtracking here. Lin Dong is incredible. He must have seen it long ago, right? Just a moment ago, Lin Dong was the target of everyone's criticism. Now, he had become the most sought-after person in the room. Everyone praised Lin Dong's sharp eye and his ability to identify treasures from afar, comparable to some masters. Seeing that flash of imperial green, Lin Dong finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he had known this secret for a long time, knowing was one thing, truly seeing it was what brought peace of mind. Before long, Shang Sihai had cut the coral bracelet into pieces. Then, he carefully took out all 18 glass-type imperial green beads and placed them gently on a piece of golden velvet, afraid of any bumps or scratches. Lin Dong nodded, very satisfied with Shang Sihai's attentiveness. Boss Shang, can you give me an estimate? How much are these jadeites worth? Shang Sihai was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a moment, he gave his quote. I've handled many antique treasures and have touched quite a few jade stones and jadeites, but I've never seen jadeite beads in such good condition and so well preserved. I believe they are worth at least 25 million. Wow! As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted again. 2 million turned into 25 million? Lin Dong was no spendthrift, he was simply a god of wealth. What a huge profit! How much? 25 million? Chi Wenbin had just caught his breath and almost fainted again. Just a moment ago, Lin Dong only wanted 10 million. If he had bought it then, he would have made a net profit of 15 million. Young Master Chi, young Master Chi. Seeing Chi Wenbin about to faint again, the bodyguards quickly pinched his acupoint. At that moment, Lin Dong's teasing voice rang out. Alright, young Master Chi, stop playing dead. Don't forget, you still owe me a shout of grandpa, big grandson. Lin Dong would never miss any opportunity to kick someone when they were down. Besides, who told Chi Wenbin to trouble him and even try to hit him? Such a person should not be indulged. You. Chi Wenbin trembled, pointing at Lin Dong, so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Young Master Chi, in front of so many people,
you wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?
Lin Dong was aggressive, coldly stating, or should I say, being untrustworthy is the operational principle of Daki real estate. If this gets out, how will your family's company do business?
Qi Wenbin's face turned pale.
As the eldest of the Qi family, he feared nothing in the world, except for his father. If it affected the family business, his dad would definitely kill him. Helpless, Qi Wenbin could only suppress his inner frustration and anger, forcing himself to mumble with his head down.
Grandpa! Speak up, I can't hear you. Grandpa! Qi Wenbin shouted in anger. For a moment, everyone almost burst out laughing.
No one expected that the usually arrogant and dismissive young Master Qi would be forced to call someone grandpa while being held by the neck.
And he shouted so loudly. Today was definitely worth it.
At the same time, everyone was extremely curious about Lin Dong's identity.
What kind of background did he have to dare to tease Qi Wenbin repeatedly?
Young Master Qi, hold it in, you must hold it in.
Don't forget you're here for the auction, there are important matters.
Seeing Qi Wenbin's expression was off, two bodyguards quickly comforted him.
Only then did Qi Wenbin remember the purpose of attending the auction.
That treasure would determine his happiness for the rest of his life.
Alright, I'll endure it. Lin Dong, you'd better not fall into my hands. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath, lying on the sofa, forcing himself to calm down. However, he couldn't shake off the earlier incident. What exactly is Lin Dong's background? How did he know that the broken bracelet contained imperial green? Could it be that he colluded with Shang Sihai to set me up?
Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head. Let's not even talk about whether Shang Sihai had the guts. The key point is, he didn't spend a single cent.
What was he after?
The only reasonable explanation was that Lin Dong was deliberately causing him trouble. Young Master Qi, as per your instructions, we have already investigated Lin Dong's background. A few days ago, he was just a loser office worker, earning 3,000 a month, dumped by his girlfriend.
But in just a few days, I don't know where he got the money, buying a Porsche and luxury watches, even renting a presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel for a month. I suspect he hit the jackpot. Is that it? Qi Wenbin was taken aback. He originally thought Lin Dong was some rich second generation.
He didn't expect him to be just a nouveau riche.
However, this still didn't explain how Lin Dong knew about the imperial green. Could it be a lucky guess?
Impossible, once or twice maybe, but not 3 times.
Forget it, I'll talk about it after the auction.
The urgent matter is to bid for that treasure, then I'll deal with that kid.
Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth and temporarily held back. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of attending this auction. Just then, Shang Sihai's voice came through. Dear guests,
the next item to be presented is the last auction item of this event, also the most valuable, the oldest, and the most well-preserved unique treasure both domestically and internationally.
It is.
Shang Sihai waved his hand, unveiling the red cloth. A mysterious jade artifact, the thickness of a wrist, appeared before everyone. Its design was unique, its appearance exquisite, resembling a coiled white divine dragon. It was the highlight of this auction, the Hongshan Great Jade Dragon.
Wow! The main event is here. After waiting for 2 hours, we finally made it.
More than half of the crowd was there for it. Among them were many plump bosses. The moment they saw the Great Jade Dragon, they all breathed heavily, revealing excited expressions.
The reason was simple.
This Hongshan Great Jade Dragon not only had extremely high collectible value but also had a special function. It made men vigorous and revitalized their spirits. As the saying goes, when a man reaches middle age, he has no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos.
Any boss with a bit of money in his pocket, who doesn't have a receding hairline on top and struggles below? The Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon, with its miraculous effects, became their lifeline, a magical remedy.
Many people held back throughout the entire auction without raising their paddles, just for this moment.
Damn it, it finally arrived. After waiting so long, we finally got to this.
In box 10, Qi Wenbin stared intently at the big jade dragon, his expression excited, his hands tightly clenched into fists. Indeed, like those bald-headed bosses, he had his own unspeakable troubles. There was no way around it. Relying on his youth and wealth, he had indulged in a life of revelry in his earlier years.
As a result, he inadvertently ruined himself.
Because of this matter, Qi Wenbin faced his father's furious reprimand. His father made a harsh statement: if he couldn't carry on the Qi family line, he would find a young wife and have a son. This terrified Qi Wenbin. He immediately sought out famous doctors everywhere. However, it had no effect whatsoever. A few days ago, upon hearing about the miraculous effects of the Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon, he came rushing over with a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one. Although this antique was worth over 10 million, for the sake of inheriting the family fortune and securing his happiness for the rest of his life, Shi Wenbin was willing to pay any price to win it. Meanwhile, in box 9, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes.
Is this the famous Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon?
It does look quite good, but I wonder if it's worth this price. Lin Dong glanced at the brochure in his hand. According to the introduction, the starting bid for the Big Jade Dragon was as high as 8 million, making it the highest in this auction. Looking at the eager buyers below, Lin Dong's mind stirred, and he activated his divine appraisal technique.
Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon, replica, value, 1,500,000 fake? Lin Dong's pupils constricted.
He didn't expect that a casual appraisal would reveal such a shocking truth. This piece of jade was actually a counterfeit. Looking at Shang Sihai, who showed no signs of abnormality and was passionately explaining the history of the Big Jade Dragon, it was clear he had also been deceived. One must admit, the forger's methods were quite clever.
This counterfeit was likely half genuine, half fake.
That's why it was valued at 1,500,000 and had fooled so many veterans.
Wait, what's this about the effect of nourishing yin and supplementing yang?
Lin Dong frowned and activated his divine appraisal technique again.
He needed to clarify the intricacies involved.
Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon, replica, value, 1,500,000 note, contains hypnotic aphrodisiac, can easily induce hallucinations, long-term use will lead to mental instability and lethargy.
Upon seeing this line of text, Lin Dong could no longer hold back.
No wonder it can make men vigorous and energetic. So, the forger stuffed drugs inside.
After all, who would be willing to smash a jade dragon worth over 10 million? That's why so many people keep falling for it. This forger is truly remarkable.
Lin Dong laughed uncontrollably. After learning this secret, looking at the eager buyers below, a mocking smile appeared on his face. While everyone else was intoxicated, he remained sober.
Life truly is as lonely as snow.
At this moment, Shang Sihai finally finished recounting the history of the Big Jade Dragon and raised the golden small hammer.
The Red Mountain Big Jade Dragon is now up for auction. Starting price, 8 million. Wow! As soon as this price was announced, the entire room erupted in an uproar.
Although those bosses had mentally prepared themselves, hearing this number still shocked them.
8 million? That could buy a nice villa.
And this was just the starting price.
The final transaction price was still unknown. For a moment, many people were dissuaded. A bunch of poor folks. Shi Wenbin smiled faintly and began to bid. Box 10, 8 million. Shi Xiao has made his move.
What the hell? Why is Shi Xiao interested in this thing?
Shi Xiao is still so young. He can't be that, right?
Tisk tsk, so young, what a pity. Seeing Shi Wenbin so eager to start bidding, there was an immediate buzz of whispers below. They couldn't believe that Shi Wenbin was bidding on this large jade dragon just for collection purposes. Hearing the crowd's teasing and speculation about him, Shi Wenbin's old face flushed red. This was equivalent to him publicly revealing his soft and weak secret.
Damn it, a bunch of gossipers.
What I bid on is none of your business, stop gossiping here.
Shi Wenbin gritted his teeth but didn't dare to explode.
Right now, securing the large jade dragon was the most important thing.
He was itching to regain his former glory and dominate.
On the other side, Lin Dong also heard Shi Wenbin's bid and couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect Shi Wenbin, looking all refined, to be just a facade. Only in his 20s, and he's already wasted himself, haha. Then, Lin Dong looked at the large jade dragon with a playful glint in his eyes.
The Hongshan large jade dragon is fake. If Shi Wenbin wants to be the fool, he can have it.
However, before that, he could add a bit of trouble for him. The next moment, Lin Dong also started bidding.
Lot number 9, 9 million. Shi Wenbin was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at lot number 9. Damn, this Lin Dong is really persistent. Whatever I do, he has to butt in. Shi Wenbin took a deep breath.
Then, he quickly pressed a series of numbers.
Lot number 10, 10 million. Lot number 9, 11 million. Lot number 10, 12 million.
The bidding continued without pause.
During this time, other people occasionally chimed in. However, it was mainly a performance between the two. The audience below watched this scene, whispering again. Is Lin Dong crazy? Why is he going against young Master Qi? Yeah, this large jade dragon does have extremely high collectible value, but is it really necessary to be this crazy? Do you think both of them have some untold secrets? It's possible. Rich people are often like that, playing around, and it's easy to get into trouble. Lin Dong and Shi Wenbin were locked in a fierce battle, taking turns to bid. Soon, the price reached a rather sensitive number. Lot number 10, 19 million. Lot number 9, 20 million. Lot number 10, 25 million. Shi Wenbin actually raised the bid by 5 million in one go. This number was exactly Lin Dong's limit.
His glass-type Imperial Green Jade could only sell for this much. In Chi Wenbin's view, Lin Dong no longer had the qualifications to challenge him. This large jade dragon was his for the taking. Sure enough, when the price of 25 million was announced, lot number 9 remained silent. Ha! Chi Wenbin let out a long sigh of relief, his face filled with the smile of a victor. Then, he couldn't wait to give a victory speech. Lin Dong, mixing in this world isn't just about fighting, you need power and background. Do you have that much money to go against me? Now, do you know who is the son and who is the father? Although Chi Wenbin's words were quite arrogant and made many people uncomfortable, there was nothing to be done. He indeed had that confidence. After all, his father had assets worth tens of billions. 25 million was nothing. Why hasn't Lin Dong moved? It seems he really has no money left. It's normal that coral bracelet can only sell for a little over 20 million at most. This large jade dragon is worth over 10 million. Now that Chi Wenbin is bidding on it, he's already at a loss. If it weren't for that special effect, who would be willing to spend so much money? It seems the outcome is already decided. On the stage, Shang Sihai also hesitantly raised the hammer. 25 million, first time, 25 million, second time, 25 million, third. Suddenly, lot number 9 lit up again. Lin Dong actually made another move. What? Chi Wenbin's pupils contracted. Lin Dong not only made another move but directly raised it by 5 million. Lot number 9, 30 million. Where did he get so much money? Even if he won the lottery, he couldn't spend it all like this. Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded. In contrast, Shang Sihai wore a beaming smile. He was the only one who knew that Lin Dong had $1 billion in his bank account. Naturally, he was filled with confidence. Wait, I suspect he doesn't have that much money at all. Boss Shang, I want to verify the funds, just in case some people are maliciously bidding. Soon, Chi Wenbin raised an objection. His proposal seemed aimed at Lin Dong, but in reality, it didn't violate any rules. Because, indeed, there were instances of malicious bidding at the auction. Those without money pretending to be big shots severely disrupted the bidding. Hearing Chi Wenbin's accusation, Shang Sihai smiled faintly. Young Master Chi, I, on behalf of Jubiozai, guarantee that Mr. Lin indeed has this capability and is not engaging in malicious bidding. Moreover, this does not include the unsold glass-type Imperial Green. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Chi Wenbin, was stunned. Lin Dong really had that much money? And he could pull out 30 million without selling the glass-type Imperial Green. Damn it! Chi Wenbin's face turned purple. This Lin Dong was making him lose face. However, to inherit the family fortune, he had to raise his paddle again. Lot number 10, 31 million. Just when everyone thought Lin Dong would continue bidding, lot number 9 fell silent. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Until Shang Sihai brought down the hammer, Lin Dong made no move. 31 million, third call, congratulations to young Master Chi for winning the big jade dragon. Seeing the situation settled, Chi Wenbin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. 31 million, he finally got what he wanted, winning the Hongshan big jade dragon. Lin Dong, you lost. I am the ultimate winner, this item is mine. Chi Wenbin shouted angrily, full of pride. It was as if he wanted to vent all the resentment he had accumulated earlier. At that moment, Lin Dong walked out from the private room of lot number 9, a meaningful smile on his face. Clap, clap. He clapped his hands and laughed, saying, congratulations, young Master Chi, on winning the Hongshan big jade dragon. What a pity, this thing isn't worth much. What? Lin Dong's words stirred up another wave of shock. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? Chi Wenbin first shouted in anger. Then, thinking he had seen through everything, he mocked, I get it, you're just unwilling to lose to me, deliberately saying these things to provoke me, right? Such a small trick, I won't fall for it. What is real, it can't be fake. Seeing Chi Wenbin stubbornly refusing to listen, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Bet on what? Chi Wenbin asked coldly. Let's bet on whether this thing is really that magical. If you win, I'll buy it for you, 30 million handed over. If you lose, Lin Dong smiled and pointed to the ground. You kneel down and give me a loud kowtow, how about that? Another bet? Previously, the two had already made a bet. As a result, Chi Wenbin lost and called him grandpa. This time, he wouldn't fall into Lin Dong's hands again, would he? You're talking nonsense. Noticing the strange looks from the crowd, Chi Wenbin's face turned ashen. This thing can never be fake, many experts have personally certified it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. You're right, the item is indeed real, but it's not worth this price, and it has no effect on nourishing yin and boosting yang, or revitalizing one's vigor. These rumors are just lies to fool idiots like you who are desperate for a cure.
Hearing this, Shi Wenbin's heart sank.
Earlier, Lin Dong had confidently claimed that the coral bracelet was worth over 10 million.
He didn't believe it.
As a result, it turned out to be the glass-type Imperial Green.
Now, Lin Dong was saying that the big jade dragon couldn't make one vigorous and energetic. Could it be that he had really been deceived? No, why did I believe this kid's nonsense?
Shi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly.
Alright, let's gamble.
If this thing is real, you'll owe me 30 million.
Everyone's listening, don't even think about defaulting.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. At this point, Shi Wenbin was still stubbornly unrepentant. Indeed, it wasn't that the con artist was too clever, but that there were too many fools, and money was too easy to swindle.
Don't worry, my name is Lin Dong, and I will never go back on my word.
Now, let's verify it on the spot.
Seeing Lin Dong's earnest expression, Shi Wenbin snorted coldly and signaled to 2 bodyguards.
At the same time, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Over the past 2 years, countless seductive women had thrown themselves at him, sneaking into his bed at night. Yet, each time, he could only stare in frustration. This made Shi Wenbin feel embarrassed, incredibly inferior, and furious.
Today, this problem could finally be resolved. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 bodyguards stepped onto the stage.
One on the left and one on the right, they carried the priceless red jade dragon through the crowd. As they walked, the buyers nearby couldn't help but sweat profusely and feel parched, overwhelmed by a strong impulse.
Wow, this jade dragon is too magical, I can feel it already. Who says otherwise?
My woman complains every day that I'm too short. Now, I have the strength but nowhere to use it.
I really envy Qi Xiao. With such a treasure, he must have a different woman every day. Oh no, several.
The crowd below buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they stared at the jade dragon.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this scene, Shi Wenbin was immensely pleased.
This treasure would be his alone from now on. The others could just cool off. Soon, the 2 bodyguards brought the jade dragon to Shi Wenbin.
The 2 burly men were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. However, it wasn't because they were too tired. It was because they felt an itch all over, as if countless ants were crawling on them. Seeing this, Shi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted them on the shoulder.
Don't worry, once this is done, I'll take you 2 to the nightclub for some fun. Thank you, Qi Xiao. The 2 bodyguards said excitedly. Shi Wenbin nodded slightly.
Then, he picked up the jade dragon he bought for 30 million and deliberately waved it in front of Lin Dong, as if to flaunt his trophy. Lin Dong, many people have personally verified the effects of this thing.
Now, are you still going to be stubborn? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded repeatedly.
They had all experienced the miraculous effects of the jade dragon firsthand.
How could it possibly be a fake?
In their eyes, Lin Dong had already lost.
Completely lost.
Not only had he lost face, but he had also lost 30 million. It was simply a case of losing more than he gained. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Dong remained completely unfazed.
He didn't say a word, just raised his right hand slightly, as if to say, please begin your performance. Ha, still being stubborn even at death's door.
Shi Wenbin scoffed, disdainfully snorting. Then, he carefully brought the jade dragon to his face and took a deep breath.
His expression was one of rapture.
Anyone who didn't know would think he had just taken a hit from an 82 Dechenmen.
Keep pretending.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth lifted slightly, already knowing what would happen next.
Sure enough.
Minutes passed, and no matter how much Shi Wenbin sniffed, his body showed no change.
What's going on? Isn't this treasure supposed to help men regain their vigor? Why do I feel nothing? Shi Wenbin's expression grew increasingly panicked. Everyone else felt the effects, yet for him, it had turned into a lifeless object? He refused to believe it and handed the jade dragon to the 2 bodyguards.
Soon, their faces turned red, clutching their pants, afraid of embarrassing themselves.
This is too intense, Qi Xiao. You need to put it away. Seeing this, Shi Wenbin was completely flustered. Could it be that his condition was so severe that even the jade dragon was ineffective? Or was it that he was completely done for? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lin Dong's boisterous laughter rang out. Stop messing around, Qi Xiao. Now, don't you understand yet? This big jade dragon can only arouse desire. It can't cure any illness. I advise you to find an old Chinese medicine doctor and get a few acupuncture treatments. Who knows, maybe one day it will stand up. Ha ha. Amid Lin Dong's reckless laughter, others also showed strange expressions. It seems Qi Xiao really has some unspeakable troubles. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about?
Seeing his condition exposed, Shi Wenbin was somewhat embarrassed and angry.
I said this thing is real, and it is real. Who said I bought it for that? I bought it for collection. In my eyes, it's worth 30 million.
Seeing Shi Wenbin still being stubborn, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle.
I just told you, the thing is real,
but it's not worth that price. Anyway, your family is big, you can find someone to appraise it and see if it can cure your illness. At this moment, Shi Wenbin was actually feeling guilty. He vaguely sensed that he had been deceived. Not to mention whether this jade piece is real or not, just the fact that it has no healing effect means it isn't worth 30 million in Shi Wenbin's mind. In fact, it's worth nothing. Damn it! Shi Wenbin's face turned red, staring fiercely at Lin Dong. He felt that Lin Dong was his nemesis. Everything was going wrong, and he was about to lose face. Seeing Shi Wenbin unable to say a word, most people already had the answer in their hearts. However, no one dared to expose it. After all, Lin Dong could be provoked, but the Chi family could not. This big jade dragon, I say it's real, then it's real. The previous bet doesn't count, let's bet on something else. Oh, Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect this Chi Xiao to play dirty. However, he really had no way to counter it. The item was in Shi Wenbin's hands, and as long as he didn't find someone to appraise it, it couldn't be proven that it wasn't worth 30 million. Naturally, the bet with Lin Dong couldn't be fulfilled. Lin Dong, are you scared? Or did you leave your vocal cords at home? Shi Wenbin, wanting to regain his face, tried every means to provoke Lin Dong. He had realized that he couldn't outplay Lin Dong in antique appraisal, but he could win back in his own area of expertise. Facing Shi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong remained calm and indifferent, hands in his pockets, looking down on him. Alright, what do you want to play? I know there's an underground casino nearby, how about we go there and have some fun? Shi Wenbin's face showed a proud smile. Casino? Lin Dong frowned slightly. This was not his strong suit. Usually, he only played mahjong or dodiju, and he was quite bad at it. Going to the casino with Shi Wenbin was just asking for trouble. Just as he was about to refuse, the system's heavenly voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the special task, Fire Eye and Golden Eyes. Congratulations, host, for receiving an extra reward, God-level gambling skills. God-level gambling skills? Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. Then, he felt ecstatic. God-level gambling skills. As the name suggests, it means being familiar with various gambling games and techniques. For example, card-switching techniques, flying card skills. There are even cheating tricks. The more advanced the cheating tricks, the less detectable they are. Interesting. Lin Dong's mouth curled up. It was as if a pillow was delivered just when he was feeling sleepy. With God-level gambling skills, wasn't he more formidable than Fa Gu? If he wore a tailcoat and slicked back his hair, he could dare to venture into Las Vegas. Lin Dong, what are you dazed about? Are you scared? Seeing Lin Dong standing there in silence, Shi Wenbin mocked again. Lin Dong came back to his senses, a slight smile on his lips. No problem, let's gamble. If you insist on throwing money at me, I have no reason to refuse. Alright, you have guts. But don't sneak away, or I'll look down on you. Shi Wenbin arrogantly made a provocative gesture. He looked confident, as if victory was in his grasp. After all, he was known as the little gambling god of Tianhai. Legends of him circulate in every major underground casino and nightclub. Now, look at Lin Dong. Just a few days ago, he was merely a low-level employee in society. As long as his luck wasn't too outrageous, he was sure to win. He had Lin Dong losing everything. Seeing the expression on Shi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Don't be fooled by his current bravado. Soon enough, it would be a different story. Who knows, even the little pearl might drop. Before long, the two arrived at a nearby underground casino. The place was bustling with business and lively chatter. Upon seeing Shi Wenbin's arrival, the casino manager hurried over. Young Master Chi, what brings you here today? I want to play something today, I'll prepare it right away. Shi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Clear a table for me, I'm going to play a few rounds with this brother. The manager's eyes darted around. Someone like him could easily pick up on the underlying tension in Shi Wenbin's tone. It seemed these two weren't on good terms. Understood, please follow me. Soon, the manager led them to the VIP area. There were several large tables, with games like dodiju, blackjack, poker, and mahjong available. Shi Wenbin's hands itched to play, and he couldn't resist picking up the dice and tossing them into the air. They landed perfectly on a 6. Ha, with this luck, it seems I'm going to get rich. Young Master Chi has always had good luck. How many chips would you like to exchange? 50,000? Manager Zhao smiled, thinking Shi Wenbin was just going to play a few casual rounds. Unexpectedly, Shi Wenbin's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Lin Dong and slammed his hand on the table. Exchange 5 million for me. Today, I'm going to have a blast. 5 million? Manager Zhao was momentarily stunned. Then, his expression turned ecstatic. The more money they circulated, the higher his commission would be. He then turned to Lin Dong.
And what about this handsome guy? Just when everyone thought Lin Dong wouldn't be too far behind, he raised one finger and indicated a number. 10 million?
Manager Zhao's pupils constricted, and he let out a loud gasp, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Starting with 10 million, they rarely encountered such a lavish player in their casino. You misunderstood.
Lin Dong coughed and said seriously, 100.
Put. Upon hearing this, Shi Wenbin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? 100? You want to play with me?
What a joke. If you're too scared to gamble, just get lost. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a snotty little worm. Nearby, Manager Zhao's expression also fell. Sir, our casino has a rule that the minimum chip exchange is 1,000.
Then make it 1,000.
Lin Dong was completely unfazed by the strange looks from others. Years ago, Chen Daozi turned 20 into 37 million. Today, he could certainly turn 1,000 into 10 small goals. Hearing this, the manager rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Shi Wenbin impatiently said, fine, I'll cover his 1,000. I want to see how long you can play with that 1,000 in chips. No, it should be gone in one round. For a moment, aside from a few people with Shi Wenbin, everyone else looked at Lin Dong with disdain. They had no idea what had happened at the auction and only thought Lin Dong was some clueless loser. Shi Wenbin, stop talking nonsense.
Are we playing or not? If not, I'm leaving.
Shi Wenbin sneered and casually picked up the dice from earlier. Since you're so eager, let's play the simplest and fastest game, comparing sizes.
Just to be clear, we can't choose the same. Are you brave enough to play?
Lin Dong had been waiting for this question. Initially, he was worried Shi Wenbin would choose the same as him.
That would mean no profit, just a waste of time. Now, it was perfect, he could go all out. Shi Wenbin shot a glance at the manager. The latter immediately brought over 5 six-sided crystal dice and a dice cup.
These dice are crystal clear. Not only are the numbers exceptionally distinct, but the internal structure is also transparent, leaving no possibility for cheating. However, Lin Dong did not let his guard down.
The crystal dice are indeed clean, but what about that thick and heavy dice cup? Who knows if there's some black technology inside? Fortunately, he possesses god-level gambling skills.
When it comes to cheating, he truly fears no one. In the next moment, the dealer shook the dice cup with a flourish. The sound of clattering echoed, as if mercury were spilling, pearls colliding. This scene quickly attracted the attention of others. Shi Wenbin, a regular at the casino, is a star-like figure.
Everyone is convinced of his gambling skills.
In contrast, Lin Dong didn't even know that the minimum chip exchange was 1,000.
It was clear he was a novice. Wouldn't he just be toyed with by young Master Chi until he was done for? Bang!
After a series of fluid movements, the dice cup slammed heavily onto the table.
Bet high or low, once you place your bet, it's final. Lin Dong, are you betting high or low?
Shi Wenbin asked confidently, handing the initiative to Lin Dong. In front of him lay several stacks of chips, freshly exchanged for 5 million. In contrast, Lin Dong only had a pitiful 1,000 in chips. Lin Dong's gaze was calm and decisive as he pushed the 1,000 chips into the high area.
Didn't expect you to have few chips but a big appetite.
You want to win big right from the start.
Fine, I'll bet low.
Shi Wenbin sneered coldly, pushing 10,000 chips to the other side, into the low area.
Open.
Before the words fell, the dealer waved his hand and picked up the dice cup.
Inside lay 5 crystal dice. 5 prominent dots came into view. 2 2s, 1 4, 1 5, and 1 6. 19 points, definitely high. Shi Wenbin frowned. He had expected a good start, but unexpectedly, this kid Lin Dong had hit the mark. 19 points, high. The dealer, expressionless, used a black rake to push Shi Wenbin's 10,000 chips, along with Lin Dong's original 1,000 chips, in front of him. Looks like I'm having good luck today. Lin Dong smiled, mimicking Shi Wenbin's tone, repeating his words. You. Shi Wenbin was instantly furious.
Then, suppressing his anger, he said fiercely, don't celebrate too early, you won't win the first round. Besides, it's just 10,000, I don't care.
Continue.
As his words fell, the dealer once again shook the dice cup in a flashy manner. Letting the 5 dice rattle inside, he didn't even glance at them.
Moments later, the dice cup landed again.
Shi Wenbin didn't give Lin Dong a chance, pushing 50,000 chips to the high side first. Then, he smiled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose low.
No problem.
Lin Dong shrugged, completely unconcerned. Then, he pushed all the chips he had just won onto the table. The dealer slowly opened the dice cup.
3 1s, 2 2s, 7 points, low. What?
Shi Wenbin was momentarily stunned, questioning life itself.
How could he lose 2 rounds in a row? Was Lin Dong just too lucky, or was he just too unlucky?
Seeing this, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. Although he didn't care about this small amount of money, seeing Chi Wenbin take a hit was satisfying from head to toe. In the next moment, he directly gathered the 50,000 chips to his chest, smiling as he said, "Sorry, I won again."
"Young Master Chi, are you still playing?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I play?" Chi Wenbin was already fired up.
Once or twice is fine, but he didn't believe Lin Dong could pull off a hat trick.
"Lin Dong, do you dare to play big?
50,000 is too little. If we're betting, let's bet 1,000,000.
Alright." Lin Dong smiled nonchalantly. After thinking for a moment, he placed the jade ring on the table. "This should be enough, right?"
The moment Chi Wenbin saw the jade ring, his pupils instinctively contracted. This ring was indeed worth over 1,000,000. Previously, he had wanted to buy it at a high price, but ended up being played by Lin Dong. Not fighting for a bun, but for pride. This time, he must win it back. The dealer shook the dice cup again, but this time, his movements were much quicker. So quick that others couldn't see clearly.
"Lin Dong, you go first." After the dice cup landed, Chi Wenbin spoke first. "Hee, if you're scared, just say so." "Bullshit." Chi Wenbin valued his face.
Hearing this, he directly pushed 1,000,000 chips to the table.
He didn't believe it would roll small twice in a row. Lin Dong chose the opposite.
He placed the jade ring on the small. Chi Wenbin wasn't in a hurry, winking at the pit boss, seemingly conveying some signal.
The pit boss understood and gave the dealer a gesture.
The dealer, expressionless, pressed a certain mechanism the moment he opened the dice cup.
Click.
Such a slight sound was completely masked in the chaotic and noisy casino, and no one would notice. Only Lin Dong, who was watching the show with his arms crossed, suddenly raised an eyebrow. After the dice cup was lifted, his heart skipped a beat.
4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 24 points. Big. Big, big, big.
Congratulations to young Master Chi for winning big.
The pit boss shouted enthusiastically.
Instantly, the atmosphere in the casino reached a climax, and countless eyes turned to look.
Young Master Chi is on fire. I said, those last 2 rounds were just child's play. Once it gets serious, young Master Chi definitely won't hold back. The little gambling god of Tianhai truly lives up to the name. I'm impressed.
Everyone flattered Chi Wenbin, fawning over him.
Chi Wenbin looked at the 5 dice, grinning from ear to ear.
Then, in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade ring.
"Lin Dong, this is a gift from you to me.
I can't refuse such a gracious offer, huh?"
Chi Wenbin proudly put the jade ring on his thumb.
Then, with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Today, I'm feeling generous, so I'll give everyone here 10,000 chips each."
"Wow. Thank you, young Master Chi, you're so generous."
This Lin Dong is no good, far inferior to young Master Chi. In terms of gambling skills, young Master Chi is his ancestor.
Hearing the flattery, Chi Wenbin's face was glowing.
Then, he coldly smiled at Lin Dong and mockingly asked, "Lin Dong, still playing?
You're not scared, are you?"
"What's there to be scared of?"
"Let's continue." Lin Dong's expression didn't change much as he confidently pulled something out of his pocket.
Then, one by one, he placed them neatly on the gambling table.
Hiss.
Seeing those 18 crystal-clear glass-type imperial greens, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open. Even Chi Wenbin was momentarily stunned.
"Young Master Chi, you were right. If we're going to play, let's play big."
Lin Dong smiled at Chi Wenbin and said slowly, 1,000,000 is just pocket change. With our status, it's hard to come out and play. We should at least wager tens of millions.
Please help me exchange chips. I want 25 million. Damn, that's a big spender.
All glass-type imperial greens, worth at least tens of millions.
Didn't expect this one to be ruthless too.
The world of the rich is truly beyond our imagination as poor people.
If he loses, ugh, just thinking about it hurts. Not just hurt, I'd jump off a building.
Everyone looked at those 18 glass-type imperial green beads with fiery eyes.
Such top-notch items, they had only seen on TV. In reality, they might never encounter them in a lifetime. Today, they could be considered lucky to witness it thanks to Lin Dong.
On the other side, the pit boss also trembled slightly, swallowing hard.
"Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? You want to exchange all these for chips? What, is that a problem?"
Lin Dong squinted slightly, his expression dismissive. He looked as if those 18 beads were not glass-type imperial greens, but just a pile of trash. In fact, for Lin Dong now, 20 million was really nothing. In his bank account, there was still 1 billion lying around.
"Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and exchange chips for him." "Ha ha."
Chi Wenbin was overjoyed and hurriedly urged the dealer, fearing that Lin Dong might change his mind.
It was as if he could already see Lin Dong losing everything, crying and wailing. "Yes, yes.
The dealer was sweating profusely, carefully taking away the 18 beads. The casino often had people pawn items, so there was no shortage of appraisers. Soon, he came over holding 2 large stacks of chips. Mr. Lin, here is a total of 25 million in chips, please take care of it. The dealer approached Lin Dong, his attitude still quite respectful. After all, someone who could casually pull out tens of millions was definitely not an ordinary person. The initial 1,000 yuan in chips was just a joke at Qi Wenbin's expense. Lin Dong didn't even lift his head, as if he regarded 25 million as air. Seeing this scene, no one dared to underestimate Lin Dong anymore. Everyone obediently closed their mouths and watched the game. On the other side, seeing the 25 million in chips, Qi Wenbin sneered inwardly, viewing Lin Dong as a fat pig ready for slaughter. Lin Dong, oh Lin Dong, do you really think I would duel you fairly? The casino, the audience, the gaming equipment, even the dealers are my people. What do you have to win? Xi Xiao, I have something to do later, I'm in a hurry. How about we skip the one round at a time and go for a big one, just go all in. Lin Dong looked at Qi Wenbin with a half smile. 25 million, each person rolls the dice once, whoever rolls lower wins. What? Qi Wenbin was momentarily stunned. He never expected Lin Dong would make such a request. Originally, he and the dealer had tampered with the dice cup, wanting whatever number they desired. Now, Lin Dong wanted to roll the dice himself. What if he rolled a lower number? What's wrong, Xi Xiao? Are you afraid to play? You should have said so earlier. I even exchanged so many chips, what a waste of time. Lin Dong snorted coldly, his expression very dissatisfied. Then, he glanced at the dealer, his eyes filled with suspicion. Or is it that your gaming equipment has a problem and you don't dare let others touch it? The dealer's heart sank, realizing the situation was not good. Others might not know, but how could he, as an accomplice, not be aware of how Qi Wenbin earned the title of Little Gambling God? It was all because Qi Wenbin had slipped him red envelopes to help create that hype. In reality, Qi Wenbin was just a novice. He couldn't even count the points when rolling the dice. Xi Xiao. In desperation, the dealer could only look at Qi Wenbin, casting a pleading glance. He couldn't easily tamper with such a big gamble. If it was exposed, it wouldn't just be a matter of cutting carrots and letting blood. What are you afraid of? If he wants to play, then let's accompany him to the end. Lin Dong, if you want to roll the dice yourself, that's fine, I can find someone to help me play, right? Qi Wenbin shamelessly crossed his legs, once again giving the dealer a look. The dealer immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Xi Xiao was clearly trying to make him take the blame. If it was exposed. Alright, I have no objections. After all, it's just a comparison of sizes, anyone rolling the dice is the same. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, speaking nonchalantly. After playing for so long, he hadn't used his god-level gambling skills. Now that the dice cup was in his hands, who would win or lose was hard to say. Ha! Hearing Lin Dong's words, Qi Wenbin and the dealer both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They had thought Lin Dong had seen through some trick. It seemed he was just bluffing them. Haha, alright, then let's do it your way. Let's go all in, putting all the money on the line. Qi Wenbin casually took out a black card from his pocket. He originally had over 60 million in savings, but after buying the big jade dragon, he was left with just over 20 million. Just enough to match Lin Dong. Who would have thought that at this moment? Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. No, 20 million isn't enough. How about this? I still have 30 million in my bank card, let's exchange it all for chips and put it in. 50 million, now that's exciting. Are you still in? 50 million? Qi Wenbin frowned slightly, somewhat doubting that Lin Dong had been kicked in the head by a donkey. However, this shock quickly turned into wild joy. He had been worried about how to explain to his father that he had spent 30 million on a worthless item. Now, Lin Dong was offering money voluntarily. If he didn't take it, wouldn't that make him a fool? The problem was, he still needed another 30 million. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Wenbin called a few of his friends. After accumulating a mountain of debt, he finally raised the money. The crowd looked at this scene with slightly unusual expressions. The dignified young master of the Qi family, playing a high-stakes gamble, actually needed to borrow money. He was even less well-off than Lin Dong. What are you looking at? I'll win it back soon. 5 minutes, earn 50 million, who can beat me? To this statement, the crowd nodded in agreement. If Qi Wenbin won this gamble, he would truly be famous. No wonder he was called the little gambling god of Tianhai. Old Zhao, it's up to you. Qi Wenbin shot a glance at the dealer. I understand. The dealer's face turned pale. He certainly knew what would happen if something went wrong. It seemed he would have to use all his skills. The two of them didn't shy away from Lin Dong, playing alone. Lin Dong didn't care at all about their antics.
Let them act, let them continue acting.
Soon, there would be a time for them to cry. In the next moment, the dealer grabbed the dice cup and shook it wildly.
For a moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Bang! The dice cup landed steadily.
At the same time, the dealer winked at Qi Wenbin, giving a safe signal.
Phew! Qi Wenbin let out a long breath, staring intently at the slowly opening dice cup.
Soon, 5 identical dice appeared before his eyes.
1, they're all ones. Damn, a 5 of a kind.
Old Zhao's technique is incredible.
Now it's a matter of who has the smaller number. Is there anything smaller than 5 ones? Isn't he bound to lose? Qi Wenbin's eyes bulged, overjoyed. Ha ha ha.
Lin Dong, you're finished.
A 5 of a kind refers to multiple dice showing the same number, named for its resemblance to the spots on a leopard's body. The more dice there are, the lower the probability of rolling a 5 of a kind. The chance of rolling 5 dice as a 5 of a kind is minuscule, only 1/1296. Yet, it was this very number that the dealer rolled.
Ha, Lin Dong, what do you have to say now?
A 5 of a kind has been rolled. It's like heaven is on my side.
Old Zhao, you've done a great job this time. Later, I'll find a few beauties to serve you well. Qi Wenbin was beaming with pride, his legs crossed on the gambling table. The dealer was also floating on cloud 9.
Thank you, young Master Qi, it's all luck, luck. Ha ha ha.
Hearing their unrestrained laughter, the crowd was astonished. They never expected that the dealer, who had kept a low profile, could actually roll a 5 of a kind.
Now, it would be hard for them to lose.
Little did they know, the dealer had pressed the button countless times to achieve the 5 of a kind, nearly cramping his hand.
Fortunately, it worked out in the end.
Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble.
What else is there to compare, Lin Dong? Just admit defeat.
18 pieces of glass-type Imperial Green, losing it all. What a waste, such a waste.
Deserved it.
Who told him to provoke young Master Qi? If I had known this would happen, I would have played a few rounds with this fool too. What a money tree. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, pointing fingers. Their faces were filled with disdain for Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong was losing both money and face. Carrying tens of millions on him, instead of going out to enjoy life, he came to the casino to give money away.
Now, he must be regretting it deeply, right?
Old Zhao, stop dawdling, hurry up and bring me my spoils.
Qi Wenbin was almost laughing his head off.
In this round, he not only won 50 million from Lin Dong, but he also solidified his title as the little gambling god of Tianhai. Truly a case of gaining both fame and fortune.
Got it.
Zhao, the foreman, was also eager to take his share. However, just as he reached out his hand, he was grabbed by Lin Dong. Zhao was momentarily stunned, his expression showing a hint of tension.
Lin Dong, what do you want? Can't take a loss, huh? Do you believe I'll call security?
Qi Wenbin, seeing this, was also quite displeased and cursed. I say, Lin Dong, you're a grown man, can't you handle a loss?
Earlier, you made me call you grandpa, and I didn't even blink. Why are you being so wishy-washy now that it's your turn? Are you still a man or not?
Meanwhile, the others were also pointing fingers at Lin Dong.
In the casino, the type of gambler they looked down on the most was the one who wouldn't admit defeat.
Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong merely smiled faintly. He then picked up the dice cup.
What does a dog say? Did I say I wouldn't admit defeat? The thing is, I haven't even rolled the dice yet. How do you know I'm definitely going to lose? What?
At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar.
Someone had already rolled 5 ones. Could there be a smaller number than that? Lin Dong, have you lost your mind?
Qi Wenbin snorted coldly, looking at Lin Dong with displeasure.
No matter how you roll the dice, you can't possibly get a smaller number than mine. At worst, it'll be the same.
Lin Dong shook his head, a mysterious look on his face.
Who says there's nothing smaller than 5 ones? Qi Wenbin, are you scared? Afraid to let me roll the dice? Bullshit, am I afraid of you? Qi Wenbin sneered.
After thinking for a moment, convinced that Lin Dong had no chance of turning the tables, he waved his hand dismissively.
Do as you please.
How about this? I'll give you 3 chances, no, 10 chances. As long as you roll a number smaller than mine, not only will all this money be yours, but I'll also call you Grandpa.
What do you think?
Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, they began to chuckle, enjoying the spectacle. However, they all had little faith in Lin Dong.
No matter how you looked at it, 5 ones was the smallest possible number. Lin Dong was bound to lose. He would be left with nothing.
This is what you said, Qi Wenbin.
Wait a minute, don't regret it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. While bickering with Qi Wenbin, he had quietly checked the dice cup several times. As expected, there was nothing wrong with the cup. However, there was a barely noticeable bump at the bottom.
A gentle press would cause the dice inside to bounce. No wonder they could roll a full house. It turned out the two of them had set this up. However, Lin Dong didn't expose them right away. Instead, he swayed the dice cup. In a moment of carelessness, he didn't hold it steady, causing the crystal dice inside to fall to the ground. Put. Seeing this, Shi Wenbin spat out a mouthful of tea. Foreman Zhao and the other gamblers were also in fits of laughter. Just a moment ago, when Lin Dong was boasting, they thought this guy had some skills. Now it seemed he was just a novice. He might have never even touched a dice before. Alright, Lin Dong, stop messing around. How about letting Foreman Zhao help you roll? Don't worry, he's definitely fair and just. That's better than you fumbling around. Lin Dong ignored Shi Wenbin's barking. The next second, he picked up the dice cup again. Instantly, his entire demeanor changed. His gaze became deep and focused. Buzz! The dice cup in his hand began to crackle. Shi Wenbin widened his eyes in surprise, startled by this display. Foreman Zhao instinctively rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. For a moment, he felt as if he were watching a movie with the gambling god played by Chow Yun-fat. But how did Lin Dong suddenly become so formidable? He's just pretending. It must be an act. Just now, he couldn't even shake the dice cup. How could he possibly? Shi Wenbin shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe the most terrifying possibility. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Ding ding! Lin Dong raised his right hand high, and the dice cup flew into the air in an instant. The 5 crystal dice, illuminated by the bright lights, radiated an unusual brilliance. This astonishing scene left everyone speechless, more thrilling than an American blockbuster. With the support of his godly gambling skills, at this moment, in Lin Dong's mind, these dice were not inanimate objects but lively beings, ready to be controlled, obeying his commands. Damn! Is this for real? Even if he's faking it, he can't fake it this well, right? No way, he can't be possessed by Brother Fa, can he? The way he plays dice is so different from ours. Lin Dong's movements had already transcended the standard. It was clearly a display of skill, visually pleasing and incredibly glamorous. Damn it, he's stealing the spotlight again. Hearing the discussions around him, Shi Wenbin gritted his teeth in frustration. Even so, he firmly believed that Lin Dong was just putting on a show. There was no way he could roll a number smaller than 5 ones. Slap! The dice cup landed heavily on the gambling table. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward it, hearts racing and breaths quickening. To them, Lin Dong's skills were so impressive that he was likely to roll a leopard just like Shi Wenbin, neither winning nor losing. The key was, could he do it? Lin Dong, stop stalling, open it quickly. Shi Wenbin's heart couldn't take it anymore. Cursing, he urged Lin Dong to reveal the dice cup. What he got in response were 2 words. Shut up! As the words fell, the dice cup slowly lifted. What came into view was not 5 scattered dice, but a towering dice tower. Only 1 point was exposed to everyone's eyes. No, it can't be. I can't be seeing this wrong. 1 point? Incredible! This technique is unbeatable. Wow, how did I not think of this? How does his brain work? In an instant, the situation reversed. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the upright dice tower, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. After a moment of shock, Zhao, the dealer, slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn it, how did I forget about this? He had been in the casino for so many years, and tricks like this were his specialty. However, just now, he had fallen into a cognitive trap, subconsciously thinking that 5 ones was the smallest possible number. He had forgotten that it could be played this way. As he thought about it, Zhao suddenly felt goosebumps all over. A skilled dealer could indeed shake the dice into a line. However, controlling the number on the top die was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Yet now, Lin Dong had done it. This was enough to prove that Lin Dong's level of playing dice was absolutely above his. They were not even in the same realm. Shi Wenbin, you lost. Lin Dong put down the dice cup, his expression returning to normal. Just a moment ago, when he was cheating, his body seemed to merge with the gambling tools, entering a mysterious state. That feeling was intoxicating, mesmerizing. More thrilling than anything else in this world. Fortunately, Lin Dong had strong self-control and managed to hit the brakes at the last second, pulling back just in time. Otherwise, he might have really become a gambling addict. I lost? Impossible, impossible. Shi Wenbin stood up unsteadily, staring fixedly at the dice tower. In a fit of rage, he slapped it down. Unfortunately, his attempt to destroy the evidence wouldn't change anything. So many eyes, along with the surveillance, had been watching his every move. Doing this was undoubtedly self-deception. I got it. Lin Dong, you must have cheated. Otherwise, how could you be this good? Someone, check him. He must be hiding something. Shi Wenbin shouted in a frenzy.
Seeing this, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. He picked up the dice cup. The gambling tools I used are all from the casino. With so many eyes watching while rolling the dice, how could I cheat? Speaking of cheating, you were the ones who cheated first, right? What do you mean? Qi Wenbin was taken aback. Zhao, the foreman, turned pale in an instant. In front of everyone, Lin Dong released the dice cup. Bang! The cup fell to the ground. 5 crystal dice scattered everywhere. There seemed to be nothing special about them. However, the clumsy and heavy bottom of the cup was different. Under the violent impact, it broke in half. The intricate mechanical device inside was exposed to everyone's eyes. There was even a small button underneath. What the hell? There's actually a mechanism. I get it now. Zhao, the foreman, rolled out a leopard by cheating. No wonder Qi Xiao always has such good luck when he comes. Turns out there's an insider. Damn it, what is this? I thought you were so impressive, but it turns out you were cheating. You made me lose so much money. I'll kill you. Zhao, the foreman, felt a buzzing in his head, suddenly having a bad premonition. The next moment, a group of enraged gamblers rushed forward, cursing and beating him. They had played in the casino for so many years, not knowing how much they had been cheated out of. Regardless of whether they lost to Zhao, at this moment, it all fell on him. Stop hitting me. Qi Xiao, save me. In no time, Zhao was beaten black and blue, calling out for Qi Gongzi. Unfortunately, Qi Wenbin was unable to protect himself. Lin Dong walked up to Qi Wenbin with a smile, casually saying, Qi Xiao, still want to play? Lin Dong, you're ruthless. Qi Wenbin's face turned red and then pale. He knew that these gamblers wouldn't dare hit him out of fear of the Qi family's retaliation. But if this matter got out today, his reputation would be completely ruined. He could forget about mixing in this circle in the future. More importantly, the 30 million he had just borrowed was all gone. Same to you. Who told you to keep biting at me? I was also worried about being retaliated against by your Qi Gongzi, so I had to strike first. Thanks for your 50 million. Looks like Lady Luck is still on my side. Lin Dong snapped his fingers, calling over 2 staff members to help him take away all the chips. Seeing those stacks of chips being collected by Lin Dong, Qi Wenbin felt hopeless, gasping for breath, nearly fainting from anger. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Dong, halfway there, remembered something, stopped, and pinched a chip worth 10,000 with his index and middle fingers. Then, he turned around and walked back to Qi Wenbin. Like a beggar giving a tip, he threw it at his face. Qi Xiao, earlier, you lent me 1,000. Now, I'm returning you 10 times that. How about that? Generous enough? Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. Then, he turned around and left gracefully. Lin Dong, you wait for me. I will not let you go. Qi Wenbin weakly shouted. Then, his head tilted, and he fainted from anger. Qi Xiao has fainted. Someone, quickly call an ambulance. Someone in the crowd shouted. However, everyone remained indifferent. Some even took the opportunity to spit a few times while he was unconscious, venting their pent-up frustration. On the other side, Lin Dong had exchanged all the chips, and under the respectful escort of the casino staff, he walked out of the casino. Accidentally, another small target had been achieved. I must say, this feeling is quite wonderful. Achoo, I'm a bit tired. Lin Dong yawned and stretched. After playing outside all day, it was time to go back and rest well. Soon, he got into his Panamera. With a press on the gas pedal, he drove towards the Dynasty Hotel. Half an hour later, Lin Dong finally lay on the soft big bed of the presidential suite. Bored, he opened his phone, wanting to contact someone. Suddenly, he was attracted by a popping-up female streamer. Hello everyone. I'm Chi-Chi, so sleepy. I just started streaming yesterday, please support me and follow me. Seeing her timid appearance, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. Thank you, brother, for the little heart. Thank you, brother, for the beer, love you. The sweet and charming voice of the female streamer came from the phone. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful streamer appeared to be in her early 20s. She had a pure and sweet appearance, giving off a neighborly little sister vibe. Dressed simply in a black and white JK uniform, her aura was fresh and refined. Moreover, she had a face reminiscent of Dayu, yet her figure was no less impressive than those suggestive streamers. Her slim waist was graceful and delicate, ample where it needed to be, and petite where it should be. Her long, fair legs were perfectly proportioned when brought together. Stammering, she expressed gratitude even for a mere dime gift, which gave off an impression of innocence and naivety. Lin Dong instinctively clicked on the streamer's profile. Sure enough, this beauty named Chi-Chi was only 2 days into her streaming career, with just a few hundred fans. However, with her remarkable looks and explosive figure, it wouldn't be long before she climbed to the top of the beauty streaming ranks. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly.
Men love to nurture. If he started following her now, he would be an old fan. That feeling was quite nice. More importantly, small streamers like her could easily be lured by the top donors. A couple of Porsches could get them to meet offline. What happened next, those who understood knew. The internet was never short of wealthy people, nor of ordinary folks trying to show off.
Behind the screen, anyone could send a barrage of comments or shower gifts. At this moment, the live stream room had become lively.
Streamer, I can't find my phone, can you help me call it? What type of streamer is the beauty, singing or dancing? Chi-Chi baby, I want to buy a piece of land, your unwavering heart.
Seeing a series of mixed comments, Su Mingqi was momentarily stunned. Then, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit shy. She was just a female college student, streaming to pass the time and earn some pocket money, not expecting to gain hundreds of fans in just 2 days. This made Su Mingqi both excited and nervous. In reality, she had received confessions before, but they were never as direct as in the livestream. These people, behind the screen, seemed to want to devour her. Seeing Su Mingqi flustered like a startled rabbit, a group of viewers became even more provocative. Before long, several accounts were banned for their harsh words.
This directly left Su Mingqi stunned. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. That's how the internet was.
As long as a woman looked somewhat attractive, there was never a shortage of admirers.
Seeing so many people sending comments, Lin Dong couldn't resist sending one himself. Duck, why isn't the beauty talking? Is she too nervous? Duck was Lin Dong's account ID.
Su Mingqi happened to see this comment, hesitated for a moment, and with a flushed face said, "I'm sorry, I'm a bit introverted, I don't usually talk much at school."
Wow, she's actually a pure college girl.
I knew it, such a young and beautiful girl must be a student, college life is great.
Beauty, I see your location is Tianhai University of Technology, I'm just in the boys' dormitory. How about we run into each other at the playground? Streamer, I have an 8-pack abs, I'm quite the catch, I added you privately. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that a careless remark would inadvertently reveal her identity. Lin Dong's eyes also lit up. Tianhai University of Technology? Isn't that the same school as Lu Shiyun? Indeed, places like universities were never short of beauties. Moreover, Lu Shiyun and Su Mingqi were beautiful in different ways.
One was lively and playful, while the other was pure and shy, each having their own charm.
Next, the viewers transformed into detectives, eager to uncover Su Mingqi's identity.
Suddenly, Su Mingqi became even more flustered, hurriedly deleting a few life photos in a panic. That furrowed brow and pitiful look became cuter the more she looked at it. At that moment, a red Porsche appeared on the screen, slowly drifting above a sea of white comments. The special effects were stunning.
Oh,
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Originally, he planned to send a few small gifts later.
Unexpectedly, someone had acted first.
On the screen, Su Mingqi's furrowed brow relaxed, her eyes widened as she cautiously looked up how much the Porsche was worth.
$200.
Thanks to brother Tian Heiho for sending the Porsche. Before the words were out, Su Mingqi clumsily made a heart gesture. It was her first time receiving such an expensive gift in 2 days of streaming, making her both happy and a bit at a loss.
Soon, brother Tian Heiho sent a comment. Sister Chi-Chi, can we add WeChat? Brother wants to treat you to dinner. Dinner? Su Mingqi was taken aback.
She never expected brother how to be so direct.
Just after sending a gift, he wanted to meet offline.
Although she knew the streaming industry was quite complicated, with news often surfacing about female streamers meeting big shots offline, it was clear that brother Tian Heiho had similar intentions and wanted to have a deeper conversation with Su Mingqi. However, Su Mingqi didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone thought about such things. Just as she was indecisive, a red light flashed across the live stream again.
Upon closer inspection, it was yet another Porsche drifting by. Thank you brother Tian Heiho for the second Porsche. Brother Tian Heiho, sister Chi-Chi, I genuinely like you. Leave a phone number, and I'll pick you up at the school gate right now. What? Su Mingqi instinctively exclaimed. Just a second ago, he only wanted her WeChat. The next second, he wanted to meet her. It was all happening too fast.
As expected, others quickly saw through brother Hao's intentions.
Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox, what are you playing at? If you want to sleep with the girl, just say it directly. Exactly, 2 Porsches just to meet? You're too calculating, it costs at least 3,000 or 4,000 to date a web celebrity outside. And brother Tian Heiho, is he really that impressive? I've never heard of him.
A group of viewers began to attack brother Hao furiously.
Seeing this, brother Hao not only didn't leave but instead sent a comment worth $200. I spend money to sleep with women, what business is it of yours? If you have money, go ahead and send gifts. If you don't have money, stop talking. In an instant, the white comments quieted down.
They watched the live stream primarily for companionship.
Asking them to spend money was out of the question. Su Mingqi felt a bit embarrassed. Since it was her first time as a streamer, she didn't know how to handle it. Seeing this, brother Tianheiho continued to ramp up his efforts. Have you thought it through, sister? As long as you agree, brother will send you 2 more Porsches to boost your popularity. Just when everyone thought Su Mingqi was about to give in, a row of fire columns suddenly exploded in place. The fireworks that burst forth filled the entire screen, covering all the discordant comments. Su Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise.
Soon, she saw someone's fan club level rapidly rising.
From level 1 to 10. From level 10 to 20. From level 20 to 30.
Similarly, the fan badge changed from the most ordinary blue to a magnificent purple gold, constantly showcasing a prestigious status.
Looking at the ID, it was unmistakably Duck.
Lin Dong smiled and typed a comment.
Streamer, I sent 10 carnivals. Can I cut in line and add WeChat? Is that okay? Wow, a tycoon, so impressive.
10 carnivals, 20,000 bucks, don't just say cut in line, I'd let you cut me too.
The one above, GHS, right? I'm reporting you right now.
Streamer, please manage this, there are bad people among the crowd. Lin Dong had just shown a little skill, and the once chaotic livestream room instantly became much cleaner.
Everyone was just fawning over Lin Dong's stinky feet.
It's no surprise, this world is essentially one that admires the strong. When they see those who are worse off than themselves, they can't help but want to spit on them and kick them a few times. When they see those who are better off, they call them Lord Jing, Lord Hu, or Lord Mei with every breath.
It fully demonstrates what is called species diversity.
Right now, the 10 carnivals Lin Dong has brushed off are equivalent to stepping on Tianhaihao's head, leaving him speechless.
It also allowed everyone to vent their frustrations.
Looking at Su Mingqi, she was dazed for a full half-minute before gradually coming back to her senses.
Thank you, Duck no need brother, for the gift. I'll add you on WeChat right now.
Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly.
As expected, it was just as he thought.
Not being able to add the streamer on WeChat wasn't because you didn't spend money, but because you hadn't spent enough.
Look at him, giving a reward of 20,000, and the streamer was still eager to add him on WeChat? Damn it!
On the other side, seeing Su Mingqi's inconsistent behavior, Tianhaihao's old face couldn't hold up anymore. He thought that 2 Porsches would be enough to win over this little streamer.
Unexpectedly, someone had to butt in.
Seeing Duck no need replace him as the top donor, and the beautiful streamer actively adding him on WeChat, Hao gritted his teeth and furiously typed in the comments.
Damn it, it's just 20,000, who doesn't have that? I'll knock you down right now. Soon, in Chi-Chi's livestream, another fireworks show unfolded. Another carnival? Or is it 10? Thank you, Hao brother, for the carnival, thank you.
Su Mingqi received another 20,000 in gifts.
However, she couldn't feel happy about it.
Just thinking about Tianhaihao's various harassments made her feel uncomfortable, as if the money was burning her hands.
Meanwhile, the viewers who had just been frantically criticizing Hao couldn't sit still anymore. Weren't you just sending 200 at a time? How did it suddenly become 20,000? This Hao brother, could he have taken out a small loan? Listen to me, don't go down the wrong path. Hao Laoshi, it's not that serious, it's just a little streamer. At the same time, on the big bed of the Wangchao Hotel. Interesting, is this a challenge to me? Since you want to play, I'll play along. Anyway, I just made 50 million from that big fool Qi Wenbin, and I have nowhere to spend it. Lin Dong's lips revealed a teasing smile as he casually typed a line of numbers. Immediately after, Su Mingqi's live stream suddenly went dark. Then, rockets with the words Chi-Chi not sleepy shot up from the ground. They exploded in the starry sky, illuminating everything. The entire special effect occupied the screen. In terms of prestige, it couldn't even be compared to gifts like Porsches and carnivals. For a moment, all the viewers were dumbfounded. The comments section fell into a brief silence. Then, it erupted into a frenzy. Holy crap, a true god has descended, everyone kneel. 10 rocket no.
1. A full 200,000 soft sister coins, who is this Duck no need, simply too extravagant.
Now, the entire platform is rolling out this gift effect. Araki is so impressive. Duck no need brother, I want to be your dog, give me a chance.
Meanwhile, Lin Dong's account level skyrocketed again, jumping straight from level 30 to level 60. The fan badge also underwent a huge change. Originally a symbol of luxury in purple, it transformed into a dazzling red name. In an online game, it was definitely the treatment of a world boss. Wherever he went, it was a symbol of status and identity. 3 words, hated by all. Holy crap, this guy has gone mad. Hao, who was about to mock Lin Dong a few times, was completely dumbfounded. Trembling, he watched helplessly as his carnival was overshadowed by the rocket no. 1 effect. Thinking about the 20,000 he wasted, he felt like his intestines were turning green with regret. The next moment, Hao hurriedly found customer service and dialed the phone. Hey, hello, I'm the child's father. The child accidentally pressed the wrong button. Can a minor get a refund? With the disappearance of brother Tianhai, the once lively live stream of Chi-Chi became entirely duck stage. Su Mingqi was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She was just an ordinary person. 200,000 in gifts, once divided, was definitely a huge sum. Su Mingqi never expected to earn so much money just 2 days after starting her broadcast. More importantly, Duck's appearance helped her solve a problem. Brother Tianhai had already left in disgrace. He would no longer come to harass her. However, another problem arose. With so much money gifted by this wealthy patron, how should she express her gratitude? Su Mingqi's cheeks flushed, her hands twisting together, her heart racing. Still, the saying goes, it's not that you didn't spend money, but that you didn't spend enough. Looking at the worried Su Mingqi on the screen, Lin Dong smiled faintly and casually typed a line of text. Don't misunderstand, beautiful. I just think you have the potential to be a star. Consider it an early investment. If you ever make a movie or a TV show, just don't forget your old fan. Su Mingqi was taken aback. Then, she felt even more touched. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was Lin Dong's strategy of feigned indifference. This tactic was incredibly effective for a naive girl like Su Mingqi. On the contrary, the more obvious your intentions, the more nervous and scared she would become. Only by first showing that he didn't care about anything could she take the bait, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. In the live stream room, a series of accounts with Dragon Family fan badges suddenly burst in, immediately bombarding Su Mingqi with insults. Where did this little streamer come from? Do you understand the platform's rules? Exactly, don't you know our dragon young master is currently streaming with Sister Wildcat? What do you mean by sending so many gifts? You've interrupted our viewing of their live stream, why don't you go apologize? Dragon cat combo up. What is Chi-Chi not sleepy? In just a few seconds, thousands of people flooded into Chi-Chi's livestream. The online user count skyrocketed to 20,000, and the momentum showed no signs of stopping. More and more people were joining in. Most were just curious about how a newbie streamer could receive 200,000 in gifts. Some, however, came with ill intentions, immediately spamming and attacking. They bore the Dragon Family fan badge, and some had high levels, even reaching level 60 like Lin Dong. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel curious. Who exactly was this dragon young master they were talking about? Before Lin Dong could ask, someone spoke up on his behalf. What is this dragon family? Why are they so foul-mouthed, coming in to insult other streamers? You haven't heard of Dragon Young Master? He's the #1 internet celebrity on our platform, with 30 million fans, known as the most romantic in Tianhai, the master of love. Damn, so it's him. No wonder he has so many fans. Stop talking, or you'll get cyberbullied later. With 30 million fans, this Dragon Young Master was no small fry. At the very least, he was worth millions. However, despite the large number of fans, their quality was not very high. Where did this 18-line little streamer come from? Our Dragon Young Master was having a good chat with Sister Wildcat, and you ruined it with your pathetic gift effects. Exactly, don't you know our brother is the #1 internet celebrity on the platform? Everyone else should make way. Sending one rocket is fine, but sending 10, are you trying to steal our Dragon Young Master's traffic and maliciously spam? It's obvious. Heh, pretending to be pure, don't you know how many times the #1 big brother has slept with you? A series of foul comments flooded the live stream. Su Mingqi felt very wronged, her eyes red, trying to explain. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't do it on purpose. Su Mingqi did not refute, which was fine, but once she did, it gave the Long family army another chance, like mad dogs biting onto her and not letting go. Isn't it intentional? Clearly, you just want to steal our Long Xiao spotlight. Exactly, tens of thousands of people are watching the Long Mao CP, and you suddenly show special effects, isn't that just to draw attention? Scheming B*TCH, so disgusting. Charge. We must blow her up. In an instant, Su Mingqi's livestream was once again flooded by the Long family army. Some viewers wanted to help, sending a few bullet comments to show support. However, they were quickly drowned out by the spittle. Lin Dong frowned at the scene. He knew the online environment was harsh, but he didn't expect it to be this chaotic. He had only spent a little money. How did it attract such a group of monsters? That guy called Tianhai Longshao didn't even manage his fans. Since that's the case, he couldn't be blamed. You think the special effects are annoying, right?
Let me show you what true dominance looks like.
Lin Dong snorted coldly and casually tapped a few times on the screen. In the live stream, Su Mingqi was blushing and at a loss. Suddenly, several Rocket 1 gifts appeared out of nowhere and took off from the ground. The gorgeous special effects instantly occupied the entire screen, covering all the bullet comments from the Long family army.
Su Mingqi's eyes widened.
She thought it was the same as before, just 10 Rocket 1s. Unexpectedly, half a minute passed, and the special effects still showed no signs of stopping, continuously exploding. Gradually, the bullet comments from the Long family army became fewer and fewer. Everyone was stunned, their hands frozen mid-air from tapping the screen. After a full 2 minutes, when the last rocket disappeared, Chi-Chi Haokuan's live stream surprisingly experienced a long-lost tranquility. Following that was an unprecedented celebration and commotion. Wow, a full 100 rockets, are you kidding me? 100 Rocket 1s, isn't that 2 million? Don't even mention 2 million, 20,000 could get you 10 little sisters.
Boss, do you really need to go this far?
This is the host's benefactor. If it were me, I would have called him daddy long ago.
In an instant, the live stream was bustling with activity.
Those from the Long family army who came to cause trouble could no longer hold their faces.
Spending 200,000 on gifts could be seen as maliciously stealing traffic. But 2 million, even their Long Xiao wouldn't have that many gifts.
Perhaps, Chi-Chi Haokuan was the next top streamer.
Thank you, duck, not necessary. Thank you so much.
Su Mingqi was both laughing and crying, her expression excited.
For Lin Dong, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket.
But for her, it was definitely a huge sum. It could even change her fate. Most importantly, Lin Dong was using real money to calm the rhythm. On the other side, Lin Dong's fan badge changed again. Not only did it shine with dazzling golden effects, but it also added a crown worn by emperors. Congratulations, you have upgraded to the supreme member of this platform. Congratulations, you have unlocked the highest rights of this platform. Congratulations, you have unlocked the 24-hour online exclusive customer service of this platform. Every bullet comment you send will be pinned in every livestream, and the gifts you reward will be pushed across the entire site.
Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly.
Looking at the continuous notifications in the back end, he realized he had become the supreme member of the live streaming platform.
He casually sent a bullet comment.
Sure enough, not only was the text enlarged several times, but the color also changed from ordinary white to eye-catching purple gold.
Chi-Chi, do you like it?
Seeing Lin Dong send a bullet comment, Su Mingqi's heart raced. Then, she hurriedly nodded.
I like it.
Thank you, duck, not necessary brother, I really appreciate it. If you have any requests, just say it, I will do my best to fulfill them. As she said this, Su Mingqi bit her lip, her gaze evasive. At her age, she was still pure. Doing such things made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. Previously, when Hao Go wanted to add her on WeChat, she hesitated. Now, however, she actively hinted that she could seek him out.
Indeed, sending a girl any flowers is no match for having money to spend freely.
In the live broadcast room, in the middle, Su Mingqi looked shy, and Lin Dong couldn't help but feel envious and jealous.
Wow, another beautiful streamer has fallen. Ah, my goddess. Big brother at the top, be gentle, woo.
You guys stop with the innuendos, who knows, maybe she's into pure love.
Hee, do you believe that? By the way, where did that group of Long family soldiers go? Weren't they quite impressive? What Long family soldiers?
They're clearly the Bug family soldiers, the Fart family soldiers. As soon as the rich guy appeared, that group of Long family soldiers tucked their tails and left the live broadcast room. It was unclear whether they were tipped off by Long Xiao or if they were intimidated by Lin Dong. In any case, Lin Dong, as the top supporter, was far ahead of everyone else.
The exaggerated 2 million in rewards shattered everyone's perception. Having money means being powerful.
Just then, someone suddenly connected and applied to PK with Su Mingqi.
Tianhai Long Xiao?
And a female streamer called Little Wildcat.
Su Mingqi frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy.
It was obvious that after seeing Lin Dong spend lavishly on Su Mingqi, Long Xiao couldn't sit still. He directly brought in his online partner, Little Wildcat, wanting to reclaim his territory through a PK. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled lightly.
Was Long Xiao worried that his top streamer position would be snatched away?
Chi-Chi, don't be afraid, Big Brother is here, quickly accept the PK.
Right, we have tens of thousands of us, not afraid of any Tianhai Bug Xiao, let's fight to the end.
You guys just love to stir up trouble, I don't believe you will send gifts.
That's right.
Just now, I don't know who was silenced by the Long family soldiers. Before Long Xiao even made a move, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room had already turned into infighting.
This made Su Mingqi even more hesitant about whether to accept the PK.
Then, she subconsciously focused on the word stuck not necessary. Clearly, she was waiting for Lin Dong to express his stance. Soon, Su Mingqi saw the 5 words that reassured her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. In an instant, it stirred up a huge wave. Lin Dong's words were once again met with enthusiasm. So domineering. When will I have a man like this? This line is so manly, so reassuring. Look, the online users have exceeded 100,000. Before Su Mingqi could accept Long Xiao's PK, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to surge wildly. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. It was enough to see how shocking Lin Dong's previous 100 rockets were. Phew! Su Mingqi took a deep breath and finally accepted the invitation. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. They were the so-called Long Cat CP. Hello, everyone. Tianhai Long Xiao lived up to his name, not very old but adorned in gold and silver. He wore a 24K pure gold chain around his neck, sported a pair of Bentley Platinum sunglasses on his forehead, and donned an Armani outfit with a money leopard pattern. This outfit would cost no less than 5 or 600,000. Hello, brothers, I'm Little Wildcat. The other female streamer, Little Wildcat, had a standard exquisite internet celebrity face. She wore a pink bodycon dress that accentuated her figure, and her curves were subtly visible, every move enticing. Those who have watched the live broadcast know that only topics and controversies can bring heat to a streamer. Heat means traffic. Traffic means money. Recently, Tianhai Long Xiao and Little Wildcat were stirring up a CP to team up and make money. It's laughable that those Long family soldiers were completely unaware and were crazily showering them with gifts. They even rewarded them while barely able to afford food. Lin Dong had long seen through all this. He was just curious how this Long Xiao would regain his face. Beautiful Chi-Chi, hello, I'm Long Xiao. Tianhai Long Xiao smiled lightly, greeting Su Mingqi through the screen. His attitude was not as bad as imagined. Instead, the little wildcat just rolled her eyes. It seemed she had deliberately joined the stream to assert her own sovereignty. Su Mingqi was taken aback for a moment and timidly nodded. Soon, the Long family army flooded the screen with comments. Wow, Long Xiao Gij is so handsome and gentlemanly, no wonder he's my favorite streamer. Who says otherwise? Long Xiao has always been very gentle. It's just 2 million gifts, what's so impressive about that? Our Long family army could each contribute $1 and we'd have 30 million. Exactly, let's win the PK against Chi-Chi, make her accept the punishment. Before the PK even started, a group of people was frantically stirring up trouble, trying to muddy the waters. Tianhai Long Xiao was more than happy to see such a scene. The bigger the hype, the more money he would make. Especially after seeing that Su Mingqi only had a few thousand fans, he felt even more assured. Scared me to death. I thought it was some top streamer, but it turns out to be just a rookie who just started streaming. Tianhai Long Xiao was calculating in his mind. Even if Duck Bubai was unwilling to give Su Mingqi a boost, there was only one person. He had a full 30 million fans, what was there to fear? PK, guaranteed win. Oh, Long Xiao Gij, don't waste time. Hurry up and finish the PK, we want to hear you tell stories and whisper sweet nothings. Is that okay? At that moment, the little wildcat also played along, acting cute. From time to time, she would squeeze out a bottomless deep-sea trench. Wow! So thrilling! As expected, in the live stream, a group of young men were getting excited. It was as if they were putting themselves in Long Xiao's shoes, firmly dominating the little wildcat. Su Mingqi's fans were also urging her to start the PK. Seeing this, Tianhai Long Xiao smiled and said, Chi-Chi beauty, how about we play a game? Su Mingqi frowned tightly, subconsciously resisting. However, thinking that Lin Dong would support her, she nodded. Tianhai Long Xiao noticed this and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he pretended to be generous and said, haha, that's the best. But since we're going to play, we can't do it without some stakes. My demands aren't high. If I win, you just have to do a big swing dance or clean the glass in the livestream to boost your popularity. And in the future, try to avoid our streaming times, how about that? What? Su Mingqi could still understand the first condition. Dancing and singing were the simplest punishments for losing a PK. Even though both dances were a bit suggestive, they were still within her acceptable range. However, the second request was a bit excessive. Generally, prime streaming time is after 8 in the evening. Everyone is free, scrolling through their phones, watching live streams, and relaxing. Now, Tianhai Long Xiao was actually asking her to stop streaming during this time slot. If she really did that, the fans Su Mingqi had worked so hard to accumulate would surely dissipate quickly. Meanwhile, Tianhai Long Xiao could continue to hype up the CP and become the sole king of prime time. Wow, Tianhai Long Xiao is too domineering, why shouldn't people be allowed to stream? Exactly, who does he think he is?
What are you all arguing about? It's you streamers who accepted the PK. Willing to bet means you have to accept the loss. Can't you handle losing? Lin Dong squinted slightly at this. Then, he also expressed his stance. These two demands, our streamer can comply if we lose. But what if Long Xiao loses? Seeing this eye-catching comment, Su Mingqi's eyes lit up. Then, she directly sought help from Lin Dong. Duck Bu Bai Gij, how about you decide the punishment? I don't really understand these things. Seeing Su Mingqi completely relying on this Duck Bu Bai, Tianhai Long Xiao also realized that this was the mysterious tycoon who had sent 100 rockets, his biggest rival. Moments later, Lin Dong typed out a line. It's simple, if Chi Hao Koan wins, you don't need to dance, just apologize to your Long family army and permanently withdraw from prime time. Isn't that request excessive? What? Tianhai Long Xiao was stunned, staring intently at the barrage from Lin Dongfa. He was being asked, in the name of the Long family army, to apologize to a small streamer. Moreover, to stop broadcasting during prime time. This duck is unnecessary. It's as if they want him to betray his fans, lose their trust, and take his life. Boss, isn't this request a bit excessive? After all, I, Long Xia, am also a top streamer on our platform. How could I stop broadcasting just because of your few words? Tianhai Long Xia said with a forced smile, feeling quite disdainful inside. Just a nouveau riche, daring to think he could make him stop streaming? What a joke! To make people convinced, he even dragged the Long family army into it. If I stop broadcasting, how can I face my fans? They are all my closest family. Just thinking about not being able to see them makes me feel upset and want to cry. Seeing this, Xiaoyema also chimed in. Duck is unnecessary, and this Chi-Chi is so sleepy, you guys are going too far. Do you really have the heart to watch everyone lonely and bored, with no stream to watch? As expected, those from the Long family army were all indignant, jumping out to defend Long Xia. Damn it, what is this duck unnecessary? Just because he has a little money, he dares to make our Long dad stop streaming. Exactly, who does he think he is, meddling too much? I'm a hacker, I'm going to expose this duck unnecessary right now, just wait for my reveal. Seeing these barrages, Lin Dong was not angry at all, instead, he wanted to laugh. Looking at them like fools. These Long family army members were too filial, weren't they? Just watching a stream, and they really treated Tianhai Long Xia like a father, desperately defending him. A few of the more aggressive ones even wanted to find Lin Dong through the internet. Of course, with Lin Dong's current level and permissions, the platform would never leak any information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have jobs anymore. Not only Lin Dong, but Chi-Chi's original fans, along with some bystanders, were also extremely disgusted by the Long family army's rough and overbearing behavior. Oh, Long Dad, why don't you just call him Grandpa? Wasn't it your Long Xia who first made the request to stop the broadcast? The number one brother just made the same request, why did you all blow up? What a bunch of double-standard dogs. If you can't play, then don't play. And Tianhai Long Xia, clearly just a stray dog on the street. Many people had long been fed up with Tianhai Long Xia and his brainless fans. Now, they finally found an opportunity to vent. In an instant, Chi-Chi's live broadcast room turned into a battlefield. The Long family army and a crowd of bystanders clashed. The barrage was chaotic and foul-smelling, unbearable to watch. Tianhai Long Xia and Xiaoyema exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. For them, the bigger the commotion, the higher the heat, and the more money they would make. It would be best if they could keep cursing like this. It wouldn't be long before they could go from the number one on the platform to the number one in live streaming across the internet. By then, they could easily take on some advertisements and effortlessly make millions. Su Mingqi was also encountering such a big commotion for the first time and felt a bit at a loss. Now, she urgently needed someone to help her make a decision. Ding! At that moment, a WeChat friend request came in. Upon seeing the name, Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Duck is unnecessary. Seeing the verification message that came in, Su Mingqi, who had been feeling troubled, instantly felt a sense of reassurance. Then, she accepted the friend request. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Tell him, if he doesn't agree to the punishment conditions, then he should just scram. Su Mingqi slightly pursed her lips. This duck unnecessary was too overbearing. However, the more he was like this, the more secure she felt, the more she liked it. With Lin Dong's support, Su Mingqi gathered her courage and said to Tianhai Long Xia and Xiaoyema, who were watching the excitement, Long Xia, Duck Ji's attitude is my attitude. If you don't want to play, then I'll withdraw from the live stream. From now on, let's not interfere with each other, no one should provoke anyone. Although Su Mingqi's words were not as direct as Lin Dong's, it was clear that the young girl had some anger in her heart. She wasn't inferior to anyone, so why should she follow your orders? Hearing this, Tianhai Long Xiao's gaze froze.
He never expected Su Mingqi to be so tough. The small streamers he had bullied before had all disappeared within days.
Why did he encounter a hard nut today?
Of course, he didn't want to agree to such harsh conditions,
but he also didn't want to lose this massive traffic.
Just now, a group of Long family soldiers had given him tips that totaled over 100,000.
This money came too easily.
Don't, Chi-Chi's sister, of course, let's play.
I'm just worried you'll cry if you lose.
Tianhai Long Xiao pretended to care for Su Mingqi, which made the little wildcat a bit jealous.
It was hard to tell if she was genuinely angry or just acting.
As expected of our Long Xiao, so gentle. This Chi-Chi is so sleepy, and that duck is really ungrateful. What level do you think you are to PK with our Long Xiao?
Do you really think that just because you spent 2 million, you're invincible? Long family soldiers, listen up. In today's battle, we only allow victory, not defeat.
Let this group of small karami see the strength of our Long family soldiers.
Long family soldiers up, duck is going to die.
Tianhai Long Xiao saw that the Long family soldiers were ready to send gifts, and he was already overjoyed. However, he still had to advise them. Everyone, don't get too excited. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. After all, Chi-Chi's sister is a girl. Losing too badly will make her very sad. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi gave no face to Long Xiao and said straightforwardly, Long Xiao, you don't need to think too much for me. If I lose, I will accept the punishment.
Now, it depends on your attitude. If you lose, you can never live stream during prime time again. Do you dare?
Facing Su Mingqi's provocation as an unknown rookie, Tianhai Long Xiao smiled coldly, as if he had heard the biggest joke. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he patted his chest and raised 3 fingers with his right hand.
Alright, if you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end.
If I lose, don't say I will quit prime time. I, Long Xiao, will directly quit the internet and never live stream again.
What?
As soon as these words came out, it caused an uproar. As a big internet celebrity with 30 million fans, Long Xiao easily earns tens of millions every day.
Today, he was willing to quit the internet just to PK with a small streamer? What qualifications did this small streamer have?
However, anyone with eyes could see that Tianhai Long Xiao had a great chance of winning.
He had many fans, including wealthy ones.
Su Mingqi was just a small streamer, and her wealthy fan was only one duck. So, the outcome of this PK was not much of a suspense. The key was how many fans he could attract by winning this PK.
Alright, let's talk. Let's start the battle.
Chi-Chi little beauty, and that duck, don't forget your promises.
Anyway, I, Long Xiao, am a man of my word. Long Xiao generously initiated the PK invitation.
Su Mingqi hesitated for a moment but still bit her lip and clicked accept. In the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel, Lin Dong lay on the big bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
This is what you said. Today, I will crush you, this so-called Long Xiao, into a bug. Let you know what it means that there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Soon, the news of Tianhai Long Xiao gambling against a rookie streamer spread like wildfire. In a short time, a large number of onlookers flooded in. Within just a few minutes, the number of online viewers in Tianhai Long Xiao's livestream reached 2 million.
Su Mingqi also broke through 500,000.
Even the little wildcat managed to ride the wave to 300,000.
This meant that at the same time, 3 million people were watching this PK battle. There was no way around it. Lin Dong was too generous. He started with 2 million.
This PK was destined to be very lively. Of course, among them, there is also the reason for the platform's encouragement. For them, this is a guaranteed profitable business.
Calm down, you must stay calm.
With Brother Duck here, even if I lose, it's no big deal.
Chi-Chi is so sleepy in the live broadcast room. Su Mingqi clenched her small fists, trying to calm herself down. However, when it came to speaking, she couldn't utter a single word.
Put.
Seeing her stammering and struggling, young Master Tianhai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Wildcat also laughed so hard that she trembled. Her voluptuous figure swayed, making people dizzy.
Young Master, where did this oddball come from? With this kind of courage, she's not even as bold as the cleaning lady downstairs, yet she dares to go live? Cat, that's where you're wrong. It's perfectly normal for a little girl to be shy. However, she really isn't suited for live streaming.
Young Master, you're biased.
Are you interested in her?
Little Wildcat pouted, deliberately propping her slender arms on her head, exposing her ample assets to everyone.
This isn't jealousy, it's clearly showing off her figure.
In an instant, countless viewers were swallowing their saliva, their eyes wide open. Seeing this, Little Wildcat chuckled and pretended to be shy. Oh dear, if the brothers like it, just give me a follow. Right, also give Brother Long a click.
With Little Wildcat's flirty poses, soon, several thousand people followed her.
The number of viewers in the live broadcast room kept increasing. In contrast, Su Mingqi was stammering, not having much of a live streaming effect, and the online numbers kept dropping. Lin Dong saw this and knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he was going to act, it had to be a big move. Whoosh! In the next second, 100 rockets launched simultaneously. At the moment of explosion, special effects filled the entire screen, covering all the bullet comments. The Dragon Family Army, who had just been cheering for young Master Long, were all overwhelmed by the magnificent and noble effects, unable to see anything.
Damn, another 2 million. Did you see that? This is what a true tycoon looks like, tipping 2 million without batting an eye. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened. Before she could come to her senses, she saw Duck send a comment with an imperial crown emoji. Chi-Chi, sing a song for everyone. Don't be nervous, just sing what you're good at. Sing? Su Mingqi was taken aback. How did he know she could sing? It turned out that her major in college was music. She had even participated in a campus singing competition and won first prize. Just now, Lin Dong had also looked through the videos she posted on social media and saw her photo receiving an award. That's when he thought of having her sing in the live broadcast. Sure enough, as soon as singing was mentioned, the viewers in the live room couldn't hold back and started to cheer. Come on, beautiful Chi-Chi. The host looks so ethereal. Her singing must be amazing, right? Spent 2 million just for a song? No wonder he's a tycoon. With that much money, he could hold a concert in the Vienna Golden Hall. Beautiful Chi-Chi, the sunflower seeds and tea are ready. Hurry up and start. With 2 million gifts dropping, the viewers who had originally left Chi-Chi's live room began to flow back. Meanwhile, some were drawn away from young Master Long and Little Wildcat's live rooms. Everyone was curious about how beautiful a song worth 2 million could be. In Chi-Chi's live room, as she began to sing, Su Mingqi instantly got into the zone, her aura suddenly transforming. In a daze, she had a hint of a starlet's potential. She held her phone like a microphone and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, a light and ethereal voice emerged from her throat. The bubbles under the sun are colorful. Just like me, deceived, yet happy. The enchanting celestial voice flowed through the speakers into everyone's ears. Even Lin Dong, who possessed godlike singing skills, couldn't help but be immersed in it. To be fair, Su Mingqi's singing skills weren't particularly outstanding. At least, she still has room for improvement compared to those singing kings and queens. However, because of her pure and youthful voice, it is exceptionally clean. It flows like a gentle stream, resonating in everyone's heart, untouched by any vulgarity. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Almost every time one looks, it jumps up significantly. In contrast, Tianhai Long Xiao and Xiao Yi Miao saw their viewer count plummet. For a moment, both of their faces looked extremely grim. Long Xiao, what should we do? This duck is unnecessary. How come there are so many tricks? How can singing one song attract all the viewers away? This won't do. Xiao Yi Miao was a bit anxious. Tianhai Long Xiao was also sweating profusely. He didn't expect Su Mingqi to sing so beautifully, gaining fans purely by her talent. At this point, they could only brace themselves. Meanwhile, Su Mingqi had reached the climax of her song. All are just bubbles. Only a moment of fireworks. All your promises are too fragile. And your outline, it's my fault for not seeing through it. That's why it's so sad. After finishing the song, Su Mingqi smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. The next moment, countless gift effects appeared on the screen, unstoppable. Many were captivated by her singing. In just a few minutes, she received hundreds of thousands of gifts, and her fan count surged to 200,000. Tianhai Long Xiao and Xiao Yi Miao saw this and their eyes turned red. Chi-Chi, I love you. Not only are you beautiful, but your singing is sweet. You're simply a superstar. From now on, I won't watch any live streams without the beautiful Chi-Chi. What Long Xiao nonsense, hurry up and roll away. Wow, the PK value has already exceeded 3 million. It's completely dominating the opponent. This duck is too clever. How did he know Chi-Chi is the singing queen? Tears glistened in Su Mingqi's eyes. Everyone was just passing by, but Lin Dong had given her so much. Moreover, he understood her so well, making her feel an unprecedented soul connection. Seeing Su Mingqi with tearful eyes, looking pitiful, Lin Dong felt a surge of emotions. He had only casually given a little pocket money, yet he had brought out a top streamer. This world was too crazy. Just then, a flurry of gifts occupied Tianhai Long Xiao's live broadcast room. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 20 Dream Castle gifts worth 200,000 each. In total, that was a whopping 4 million soft sister coins. Damn, is Long Xiao crazy? This is the strength of our Long family army. As the 4 million gifts fell, the PK value instantly reversed. Moreover, as the most valuable gift on the platform, the effects were fully loaded.
Accompanied by a light and pleasant dance tune, dreamlike crystal palaces stood before them. Fairies and flowers, elves dancing, a riot of colors that dazzled the eyes. The person sending the gifts saw their fan club level skyrocketing, directly rising from level 60 to level 80. Additionally, besides the crown, their fan badge now had a scepter. They firmly overshadowed Lin Dong.
In an instant, the whole internet was in an uproar. The Long family army was collectively ecstatic. Damn, it's the godly rich guy Yisheng. The boss Yisheng has finally arrived. Brother Yisheng is a die-hard fan of Long Xiao. In the beginning, it was he who gave Long Xiao several Rocket No. 1 gifts that helped him rise. It's better to send coal in the snow than to add flowers to the brocade. Brother Yisheng V587. Our PK value is already far ahead, brothers, keep going, let's crush Chi-Chi. Stimulated by the 20 dream castles, the Long family army was filled with enthusiasm. Many contributed money meant for baby formula. Some even borrowed online loans to support Long Xiao, determined to win this PK. It was truly a united effort. Seeing this, Tianhai Long Xiao was also moved to tears. He clasped his hands together, constantly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yisheng, for the dream castle, you truly are my father. Family, let's show Brother Yisheng our talents. Long Xiao cried with tears in his eyes, his voice trembling. Everyone thought he was touched by Brother Yisheng's generous support. In fact, he was bleeding inside. Because, that life was all about him. That's right, all along, Long Xiao had been directing and acting in his own play. The goal was to create a die-hard fan. Then, he would drive others to go crazy. The effect was very good. Many unaware members of the Long family army, under someone leading the way, went wild in his live stream, showering gifts. Tianhai Long Xiao thus grew bigger and stronger step by step. No matter how much he spent, he wouldn't lose money. However, this time was different. Duck Bu Bai, that is Lin Dong, brought him unprecedented pressure. He originally thought that 2 million was Lin Dong's limit. That's why he confidently declared he would challenge Su Mengqi. Unexpectedly, 2 million was Lin Dong's lower limit. Now, Long Xiao was completely panicked. The PK match between him and Chi-Chi was already attracting great attention. If he won, he would become the #1 in the live streaming world. If he lost, not only would he lose his shorts, but he would also have to retreat from the internet in disgrace, becoming a rat that everyone would want to beat. So, this battle could only be won, not lost. Even if it meant going bankrupt, it was worth it. Long Xiao, hold on. Xiao Yimao cheered for Long Xiao in the livestream. She knew all about Long Xiao's nonsense and had made quite a bit of money by riding on his popularity. At this moment, Long Xiao had to hold on. Otherwise, if Long Xiao was finished, she would be finished too. As Tianhai Long Xiao's PK value once again surpassed Su Mengqi, many people rushed over to Chi-Chi's livestream. There was no way around it. In the end, watching a livestream was about the excitement. They had strength, they had a big brother. Even if the livestream wasn't interesting, a large portion of people would still go over to take a look. This was the herd mentality. Heh, a life all about him? In the presidential suite, Lin Dong squinted slightly and casually opened this user's profile. He found that apart from Tianhai Long Xiao's marketing content, there was almost nothing else. Thinking it over, he guessed the other party's background. Wang Pa selling melons, self-praising. In front of millions, calling himself dad. No wonder he's a big streamer, thick-skinned, and a liar. Lin Dong understood very well that Tianhai Long Xiao didn't want to give up this account. He was even less willing to hand over this immense wealth. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong person. It was bad enough to compare financial strength, but he had to compete with Lin Dong. Long Xiao, since you're so generous, I guess I have to let you spend some money. I want to see how many zeros are in your bank account. Lin Dong's eyes were full of disdain. In the midst of laughter, he typed another line of numbers. However, this time, he did not press the confirm button, waiting for an opportunity. Gradually, the 5-minute PK time was about to end. Tianhai Long Xiao still held a huge advantage with a PK value of 1 million, pressing down on Chi-Chi. Even though many people were continuously sending tiny hearts worth a dime, it was still far from enough. Who? I won. Long Xiao's face was red, his neck thick, his eyes bulging, breathing heavily. He had bet right. This Duck Bu Bai might be very rich. However, he didn't give Su Mengqi any more rewards. He probably thought that spending so much money on a girl wasn't worth it. A simple calculation showed that the gifts rewarded by the Long family army added up to only 8 or 900,000. In this PK, he would at least lose over 1 million. But losing was losing. As long as he won this PK, he could soar high and gain a massive influx of traffic. By then, the whole internet would be buzzing about the name Long Xiao. The advertising revenue would also jump from millions to tens of millions. Ha ha,
Thinking of this, Tianhai Longxiao was very excited, shouting in the livestream. Even Xiao Yimao beside him was caught up in the excitement, sending air kisses from afar. Moi, Longxiao, congratulations on winning the PK. Longxiao, when you become the internet celebrity king, don't forget me, I've given you so many rewards. Xiao Yimao posed and flattered Longxiao. As long as she kept stirring up their CP, she could continue to ride the wave of popularity. The money from the sycophants would keep coming in. Longxiao smiled and said with great confidence, of course, I, Longxiao, am not an ungrateful person. I give 1 million to those who betray me, and those who are loyal can earn 100 million by following me. Do you understand the applause? Additionally, I want to thank Brother Yi Shang and the Long family army. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have made it to today. Ha ha. Hearing Longxiao's eager acceptance speech, many members of the Long family army were moved to tears. They had been brainwashed by Longxiao and had become his die-hard fans. At this moment, seeing Longxiao win the PK, they felt proud to be associated with him. One shot for Longxiao, a lifetime for Longxiao, Long family army up. One shot for Longxiao, a lifetime for Longxiao. Countless +1 comments flooded Longxiao's livestream. Many people even rushed to Chi-Chi's livestream, crazily spamming the screen in the posture of a victor. Sigh. Su Mingqi sighed softly, a hint of melancholy and helplessness appearing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, she still lost. However, Su Mingqi wasn't too disappointed. Achieving such success on her first livestream had already surpassed 99% of people. Winning or losing to Longxiao didn't matter. The reason she had come this far was all thanks to Duck Bubai's encouragement and help. Thinking of this, Su Mingqi smiled gently and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Thank you all for watching my live stream and listening to me sing. Actually, in life, I am very introverted. This is the first time I've said so much. Hearing Su Mingqi's heartfelt words, many viewers were moved. Compared to the cookie-cutter internet celebrity faces, the innocent and pure beauty of a girl who knows nothing of the world was their white moonlight. What a pity, just a little short. There's no way around it. Longxiao has 30 million fans, so it's normal for him to win. Now the whole internet is discussing this PK. Chi-Chi has already become popular. This wave is not a loss. But what about that Duck Bubai? Why haven't we seen him comment? Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Dong hadn't appeared for a long time. Since he had generously given 4 million in gifts, Duck Bubai had seemingly evaporated. Does that mean he was directly beaten back? Upon hearing this news, Tianhai Longxiao no longer pretended and burst into laughter. What Duck Bubai? I see him as just a coward. Do you have the strength to compare with me? After so many years of live streaming, with so many of us in the Long family army, we still can't beat you? You crack me up. Tianhai Longxiao smirked, making a contemptuous gesture through the screen, his expression extremely ugly. However, in the eyes of the Long family army, this was true character. Longxiao is right, we should beat down the drowning dog. Who told him to take advantage of us? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Where is he now? The strong should humiliate the weak. That one called Chi-Chi, what role do you play to provoke Longxiao? Hurry up and quit the internet. That's right, quit the internet. In an instant, almost everyone was attacking Su Mingqi. Some viewers wanted to speak up for her, but they were quickly drowned out by the barrage of insults. There's no way around it, one must accept the consequences of their bets. Forcing a cheat will only bring shame. With only 10 seconds left in the PK, Longxiao could no longer hold back, pointing at Su Mingqi and saying, "Little beauty, my time is very precious. I'll give you a face, why don't you hang up the call yourself? Remember, if you don't have the skills, don't take on the porcelain work. This is the lesson Long Gu taught you about being a person." Little Wildcat rolled her eyes beside him, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Su Mingqi smiled bitterly and shook her head. At this point, she had nothing more to say. Brother Duck Bubai, and everyone who watched my live stream today, thank you once again. Let's meet again if fate allows. After Su Mingqi finished speaking, she even stood up voluntarily and bowed to everyone. Her attitude was sincere, with tears in her eyes. However, no matter how much she did, it couldn't extend the time of the PK. Longxiao excitedly raised his hand, calling the audience to count down together. Family, let's count down together. 5, 4. The barrage counted down. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the images on everyone's screens froze. All brands of phones, without exception, got stuck. What's going on? Longxiao was momentarily stunned. At first, he thought it was due to too many people online, causing the live stream to lag. Just then, swish, swish, swish. Colorful and dazzling special effects suddenly appeared on the screen. Crystal palaces descended from the sky, filling the entire live stream room. It was the platform's most expensive gift, a dream castle worth 200,000 soft sister coins.
Another gift? Long Xiao's heart sank, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Wait, the PK doesn't seem to be over yet.
Sure enough, just as the PK was about to end, Chi-Chi's livestream PK value suddenly surged dramatically.
From 4 million, it skyrocketed to 10 million, firmly overshadowing Long Xiao.
This meant that just now, someone had given her a full 6 million in gifts.
No wonder everyone's phones froze at the same time.
It turned out that 30 dream castles had come crashing down together. In an instant, millions of viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded.
Then, an uproar ensued. Explosion.
The barrage erupted completely.
It's duck not necessary. I knew he didn't leave. Look, the PK value has already crushed Long Xiao. 10 million in gifts back and forth. Has he gone mad?
He loves Chi-Chi too much. Terrifying, the world of the rich is truly incomprehensible.
A last-second turnaround, he really knows how to play the psychological game.
In Chi-Chi's livestream, everyone was exceptionally excited, almost having heart attacks. In stark contrast were Long Xiao and the Long family army.
Damn it, unfair, this duck not necessary is cheating. Family, keep sending gifts, we can't let Long Xiao lose. What the hell, didn't you see the PK is already over? They've won.
The Long family army was in despair. They had thought that duck not necessary was scared off. Instead, he had gone to recharge. Moreover, he made a last-ditch effort, stealing their tower, causing Tianhai Long Xiao to lose to Su Mengqi.
Impossible. This duck not necessary must be crazy, giving a female streamer 10 million, he must be a plant, a platform plant.
Just as Tianhai Long Xiao finished speaking, he received a warning from the super admin. He was warned not to speak recklessly.
Otherwise, he would be muted.
Just when Long Xiao was in despair, another knife stabbed into his heart. Little Wild Cat's eyes lit up, eagerly showing her heart in the livestream, her voice becoming much more flattering.
Duck not necessary brother, I added you privately in the back end, please accept, moi. I also want to be friends with you, give me a chance, okay? What? Tianhai Long Xiao's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning.
They say that the promiscuous are heartless, and the actors are ungrateful. These internet celebrity girls are all so realistic.
But isn't she a bit too impatient? Just lost the PK, and now she's sticking to someone else. Cat, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten who was shipping CP with you, giving you heat?
Hearing Long Xiao's words, Little Wild Cat looked down on him. To her, Long Xiao, who was destined to become a street rat, had no value anymore. More crucially, this time, Long Xiao lost over 1 million. In the future, he wouldn't even be able to stream during prime time.
It was likely that there would be no chance for a comeback. If he didn't seize the opportunity and climb to a higher branch, would he just wait to drink the northwest wind?
As the two were about to fall out, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with cunning, entering Little Wild Cat's livestream and typing a line on the screen.
Little Wild Cat Beauty, aren't you two a couple? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to add me on WeChat?
Suddenly seeing Duck Not Necessary sending a barrage in her livestream, Little Wild Cat's beautiful eyes widened. Then, her heart soared with joy. Don't mention 10 million, even if Lin Dong gave her 1 million, she would wake up laughing in her dreams.
Who said we are a couple?
That's all just a script. I wouldn't even look at a hypocrite like that, can't even get it up, not a real man at all.
Wow!
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
Who would have thought that after the PK, there would still be a good show to watch? Little Wild Cat is dropping bombshells.
Lin Dong became interested again and sent out another barrage of comments.
Let's chat.
If it's interesting, you tell me one thing, and I'll reward you with a dream castle. A dream castle is worth 200,000. Upon hearing this, Little Wild Cat's eyes lit up, and she couldn't stop smiling.
Anyway, relying on young Master Long, she couldn't make any money anymore. Might as well go all out and make a big score. Little Wild Cat, I warn you, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll send you a lawyer's letter.
On the other side, young Master Long was anxious, sweating profusely.
Little Wild Cat knew many of his secrets. If she were to expose any dark history, he would truly be ruined. However, young Master Long still underestimated Little Wild Cat's materialistic tendencies. Brother Duck, let me tell you, the reason Tianhai young Master Long has come this far is all thanks to 4 words, cheating and deceiving. That number 1, Yi Shang, is his alternate account.
The 4 million just now, 300,000 of it was borrowed from me.
As soon as this was said, it instantly stirred up a huge uproar. What the hell, Yi Shang is actually fake, no way. I saw it a long time ago, and you guys didn't believe me.
Ha, the Long family army is really a bunch of fools, getting sold and still helping to count the money.
Young Master Long, is what she said true? I don't believe it. Young Master Long, didn't you say we are all your family? In an instant, many members of the Long family army were shaken.
Some diehard fans were still questioning young Master Long, but their hearts were also a bit swayed.
Who made this Yi Sheng appear so coincidentally every time?
At this moment, little Wild Cat became even more excited.
With a cold snort, she said, "What fans are all my family? It's all a scam."
He only became popular by using water armies to market and maliciously suppress other streamers. In just a few sentences, she exposed young Master Long's true colors. In an instant, many members of the Long family army had red eyes. This time, it wasn't out of emotion or excitement, but out of anger. They never expected that the young Master Long, who usually called them family, actually treated them like leaks behind their backs. Seeing the Long family army starting to turn on each other, Lin Dong smiled. Then, he kept his word and casually sent a few dream castles to little Wildcat.
"Wow, thank you, Brother Duck, for the gift. Love you, I love you the most."
Little Wildcat wished she could jump onto Lin Dong's bed right now and serve him obediently. A big spender who casually tips 10 million must be worth at least several billion. If she could hold on to this big leg, she would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, Lin Dong would never look at a materialistic girl like her. After throwing the gifts, he directly exited. As the Long family army and young Master Long tore their faces, the barrage in young Master Long's livestream became chaotic.
It probably wouldn't be long before young Master Long, whether he wanted to or not, would have to quit the internet.
Some fans were even shouting to meet offline, forcing young Master Long to return the gift money. In contrast, Su Mingqi's livestream was peaceful. At this moment, Su Mingqi was overwhelmed with emotion.
"Woo woo! I am so touched today, thank you all."
10 million might not be much to Lin Dong now, but it was money she could never earn in her lifetime. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, a talent agency had already set its sights on Su Mingqi. With her outstanding looks and pure singing voice, it wouldn't be long before she became a star.
"I'm sorry everyone, I'm too excited.
Let's end today's livestream here, wishing everyone all the best and peace." Just when the livestream was at its peak, Su Mingqi unexpectedly ended the broadcast. Many people were momentarily stunned, not reacting, and began shouting for her to sing another song.
"Wait, is that it? I haven't had enough yet. There are so many people in the live stream, and she just ended it so hastily? You know what, I'm going to meet the big brother offline."
Pfft, your mind is full of yellow waste. My Chi-Chi is not that kind of person.
Come on, which female streamer isn't like that?
In the live broadcast room, many people were frantically sending bullet comments, looking unsatisfied. However, Su Mingqi had made up her mind.
Perhaps today's PK battle was too exciting, she needed time to calm down.
Soon, everyone started discussing another topic.
Who is this generous duck not to be missed?
On the other side, at the Wangchao Hotel, in the presidential suite, looking at Su Mingqi, who suddenly ended the broadcast, Lin Dong smiled faintly.
He had already guessed what would happen next. Ding! Sure enough, after a fierce internal struggle, Su Mingqi mustered the courage to make a voice call.
Seeing the call request from WeChat, Lin Dong smiled and accepted it.
"Hello."
The moment the call connected, Su Mingqi's heart raced, her breath quickened.
Is this brother Duck not to be missed?
In Su Mingqi's eyes, someone like Duck not to be missed must be around her father's age.
Unexpectedly, the other party's voice was surprisingly young. "Hello, Chi-Chi, what's up?" "What?"
Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face slightly flushed. This was no greasy uncle, he was clearly a young man in his 20s. Moreover, his voice was deep and magnetic, gentle and pleasant.
She just didn't know what he looked like.
Lin Dong was unaware that a casual remark he made almost melted Su Mingqi's little heart. She even began to dream that he was her Prince Charming.
He must be very handsome. And no, it's nothing. Brother Duck not to be missed, thank you for helping me today. Without you, I might not be able to stream anymore. I'd like to invite you to dinner, is that okay?
Su Mingqi bit her lip. In the end, she blushed and extended the invitation. A beauty like her, young and pretty, who could sing, had never lacked boys confessing to her at school. It was her first time taking the initiative to approach someone. She felt a bit shy and embarrassed. Hearing Su Mingqi's words, Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, as long as he spoke, perhaps Su Mingqi would obediently lie in bed, ready to be picked.
However, doing so would be too easy, too boring. With Lin Dong's current status, he could support as many internet celebrities as he wanted. With just a wave of his hand, countless beauties would rush to his bed. One Su Mingqi was not a loss. As the saying goes, fine wine should be savored sip by sip, and meals should be eaten bite by bite. The same goes for women. Only by fully conquering a woman can one feel a greater sense of achievement. So, there was no need to rush.
With this thought, Lin Dong suppressed his restless desire and calmly said, "Sorry, Chi-Chi, I'm a bit busy these days. I'll come find you in a few days when I have time." "Oh, okay." Su Mingqi's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a sense of loss. However, she also felt inexplicably relieved. Although, if Lin Dong really wanted her, she wouldn't refuse. Yet, there was always a hint of fear and resistance in her heart. Now, with Lin Dong not in a hurry, Su Mingqi's fondness for him increased instead. The next few days, she would probably be so distracted that she couldn't eat or drink, fantasizing about meeting Lin Dong. "Alright, get some rest early." Lin Dong casually hung up the phone, showing no signs of reluctance. Ever since he had the rich return system, to him, women were only of two types. One type was the one he wanted to sleep with. The other type was the one he could sleep with casually. A night passed. Lin Dong had a good sleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. After waking up, he felt refreshed, with no back pain or leg soreness. Gurgle. It was just that his stomach was a bit hungry. Lin Dong rubbed his belly. Suddenly, he remembered that the last place he went to eat was quite nice. It left behind two passionate memories. What was it called again? Taiha Garden, yes, that's the name. Soon, Lin Dong quickly washed up, got dressed, and went to the parking lot. With a press of the gas pedal, he left the Wangchao Hotel. He casually turned on the radio, and unexpectedly, he heard himself. Last night, a mysterious billionaire spent lavishly, giving a newcomer streamer a staggering 10 million in gifts, sparking heated discussions across the internet. Currently, the identity of the billionaire remains unclear. The streamer, it is said, is a sophomore music major from Tianhai University of Technology. So far, several MCN companies have extended contract invitations. Oh, does this mean Su Mingqi is going to make headlines? Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Are you blind? Didn't you see me crossing the road? Stop, quick, stop. Ouch, I'm going to get hit. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Lin Dong was taken aback. Immediately after, he saw an Audi A4L parked at the corner ahead, blocking the road. Next to the car's wheel, an elderly lady with a noodle-like hairstyle was sitting on the ground, clutching her right leg and crying out in pain. Beside her lay a toppled vegetable basket, with rotten vegetable leaves and stems scattered everywhere. Was this an accident? Lin Dong frowned. Upon closer inspection, he felt something was off. Tap tap. At that moment, a beautiful woman hurriedly stepped out of the Audi A4L. Dressed in a simple business outfit and wearing high heels, she exuded an air of a workplace elite. Looking at her appearance, she had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a high-nose bridge adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her hair in unkempt tea-colored waves. She was charming and exuded an intellectual elegance. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. This woman was very beautiful, and her demeanor was impressive. However, at that moment, her face was filled with panic. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Auntie, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Seeing the elderly lady lying on the ground, Chu Xiaoxiao felt uneasy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had an important client meeting scheduled for noon. If she delayed, the collaboration would fall through, causing huge losses for the company, and she might lose her position as director. Therefore, this matter had to be handled quickly. The next second, Chu Xiaoxiao reached out to help the elderly lady up. Unexpectedly, with a loud slap, the lady swatted her hand away, cursing. "You didn't get out of the car when you hit me, now you want to help me?" Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Although she had indeed been a bit hasty while driving, she had braked in time and hadn't hit the lady. How did it turn into her hitting someone? Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao was silent, the elderly lady immediately got angry, pointing her finger at her nose and scolding, "I've seen plenty of people like you, hitting someone and wanting to run away, thinking you're so rich." Hearing the lady insist that she had been hit, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Now, she realized that the lady was deliberately trying to extort money. Looking at the lady's leg, there were no signs of injury at all. The vegetable leaves on the ground were clearly old props, blackened and rotten. "Auntie, how can you do this?" "I'm not afraid to tell you, I have a dashcam in my car. You should get up, otherwise, it won't look good if this goes to the police." Upon hearing about the dashcam, the elderly lady initially felt a pang of fear. However, she soon noticed that Chu Xiaoxiao looked anxious, as if she were in a hurry. It was clear that she had something urgent to attend to. Instantly, the lady felt emboldened. "What do you mean by that? Do I not know if I was hit? Which company are you from? I want to speak to your boss." "You." Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, and she clenched her fists. She hadn't expected the lady to be so ungrateful and pushy. Normally, she would call the police and follow legal procedures. But now, she couldn't. The client was still waiting for her, and she had to rush over immediately. After weighing her options for a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao sighed.
Fine, you just want money, right? How much do you want?
Just name a number, don't waste my time. Hearing this, the aunt's heart bloomed with joy. She looked Chu Xiaoxiao up and down, noticing that the clothes she wore were not cheap, and she was using the latest model of a fruit phone. Then, her mouth opened and closed as she reported a number.
The medical expenses plus lost work time, at least 30 to 40,000, right? How much? 30 to 40,000? Are you crazy? That's way too much.
Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. After working hard to close a deal, her commission was only a few thousand.
The aunt lay down on the ground, demanding 30 to 40,000 just like that? Was she joking? Impossible, I don't have that much money. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. Seeing that she was unwilling to pay, the aunt snorted coldly and directly hugged her calf.
Everyone, come and see. This woman wants to run after hitting me. Is there no justice, no law anymore? Help!
With this shout, soon several passers-by gathered to watch the commotion. Some even took out their phones to film Chu Xiaoxiao.
What's going on? This beauty hit someone and wants to run?
I know this aunt. She comes here every day to scam people. She must be trying to extort again.
What should we do? Should we call the police? What good would that do? The police can't do anything about old people like her.
Sigh, then we can only consider ourselves unlucky. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, pointing and discussing, Chu Xiaoxiao felt extremely irritated.
She wanted to leave.
However, the aunt was tightly holding her calf, making it impossible to walk away.
Fine, 30,000 it is. Sometimes it's better to take the lighter burden.
Chu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to think that losing money could avoid disaster. As a result, when the aunt saw her agree, she shook her head. No, 30,000 was the price from before, now, it's 50,000.
Why are you raising the price?
Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned.
Was this money too easy to earn? Did she really think she was an ATM? But if she didn't pay, she couldn't leave.
Now, only 10 minutes were left until the agreed time. Chu Xiaoxiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, almost crying. At that moment, a somewhat teasing voice suddenly came from the crowd.
Beauty, this is where you're wrong.
That aunt isn't having an easy time either. She broke a leg and wants 50,000. What's wrong with that? If it were me, I'd just pay 200,000 to break both her legs. In front of everyone, Lin Dong swaggered out from the crowd. Hearing the first part of his sentence, the aunt nodded in agreement, thinking a kind-hearted person had arrived. However, upon hearing the latter part, she felt increasingly uneasy.
What did he mean by 200,000 to break her legs? Was he even speaking human language? Young man, do you know how to talk?
I've been hit like this, and you're just making sarcastic comments.
Do you have any conscience?
Oh my God, I can't live like this. The aunt cried and shouted, looking as if she were about to die. Chu Xiaoxiao, held by her calf, wanted to leave but couldn't, her delicate face filled with worry. For her, 50,000 was simply too much.
Moreover, even if she paid 50,000, it might not satisfy the aunt's appetite.
Seeing this, Lin Dong sneered.
Beauty, do you need help?
Ha! Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Before she could react, Lin Dong had already squatted beside her other leg. Suddenly, a pair of long, straight beautiful legs was right in front of her. The curves were perfect, with an icy beauty, and there was even a faint fragrance wafting over.
What are you doing?
In front of so many people, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and quickly pressed down on her skirt.
She was having such a bad day.
Not only did she encounter a scammer, but now there was someone trying to take advantage of the situation. His eyes were almost drilling under her skirt.
Beauty, don't misunderstand, I'm a doctor.
The aunt says she was hit and wants so much money, she must be seriously injured. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'll just consider it doing good deeds. Chu Xiaoxiao was left dizzy by his words. However, she still managed to grasp his meaning.
This man is not being a rogue, but rather trying to help himself? Slap.
Without waiting for Chu Xiaoxiao to speak, Lin Dong directly grabbed the shoulder of the scammer aunt. With a gentle force, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig immediately rang in his ears.
It hurts, it's killing me. Feeling the intense pain in her shoulder, the aunt couldn't hold back any longer, releasing her grip on Chu Xiaoxiao's calf and rolling to the side.
As she rolled, she continued to curse Lin Dong.
What kind of doctor are you? Is this how you treat patients? Lin Dong smirked. Sorry, I'm a veterinarian. This is how I treat those old sows. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's response, the crowd burst into laughter. He was clearly implying that the aunt was an old sow. You! The aunt's face turned red with anger. She looked at Lin Dong, then glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Oh, I see why he's so eager to help you. Turns out, he's your lover. Shameless dog man and woman, bullying a country bumpkin like me. I'm going to sue you, I'll make you hit the news. Lover? Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. In contrast, Lin Dong remained unfazed. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a beautiful wife for free? However, right now, the most important thing was to deal with the aunt. Aunt, aren't you sick? I'm a doctor, let me take a look. You're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick. The aunt was furious, grabbing her vegetable basket and throwing it at his face. However, Lin Dong's physical abilities were extraordinary, and he easily dodged it. Then, pointing at the swaying aunt, he laughed, aren't your legs just fine? You don't look like someone who's been hit at all. Upon hearing this, the aunt was momentarily stunned. Then she realized she had exposed herself. Just a second ago, she was clutching her leg in agony. The next second, she stood up straight. Even a fool could see she was scamming. Ha, this old lady can't keep up the act anymore. Young man, your move is simply brilliant. Alright, aunt, it's been exposed, so stop acting. At your age, you should have some shame. The aunt was left feeling embarrassed by the crowd. With a bright red face, she glared at Lin Dong through gritted teeth. If it weren't for this kid meddling, she would have already pocketed 30,000. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person. He turned to the bewildered Chu Xiaoxiao. Beautiful lady, do you have something else to do? Let's hurry up and go. Oh, right. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. She remembered there was an important client waiting for her. Sir, I misunderstood you earlier, I'm sorry. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal later. Lin Dong smirked. Wasn't this the line he had been waiting for? Unexpectedly, at that moment, the aunt, feeling humiliated, directly lay on the hood of Chu Xiaoxiao's Audi A4L. I'm done for. Even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you two dog men and women go. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this aunt to be so shameless. After failing her scam, she refused to leave and was acting like a rogue. I don't want 50,000 anymore, just 30,000. Give me 30,000, and I'll leave immediately. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed in anger. She had been exposed, yet she still wasn't giving up. Chu Xiaoxiao also frowned tightly. Then, she instinctively looked at Lin Dong, her eyes full of pleading. Aunt, to be honest, I really admire you. With your determination, why bother with business? And what's the point of involving Big Ma and Little Ma? Alas, what a pity. Lin Dong shook his head with a look of regret. The aunt was somewhat confused. Had this kid taken the wrong medicine? Wasn't he just good at sarcasm? Why was he suddenly praising her? I think, with your acting skills, your appearance fee should be more than 30,000. I'll take charge here and give you that amount. Lin Dong raised a finger high. The crowd looked on, somewhat puzzled. Auntie also frowned slightly and cautiously said, 10,000? Isn't that a bit low? Or should it be 100,000? Just thinking about Lin Dong giving her 100,000 made Auntie's eyes nearly pop out, drool spilling everywhere. This deal was great. However, Lin Dong shook his head and quoted a number she couldn't refuse. Wrong. It's 1 million. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that they doubted Lin Dong could afford that much money. After all, the other party was driving a Panamera with a license plate of 5/8, so they should be quite wealthy. But to give such a large sum of money to a scammer for no reason, wasn't that like getting kicked in the head by a donkey? Sir, please, don't be impulsive. Chu Xiaoxiao was worried that Lin Dong might act irrationally and instinctively wanted to advise him against it. Lin Dong smiled and turned to her, extending his right hand. Beautiful lady, can I borrow your car keys? Ha! Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, a bit confused. However, she still trusted Lin Dong and handed him the keys. The next moment, Lin Dong opened the car door, plopped down in the driver's seat of the Audi A4L, and flashed a harmless smile. Auntie suddenly felt a chill down her back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Auntie, I will definitely give you that 1 million. But, it's not in soft currency, it's in ghost money. Don't worry, I'll burn it for you, one bill at a time. In the next moment, Lin Dong slammed on the gas, vroom. The engine roared wildly. Damn, this guy is serious. Is that 1 million? How could this old lady possibly spend that much? 1 million ghost money, it would take forever to burn it all. Look, he's stepping on the gas. It was only at this moment that everyone understood Lin Dong's intention. He was going to make Auntie retire early. Are you crazy? Auntie clung to the Audi, her body shaking with the car, panic written all over her face. Looking at Lin Dong, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. His eyes were filled with madness, showing no fear whatsoever. Crazy, this guy is definitely insane. He really wants to run me over. In the next moment, Auntie suddenly felt a herniated disc. The Audi's wheel spun, directly pushing her out. Oh my god.
Auntie screamed in fright and jumped up. Her speed was faster than Bolt. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, she had jumped onto the sidewalk. Then, she collapsed onto the ground, her face pale. Creak! The Audi's wheels hit the curb and came to a steady stop. Lin Dong also got out of the car, hands in his pockets, and walked up to Auntie. Auntie, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. That's 1 million. Just one bump, and you'd never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Auntie's mouth twitched, still in shock. The others, hearing this, almost couldn't hold back their laughter. But there was nothing wrong with that statement. If she went down below, wouldn't she be free from worries? 1 million ghost money, how long would that last? So, will you still scam people in the future? No, I won't do it again, never again. Auntie shook her head repeatedly, still shaken. That's right. Whenever you want that 1 million, just tell me. I'm the last person who lacks money. Lin Dong's smile widened. Auntie was still in shock, scared half to death. Then, in front of everyone, she quickly limped away, not even bothering to pick up her basket of vegetables. Well done, young man. This kind of person should be treated like this. Beautiful lady, aren't you going to show your gratitude? This young man has helped you a lot. Everyone chimed in, almost making Chu Xiaoxiao feel like she should offer herself in return. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red. If Lin Dong hadn't shown up today, with her brain, she would have definitely suffered a financial loss. Later, she would only regret it. Ahem, actually, I also have my shortcomings. What? Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. Lin Dong pointed at the Audi and awkwardly said, I just hit the curb and accidentally damaged the bumper. Ah! Chu Xiaoxiao was startled. Then, in her high heels, she hurried over. Sure enough, the bumper had fallen off. As a result, the car was completely unable to hit the road. Although it wouldn't cost much to repair, she was in a hurry to meet a client, and time was running out. What should I do? Chu Xiaoxiao looked anxious. Lin Dong suddenly spoke up, Beautiful lady, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Is that okay? Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. In the end, she decisively nodded and hurriedly sat in the passenger seat of the Panamera. Lin Dong glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao out of the corner of his eye. This beauty's figure was even better than he had imagined. Especially those straight, fair legs, which, when together, looked like a pair of white jade chopsticks. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Lin Dong coughed twice and fastened his seatbelt. Beautiful lady, where to? Taihiyuan. What a coincidence. I'm going there to eat too. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, Hold on tight, I drive a little fast. Okay. Chu Xiaoxiao looked worried and didn't pay much attention to what Lin Dong said. The next second, a strong pushback sensation hit her. Outside the car window, the scenery changed rapidly. The Panamera sped down the road like a wild horse. After driving for so long, Lin Dong's driving skills had reached a certain level of proficiency. He could even operate the car with one hand, leaving the other free to do something else. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that Lin Dong's car was far more expensive than her Audi A4L. The top configuration of the Panamera cost at least 2 to 3 million. Beautiful lady, we've arrived. Aren't you supposed to meet a client? Get out of the car. In the blink of an eye, the Panamera came to a stop. Chu Xiaoxiao turned to look out the window. Sure enough, they had arrived at Taihiyuan. Thank you for your trouble, Chu Xiaoxiao said gratefully. Then, disregarding her personal image, she hurriedly ran towards the entrance in her slender high heels. Watching her hurried figure, Lin Dong smiled. On the other side, Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at the reserved private room. As soon as she entered, she saw a table full of dishes and a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle looking impatient. Miss Chu, we agreed on 12 o'clock. You're already 5 minutes late, the man questioned angrily. Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red, feeling a bit flustered. She quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, Director Zhao, I ran into a bit of trouble on the way. What trouble could be more important than eating? To be honest, given your company's size and qualifications, it's very difficult to get a loan of 5 million. I didn't expect you to take it so lightly. Right now, I'm in a tough spot. As the branch manager of Tianhai Bank, many people sought his help. When was it not the case that they waited half an hour in advance? But this Chu Xiaoxiao was something else. Not only was she late, but she also looked anxious and flustered. It was clear she didn't take him seriously. He didn't really want to approve this loan in the first place. Now, he couldn't even eat. Slap. Zhao Jinling's expression turned cold, and he directly stood up to leave. Miss Chu, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Regarding the loan, don't contact me again in the future. Zhao Jinling's tone was extremely serious. Chu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at Zhao Jinming as he walked out, her face pale. After coming to her senses, she hurriedly went after him to apologize. Director Zhao, I'm sorry. Let's talk again. Zhao Jinming was filled with anger and ignored Chu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, he ran into a familiar face. Lin, young Master Lin? What are you doing here? You are. Seeing the enthusiastic Mediterranean man, Lin Dong looked confused. Zhao Jinming noticed the hesitation in Lin Dong's eyes and smiled awkwardly. Then he took the initiative to shake hands. Young Master Lin, you really have a lot of important people to forget. I am the branch manager of the Tianhai City Bank. Last time you came to the bank for business, I was the one who attended to you. Oh, it's you. Lin Dong slapped his forehead, finally remembering where he had seen this man. He didn't expect that after just one visit, the man would still remember him. In fact, Zhao Jinming not only remembered Lin Dong but almost regarded him as an ancestor. Lin Dong's bank card had been continuously used for large expenditures, and there were funds being deposited. Now, the balance had even reached 1 billion. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with this important client, but there had been no chance. Unexpectedly, he encountered him here today. Manager Zhao, what brings you here? Young Master Lin, just call me Old Zhao. I'm here to handle some business. Zhao Jinming wore a smile full of flattery. He was a completely different person from the arrogant manager just moments ago. Alright, go ahead. Lin Dong casually nodded, not making a deliberate effort to befriend him. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw the flustered Chu Xiaoxiao. Manager Zhao, please wait a moment. Give me another chance. Lin Dong squinted slightly. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoxiao call out Manager Zhao, he immediately understood the situation. So, the big client she mentioned was Zhao Jinming. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, but today I might not have time to treat you to a meal. Next time for sure. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly apologized upon seeing Lin Dong there. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. It's fine, someone like me has time anytime. As long as Miss Chu doesn't forget about me. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed, feeling a bit guilty. Young Master Lin, is Miss Chu your friend? Zhao Jinming's heart skipped a beat. He had just shown a cold face in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. What a coincidence. Not exactly a friend. That's good. I should be considered her benefactor. Didn't you see her thanking me all the time? Ah, Zhao Jinming was dumbfounded. Ah, just kidding. Lin Dong smiled lightly. Then he looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. Miss Chu, don't take it to heart. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. Oh dear, what a mess this is. Miss Chu, I truly apologize for earlier, I was rude. In the next moment, Zhao Jinming changed from his previous arrogance, lowering his posture and apologizing to Chu Xiaoxiao. I drank too much and said some drunken words. Don't worry, your company's loan is absolutely fine. After I go back, I'll approve it immediately, you can rest assured. Chu Xiaoxiao was first taken aback. Then, her heart filled with joy. For this 5 million loan, she had run around and pulled countless strings to get this powerful manager Zhao. As a result, because of her mistake, it almost led to a big blunder. Unexpectedly, with Lin Dong's appearance, the situation turned around. Manager Zhao not only forgave her mistake but also promised to approve it this afternoon. It was simply a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Manager Zhao. Not at all, you should thank young Master Lin. Zhao Jinming nodded and smiled, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed at Lin Dong. Chu Xiaoxiao was not foolish. She immediately noticed that Zhao Jinming was extremely respectful towards Lin Dong, almost treating him like an ancestor. The reason for his change of tone was entirely because of Lin Dong's presence. Instantly, Chu Xiaoxiao felt even more ashamed. Lin Dong had been helping her, yet she had nothing to repay him. Old Zhao, this is your mistake. At that moment, Lin Dong suddenly cleared his throat twice, frowning slightly. Public matters are public, private matters are private. How can you casually agree just because I know Miss Chu? By doing this, it makes it seem like I owe you a favor. Zhao Jinming was momentarily stunned. He thought he had done a good deed. How did it sound like he was making Lin Dong unhappy? It should be known that Lin Dong had deposited 1 billion in their bank. If he made Lin Dong unhappy and moved his money to another bank, it would be too late to regret. Lin, young Master Lin, it was my fault, I was careless. How about this, it's just in time for dinner, let's sit down and have a good chat. I'll toast you a few drinks. Zhao Jinming said with a flattering smile. Lin Dong knew the timing was about right and waved his hand. No need for dinner, wait until I have time, and I'll personally come to visit. Consider this matter as me owing you a favor. After saying this, Lin Dong's gaze fell on Chu Xiaoxiao. A person like Zhao Jinming was adept at reading the room,
How could he not see that Lin Dong's intentions were not purely about the drinks?
Then I won't disturb Lin Xiao and Miss Chu any longer. I'll head back now to help Miss Chu with her business. Zhao Jinming smiled and quickly left, afraid of ruining Lin Dong's good intentions. Seeing how perceptive this guy was, Lin Dong nodded in approval, giving him a mental thumbs up.
Grumble.
At that moment, Lin Dong's empty stomach growled again.
Ha! Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled softly.
Then, she took the initiative to invite, Mr.
Lin, I've ordered a table full of dishes. If you don't mind, why not try some? Just right, I want to thank you properly.
Lin Dong naturally wouldn't refuse the invitation from a beautiful woman and nodded immediately.
Then I won't be polite.
The two walked into the private room.
Sure enough, on the dining table, there were delicious dishes still steaming hot.
Old Zhao is a bit impatient. Miss Chu, don't take it to heart.
However, it's also his own misfortune. With so many dishes, I'm the lucky one.
Lin Dong sat comfortably in his chair and began to eat happily.
While eating, he casually asked, by the way, may I ask a personal question? How much is your monthly salary now? Would you be interested in coming to work with me as a secretary or something?
Secretary?
Xu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She never expected Lin Dong would suddenly make such a request.
Although it was clear to anyone with eyes that Lin Dong had a deep background, being his secretary could earn several times more and access higher-end resources.
However, thinking about the unsavory relationships between bosses and secretaries online, Xu Xiaoxiao hesitated. Wasn't Lin Dong also after something?
Although she was already 26, and her peers had long since married and had children, she was still a single woman. In the past, many men had pursued her, but due to family and work reasons, none of those relationships ended well.
She had almost forgotten what dating was like.
Now, hearing Lin Dong say this, she felt a bit at a loss.
Across the table, Lin Dong was still eating voraciously.
The mention of a secretary was just a casual remark. He didn't expect Xu Xiaoxiao to overthink it so much. For him, having one more secretary or one less woman didn't make much difference.
He just thought Xu Xiaoxiao was pleasant to the eye. Having her around could lift his spirits.
In the future, she could also help him with some business matters. However, if she refused, he wouldn't push it, treating it as if nothing had happened.
Unexpectedly, Xu Xiaoxiao took Lin Dong's casual words seriously.
After thinking for a moment, she said earnestly, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, but I'm quite satisfied with my current salary, and President Zhao just helped me secure a 5 million loan.
I need to follow up on this project. Oh, is that so? Then I can ask him to cancel it.
Lin Dong didn't even look up, casually saying this.
Ah,
Xu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then, her expression became noticeably tense.
Ah, just kidding, just kidding. Lin Dong laughed heartily.
Seeing this, Xu Xiaoxiao realized he was teasing her and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, she had already reported the news back. If Lin Dong were to pull the rug out from under her now, she wouldn't be able to avoid resigning even if she wanted to.
Wow, you scared me.
Xu Xiaoxiao patted her chest, still a bit shaken. Lin Dong smiled and said, Miss Chu, don't let me eat alone, you should also pick up your chopsticks.
Xu
Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. After being busy for so long, she was starving. More importantly, she had spent 7 or 8,000 yuan on this table of dishes.
If she didn't eat a bit more, it felt like a loss. So delicious.
Xu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of steamed base and put it in her mouth. The fish melted in her mouth, the fresh flavor filling her entire palate.
Next, she took a bite of the Yangzhou lion's head.
As a result, she almost burned herself because she was too quick.
Ha!
Seeing Xu Xiaoxiao looking like someone who had never seen the world, Lin Dong smiled faintly.
Once upon a time, he was just like that, wanting to taste every dish.
Now, even a place like Taihiyuan was just a home-cooked meal for him. If Miss Chu likes it, we can come out to eat often in the future. But this table of dishes costs 7 or 8,000 yuan, don't worry, I'll treat you. Hearing that Lin Dong wanted to treat her, Xu Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to agree. But in the end, she rationally shook her head. No need to trouble yourself, Mr.
Lin, you've helped me so much, I should treat you, how can I let you pay? Lin Dong smiled.
He knew that Xu Xiaoxiao was being frugal. However, he didn't understand how a workplace elite could live so frugally.
Was there some unspoken difficulty?
Lin Dong was a bit curious, but he didn't ask further. After all, this was Xu Xiaoxiao's privacy. If she didn't say anything, it would be a bit presumptuous to inquire. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the private room.
Sir, you didn't make a reservation, you can't go in. Why can't I go in? My daughter is inside.
Sir, if you keep this up, I'll call security.
Get out of the way.
Xu Xiaoxiao, get out here.
What?
Hearing this voice, Xu Xiaoxiao felt as if struck by lightning, her face turned pale, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground.
What's wrong, Miss Chu?
Lin Dong frowned, realizing something was off.
The next second, bang!
A loud noise came from outside the door. Then, a middle-aged man in a blue ragged shirt, looking a bit crazy, burst into the private room. He had bulging eyes and a mole on his face. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao on the table full of good food and wine, he immediately exploded with anger, pointing at Chu Xiaoxiao and shouting,
"Damn it, eating so well.
I'm at home drinking the northwest wind, and you're here enjoying good food and drink. I'll kill you."
The man swung his arm towards Chu Xiaoxiao's face.
Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, her mind went blank, and she forgot to dodge. If she took that slap, it wouldn't just ruin her looks, it would definitely give her a concussion. In a critical moment, a figure quickly flashed out and grabbed the man's wrist.
Ha!
The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Turning around, he found it was Lin Dong.
Where did this pretty boy come from? Get lost. What does it have to do with you how I discipline my daughter?
If you don't get out of the way, I'll deal with you too.
The middle-aged man cursed, immediately labeling Lin Dong as a pretty boy.
Then, he tried to pull his arm back. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Even with all his might, he couldn't move.
You, let go.
At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao also came to her senses, angrily saying, "Who's your daughter?
Liang Taizhu, how long are you going to make a scene?"
This was the first time Lin Dong had seen Chu Xiaoxiao get angry.
Unfortunately, the man didn't back down.
Instead, he became even more aggressive. "The neighbors all know how much money I spent to marry your mother back then.
If you're not my father, whose father are you? If it weren't for me pitying you two orphans, you would have died who knows where by now. Hurry up and let him go, quickly, quickly." Ouch!
Seeing Liang Taizhu still making a fuss, Lin Dong snorted coldly, suddenly exerting force, directly pinning the man against the wall, his old face making intimate contact with the wall.
It hurts so much."
Seeing this scene, the waiter was stunned.
After hesitating for a moment, "Sir, do you need help calling the police?"
Lin Dong shook his head.
"No need, it's just a small matter, I can handle it. As for the broken things, just put it on my account." The waiter nodded and left discreetly.
At that moment, a delicate voice like a mosquito came from behind.
"Mr. Lin, thank you. How about we let him go first?"
Lin Dong nodded.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he loosened his grip, Liang Taizhu suddenly turned around, wanting to punch him.
Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already anticipated this.
With a swift kick, he sent Liang Taizhu crashing into the corner. Now, the other party could finally not get up. "You want to fight me? Ha!"
Lin Dong scoffed disdainfully. He then turned to look at Chu Xiaoxiao.
"Miss Chu, if I'm not mistaken, he is your stepfather, right?"
Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, reluctantly nodding, tears welling in the corners of her eyes.
"Ha, now you know to acknowledge it. What were you doing just now? Chu Xiaoxiao, let me tell you, if you don't give me money today, I won't let this go."
Liang Taizhu trembled as he stood up, still wanting to lay hands on Chu Xiaoxiao. It was evident that in the past, he had often beaten and scolded her. No wonder Chu Xiaoxiao was so strong-willed. It turned out she was forced into it.
"What do you want to do?" Lin Dong's gaze turned cold, and he immediately stepped forward to block the way. Liang Taizhu's heart sank, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. "What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that just because you found a man, I can't control you. As long as I haven't divorced your mother, I am your father." After saying his harsh words, Liang Taizhu didn't dare to stay any longer.
Shamelessly, he reached out his hand towards Chu Xiaoxiao.
"Hurry up and get the money.
They've already set up the game over there, just waiting for me."
Lin Dong was slightly taken aback.
He vaguely understood why Chu Xiaoxiao was so frugal. Then, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao, with a reluctant expression, take out a stack of cash from her bag. There was at least 20,000.
Liang Taizhu didn't even look, snatching it away. After counting, he complained, "TCH, why is it only 15,000? Aren't you the director? Don't you earn quite a bit?" Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head, not wanting to engage with Liang Taizhu. Or rather, she didn't want to see him. She just hoped he would take the money and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, her constant retreat did not bring about a peaceful resolution. Liang Taizhu's eyes shifted, becoming more aggressive. "Don't you have a car? Give me the keys. Selling it for 70 or 80,000 will just about cover my debts.
Damn it, my luck has been terrible these days, losing every time.
Today, I must win it all back."
It turned out that Liang Taizhu needed so much money not to support the household, but because he owed too much at the casino, buried in debt. Moreover, every time he got money from Chu Xiaoxiao, the first thing he did was to continue gambling. The debts were like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't want to fill this bottomless pit. However, if she didn't give him money, Liang Taiju would find her and beat her mother. So in the end, she had no choice but to silently endure it all. Every month's salary was used to pay off debts. Unexpectedly, now Liang Taiju had his eyes on her car. This was something she absolutely could not agree to. No, that car isn't mine, it's borrowed from the company. I need to drive it to negotiate business outside. So that was it. Lin Dong nodded in realization. He had been wondering how someone as frugal as Chu Xiaoxiao could drive an Audi. It turned out she only had the right to use it. However, Liang Taiju didn't think so. Just because it's for you, doesn't mean it's yours. Don't try to fool me. Hurry up and hand over the keys, or you won't get out of this door. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her heart seemingly bleeding. Clearly, she could have a bright future. Now, she was destined to be trapped in a quagmire for life. Liang Taiju, can you guarantee that this is the last time you ask me for money? I only have this car left, Chu Xiaoxiao said with tears in her eyes, uttering words she didn't even believe herself. Liang Taiju, without a hint of hesitation, patted his chest and vowed, I promise, this is the last time. Good daughter, obedient daughter, give me the car, and from now on, I won't ask you for money again. Seeing Liang Tieju's desperate expression, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her heart. She then clenched the set of car keys and took them out of her bag. Give it to me, hurry up. Liang Tieju's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the car keys. Once the car was sold, he would have money. At that time, 200,000 would directly turn into 2 million, 20 million, or even 2 billion. Just thinking about it made Liang Taiju ecstatic, saliva dripping everywhere. However, at that moment, wait. Lin Dong frowned and snatched the keys away. Ha! Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Dong to take such action. Miss Chu, you clearly know that once he gets the money, he will use it to gamble. Why do you keep indulging him time and again? Do you really want to be a slave for the rest of your life? You could cut ties with him. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip tightly. Lin Dong's words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Didn't she want to sever ties? It's just that Liang Taiju had made threats. If she didn't obey, he would kill her mother. If you can't bear to do it, then let me help you. Lin Dong snorted coldly, looking at Liang Taiju with a fierce gaze. Liang Taiju, from now on, Chu Xiaoxiao will not give you a single penny, and you should not harass her again. Otherwise, I guarantee you will be paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life. What? Liang Tieju's mind buzzed. He could tell that Lin Dong was a ruthless person who meant what he said. But without money, how could he pay off his debts? Liang Tieju's expression changed several times, and then he decided to go all out. Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that just because you found a pretty boy to back you up, you're safe. As long as you are my daughter for a day, that money is your responsibility to pay back. You wouldn't want your mother, at her age, to still be serving others and cleaning up trash, would you? What do you mean, what's wrong with my mom? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back. She never expected that despite giving Liang Taiju over 10,000 yuan every month, her mother still had to work outside, doing the hardest and most exhausting jobs. Her mother had never told her about these things. Ha, who told you to be my daughter? That money is for you to help me pay back. Liang Taiju sneered coldly, throwing caution to the wind. Since ancient times, debts owed by fathers are to be repaid by sons, a natural law. If the money really couldn't be repaid, the debt collectors would come knocking. And the ones who would suffer would only be Chu Xiaoxiao and her mother. Scum, you are scum. Liang Taiju, get out. Chu Xiaoxiao's emotions broke down, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. Wait, isn't it just gambling debts? Liang Taiju, as long as you take me to that casino, I'll pay off the money you owe, and I'll give you this car too. Hearing this, Liang Tieju's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lin Dong to be such a sycophant. He was actually willing to pay off Chu Xiaoxiao's debts out of his own pocket. For him, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Alright, if you have the guts, come along. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? We can't give him any more money, he's just a scammer. You've already helped me a lot, I can't put you in danger again. Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively grabbed Lin Dong's arm, her eyes filled with worry. She didn't know how to repay him for his kindness. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just smiled gently. As long as it's a problem that money can solve, it's not a problem at all. And do you think I'm the kind of fool who gives money away for free? Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment and shook her head. Then what are you planning? Don't worry, I have my own plans, just wait and see. Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to hold Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to struggle. However, her strength was too small to break free. Moreover, at the moment she was caught, for some reason, a strong sense of relaxation and safety surged in her heart. It felt as if, as long as Lin Dong was there, any trouble could be resolved. She was somewhat infatuated with this feeling. For a moment, she was reluctant to let go. Noticing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. Capturing Chu Xiaoxiao was already a done deal. Next, he needed to solve the debt problem. Wow, I didn't expect you to be driving a luxury car. I was wondering how my daughter could be interested in you. Turns out you've been supporting her with your wallet, huh? At that moment, the three of them walked outside. Seeing the Porsche Panamera at the entrance, Liang Tieju's eyes lit up, and he spoke without thinking. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately frowned. Lin Dong was even more direct. Bang! He kicked out, directly knocking Liang Taiju, who was pulling the car door, to the ground. Then, he threw a 100 yuan bill at his face. Who told you to get in the car? Get lost. Tell me where it is, and you can take a taxi there yourself. You! Liang Taiju was suddenly kicked and felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. However, thinking about how Lin Dong was going to pay off his debt, he endured it and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's in the west of the city, at the Tianhe chess room. Alright, see you at the entrance." Lin Dong snorted coldly, not even glancing at Liang Taiju, and got into the driver's seat. V-room. With a press of the accelerator, the Panamera sped away. Liang Taiju was splashed with exhaust fumes, leaving him covered in dirt. Damn it, what the hell? Just wait until the money is in hand. Not long after, Lin Dong brought Chu Xiaoxiao to their destination. The west of Tianhe City had never been very developed. The poorer the area, the more chaotic it became, turning into a breeding ground for industries like chess rooms and massage parlors. Lin Dong hardly had to look. He spotted a chess room bustling with noise and bright lights. This is it. Chu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. A good girl like her had never been to such a place. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Fortunately, with her small hand held by Lin Dong, she felt somewhat safe. Soon, Liang Taiju arrived late. Standing at the entrance of the Tianhe chess room, he stretched his neck and kept peering inside. Business is good today. If I go in and play a few rounds, I could definitely make a fortune. Despite being deep in debt, he was still thinking about gambling. Indeed, you could never trust a gambler's words. Let's go. Lin Dong pushed Liang Taiju and walked into the chess room. A few small-time thugs clearly recognized Liang Taiju, and upon seeing him, they couldn't help but tease, "Oh, brother Liang, you're rich again? Scarface was just talking about you. When are you planning to pay back the money you owe? That girl behind you is nice. She wouldn't happen to be your daughter, would she? Sister, want to play a few rounds with your brother? Ha ha ha." Faced with their teasing, Liang Taiju felt a bit embarrassed, especially in front of Chu Xiaoxiao, which made him feel very humiliated. Get lost, don't joke around with me. Where's Scarface? Call him out, someone is here to pay my debt. Hearing this, the small-time thugs were momentarily stunned. Someone was here to pay Liang Tieju's gambling debt? Had he lost his mind? That was over 100,000, not just a few bucks. Lin Dong, maybe we should just forget it? 100,000 is too much. Upon hearing this number, Chu Xiaoxiao also regretted it. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Dong held Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and smiled gently. She bit her lip and finally felt reassured. Alright, you all wait here. It's rare for someone to pay Liang Tieju's debt. One thug spat and smiled as he stepped back. In his view, Liang Taiju was just here to hand over money. Even if someone paid off his 100,000 gambling debt, they had 1,000 ways to make this guy continue gambling and continue owing. Liang Taiju was their ATM. Before long, a middle-aged man with a scarred face came out with some people. He must be the owner of the Tianhe chess room. Scarface. Liang Taiju smiled broadly, looking as humble as he could at his age. Old Liang, I heard you need to pay back the money? Sure, let me calculate the accounts for you. Scarface held a cigarette in his mouth, plopped down on a chair, and held a thick stack of IOUs. They were all written by gamblers like Liang Taiju. On the 15th of last month, you lost 20,000 here. On the 18th of last month, you lost 8,000. On the 25th of last month, you owe 10,000. On the 1st of this month, you owe 7,000. In total, that's 360,000. 360,000? Scarface, this account is wrong. Liang Taiju was stunned. He remembered clearly how much he had borrowed. How could it possibly be 360,000? What's wrong? I clearly only owe 100,000. Where did the extra 300,000 come from? Hearing this, Scarface's face turned impatient as he slammed the IOUs on the table. I said 360,000, it's 360,000. The extra is interest. Let me tell you, if you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving this door. Scarface said fiercely. Just then, he suddenly spotted Chu Xiaoxiao hiding behind Lin Dong. His eyes widened, and he almost drooled. Oh,
is this your daughter? Not bad looking. How about this, give me your daughter, and I'll wipe off a bit, just pay back 300,000. The rest will be my betrothal gift. What do you think? As soon as Scarface finished speaking, several small-time thugs nearby immediately surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao, grinning maliciously. What do you want? Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, her face full of vigilance. I warn you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Call the police? Put. Scarface spat out the cigarette in his mouth and said viciously, even if the cops come, it's still your dad who owes me money. The first one to be arrested will be your father. After saying that, Scarface turned to Liang Taizhu. So, what do you think of my proposal? Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Liang Taizhu, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sure enough, Liang Taizhu hardly hesitated and nodded directly. Fine, 300,000 it is. But, can I gamble a couple more times? Ha, beautiful lady, you heard that. Your dad wants to sell himself. Can't blame me. Scarface laughed heartily, stepped forward, opened his arms, and was about to hug Chu Xiaoxiao. Let me smell how fragrant you are, ha ha. Bang! The next second, a heavy punch landed on his face, giving him a panda eye. Scarface shook his head, barely coming to his senses. Then, he couldn't help but curse, damn it, who dares to hit me? Soon, he heard a familiar voice. Scarface, you're so powerful, does one who know? Scarface was stunned for a moment. Then he recognized Lin Dong's face. Instantly, he trembled and blurted out, why you are Lin Dong? Brother whose friend? Donggu, what brings you here? It's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, a family not recognizing each other. Scarface smiled apologetically. He had been so arrogant just now, and now he was so humble. Lin Dong didn't indulge him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Still a family? Today, if I weren't here, would you still be thinking about the bridal chamber? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong kicked Scarface in the stomach. Ouch! Scarface screamed, falling heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. However, he didn't dare to retaliate. Earlier at the Blue Demon Bar, he had seen how respectful brother who was to Lin Dong. Scarface, do you know this pretty boy? Liang Taizhu was dumbfounded. He originally thought Lin Dong was an easy target. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a big shot that even the scar-faced man couldn't provoke. Upon hearing Liang Taizhu's words, the scar-faced man became anxious. He immediately got up and slapped Liang Taizhu twice, turning him into a pig's head. What the hell are you talking about? This is brother who's brother, my big brother. My big brother has taken a liking to your daughter, that's your honor. And you little pretty boy, today, I'm going to beat you into a cell. Before he could finish his words, the scar-faced man was about to take action, intending to teach Liang Taizhu a lesson for Lin Dong. He had already realized that Lin Dong was Chu Xiaoxiao's backing. As long as he performed well, if Lin Dong was pleased, he would reward him just like he did with brother Hu. Wait! At that moment, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand, stopping the scar-faced man. Liang Taizhu thought he was saved and was overly excited. Lin Dong, no, Donggu, it's my fault for not recognizing a mountain. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoxiao, from now on, you just need to serve Donggu well, and if you make him happy, I'll also benefit from it. Seeing her stepfather so shameless, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Then, thinking about being with Lin Dong, she felt a vague sense of anticipation and inferiority. Dong good, do you have any instructions? The scar-faced man bowed and fawned like a little lapdog. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pointed at Liang Taizhu, and asked, just now, how much did you say he owes you? 36, no, 110,000. The scar-faced man said halfway and quickly changed his words. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head. It's just 360,000, no, I'll give you 400,000. What the hell? The scar-faced man looked confused. The condition is, from now on, you have to keep an eye on him. As long as he enters the casino, beat him up every time he shows up, until he's rolling on the ground in pain. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man's eyes lit up. This job was great. He could make money and beat people up. After Liang Taizhu heard this, his face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground. Not letting him gamble was no different from killing him. He thought Lin Dong had a change of heart and wanted to help him, but unexpectedly, it was to make his life miserable. What? Scar-faced man, is there a problem? No, absolutely not. I guarantee to complete the task. The scar-faced man shouted, standing at attention and giving a crooked salute. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He couldn't care less about a small-time thug like the scar-faced man. However, to toy with someone like Liang Taizhu was easy for him. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Dong took out his phone and transferred a sum of money to the scar-faced man on the spot. Seeing that string of numbers, the scar-faced man's eyes nearly popped out.
Originally, he didn't expect to make much money from Liang Taiju. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly gave him 400,000.
It was like picking up money for free. You guys, what are you still standing there for? Dong Go has spoken, get to it.
The scar-faced man chuckled. The next moment, a group of small thugs excitedly stared at Liang Taiju.
They looked like wolves seeing a little lamb. Don't come over. Xiao Xiao, daughter, save me. I'm your father.
Hearing Liang Tieju's pig-like screams, Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Just as she was about to plead for him, Lin Dong tightly grasped her small hand and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoxiao, you have suffered these years.
From now on, you are free. When you go back, let Auntie handle the divorce procedures with him. With me around, he won't dare to harass you anymore. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's body trembled.
Then, unable to hold back any longer, she leaned on Lin Dong's shoulder and cried out loud.
10 years.
From the time her mother married Liang Taiju until now, it had been a full 10 years. In these 10 years, she had lived in the shadows, enduring beatings and insults almost every day.
Today, she was finally liberated. Mr. Lin,
Chu Xiaoxiao was so excited that she was at a loss for words. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and gave him a kiss.
Instantly, their lips met.
It was like thunder striking fire, and it couldn't be stopped.
Chu Xiaoxiao was so shy that she didn't even dare to open her eyes.
Until she was almost suffocated, she had to push Lin Dong away.
Then, she gasped for air.
Ha! Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's rosy and delicate face, Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly.
In the past few days, he had been with many women, but this was the first time he enjoyed such a gem.
More importantly, from that kiss just now, it was clear that Chu Xiaoxiao was pure and had no experience at all. This made Lin Dong want her even more.
Unfortunately, there were too many people around. It wasn't suitable for anything to happen. Xiaoxiao, let's go.
Chu Xiaoxiao didn't look back and followed Lin Dong out of the game room. Behind them, Liang Taiju was still begging for mercy. However, Chu Xiaoxiao had already made up her mind to completely sever ties with the past.
She pretended not to hear Liang Tieju's pleas. Donggu, take care. Donggu, feel free to give orders.
The scar-faced man and a group of his underlings respectfully saw Lin Dong off.
Then, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's stunning figure, they couldn't help but show envious expressions. This Donggu really had a lot of luck with women. If possible, he would want to swap lives with Lin Dong. Tall, handsome, and with so much money, he could change women every day without repeating. Just thinking about it was exciting. This Chu Xiaoxiao was also a gem.
If something could happen between them, he would be willing to live 10 years less. Of course, he would only mutter these words in his heart and would never dare to say them out loud. Otherwise, Lin Dong could kill him. Moments later, after Lin Dong drove away, he turned to Liang Taiju, and his expression changed immediately.
Damn it, I'm so angry.
If you had said earlier that you had a beautiful daughter, I wouldn't have bet any money with you.
Boys, beat him to death. Before long, Liang Taiju was beaten to a pulp, not to mention entering the casino. In the future, he would need someone to help him even to pee. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. If he had known his daughter was involved with Lin Dong, why would he have bet any money?
He could have just sold his daughter to Lin Dong. On the other side, Lin Dong held Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and got into the Panamera. Without waiting for her to speak, he stepped on the gas and drove to the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel. Along the way, Chu Xiaoxiao's face was flushed, her head down, not daring to speak. She had already guessed what would happen next. Her feelings were somewhat complicated, both shy and worried that this was a dream, not knowing when she would wake up. Until they entered the room, with their clothes half undone and facing each other honestly, Chu Xiaoxiao realized this was not a dream.
Lin, Mr. Lin.
Xiaoxiao, we're sharing a bed now, and you still call me Mr.
Lin?
Then, what should I call you? Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Although she was already 26, she was still naive about matters between men and women.
Seeing this, Lin Dong's eyes showed a hint of surprise and delight. Chu Xiaoxiao was so beautiful, yet she had never been with anyone?
No wonder she blushed even when holding hands. It turned out she was still pure. This made Lin Dong even more excited. At the same time, he secretly decided to take good care of this woman. In the next moment, his big hands began to caress her. Chu Xiaoxiao indeed reacted strongly, tightly hugging Lin Dong's body, looking intoxicated.
No, don't. Lin Dong didn't listen. Women, you have to interpret their words in reverse. Don't means do, and do means do more. This battle lasted a long time. After a while, the storm finally calmed. Oh no, my boss has called me many times. Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at her phone and was so scared that she sat up straight. As a result, a tearing pain came, causing her to involuntarily frown,
revealing a look of pain. Seeing this, Lin Dong directly pulled her into his arms.
Take it slow. In an instant, a unique masculine hormone rushed over. Chu Xiaoxiao then realized how crazy and absurd she had been just now. I didn't expect you to be so wild. It's quite a contrast to your image. Lin Dong teased as he playfully scratched Chu Xiaoxiao's nose. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Alright, stop messing around. The boss has called me so many times, I need to explain things to him first." Explain what? What's so great about your lousy class? But Enough, you can quit tomorrow. Then, come over to my side and be my secretary. Help me handle some business matters, it's just that I can't manage everything. Lin Dong spoke with authority. Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Dong to remember this matter. If it had been before coming to the hotel, she would have definitely refused again. However, now, both her body and mind had already been occupied by Lin Dong. After a fierce internal struggle, Chu Xiaoxiao blushed deeply and timidly nodded. Okay, I agree. That's more like it. Lin Dong's lips curled up as he kissed her ruby lips. Finally, he got to enjoy this sweet treat. Come, as your boss, I'll assign you your first task. That is, do everything you can to serve me well. You're annoying. Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare. Then, she tossed her hair and didn't get angry. Just as Lin Dong was about to do something, a phone call suddenly came in. Who is it? Lin Dong said impatiently. However, when he saw the caller ID, all his anger vanished. Mom, what's up? Is something wrong at home? The caller was none other than his mother, Li Xiuqin. You child, can't I call you if there's nothing going on? No, that's not what I meant. Hearing Lin Dong's meek voice, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to laugh. Who would have thought that this domineering Donggo had such a cute side? On the other end of the line, Li Xiuqin sensed something was off. Son, why is there a young girl's voice on your end? Where are you? Lin Dong shot a glare at Chu Xiaoxiao. It's nothing, Mom, I'm just watching TV. Oh, alright then. Li Xiuqin didn't suspect anything. In her eyes, her son was the most honest. It's just that in a couple of days, your grandfather is having a birthday, and I thought the whole family should gather. Your uncle, second uncle, and aunt are all coming. Hearing these names, Lin Dong's brows furrowed. His grandfather, Lin Changqing, had 3 sons and 1 daughter, the eldest, Lin Xiangwen, the second, Lin Xiangwu, the youngest daughter, Lin Yanyan, and his father, the third son, Lin Shangxian. Among these 4 families, theirs was the least successful. Every holiday family gathering, these people would find ways to mock and bully them. Moreover, Lin Shangxian was an honest man who never retorted. This led Lin Dong to dislike these relatives since childhood. This time, hearing that his grandfather's birthday would mean seeing this group of people, Lin Dong instinctively felt a wave of annoyance. Then, he couldn't help but slap his hand down hard. Chu Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. Son, what's going on over there? What are you watching on TV? Why is there a woman crying all the time? Lin Dong glanced at the rolling-eyed Chu Xiaoxiao and instinctively said, Mom, it's nothing, I'm just a bit irritated. I'm really angry right now. Although Li Xiuqin was suspicious, she didn't think much of it. The urgent matter was to persuade Lin Dong to agree and not to offend Lin Changqing. Son, think it over carefully. After all, it's your grandfather's birthday, your dad and I will definitely go. If you don't come, we'll have no face. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. He knew that his mother didn't care about face, she just wanted him to go back home for a visit. Since coming to Tianhai for school and work, he had rarely had time to go back. It was no wonder Li Xiuqin and Lin Shangxian missed him. Lin Dong's heart softened, and he could only compromise. Alright, Mom, I'll go back in a couple of days. I definitely won't miss grandfather's birthday. That's more like it. You go ahead and be busy. The moment he hung up the phone, Lin Dong could no longer suppress the fire in his heart and began to vent wildly. After a long while, the room finally calmed down. Lin Dong pulled Chu Xiaoxiao into his arms, stroking her beautiful hair as he said, Xiaoxiao, I need to prepare some gifts in the next couple of days and go back to my hometown, so I won't be able to accompany you. As for my business, you can go to the Blue Demon Bar and look for someone named Zhang Dafa. Okay. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, not throwing a tantrum. Moreover, she hoped to help Lin Dong rather than become a useless face. After all, a man as outstanding as Lin Dong never lacked women. Only by becoming his capable partner could she shine and stay by his side. Coincidentally, I also need to go home these days to help my mom and Liang Taizhu with their divorce procedures. Then, I'll help her find a new place to live. Chu Xiaoxiao lay in Lin Dong's arms, breathing in the man's scorching breath, as if she wanted to remember this scent forever. Lin Dong nodded. Right now, Chu Xiaoxiao was in urgent need of money. Since she had become his woman and was so sensible, he certainly wouldn't treat her poorly. Xiao, send me your bank card number, and I'll advance you some salary. Okay.
Xiao, without suspicion, sent over her bank card number. However, soon, her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape.
1 million? Lin Dong, you didn't make a mistake, did you? How could there be so much salary?
Lin Dong was quite pleased with the woman's surprised expression, directly lifting her chin and saying lightly, "Who told you to be my Lin Dong's personal secretary?
If I don't give you more money, what if you run away?
Besides, with money, you can help Auntie find a good place to live." Hearing Lin Dong mention her mother, Xiao was deeply moved. She no longer cared about the little incident from earlier. She would be willing to go through it 10 more times.
Alright, your task isn't finished yet. Now, I have to punish you.
Lin Dong chuckled and roughly pushed Xiao down. The presidential suite once again turned into an intense battlefield, with cannon fire all around. Until Xiao was exhausted and voluntarily surrendered, Lin Dong finally stood up, still wanting more.
Just as he was about to wash up, his phone rang again. Zhang Dafa? What does he want?
Lin Dong picked up the phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly.
Zhang Dafa was the manager of the Blue Demon Bar, busy helping him acquire nightclubs.
A call at this time should indicate some progress.
Glancing at the sleeping Xiao, Lin Dong quietly left the room. Then, he answered the call. Young Master Lin, you finally answered. I was dying of anxiety. Hearing Zhang Dafa's flustered tone, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Don't rush, take your time.
After a moment, Zhang Dafa, unusually excited, said, "Young Master Lin, I've contacted the owners of several nearby nightclubs, and if the price is right, they are all willing to sell. Right now, they are all at the Blue Demon, discussing the specific details with me. I calculated that if we acquire all these nightclubs, the annual profit will be at least 10 million.
Not bad.
Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction.
But I don't know what their intended selling price is. Well,
when it came to the key issue, Zhang Dafa suddenly stuttered.
It's a bit much.
I calculated that these few stores combined would need at least 2 billion. Zhang Dafa thought Lin Dong would find it too expensive and quickly added, "But don't worry, these stores are doing quite well. It won't take 2 or 3 years to break even, and after that, it's all profit.
If you think it's not feasible, I can have them leave right now." Just as Zhang Dafa was feeling anxious, thinking Lin Dong was about to explode, Lin Dong said, "Did I say it wasn't feasible? Who told you to send them away?
Keep them all here. I'm going over to discuss the contract now. Don't worry, I, Lin Dong, am not short on money.
2 billion is just a drop in the bucket."
Saying this, Lin Dong remained calm and collected. Ming, his total assets were only a little over 1 billion now, and 200 million was already a considerable amount. However, let's not forget, he had a system. As long as it involved nightlife spending, he could get 10 times the cashback.
Spending 200 million would directly return 20 billion.
Just thinking about that number made Lin Dong's heart race. This was much more thrilling than playing with women.
On the other end of the phone, Zhang Dafa also let out a long breath. What followed was even more shock. The last time he saw Lin Dong, there was only 100 million in his bank account. Now, he didn't even care about 200 million. Could it be that this young Master Lin had other businesses? Zhang Dafa didn't dare to think further. He was afraid that the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. "Dafa, treat the boss as well, I'll be there soon."
"Got it, young Master Lin, don't worry, not a single one will get away." Lin Dong nodded, hurriedly getting dressed. He took one last look at the sleeping Xiao before stepping out of the room. Before long, he arrived at the Blue Rose Bar. A few waiters at the entrance, upon seeing Lin Dong, immediately broke into bright smiles. After Lin Dong took over the bar, he directly doubled their salaries, and the various benefits were on par with big companies. There were even year-end bonuses. Seeing Lin Dong, they certainly had to be a bit more enthusiastic. "Hello, boss."
You all too."
Lin Dong waved with a smile and walked straight into the bar. At this moment, it was the liveliest time at the Blue Rose.
Countless men and women were dancing passionately, various DJs playing slow beats filled the air. "Everyone, come with me, hi.
Feeling the atmosphere, Lin Dong couldn't help but want to jump in and dance a bit.
Fortunately, he didn't forget the main business.
Soon, he arrived outside the office.
Young Master Lin.
Zhang Dafa had been waiting for a long time.
Upon seeing him, he quickly ran over. The other nightclub owners also stood up enthusiastically and shook hands with Lin Dong.
"I didn't expect young Master Lin to be so young, truly a talented person."
"Young Master Lin, you are now a prominent figure. We old guys really admire you. With such a big move, the entire Tianhai City's nightclubs will soon be all under young Master Lin."
Hearing these polite words, Lin Dong smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "You're all too kind."
Making money together, more friends means more paths.
That way, everyone's business can flourish more and more. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded repeatedly, putting away their previous disdain. They had thought this kid was just a naive rich kid with nowhere to spend his money, which was why he suddenly acquired so many nightclubs, acting like a fool. Now it seemed, this young Master Lin was not as simple as they imagined. Could it be that he wanted to be the king of nightclubs in Tianhai City? Everyone, please sit down. Lin Dong smiled and invited everyone to take a seat, while he sat in the middle, crossing his legs, chatting, and laughing. Even he didn't realize that his demeanor had quietly undergone a tremendous change. In the past, when he had no money, he was just a nobody that everyone looked down on. Now, he spoke of tens of millions in business, and when he went out to eat, he rode in a Palamara. Even among these big bosses, he stood out like a crane among chickens. It truly proved that saying, money can nurture a person. Everyone, if Manager Zhang has not been attentive in his hospitality, please don't mind. Once the business is settled, I'll personally host a banquet for everyone at the best restaurant in Tianhai City. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Lin Dong raised his glass and drank all the wine in it. The others were not hesitant either, each raising their glasses and downing them in one go. Now, they could see it clearly. This young Master Lin didn't care about money at all. Or rather, to him, no matter how much money it was just a number. He just wanted to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City, to become the undisputed king of this industry. Thinking of this, everyone's attitude towards Lin Dong became even more respectful. Since he had such ambition, he naturally had a corresponding background. Lin Xiao, I toast you a drink. Me too, me too. Lin Xiao, I am Yufei, the owner of the Golden Sands nightclub. I've long admired you. Lin Xiao. Zhang Dafa leaned in mysteriously and whispered, this you boss has the Golden Sands nightclub for sale at 95 million, which is the highest asking price among them. You should think it over. When he said this, Zhang Dafa felt a bit of pain in his heart. 95 million for a nightclub is just too expensive. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Dong's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Ah, so it's boss you, long admired. Seeing this, Yufei felt a surge of joy. He had thought Lin Dong would be as stingy as Zhang Dafa, reluctant to spend money. He didn't expect such a warm attitude. Could it be that he encountered a god of wealth today? Lin Xiao, rest assured, there are no issues with my nightclub. Although it's not the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, it has a high standard, complete facilities, and many prominent people come and go. As Yufei spoke, he pointed to the ceiling above. Everyone was still confused, but Lin Dong understood immediately. Wasn't it just those high-ranking officials and wealthy people? At the very least, they were rich folks and social elites. Lin Dong nodded slightly and got straight to the point. Boss you, what is your asking price? Yufei hesitated for a moment but still revealed the original quote. At least 95 million, it can't be lower. However, I also have a small-scale KTV that I can throw in as a bonus for Lin Xiao, which is worth at least 1 or 2 million. Hearing this, everyone understood. The reason Yufei was so generous was simply to sell Lin Dong a favor. However, even if you throw in a small shop, 95 million is still too high. You can't even describe it with the phrase every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. It's practically charging for air. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Yufei's face turned red. Just as he was about to speak and offer more discounts. Since boss you is so generous, I can't be stingy either. Besides, how can I let you give it away for free? How about this, I'll offer 100 million to buy your nightclub and KTV, how about that? Lin Dong smiled lightly and spoke casually. What? Damn, 100 million. This time, it was the group of bosses who were shocked. They thought Yufei's asking price of 95 million was already outrageous. As a result, Lin Dong's offer was even more absurd. Not only did he meet his asking price, but he also added an extra 5 million. Now, it wasn't Lin Dong who owed Yufei a favor, but rather Yufei who owed Lin Dong a favor. Lin Xiao, are you serious? Yufei's voice trembled, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. He couldn't be dreaming, could he? Lin Dong smiled again and nodded. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. I, Lin Dong, may not be a gentleman, but cash is more persuasive. Moreover, I already said, the more friends, the more paths. In my view, spending a few million more to make a friend like Bossu is absolutely worth it. Lin Dong's words were so extravagant that they captivated everyone. They never dreamed they would meet such a benefactor. Where did this rich young master come from? He really doesn't treat money as money? To everyone, Lin Dong seemed to spend money like water. Little did they know, the more he spent, the more money the system would return to him. Giving Yufei an extra 5 million could net him a full 50 million for free. This deal was too good to be true. So what if he spent money like water? I make money like a waterfall. like the Lushan waterfall, cascading down 3,000 feet.
Ding dong.
In front of everyone, Lin Dong decisively transferred 100 million to Yufei.
Not a cent less, not a bit ambiguous.
Yufei was ecstatic, looking at his phone, almost unable to help but shout daddy. Although the Golden Sands nightclub was indeed valuable, it was a fixed asset.
Moreover, he urgently needed cash flow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to sell the ordered rooster. Now, 100 million had truly landed in his account. How could he not be overjoyed and ecstatic? Alright, who's next?
Lin Dong scanned the surroundings. In an instant, dozens of hands shot up, with red eyes all around. Before long, Lin Dong signed one contract after another. Those bosses left the Blue Demon nightclub, each one making a fortune and feeling satisfied. Although they had lost the nightclub, they gained happiness and a large sum of money. Meanwhile, Zhang Dafa looked at the contract in his hand, his eyes also red, breathing heavily, almost having a heart attack.
250 million, a full 250 million.
Lin Xiao said, give me 1% commission, that's 2,500,000.
Damn, I'm a rich man now. Zhang Dafa exclaimed excitedly, jumping up like a big monkey.
Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile.
Just then, the system's ethereal and mysterious prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host spent 100 million in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 10 billion credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 10 million in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 1 billion credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 8 million in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 800 million credited to the bank card. With each prompt, the numbers in Lin Dong's bank account surged wildly. Finally, it reached a staggering number. 25 billion.
Originally having 1 billion, spending 250 million, leaving 750 million, plus the cashback of 2.5 billion.
Ha!
At this moment, even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions.
What does 25 billion mean?
It could buy 3,250 luxury cars worth $1 million each, different every day, for 9 years.
And this is cash.
To put it bluntly, Lin Dong had already reached the peak of his life. Those richer than him were almost all old geezers. Those younger than him hadn't inherited their family businesses yet.
Most were second-generation rich like Qi Wenbin.
Only Lin Dong was both young and wealthy, truly a winner in life.
Lin Xiao? A cautious voice suddenly came from behind.
Lin Dong came back to his senses and awkwardly coughed.
Ahem, sorry, boss you, I was just lost in thought. Ha, I understand.
Yufei didn't leave with the others but deliberately stayed behind, wanting to get closer to Lin Dong.
However, there's one thing you need to pay attention to.
With so many nightclubs, the income is high, at least tens of millions a year.
But the protection fees can be a huge expense. Protection fees? Lin Dong was taken aback. He had never heard of needing to pay any insurance for running a nightclub.
Next to him, Zhang Dafa, who had been celebrating just a second ago, immediately snapped back to reality.
Yes, Lin Xiao, with so many stores, the protection fees can be quite a lot. Manager Zhang, clarify, what protection fees, who do we pay, and how much? Lin Dong frowned deeply. What? Lin Xiao, you don't know you have to pay protection fees. Zhang Dafa was stunned. Yufei was also dumbfounded. Who in Tianhai City doing nightclub business didn't know they had to pay protection fees to the 7-star gang? Previously, seeing Lin Dong lavishly acquiring nightclubs, they thought he had made arrangements with them. It turned out Lin Dong knew nothing at all. Lin Xiao, you must be joking, right? Zhang Dafa forced a smile, sweating profusely. Protection fees are a customary thing, paid every year, at least a quarter of the income.
That's right, Lin Xiao, like my nightclub, earning 20 million a year, has to pay over 5 million.
It's a bit much, but it ensures they don't come to cause trouble, just for some peace. Yufei explained beside him.
Lin Dong remained silent, still frowning.
Bang!
Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside.
Good dogs don't block the way, get lost. Do you know who we are? We're from the 7 Stars gang, and if you're just some random people, hurry up and leave. This is our brother Tianshi, the #1 warrior of the 7 Stars gang, who has cut through Tianhai City from south to north without batting an eye. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. Ah!
Inside the bar, chaos erupted. A few men wearing gold chains and dressed in flashy clothes barged in. Leading them was a buzzcut man holding a steel rod, with a scar on his face. The others were equally menacing, each with a fierce look and a strong build. Upon seeing this, Yufei's legs went weak with fear. It's over, someone must have tipped off the 7 Stars gang about your acquisition of the nightclub.
Lin Xiao, hurry up and prepare the money. If we don't have at least 30 to 50 million,
we won't be able to send these plague gods away. Next to him, Zhang Dafan was also sweating profusely, stuttering as he spoke.
Lin Xiao, don't be impulsive. Money can be earned again, but if your life is gone, it's really gone.
However, Lin Dong remained unmoved. After acquiring the divine-level fighting skills, he had undergone a complete transformation. Not only were his eyes incredibly sharp, but his aura was also strikingly fierce. In his eyes, this group of troublemaking thugs was nothing but a bunch of insignificant pests.
Nevertheless, Lin Dong didn't mind playing with them. Bring out your boss. Hurry up, don't waste my time.
The man called Tianchi, with a buzz cut, sat at the bar, opened a bottle of brandy, and poured it straight down his throat. Gulp gulp. In no time, he finished an entire bottle of high-proof brandy in one go. He acted as if he was drinking water, showing no signs of intoxication, while still toying with the steel rod in his hand. It was evident how strong his physical condition was. He looked thin, but in reality, he was all muscle. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the position of the #1 warrior of the 7 Stars gang.
Damn it, why is it taking so long? Tianchi suddenly grew impatient, swinging the steel rod violently. Bang! He smashed the bar's glass. Everyone was terrified into silence, trembling all over. They were just here to have fun, not wanting to get hurt, let alone die. Finally, just as Tianchi was about to lose all patience and call for someone to smash the place up, Brother G, they're here. It's just a young pretty boy in his 20s, nothing special. Damn it, making such a big fuss in Tianhai City, acquiring so many nightclubs, and not even coming to pay respects to Brother Nan, clearly showing no respect. Today, we must make him bleed and teach him a lesson. A group of lackeys from the 7 Stars gang were indignant.
However, they indeed had the confidence to say such things. Since the establishment of the 7 Stars gang, all the nightclub businesses in Tianhai City, big and small, had been under their control. Collecting protection fees had become a common rule.
Almost everyone in this line of work knew it. Better to provoke a roadblock ghost than to provoke Chen Nanshan.
Their brother Nan was a real underground emperor. Anyone who saw him had to give him face. This Lin Dong, however, made such a big commotion, and not only did he not consult them, but he also showed no signs of paying protection fees.
If they didn't teach him a lesson, it would be unreasonable. If word got out, who would still fear them? Sorry, we are late.
Soon, Zhang Dafan came running over with a smile on his face.
As he walked, he introduced, "This is our boss, Lin Dong." Tianchi looked at him with disdain, directly raising the steel rod and pointing it at Lin Dong. "You are Lin Dong? Damn it, do you understand the rules? Don't you know that when you enter the mountain god temple, you should bow 3 times? Hurry up, don't force me to slap you." Lin Dong frowned. This person was even more arrogant than he had imagined, demanding him to bow right off the bat. However, today, it was still uncertain who would bow to whom. As Tianchi stared at Lin Dong was also sizing him up. Then, he couldn't help but frown. In his view, since someone dared to boldly collect protection fees in Tianhai City, reaching an annual amount of tens of millions, they must be a formidable character, even comparable to a godfather. The man before him, Tianchi, had a fierce and menacing look, his mouth full of threats and violence. He was no different from a recently released convict. Clearly, this did not match his image. Not right. Lin Dong's mind raced. He quickly realized that this was just a lackey sent out to test the waters. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong silent, several small thugs immediately reported themselves aggressively. "Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear our brother G say to kneel and knock your head 3 times? This is the courtesy of our Qixing gang. If we ask you to bow, it's a sign of respect. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain himself. Asking him to bow was actually them giving face. This group was simply too arrogant. With that laugh, the entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at him, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Zhang Dafan, who was on pins and needles, shivering in fear. It felt as if the sky was falling. Lin Xiao, he is the #1 warrior of the Qixing gang, Tianchi, known in the underworld as Brother G. Back then, Chen Nanshan brought him from the south to the north, causing countless nightclubs in Tianhai City to close down, with owners left destitute. "You must be careful," Yu Fei, trembling beside him, warned. He urged Lin Dong repeatedly not to act recklessly and to avoid conflict with the Qixing gang. Otherwise, all his vast assets would be lost. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's temperament was one that preferred softness over hardness. Since he had decided not to pay this protection fee, he naturally wouldn't pretend to be polite or show these people a good face. "You want me to kneel and knock my head? Fine." Lin Dong spoke calmly. Hearing this, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao was still rational, able to bend and stretch. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's tone changed. But first, I want to see your sincerity. How about this, each of you kneel down and knock your head 50 times for me. That buzzcut guy, you need to do 100.
Lin Dong said casually. He was completely unaware that Yu Fei and Zhang Dafan had turned pale.
My ancestor, do you know what you're saying?
That's Tianchi, the number one warrior of the Qixing gang.
You actually want him to kneel for you?
On the other side, the others also gasped in shock.
The way they looked at Lin Dong was as if they were staring at a dead man. Damn it, say that again. Who do you think you are, telling me to kneel? Looking for death.
A group of Qixing gang thugs couldn't sit still and immediately rushed forward, ready to teach Lin Dong a harsh lesson.
Wait. At that moment, Tianchi suddenly raised his right hand, stopping them.
The crowd was puzzled but still obediently stepped back.
Then, Tianchi sneered, his eyes narrowing into slits. You're Lin Dong, right? The friend of that Wang Hu? You don't really think that Wang Hu can protect you, do you? Believe it or not, if you call him over, I'll piss on his head, and he wouldn't dare to say a word? Tianchi scoffed, completely disregarding Wang Hu. In fact, it was indeed the case. Although Wang Hu was famous and reckless, that was about it.
When faced with a powerful force like the Qixing gang, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stir up much trouble. In Tianchi's view, Lin Dong was so arrogant because he thought Wang Hu could back him up and solve all his problems.
Right now, he didn't mind letting him know what it meant to be outmatched. Alright, stop dragging your feet.
Quickly kneel down and pay the protection fee. I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said. In the future, our Qixing gang will also protect you.
Tianchi crossed his stick and placed one hand on the bar.
The next moment, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he slammed down hard.
Bang! Crash! In an instant, the bar's glass shattered everywhere.
Inside, all kinds of precious wines were also affected, spilling everywhere.
It's hard to imagine how much force was behind that blow.
This only made everyone fear him even more, a chill running down their spines.
If you don't pay up, this will be your fate. Did you hear that? Boss Lin. Tianchi deliberately emphasized Lin Dong's title, as if reminding him not to overestimate himself by opposing the Qixing gang.
Otherwise, not only would the Blue Demon turn into ruins, but the other nightclubs he had just acquired would also be in trouble.
After all, the Qixing gang was the largest gang in Tianhai City, free to do as they pleased.
In an instant, all eyes were on Lin Dong, eager to see how he would respond. Yu Fei and Zhang Dafan shook their heads frantically, hoping that this young Master Lin wouldn't do something foolish. Soon, Lin Dong nodded.
I understand. That's good to hear. Tianchi smiled, thinking Lin Dong would back down and immediately hand over tens of millions in protection fees.
However, what Lin Dong said next left him dumbfounded, unable to regain his composure for a long time.
You all think I'm just starting out and have come to give me money, right? This hand, oh no, Mr. Tianchi.
The wine cabinet you smashed was specially designed by a master I found in Italy, and with the Louis XVI, brandy, XO, and other foreign wines inside, it's worth at least over 10 million.
How do you plan to compensate? Cash or card?
After saying that, Lin Dong felt it wasn't enough and added with a smile, if you can't come up with the money, then you'll have to pay with your flesh. 1 leg for 100,000, 4 legs for 400,000.
You have 20 people in total, that should just about cover it.
Hearing this, Tianchi's expression changed repeatedly, turning red from his neck to his ears. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes bulged out. He finally understood that from the beginning, Lin Dong had no intention of paying protection fees. He was even treating his group like monkeys to toy with.
Outrageous! Lin Dong, this is what you brought upon yourself. From today on, the Blue Demon will cease to exist. And don't think your other nightclubs will open.
With that, Tianchi could no longer control his anger, pointing at Lin Dong and shouting, beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens.
Yes, Brother G.
The members of the Qixing gang responded in unison. Then, they rushed forward.
The onlookers were terrified and quickly cleared a large space. Yu Fei and Zhang Dafan turned pale and ran away.
There was no helping it, Lin Dong was seeking his own death, and they couldn't be blamed. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong was no different from a corpse.
Kill!
In the blink of an eye, a thug swung his arm and aimed a club at Lin Dong's temple. If that club hit, Lin Dong would either die or be severely injured. At the critical moment, Lin Dong swiftly dodged with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, perfectly avoiding the blow.
What?
The thug's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his abdomen.
Then, he spat out foam and collapsed to the ground.
It turned out Lin Dong had delivered a sweeping kick, shattering his internal organs.
Immediately after, 2 more reckless thugs charged in. Lin Dong didn't even blink, striking left and right. With a graceful move, he easily grabbed their necks.
Then, with a crack, he casually tossed them aside.
Bang! Crash!
In less than half a minute, a pile of people lay at Lin Dong's feet, all battered and bruised, wailing in pain. A few slower thugs who lagged behind were so frightened they lost their minds, shrinking back, no longer daring to approach.
How is this possible? Young Master Lin has such skills? Zhang Dafan and Yu Fei were dumbfounded.
They only knew Lin Dong was wealthy, but they didn't expect him to be a martial arts expert as well.
Each move flowed seamlessly, comparable to a martial arts master in a TV drama. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Get out of my way.
In the next moment, a few small thugs received 2 kicks to their backsides and fell flat on the ground. Tianji, wielding a steel rod, exuded a chilling aura as he glared with fierce eyes and slowly approached Lin Dong.
Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to have some skills, but soon, you'll realize what a huge mistake you've made. Young Master Lin, be careful. Seeing the aggressive Tianji, Zhang Dafa couldn't help but shout.
He and Yu Fei hadn't run far, hiding behind a shattered glass cabinet, waiting to call an ambulance for Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled dismissively. Then, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and made a provocative gesture towards Tianji, as if to say, "Come at me."
You're asking for death. Tianji's expression twisted, looking particularly ferocious.
After years of mixing in the underworld, he had seen countless tough characters fall at his hands. This was the first time he encountered someone as reckless as Lin Dong. Today, he was determined to crack this kid's skull and let him bleed. With a swish, Tianji closed the distance in just 2 steps and swung his rod at Lin Dong. In street fights, the key is to be ruthless.
One might not be as skilled as the opponent, but one must never lose in momentum.
It's said that the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose.
Tianji could firmly hold the position of the #1 warrior in the 7-star gang, relying on loyalty and courage.
He might not be the strongest fighter, but he was definitely the most ruthless, both to himself and others.
Sure enough, Lin Dong noticed that Tianji was incredibly fast, much stronger than those small thugs from earlier. However, this only piqued his interest. Only opponents like Tianji were worth his full effort.
"Come at me," Lin Dong said with a faint smile, exerting force from his waist and lower body, leaning back.
In front of everyone, he executed a perfect waist-and horse unity, dodging the blow. Tianji's eyes widened in shock.
Then, he quickly reacted, twisting his right wrist and swinging again towards Lin Dong's neck from an awkward angle, making it nearly impossible to evade. This showed just how rich Tianji's fighting experience was. If it were Wang Hu, he would have probably been done for.
Unfortunately for Tianji, Lin Dong was extraordinary. He continued to lean back until he was completely lying on the ground.
Then, using the momentum, he kicked out.
Bang! A crisp sound echoed. This kick directly struck Tianji's chin. Ugh!
Tianji let out a miserable cry, flying backward like a kite with a broken string.
Crack!
Faintly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The crowd was astonished. Lin Dong's kick looked light and harmless, yet it shattered Tianji's jaw. A few bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth.
Bang!
Tianji fell to the ground, clutching his chin, twitching uncontrollably. The steel rod also fell from his hand.
Ha!
Lin Dong exhaled a breath of foul air, performing a carp leap and standing firmly on the ground. Not a drop of sweat had been shed during this process.
In fact, he even looked somewhat unsatisfied.
In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly walked towards the fallen Tianji.
With each step, everyone instinctively took a step back.
Their eyes looked as if they had seen a ghost.
Terrifying. Too terrifying.
Lin Dong appeared gentle and refined, yet his strikes were swift and ruthless. No one had clearly seen his movements, and Tianji was already knocked down, spitting blood. This was the #1 warrior of the 7-star gang, a killer who could slice through Tianhai City, and he was crushed by Lin Dong just like that?
No, don't come over. Don't come over, woo-woo. Tianji covered his chin, speaking indistinctly.
A wave of intense fear surged in his heart. Over the years, he had been to the hospital countless times due to fights, but he had never experienced the feeling of being on the brink of death like he did now. Soon, Lin Dong stood in front of Tianji, shaking his head, his expression filled with disdain and mockery.
Are you good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting?
In this world, what matters is brains and strength.
Tianji was somewhat dumbfounded.
Big brother, I haven't seen you use your brain either. You hit me, and you didn't even use your fists. One kick was enough to finish it. Alright, stop lying on the ground playing dead.
Aren't you here to collect protection fees?
Come on, my bank card is right here, come and take it. Lin Dong waved his bank card in front of Tianji and the others as he pulled it out of his wallet. There are over 3 billion in here, if you want it, come and take it yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock.
Over 3 billion?
This Lin Xiao not only knows how to fight but is also this rich.
How can anyone else survive? Tianji and the gang were also dumbfounded. At that moment, they realized they seemed to have provoked a truly formidable figure, carrying over 3 billion in cash casually in his pocket. You tell me, is that called having no background? Is that called being a sucker? Tianji looked at the teeth scattered on the ground, regretting it deeply. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. However, Tianji's regret didn't mean Lin Dong would let him off. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now, it's my turn to ask you for protection fees. What? Tianji's eyes widened in shock as he trembled and raised his head. What met his gaze was a pair of eyes devoid of any pity. Lin Dong raised one finger, hesitated for a moment, then raised two. Then, he spoke lightly. Just now, I asked you for 10 million in compensation, and you didn't give it. Now the price has gone up, 20 million. 20 million? Lin Dong, don't go too far. Tianji covered his chin, blood streaming from his mouth, his face filled with indignation. It had always been the Seven Stars gang collecting protection fees from others. When did others start collecting protection fees from the Seven Stars gang? Moreover, although the Seven Stars gang had money, they still had to support a large group of brothers. Coming up with 20 million would definitely hurt them badly. This guy is asking for too much. Oh, don't want to pay? It seems you still haven't figured out the situation. Now, the one collecting money is me, not you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and suddenly raised his foot. Crack! Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed in the bar. Lin Dong had actually stomped Tianji's right leg and broken it. It hurts so much. Tianji clutched his right leg, writhing in agony, drenched in sweat. Lin Dong lightly curled his lips. I said, no money, then you pay with your flesh. One leg is worth 100,000, 4 legs make 400,000. Of course, you can also count the shortest one. That totals 500,000. Lin Dong smiled faintly. To the others, it felt like a devil's grin. Gulp. Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. They only knew that Lin Dong spent money like water when doing business, not caring about money at all. They never expected there was such a cruel and terrifying side to him. On the other side, hearing Lin Dong was about to cripple his fifth leg, Tianji's face turned pale. Then, disregarding the pain, he shouted for mercy. No, I was wrong, Lin Dong. No, brother Lin. I'll pay, is that okay? Please, spare us. At that moment, Tianji was truly scared. He wasn't afraid of death, he was afraid of becoming disabled, living a fate worse than death. If I had known it would be like this, why did I bother in the first place? Lin Dong smiled and casually picked up a bottle of Remy Martin. With 2 fingers, he gently squeezed, and the bottle was reduced to half. Then, in front of everyone, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Good wine. Brothers, who still has money? Hurry up and gather it, we just need 5 million more. On the other side, Tianji looked anxious, glancing around, asking everyone. Under Lin Dong's impatient gaze, he pulled out everything valuable on him. Bank cards, gold chains, luxury watches, phones, and belts. He was even about to strip off his several thousand yuan underwear. The other small-time thugs from the Seven Stars gang were similar, emptying their pockets until they were cleaner than their faces. In this way, they barely gathered 15 million, still 5 million short. How much longer do you want me to wait? My patience is limited. Delaying my business, 20 million won't be enough. Toad was about to cry. This bastard, 20 million wasn't enough, and he still wanted to raise the price. However, what could they do? More than 20 people couldn't take on just one of him. The leader had even been beaten to the point of having broken arms and legs. If this got out, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Dong, don't go too far. Don't forget, my brother Chen Nanshan is the boss of Tianhai City, and we have several thousand brothers in the Seven Star Gang. If he finds out about this, he definitely won't let you off. Oh, Lin Dong sneered coldly, not the slightest bit intimidated. Chen Nanshan? Never heard of him. Now, I'm going to count to 10. If you can't come up with 5 million, I'll send you to the urology hospital. By then, to fix that little short leg of yours, 5 million probably won't be enough. 3, 2, 1. Lin Dong slowly raised his right leg, aiming at Toad's vital point. In the next moment, he was about to turn him into a eunuch. Instantly, Toad's eyes turned red. Damn it. Counting from 3, 2, 1, just like that. No. I'll give it, okay? I'll call my brother right now and have him send the money. Looking at Lin Dong's fierce expression, Toad was on the verge of tears. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone, looking defeated, and dialed a number. Hello, brother Nan. How's it going? Toad, did you get it done? Get it done? Toad looked around at a group of disabled brothers, his face full of bitterness. They had indeed been taken down.
However, it was Lin Dong who had taken down all of them. "Brother Nan, there's a bit of trouble, can you lend me some money?" "Not much, just 5 million. There was silence on the other end. It was unclear whether it was shock or confusion. "Brother Nan, help! My brother is about to die." "Got it. I'll send the money over, hurry back." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was forcefully hung up. Clearly, Chen Nanshan wasn't a fool. He immediately guessed that Toad was in trouble. He even had to spend millions to save his life. "Ha!" Toad gasped, trembling as he transferred a sum of money to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, the money has been transferred to you, you must keep your promise." "Of course." Lin Dong smiled. Surprisingly, he transferred back 100,000 to Toad. What does this mean? Toad's back went cold. He thought Lin Dong was setting him up again and didn't dare to accept the money. "Didn't we agree? One leg for 100,000. You've already paid 100,000 with your right leg, so of course, I have to return the extra to you." Lin Dong had a look of "that's only natural." You. Toad was furious, pointing at Lin Dong, his whole body trembling. The next moment, he directly foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Brother Toad! Brother Toad!" A group of younger brothers panicked at the sight. Then, in a flurry, they carried Toad out, not daring to look back. Seeing this, Lin Dong snorted coldly. 7-star gang? More like a nursing home. With this little bit of skill, they dare to collect protection fees. They've really watched too many gangster movies. After saying that, Lin Dong looked around. He found that everyone was staring at him. Trembling, they didn't even dare to breathe. After tonight, including Toad, the deterrent power of everyone in the 7-star gang would probably be greatly diminished. Instead, Lin Dong, this unknown nightclub owner, would rise to fame. However, the 7-star gang would definitely not let this go easily. Who knows what kind of sparks would fly between the two. I'm really sorry to have startled everyone. Since Brother Toad has already paid the money, tonight, all expenses will be on him. Everyone, continue the music, continue the dance. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. "Thank you, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is generous. Thank you, Brother Toad, for picking up the tab." In an instant, the Blue Demon Bar returned to its festive atmosphere, even more intense than before the 7 Stars gang showed up. At that moment, Yufei and Zhang Dafa ran out with excited expressions. "Lin Xiao, you're too fierce. You kicked that frog into a beggar's chicken, I'm really impressed. With you around, why do we need security at our bar? Who would dare to cause trouble?" Zhang Dafa was, of course, joking. However, it was clear how much he admired Lin Dong. On the other hand, Yufei looked troubled and worried. "Lin Xiao, don't blame me for not reminding you. Today, you've really offended the 7 Stars gang. That Chen Nanshan hates it the most when others don't give him face. Today, not only did you beat up his lackey, but you also want to take 20 million. This grudge is quite significant." Lin Dong smiled faintly, showing no signs of worry. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Do I look like that kind of reckless fool? Would I do something without assurance?" Yufei and Zhang Dafa were taken aback, sizing Lin Dong up and down. Then, they shook their heads. This was no reckless fool, he was practically the Mo Leeching of the 4 great kings. "That's settled then. If the 7 Stars gang dares to come once, I'll take them on once. I want to see what tricks this so-called underground emperor of Tianhai, Chen Nanshan, has." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also exceptionally excited. At that moment, Yufei suddenly thought of something and said, "Lin Xiao, I don't know if you've heard of the Love and Angel Charity Gala?" "Charity Gala? You don't know? That shouldn't be." Yufei was taken aback. Logically speaking, a wealthy person like Lin Dong should know more about it than he did. Why did Lin Dong seem completely unaware? Seeing the puzzled expression on Yufei's face, Lin Dong realized he had misspoken. However, he was not flustered at all and calmly replied, "To be honest with you, I was studying abroad before, and I just returned to Tianhai 2 months ago, so I'm not familiar with these matters." "I see." Yufei nodded in realization, becoming even more convinced that Lin Dong was a successor secretly cultivated by some big family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so naive about the world. "Lin Xiao, you may not know. This charity gala has a very high standard, with many upper-class people attending. There will also be an auction at the gala. At that time, there will be a large number of priceless antiques and jewelry up for auction. All the proceeds will be donated to children in impoverished mountainous areas. I believe you will definitely like it. It's also a good opportunity to make friends." "Oh, antiques?" Lin Dong's eyes lit up, catching a whiff of money. "Lin Xiao, this is a rare opportunity. If you have time, you might as well go take a look." Yufei's face was full of smiles. With his ability to read people, he could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was very interested in the charity gala.
Sounds good. Lin Dong nodded. Then, he didn't rush to show his interest in the antiques. Instead, he pretended to casually ask, "Is the money raised at the charity gala guaranteed to be donated? I hope I don't spend money only for it to end up in the organizer's pocket." Hearing this, Yufei quickly shook his head in fright. "I guarantee it won't. Lin Xiao, rest assured, every single amount will be absolutely transparent in public. Moreover, those auction items are priceless. Once you get them, no matter what, you won't lose."
At this point, to demonstrate the authenticity of the charity gala, Yufei even took out his phone and showed Lin Dong the information on each antique to be auctioned.
Upon closer inspection, there were indeed a few good items.
Qing Dynasty Qianlong Powder Blue Glaze Carved Imitation Ancient Kuei Dragon Pattern Large Vase, starting price 24 million. Song Dynasty Official Glaze Octagonal String Pattern Mouth Bottle, starting price 20 million. White Jade Phoenix, starting price 18 million. After glancing at these antiques, the starting price was at least 10 million.
Lin Dong couldn't help but click his tongue.
What poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Antiques are truly what the wealthy play with.
The key is to showcase status and taste. It's impressive to mention. As he was watching, Lin Dong was suddenly captivated by an antique.
Qing Kangxi Blue and White Dragon Pattern Large Vase, starting price 23 million. This piece of blue and white porcelain has a glaze as warm as jade, with blue and white tones complementing each other. A long bearded dragon emerges from the clouds, intricately carved and lifelike, breathtakingly beautiful.
Even through the screen, one can feel the shock.
At that moment, Lin Dong suddenly thought of his grandfather, Lin Chongqing, who was born in the year of the dragon.
Moreover, in a few days, it would be his grandfather's 80th birthday. If he could present this porcelain as a birthday gift, surely his grandfather would look at his family with new eyes. It would let other relatives know that his family had changed for the better. It would also serve to vindicate his father. From now on, he could hold his head high.
"Boss Yu, I wonder if there are any requirements for attending this charity gala?"
Lin Dong asked with a smile. "I don't have an invitation letter on me."
Upon hearing this, Yufei patted his chest and boasted, "It's just an invitation letter. What's the big deal? Don't mention just one, even if you want 10 for your family, I can get them."
Yufei wasn't bragging.
Having run a nightclub for so long, he had built up quite a network over the years. A mere invitation to a charity gala was just a matter of a few words.
"Family?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Yufei's words reminded him. At this level of gala, male and female guests would be dressed in evening attire, attending as couples. Going alone wouldn't look good. So, who should he invite? The first person that came to mind was Chu Xiaoxiao. She had a mature demeanor, was poised and graceful, and would definitely not embarrass him. With that thought, Lin Dong immediately sent a text message to Chu Xiaoxiao. However, soon, his hopes were dashed. Chu Xiaoxiao had returned to her hometown to handle her mother's divorce proceedings and wouldn't be back for a while. This made things a bit tricky. Bai Yuqing and Tingting were a front desk attendant and a technician, respectively. While they could flaunt their charm, they weren't suitable for such an elegant occasion. As for Lu Shiyun, she was just an immature little girl. Wait! Suddenly, a person flashed through Lin Dong's mind. She was talented in singing and dancing, pure and lovely, and spoke logically. Moreover, she had contacted him several times, wanting to meet. If he invited her to the gala, she would surely agree. With that thought, Lin Dong directly made a voice call. "Hello, is this Brother Duck No Need?" A light and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line, startling Yufei and Zhang Dafa. The two immediately made a shushing gesture and closed their mouths. "It's me. Great, you finally contacted me. I thought you had forgotten about me."
On the other end of the line was the newly popular internet celebrity on the live streaming platform, Chi-Chi Baby, also known as Su Mingqi. After the live PK, she had become an overnight sensation. Many MCN agencies approached her, eager to sign contracts with her, even offering a sky-high price of 10 million a year.
However, Su Mingqi did not agree.
She knew nothing about such matters and definitely needed to consult Lin Dong first. She only listened to Lin Dong.
"Chi-Chi, tomorrow night, I need a female companion for a gala. Are you free?" "A gala?" Su Mingqi was momentarily taken aback.
In recent days, some people had approached her to attend various charity galas, including several well-known young masters.
Could it be the one Lin Dong mentioned? "If you're busy, it's fine, I'll find someone else." No, I'm free." Hearing Lin Dong mention finding someone else, Su Mingqi quickly interjected. "Even if I have something, it's not as important as you." "Alright, then get ready. I'll pick you up tomorrow night." Lin Xiao, this Chi-Chi isn't the recently popular Chi-Chi Baby, is she?" Zhang Dafa looked at Lin Dong in surprise.
Listening to the voice on the phone, he felt it was somewhat familiar. Upon careful thought, the DJ playing at the Blue Demon Bar is actually the DJ version of the song sung by Chi Baby. If I had known about this connection earlier, I would have invited her to sing a couple of songs. On the other side, Yufei's eyes widened. He remembered clearly that Chi Baby had suddenly become popular online thanks to the generous tips from a mysterious wealthy man. Duck not necessary? Lin Dong. That's right, only someone like Lin Dong, a rich tycoon, would casually spend millions to tip a streamer.
Boss you, I'll be waiting for your invitation.
No need for more, just 2 tickets will do. After Lin Dong said this to Yufei, he turned and walked towards the dance floor. After moving around for so long, it was just the right time to relax a bit.
Definitely. Yufei nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. The next evening, Lin Dong drove his Panamera to the entrance of Tianhai Polytechnic University.
As soon as the car stopped, it attracted the attention of many students.
Wow, a Panamera.
Who in our school is so rich to drive such a luxury car to school? It might not even be a student, who knows, it could be some big boss here to pick up girls. With a bottle of iced tea on the roof, I bet some girls will come over to flirt. I've seen this trick plenty of times. A group of boys scoffed in disgust. Soon, a few self-proclaimed attractive girls walked over with smiles.
While posing, they knocked on the car window. When they saw the window roll down, they deliberately adjusted their low-cut outfits to expose their ample curves. Handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?
I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I want to sit in your car and catch some breeze.
I feel all tingly inside, it's so hot.
Lin Dong glanced at them and pursed his lips.
I see, it's not that you're feeling tingly inside. It's somewhere else.
Although these girls were indeed somewhat good-looking, with a little effort in dressing up, they could easily rival some minor internet celebrities.
Unfortunately, the person he was here to pick up today was a true big internet celebrity. Wow, is that Su Mengqi? Isn't she the recently popular Chi Baby? She's actually from our school? You just found out?
It's been all the rage these days. Many companies want to sign her as an artist, and they say she can make over 10 million a year.
Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a youthful and stunning long-legged beauty walked over gracefully.
Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd, the beauty's face flushed slightly, but she showed no signs of embarrassment. She carried herself with poise, as if she were a supermodel on the runway. It was none other than the recently viral streamer, Su Mengqi.
Su Mengqi, how could she be here? Wait, could it be?
A few gold-digging senior girls were momentarily stunned. The next moment, they realized Su Mengqi was indeed walking towards them.
More accurately, she was walking towards the Panamera.
Seeing this perfect goddess in the eyes of countless people, Lin Dong couldn't help but be taken aback and generously compliment her.
Chi, you look beautiful today. That voice is.
Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her face filled with shock. Then, she carefully examined the man sitting in the car, who wore a mischievous smile. On the way here, she had been worried.
What if Duck Not Necessary was really ugly and old?
It wasn't until she saw Lin Dong that Su Mengqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, her heart filled with joy.
Noticing her reaction, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Disappointed? Not what you imagined your Prince Charming to be?" No.
Su Mengqi quickly waved her hands, fearing Lin Dong would misunderstand.
"You're even more sunny and handsome than I imagined.
I just feel a bit nervous."
"Alright, let's talk more in the car."
Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Su Mengqi. By the way, he waved goodbye to the few stunned senior girls.
"Sorry, ladies, but I have an appointment today. Next time, let's have a deeper conversation."
Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Wow, so this handsome guy was waiting for Su Mengqi. Only Su Mengqi deserves to be in that Panamera.
Wait, why do I feel like that person looks a bit familiar? Is it the one who sent Lu Shiyun to school last time? It seems so, all from the Panamera. Soon, someone discovered the key point. If that's true, it would be quite the spectacle. In the car,
Su Mengqi was like a frightened little rabbit, anxious and fidgeting with her small hands.
Excited? Nervous? Or surprised? Even she couldn't say what she was feeling right now. She only felt dizzy and didn't dare to look at Lin Dong. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be called Su Mengqi, right? Can I call you Mengqi?"
Su Mengqi's face turned red, and she breathed softly. "Of course, you can call me whatever you want."
"That's good. My name is Lin Dong." Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying Su Mengqi's flustered demeanor. It gave him a sense of curiosity, like unwrapping a gift. But not now. In half an hour, the party would start. He didn't want to delay his own business because of a woman. "Mengqi, no need to be nervous. I invited you to the party, I just lack a female companion. If you're uncomfortable, I can take you back right now." No, don't. Su Mengqi quickly shook her head. After finally seeing Lin Dong, how could she go back? I'm just a bit nervous, don't misunderstand. About what happened last time, I haven't properly thanked you. By the way, you haven't watched my live stream these days, is something going on? Seeing this, Lin Dong laughed heartily. I've been a bit busy these past few days, didn't watch the live stream. So, I brought you out in person to see more clearly. Hearing this, Su Mengqi couldn't help but shiver slightly. She could clearly feel Lin Dong's gaze wandering over her. Fortunately, Lin Dong's hands were still on the steering wheel, with no further actions. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to respond. But at the same time, she felt a hint of disappointment. Lin Dong glanced at the dizzy Su Mengqi and couldn't help but smile slightly. Alright, we've arrived. Creak! The Panamera came to a steady stop. Su Mengqi looked out the window, instinctively widening her mouth slightly. A magnificent 100-story building came into view. Western-style architecture, tall and luxurious. The lights sparkled, romantic and stylish. The scale and facilities were absurdly grand. Just the parking lot outside was as big as 2 football fields. At this moment, countless luxury cars were parked in rows. Bentley, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin. Each worth over $1 million. Lin Dong's Panamera was nothing special among them. Xingyao Grand Hotel? Su Mengqi was taken aback and blurted out. Xingyao Grand Hotel, located in the most prosperous Bund and business leisure area of Tianhai City, is a 5-star international hotel specifically for receiving VIP guests. With complete facilities, grand scale, and high standards, it has naturally become the first choice for high-profile events in Tianhai City. Those who stay here are either rich or noble. The organizer of today's charity gala set a minimum standard. Only those with a net worth of over 100 million could receive an invitation. Those with a net worth of over 1 billion were considered VIPs. Brother Lin Dong, they all seem to have invitation cards. Do we have one? Su Mengqi followed Lin Dong to the entrance. She quickly noticed that the guests coming and going were all holding a delicate card engraved with golden patterns. Only with this card could one enter. This was not just an invitation, it was a symbol of identity and status. Lin Dong smiled faintly, holding Su Mengqi's slightly trembling hand. Don't worry, they have some, and we do too. Moreover, my invitation is different from theirs. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pulling out 2 cards from his pocket and handing them to the 2 attendants at the entrance. A flash of platinum light appeared. They were 2 platinum invitations, even more prestigious than gold. The 2 attendants straightened their bodies, their attitude even more respectful than before. Welcome to the Love and Angels Charity Gala. Your seats are in Area A, please follow me. In an instant, several guests turned their heads, curiously looking at Lin Dong and Su Mengqi. This charity gala was divided into 3 areas. Area C was for the event staff. Area B was for ordinary guests attending the event. Area A was for VIPs. In other words, this pair of men and women before them were worth over $1 billion. Why do I feel that the beauty looks a bit familiar? Isn't that the recently popular Kiki baby? She actually came too. What's so surprising about that? Many rich people like this kind of thing. They probably get bored after a couple of days. So, who is that man beside her? Everyone was puzzled. They were all worth over 100 million, mingling in high society for years, yet had never seen this face before. They knew nothing about Lin Dong either. However, the more mysterious he was, the more people felt wary, especially noticing the confidence that Lin Dong exuded in his every gesture. It made everyone think he came from an extraordinary background, unfathomable. Lin Dong didn't care what these small fries were thinking. Holding Su Mengqi's hand, he walked directly into the hotel. At this moment, the charity gala was ready. Everywhere were slogans of love and peace. This was also the theme of the event. Similarly, the organizers had distributed a delicate little booklet to every guest in advance. It detailed the antiques that would be auctioned off during the evening. Lin Dong glanced at it, his gaze fixed on a particular piece of blue and white porcelain. This large vase with dragon patterns, it's this one. Su Mengqi looked over. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but gasp when she saw the starting bid of 20 million. She vaguely realized that because of Lin Dong, she had entered a circle that ordinary people could only dream of. Just then, a figure approached with a smile. Young Master Lin, you finally made it. Was the journey smooth? Sorry to keep you waiting, boss you. I went to pick someone up, just arrived. Yufei glanced at the shy Su Mengqi, understanding in his heart. Then, he smiled knowingly at Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, let's sit down quickly. Your sister-in-law will get tired standing soon. Sister-in-law? Su Mengqi was slightly taken aback, her pretty face turning red. However, shy as she was, she still took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Dong's, as if declaring to everyone that he was hers.
Lin Dong was well aware of her little thoughts. He smiled and led her to Area A. As expected, every guest sitting here exuded an extraordinary aura, dressed in fine clothing, radiating a powerful presence of those in high positions. Among them were a few slightly graying, somewhat plump big bosses whom Lin Dong had seen on television before. He never expected that one day he would sit with them. Director Wang, Director Zhang. This is Lin Dong, the young master I mentioned to you. Yu Fei introduced Lin Dong cautiously, his attitude respectful, afraid of offending anyone inadvertently. However, to his disappointment, not a single person acknowledged Lin Dong. Even if they did, it was merely out of courtesy to Yu Fei, giving a perfunctory nod, not taking him seriously at all. This was quite normal. They were all from the same circle, with many business dealings and mutual benefits. A young kid like him, who didn't know where he popped out from, wasn't worth making connections with. Saying a few more words would just be a waste of time. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled lightly, not angry at all. He directly pulled Su Mengqi to sit in a corner. After all, he came to the charity gala just to seek treasures. He didn't care about the attitudes of these big bosses. I'm really sorry, young Master Lin. It's okay, boss Yu, I understand. You go ahead and be busy. Yu Fei nodded awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Dong wasn't angry, he left to chat with others. Unexpectedly, just as Yu Fei walked away, a well-made-up, somewhat attractive young woman suddenly spoke up, especially those phoenix eyes of hers, which frowned slightly when they caught sight of Su Mengqi. Isn't it said that no outsiders are allowed in? How can someone like this female anchor attend a charity gala so brazenly? Who invited her? As soon as these words were spoken, others turned to look at Su Mengqi and Lin Dong. Miss Qi is right, those who attend charity galas are all prominent figures. Having a female anchor like her here lowers everyone's status, doesn't it? Exactly. No matter how beautifully she dresses, she's still just an actress, a beggar online. If you don't belong to this circle, don't force your way in. Otherwise, you'll just embarrass yourself. This woman named Qi seemed to hold quite a position. With just a word, several bosses echoed her sentiment, their words laced with flattery. Hearing their praise, the beautiful woman became even prouder and more arrogant. Lin Dong Gij. Su Mengqi's body stiffened, feeling somewhat uneasy. If she were to participate in a singing competition or walk the runway, she would definitely not be nervous. However, being targeted by a group of billionaires like this made her inevitably tense. Because, as Miss Qi said, she was indeed just an ordinary female anchor. In front of these people, the disparity in status was glaring. Feeling the tremor in Su Mengqi's fingertips, Lin Dong patted her small hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at the speaking woman. In her mid-30s, she wore a custom evening gown that revealed just the right amount of snow-white skin, high-end yet not vulgar. Below her jade neck, she wore a diamond necklace the size of a quail egg. On her wrist, she also wore a diamond bracelet, adding to her regal appearance. Just sitting there, she exuded an air of nobility. However, the woman's almond-shaped eyes gave off an aggressive vibe. Her haughty words and disdainful expressions further exposed her arrogant character. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled lightly. "Auntie, it's one thing for you to be past your prime, but why can't others be young and beautiful? Eh, Auntie?" Qi Wenchuan's eyes widened, her eyebrows nearly shooting up to the sky. She never expected that someone in Tianhai City would dare to call her auntie. "Yes, if I don't call you auntie, what should I call you?" Lin Dong feigned confusion, scratching his head. "It shouldn't be a problem. You're old enough to be my mother, so isn't it normal to call you auntie?" After saying this, Lin Dong pulled Su Mengqi into his arms and poked her delicate face with his finger. "Look, she's only 20, and you're at least 40. Calling you auntie is giving you face. If we really want to be serious, I should call you auntie. Of course, if you insist on hearing it, I can do that too." Lin Dong sighed, looking helpless. "Come on, Mengqi, this auntie wants to hear you call her that, don't keep her waiting." "Ha?" Su Mengqi looked at Lin Dong with some doubt. She could clearly feel that Qi Wenchuan was about to explode. Should she really say it? Unfortunately, Lin Dong kept giving her looks. In the end, Su Mengqi could only bite her lip and muster the courage to say, "Hello, auntie." "Put. Wait, you really said it?" Lin Dong almost spat out his soda. The others were also momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Lin Dong and Su Mengqi, feeling a chill down their spines. Sure enough, Qi Wenchuan's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, she stood up abruptly, pointing at Lin Dong and scolding, "What nonsense are you talking? I'm only in my 30s, who are you calling auntie?" For women, there are two things they dread the most. One is being called ugly, the other is being called old. For wealthy people like Qi Wenchuan, who spend hundreds of thousands every month on cosmetic procedures to maintain their looks and figure, they never think of themselves as ugly.
However, age is something that cannot be avoided. No matter how much they dress up, it cannot change the fact that she is already 35. So, when she saw the young and beautiful Su Mingqi, she instinctively felt disgust. It wasn't just a disdain for the other person's status, there was also a subconscious envy and jealousy. Before Su Mingqi arrived, she was the brightest flower, the center of attention. The moment Su Mingqi appeared, she instantly faded into the background. The eyes of those men unconsciously turned towards Su Mingqi. Now, she was even called Auntie in front of everyone by Su Mingqi. Anyone in her position would go mad. Auntie, what are you doing? Can't you let people speak the truth? I see, is it that you don't like to hear it? Lin Dong said with a look of sudden realization, quickly apologizing. I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have called you Auntie. I promise, I won't call you Auntie again. Mingqi quickly apologized to this auntie. Su Mingqi's gaze was somewhat strange. Lin Dong said he wouldn't call her that. Yet, in just a few words, he ended up calling her that over a dozen times. As expected, Shi Wenchuan's fair skin was visibly turning red. You, outrageous. She looked as if she wanted to bite a piece of flesh off Lin Dong. The others were also shocked, sitting on pins and needles. As the eldest daughter of Qi Tianming, the owner of De Qi Real Estate, Shi Wenchuan had gradually taken over the family business over the years, developing the company step by step. Her personal wealth had also risen accordingly. According to insiders, the real estate under Qi Wenchuan's name alone exceeded 1 billion. This does not include the shares she holds. She didn't rely on her father, she relied on herself. However, it was precisely because of this strong woman's character that Qi Wenchuan looked down on everything, believing that all men should be beneath her, and she particularly despised those women who were kept by men. Now, whether it was Lin Dong or Su Mingqi, they were both thorns in her eyes. Security, where's the security? Quickly, get these two people out. Qi Wenchuan shouted angrily. Her originally exquisite and noble face was almost twisted with rage. If it weren't for her concern about her image, she would have definitely cursed and berated the two until they were drenched in humiliation. Tap, tap. Soon, two security guards hurried over. After briefly understanding the situation and Qi Wenchuan's identity, they immediately began to escort them out. Sir, sorry, please leave. Seeing this, Su Mingqi instinctively shrank into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong snorted coldly, unyielding, and took out 2 platinum cards, holding them up. This is the invitation from the organizer. Why should you kick me out now? Or are you saying that while you preach love and peace, you are actually just a bunch of dogs who follow the wealthy around? The faces of the 2 security guards stiffened. They didn't expect Lin Dong to pull out a platinum invitation. This proved that his worth was over 1 billion. How could someone like them afford to offend him? If they followed Qi Wenchuan's orders and forcibly kicked Lin Dong and Su Mingqi out, they would surely face the other party's furious retaliation. At that time, how would Qi Wenchuan care about their lives? Now you know to be afraid? This is a private matter between me and that lady. You can go wherever you like, just don't be an eyesore here. Seeing the 2 security guards looking at each other, still frozen in place, Lin Dong's impatience showed. Did you not hear me tell you to get lost? As he said this, Lin Dong's aura fully opened. Many people heard his voice and turned their heads. In that moment of eye contact, their hearts seemed to skip a beat. Lin Dong's gaze was too fierce, like a beast ready to devour them. You! Qi Wenchuan was also startled, her expression somewhat unnatural. As the young lady of the Qi family, usually, no matter who it was, they would bow and scrape before her. But now, in front of Lin Dong, she couldn't help but tremble. Ha! Lin Dong sneered, swaggering back to sit down with Su Mingqi. The 2 security guards exchanged glances and quickly left in disgrace. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Keeping a distance was the wisest choice. Ding ding. Just then, the symphony began to play in the hall. The charity gala was about to start. Damn it! Qi Wenchuan was very unwilling. However, she could only clench her fists and swallow her anger. After all, no matter how proud she was, it wouldn't be appropriate to throw a tantrum in front of thousands of people. Mingqi, I want to eat that. You feed it to me. In contrast, Lin Dong sat in his chair like nothing was wrong, casually gesturing for Su Mingqi to feed him. The crowd couldn't help but exchange glances, some whispering and speculating about Lin Dong's identity. Who is this guy? What is his background? Soon, the host took the stage, and the earlier events came to a temporary halt. Welcome everyone who has traveled from afar to attend this charity gala. The organizers have prepared 100 valuable antique jewelry pieces for auction, and we encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically. On behalf of the organizers, I promise that all proceeds from the auction will be donated to impoverished mountainous areas. The applause thundered, and the atmosphere was lively.
Lin Dong's eyes sparkled, like the fiery eyes of the Monkey King, constantly flickering.
Brother Lin Dong, do you really like antiques? Noticing the change in Lin Dong's expression, Su Mingqi's eyes lit up.
Lin Dong knew her well, aware of which university she attended and her major. However, she knew nothing about him. Seeing how much Lin Dong liked antiques, Su Mingqi secretly noted this hobby. Little did she know, Lin Dong didn't actually like antiques, he liked making money.
Mingqi, don't you think that appraising and searching for treasures is an exciting thing? Exciting?
Su Mingqi widened her eyes, puzzled. Lin Dong naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pointing with his other hand. Among these 100 auction items, some are real, some are fake, some are expensive, and some are cheap. Some people spend tens of millions on fakes and end up losing everything. Some people only spend tens of thousands but buy priceless treasures and become rich overnight. This is the greatest joy of antiques beyond just collecting. With just a few words, Lin Dong left Su Mingqi mesmerized and dazed.
People are drawn to the strong, and women even more so. A naive girl like Su Mingqi admired a knowledgeable man like Lin Dong.
In her eyes, Lin Dong exuded charm at all times. She might not understand antiques, but that didn't stop her from being infatuated with Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly and stuffed a grape into her mouth. The auction is about to start, so pay attention.
Su Mingqi nodded obediently.
Seeing his arm draped over her shoulder made her blush again. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was being watched by Qi Wenchuan. Especially seeing the two of them so affectionate only fueled her anger. Why was she the one seething with rage while these two didn't care at all? What a pair of shameless people. Qi Wenchuan gritted her teeth in anger, took out her phone, and sent someone to investigate Lin Dong's background.
As soon as the charity gala ended, she would settle the score with Lin Dong. However, the immediate priority was to secure that necklace. That was also her purpose for attending this gala. Dear guests, without further ado, the auction begins now. As several entertainment segments concluded, the most exciting auction segment was about to start. Several hostesses pushed a mysterious treasure chest to the front of the stage. At the moment the chest opened, countless lights illuminated the room. Everyone couldn't help but look over. What came into view was a massive celadon vase. Its dignified and grand shape exuded a sense of royal luxury from afar. Clearly, this was a palace artifact. The first item for auction, a Qing dynasty powder green glazed carved imitation ancient Kuwait dragon pattern large vase. Starting bid, 24 million. Over 24 million?
Su Mingqi's pupils constricted, tightly gripping Lin Dong's hand, her heartbeat slowing for a moment. For an ordinary person, the money spent on living expenses in a year was only about 100,000. This collection piece has a starting price of over 20 million. Enough to cover several generations' expenses. And this is just the first item. For a moment, Su Mingqi felt as if she were dreaming. Mingqi, don't make a fuss over such a small scene. Otherwise, I won't take you out to see the world. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqi's expression changed in alarm. But when she turned her head, she found Lin Dong wearing a mischievous smile, clearly teasing her.
Ha ha ha.
Amidst the laughter, someone below had already raised their paddle, offering a price of
24.5 million. Just an increase of 500,000, testing the waters. However, this price was soon surpassed. One after another, bids of 25 million and 26 million were called out. Yet, upon closer inspection, the bidders were all from Area B. The VIPs from Area A, worth over $1 billion, remained unmoved. It seemed they were waiting for something. Lin Dong pondered. Then, unable to resist, he used his divine appraisal technique.
Qing Dynasty Qianlong powder blue glaze carved imitation ancient Kuwait dragon pattern large vase value, 30 million, so that's it. This blue glaze vase is actually worth only 30 million.
Even if it were one, there wouldn't be much profit.
The VIPs in Area A might have received some insider information and were unwilling to get involved. Instead, they were conserving their energy, waiting for more precious antiques later on. Lin Dong nodded slightly and did not make a move. Soon, this Qing Dynasty Palace porcelain was purchased by a certain boss from Area B. The final price was 28 million.
After deducting the handling fee, it was just over $1 million profit.
Next, many antiques were auctioned off one after another.
Most were small items. Things like the 4 treasures of the study, seals, paintings, and so on.
Even if they were from famous masters, they didn't stir much excitement. Just when the atmosphere of the charity gala became somewhat dull and many people lost interest, a truly heavyweight auction item finally made its appearance.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. The next antique will definitely not disappoint you.
It is the blue and white porcelain, a large vase with a dragon pattern, treasured by the Qing Dynasty Emperor. Before the words were finished, 2 elegantly dressed hostesses carefully opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a stunning, vividly colored porcelain piece, half a person tall, appeared before everyone's eyes. The overall shape was grand, with exquisite lines, uniform blue glaze, and patterns of sea waves at the bottom, cloud patterns and flame ball patterns in the middle and upper parts. The most striking feature was the massive dragon pattern coiling around the center. This blue dragon, with its powerful body, majestic head, and eagle-like 5 claws, exuded an unparalleled might. At a glance, it was clear that this was a rare treasure among blue and white porcelain, an absolute masterpiece. More importantly, in ancient times, the dragon symbolized the emperor, and only the royal family could use it. This also indicated its extraordinary noble status. Hiss! Some knowledgeable individuals couldn't help but gasp. They immediately recognized the exceptional quality of this large vase with the dragon pattern. It was certainly incomparable to the ordinary items before. Truly a top-grade porcelain treasured by the royal family. Sensing the eager gazes of the crowd, the host let out a sigh of relief. Soon, a price was announced. Starting price, 23 million. Now, the bidding begins. Before the words were finished, someone raised their paddle high. I bid 24 million. 25 million. I'll add a million. 26 million. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen people raised their paddles simultaneously, continuously calling out bids. At this moment, a bit of competitive atmosphere finally emerged. It was far from the lifelessness of earlier. Even the big shots from Area A perked up. While admiring this large vase with the dragon pattern, they contemplated what price to offer. Lin Dong was also curious about the true value of this large vase with the dragon pattern. The next moment, the divine appraisal technique activated. Qing Kunshi blue and white sea dragon pattern large vase value, 83 million 80 million? Lin Dong's gaze froze, and he instinctively clenched his fist. Brother Lin Dong, are you okay? Su Mingqi asked, somewhat surprised. It was the first time she had seen him so tense. Lin Dong shook his head and let out a long breath. I'm fine, just didn't expect this item to be so sought after. Originally thought that, like those porcelain pieces, it could be bought for 20 to 30 million. Unexpectedly, this water dragon patterned large vase was so popular. However, soon, Lin Dong felt relieved again. Items associated with the emperor always have a strong market. Many people flocked to them. This water dragon patterned large vase depicted a powerful water dragon, symbolizing the highest authority. Its popularity was quite normal. But so what? As long as it was something he wanted, there was no reason for it to be snatched away by others. In fact, the more it was like this, the more excited he became. Soon, Lin Dong picked up the bidding paddle and wrote down a jaw-dropping number. 30 million. The host was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect this young boss to be so astonishing after being silent for so long. With one move, he raised the bid by a full 4 million. As the organizer of the charity gala, he was also incredibly excited. This gentleman bids 30 million. 30 million for the first time. 30 million for the second time. Wow! The next moment, someone raised their paddle again, adding a million to Lin Dong's bid. I bid 31 million. Following the voice, the person raising the paddle was a beautifully dressed young woman with an elegant appearance. At this moment, she looked lazy and indifferent, as if she didn't care about the 30 million at all. She was just trying to show someone a lesson. Miss Chi has made her move? Miss Chi likes this water dragon patterned large vase? If that's the case, I voluntarily withdraw. Wasn't it said that Miss Chi came to this charity gala just for that necklace? How come? You guys don't understand anything, can't you see who wants to buy it? The crowd began to discuss, quickly realizing the situation. This young lady from the Chi family didn't genuinely want this blue and white porcelain. She was simply trying to compete with Lin Dong, wanting to suppress him. The reason? Naturally, it was due to their previous verbal conflict. Soon, with Qi Wenchuan joining the battle, those eager buyers who had been ready to bid shook their heads and voluntarily gave up. Although they were reluctant, who would dare offend this young lady from the Qi family? Unlike her useless brother Qi Wenbin, she was truly decisive and ruthless. Anyone who caught her attention would not have a good ending. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Dong with complex expressions. Some were gloating, some thought Lin Dong was a fearless rookie. Others seemed to envision Lin Dong going bankrupt and committing suicide. 31 million for the first time. 31 million for the second time. The next second, just when everyone thought Lin Dong would retreat in the face of difficulty, Lin Dong raised his paddle again. I bid 40 million. 40 million? Next to him, Su Mingqi was stunned. She knew Lin Dong was wealthy, but never imagined he was this wealthy. For a piece of porcelain that only looked exquisite, he actually bid such a high price? What exactly was her brother Lin Dong's background? Hiss! Other buyers also gasped, dumbfounded. The boss from Area A who had previously looked down on Lin Dong couldn't help but change his expression, carefully scrutinizing this young man. This guy was so extravagant. Either he was brainless or he truly had the strength. It was clear that Lin Dong was not the former. Since he was sitting in this position, it proved that his net worth was over $1 billion. More importantly, he was still so young. This kid. Qi Wenchuan frowned tightly, her silver teeth nearly biting through. She had thought Lin Dong remained silent because he couldn't compete financially. As a result, he had been holding back something big. In comparison, she had only raised the bid by 1 million, which was simply child's play. In an instant, Qi Wenchuan was furious. Then, she wrote down a new bid again, raising her slender arm high in front of everyone. 51 million. Directly increasing the bid by 11 million, 1 million more than Lin Dong. The purpose is to trample on Lin Dong and declare war thoroughly. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. The buyers, who had once held fantasies about this porcelain piece, were utterly despaired. 50 million, they could manage that with gritted teeth. However, they would never consider buying an antique. Despite these people being worth billions, not all of them had cash like Lin Dong. This billion had a lot of inflated value. A significant portion was calculated based on real estate and stock market prices. The actual liquid funds they could use might only be a few million. 5 million out of 50 million, many had to weigh their options. Even the VIPs sitting in Area A were silent. The eldest daughter of the Qi family, this is treating money like it's nothing. 50 million could buy how many shops? Even acquiring a promising startup would be more than enough. Is it worth it to clash with a nameless nobody over this? Heh, you want to compete with me? Who do you think you are? You really are asking for it. Qi Wenchuan glanced at Lin Dong, disdainfully curling her lips. She held a condescending, overbearing posture. She didn't believe that anyone else at the charity gala could be more extravagant than herself, willing to spend 51 million on a piece of blue and white porcelain. Unexpectedly, before Qi Wenchuan could enjoy her moment for a few seconds, a lazy voice drifted in. At the same time, a bidding paddle was raised. 70 million. Is anyone else bidding? What? Qi Wenchuan's pupils contracted, her mind buzzing. She couldn't tell if she had misheard or was hallucinating. Lin Dong offered 70 million? How is that possible? What a joke. Is he crazy? Spending 70 million on a broken piece of porcelain. This guy must have water in his brain. He doesn't have the backing of Qi Real Estate. Where does his courage come from? Maybe he's just bluffing. This speculation quickly gained the agreement of many. Although Lin Dong had a platinum invitation and sat in Area A like them, it didn't mean he could actually produce that much cash. Perhaps he was just trying to show off, deliberately raising a price that even Qi Wenchuan had to think twice about. At this moment, Su Mingqi felt a jolt of fear and cautiously advised, "Brother Lin Dong, should you reconsider? 70 million is really too much, there's no need." The crowd pretended to be even more convinced of their assumptions. Lin Dong was just trying to show off in front of his companion, determined to clash with Qi Wenchuan to the end. He must have been blinded by anger, possibly not even knowing what he was saying. Seeing this, Qi Wenchuan narrowed her eyes slightly. The next second, she spoke, "I request a pause. Miss Qi, may I ask what you need?" Qi Wenchuan looked around, noticing everyone was watching her. Their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Qi Wenchuan raised her proud chin and said imperiously, "I believe everyone here knows who I am, but does anyone know who he is?" This, as expected, no one knew Lin Dong's background. In fact, his name was only revealed during the argument with Qi Wenchuan. Everyone attending this charity gala is from the upper class of Tianhai City. We see each other often enough to at least recognize faces. This man, I don't know what means he used to sneak into the venue, yet he boldly sits in Area A. I'm very curious who gave him his invitation. I seriously doubt this person has $1 billion in assets, his quoted price is just empty talk. Wow! In an instant, the entire venue was in an uproar. Countless gazes focused on Lin Dong. Mockery, ridicule, anger, doubt, various people wore various expressions. The only commonality was their rejection of Lin Dong. If given a choice, they would undoubtedly believe Qi Wenchuan, not a nameless nobody. Heh, interesting. Lin Dong smiled faintly, unfazed by the storm. I just didn't expect that Qi Wenchuan's financial power couldn't match mine, and she actually resorted to this underhanded tactic. However, true gold fears no fire. Since someone doubts my strength, I don't mind showcasing it to open everyone's eyes. But before I could take action, Yu Fei stood up, sweating profusely and rubbing his hands. I'm sorry, really sorry. Miss Qi, this Lin Xiao was invited by me, and the platinum invitation letter was also given by me. You? Qi Wenchuan frowned, rummaging through her memory for a long time before finally recalling who he was.
So, boss you are his accomplice? Accomplice? Yu Fei was dumbfounded. Before he could argue, he heard Qi Wenchuan's clear analysis. How much benefit did Lin Dong give you to buy the invitation letter from you? I guess it must have been quite a price. Qi Wenchuan smiled coldly, elegantly raising her arms. Actually, I understand everything. He is just trying to show off in front of the girl, hoping to win her smile, right? He, a man who inflates his ego, a vain gold-digging woman. I've seen plenty of those. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up another uproar. Everyone looked towards Lin Dong and Su Mengqi, seemingly understanding the situation. So, this is a scammer? Yu Fei was stunned. He didn't expect Qi Wenchuan to be so sharp-tongued, turning black into white. Miss Qi, are you joking? Lin Xiao just acquired my nightclub and over a dozen other nightclubs. His strength is still quite substantial. Yu Fei quickly began to defend himself. However, no matter how much he argued, Qi Wenchuan didn't believe a word. In fact, the truth didn't matter. She just wanted an excuse to make Lin Dong the target of everyone's scorn, losing all face. Then, she would reclaim all the humiliation she had suffered. Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, merely smiling in response, she thought he was embarrassed by her exposing him, unable to speak. So, she looked at the host with renewed arrogance. What should be done about someone like this who maliciously bids without money? The host hesitated for a moment and slowly said, malicious bidders will be banned from participating in all our future events, and we will blacklist this person and their accomplices from our hotels and various industries. What? Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. The organizer of this charity gala not only had substantial power in Tianhai but also had significant industries nationwide. If she really got blacklisted, wouldn't she become a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat her? More importantly, if this scandal broke out, her career and even her life would be ruined. Su Mengqi's eyes became moist, trembling slightly, feeling afraid of such punishment. Are you scared? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Su Mengqi looked up. What met her eyes was Lin Dong's smile and those indifferent eyes. It seemed that no matter what happened, it couldn't disturb his composure. Qi Wenchuan and the others appeared like clowns. After a struggle within herself, Su Mengqi took the initiative to grasp Lin Dong's hand, gently shaking her head. I'm not scared. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He had thought Su Mengqi would abandon him and distance herself from him because of this. Unexpectedly, in the end, the little girl firmly stood by his side. This also proved that he hadn't misjudged Su Mengqi. She was a good girl who knew how to be grateful. Very good. Lin Dong nodded slightly, and in a moment, he had already planned for Su Mengqi's future. What's so good about it? Lin Dong, all of this is your own doing. I said long ago, this is not a place for you. The upper circle of Tianhai City does not welcome a petty person like you who engages in deception. Qi Wenchuan snorted coldly, crossing her arms. It was as if everyone present were her employees, waiting to be lectured by her. In her eyes, Lin Dong had already been stripped bare, leaving him utterly humiliated. To still be sitting here was a testament to his thick skin, thicker than city walls. So, are you leaving on your own, or should I have someone escort you out? For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with faces full of disgust. Even Su Mengqi, sitting beside him, faced contempt. Materialistic, a loser. There were all kinds of derogatory remarks. In this world, money and status almost determined everything. The young lady of the Qi family, and a female internet celebrity. They knew which was more important. Lin Xiao. Yu Fei was in a panic, caught in the middle, feeling like an outsider. Just then, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Miss Qi, you say I'm an unemployed drifter with no right to sit here. May I ask, where is your evidence? Evidence? Qi Wenchuan frowned slightly and said coolly, the evidence is that you can't even come up with 70 million. Everything you say is nonsense. To be honest, I had someone investigate you just now. You only own a few nightclubs, worth no more than 300 million. Even if you sold everything, what good would it do to buy this antique? It still doesn't change the fact that you're a loser. In such a short time, Qi Wenchuan had already investigated Lin Dong thoroughly. Clearly, she was not just all talk, her methods were equally sharp. No wonder her words were so powerful and confident. Ha ha ha, so your so-called evidence is this. If that's the case, you might be disappointed. Lin Dong shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. How about a bet? If I have 70 million, you buy this porcelain and give it to me. If I don't, not only will I leave immediately, but I'll also transfer all those nightclubs to you for free. What do you think? 70 million as a wager? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the previously noisy venue fell silent, as quiet as a library. Countless eyes were fixed on him, filled with shock and confusion. This guy, has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? If he wins, he gets a broken antique. If he loses, he goes bankrupt, losing billions. Not only were the bosses dumbfounded, but even Chi Wenchuan herself was momentarily at a loss. She sized Lindong up and down, as if she had seen a ghost. After a long while, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, it's really a rare sight. I've seen people give away money, but I've never seen anyone gamble themselves into bankruptcy. Lindong, I've been in business in Tianhai for so many years, navigating the ups and downs of the commercial sea. You're the first person I've seen who gambles away their life just to prove a point. You could be considered a character, but you're more of a pitiful figure for everyone to laugh at during tea breaks. Ha ha ha. The hall erupted in laughter. Who among them wasn't a business elite, sitting on hundreds of millions in assets? It was the first time they had seen a fool like Lindong. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Lindong smiled instead of getting angry, calmly saying, "What's wrong? Is Miss Chi afraid? Or are you worried about losing 70 million and feeling sorry for yourself?" Nonsense. Chi Wenchuan's phoenix eyes widened. Although she acted domineering, she had always kept her word. Hearing Lindong slander her, she couldn't hold back. Chi Wenchuan, keep my word, I'm much more reliable than you men. Lindong nodded slightly. That's good. So, does Miss Chi dare to accept this bet? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to Chi Wenchuan, waiting for her response. Unbeknownst to her, Chi Wenchuan was already being put on the spot. If she agreed, it would mean Lindong was leading her by the nose. If she disagreed, she would lose face and reputation. After considering everything, Chi Wenchuan hesitated for a moment and let out a cold snort. What do I have to be afraid of? It's just 70 million, not enough to buy a necklace. Lindong, I've been very merciful and have given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Get ready with those nightclub transfer contracts of yours. After the party ends, I'll have someone come to collect them. Chi Wenchuan was determined to win this bet. After all, she had spent a lot of money investigating Lindong's background. He was just a small boss with a few nightclubs, not someone of any significance. He was certainly not qualified to be compared with her. Miss Chi is right. I've been working in Tianhai City for decades and have seen many characters, but this name, Lindong, is the first time I've heard it. I suppose he's just a clown that popped up from nowhere. If you ask me, he's just here to ride the wave and gain attention. Didn't you see the female internet celebrity he brought with him? Wow, that's true. So he's using all of us. This speculation was convincing enough that many believed it. Nowadays, those internet celebrities online love nothing more than to attract attention and gain traffic. Those in the know were just watching a joke, while the uninformed were left dumbfounded by their tricks. Ha, you guys are really interesting. Lindong thought it was increasingly funny. He finally understood the difference between rich people and ordinary people. Ordinary people are foolish. These people are both bad and foolish. Alright, stop wasting time. Lindong waved his hand impatiently. Miss Chi, let's get started. Who among you will help me verify the funds? Before she finished speaking, Lindong took out his bank card. Almost everyone was watching his every move. However, no one stepped forward. They were waiting for Chi Wenchuan to make a decision. Only Chi Wenchuan had the qualification to verify Lindong's authenticity. Putting on a show, Chi Wenchuan snorted coldly, lifting the hem of her evening gown and striding confidently towards Lindong. Just as she was about to take the bank card, Lindong suddenly withdrew his hand. Miss Chi, what do you mean by this? What? Chi Wenchuan was taken aback, thinking Lindong was trying to play tricks. Unexpectedly, his next words left her feeling embarrassed. The parties involved in the bet are the two of us. To be fair, we should find someone else to verify the funds. What if you interfere and play some tricks? Where would I go to seek justice? I'm just a nameless nobody. I can't afford to offend the eldest daughter of the powerful Chi family. You. Chi Wenchuan's brows furrowed tightly, her delicate fists clenched. Although Lindong's words made sense, how could they sound so harsh coming from him? Then who do you suggest to verify the funds? Lindong smiled, glancing at Yufei and then at the guests around. Finally, his gaze landed on the host. Let's invite this host to help with this. I wonder if that's possible. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This choice was the most suitable. The organizer of this charity gala had a daily turnover of over 100 million. Moreover, their headquarters was not in Tianhai, and there were no direct interests between the two parties involved. Then I will respectfully comply. The host adjusted his bow tie and carefully took the bank card. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked towards the backstage. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Even though Chi Wenchuan believed she had the upper hand, she still felt a hint of unease in her heart. Looking at Lindong, he remained unmoved, steady as a mountain. Throughout, he smiled at everyone.
And that smile, no matter how one looked at it, carried a hint of mockery.
Brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi tightly grasped Lin Dong's arm, not daring to let go.
It was as if she was waiting for the judgment of fate.
Time passed second by second.
Just as everyone was becoming a bit impatient, the host, sweating on his forehead, dashed out from backstage.
Upon seeing this, Qi Wenchuan immediately asked, "So, does he have 70 million in his card?"
"No need to rush, take your time," the host nodded. In front of everyone, she stammered, I really don't have 70 million.
Ha!
Qi Wenchuan let out a long breath. The stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground, and a victorious smile once again spread across her face.
Her gaze towards Lin Dong was filled with disdain.
Unexpectedly, the host was panting heavily. At this moment, he continued to speak.
There really isn't 70 million.
There is a total of 3,250 million in assets.
What? 3,250 million? Hearing this number, Qi Wenchuan's body stiffened. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Don't talk nonsense. Miss Qi, it's absolutely true.
I guarantee it with my job, unless I don't want to work anymore, the host said with a mournful face. Just now, when he saw the bank card balance, he was also shocked. Then, he counted for a long time, afraid of making a mistake. In the end, it was confirmed to be 3,250 million.
Miss Qi, thank you for the antique you sent, I really like it.
Lin Dong said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze directed at the large vase with water dragon patterns on the stage. Just a moment ago, he was still wondering if spending 70 million to buy an antique worth 80 million was not worth it, just wasting time. He didn't expect someone to rush to pay for him. Where could he find such a good deal?
For a moment, the entire venue fell silent.
It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop.
However, Qi Wenchuan's expression was somewhat unsightly.
She clenched her fists, the bones cracking.
Impossible, I don't believe it. I get it. You two must have colluded to deliberately deceive me. You are in cahoots.
He has a way to get a platinum invitation. Bribing a small host is not a difficult task.
Qi Wenchuan seemed to have guessed the truth, glaring angrily at the host. The host's face immediately darkened.
He was just running an errand, helping to verify the funds.
The whole process was fair and just, without any fraud. Yet, he was accused and slandered by Qi Wenchuan. Who did he offend?
Miss Qi, your imagination is quite rich, or should I say, your ability to throw dirt is truly exceptional. Lin Dong took back the bank card from the host, leisurely putting it into his wallet, looking at Qi Wenchuan with a smile. Just now, you kept slandering me, saying I couldn't come up with 70 million, and even brought so many people to denounce me. Now, I have someone verify the funds, and you turn your back, slandering him as my accomplice.
What a reversal of black and white, a mouthful of nonsense.
The dignified young lady of the Qi family turns out to be a petty person who doesn't acknowledge her debts.
Impressive, truly impressive.
Lin Dong said mockingly, bowing slightly to Qi Wenchuan. In an instant, Qi Wenchuan's face turned red and white, wishing she could tear Lin Dong into pieces.
Yet, she couldn't, because every word Lin Dong said was true.
Her suspicion of the host was completely unfounded and without evidence. More importantly, to doubt the host, to some extent, was to doubt the organizer of the charity gala. If she angered the organizer and got herself thrown out, it would truly be a loss. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi Wenchuan gritted her teeth and finally let her hands drop.
Now, so many people were watching her.
If she played dirty, her reputation would really be ruined.
Lin Dong, you are ruthless.
In the end, Qi Wenchuan almost gritted her teeth to say this.
This antique, I give it to you. You must take good care of it, don't accidentally break it. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Miss Qi is really giving 70 million to Lin Dong for free? Seeing Qi Wenchuan unable to back down, several bosses quickly supported her. Miss Qi is generous and straightforward.
Miss Qi can bend and stretch, much better than some beggars.
This 70 million is just feeding the dogs. Miss Qi, losing money averts disaster, you will surely make a fortune in the future.
However, no matter how these people flattered her, they could not recover the 70 million Qi Wenchuan had lost.
Lin Dong, are you satisfied now? Qi Wenchuan glared fiercely at Lin Dong.
Looking at this big fool in front of him, Lin Dong could no longer hold back, his lips almost curling up to the sky.
Satisfied, of course satisfied. Who wouldn't be happy to suddenly gain 70 million? Everyone, was this performance exciting? If you think it was exciting, give a round of applause to encourage it. Clap clap.
After saying that, Lin Dong clapped for himself.
Unfortunately, no one dared to move. The people present were all prominent figures in Tianhai City, and with Qi Wenchuan, who they often saw but never truly interacted with, who would dare to offend each other for no reason. Only Lin Dong, a reckless character, was unafraid of anything. Ahem, everyone please be quiet. Now, let's proceed to the next auction. The host, very perceptive, quickly signaled for the hostess to bring out the next item for auction. The bosses began to bid, seemingly forgetting what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled nonchalantly. Anyway, the goal had been achieved, and there was no need to dwell on it. Munchie, did you see that? What does it mean to try to steal a chicken but end up losing rice? People just can't be too arrogant. In the future, you mustn't act like this, it's easy to lose face. Lin Dong, while holding Su Mingqi, let her feed him grapes, enjoying himself immensely. Su Mingqi, confused and unaware, nodded, her expression momentarily dazed. If she hadn't misheard, Lin Dong's card had over 3 billion? My god! Looking at Qi Wenchuan, after the heavy loss, she deflated like a punctured balloon. At the same time, she was questioning her life because of the money lying in Lin Dong's bank card. 3.25 billion. Even she couldn't come up with that much cash in a short time. Who exactly was Lin Dong? Could he be the heir of some big consortium, out here playing around? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the source of Lin Dong's assets. Thinking of this, Qi Wenchuan suddenly turned pale, and her gaze towards Lin Dong became somewhat off. She even regretted her earlier impulsive actions. On the other side, as this farce passed, the charity gala returned to its normal rhythm. However, when everyone started bidding, they all held back a bit. No one knew if Lin Dong and Qi Wenchuan would suddenly explode and intervene. Sure enough, Lin Dong didn't stay quiet for long and soon set his sights on an item, his eyes sparkling. Next up is a piece of jewelry. A white jade phoenix pendant, starting bid 18 million. A beautifully crafted phoenix pendant was placed on a glass display. Under the incandescent light, it emitted a strange glow. The luster was elegant, and the quality was excellent. It was clear at a glance that it was a top-grade jade. Good stuff. This phoenix pendant is nice, it's perfect for my wife. Get lost. I want this pendant, no one can compete with me. A group of big bosses argued fiercely. Following that, a series of bids began. 19 million. 20 million. I bid 21 million. Suddenly, the host caught a glimpse of someone in the corner with his peripheral vision, and his heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening. I bid 22 million. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone instinctively shut their mouths and looked at Lin Dong, their expressions complex. 10 minutes ago, they had all looked down on this kid, thinking he was some small-time player. Now, almost everyone regarded him with new eyes. Although Lin Dong's bid wasn't high, just an additional million, for a moment, no one in either Zone A or Zone B dared to raise their paddles to compete with him. 22 million once, 22 million twice, 22 million 3 times. The host looked around, waited for a long time, and seeing no one else bidding, he raised his hammer high and then brought it down heavily. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for winning this white jade phoenix pendant. Boring. Lin Dong shrugged. He had thought these wealthy tycoons would put up more of a fight. He didn't expect them to have so little courage. White jade phoenix pendant value, 28 million. Lin Dong spent so much money to win this white jade phoenix pendant, and it was certainly not a whim. Instead, he wanted to give it as a gift to his mother, Li Xiuqin. If Li Xiuqin knew that the gift her son was giving her was worth 28 million, she would probably be unable to sleep for days and nights. The auction continued, but Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to even glance at it. After all, he didn't genuinely like antiques. The only reason he attended this auction was to find a bargain. If there was no opportunity, he might as well take a nap. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Dong was feeling a bit drowsy and dozing off, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Turning his head, he saw Su Mingqi sitting up straight, her gaze fixed intensely on the stage, breathing rapidly. The delicate figure beneath her white evening gown was trembling. Lin Dong rubbed his sleepy eyes, forcing himself to wake up. At that moment, the host was introducing a necklace. Next up is a necklace that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. The Kiss of Venus. This necklace, as its name suggests, has a unique design, modern yet elegant, set with a total of 118 diamonds, weighing a staggering 23 carats, truly a jewel among jewels. Venus is the revered goddess of beauty in Western mythology, and her kiss is the crystallization of love and beauty. On the glass display stand lay an extraordinarily beautiful diamond necklace, sparkling with dazzling brilliance. It was as if Mercury had spilled, stars hung in the sky, filled with luxury and nobility. Its starting bid was absurdly high. 40 million. It was 20 million more than the large jade vase with the water dragon pattern. If anyone wore this necklace around their neck, they would undoubtedly become the most attention-grabbing woman at the charity gala, even in the world. Wow. Honey, get it for me. As soon as the Kiss of Venus made its debut, countless women went wild, excitedly tugging at their partner's arms, their eyes filled with longing. Although Su Mingqi's actions weren't as exaggerated as theirs, she still couldn't hide her excitement.
Biting her lip, her big watery eyes were glued to the stage.
Want it?
A lazy voice suddenly came from Lin Dong's side. Su Mingqi was momentarily stunned. Then, she quickly shook her head.
No, I just think it's very beautiful. It would look even more beautiful around your neck.
Lin Dong casually said a cheesy line. Before Su Mingqi could react, he began writing down his bid.
43 million.
However, just as he was about to raise his paddle, he heard a familiar voice coming from the front row.
43 million.
As soon as this voice spoke, countless people turned to look. It was none other than the eldest daughter of the Qi family, Qi Wenchuan. Earlier, she had suffered a defeat at Lin Dong's hands and had been silent for quite a while.
Unexpectedly, she couldn't hold back any longer. In fact, Qi Wenchuan attended this charity gala specifically for this necklace. Is that Miss Qi? Miss Qi has her eyes on this necklace? That's normal, everyone has a love for beauty. What girl doesn't like jewelry? 43 million, that's quite a hefty sum. The Qi family is indeed wealthy and powerful. It seems this necklace is destined for Miss Qi. Everyone nodded in agreement, tacitly giving up on the bidding. Competing with Qi Wenchuan, their chances were slim. It was better to do her a favor and go with the flow. Moreover, Qi Wenchuan had just taken a fall at Lin Dong's hands and needed to regain her face. Now, competing with her could easily lead to resentment. Seeing no one else bidding, Qi Wenchuan looked around, her tense expression finally beginning to relax. 50 million.
Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Qi Wenchuan's pupils constricted, and she instinctively turned her head.
As expected, the familiar face came into view.
At that moment, he was yawning while holding up his paddle, looking utterly bored.
Lin Dong.
It was Lin Dong again. Qi Wenchuan furrowed her brows, almost knitting them into a frown.
Why was this guy always opposing her? Lin Dong, you don't have to, really.
It's just a necklace, there's no need to spend so much money.
What if it gets lost?
Su Mingqi said in a bit of a panic. She had only glanced a couple more times, and Lin Dong directly threw out 50 million, his action swift and decisive.
It couldn't help but remind her of that night during the live stream. The same extravagant spending, the same disregard for everything. Munchie, I told you, as long as it's something you like, no matter how expensive, I'll buy it for you. And besides, that old woman mocked you so much before, are you really willing to let her take this necklace? Upon hearing this, Su Mingqi was momentarily stunned. Then she turned her head and was startled to find Qi Wenchuan staring intently in their direction. Clearly, she had a great interest in the necklace. Although she felt a bit scared, with Lin Dong's support, she mustered the courage to glare back fiercely. She was not the wild chicken or actress that Qi Wenchuan referred to, but Lin Dong's woman. Qi Wenchuan was taken aback by Su Mingqi's fierce glare. This little woman was just an internet celebrity. How dare she challenge her? But thinking of Lin Dong behind Su Mingqi, Qi Wenchuan felt uneasy again.
On the other side, a group of onlookers were whispering among themselves.
Is it this Lin Dong again? Is he never going to stop?
It's one thing to snatch that vase, but now he wants to take this necklace too.
Is he really going head-to-head with Miss Qi? Did you not see the woman sitting next to him? She's probably the one he bought it for.
There's nothing to be done, he has the capital.
He has over 3 billion in his bank account, stronger than most people here. How much do you think Miss Qi will bid? I guess at least 60 million. I guess it will double, 80 million.
Amidst the whispers, the host was proceeding with the auction. 50 million once, 50 million twice. At this point, the host unconsciously glanced at Qi Wenchuan, waiting for her to continue bidding. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenchuan was like a frostbitten eggplant, silent and unresponsive. No one knew what she was thinking. 50 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for winning the Kiss of Venus.
What? This result surprised everyone.
They all looked at Qi Wenchuan in unison, not understanding why this young lady gave up bidding.
Could it be that she ran out of money? Impossible.
Qi Wenchuan was worth billions. With the big Qi real estate behind her, there was no way she couldn't come up with 70 million.
So why did she back down? Everyone was puzzled.
Lin Dong was also confused. However, he didn't think too much about it, just coldly shook his head with a sneer.
I can't understand what this woman is thinking, but that doesn't matter.
What's important is, Mingqi, this necklace now belongs to you. Dear guests, this charity gala has come to an end.
Thank you all for your generous support, and we hope to see you again. As the host delivered the closing remarks, this grand charity gala finally came to a close. Under the guidance of several hostesses, the guests left in an orderly manner.
They all remembered the name Lin Dong, immensely curious about this wealthy man with over 3 billion in his bank account, wondering who he really was. On the other side, Chi Wenchuan, who had arrived with great confidence and a desire to trample everyone underfoot, left feeling lost and empty-eyed. The kiss of Venus she had longed for ended up being taken by an internet celebrity. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. But thinking of Lin Dong's unfathomable background, she could only reluctantly lower her flag and retreat, planning to investigate thoroughly after returning and settle the score later. Before long, the bustling gala scene became empty. Su Mengqi still sat in her chair, unable to believe everything that had just happened. The only thing that felt real to her was the arm around her shoulders and the heavy diamond necklace around her neck. It sparkled brilliantly, like stars shining brightly.
Brother Lin Dong, pinch me, I can't be dreaming, right?
Seeing Su Mengqi's adorable expression, Lin Dong smiled mischievously.
This is what you asked for. What? Ah! Su Mengqi hadn't reacted yet. The next moment, a large hand pinched her on the butt. It made her feel tingly and her pretty face turned red. Why pinch there? So annoying. Brother Lin Dong, why are you bullying me? Didn't you ask me to pinch? Don't worry, there's plenty of flesh there, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, but it's so embarrassing, so shy. Su Mengqi gently bit her lip, not daring to meet Lin Dong's fiery gaze. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, the big bad wolf would eat her up. Tap tap. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Su Mengqi, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly shrank into Lin Dong's embrace. Seeing this scene, the newcomer smiled knowingly. Then, he nodded at Lin Dong. Young Master Lin. Boss, is there something you need? Lin Dong glanced back at Yu Fei. To his surprise, the host of the charity gala had also come along. Young Master Lin, this time, you've really stolen the spotlight. That group of wealthy ladies loves to gossip and share rumors. I'm afraid, by the end of the night, your name will be known throughout Tianhai, with no one unaware. Yu Fei first flattered Lin Dong a bit. Then, he introduced the host. He represents Xingyao Group, the organizer of this gala, and insisted on meeting you. I really couldn't stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, the host smiled apologetically and handed over a black card filled with a sense of nobility. This is Young Master Lin. That Miss Chi has caused quite a stir at the gala multiple times. Thank you for helping us out. Our boss contacted me as soon as he heard. This is our Xingyao Group's black card, and currently, only 100 have been issued nationwide. Cardholders enjoy the highest level of service at all our properties, with a limit of 10 million that can be used for free. Please do us the honor of accepting it. Yu Fei nodded repeatedly beside him, afraid Lin Dong would refuse. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony, ha. Lin Dong chuckled. When someone is eager to give you money, there's really no reason to refuse. Moreover, 10 million is nothing to the large and prosperous Xingyao Group. The most important thing is that Lin Dong saw the other party's sincerity. They wanted to be friends with him. Young Master Lin, how about I give you a ride? No need, I drove here myself, I can go back on my own. Got it, I understand. Yu Fei smiled and nodded, looking at Su Mengqi sitting beside him, revealing a knowing smile that all men understand. Lin Dong was going to handle serious business. Not long after, Lin Dong held Su Mengqi's little hand and arrived at the parking lot, getting into the Panamera. Mengqi, how do you feel tonight? You weren't scared, were you? No. Su Mengqi said she wasn't scared. In reality, her heart was already in turmoil. Everything she saw and heard that night far exceeded her understanding. Of course, what made her feel the most dreamlike was the necklace she was wearing around her neck. Brother Lin Dong, what is it? Does this necklace really belong to me? Isn't it too precious? Su Mengqi gently bit her red lips, feeling very insecure, always thinking it was a bit unreal. She hadn't done anything, so why did Lin Dong give her such an expensive gift? Of course it belongs to you. Lin Dong, give away things with a spit and a nail, there's no reason to ask for them back. Besides, what use is it for me to keep it? Such a beautiful necklace can only show its value when worn around your neck. Otherwise, it's worthless. Is that so? Hearing this, Su Mengqi's heart raced, and she gently bit her lip. The next moment, without Lin Dong saying anything, she leaned in closer to him, falling into Lin Dong's embrace. Mengqi. As soon as Lin Dong called her name, his mouth was blocked. Su Mengqi. Your matters are much more important than mine. Su Mengqi stared with her big, watery eyes, tightly hugging Lin Dong's arm, like a clingy little kitten. She clearly wanted to stay with Lin Dong but insisted he go and be busy. Perhaps, this was the way a little girl pouted. Lin Dong smiled faintly, affectionately ruffling Su Mengqi's little head. Be good, I'll be back in a few days. If anything happens, call me right away, don't make me worry. Su Mengqi nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, faintly a bit disappointed. However, she still listened to Lin Dong. Soon, the two of them got dressed. Lin Dong took Su Mingqi back to school and then headed towards his hometown county. In the back seat, there were two exquisite and luxurious wooden gift boxes. Inside were the two antiques Lin Dong had found the night before, a large vase with dragon patterns and a white jade phoenix pendant. One was for his grandfather Lin Chongqing. The other was for his mother Li Xiuqin. Either of these antiques, placed outside, would be enough to cause a stir. The white jade phoenix pendant was worth nearly 30 million. However, the emperor's exclusive large vase with dragon patterns was valued at a staggering 83 million. Such an expensive antique, given to Lin Chongqing as a birthday gift, would surely make the Lin family's ancestral grave smoke with pride. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly, memories flashing through his mind. He couldn't wait to see the faces of those relatives who had once belittled his family. 2 hours later, Lin Dong drove to Qingshan County, an old residential area. This was where he had grown up. Qingshan County was large, but economically backward. After graduating from university, Lin Dong insisted on staying in Tianhai City to develop, also because this place was too barren, with little room for growth. Unexpectedly, after several years in Tianhai City, he still hadn't made a name for himself. If it weren't for the system's appearance, he might still be toiling away. Fortunately, all that is behind me. A gentle breeze brushed past the car window, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. At the same time, with the appearance of the Panamera, countless eyes were drawn to it. Whose young master is this, coming to our county? This is a Porsche Panamera, at least over $1 million. Probably a big boss here for business or a young master out for fun. People whispered, their eyes filled with envy. They had no idea that the one sitting in the car was just a poor kid from the county, just a few days ago still broke. On the way home, Lin Dong also bought some health supplements to nourish his energy and blood. Holding them in his hands, they looked quite full. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Dong opened the door. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a slim figure, wearing a floral apron around her waist, came out with a beaming smile. Son, you finally came back. Why did you bring so many things? Lin Dong chuckled as he handed the items to Li Xiuqin. Then, he looked around but didn't see his father Lin Xiangqian. Mom, where's Dad? While putting away the items, Li Xiuqin said, I forgot to tell you, your dad found a job these days, working as a security guard at the Lihua Hotel in the county, making several thousand a month. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Last time, he had sent home 100,000. He didn't want his parents, at their age, to have to work hard. In the future, he would send even more money. He didn't expect Lin Xiangqian to go out and be a security guard. Noticing that Lin Dong seemed a bit displeased, Li Xiuqin quickly added, You child, why are you staring like that? Your dad is earning money for you, isn't he? Mom, didn't I just transfer you 100,000? Li Xiuqin sighed, helplessly saying, You don't know, nowadays, 100,000 isn't worth much. You don't know, here, the bride price has risen to 88,000. Plus buying a house, a car, and holding a wedding, it costs at least several 100,000. Bride price? Lin Dong was taken aback. Li Xiuqin then realized that she had let something slip. With no other choice, she could only lay everything bare. These past few days, Mom has been busy arranging a blind date for you. The young lady has finally agreed to come over for dinner, so please, don't say anything inappropriate. She works at a bank, has a stable job, and a good salary, so you must make a good impression. Mentioning the blind date brought an involuntary smile to Li Xiuqin's face. At her age, her greatest hope was to see her child settle down and to hold a chubby grandchild soon. Not long ago, her son had just broken up. She became anxious and started inquiring around for suitable girls. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. So this was the happy event Li Xiuqin had mentioned over the phone. Hiding a blind date from him? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xiuqin, it's me, Zhang the matchmaker. I've brought the person, hurry and open the door. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqin quickly ran to open the door. What came into view was a middle-aged plump woman. She must be the so-called Zhang the matchmaker. Behind her was a young woman, dressed in a floral dress and wearing black round glasses. Lin Dong glanced over. He had to admit that with some makeup, she did have a bit of charm. However, compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, she still fell short by a large margin. It was like the difference between a first-tier star and a massage parlor technician. Oh, you must be Yuan Yuan, you're even prettier than in the photos. Come in quickly, Auntie has prepared a big feast, just waiting for you. Under Li Xiuqin's enthusiastic invitation, the beauty named Huang Yuan Yuan responded perfunctorily and stepped inside. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Now he understood why Li Xiuqin had prepared so much good food and drink. It was all for his blind date. Out of respect for his mother, he decided to go along with it. Whatever needed to be discussed could wait until after this meal. Alright, Xiuqin, let's step outside for a moment.
so we don't become a third wheel here. Let these two young people get to know each other first. As Zhang the matchmaker spoke, she pulled Li Xiuqin outside. The latter also realized she was somewhat superfluous and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Son, be quick about it, Mama's waiting for good news. Soon, the two closed the door and hurried downstairs, leaving Huang Yuanyuan and Lin Dong staring at each other. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Dong took the initiative to speak. Hello, my name is Lin Dong. Yes, Zhang the matchmaker has already told me about you. You graduated from Tianhai University of Technology, now working in Tianhai, earning 7,000 a month, renting a place, right? Huang Yuanyuan said slowly. When she mentioned the 7,000 monthly income, a hint of undisguised disdain flashed in her eyes, making one uncomfortable. Lin Dong was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to know so much about him. It was likely that Li Xiuqin had spilled the beans. However, judging by Huang Yuanyuan's tone, she seemed quite dismissive. Sure enough, facing a table full of good food and drink, Huang Yuanyuan showed no interest in picking up her chopsticks and coldly stated, "You should already know my name. Let me tell you about myself. I work at a bank in Qingshan County, have a stable position, and earn 5,000 a month. I have many hobbies, like traveling, photography, yoga." Zhang the matchmaker said you are quite busy with work and probably don't have time for these things, right? Also, I don't know if you plan to stay in Tianhai or return to Qingshan County for development. If you stay in Tianhai, you can't even afford a house. If you go back to Qingshan County, there are no stable positions, and other jobs pay very low and are unstable. Huang Yuanyuan's tone was aggressive. What she said completely overshadowed Lin Dong. Just the term stable position was enough to make many people feel inferior. Seeing Lin Dong silent, Huang Yuanyuan thought he was too intimidated to speak and couldn't help but sneer. Actually, I didn't want to come today at all. If it weren't for Zhang's matchmaker nagging me to give her face, I wouldn't meet someone like you, a loser. I've had plenty of men chasing me, and many of them are better than you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Just thinking about how Li Xiuqin had to lower her face and seek help from others for her lifelong happiness made him feel it was all so unworthy. But since I'm here, I might as well just go through the motions. I won't be eating, someone will come to pick me up in a bit. Pick you up? Lin Dong's gaze froze. What does that mean? Huang Yuanyuan leisurely took out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to someone. Of course, it's my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? Lin Dong was taken aback. What is this woman thinking? She has a boyfriend and still comes to a blind date? What's so surprising about that? Dating doesn't necessarily mean marriage, I'm just having fun with him. He makes tens of thousands a month and is willing to spend money on me, so of course, I want to be with him. Huang Yuanyuan sneered. Compared to that, Lin Dong's monthly income of 7,000, while having to rent a place, was simply pathetic. Moreover, the Lin family lived in such an old community, so their financial situation couldn't be too good. For a moment, Huang Yuanyuan's face was full of disdain. She even moved a little further away from Lin Dong, as if talking to him diminished her own status. Lin Dong shook his head lightly and smiled helplessly. In Huang Yuanyuan's eyes, the two of them were not from the same world at all. She couldn't even be bothered to pretend, nor did she plan to eat a single bite. They truly were not from the same world. However, the one standing on the peak, looking down at the other, was not Huang Yuanyuan, but Lin Dong. Thinking of this, Lin Dong looked at Huang Yuanyuan with eyes full of pity and mockery. What kind of look is that? You don't think you're something special, do you? Noticing Lin Dong's unusual expression, Huang Yuanyuan couldn't help but frown. How dare a pathetic loser look down on her? In an instant, Huang Yuanyuan felt a bit rattled. Don't think that just because you work in Tianhai City, you're better than the poor guys in Qingshan County. Let me tell you, there are plenty of people like you. Making 7,000 a month, in Tianhai, you can't even afford a toilet. Can you afford it? Lin Dong suddenly spoke up. Huang Yuanyuan's face flushed, nearly choked by this remark. Her salary was 5,000, plus various benefits and year-end bonuses, she could make 7 or 8,000. In a small county, that was quite good. However, she spent a lot and hardly saved any money. And with housing prices in Tianhai over 10,000, how could she possibly afford it? We're not the same. What's different? I'm a woman, and my boyfriend is rich. She said this without a hint of embarrassment. At the same time, her attitude towards Lin Dong became even worse. Originally, I heard from Zhang's matchmaker that you were quite ambitious. But now, it looks like you're just a pile of dog poop. Even dog poop knows how to work hard for money. After struggling in Tianhai for several years, you only make 7,000 a month. This is all you'll ever be. Are you done? Lin Dong didn't even lift his head, speaking indifferently. As soon as he said this, Huang Yuan, who had been chattering away, was momentarily stunned. Then, her brows furrowed deeply.
What do you mean? I mean, since it's not suitable, I won't keep you for lunch. People like us can't afford to entertain someone like you.
As Lin Dong spoke, he scooped a spoonful of chicken soup to drink. Then came the braised ribs, mapo tofu, and spicy potato shreds.
Although these dishes, whether in terms of ingredients or presentation, were far from comparable to Taiha Garden, in Lin Dong's heart, no delicacy could compare.
Because these were made with care by Li Xiuqin. They were all his favorites. A woman like Huang Yuan, with her snobbish eyes, was not worthy of tasting them. She had no right to sit at the same table with him.
You! Huang Yuan was choked half to death by Lin Dong's cold attitude.
Just as she was about to explode, a phone call came in. Instantly, her expression changed. 1 second she was furious, the next she wore a charming smile, full of flirtation.
Honey, why did you take so long to call? I've been waiting anxiously. Ahem. Hearing that sultry voice, Lin Dong almost spat out the chicken soup he had just swallowed. Goodness, you have two faces.
Soon, a dull male voice, pressed by fat on the vocal cords, came from the other end of the line.
Baby, are you done? I'm almost there, hurry down. Huang Yuan nodded eagerly.
That little expression was so excited, she almost wanted to stick her face through the phone.
Mwah, honey.
After saying that, she hung up, picked up her bag, and adjusted her clothes. She even patted herself down, as if Lin Dong's home were filthy. I won't waste time here anymore, my boyfriend is here to pick me up.
Someone like you will never find a wife in your life. Stinky loser.
After saying that, Huang Yuan rolled her eyes at Lin Dong.
Crash.
Lin Dong suddenly stood up.
What are you going to do?
Huang Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her chest, looking a bit flustered. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just shrugged and said lightly, let's go downstairs together, it's just right, I'll clarify with my mom not to arrange any more blind dates for me.
Whatever. Huang Yuan snorted coldly and pulled open the door.
The two walked downstairs, one in front of the other.
At that moment, Li Xiuqin and matchmaker Zhang were anxiously waiting.
Seeing the two appear, they immediately smiled and welcomed them.
Why are you down so quickly? It's only been a few minutes.
Xiuqin, you don't understand, young people today are efficient with blind dates, it's all fast-paced.
I think this will work out. It's still my son, he knows to specially send the girl home.
Li Xiuqin smiled so widely her mouth could hardly close.
It was as if she could already see Lin Dong getting married and herself holding a chubby grandson. The next moment, matchmaker Zhan walked ahead and tentatively asked, Yuan, how is it? Is it going well? He. Huang Yuan sneered, not even glancing at Lin Dong.
Aunt Zhang, please don't introduce me to people like him anymore. No money, no looks, and such a bad temper. What a piece of work.
Matchmaker Zhang was taken aback.
Li Xiuqin's smile gradually froze on her face. On the other side, Huang Yuan continued to criticize, belittling Lin Dong to nothing, trampling him into the ground.
In a big city like Tianhai, only 7,000 a month, what can you do with that? The job isn't stable either, he could be laid off at any time. With such conditions, it's really too poor, who wouldn't be better than him chasing me?
Hearing this, Li Xiuqin's previously beaming expression instantly drooped. Her intention was good, to help her son with his marriage issues. Unexpectedly, not only did the blind date fail, but she also got scolded for nothing.
Alright, my boyfriend is coming soon, I won't chat with you anymore. What? Yuan, you have a boyfriend?
Now, Li Xiuqin was truly dizzy. The girl didn't take it seriously at all, casually saying, so what if I have a boyfriend?
I'm not married. Besides, if I don't find a boyfriend, who will treat me to meals, buy me phones and bags? Don't be ridiculous.
Li Xiuqin frowned tightly, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed this matter was completely hopeless. The young girl was beautiful, had a stable job. Why should she marry into their family and suffer with Lin Dong?
However, the fact that Huang Yuan had a boyfriend yet still came out for blind dates was something she simply couldn't accept. Eating from one bowl while looking at another.
Such behavior, in her era, was called messing around with relationships. In front of neighbors, it was something to be ashamed of. She really didn't know if she was too feudal or if today's young people were too open.
Sigh.
Li Xiuqin's face was troubled, on the verge of collapse. Just then, a large hand grabbed her arm. Mom, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds, you don't have to take her seriously.
Besides, who says our family is doing poorly?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, appearing indifferent. Li Xiuqin thought Lin Dong was comforting her and revealed a bitter smile. She was a housewife, and Lin Xiangqian was a security guard, that wasn't considered bad.
What would be considered bad? Son, I'm sorry, it's Mom who was too anxious. It's okay, Mom, actually
Lin Dong began to explain. Beep. A series of honks sounded. Then, a white sedan drove into the community. In the middle of the front, there was a large silver trident star emblem. A Mercedes C200. Worth over 300,000. With a bang, a chubby man with a big head and ears, wearing a large gold chain around his neck, got out of the car, dramatically slamming the door. His belly looked like it had 2 inner tubes. At first glance, he resembled a big old sow trying to walk like a human. When Huang Yuan saw him, she forced a smile and ran over. Honey, you finally made it. What are we having for dinner tonight? Seafood or hot pot? Huang Yuan clung to the chubby man's arm, shaking it with anticipation. Seeing this scene, Zheng the matchmaker and Li Xiuqin frowned tightly. Lin Dong almost vomited his meal. This woman really had no standards. If one didn't know better, they would think she had just escaped from a meat processing plant. What are we eating? All you think about is eating. Didn't you say you had something to discuss? Who's that guy? Oh, so you're messing around behind my back, huh? The chubby man snorted, pointing at Lin Dong, and began to question Huang Yuan. He thought she was putting a green hat on him. Hearing the chubby man's accusations, Huang Yuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, quickly explaining. Honey, don't misunderstand, I was forced by my family to go on a blind date. I was just going through the motions. Don't worry, in this lifetime, I only love you. With a loser like this, how could I possibly like him? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was still processing it, but Li Xiuqin couldn't take it anymore. Miss Huang, what do you mean by that? On what basis do you insult my son? You may not think highly of him, but you cannot insult him. Li Xiuqin's emotions were a bit agitated. Her son, aside from earning a little less, was not unworthy of her. A gold-digging woman who clung to rich men and still went on blind dates had no right to insult her son. Oh, your family has quite the temper. What? Am I wrong? Hearing Li Xiuqin's retort, Huang Yuan's sarcasm deepened, and she couldn't help but sneer. Calling him a loser is already being polite. Not to mention, my boyfriend is the same age as him, has a house and a car. What does he have that compares? As she spoke, the chubby man driving the Mercedes nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was enjoying Huang Yuan's flattery. His gaze towards Lin Dong's family was filled with disdain. Mom, don't get angry. It's not worth it to argue with people like this. At a critical moment, Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Li Xiuqin back. Then, he looked at the pair of dog and woman who were singing in harmony, his gaze gradually turning cold. Aren't you two leaving? Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Talking to people like you is simply a waste of my time. By the way, Mom, I prepared a gift for you, it's still in the car. Now, let's go get it. A car? Li Xiuqin was taken aback and blurted out, Son, when did you buy a car? Zheng the matchmaker also looked surprised. She had been neighbors with Lin Dong's family for over a decade and clearly remembered that when Lin Dong returned for the new year, he took a long-distance bus. It took a full 5 hours, and his butt was sore. When did he buy a car? What time is it? Still trying to save face. If you had a car, wouldn't you have mentioned it earlier? I get it. It's a two-wheeler, right? Anyway, an electric bike is still a vehicle. Huang Yuan's words were filled with sarcasm, causing the chubby guy driving the Mercedes to laugh heartily and unconsciously pull her into his embrace. He had nothing else, just 3 houses from the demolition compensation at home, and plenty of money. Knowing that the men who went on blind dates with Huang Yuan were nowhere near as good as him made him feel incredibly proud. His gaze towards Lin Dong was like that of a clown. Li Xiuqin's face flushed, and she kept tugging at Lin Dong's shirt. Son, forget it, let's go home for dinner. From now on, Mom won't arrange any more blind dates for you, don't embarrass yourself. Zheng the matchmaker comforted, Shaolin, it's not going to work. Auntie will help you find a job in the county later, don't stay in Tianhai City. That kind of big city isn't suitable for us. It costs several thousand just for food and lodging every month, it's too hard. Seeing both of them trying to persuade him, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Mom, Aunt Zhang, I'm not lying to you. I really drove back. Then, where did you park your car? Li Xiuqin still had some doubts and asked tentatively. She had never heard Lin Dong mention buying a car. Moreover, Lin Dong only earned 7,000 a month. Last time, he even sent home 100,000. How could he have money to buy a car? Even if he really bought one, at most it would be a second-hand car worth a few tens of thousands. It couldn't compare to the chubby guy's Mercedes at all. Mom, don't worry. Lin Dong smiled, pulling Li Xiuqin outside. Baby, let's go over too and see what car he drives, huh? Ha ha. The chubby guy grinned, holding Huang Yuan, his eyes squinting with joy. Okay. Huang Yuan also smiled brightly, already calculating what cosmetics to buy later. Of course, the money would be covered by the chubby guy. Soon, the group followed Lin Dong to the corner of the community. Along the way, Li Xiuqin was worried. It was one thing for her to lose face, but she didn't want her son's reputation to be tarnished. If this matter got out, how would Lin Dong find a wife in the future? No woman would want to marry a man who was all talk and no action. Son, Mom, that's my car. What do you think, is it okay? Your car? Li Xiuqin looked in the direction Lin Dong was pointing. A sleek black sports car was parked under the tree. Its lines were smooth and dynamic, with the iconic frog-eye headlights shining brightly. It looked like a cheetah, keenly watching its prey ahead. Although Li Xiuqin didn't know what brand the car was, she could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot, even more impressive than the chubby guy's Mercedes C. Son, is this really your car? Don't lie to Mom, there's no need for that. Li Xiuqin's eyes widened, completely unable to believe that this car belonged to Lin Dong. He was just a worker, how could he afford a luxury car? Just then, a commotion broke out. Porsche Panamera? License plate with 5/8. This car should cost 2 to 3 million, right? Whose car is this? The chubby guy's mouth dropped open in surprise, his eyes nearly popping out. Lin Dong, is this car yours? How is that possible? Huang Yuan frowned, looking incredulous. At that moment, she suddenly saw the shocked expression on Li Xiuqin's face and had a realization. This car, even Li Xiuqin had never seen, how could it possibly belong to Lin Dong? I get it, you must have known about the blind date. You rented the car in advance, or borrowed it, right? Or did you secretly drive your boss's car back? Yes, it must be that way. Huang Yuan increasingly felt this was the case. If Lin Dong were a rich man, how could he live in such a shabby community? For a blind date, his mom even had to cook herself? So that's it, you scared me for a moment. The chubby guy also found it reasonable. He immediately gasped for breath, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. He didn't know if it was because he was too fat and hot, or if he was genuinely intimidated by Lin Dong. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin became even more restless. Son, is what they said true? Did you really borrow this car? I didn't borrow it, I stole it. Huang Yuan smiled and added. Shut up. Lin Dong couldn't take it anymore. A gold-digging woman like Huang Yuan, who only valued wealth, he wouldn't even spare her a glance on a normal day. What right did she have to mock him repeatedly? More importantly, she had insulted Li Xiuqin. That was something he couldn't tolerate. I told you, this car is mine. Lin Dong snorted coldly and, under everyone's gaze, took out the car keys. Then, he opened the car door and pulled out a fist-sized exquisite gift box. The outer packaging was inlaid with several gemstones and embroidered with golden threads. It was hard to imagine the value of what was inside. What? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan was stunned. She worked at a bank and had dealt with gold and jewelry often. She recognized at a glance that what Lin Dong held was worth a fortune. At least several $100,000. This is impossible. Li Xiuqin was also dazed. Son, what's inside this? Don't scare Mom. Lin Dong smiled faintly, personally opened the gift box, and took out a white jade phoenix pendant. Before coming back, he had specially commissioned someone to turn it into a necklace. Just a little trinket, not expensive, only 200,000 or 300,000. Lin Dong didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that if Li Xiuqin knew the pendant was worth over 40 million, she might have a heart attack on the spot. 200,000 or 300,000? Even so, Li Xiuqin trembled, shivering. The hardest to accept was still Huang Yuan and her Mercedes boyfriend. Could it be that he really is a rich man? For a moment, everyone was staring at the phoenix pendant around Li Xiuqin's neck. Although she was just a housewife, for some reason, after putting it on, it didn't seem out of place at all. Perhaps this is what they mean by money can elevate a person. Son, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Please don't scare Mom. Li Xiuqin tightly grasped Lin Dong's hand, her expression somewhat anxious. Last time, when Lin Dong sent money home, she sensed something was off. She didn't expect it to get bigger each time. This time, he came back driving a luxury car worth millions. The speed at which he was making money exceeded her imagination. The only reasonable explanation was illegal activities. Others shared the same doubts. How did this poor kid suddenly become wealthy? Lin Dong said lightly, Mom, actually, I quit my job a long time ago and started my own company, opening a few stores in the city center. Business is SOSO. I make about 1 to 2 million a month. Just? Hearing those two words, Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded, and others were equally shocked, unable to believe their ears. 1 to 2 million a month. This was no longer a loser. He was practically a tycoon. Really? Li Xiuqin still couldn't believe it, tightly gripping Lin Dong's hand, both nervous and excited.
Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, "Of course it's true. Later, I'll buy a house in Tianhai, and we'll move there. If you and Dad don't want to leave Qingshan County, I'll buy a villa in the county. Money doesn't matter, whatever is convenient." Thud. Hearing this, the chubby guy who had just looked down on Lin Dong almost stumbled. Their family had struck it rich with the demolition, getting several houses and hundreds of thousands in cash, totaling nearly 2 million. Yet, Lin Dong earned that much in just a month. The gap was simply too vast. Remembering how he had just mocked Lin Dong, the chubby guy's expression changed, and he couldn't help but gasp. This. Wait, where's my treasure? The chubby guy suddenly felt his hand loosen. Turning around, he realized that Huang Yuan had actually run over to Lin Dong. Moreover, she had even taken out lipstick to touch up her makeup. It had to be said that she was already somewhat attractive. After putting on makeup, she looked even more seductive. No wonder, it can make fat brother infatuated. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. I might have spoken a bit too hastily just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Lin Dong turned his head. Huang Yuan was standing in front of him, holding her small bag with both hands, looking shy. What is it? Miss Huang, is there something else? No, I just sincerely want to apologize to you. Huang Yuan's pretty face flushed. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Li Xiuqin. And Aunt Li, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you angry. By the way, the food you made was delicious, I really liked it. Next time I come to find Lin Dong, I hope I can still taste your cooking. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was momentarily taken aback. Then she quickly understood why Huang Yuan's attitude had done a complete 180. Wasn't it just because her son was wealthy? However, she hadn't forgotten how Huang Yuan had just slandered Lin Dong. A woman like this was not worth having. What made Li Xiuqin even more disdainful was that Huang Yuan was shameless, having a boyfriend yet coming out to date, straddling two boats. In ancient times, this would be called the red apricot out of the wall, and she would be punished severely. Li Xiuqin opened her mouth, just about to speak, but Lin Dong coldly said, "No need, Miss Huang, our family does not welcome you. Besides, I remember, just now, you didn't even touch your chopsticks. You didn't eat a single bite of the food my mom made. How do you know it tastes good?" Huang Yuan was instantly at a loss for words, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. She knew that what she had just said was excessive. However, in order to marry a rich man, she couldn't care less about her pride and immediately began to plead. "Lin Dong, just give me a chance, forgive me. After all, I work at the county bank, I have a stable job. And, I'm so pretty, I completely deserve you." Pretty? Ha! Lin Dong scoffed. In a big city like Tianhai, women with looks like Huang Yuan were a dime a dozen. Compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, she was just an ordinary girl. An ordinary girl to the extreme. Seeing that Lin Dong wasn't buying it, Huang Yuan quickly turned to plead with Li Xiuqin again. She knew that mothers were always anxious about their sons' lifelong affairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to arrange blind dates. "Auntie, don't worry, as long as Lin Dong agrees, we can get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I often do housework at home, I must be a virtuous wife. Also, I'm willing to give Lin Dong a few chubby kids." Hearing this, Li Xiuqin instinctively felt a bit moved. However, thinking of Huang Yuan's ugly face just now, she immediately shook her head. She wanted to find a good helper for Lin Dong, not a gold digger who would drain his money. More importantly, anyone with eyes could see that Huang Yuan was after Lin Dong's money. If she really married in, who knows, they might get divorced and split the assets right after the wedding. No. Li Xiuqin firmly shook her head. Huang Yuan, seeing this, felt regretful to the core. If she had known Lin Dong was this wealthy, she would have acted more obediently. With her charm, how could she not win Lin Dong over? "Huang Yuan, what do you mean?" At that moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "I spend tens of thousands on you every month, and you dare to flirt with another man in front of me. Am I blind to fall for a cheap woman like you? Don't come looking for me again, we're breaking up." Hearing this, Huang Yuan's face turned pale. Then, she quickly turned around and ran towards the Mercedes-Benz. At this time, Fat Brother had already gotten into the car and started the engine. Having been humiliated by Lin Dong, he was already filled with anger. Seeing Huang Yuan desperately trying to please the other man, how could he sit still? He was about to lose all face. "Honey, don't go." Huang Yuan lost a shoe but managed to run over just in time, grabbing Fat Brother's arm tightly, not letting him leave. She even tried to squeeze into the Mercedes-Benz. However, Fat Brother had already been disgusted by her. Slap. 2 slaps were directly thrown at her. Huang Yuan fell to the ground, her hair a mess. How could she still show any signs of arrogance or pride? She even started to cry. Why is my life so bitter? Seeing this, Jung the matchmaker couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then, she turned and left, afraid of getting caught up in the mess. Li Xiuqin also pulled Lin Dong and headed home. Carrying the gifts, they were overjoyed. The Lin family had never had a truly wealthy person before. Lin Dong could be considered a source of pride for the family. After returning home, Li Xiuqin looked at the large table of steaming dishes and couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, I didn't keep her here. Look at that girl with the surname Huang, full of lies. Where did she even eat a bite? A woman like that, if she really married in, would definitely cause chaos in the house. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said, Mom, if she didn't eat, it's because she doesn't have that fortune, we do. Li Xiuqin nodded. Then, she instinctively touched the phoenix jade pendant and suddenly thought of something. Son, wait a moment, Mom will go change. Soon, Li Xiuqin changed her outfit. She actually brought out the bright red classical qipao she wore for visiting relatives during the new year. She was already good-looking, and with this dressing up, she appeared dignified and elegant, resembling a middle-aged model from a seller's showcase. Son, how do I look? Lin Dong was taken aback. Was it really necessary to be so formal just for a meal? But soon, he guessed the reason. Li Xiuqin stood in front of the mirror, constantly posing. Her hands never left the phoenix jade pendant. Mom, stop showing off. If you like it, I'll buy you more jewelry in the future to make up for what you missed before. Li Xiuqin was overjoyed, her face beaming. But then she shook her head. No, I'm already at this age. What do I need so much jewelry for? You should save your money for your wedding. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. How could he not see that Li Xiuqin just wanted to save money for him? As parents, they always thought of their children first. By the way, son, what you said downstairs earlier, is it all true? Don't just be saying it to annoy that girl with the surname Huang. Li Xiuqin stared at Lin Dong, her expression somewhat doubtful. Mom, you can rest assured, everything I said is true. And the money I have is all legitimate. There's absolutely no possibility of any illegal activities. If you don't believe me, I can take you to Tianhai to see for yourself anytime. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin shook her head vigorously. No, big cities are not places for people to stay. Your dad and I have spent most of our lives in a small county, we're used to it. By the way, is Dad coming back for lunch? When Li Xiuqin mentioned Lin Shangxian, Lin Dong suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his dad yet. The small county was not big, riding an electric bike could cover the whole town. Even if his dad had a short lunch break, he should still be able to come back for a meal. Your dad. Li Xiuqin hesitated. In the end, she couldn't withstand Lin Dong's questioning gaze and sighed helplessly. Your dad is getting old. The hotel didn't want him at first, but he thought he'd work a couple more hours to show his worth. What? Lin Dong frowned. It was clear that the hotel was forcing Lin Shangxian to volunteer for overtime. Thinking of his father, over 50, still having to sweat under the scorching sun, bowing and scraping to those so-called upper-class people, serving tea and water, Lin Dong felt a surge of anger. He naturally couldn't eat any of the food on the table. Mom, what's the name of the hotel where Dad works? Liwa Hotel. Why? You eat first, I'm going to check on Dad. Seeing Lin Dong's fierce demeanor, Li Xiuqin guessed what he was about to do and quickly stopped him. You child, don't go causing trouble. If the manager sees this, he will be unhappy again and deduct your dad's salary. Lin Dong shook his head and said seriously, Mom, your son is doing well now, and money is not a problem. From now on, you can enjoy life at home, no need to go out and work, worrying about other people's faces. My uncle, second uncle, and little aunt have always looked down on my dad. If they find out he became a security guard, who knows what they will say behind his back. This, Li Xiuqin's expression was somewhat unnatural. Over the years, Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and Lin Yanyan's families had not stopped belittling and excluding them. During every holiday family gathering, they would openly and secretly mock their family for not being respectable. If they knew Lin Shangxian had become a security guard, they would definitely have a field day with it. At that moment, Lin Dong patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder and said earnestly, Mom, trust me. From now on, we won't have to worry about other people's opinions anymore. I want those relatives to curry favor with us, to please us. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqin was momentarily stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. She had thought her son would be like them, living a mediocre life. Although he had left the small county town for the big city, he was still surviving in the cracks. She never expected her son to make a name for himself and establish a foothold in Tianhai City, even becoming quite wealthy. From now on, their family could hold their heads high. Son, I believe in you. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it, Mom supports you. Li Xiuqin tightly grasped Lin Dong's hand, as if she had made a certain resolution.
Seeing this, Lin Dong chuckled.
Mom, please don't set me up on blind dates anymore. Your taste is really not that great. Li Xiuqin's face instantly flushed.
Then she shot Lin Dong a glare.
You child, really? I'm off.
Lin Dong hurriedly went downstairs. He opened the navigation and headed to Lihua Hotel. 5 or 6 minutes later, he arrived at a commercial area. Compared to Tianhai City's glitz and glamour, Qingshan County's city was at best a rural level. Among a cluster of old buildings, a 6-story structure stood out, particularly eye-catching. Colorful flags fluttered at the entrance, and flowers were lavishly arranged, clearly showing effort in decoration and setup. Above, 5 golden, magnificent artistic characters read, Lihua Hotel, this is the place. Lin Dong nodded and was about to drive in when he suddenly heard a commotion.
I've told you so many times, don't let just any car in. You even let that broken Wuling Hongguang in, are you out of your mind? Can that kind of poor guy afford to stay at our hotel? At your age, you still don't know how to behave, really getting worse with age. Following the sound, he saw a short, plump woman in a hotel uniform scolding a security guard. From the context, it seemed the security guard had let a van in, taking up parking spaces and leaving no room for luxury cars that came later. At first, Lin Dong didn't think much of it, but when he recognized the hunched figure of the security guard, he suddenly swerved the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. His eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, Manager Lu, I'm really sorry.
I only let him in because I saw he had a room card and was staying at our hotel. The man looked embarrassed, speaking haltingly. He never expected his unintentional act would lead to such a scathing criticism.
Lin Xiangqian, do you dare to talk back? So what if he has a room card? That kind of broken van has the nerve to take up our hotel's parking space? What if a BMW or a Mercedes comes behind? Where do you expect them to park? On your head?
Manager Lu, with a fiery temper, flicked her short hair and pointed at Lin Xiangqian, unleashing a torrent of insults.
Spittle flew everywhere.
Nearby, the other security guards could no longer stand by. In recent days, Manager Lu had been finding all sorts of reasons to target Lin Xiangqian.
They had all seen it.
However, constrained by the need to earn a living under someone else's authority, he could only turn a blind eye.
But today, old Lin clearly hadn't done anything wrong.
The owner of the van had a room card and was naturally entitled to park inside the hotel. Manager Lu was just trying to save face by not letting him in.
What kind of reasoning is that? Is it that only cars worth over 500,000 can enter the hotel? Or is it that vans can only park on the roadside?
Thinking of this, several security guards couldn't help but speak up.
Manager Lu, let it go, old Lin didn't mean to.
Yeah, old Lin wasn't even supposed to be on duty today, he volunteered to stay late.
He's getting on in years, can't you show a little understanding? Who hasn't made a mistake before, right?
Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian looked at them gratefully. However, unexpectedly, the more they defended Lin Xiangqian, the more irritable Manager Lu became.
Show him understanding? Who's going to understand me?
Look for yourselves, which hotel that hosts VIPs has a row of junk cars parked at the entrance? This is a high-end hotel, not just anyone can come in.
Besides, did I ask him to work overtime? Isn't it him who wants to show off? Lin Xiangqian, you tell me, isn't that the case?
Manager Lu snorted coldly, crossing his arms, which were thicker than a man's, and glared fiercely at Lin Xiangqian. Lin Xiangqian was filled with pent-up frustration but still didn't dare to explode.
He really didn't want to lose this job.
Earning 3,000 a month is already considered above average in their county.
Moreover, at his age, finding a job is not easy.
Jobs that pay well are even harder to come by. More importantly, he had already endured Manager Lu's outbursts so many times, he could bear this one more time.
Disgusting habit.
Noticing Lin Xiangqian's dejected mood and slightly bent posture, Manager Lu felt even more pleased, his face full of disdain, completely treating Lin Xiangqian as a punching bag to vent his frustrations. You all see clearly, I didn't force him to work overtime. Whatever happened has nothing to do with the hotel. Hearing this, the security guards were all indignant.
But soon, they too faced Manager Lu's scolding. Look, what are you looking at? Keep looking, and you'll have your wages deducted just like him. What? Lin Xiangqian was taken aback. He thought just getting scolded would be enough. He didn't expect they would also deduct his pay.
Seeing the terrified expression on Lin Xiangqian's face, Manager Lu seemed to enjoy it, the corners of his mouth curling up as he sneered. You've made such a big mistake, affecting the hotel's image, deducting your wages is already lenient.
What, do you want to be fired? No.
Lin Xiangqian hurriedly shook his head. He could still tell which was more serious, losing money or losing his job. Then that's settled, you'll be deducted 200, and the rest of you 100 each.
What? we also get deducted.
The other security guards were dumbfounded. They had only spoken up a little, and now they were being fined 100.
If you're not satisfied, go ask him for it. It's him who caused you to lose money. With this move, Lin Shangqian instantly became the target of everyone's ire.
From now on, probably no one would dare to speak up for him again. Just then, a roar like a beast's engine thundered.
Following that, a flashy Porsche Panamera sped in.
Even though Manager Lu and the others were still standing in front, the driver seemed oblivious, heavily stepping on the gas.
Everyone was startled and quickly dodged.
The driver managed to brake at the last moment, otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost.
Who is this, so blind?
Manager Lu was also quite frightened, just about to curse a few words when he suddenly recognized the car's emblem.
Porsche? A distinguished guest.
In an instant, Manager Lu immediately changed his demeanor. With a fawning smile, she jogged up to the car window.
Hello, sir, I am the lobby manager of Lihua Hotel, you can call me Xiao Lu.
Xiao Lu?
Ha!
Lin Dong sneered coldly. He rolled down the window and glared at her fiercely. Manager Lu was startled, her heart racing. At the same time, she muttered to herself.
This was their first meeting, she shouldn't have offended him, right? Moreover, just a moment ago, he had almost knocked her over.
Manager Lu suppressed her anger and forced a smile.
Sir, are you looking to book a room?
Our hotel offers attentive service, ensuring you feel at home. The security guards watched Manager Lu's obsequious demeanor with disdain, feeling an unspoken disgust. Such a person was a complete snob.
When she saw a Wuling Hongguang, she blocked it from entering the hotel.
When she saw a Porsche, she became submissive, not daring to breathe too loudly. She might as well have opened her legs and said, "Welcome."
Of course, Lin Dong wasn't that crude. Bang!
Lin Dong opened the car door, got out, and didn't even glance at the smiling Manager Lu, turning instead to walk towards the group of security guards. The guards were taken aback, standing up straight and saluting him with a semblance of respect.
Why you are?
Lin Shangqian stared blankly. Looking at Lin Dong, who was slowly approaching, he couldn't believe his eyes.
Lin Shangqian, what are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and salute the guest. Manager Lu raised an eyebrow, ready to explode again, seizing the opportunity to dock Lin Shangqian 200 yuan. But the next second, get lost.
Lin Dong turned around and shouted at Manager Lu. The latter was so startled that she shivered, losing her composure. On the other side, the group of security guards was also stunned by the shout.
Then they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Dad, you've suffered.
Lin Dong said, tightly hugging Lin Shangqian, his eyes slightly moist.
Lin Shangqian's mind buzzed, unable to process what was happening.
When he first saw Lin Dong, he couldn't dare to confirm it.
After all, Lin Dong had been working at Tianhai, struggling. How could he possibly drive a Porsche?
Hearing the word dad finally confirmed it for him.
He couldn't help but blush, tears welling up.
Looking back at Manager Lu and a few security guards, they exchanged bewildered glances, completely dumbfounded.
He calls old Lin dad? Dad? No way, didn't old Lin say his son works in the city, earning only a few thousand a month? What's up with this car? Did he win the lottery?
The crowd buzzed with confusion and surprise. Manager Lu had a bad feeling.
Sir, are you mistaken? He is just our security guard. How could he be your father? Why don't you take a closer look?
As she spoke, Manager Lu was sweating profusely, her tongue trembling.
What if Lin Dong really was Lin Shangqian's son? Wouldn't that mean she had stirred up a huge mess?
Not only her, but Lin Shangqian also shared the same doubt.
He scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe, stuttering. Little Dong, is it really you? Dad, it's me, I've come back. How come you're different from before, taller, stronger?
Lin Shangqian frowned. The Lin Dong in his memory ate instant noodles every day, looking pale and thin. A few times during video calls, both Li Shouqin and he had cried. Now, Lin Dong not only had grown taller but was also muscular all over. At first glance, he looked like a fitness coach. Not to mention that Porsche.
Such a big change, could it really be his son? Seeing Lin Shangqian's doubtful expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile wryly.
With the help of the system, he had already undergone a complete transformation, no longer the same person. No wonder his father didn't dare to recognize him. Just then, a few security guards stepped forward, curiously asking, Old Lin, didn't you say your son works in the city, earning only 7,000 a month? Yeah, 7,000. How could he afford such a nice car?
Exactly. Your son is so rich, and you're still out here working, putting up with this nonsense? If I were you, I'd be eating, drinking, and having fun every day, traveling outside.
Several security guards laughed and teased. Before Lin Shangqian could respond, Manager Lu had already taken in their words, her gaze momentarily stunned.
7,000? Working? So, this car isn't yours?
Manager Lu suddenly remembered that Lin Shangqian had mentioned more than once that he took this job to save up for his son's betrothal gifts.
Given her understanding of Lin Shangqian, he couldn't possibly be lying. So, there was only one person who was trying to put on a show. Oh, I thought you were some big boss. Turns out, this car isn't yours. Or are you just a driver? Manager Lu scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe.
The more she looked, the more she felt that this kid was cut from the same cloth as Lin Shangqian.
Hearing this, Lin Shangqian felt a bit swayed.
He had never heard Lin Dong mention anything about buying a car.
He instinctively thought that what Manager Lu said must be true.
He immediately grabbed Lin Dong's arm and earnestly advised, "Son, you must be honest and also down to earth. Things that don't belong to us, we can't take, and we definitely can't. Whether this car is borrowed or rented, hurry up and return it.
Your father doesn't need such things to show off."
Looking at Lin Shangqian's sincere eyes, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. In his impression, Lin Shangqian was just that kind of honest and kind-hearted person. However, it was precisely because of this character that he was often deceived and even bullied. The current situation was no different. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was not the same kind of honest person as Lin Shangqian. After working in Tianhai City for these years, he had seen many ups and downs, the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and the intrigues of others.
How could he endure this kind of situation like his father? Did you hear that? Hurry up and move the car.
Don't block our hotel from doing business.
Old Lin is such an honest person. How did he raise such a shameless child like you? Manager Lu waved her hand impatiently.
Just thinking about how she had just been so servile to Lin Dong made her furious, wishing she could get rid of this father and son pair immediately. Facing Manager Lu's expulsion, Lin Dong didn't move, just coldly stared at her.
It's you, who wanted to deduct my dad's money earlier. Yes, it's me. So what? Manager Lu felt uneasy under Lin Dong's gaze.
However, remembering that Lin Shangqian was still working under her, she straightened her back.
Deducing his money is already being lenient. A clueless old fool like him dares to come work at our hotel? Not happy, huh? Then I'll fire him right now.
Manager Lu snorted coldly and directly waved her hand at Lin Shangqian.
Lin Shangqian, take off your uniform. You don't need to come in tomorrow. What?
Lin Shangqian's mind buzzed. With the end of the month approaching, he was about to receive this month's salary.
At this critical moment, Manager Lu actually wanted to fire him. Manager Lu, what about my salary? What salary? You've caused our Lihua Hotel a negative impact. It's already good that we didn't ask you for compensation, and you still have the face to ask for money?
Manager Lu snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. She had been looking for an opportunity to fire Lin Shangqian.
Lin Dong's appearance was undoubtedly handing her a knife.
Besides, your son is so rich, why would he need to work at our hotel?
Just one of his car wheels is enough for your annual salary. But whether the car owner allows him to sell it, who knows?
Manager Lu's words were clearly sarcastic. The car wasn't Lin Dong's.
This made Lin Shangqian's face flush with anger, unable to lift his head.
A group of security guards exchanged glances. They thought a savior had arrived, but unexpectedly, they directly forced Lin Shangqian away. At this moment, they didn't dare to say much. This job had decent pay. They certainly didn't want to end up like Lin Shangqian, being fired. Facing Manager Lu's cold mockery, Lin Dong smiled instead of getting angry.
You want to fire my dad? Alright, call your boss over. What boss? I can make the decisions. Hearing Lin Dong mention the boss, Manager Lu felt a bit guilty. She vaguely guessed what Lin Dong was about to say. Sure enough, Lin Dong coldly smiled and said, as a manager, you probably don't have the authority to manage personnel appointments, do you? Besides, my dad signed a contract with your boss, not with you. Why should you decide when he leaves, and not give him a single cent? Manager Lu was momentarily speechless. Alright, hurry up and call someone. Just in time, I want to discuss a business deal with your boss. Shout if you want, who's afraid of who?
Manager Lu put her hands on her hips. I'm the manager, and her dad is just a security guard. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if the boss comes, he will definitely speak in my favor. With this thought, Manager Lu snorted coldly and walked directly into the hotel. Lin Shangqian saw this and grabbed Lin Dong's arm, looking worried. Xiaodong, you should leave. Later, Dad will talk to Boss Wang. If someone needs to resign, they will resign. Don't let yourself get into any trouble. Lin Dong's gaze froze. He didn't expect that at this time, Lin Shangqian still thought he was joking, wanting to smooth things over. He really didn't know whether to call him honest or too naive. Dad, you can rest assured. I have a sense of proportion in this matter. I won't suffer any loss. Seeing Lin Dong's confident demeanor, Lin Shangqian frowned. The words he was about to say had to be swallowed back. The other security guards also looked at Lin Dong with new eyes. Old Lin's son, whether in temperament or eloquence, was far superior to him. In terms of speaking and doing things, he was even more impressive than their boss. No wonder he could mix in the big city. By the way, Dad, what do you think of this hotel? Hotel? Lin Shangqian was taken aback for a moment and instinctively said, "Of course it's good. This is the only 4-star hotel in Qingshan County. Many big bosses dine and stay here, hosting guests. If our family could set a table here, our ancestors would really be blessed." It was clear that Lin Shangqian wasn't unaware of good and bad. It was just that due to having no money in his pocket, he couldn't speak up. Lin Dong noticed the hint of longing in his father's eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, "Alright, I understand. Dad, from now on, this hotel will be under your management. You will have the final say on all matters." Me? Lin Shangqian was stunned. He couldn't understand what Lin Dong meant. At that moment, the short-haired manager Lu came over with a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, walking quickly. Seeing that Lin Shangqian and his son were still there, Manager Lu let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that after Lin Dong finished scolding her, he would just leave. Wouldn't that make the boss think she was playing him? "Boss, it's these two who are causing trouble in our hotel. Especially old Lin's son. I don't know where he stole a car from, blocking the hotel parking lot entrance, and when I told him, he wouldn't listen." Manager Lu arrived and immediately started twisting the facts and spreading rumors. Clearly, she was the one who provoked first, but in her mouth, it became Lin Shangqian and Lin Dong's fault. The security guards couldn't stand it and spoke up for Lin Shangqian and his son. In front of the boss, they dared to stand tall. "Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. This isn't old Lin's fault." Yeah, Manager Lu often threatens to deduct wages. Old Lin was forced. She even wants to fire old Lin. On what grounds? Everyone chimed in, leaving Boss Wang completely confused. However, he also knew that he couldn't just listen to one side. So, he made a gesture to calm everyone down, signaling them to be quiet. "Everyone, no need to rush. Let's take our time to discuss this. This young man here, is he old Lin's son?" Seeing that Boss Wang didn't seem as aggressive as Manager Lu, Lin Dong's attitude softened a bit, and he nodded slightly. "My name is Lin Dong. Hello, Boss Wang." Go ahead, what's going on?" Lin Dong glanced at his honest father and said truthfully, "The cause is that my dad parked a van in the hotel parking lot, and Manager Lu insisted on nitpicking, saying it would affect the hotel's image. He even pointed at my dad and lectured everyone, threatening to deduct everyone's wages. But the owner of that van is also staying at the hotel." "What?" Upon hearing this, Boss Wang frowned. He then looked at Manager Lu, who appeared somewhat guilty and flushed. However, she still couldn't help but be stubborn. "Boss, didn't you tell us to pay attention to maintaining the hotel's image? Letting that kind of junk car in is so unsightly, so unlucky. What if those business owners come to spend money and see it, and then leave? What would that be?" Boss Wang also felt there was some truth to that. However, Manager Lu's actions were still too excessive. "But you can't just deduct wages at will. Who gave you that right?" Manager Lu's face was full of embarrassment. Was there even a need to ask? The deducted money would obviously go into her own pocket, and she would be living lavishly. Boss Wang frowned, instantly understanding the situation. His face fell, and his voice became low and serious. "I already know what happened. I will deduct half a month's salary from you as punishment. Everyone, rest assured, I guarantee this kind of thing won't happen again." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to praise Boss Wang for being reasonable and just, unexpectedly, Boss Wang suddenly changed his tone and looked at Lin Shangqian. "Old Lin, go to the finance department to collect your salary. You don't need to come in tomorrow." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shangqian's mind buzzed. He never expected that after all this, he would still be asked to pack up and leave. What difference did it make, aside from getting an extra month's salary? Lin Dong was equally stunned. He didn't expect Boss Wang to handle it this way. However, he quickly realized that for Boss Wang in Lihua Hotel, a security guard was insignificant. Far less important than Manager Lu. The most important thing was that anyone in business wouldn't want a troublemaker like Lin Shangqian around. Having suffered injustice, he called his son to come and stand up for him. With this thought, Lin Dong's heart felt cold. Lin Shangqian was even more distressed. He had finally found a decent paying job, and now it was ruined. In contrast, Manager Lu was bright-eyed and rubbing her hands in excitement. Losing half a month's salary was nothing to her. After all, she had squeezed quite a bit of money from the security guard over the past few months, which could easily cover her losses. But Lin Shangqian losing his job was truly a case of a mute eating bitter herbs, with no way to express his suffering. "Thank you, Boss Wang. I definitely won't dare again, you can rest assured," Manager Lu said with a beaming smile.
Boss Wang nodded slightly and was about to turn to leave. Just then, a young voice suddenly came from behind. Boss Wang, don't rush to leave, I have a business deal I want to discuss with you. Oh? Boss Wang turned back, first glancing at Lin Dong. Then he looked at the parked Panamera beside him. Remembering that Manager Lu said this car was stolen, he couldn't help but curl his lip. After so many years in business, he was considered a prominent figure in Qingshan County. Those in business, when they saw him, were all respectful and polite. Why was he encountering a young punk today? With this thought, Boss Wang's attitude became somewhat impatient. Young man, didn't I say I would compensate your dad? What else do you have to say? Lin Dong smiled and pointed at the resplendent Lihua Hotel behind him in front of everyone. I want to ask, how much is this hotel worth? My dad just lost his job, and I plan to buy it and let him manage it, so he has something to do. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Dong in shock, as if they were looking at a fool, doubting whether this kid had water in his head. Soon, Manager Lu couldn't hold back first. Put, buy our hotel? On what basis? Based on that stolen car of yours? You must be feverish, your brain must be muddled. If it were earlier, Boss Wang would have definitely warned Manager Lu upon hearing this. However, now, not only did he not stop him, but he also gave Lin Dong a disdainful glance. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My hotel has been open for 2 months, and just the decoration inside costs several million. It's the only 4-star hotel in our county, high-end, well-known, and it's worth at least 20 to 30 million. Boss Wang pointed at Lin Dong's Panamera. Although I don't understand cars, I can see that your car is worth at most 2 to 3 million. And we don't even know if it's yours. What qualifications do you have to acquire my hotel? Boss Wang's words were clear and reasonable. After hearing this, everyone nodded repeatedly. They may not be educated or well-informed, but as long as they weren't blind, they could see that Lihua Hotel had a bright future. It was very likely to become a landmark in Qingshan County. Looking at Lin Dong, apart from the flashy car he drove, he didn't show any signs of being wealthy. He didn't look like someone who could pull out tens of millions. So, when Lin Dong said he wanted to acquire the hotel, it was highly likely just empty talk, trying to save face. People his age, with thin skin, loved to do such things. Boss Wang had the same thought and immediately scoffed. Old Lin, you should educate your son well, to know what to say to whom, and to have some insight. Not everyone is as good-tempered as I am. In society, saying the wrong thing and doing the wrong thing will eventually lead to a bloody head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangqian's expression changed drastically. He didn't want Lin Dong to get into trouble, or even worse, to send a white-haired person to the grave. He quickly grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, "Son, just let it go, apologize to Boss Wang." Apologize to him? Lin Dong was almost laughing in anger. The next moment, disregarding Lin Xiangqian's obstruction, he got straight to the point. One price, 30 million, are you selling or not? 30 million? Boss Wang was taken aback. This kid wasn't afraid of his tongue getting twisted. His car was only worth 2 to 3 million. Where would he get 30 million? Moreover, 30 million was just the cost price of the hotel. Considering the time spent on renovations and its reputation in the county, it should be at least another 10 million. Before Boss Wang could speak, Manager Lu couldn't sit still. She didn't need to pay attention to her image like Boss Wang, and shouted angrily. 30 million? Why don't you say 3 billion? If you had 30 million, would your dad be here working as a security guard? I think you're really sick. The boss has already given you a way out, and you're still causing trouble here. If you really care about your dad, hurry up and take the money, and go see a psychiatrist. Boss Wang nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing with this. This Lin Dong really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Not only did he not thank himself, but he was also here spouting nonsense about acquiring his Lihua hotel? Truly shameless, making a fool of himself. Lin Dong squinted slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Manager Lu, who was spewing foul language. If 30 million isn't enough, I'll add another 10 million. 40 million, how about that? If you agree, just give me your bank card number now. 40 million? Looking at Lin Dong's serious expression, Boss Wang couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Alright, as long as you can come up with this money, you don't need 40 million, 30 million, I'll sell it to you at a loss. These days, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Old Lin is such an honest person, how come you haven't learned anything from him? As Lin Dong insisted on stuffing money into his hands, Boss Wang didn't want to waste time and casually pulled out his bank card. The others were indifferent, waiting to see Lin Dong's joke when, ding, you have received a new transfer. Bank card credited, 40 million yuan. A moment later, the text message alert sounded. Boss Wang's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. Staring blankly at the string of zeros in the message,
he almost couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolling back as he fainted.
40 million, it really transferred over?
The others exchanged glances, still unaware of what had happened. Manager Lu, with his arms crossed, was still mocking Lin Dong.
Alright, stop putting on a show here. If you don't have the skills, don't take on this job. To put it bluntly, you just want to ask for more money, right? Boss, do you want me to call security to throw them out? At this point, Manager Lu changed his tone, cautiously asking Boss Wang.
Hearing this, Boss Wang slowly came back to his senses.
His gaze, both eyes still fixed on the phone. Boss? Don't call me boss.
Boss Wang shook his head, swallowing hard.
Now, he is your boss. What did you say?
Manager Lu was confused, looking in the direction Boss Wang was pointing. There stood Lin Dong, wearing a mocking smile. The other security guards were also dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were hearing.
Could it be that Lin Dong really transferred money to Boss Wang?
Lin Dong, no, Boss Lin, forgive my ignorance, I said some foolish things, please don't take it to heart.
Boss Wang's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, smiling broadly and pulling Lin Dong close.
I'll draft a contract to transfer the hotel to you shortly. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He was not surprised by Boss Wang's enthusiasm. He knew that if the transfer had been 30 million, Boss Wang would not have been so warm.
But 40 million was completely different.
It was equivalent to the hotel making a net profit of 10 million just 2 months after opening. This money was enough for him to open another Lihua elsewhere.
Boss, what do you mean? Transfer the hotel? He wouldn't really have transferred money to you, would he? At this point, Manager Lu still couldn't believe it, repeatedly questioning Boss Wang.
He even tried to grab the other man's arm.
Get away!
Once the money was in hand, Boss Wang didn't care about the manager anymore and directly shook off the other's arm. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Shangqian, who was standing beside him, looking bewildered. Old Lin, don't take what I said earlier to heart.
In the future, we'll all be in the county, we'll see each other often, so let's look out for each other. I remember you smoke, right?
Just so happens, I have a few boxes of imported cigars in my office, I'll send them to you later.
Boss Wang's attitude was too warm.
It left Lin Shangqian stunned. However, even if he was foolish, he understood one thing.
Son, do you really have that much money?
What else, Dad?
Didn't I just say I would make you the owner of this hotel?
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Having spent 40 million to buy a 4-star hotel, to him, it felt as simple as buying a bottle of soda.
This nonchalant attitude left everyone astonished, especially Boss Wang.
If Lin Dong had said this earlier, he would have scoffed.
But now, he could only deeply agree, unable to refute. Impossible, I don't believe it. Fraud, you all teamed up to trick me.
Manager Lu was going crazy.
If this hotel became Lin Shangqian's, would he still have a good life?
During this time, he had targeted him so much and deducted so much of his salary.
Once the other party took office, wouldn't he be finished?
Lin Dong's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he said lightly, Manager Lu, don't just stand there, take my dad and me to see the hotel. By the way, starting today, all security personnel will have their salaries doubled.
8,000. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed.
Only Manager Lu was sweating profusely, walking unsteadily.
Boss, please. All the way, Manager Lu was absent-minded, not daring to lift his head.
He never imagined that just a few days ago, he had been scolded like a grandson by the old man, and now he had suddenly become her boss.
Mr. Lin, this way is my, oh no, your father's office, please follow me. Boss Wang was also in high spirits due to the good news.
As soon as the 40 million arrived, his smile hadn't faded.
He was very proactive, opening the door for Lin Dong and Lin Shangqian.
What came into view was an office of at least 200 square meters. Both the decoration and the furniture could be described as luxurious. They even spent a high price to specially invite a statue of the god of wealth, symbolizing a continuous flow of wealth. It was evident that Boss Wang had put in a lot of thought. Now, it all benefited Lin Shangqian.
Boss Lin, please. Boss Wang indeed kept his word and took out a few boxes of long-preserved Cuban cigars from the cabinet.
Seeing that Lin Shangqian didn't know how to smoke, he personally lit one for him.
Boss Wang, that's too much. Boss Lin is joking. From now on, this will be your office. If you need any help, just call me.
Smoking a slightly sweet, slightly spicy cigar, Lin Shangqian felt a bit dizzy, still not fully accepting this reality.
How did he suddenly go from a security guard to the owner of the Lihua Hotel? Dad, how is it? Do you like it?
Lin Dong smiled faintly.
Both Boss Wang's attitude and the hotel's decor exceeded his expectations.
This 40 million was well spent.
Like it? Of course I like it.
Lin Shangqian nodded repeatedly. Then, unable to hold back, tears streamed down his face. His son had made it. Once upon a time, he had worried about his son's future. At his age, he still had to work as a security guard to save up for his bride price. Now, not only did he not have to worry about his son, but the entire Lin family could rise together. Lin Dong was also filled with emotion, nodding at him. Dad, from now on, the hotel will be managed by you. If you encounter any problems, just find me. You are different now, you're the big boss, no one will dare to bully you anymore. As he said this, Lin Dong deliberately raised his voice and glanced back. Manager Lu's heart sank, his face turning pale with fear. Then, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I beg you, please be merciful and let me off. From now on, I will definitely work hard for you. Manager Lu had a mournful expression, his eyes brimming with tears. She really didn't want to lose this job. Being a hotel manager was already a matter of face. Not to mention, it was the manager of a 4-star hotel. However, Manager Lu underestimated Lin Dong's temperament. He was not like Boss Wan, who liked to smooth things over. However, Lin Dong did not rush to turn against him. Manager Lu, whether you can stay depends on your performance. How about this? I will give you 2 tasks. First, go outside now and make some business cards with my dad's name and position. Second, immediately gather all hotel staff and inform them that the boss has changed, and we need to discuss salary benefits and penalties. Okay. Manager Lu dared not delay. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice and turned to run out. Mr. Lin, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wishing you a rise in position and wealth, haha. After signing the transfer contract, Boss Wang left in high spirits, laughing heartily. Before long, Manager Lu hurriedly produced a pile of business cards. Not only was the quality excellent, but the large characters were also written by a specialist, strong and powerful. What's more critical is that she didn't dare to ask Lin Dong for a single penny. She paid out of her own pocket, wanting to please Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, all the employees are waiting in the lobby. I know, Lin Dong nodded slightly, pulling out a business card and putting it in his pocket. This 4-star hotel was ostensibly run by his father. In reality, it was his personal property. Afterward, he would still need to find someone to manage it. Passing through the luxurious and art-filled corridor, they quickly arrived at the hotel lobby. At this moment, dozens of employees were eagerly waiting, full of curiosity about who the new boss was. Didn't our hotel just open 2 months ago? Why is there suddenly a new boss? Could it be that the management was poor, and they found a sucker to take over? Nonsense. Our hotel is doing well, you all know that. I heard a rumor that the new boss's last name is Lin, and apparently, we know him. We know him? Who? The crowd was buzzing with speculation, completely unable to guess who the new boss was. Just then, Lin Dong and Lin Shangqian walked into view, one after the other, with Manager Lu leading the way. Everyone certainly didn't recognize Lin Dong. However, they were very familiar with Lin Shangqian, who was right behind him. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, isn't that old Lin, the doorman? What is he doing here? Wait, old Lin's last name is also Lin. Could it be that the new boss is some relative of his? Noticing the complex emotions of the crowd, Lin Dong felt neither nervous nor awkward, as if he were already accustomed to such grand occasions. The next moment, he cleared his throat. Hello everyone, I am Lin Dong. Just half an hour ago, Boss Wang transferred the hotel to me. That means, from now on, this Lihua hotel will have the last name Lin. However, I won't be in the county, so the position of general manager will be taken by my father. Please give him a round of applause to welcome your general manager, Lin Shangqian. What? Before Lin Dong's words had even finished, not a single person clapped. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They stared blankly at Lin Shangqian, their minds nearly exploding. Old Lin? The new general manager? What kind of international joke is this? Isn't he just the security guard at the door? Seeing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Lin Shangqian's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had only ever been a workshop team leader in the factory, how could he qualify to be a general manager? But now, with Lin Dong behind him urging him on, he could only brace himself and accept it. At Lin Dong's signal, Lin Shangqian slowly began to speak. That's right, I am the security guard old Lin who used to watch the door. I believe many of you are familiar with me. Starting today, I will take on a new identity and work with all of you to contribute to the Lihua Hotel. They say a new official takes office with 3 fires. I won't start any fires, but I do have some new things to report to everyone. The more Lin Shangqian spoke, the more natural he became, as if he were regaining a sense of leadership he once had. First, regarding benefits, everyone's monthly salary will increase by 20%, and those who perform well will receive additional bonuses, with a minimum of 1,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Some doubted whether they had heard correctly. But looking at Lin Dong, who remained expressionless behind him, they knew it was true. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. In addition, everyone will also get an extra day off each month. If you want to work overtime, there will be additional overtime pay, also not less than 1,000 yuan. What the hell? Upon hearing this, everyone could no longer contain themselves and burst into applause. They came out to work for just these few benefits, right? Now, with Lin Shangqian raising the benefits, he was practically their reincarnated parent. Mr. Lin is brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I love you. In an instant, the entire lobby was filled with enthusiastic applause. Everyone's eyes were fervent, filled with excitement. However, Lin Dong was very clear that all of this was achieved through real money. Fortunately, what he lacked the least was money. Ahem, there's one last thing. While the benefits have been improved, the punishment mechanism has also been adjusted. I hope everyone can treat every guest with enthusiasm, rather than being like Manager Lu, arrogant and driving guests away. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Manager Lu. She looked as if she were sitting on pins and needles, drenched in sweat. It seemed she had already guessed her fate. Therefore, my first decision as the new general manager is to dismiss her. Of course, she will not lose a single cent of her compensation. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Thud. Manager Lu sat down on the ground, regretting her actions deeply. Looking at the employees below, they were all smiling with joy. Clearly, they had long harbored grievances against Manager Lu. Dismissing her now was a great relief. She deserves it. Well done, General Manager Lin, we all support you. I hope Liwa Hotel continues to thrive. The meeting ended. Everyone left the hall in high spirits, filled with joy. They immediately got to work with great enthusiasm. With Lin Xiangqian's assurance, they worked even harder. Of course, all of this was based on the high benefits. In the entire county, such a high salary was unique. Only one person walked out of the hotel looking dejected and downcast. If I had known old Lin's son was so capable, why did I provoke him? I really have a loose tongue. I brought this on myself. Sigh. Slap. Manager Lu held the compensation money but felt no joy, wishing she could slap herself a few times. After all, no matter how much money it was a one-time payment. She would never see it again. In the past, as a manager, she held a high position. Most of the hotel staff had to listen to her. Earning several thousand a month was quite comfortable. Now, even the few security guards at the entrance were laughing at her. It was likely that in 2 years, their salaries would surpass hers. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived through. That Lu woman deserves it, who told her to bully this one and that one every day with her authority. I really envy old Lin for having such a good son. This time, he has truly brought honor to the family. Still calling him old Lin? He should be called General Manager Lin now. Several security guards were joking around. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, are you guys busy? Lin, General Manager? Looking in the direction of the voice, it was none other than Lin Shangqian, dressed in a suit. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their clothing. Lin Shangqian, dressed up like this, indeed had the demeanor of a boss. However, his smile remained very approachable. General Manager Lin, sorry, please don't take it to heart. Yeah, we were just speaking casually. The security guards exchanged glances, feeling a bit uneasy. Remembering Manager Lu's unfortunate fate, they didn't dare to breathe a word. Seeing this, Lin Shangqian just smiled and shook his head. Everyone, don't be so polite. Just call me old Lin like before. Sounds friendly. After all, you have helped me too. Upon hearing this, everyone felt warm inside and were even more grateful to Lin Shangqian. However, they also did not forget that all of today's achievements were thanks to Lin Dong beside them. Young General Manager Lin is great. While others were rich second-generation kids, living off their parents, the Lin family had turned the tables, with the father relying on the son. However, this also proved that Lin Dong was capable and filial. By the way, son, have you told your mom about your earnings? She isn't still at home waiting for you to come back for dinner, is she? After gaining power, Lin Shangqian did not forget about Li Xiuqin. The first thing he thought of was to call his wife. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I went home first before coming to find you. Hearing this, Lin Shangqian nodded. Then, looking at his son, his eyes were filled with pride. Unexpectedly, one day, Lin Dong actually achieved something remarkable. This swept away the gloom that had shrouded Lin Shangqian for decades. All the grievances he had suffered before were finally vented. Having such a good son was better than anything else. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions.
Their family had finally made it. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot.
Now, Lin Shangqian finally believed that this luxury car belonged to Lin Dong. He circled the car several times, touching this and looking at that, his eyes filled with envy. Wow, at our age, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful car. I've really broadened my horizons.
Son, what's this car called? It must cost hundreds of thousands, right?
Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled helplessly.
Porsche Panamera, foreign brand, not expensive. The top model is just over 3 million.
Oh,
wait, what did you say? Lin Xiangqian's pupils shrank, a bit frightened. Over 3 million, why did you buy such an expensive car?
With that much money, we could buy a villa in our county, a whole little Western-style building.
You kid, you really have no idea how to save money.
Lin Shangqian said this, but his body was honest, unable to resist the urge to sit in and take it for a test drive. The only car their family had ever owned was a Wuling Hongguan used for transporting goods.
After it was scrapped 2 years ago, he hadn't touched a car since.
For Lin Shangqian, a veteran driver for over a decade, not driving for so long made him a bit restless.
Dad, do you like it?
Of course, I've never touched such an expensive car in my life. It's like the dragon throne of ancient emperors.
Seeing this scene, Lin Dong knew exactly what Lin Shangqian was thinking. He quickly said, Dad, after we finish eating, I'll take you and Mom to the 4S store in the city to have a look.
4S store?
What's that? Lin Shangqian was taken aback, quickly standing up in fright.
Son, don't do anything foolish. Being a human trafficker will lead to extinction.
Lin Dong's mouth twitched.
He didn't expect his old man had never even heard of a 4S store.
No wonder others thought he was a country bumpkin. However, it was a perfect opportunity to surprise his parents.
Don't worry, Dad, I definitely won't do that, just wait and see. Lin Shangqian nodded helplessly. His son had finally made something of himself, so he certainly wouldn't dampen the mood. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Lin Dong pressed him down.
No need to get out, you just drive, it's only a few steps. Me?
Looking at the exquisite and luxurious interior of the Panamera, Lin Shangqian's heart skipped a beat.
While feeling anxious, he was also eager to try. Soon, under Lin Dong's encouragement, Lin Shangqian stepped on the gas. Vroom!
The Porsche Panamera roared away, heading towards the Lin family home.
A group of security guards were left envious and jealous, their eyes turning red.
Sigh, the old Lin family has produced such a person, their ancestral grave must be smoking with pride.
Who says otherwise?
Now, old Lin can finally hold his head high in front of his brothers.
Moments later, the Panamera stopped downstairs.
Such a flashy and cool luxury sports car naturally attracted the attention of a group of neighbors. Moreover, after the matchmaking incident, coupled with the embellishments from the matchmaker, everyone in the building already knew that Lin Dong had made a fortune and returned in glory.
Wife, hurry up and come out.
I'm downstairs, Xiaodong said he wants to take us out for a spin. Lin Shangqian didn't go upstairs but made a phone call directly.
Moments later, a slender woman, clearly well-dressed, hurried downstairs. She even applied lipstick.
Although Li Xiuqin usually looked worn out, when she dressed up, she surprisingly had a bit of the aura of a wealthy lady. Coupled with the shining phoenix jade pendant on her chest, she looked even more elegant and noble.
Here, hurry up, always in a rush.
If it weren't for our son's sake, I wouldn't bother with you, Li Xiuqin complained as she walked out of the building. When she saw the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, she didn't recognize him at first.
You are old Lin?
Lin Shangqian felt a bit embarrassed under her surprised gaze and awkwardly scratched his head.
If before, Lin Shangqian was a complete bumpkin, an old laborer, now he had somewhat taken on the appearance of a boss.
His spirit was entirely different. It wouldn't be long before he became the rightful general manager of the Lihua Hotel. Alright, there are so many people watching. Hurry up and get in the car, Lin Shangqian urged. Li Xiuqin nodded, her face slightly flushed. At her age, she had surprisingly felt a flutter in her heart just now. After being married to Lin Shangqian for so many years, it was the first time she had seen him dressed so formally. Unable to help herself, she stole a few more glances. Their grand outing did not go unnoticed by the neighbors.
TSK, old Lin's family is really something. Driving a luxury car and wearing a suit, if you didn't know better, you'd think a big leader had come. Did you see that jade pendant around Xiuqin's neck?
I heard it costs hundreds of thousands. His son is really filial.
Why didn't I give birth to a good son like Lin Dong? I need to learn from him.
Come on, Lin Dong is a dragon. Even if you give birth again, it would still be a worm. Along the way, Lin Shangqian couldn't help but vividly recount what had happened at the Lihua Hotel to Li Xiuqin. He even showed off his golden business card, his eyes squinting with delight. 40 million, acquired the Lihua Hotel.
What are you spending that ridiculous money for? Old Lin, why didn't you advise your son? With so much money, when will it be earned back?
After learning about this, Li Xiaoqin complained about Lin Dong's reckless spending while also unable to hold back her tears. She even became somewhat incoherent. What excited her the most was that Lin Dong had arranged for Lin Shangxian to be the general manager. Now, their family could finally hold their heads high in front of the old man and the older siblings. Sigh. Hearing the old couple's mixed laughter and tears, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. In the past, their family had no money and could barely fill their stomachs, never seeing any meat. Now that he was wealthy, he could finally take the old couple out to enjoy life. It was as if he was making up for everything they had missed before. By the way, son, you mentioned going to some Four Sons store.
What kind of place is that?
Lin Shangqian scratched his head, still thinking about this matter. Before Lin Dong could speak, Li Xiaoqin jumped in, annoyed. You old fool, what Four Sons store? That's called a 4S store. Rich people buy cars there, and they can also do maintenance. Son, are you taking the car for maintenance? In Li Xiaoqin's view, since Lin Dong's car was so nice, it naturally needed regular maintenance. So, she thought they were going to the 4S store. Little did they know, a huge surprise awaited them. Dad, Mom, don't worry, you'll know when we get there. The old couple nodded, obediently listening to Lin Dong. They never expected that at their age, they could rely on their son to live a good life. Moreover, for people like them, who had no education or experience, if they didn't listen to Lin Dong, who else would they listen to? Outside the car window, the scenery changed. Before long, the three arrived at the city's auto mall. Countless car brands competed for attention, stretching across several streets. Li Xiaoqin and Lin Shangqian were dazzled. It was their first time seeing such a scene. At this moment, Lin Dong parked the car and opened the door for them. Son, weren't you going for maintenance? Why not just drive the car directly to the 4S store? Even now, Li Xiaoqin still thought Lin Dong was there for maintenance and hadn't considered buying a car at all. Lin Dong smiled lightly and finally revealed his purpose. Mom, who said I was going for maintenance? We came here to buy a car. My dad is now a general manager, how could he not have his own car? Riding a bicycle to work every day, how embarrassing. Li Xiaoqin nodded. That's true. Even if he doesn't care, it doesn't sound good to others. How can he talk business with those bosses in the future? Exactly, Lin Dong smiled. Then he continued, I plan to buy 2 cars, one for my dad and another for you. You want to buy me a car too? Li Xiaoqin was taken aback. A few years ago, she did get a driver's license. But since retiring, she had become a housewife. What would she need a car for? Seeing that Li Xiaoqin seemed reluctant and worried about spending money, Lin Dong added, with a car, you can go out with your old friends and visit other places. So I won't be bored at home, matchmaking for you every day. Li Xiaoqin's face flushed. With things said to this point, it was hard to refuse. At the same time, didn't she want to go out and relax? Just don't buy anything too expensive. A few tens of thousands for a basic car will do. Cough, cough, you don't need to worry about that. Lin Dong smiled lightly and took the two of them straight to the 4S dealership. Looking around, the road was lined with major brands from the domestic and international auto industry. Changan, Dongfeng, Lexus. Lin Dong thought for a moment and headed straight for one of them. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. As soon as they entered, a young female salesperson in uniform approached gracefully. With a neat ponytail swaying, her big, sparkling eyes and sweet smile were captivating. Lin Dong instinctively glanced at her name tag. Li Xiaoye. The female salesperson noticed his gaze but was not shy at all. Instead, she was very confident. Sir, you can just call me Xiao Li. Do you need me to introduce some options, or would you like to browse on your own? In Li Xiaoye's view, Lin Dong, with his family in tow, was likely being helped by them to buy a car. Although this behavior is often referred to as relying on one's parents, who cares? As long as Lin Dong's parents were paying, it didn't matter whether he was relying on them or not, she just needed to get her commission. With this thought, Li Xiaoye's smile became even brighter. She even deliberately adjusted her high heels, fully exposing her long legs wrapped in black stockings to Lin Dong's view. Her shapely calves had not a hint of excess fat. It was clear she worked out regularly. Looking up, beneath her fitted work attire was a peach-like perfect figure. She was exactly the type every man dreams of. Lin Dong squinted slightly, understanding her game. A man of experience, he could tell at a glance that this salesperson was high-level, definitely not the kind who could be easily won over with money. Perhaps ordinary customers would be sold by her and still have to help her count the money. However, the more challenging she seemed, the more Lin Dong wanted to take on the challenge. After all, scoring a goal against a goalkeeper feels more rewarding, doesn't it? Noticing Lin Dong's aggressive gaze, Li Xiaoye smiled lightly, thinking he was already hooked. What she needed to do now was to use a little charm to entice him into buying a car. Then she could happily take money from his parents' pockets.
Son, why don't we forget it?
Your dad is getting old, he doesn't need such a good car. I heard the cheapest Mercedes costs 300,000 to 400,000. Li Xiaoqin frowned, increasingly shocked by the numbers. Lin Shangqian chimed in, yeah, the car looks good, but it's not practical, it's not even as good as my old van. Son, don't waste money, let's look at other places.
Ha? Li Xiaoye was a bit confused. What did that mean? It sounded like Lin Dong wasn't relying on his parents, but these two old folks were relying on him?
Sir, it's not you who wants to buy a car, it's your
father?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying her astonished expression.
What's the difference between buying for myself and buying for my father?
No, none. Li Xiaoye's pretty face flushed slightly as she awkwardly shook her head. She had originally thought Lin Dong was a slacker living off his parents. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a big boss.
Miss Li, I don't know much about Mercedes. Could you recommend a few models?
The price should be around 600,000. After some thought, Lin Dong settled on this figure.
Anything over $1 million would likely make Li Xiaoqin and Lin Shangqian unhappy.
600,000 was just right for them, not too much, not too little. To his surprise, when Li Xiaoye heard this number, her jaw nearly dropped. Although the elderly couple had dressed up carefully, it was impossible to completely erase their rustic aura in a short time.
As a result, this pair of country folks was actually going to buy a car worth 600,000? What, is that not okay? Of course, it's absolutely fine. May I ask your surname, sir?
At this moment, Li Xiaoye didn't even realize that she had been completely taken in by Lin Dong. Usually, she was the one reeling in the rich clients, taking the initiative. Now, it was Lin Dong leading her by the nose the entire time. She even found herself stammering a bit.
Then I'll trouble Miss Li. Noticing Li Xiaoye's uncertain expression, Lin Dong smiled slightly. For 600,000.
You can take a look at the Mercedes E-Class, Mercedes GLC, and Mercedes CLS. They not only have great sales but also excellent after-sales reviews. The cars are right in front. After learning about Lin Dong's substantial background, Li Xiaoye was much more enthusiastic than before. She would occasionally throw him flirtatious glances and spoke in a more charming tone. She walked confidently in front, her long legs swaying, the sound of her high heels echoing. She left Lin Dong with a captivating view of her back. Saleswomen like her weren't afraid of you not spending money, they were just afraid you couldn't spend more. To get clients to sign contracts quickly, they could even make some necessary sacrifices. You enjoy yourself, and I get my commission. Everyone gets what they need. Since Li Xiaoye had dressed so alluringly, she was naturally prepared to make sacrifices for her commission. However, so far, no client had presented her with a number that excited her. While Li Xiaoye secretly assessed Lin Dong, he was also trying to gauge her mindset. Women, after all, fall into two categories, those who can and those who cannot.
Li Xiaoye clearly belonged to the former. It was just that the process was a bit more complicated.
Before long, Li Xiaoye led the three of them to the Mercedes display area. There were quite a few people looking at cars inside, but most were white-collar workers and small business owners.
It was rare to see someone like Lin Dong with family in tow. Mr. Lin, and uncle and aunt, these are the cars I just mentioned. Following Li Xiaoye's direction, they were greeted by several luxury sedans adorned with the three-pointed star emblem. There were 2 sedans and 1 SUV.
The Mercedes E-Class, recognized as one of the luxury sedans, has a lavish and grand exterior, suitable for business interactions, very fitting for uncle. The official guide price is between 440,000 and 600,000. The Mercedes GLC, a midsize SUV, has a powerful appearance, impressive interior, spacious, comfortable seats, perfect for a family of 3 to travel. The official guide price is between 420,000 and 530,000. And this CLS, a mid-large sedan, with an official guide price of 580,000 to 690,000.
As Li Xiaoye introduced the cars, she opened the doors for Lin Shangqian to experience them personally. After all, the car was meant for Lin's father.
Lin Shangqian, feeling confident with Lin Dong's backing, even dared to sit inside. Uncle and aunt, there's no need to rush, you can take a closer look.
Li Xiaoye smiled, standing outside the car, leaning in slightly to explain the interior features. Naturally, she lifted one leg, the tip of her high heel touching the car door. In the next moment, Li Xiaoye suddenly trembled, her eyes widening to their fullest. She didn't know when, but someone had appeared behind her. With both hands gripping the roof of the Mercedes, he stretched his neck to look inside. His scorching body pressed right against her back. As he continued to squeeze in, the points of contact between them increased.
At the same time, the man's unique breath brushed against her ear. Li Xiaoye stiffly turned her head and found it was Lin Dong. He glanced at her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Miss Li? Is there a problem with the car?" "And no, Mr. Lin, take your time looking." Li Xiaoye bit her lip. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage. However, seeing Lin Dong's innocent expression made her doubt if she was being too sensitive. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin, unaware of what was happening, were curiously examining the interior of the Mercedes. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. This interior is amazing. In the future, when our family goes out, we should take this car. It must be very comfortable. The elderly couple completely failed to notice Li Xiaoye's awkward situation. Hearing her silent, they casually asked, "Miss Li, what other features does this car have? I heard that cars now come with seat massage. Where do you turn it on?" Li Xiaoye glanced at the screen and was about to reach out to tap it. However, someone beat her to it, pressing down hard on her back. Li Xiaoye had to bend down. Her raised little leg also lifted higher. In the next moment, Li Xiaoye's body stiffened again. Because, at that instant, as Lin Dong leaned down, her black-stockinged leg was unexpectedly caught between his legs. "I knew it. He did it on purpose. I thought I had misunderstood him." Even as their movements became more pronounced, she vaguely felt something pressing against her. After all, she had little experience, and it was inevitable that she would have some instinctive reactions, unable to suppress a soft protest. Suddenly, Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin looked up, puzzled. "Miss Li, are you okay? Why is your face so red?" "And no, I'm fine, it's just a bit hot in the car. Turning on the air conditioning will help." As Li Xiaoye spoke, she plopped down into the passenger seat, finally escaping Lin Dong's clutches. Seeing this, Lin Dong revealed a sly smile. "Let's take a look at the next car." After briefly introducing the Mercedes E-Class, Li Xiaoye led the three of them to another vehicle. Throughout the process, she deliberately kept her distance from Lin Dong, fearing he might make some even crazier move. This guy actually dared to tease her in front of her parents. He was too bold. At that moment, Li Xiaoye brought them to an SUV. Compared to the previous Mercedes E-Class, this GLC had much more space. Even if they all sat inside, Lin Dong had no chance to make any moves. This made Li Xiaoye feel a bit more at ease. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Lin Dong's methods. "Dad, since you like it so much, why don't we take it for a test drive?" "Test drive?" Upon hearing Lin Dong's suggestion, Lin Shangqian was momentarily taken aback. Then, he seemed a bit eager. To be honest, just looking wasn't satisfying. Only by actually driving the car on the road could one know if it suited them. "Exactly. Ask if it's possible. If it is, let's go outside for a test drive." Li Xiaoye frowned slightly. No matter which 4S shop, a test drive was the most normal thing. However, coming from Lin Dong's mouth, she felt it was somewhat unsafe. "Miss Li, if it's not possible, then forget it. Let's go check out the BMW 4S shop next door." As Lin Dong spoke, he reached for the door to get out of the car. In the next moment, as expected, someone reached out a small hand and grabbed his arm. "Mr. Lin, of course, you can test drive, don't rush." "Alright, since you're asking, I'll take another look." "Dad, since Miss Li has agreed, you should give it a try yourself." Lin Dong smiled. Everything was under his control. The 4S store asked for the driver's license and went through the test drive process. After that, Li Xiuqin was coaxed into the passenger seat by Lin Dong. The reason was that the passenger seat next to a man is exclusively for his wife. Li Xiaoye had no choice. With Lin Dong saying it like this, if she tried to take the front seat again, it would really be unreasonable. "Then I'll give it a try." The car drove out of the 4S store and onto the test drive route, with Lin Shangqian taking control of the steering wheel. He took a deep breath and cautiously pressed the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz GLC slowly started moving. This expensive thing really has its reasons for being expensive. The handling is much more exciting than my van. Lin Shangqian nodded frequently, looking very satisfied. Li Xiuqin chimed in beside him. "Yeah, the visibility is quite broad too. Old Lin, you should have changed your car long ago." "Ha, it's still our son who has the ability. Otherwise, in this lifetime, I wouldn't even get to touch the steering wheel of this car." The old couple was immersed in excitement and joy. In the back seat, Li Xiaoye was explaining to Lin Shangqian. Unbeknownst to her, a large hand had already reached over. Slap! Li Xiaoye's body jolted. Turning her head, she saw a hand on her thigh. Looking up, it was Lin Dong, who was also sitting in the back seat. Li Xiaoye couldn't help but let out a soft protest, drawing the attention of the elderly couple. "Miss Li, what's wrong?" Nothing. Looking at the large hand so close, Li Xiaoye furrowed her brows tightly. She was torn, unsure whether to stop it or not, feeling extremely conflicted. If she shouted and upset Lin Dong, the car would definitely not be sold.
but if she let Lin Dong continue his mischief, who knew where that hand would wander next? Lin, Mr. Lin. With no other choice, Li Xiaoye could only grab Lin Dong's hand, looking at him with a mix of anger and pleading, hoping he wouldn't push his luck. Lin Dong wore a faint smile, clearly confident that she wouldn't dare to jump out. What's wrong? Miss Li, is there any other function of this car that hasn't been introduced? As he spoke, Lin Dong used his other hand to pinch Li Xiaoye's long thigh hard. Even through the black stockings, she could feel the delicacy and fullness. In the next second, he even hooked his fingertip, directly opening a gap in the stockings, revealing her delicate and fair thigh. Li Xiaoye's face instantly turned pale. She didn't expect Lin Dong to be so bold. She was wearing a work short skirt, and if that pair of black stockings was torn open by Lin Dong, and that big hand wandered further up, wouldn't her forbidden territory be breached immediately? No way. In the next moment, Li Xiaoye's body jolted, almost blushing as she pressed down on Lin Dong's other hand, stopping him from exploring further. The commotion they caused quickly caught Li Xiuqin's attention, who instinctively turned her head. Miss Li, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my old man driving? It's his first time driving such an expensive car. If there's anything wrong, please guide him. Wow. Li Xiaoye felt as if struck by lightning, quickly using her folder to cover Lin Dong's hand, fearing that the other party would see her embarrassment. She still had to maintain a smile on her face while answering Li Xiuqin's question. Ah, auntie, uncle is driving very well, there's nothing wrong. It's getting late, we should head back to the store. Li Xiuqin frowned, feeling something was a bit off. However, Lin Shangqian had already been test driving for so long, and it was indeed time to return. Under Li Xiuqin's urging, Lin Shangqian, who was reluctant to part with the Mercedes SUV, could only drive it back with lingering feelings. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoye finally let out a long sigh of relief. All she hoped for now was to return to the forest store quickly and escape from the clutches. Lin Dong also realized he had gone a bit too far and could only silently withdraw his hand. Phew! Feeling much lighter on her leg, Li Xiaoye finally felt a weight lift from her heart. However, with a big hole in her stockings, how could she face anyone? Li Xiaoye shot Lin Dong a resentful glance but didn't dare to say anything loudly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat oppressive. Fortunately, Lin Shangqian soon drove the car back to the forest store. Phew, this car feels really nice. It's way more powerful than my van. Old Lin, if we drive this car back, your older brother and second brother will definitely be envious, and our family can finally hold our heads high. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin sang in harmony, expressing their joy. They didn't notice that Li Xiaoye had been covering the hole in her black stockings with a folder on her lap. Right now, she just wanted to finish the contract quickly and change into another pair of pants. Uncle and aunt, if you think it's suitable, you can place the order now, and you can pick up the car today. Will you be paying in full or in installments? Li Xiaoye smiled lightly, looking at the elderly couple with anticipation. Unexpectedly, both of them looked towards Lin Dong at the same time. Although she really liked it, whether to buy this car still depended on Lin Dong's decision. They couldn't make the call. Seeing this, Li Xiaoye felt a bitter pang in her heart. Just thinking about how Lin Dong had tormented her in the car made her bite her lip. However, for the sake of her commission, she still had to force a smile. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Dong stroked his smooth chin, pretending to be indecisive. In reality, his gaze had not left the devilish figure of the beautiful saleswoman. Noticing the other party's bold gaze, Li Xiaoye's cheeks flushed again. What does this guy want? Is he really going to devour me in front of my parents? To be honest, after so many years in sales, Li Xiaoye had seen her fair share of customers with ulterior motives. Some even straightforwardly stated that if she spent a night with them, they would buy a car. But someone as shameless as Lin Dong was a first for her. More importantly, what if Lin Dong changed his mind and didn't want the car? Wouldn't that mean she had been touched by him for nothing? Miss Li, there are too many people here, and it's too noisy. How about we find a quiet place to discuss the contract? What do you think? A quiet place? Just the two of them? Li Xiaoye frowned, instinctively hugging the folder tightly, feeling that Lin Dong had ulterior motives. However, he spoke so seriously, and the commission was so close, that it was hard to refuse. Alright, Mr. Lin, let's go to the office to talk. Lin Dong nodded slightly and looked at the elderly couple. Dad, Mom, you two can have lunch in the store first. Once the contract is settled, I'll come find you. Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin had no objections and nodded repeatedly. Now, they were completely obedient to Lin Dong. Such a reasonable request was certainly not something they would refuse. Before long, Li Xiaoye walked ahead, leading Lin Dong to a conference room specifically for contract discussions. At that moment, a customer was talking to another salesperson.
Just as Li Xiaoye was about to walk in, she suddenly felt a hot breath near her ear. Then, someone pressed closer again. This time, the other party's actions were even bolder. He directly reached out his hands and wrapped them around her slender waist. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'm going to scream. This is harassment. I'm going to call the police. Li Xiaoye's face turned angry, very upset. However, the more she reacted this way, the more Lin Dong escalated his actions. He even directly tore the hole in her black stockings. Rip! In an instant, Li Xiaoye's right leg was completely exposed to the air. The scene was incredibly alluring. Li Xiaoye's mind buzzed, and she instinctively wanted to scream. Lin Dong bit her ear and smiled. Miss Li, we all understand each other. I'm taking care of your business, shouldn't you thank me? Li Xiaoye's heart raced. She didn't expect Lin Dong to be so straightforward. How about this? One car isn't enough, so I'll buy another one. Isn't it your job in the service industry to make customers happy? Right? 2 cars? Li Xiaoye shook her head, a sneer on her face. Mr. Lin, do you think the commission for a car is very high? Let me tell you, selling a Mercedes, my commission is only between 500 to 3,000 yuan, and if it's full payment, the commission is even lower. It's not worth selling myself for that little money. Is that so? Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, his expression showing no signs of panic. If the commission isn't high, I'm willing to personally give you 100,000 as a thank you for your thoughtful service. What do you think? 100,000 yuan? Li Xiaoye's beautiful eyes widened. At that moment, to be honest, she was tempted. There was no way around it. The current environment was tough, and not many people were willing to spend money on luxury cars. She hadn't closed a deal in days. If what Lin Dong said was true, she could earn several months' salary in one go. After all, working was all about one thing, money. If there was an easier way to make money, why not? However, for a moment, Li Xiaoye still felt a bit embarrassed. Although she had thought that one day she might sell her body for selling cars, she had never imagined the day would come so quickly. Just a moment ago, she had been so disgusted. Now, for 100,000 yuan, she had to lower her head. It was simply humiliating. Noticing the conflicted expression on Li Xiaoye's face, Lin Dong decisively asked for her bank card number and transferred 100,000 yuan over. Looking at the balance in her bank account, Xiaoye felt a bit dazed. At that moment, Lin Dong reached out and pinched her delicate chin. Then, he forcefully kissed her. At the same time, his hands were not idle, roaming around. Woo woo! Li Xiaoye whimpered, her beautiful legs unconsciously tightening around Lin Dong's thigh. Crash! It wasn't until she heard the sound of the door opening that Li Xiaoye woke up from her daze and hurriedly pushed Lin Dong away. At this point, her cheeks were already flushed, her skin burning hot. Mr. Lin, they have finished talking. It's our turn. Okay. Lin Dong nodded with a smile, not hiding his intensely aggressive gaze. He couldn't wait to taste this little cake. Li Xiaoye also knew what would happen next. After entering the office, she immediately locked the door and pulled the curtains shut. Even she felt that this action was too bold and unbelievable. There were people passing by in the corridor outside. If someone found out she was doing this, she would never be able to hold her head up again. But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. For 100,000 yuan, she was all in. Ah! Lin Dong directly picked up Li Xiaoye and placed her on the desk. Then, he violently tore her black stockings into shreds. Her 2 fair, straight legs were completely exposed before him. Mr. Lin, be gentle, it's my first time. Hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze froze. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. He had thought that a female salesperson at a luxury car dealership would already be experienced. He didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter a novice. Lin Dong nodded with a smile. As for whether he would really be gentler, only heaven knew. Soon, an intense battle began. An hour passed. Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin finished their meal and waited for a long time, but Lin Dong still hadn't returned. They couldn't help but feel curious. What's going on? Didn't Xiaodong say he was discussing a contract? Why is there no sign of him? What contract takes this long? Could it be that woman is trying to trick our son? Shouqin, don't talk nonsense. Our son makes so much money because he has great skills. How could he be so easily deceived? It's only him who tricks others, no one tricks him. If you had even half of our son's cleverness, you wouldn't be in such a good mess. The old couple waited for Lin Dong while bickering. Yet, there was not a hint of anger in their words, only pride. Even they hadn't expected Lin Dong to do so well. In the bustling city of Tianhai, where every inch of land is precious and people from all walks of life mingle, one can carve out a niche for themselves. Right now, having to buy such an expensive car for them, it felt like a dream to the elderly couple.
Dad, Mom, have you been waiting anxiously? Cough, cough, I just went to the restroom and took a bit longer.
At that moment, Lin Dong walked out, his face glowing with excitement.
However, the place he came from was clearly not a restroom, but an office. Following closely behind him was the beautiful saleswoman.
She walked unsteadily, her face flushed, as if she had just run a marathon, utterly exhausted.
Son, how did it go? Pretty good, Mom. Miss Lee was very enthusiastic, and I'm quite satisfied with her service.
As he said this, Lin Dong glanced back at Li Xiaoye.
Instantly, her face turned even redder.
Just moments ago, several people had tried to enter the office and almost discovered them. The thrill of it nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. However, thinking of the 100,000 yuan and the commission from 2 cars, Li Xiaoye's face lit up again, her back no longer aching, and she wished Lin Dong would visit the forest shop every day.
That's good, that's good. Thank you, Miss Lee, you've really helped us a lot. Lin Xiangqian was completely unaware of the subtle dynamics between the two.
Only Li Xiaoqin cast a glance, as if she noticed something strange.
How odd.
I clearly remember that this girl was wearing stockings just now. Why is she out here with bare legs?
Dad, Mom, you two hurry and go drive the cars. I've already paid, one for each of you. Dad, yours is a Mercedes-Benz GLC, and Mom, yours is a Mercedes-Benz E. What?
Lin Dong's words directly interrupted Li Xiaoqin's train of thought. She no longer cared whether Li Xiaoye was wearing black stockings, her mind was solely on the cars.
Son, you really bought one for Mom? Wasn't it said that only Dad would get one? Oh dear, you child, wasting money. Li Xiaoqin was beaming with joy.
Though she pretended to be unhappy, her eyes were nearly crescent-shaped with laughter.
In this world, which parent doesn't hope their child excels and then shows filial piety? Ha, Mom, hurry and try it out, we should head home now.
Before long, Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiaoqin each drove away in their own cars from the forest shop. Li Xiaoye also took the initiative to leave Lin Dong her contact information. It was unclear whether it was for work or something else. Soon, the elderly couple returned to their community, with Lin Dong following closely behind in a Panamera. The appearance of 3 luxury cars dazzled the eyes of the neighbors. Those who didn't know would think it was a wedding, with rented wedding cars.
Oh, isn't that the Lin family of 3? Why is each of them driving a car? That's a Mercedes, right? I heard one costs 3 to 400,000. Their family must have struck it rich. You don't know? The Lin family's son is making big money in Tianhai and just gifted his mom a jade pendant worth hundreds of thousands. Tisk tsk, if I had such a son, my ancestors would be smoking with pride.
The 3 cars parked under the residential building, drawing much attention. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiaoqin felt a bit shy and could only greet familiar neighbors with flushed faces.
They say one should return home in glory.
However, when the day truly came, the elderly couple felt somewhat uneasy. Just then, a heavily made-up woman suddenly approached them with a bright smile.
Uncle, Auntie, and Lin Dong. You're back?
The woman, in her 20s, wore a mid-length floral dress that perfectly highlighted her figure. Though her makeup was bold, it was not gaudy. With carefully chosen accessories like earrings and a handbag, she was an attractive young woman. Seeing the Lin family return, her attitude was incredibly warm as she hurried over, wanting to help Li Xiaoqin.
No, no.
Li Xiaoqin quickly dodged her hand, her expression momentarily dazed. After looking closely a couple of times, she finally recognized the woman.
Huang Yuan? What are you doing here? Lin Dong frowned. This woman, hadn't she already told her that there was no possibility between them? Why was she still stubbornly blocking the door? Is it you?
Li Xiaoqin's face also fell. She had just bought 2 luxury cars and was quite happy. Now, seeing this gold digger suddenly made her feel unlucky.
Having lived for so many years, how could she not guess Huang Yuan's intentions?
This woman was clearly dumped by that fat guy with the Mercedes, and now she was eyeing Lin Dong's money, trying to hook up with her son to take over.
Bah!
Miss Huang, please keep your distance from our family. I didn't blame you for the last blind date, which is already quite good. I hope you won't continue to entangle with our Xiao Dong.
Thank you.
Li Xiaoqin's tone was filled with disgust, clearly expressing her stance and issuing an eviction order.
However, Huang Yuan seemed not to have heard, still smiling brightly and taking out a box of gifts. Auntie, about last time, it was indeed my fault. I'd been thinking about apologizing to you. Isn't the festival coming up? I bought some snacks, hoping you won't dislike them. Looking at the voice, the snacks Huang Yuan bought were all high-end brands. This box must cost nearly 1,000. In the past, Li Xiaoqin might have hesitated a bit, but now, she didn't even want to look at such things. No need, our family doesn't lack these. You should keep it for yourself. Huang Yuan was taken aback.
She didn't expect to be met with a cold shoulder after putting on a warm face. "I'm sorry." She deliberately put on a wronged expression, pitifully saying, "Auntie Lee, I beg you, give me another chance. I really know I was wrong. I truly like Lin Dong and want to live a good life with him. I promise to manage the household and cook for Lin Dong every day, and have a big fat baby." Li Xiuqin frowned tightly. How could this woman still not understand human language? "Xiuqin, who is she?" Lin Shangqian, standing beside her, asked with some confusion. He didn't know what had happened before, and seeing Huang Yuanyuan crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and being so sincere, he couldn't help but feel pity. After all, Lin Dong was not young anymore, it was time to get married and have children. If Huang Yuanyuan was really as good as she said, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Seeing Lin Shangqian being kept in the dark and wanting to be a good person, Lin Dong couldn't sit still. "Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. What good wife and mother, she's not worthy." Huang Yuanyuan bit her lip. She didn't expect Lin Dong to be so disdainful and direct. Last time during the blind date, although they had already torn their faces, Lin Dong hadn't said anything too excessive. This time, however, he started by pointing at her nose and scolding her. What Huang Yuanyuan didn't know was that Lin Dong's indifference was out of disdain. But he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to deceive his family. "Son, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?" "Ha!" Lin Dong sneered coldly, briefly recounting everything that had happened before. He specifically emphasized that Huang Yuanyuan was eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl, going on blind dates while having a boyfriend. Huang Yuanyuan's face turned red and pale. Although what Lin Dong said was all true, every word felt like a sharp knife stabbing into her chest. However, thinking of Lin Dong's considerable wealth and the two newly bought Mercedes, Huang Yuanyuan had to force a smile, blocking the door with her face. As if Lin Dong not agreeing to date her meant she couldn't leave. "What? There's actually such a thing? How shameless. Even a clay figurine has its temper." Even Lin Shangqian, known for being a good person, couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger upon hearing about Huang Yuanyuan's actions. He could endure humiliation outside, being scolded by Manager Lu. But all of this was for his son. This Huang Yuanyuan was clearly trying to take Lin Dong's family fortune and benefit from the Lin family. How could he tolerate that? Lin Shangqian furrowed his brows into a frown, his voice heavy and rough. "Miss, please leave quickly and don't come to disturb us again. Otherwise, we will call the police." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin turned to look at Lin Shangqian in surprise. In their impression, Lin Shangqian had always been a punching bag, enduring everything without resistance. Why was he suddenly standing up for himself today? Could it be that money and status had given him confidence? He seemed like a completely different person. Seeing that the only one who might speak up for her was now targeting her, Huang Yuanyuan couldn't sit still. "Uncle and Auntie, your son is still single, and I'm not married either. Can't we at least try dating? Just give me a chance, I'll do anything." Huang Yuanyuan clasped her hands together, her face full of pleading. She looked so pitiful. However, both Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin had already seen through this woman's opportunistic nature. Now that Lin Dong had money, she was all sweetness. Once Lin Dong became poor, she would definitely be the first to leave. Whoever married her would be ruining their life. "Anything, huh?" Lin Xiangqian's face darkened, his voice low. Huang Yuanyuan didn't notice his barely concealed anger and thought things were turning in her favor, immediately breaking into a smile. "That's right, uncle, as long as you say a word. Then get lost, the farther the better." Before he finished speaking, Lin Shangqian grabbed the snacks Huang Yuanyuan had bought and threw them out. Everyone was stunned at this scene, especially Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Was this really the old Lin they knew? Let me tell you, even if our Lin family is blind, we will never marry a woman like you, not in this lifetime. Lin Shangqian spoke decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Marrying a wife is a lifelong commitment. Looks are secondary, the most important thing is virtue. A woman like Huang Yuanyuan clearly did not fit that type. In an instant, Huang Yuanyuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing that the Lin family was rejecting her, she had no face left to stay there. However, she couldn't leave empty-handed. "Let me go, fine. What about the high-end snacks I bought? You've ruined them. Compensate me. 10,000, no, 20,000. 20,000? You really dare to ask for that?" In an instant, Li Xiuqin became even more annoyed with this woman who spoke so recklessly. With this back and forth, the price of the snacks in her mouth had increased 20-fold. Did she really think they were easy targets? Unfortunately, Huang Yuanyuan underestimated Lin Dong's determination. 20,000, huh? Fine, I'll give it to you. Lin Dong smirked slightly, casually pulling out a stack of cash from his wallet and counting out 200 bills. The moment Huang Yuan saw the stack of cash, her eyes widened. Just as she was momentarily dazed, Lin Dong suddenly waved his hand and tossed the 200 bills into the air, creating a rain of cash.
20,000, neither more nor less. You can pick it up yourself, and don't bother me again, got it? Get lost.
Huang Yuan screamed, hurriedly bending down to pick up the money. She looked like a dog begging for scraps. After returning home, Lin Shangqian suddenly noticed that the way his wife and son looked at him was a bit different. Previously, they had looked at him with disappointment. Now, besides surprise, there was even a hint of admiration. Lin Shangqian couldn't help but blush, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. What are you two staring at me for? I don't have a mole on my face. Li Shouqin covered her mouth and chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. Old Lin, after so many years of marriage, this is the first time I feel like you're a real man.
What? Lin Shangqian was taken aback. This sounded a bit off. If he wasn't a man, could he be a woman? Ahem, Dad. What Mom means is that you finally stood your ground for once.
Lin Dong laughed from the side. Li Shouqin's words indeed had a double meaning. This is more like the general manager of the Lihua Grand Hotel, a bit of a leadership vibe.
Ha ha, Lin Shangqian laughed heartily.
Gripping the Mercedes car key in his hand, he touched the gold-embossed business card in his pocket and couldn't help but straighten his back. Son, your dad has come this far thanks to you. From now on, you are the pillar of our family and our pride. Li Shouqin nodded repeatedly, her eyes reddening with excitement. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, smiling as he said, Dad, Mom, you won't have to work so hard for me anymore, just enjoy the good life. Hearing this, the old couple couldn't help but tear up.
Xiaodong, you haven't eaten yet, right?
Wait, I'll go fry a few dishes.
I'll help, the old couple said, eagerly squeezing into the kitchen.
Lin Dong watched all of this, warmth flooding his heart. Just then, a phone call suddenly came in.
At this hour, who could it be?
Lin Dong frowned, thinking something might have happened at the Tianhai nightclub. To his surprise, when he picked up the phone, it was someone else.
Hello, is this Lin Dong? Who are you?
I'm Su Chunlai, your deskmate.
Do you remember me? Oh, I remember now.
Lin Dong nodded. Su Chunlai was his high school classmate, and they had been deskmates for 2 years, so they had some connection. However, after graduating high school and Lin Dong going to university in Tianhai, they lost contact.
Su Chunlai had been hanging around their hometown in the county, and it was unclear if he had made anything of himself. Chunlai, what's up? Hey, isn't it the 8th anniversary of our graduation?
We're planning to organize a class reunion.
Do you have time? Class reunion? Lin Dong frowned.
He had heard of 5-year and 10-year reunions, but never an 8-year one.
Then he thought about it and guessed what was going on. It can't be organized by class monitor Nyo Daeong, right? How did you know? Su Chunlai on the other end was taken aback.
Lin Dong snorted lightly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Class monitor Nyo Daeong's father was the factory manager of a furniture factory in Qingshan County, with a family fortune of millions.
He was tall and strong, very influential in their class.
His biggest characteristic was his love for showing off. At that age, everyone had a strong sense of vanity, and Nyo Daeong was no exception, often flaunting his Apple phone and Nike shoes in class. Not only did he boast about himself, but he also looked down on others. Ordinary families like Su Chunlai and Lin Dong often faced his disdain. He would mock them for their plain clothes, calling them country bumpkins. He even deliberately made them look bad in front of their classmates to win favor with the girls. Back then, Lin Dong was weak-willed. If it were now, he definitely wouldn't let the other party off.
Lin Dong, are you going? If you're not going, I won't go either. That Nyo Daeong must be up to no good.
I heard he's about to take over as factory manager from his dad. This so-called class reunion is just an opportunity for him to show off in front of us. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, Su Chunlai suddenly changed the subject. By the way, I heard that the class beauty, Shang Jiao Jiao, is also going.
She's really beautiful now.
You haven't seen her, she looks like a movie star.
Shang Jiao Jiao? Lin Dong's pupils contracted, and an image of a pure girl in a school uniform with a ponytail flashed in his mind.
Willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face, and a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes.
Back then, many boys pursued her.
However, Shang Jiao Jiao had high standards and didn't look at anyone. Lin Dong was no exception. He had fantasized many times about having something happen with her. But because his family was poor, he could only keep those thoughts to himself, afraid to act on them. 8 years had passed in a flash, and he had no idea what Shang Jiao Jiao was like now.
I knew you would be tempted.
Tomorrow night, at Tianlong Hotel, room 808.
Don't be late.
Su Chunlai didn't give Lin Dong a chance to refuse and directly hung up the phone. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, he still knew Lin Dong very well.
This kid. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh.
Then, he put this matter on the agenda.
Su Chunlai said that Shang Jiao now looked like a star. He wanted to see just how beautiful she really was. Son, what's making you so happy? The dishes are ready, come eat.
Before long, Li Xiuqin had prepared a large table full of dishes, all of which Lin Dong loved. Lin Dong was not polite and immediately picked up his chopsticks.
Time quickly moved to the next evening.
As the sun was just setting, Su Chunlai impatiently called. He was afraid that if he didn't come, he would embarrass himself alone. With Lin Dong there, at least he would have someone to rely on. Soon, Lin Dong drove his Panamera to the Tianlong Grand Hotel.
Although the decor and scale here were not as good as the newly opened Liwa, as an established restaurant in the county, it had a good reputation in taste, with no complaints.
Therefore, it was common for people to hold weddings and birthday banquets here. Just as Lin Dong parked the car, he soon saw a lewd figure playing with his phone.
Su Chunlai.
Su Chunlai was startled. He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide, staring at Lin Dong with a face full of questions.
You are. It's me, Lin Dong. It's only been a few years, and you don't even recognize me? You are Lin Dong? Su Chunlai was dumbfounded.
He looked Lin Dong up and down, unable to find any trace of the poor kid from back then. He was simply a young master, exuding an air of wealth in his speech and demeanor. Not to mention anything else, even his skin was much fairer than those of them who did hard labor.
Dongzi, you've struck it rich? Why are you dressed so handsomely? I almost didn't recognize you. Su Chunlai was speaking the truth.
Compared to Lin Dong, he felt like a country bumpkin. There wasn't much change compared to when they were in high school.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Time changes everything. It's normal to have some changes.
Tisk tsk, your speaking skills have improved compared to before. Su Chunlai exclaimed in surprise, his eyes not leaving Lin Dong. He looked as if he had seen the sun rise in the west, his face full of disbelief. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and showed a look of realization. You kid. You didn't hear that Shang Jiao was coming and specially spent a lot of money to dress up, did you?
Ha ha.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. Although he hadn't dressed up specifically for anyone, he was indeed curious about what the class flower looked like now.
Hee, I guessed it right. Let's go, everyone should be here by now, let's go in. Su Chunlai walked ahead, leading Lin Dong to room 808.
The room was decorated in a luxurious and extravagant manner. At this time, many high school classmates had already arrived. They were gathered around a big-bellied man like stars surrounding the moon. The man was about the same age as Lin Dong, but his clothing and demeanor were quite old-fashioned, and he wore a big gold chain around his neck.
He looked like a nouveau riche.
The classmates gathered around him were dressed quite ordinarily, their faces showing flattering and ingratiating smiles.
Daeong, congratulations! You've officially inherited the family business and become the factory director. Yeah, I knew back in high school that you would definitely be more successful than us in the future. Now that I see you, I was right. Daeong, do you have any job openings? I just lost my job, can I come work for you? Sure. Nyo Daeong nodded, the big gold chain swinging as he enjoyed the flattery from these people.
Everyone eat and drink freely today, I'll cover all the expenses.
A class reunion is all about having fun, right? Well said. Let's raise a glass to Daeong. Oh no, Director Nyo.
Before the words were finished, someone had already raised their glass. At his call, everyone responded and lifted their glasses.
A classmate even specifically poured wine for Nyo Daeong. Those who didn't know would think he was his secretary.
However, while Nyo Daeong drank, his eyes kept darting to a corner. There sat a woman, about 24 or 25 years old. She wore a white long dress that accentuated her figure, her arms like lotus roots, skin as white as snow, and her black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her eyes were clear and lively. Her small, delicate nose stood proud, and her slightly upturned pink lips added to her charm. With her tall and slender figure and graceful demeanor, she resembled a fairy from a painting. It was no wonder Nyo Daeong was so captivated, his gaze fixated on her.
Jiao, Daeong is treating, why aren't you drinking? Yeah, don't you want to give him some face?
Several sycophants exchanged glances and immediately began to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao just smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I have a bit of a cold, took some cephalosporins, so I won't be drinking today. Forget it, everyone don't need to persuade her, Jiao's health is more important. Seeing Shang Jiao refuse, Nyo Daeong immediately stood up to play the good guy, waving his hand to everyone.
Then, with great concern, he asked, Jiao, if you're not feeling well, how about I take you home to rest?
My car is parked outside, just bought a BMW, the passenger seat hasn't had anyone sit in it yet.
Hearing the word BMW, Shang Jiao frowned slightly.
Recently, she had been troubled by not meeting her sales targets. If Nyo Daeong could help her out, maybe buy a house. Soon, Shang Jiao shook her head. Asking Nyo Daeong for help would inevitably lead to him taking advantage of her. She wasn't desperate enough to compromise herself for that little commission. It turned out that after graduating, Shang Jiao went into real estate sales. With her good looks, she had signed quite a few deals. However, in the past few months, the pressure of performance had been quite heavy. With the month coming to an end, no one had bought a house yet. She had hoped this class reunion might be an opportunity. Unexpectedly, most people were just there to flatter Nyo Daeong, and there were hardly any with a real need to buy a house.
Did she really come for nothing? At that moment, hey, everyone is here.
Sorry, I was delayed a bit and arrived late.
Two figures hurriedly walked in.
The first one was instantly recognized by everyone as Su Chunlai, who worked at a small company in the county. The person following him, however, was somewhat unfamiliar. Chunlai, who is this? Nyo Daeong frowned slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Especially upon seeing the others' attire and the noble aura in their gestures, he felt dwarfed. Nyo Daeong asked, and the others didn't dare to interrupt, all waiting for Su Chunlai to respond.
The next moment,
Shang Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she blurted out, "You are
Lin Dong?"
Oh, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiao with interest.
Unexpectedly, she recognized him at a glance. Moreover, Su Chunlai hadn't lied to her.
Compared to this group of ordinary people, Shang Jiao was indeed fresh and refined. And, like a ripe peach, she had matured significantly.
Ha, the class flower still has a good memory, you actually remember me.
Lin Dong smiled lightly and waved to everyone.
Soon, someone noticed the watch Lin Dong was wearing. A Patek Philippe. Wow, Lin Dong, you've made it big. This watch must cost at least 2 to 3 million, right? What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Dong in shock.
In their impression, Lin Dong came from a very ordinary family, with both parents being regular workers. Moreover, insiders revealed that after graduating from university, Lin Dong stayed in Tianhai.
However, he hadn't been doing well. How could he afford a Patek Philippe? In the crowd, Nyo Daeong's expression was somewhat unsightly.
The reason he organized this high school reunion was twofold. One was to announce that he had become the factory director and show off a bit. The second was to see his dream girl, Shang Jiao, and find an opportunity to win her over.
Now, it was all going wrong.
Lin Dong suddenly appeared, stealing all the limelight. Even Shang Jiao looked at him differently. However, in front of Shang Jiao, he did not immediately explode.
Instead, he said sarcastically, "Lin Dong, if you're coming, just come. Everyone knows what your family situation is. Is it necessary to buy a fake watch and come here to show off? A fake watch?"
Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had just been surprised, suddenly came to their senses.
Qingshan County was so small that it couldn't hide any secrets.
Just a few days ago, someone had run into Li Xiuqin at the market, arguing with a vendor over a few cents until her face turned red. Lin Dong's father, Lin Shangqian, was also working as a security guard at the newly opened Lihua. If Lin Dong had made a lot of money, how could their family still be so strapped for cash? The only reasonable explanation was that Lin Dong had bought a fake watch to save face.
Shang Jiao also frowned slightly.
She had thought that after not seeing each other for 3 days, he would be worth a second look.
It turned out it was all fake? Oh, so it's a fake watch. I knew Lin Dong didn't have that kind of ability. Who doesn't know who? Going to a banquet with a fake show, all classmates pretending.
Today, De Yong is treating us, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Lin Dong, you and Chunlai hurry and sit down. For a moment, everyone was mocking him, not giving Lin Dong a chance to explain. However, Lin Dong knew that even if the watch was real, these sycophants of Nyo Daeong would have 1,000 ways to prove it was fake. It was pointless to waste words with these people.
Lin Dong, where should we sit?
Since they arrived too late, there were hardly any seats left.
Especially next to Nyo Daeong, most people had crowded over.
At that moment, someone spoke up casually, "Lin Dong, I have a spot open over here, why don't you sit here?" Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Shang Jiao.
"Thank you."
Lin Dong nodded and walked straight over. Then, Shang Jiao moved a bit to make room. Seeing this scene, all the men, including Su Chunlai, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy.
However, thinking of Nyo Daeong still being present, they felt relieved. With Nyo Daeong here, what was the use of Lin Dong making a fuss? In the end, he still couldn't compete with their wealth. Today, Shang Jiao couldn't escape Nyo Daeong's grasp. Soon, Nyo Daeong came over to drink with Lin Dong.
However, he opened his mouth with sarcasm and disdain.
Lindong, it's been so many years, what have you been busy with? I heard people say you've been working at Tianhai, you must have made quite a bit of money, right? After all, you're wearing such an expensive watch, huh? As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter, all looking at Lindong with mockery. In their eyes, no matter how well Lindong dressed, he was still a poor kid. After all, he was famously broke back in high school. Now, he probably wasn't doing much better. Facing the mocking gazes of the crowd, Lindong remained calm. Not much, just doing a little business. I opened a few nightclubs and bars, the business is okay. Nightclubs? Bars? The crowd was taken aback and couldn't help but frown. Wow, that's quite a boast. Tianhai City is so expensive. How much does it cost to open a bar or nightclub? Moreover, from Lindong's words, it seemed he not only opened nightclubs but that they were quite large. Ha, really good at inflating your own worth. You opened a nightclub? Why don't you say you're a billionaire? Exactly. It's only been a few years, how can you lie without blushing? I get it. You must be serving plates in the nightclub, right? No wonder you're dressed so well. If a rich woman takes a liking to you one day, you'll never have to worry about food and drink. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, all thinking Lindong was just putting on a show. Even Su Chunlai found it hard to listen. Lindong, that's enough. We're all classmates, there's no need to lose face. Look, I'm also working part-time delivering takeout at night. It's not embarrassing to earn money. Lindong raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Su Chunlai to come to his rescue. On the other side, Shang Jiao had not spoken a word from the beginning. She just listened to the conversation, detached and indifferent. She had been like this in high school, earning the nickname Ice Mountain Beauty. It was precisely because of this coldness that she gave off an air of being admired from afar but not to be trifled with. Lindong had once been one of those admirers. However, now, money had given Lindong confidence. Jiao, what have you been busy with lately? I remember you seem to have started working right after graduating high school, right? Lindong smiled and took the initiative to strike up a conversation, completely ignoring the intentions of Niu Deyong and the others. Niu Deyong's expression darkened. He had come to find Lindong for a drink, but instead, Lindong was flirting with a woman. The key was that he was flirting with his own goddess. How could he tolerate that? Niu Deyong stared fiercely at Lindong, plotting to teach him a lesson later, to make him lose face. At that moment, Shang Jiao spoke lightly, I'm currently doing sales at Donghubian. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. Before Lindong could respond, a few sycophants erupted. Donghubian? That villa area. The cheapest villa there costs 2 to 3 million. The people living there are either rich or noble. I'll never be able to afford a villa in my lifetime. Brother Niu, you might want to consider it. As several sycophants spoke, they poured wine for Niu Deyong. Niu Deyong frowned slightly, feeling extremely conflicted inside. He realized that Shang Jiao was under a lot of pressure to perform and urgently needed to sell a house. However, the houses at Donghubian were too expensive. A villa started at 2 million. He had just taken over a furniture factory, and his family assets were a few million, which was much better than most people. But it was still not enough to buy 2 villas. Was it really worth spending so much money just to pursue a woman? Just as everyone was exchanging glances and fell into a moment of silence, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Sure, no problem. I was just planning to get my parents a bigger house. A villa would be great. How about we set a time for me to come and take a look? Looking in the direction of the voice, the speaker was Lindong. Everyone instantly erupted. Especially Niu Deyong, whose face turned red. This Lindong, was he really going to buy a villa? He was clearly making an excuse to harass Shang Jiao. Jiao, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a worker. Where would he get the money to buy a villa? This kid has bad intentions, don't fall for his tricks. Niu Deyong was anxious, jumping up and down, fearing that his goddess would be snatched away by this guy. A group of classmates also enjoyed the spectacle, chiming in. Lindong, you really don't know what's good for you. Jiao just said that casually, and you actually dared to take it seriously. Exactly, setting a time to see the house, I think you just want to see her. You're a grown man, full of empty talk, you're not even as honest as Su Chun, who at least knows how to deliver takeout to help with family expenses. Right, I'm embarrassed for you. Seeing so many people criticize Lindong, Niu Deyong felt a sense of relief. Then, he sneered at Lindong. Lindong, why did you suddenly come back to Qingshan? If you can't make it in Tianhai, why not come to my furniture factory? You could earn 5 to 6,000 a month. You can also live at home and save on rent. At your age, stop talking nonsense. With that time, you might as well screw in a few more screws. Who knows, after 30 or 50 years, you might be able to buy a house in our county. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
Su-chan beside them also turned red. He felt embarrassed for Lin Dong in this situation. If it were him, he would have lost all face by now. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Jiao was first taken aback. Then, she surprisingly revealed a rare faint smile. Sure, I'm free tomorrow. Let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch. As soon as she said this, everyone was left dumbfounded. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his lips. Alright, then you add me. Seeing Shang Jiao and Lin Dong exchanging contact information, Nyo De-yong could no longer hold back and said in a deep voice, let's end today's gathering here, it's about time. Everyone go back to your own homes, and may we meet again if fate allows. Seeing Nyo De-yong angry, everyone exchanged glances, but dared not say much. They all knew who was responsible for this and couldn't help but curse Lin Dong's ancestors in their hearts. Soon, the gathering came to an abrupt end. Many people still gathered around Nyo De-yong, hoping to find a good job at his furniture factory or borrow some money. Unfortunately, Nyo De-yong's mind was not on them at all. After a moment of searching, he finally spotted Shang Jiao. Jiao, weren't you feeling unwell? Let me take you home, my BMW is in the parking lot. To his surprise, Shang Jiao ignored Nyo De-yong and kept staring at a certain spot. Following her gaze, he was taken aback to see a stylish black sports car with a Tianhai City license plate. Compared to it, Nyo De-yong's BMW, worth 200,000 to 300,000, seemed like a little brother, hardly worth mentioning. Nyo De-yong was momentarily stunned. Then, in an effort to save face, he quickly added, isn't this my brother's car? Why is it parked here? Your brother? Yes, Jiao, this car belongs to a buddy of mine, he just came back from Tianhai. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar, somewhat lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Director Nyo, how come I didn't know you had this friend? Nyo De-yong's heart sank, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He had just been talking nonsense to win Shang Jiao's favor. He didn't expect the car owner to be right there. This time, he had really hit a brick wall. Lin Dong, how is it you? Just as Nyo De-yong was feeling anxious, he turned around to find that the speaker was actually Lin Dong. Several classmates were also stunned. Was this Lin Dong out of his mind? Wearing a fake watch was one thing, but now he was claiming this luxury car was his. It was simply endless. Shang Jiao also frowned. Initially, she had a good impression of Lin Dong. She didn't expect him to shamelessly claim that this Porsche Panamera was his just to show off. In an instant, her good impression vanished. This man was all talk and no substance, far too unreliable. Lin Dong, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you like. Just now, we didn't expose you to give you face, don't push your luck. That's right, didn't you hear Brother De-yong say this car belongs to his friend? In the entire Qingshan County, how many people can afford this car? Only someone of Brother De-yong's level could be friends with such a big boss. Several classmates flattered Nyo De-yong, making him feel on top of the world. He immediately straightened his chest and said in a deep voice, of course, do you think there's anyone in Qingshan County I don't know? This car is my buddy's. When he bought this car, he even specifically asked for my opinion. In the end, he spent over $1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Then came the flattery. Brother De-yong is awesome. As expected of Brother De-yong, such an important matter, the other party even consulted you. Yeah, Brother De-yong, can you help us introduce him? Seeing everyone starting to make a fuss, Nyo De-yong almost cursed. He had just said it casually, how could he know the car owner? However, at that moment, Nyo De-yong suddenly noticed that Shang Jiao was also looking at him. It seemed she was very interested in the owner of this Porsche Panamera. The villa she was selling was aimed at wealthy clients like this. If someone could buy a luxury car worth over $1 million, they would definitely have no problem with a villa on the other side of the East Lake. Meeting Shang Jiao's eager gaze, Nyo De-yong cleared his throat and said with a semblance of authority, everyone, don't rush, my buddy should still be inside eating. How about I give him a call and ask? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nyo De-yong took out the latest model of a folding phone, pretended to press a few buttons, and held it to his ear. Everyone instinctively quieted down, waiting for the call to connect. Only Lin Dong stood with his arms crossed, wearing an expression that seemed to be waiting for a good show. Pretending. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. As expected, after a long time, Nyo De-yong still couldn't get through. Finally, he feigned a sigh of helplessness. Sorry everyone, my friend is probably too drunk. The call can't get through. How about we talk later? Alright. It can only be this way. The crowd nodded in disappointment. However, they had no doubts about Nyo De-yong. After all, he owned a furniture factory and was doing the best among these classmates. Only he had the qualification to know the car owner. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shang Jiajiao's face as she slightly lowered her head. It seemed she had no chance to secure this client now. At that moment, Lin Dong slowly walked to the door of the Panamera.
Lin Dong, what are you doing? Did you not hear them?
This car is worth over $1 million.
What if it gets scratched or bumped? We can't afford that.
Seeing Lin Dong's actions, Su Chunlai was startled and hurriedly tried to pull him back. He really didn't want to see Lin Dong take such a big risk just to show off. Over $1 million is enough for him to earn in a lifetime.
Lin Dong, what are you doing? That's my friend's car. I warn you, stay away from it. Nyo Daeon also shouted loudly.
Earlier, he had already claimed in front of everyone that this car belonged to his friend. Now, of course, he had to act righteous and defend his brother. The others were completely in the dark and were speechless at this moment.
How did our class end up with such a weirdo?
Yeah, it's one thing to be doing poorly, but to try to save face like this is just embarrassing.
Daeon, why bother with someone like this? Just call the police.
Exactly, who knows, your friend might remember you a favor after this. Hearing this suggestion, Nyo Daeon's expression became slightly unnatural.
If he really called the police, wouldn't the fact that he didn't know the car owner be exposed? That would be a huge embarrassment.
Seeing Nyo Daeon hesitating, Lin Dong smirked.
Alright, Nyo Daeon, stop pretending here.
Returning your friend's car, let me ask you, where is that friend of yours right now?
Nyo Daeon was nearly choked by Lin Dong's words.
However, he still stubbornly held on.
Didn't I just call? It didn't go through. He must be busy. Besides, what does this have to do with you? Who said it couldn't get through? My phone has been on, and I didn't see you call.
Lin Dong said with a smile, taking out his phone.
Sure enough, it was on and everything was normal. Nyo Daeon's brows furrowed tightly. Was this Lin Dong just out of a mental hospital and hadn't taken his medication?
Even now, he was still claiming this car was his. Nearby, Shang Jiaojia couldn't stand it any longer. Forget it, it's just a small matter, no need to argue. I can just take a taxi back, no need for anyone to send me. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Dong suddenly walked towards Shang Jiaojia. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed her delicate hand.
Lin Dong, what are you doing?
Shang Jiaojia shivered, looking at Lin Dong in disbelief. For a moment, she even forgot to pull her hand back. Meanwhile, everyone else was also stunned. Especially Nyo Daeon, who instantly turned red in the face, furious like a mad bull, his nostrils flaring.
Lin Dong, let go of me.
Unfortunately, Lin Dong seemed not to hear, his eyes only on Shang Jiaojia.
Old classmate, it's getting late, let me drive you home. Just right, didn't we agree to go look at houses tomorrow? We can have a deeper conversation in the car. Lin Dong, you.
Shang Jiajiao's face was burning, her cheeks flushed. Even if she were a bit slow, she could tell that Lin Dong was teasing her.
Ding ding.
Whoosh. At that moment, two frog-like headlights suddenly lit up, blinding everyone. Immediately, Lin Dong skillfully opened the passenger door and made an inviting gesture.
Please, old classmate. At that moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence.
It was as if everyone had their throats squeezed, unable to make a sound.
Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Dong. Shock, regret, incredulity.
A variety of expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Nyo Daeon's mouth was agape, enough to fit an egg inside.
How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Nyo Daeon could not accept this reality at all, feeling a wave of suffocation. After a moment of shock, Shang Jiajiao's pretty face revealed an unprecedented joy. Lin Dong, is this car really yours? Could it be fake? Then what about the house you mentioned?
Lin Dong smiled faintly, ignoring the presence of others, and tightly grasped Shang Jiajiao's small hand. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's reins. I will definitely buy this villa. We'll go see it tomorrow, and if it's suitable, we can sign the contract on the spot. Upon hearing this, Shang Jiajiao's face turned red, lowering her head, unable to meet Lin Dong's fiery gaze. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill.
If it can't be pushed, then the money isn't enough. Don't be fooled by Nyo Daeon taking over the furniture factory and boasting about having millions in assets.
In reality, half of it consists of immovable factories and equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't only be driving a BMW worth 200,000 to 300,000. In contrast, Lin Dong drove a car worth over $1 million. This indicated that his wealth was at least tens of millions, if not more.
Such a thick thigh, only a fool wouldn't cling to it. Dongzi, did I hear that right? This car is really yours?
Next to him, Su Chunlai was also dumbfounded,
trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. You kid, you really know how to hide it. I thought you were as miserable as I am. Sorry, Chunlai, this is my fault.
I'll tell my dad. Tomorrow you can report to Lihua Hotel. Just right, the position of lobby manager has opened up. Upon hearing this, everyone stared wide-eyed at each other.
Lin Dong's dad, Lin Xiangqian, wasn't he a security guard at Lihua Hotel? How could he still be in charge of the lobby manager? Lin Dong was also determined to shock.
He then casually said, I forgot to tell you, yesterday, I already took over Lihua Hotel, and now the general manager is my dad.
Not much, just spent 40 million.
Lin Dong said lightly, completely unaware that Su Chunlai's head was about to explode. The other classmates were even more silent, like wooden chickens. Looking at Niu Daong, his face was both red and black, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
Where was the earlier smugness? Okay. Thanks, Lin Dong, you are truly my bro. Su Chunlai was overjoyed to the point of tears.
If it weren't for Lin Dong still holding Shang Jiaojiao's small hand, he would have almost rushed over for a hug.
Alright, that's it. I'll take Jiaojiao back first.
Lin Dong smiled coldly, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the crowd. At that moment, no one dared to meet his eyes. They all lowered their heads, their faces filled with unbearable shame. They had flattered Niu Daong for so long, calling him Director Niu. In comparison to Lin Dong, he was nothing. Driving a broken BMW worth 200,000 to 300,000, he thought he could ride on Lin Dong's face. He was simply the clown of clowns, a puppet in McDonald's.
Lin Dong, no, I'm sorry. We were just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Dong, is the hotel still hiring?
I can serve plates, be a security guard, or even clean toilets. Please give me a chance.
Please don't hold a grudge against us.
These high school classmates who had just mocked Lin Dong now had a complete 180-degree turn in attitude. Each one bowed their heads and fawned over him. There was no choice. In this materialistic society, money is everything.
No need.
Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. The hotel has enough staff. Besides, there aren't that many rich women to take care of the business, right? Upon hearing this, a group of classmates couldn't hold back their expressions. Seeing them embarrassed and speechless, Lin Dong chuckled. He then looked at Niu Daong, who was standing there, still in a daze.
Director Niu? Class leader Niu? Ha! Niu Daong was taken aback for a moment.
Only then did he realize that Lin Dong was calling him. The next moment, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying and instinctively bent down.
Lin Dong, what instructions do you have?
It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you, if you're interested in watches, you can go to a luxury watch store and take a look, broaden your horizons,
so you won't misjudge in the future.
As Lin Dong spoke, he shook his right hand. Under the glow of the car lights, the Patek Philippe gleamed brilliantly, every hand clearly visible.
It had seemed unremarkable before, but now, worn on Lin Dong's wrist, it exuded immense luxury and elegance. Hearing this, Niu Daong's face turned red, and he shrank his neck. Okay. At that moment, Niu Daong regretted it deeply. If he hadn't acted so pretentiously earlier and had a good conversation with Lin Dong, he might have been able to meet some big bosses through him. His furniture factory could definitely reach new heights. Now, that was something he couldn't even think about.
Soon, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong left with Shang Jiaojiao, striding away. Watching the taillights of the Panamera disappear from view, the group exchanged glances, all filled with regret. If they had to blame someone, it could only be themselves for not recognizing the opportunity that could change their lives. In stark contrast to them was Su Chunlai, who was jumping with joy.
Am I really going to be the lobby manager of Lihua Hotel? Ha, thanks to Lin Dong. Truly my bro. Now I don't have to wake up early and deliver takeout anymore.
I'm going home to tell my mom this good news. Before he finished speaking, Su Chunlai pedaled away on his bicycle. The others felt as if they had eaten fly droppings, uncomfortable and with grim expressions. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Their own failures were indeed painful, but Su Chunlai's success made them even more envious and resentful.
Meanwhile, in the Porsche Panamera,
Lin Dong held the steering wheel with one hand, occasionally glancing at the passenger seat. Once upon a time, he could only dare to look at this class flower from a distance. Now, he could finally appreciate her beauty up close. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to break through that layer of glass.
Lin Dong, thank you.
Shang Jiaojiao smiled, her breath fragrant as she spoke. If it weren't for you, Niu Daong would definitely still be pestering me.
And thanks to you, this is the first time I've ridden in such a high-end car. It really feels different.
Lin Dong smiled lightly.
It's just a small effort. If you want to ride, you can do so every day in the future.
Upon hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao seemed to think of something, her expression turning wistful.
No. I'm sorry, I'm already married. What?
Lin Dong was suddenly stunned, his brows furrowing tightly. He had never heard of her being married. Noticing Lin Dong's shock, Shang Jiaojiao lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed.
Not long after graduation, my parents wanted me to get married.
You know, my family situation isn't very good. On the road, Shang Jiao spoke softly.
Like Lin Dong, she came from an ordinary working-class family.
Her parents worked hard for a year, barely earning enough for living expenses. While other female classmates had money to buy dolls, she barely had a few new clothes. Because of her poor family background, Shang Jiao was determined to find a wealthy husband to change her life.
Finally, a few years after graduating from high school, she met her current husband through a relative's introduction.
He owned a chain of supermarkets and restaurants in the county, with a fortune of over 10 million. Shang Jiao's parents, in pursuit of a hefty bride price, did not consult her opinion and directly agreed to the marriage. Shang Jiao, unable to resist, had no choice but to go along with it. Soon after, she gave birth to a daughter.
Unexpectedly, the good times did not last long.
Within 2 years, due to poor management and food safety issues, the supermarket and restaurant business plummeted. Her husband became addicted to gambling, accumulating a mountain of debt. The burden of the family fell entirely on her shoulders. Before her confinement period was even over, she was forced to return to work. The money from selling their house was not only needed to cover household expenses but also to repay debts. Life became even more difficult than before the marriage. This month, she hadn't sold a single house.
In desperation, she attended a class reunion. That's when she met Lin Dong. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have listened to my parents back then. That man is nothing but scum. Once he had money, he went gambling. I was truly blind.
Now, the child is about to start kindergarten, and the tuition fees are still unsettled.
I really don't know what to do anymore. Sigh.
As she spoke, Shang Jiao couldn't help but shed a few tears. Lin Dong timely handed her some tissues.
I'm sorry, Lin Dong, for making you see this. Shang Jiao wiped her tears and forced a self-deprecating smile.
Jiao. Lin Dong frowned slightly. After hearing Shang Jiao's story, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He had thought that, with her beautiful figure and decent looks, she must be living better than everyone else. He never expected her life to be so hard. However, none of that mattered now. What was important was that at this moment, Shang Jiao's heart was stirring. As long as he beckoned with his finger, this married woman would surely not refuse. Perhaps, she would be even more passionate and proactive than he imagined. Sure enough, the moment Lin Dong grasped Shang Jiao's small hand, her body went limp, and her pretty face visibly flushed.
Ha!
Shang Jiao's heart raced, her breath heavy, her eyes filled with this man who could give her a sense of security.
Lin Dong, creak.
Lin Dong slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop on the roadside, pressing against Shang Jiao. It was nearly 10 o'clock now. The street was dark, and no one would notice them. However, just as Lin Dong was unbuttoning Shang Jiao's clothes, before he could go any further, the phone rang.
Ding-dling.
Shang Jiao picked up her phone and took a glance, instantly turning pale with fright, hurriedly pushing away his hands.
Shoo, don't say anything. It's my husband. Hello, husband, what's wrong?
Soon, a man's voice came from the other end.
Wife, has the class reunion ended? Why aren't you back yet? Are you fooling around with another man? Say something.
Shang Jiao's beautiful eyes widened, her expression showing a hint of hesitation. Lin Dong noticed the subtle change in her expression and could only slowly sit back in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Shang Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she cautiously said, "Don't worry, I'll be home soon."
You better hurry up. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Shang Jiao's face was flushed. While relieved, she also felt a tinge of disappointment.
I'm sorry, old classmate, I have to hurry home.
Let's meet again next time. She initially thought Lin Dong would be angry and blame her for this.
To her surprise, Lin Dong just smiled and shook his head.
It's fine, good food is not afraid of being late, I can wait. Besides, we can see each other tomorrow, right? You forgot, I still have to go buy a villa on the other side of Donghu.
Upon hearing this, Shang Jiao was momentarily stunned. Then, she was overwhelmed with joy. She had thought this deal would fall through. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong truly kept his promise.
Thinking back to Lin Dong's gentle actions earlier, Shang Jiao couldn't help but feel an increased fondness for him.
If it had been Niu Daong, he would have forced himself on her no matter what.
Alright, old classmate, see you tomorrow. I won't let you down. Shang Jiao said this almost with a blush.
Soon, Lin Dong dropped her off at her community. Until she walked through the door, Shang Jiao couldn't stop thinking about Lin Dong, her heart racing like a little deer. Even though she was already a married woman, she still felt like a young girl in love. On the other side, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiao's back, and the image of the class flower from the past gradually overlapped in his mind. Poor woman, luckily you met me. Tomorrow,
I will come to save you. Lin Dong smiled faintly and pressed down on the accelerator. The next morning, just around 7 or 8 o'clock, Lin Dong received a phone call. It was Lin Shangqian, saying that someone claiming to be Lin Dong's classmate had come to apply for a job. He wanted to be a lobby manager. Lin Dong was taken aback. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten to tell his dad about Su Chunlai last night. Just then, Su Chunlai called. Dongzi, they won't let me in. Don't mess with me, I've already quit. Lin Dong couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. At his laugh, Su Chunlai became even more flustered. Last night, he had drunkenly scolded his boss. If Lin Dong was tricking him, he would be unemployed. Dongzi, say something. Don't worry, I'll tell my dad right away. Soon, Lin Dong arranged a position for Su Chunlai. The stone that had been hanging in this old classmate's heart finally fell. It was almost a disaster. By the way, Dongzi, didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Last night, when you sent our class flower home, didn't anything happen? With work settled, Su Chunlai couldn't help but gossip. Lin Dong smiled and said lightly, it was too late last night, we agreed to meet today. Then I wish you good luck. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Dong drove his Panamera to the other side of Donghu. This area belonged to the new district of Qingshan County. In recent years, it had been under heavy construction, and an artificial lake had been dug. Many wealthy and powerful people in the county had bought houses here. The other side of Donghu was a well-known villa area. Facing south, it had beautiful scenery and convenient transportation. It was also equipped with hospitals, schools, and large supermarkets, making it very suitable for living. Of course, the housing prices here were not low. A simple stacked villa would cost over $1 million. A better townhouse would cost $2 million. As for more expensive standalone villas, you wouldn't get one for less than $3 or $4 million. As soon as Lin Dong parked his car at the entrance, a group of saleswomen selling houses widened their eyes, like hungry wolves seeing meat. People who drive such luxury cars are either rich or noble. Besides, who would dare to come to the other side of Donghu to buy a house without a few bucks in their pocket? Hello, boss. As soon as Lin Dong got out of the car, 3 or 4 saleswomen in blue and white uniforms rushed over, holding brochures, their enthusiasm palpable. You must be here to buy a house, right? Are you looking for a stacked villa or a townhouse? Someone as capable as you must be looking for a lakeside standalone villa. Everyone spoke at once, making Lin Dong's head spin. Sorry, I have an appointment. Is Shang Jiao Jiao here? As soon as they heard Lin Dong was looking for Shang Jiao Jiao, everyone dispersed in disappointment. It seemed they weren't too fond of her. After all, who could blame them? Shang Jiao Jiao was beautiful. Even after having a child, her beauty remained undiminished. In fact, she seemed even more mature and charming. Sorry, sir, Jiao Jiao is currently showing a house to a client and may not have time to accompany you. How about I show you around? They're all the same. A somewhat attractive girl with bangs approached. At first glance, her figure was quite nice. Under her uniform, there was a slight swell, hinting at her curves. While speaking, she even deliberately brushed against Lin Dong's arm. Such behavior was not unusual for the other saleswomen. For the sake of selling houses, this little sacrifice was worth it. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had come with the intention of securing Shang Jiao Jiao. How could he give up a grand feast for a simple home-cooked meal? So, he shook his head directly. Sorry, I have an appointment with Miss Shang, so I won't trouble you. All right. The group of saleswomen sighed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy towards Shang Jiao Jiao. Was it just because she had a pretty face? Look at how these men were enchanted. Even though she was married, she was still so shameless. At the same time, their gazes towards Lin Dong grew increasingly unfriendly. Shang Jiao Jiao must have already given herself to him. Otherwise, Lin Dong wouldn't have specifically named her to look at the house. Lin Dong could see what they were thinking. However, to find Shang Jiao Jiao faster, he still had to ask these saleswomen for help. When asking for a favor, one naturally had to show some attitude. How about this? Whoever can take me to Miss Shang, I'll give her a small red envelope. How about that? A small red envelope? The saleswomen curled their lips in disdain, looking unimpressed. Driving such a nice car, yet so stingy. And just a small one. Not much, 2,000 yuan. 2,000? In the next moment, everyone's expressions changed instantly, each one raising their hands. Pick me, pick me. Really? Handsome. I also want a red envelope, give me a chance, bro. This was the charm of money. These women were more realistic than imagined. 1 second they heard small red envelope and didn't think much of it. The next second, upon hearing the figure of 2,000, they wished they could stick to him directly. Among them, the beauty with bangs reacted the fastest. She dashed forward, wrapping her small hands around Lin Dong's arm, calling him brother with a sweet voice that made one's bones feel weak.
Brother, I know where Jiao Jiao is. I'll take you there.
Alright, it's you then.
Seeing Lin Dong speak, the others, though unwilling, could only resent their parents for not giving them 2 more legs to be faster.
What should I call you, beautiful? Brother, just call me Xiaoyu. Can we add each other on WeChat? Xiaoyu smiled lightly.
She looked like a recent college graduate. No wonder she was so motivated at work. But this was also because the commission for selling houses was quite high. Residential properties generally earned 3,000s, while villas were even higher, usually 8 to 10,000s.
As long as the performance was good, one could earn more than 90% of jobs in the county. No wonder Shang Jiao Jiao chose this profession.
Only selling houses could help her pay off the huge gambling debts her family owed. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, Lin Dong walked into a lakeside garden filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Surrounded by green grass and red flowers, a man-made lake lay in the center.
Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. He had only heard that the environment across Dong Lake was nice. He didn't expect it to be even more beautiful than he imagined. Noticing his expression, Xiaoyu immediately said, "Brother, just ahead is the villa area. Here, we focus on comfort and livability.
Especially for the older generation like uncles and aunts, after dinner in the evening, they can come to the lakeside park for a stroll, breathe in fresh air, and it will definitely be good for their health and longevity." Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin had worked hard all their lives, living in a shabby community. It was time to change the environment and enjoy their later years. Soon, Xiaoyu continued to show concern, eager for Lin Dong to buy a house from her. Along the way, she used various verbal and physical hints.
She was just short of dragging Lin Dong into the bushes to do something.
Although Lin Dong wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, compared to Shang Jiao Jiao, Xiaoyu still fell a bit short. So, he remained unmoved.
Before long, Xiaoyu brought Lin Dong to the lakeside villa area.
This place, in terms of both quality and environmental layout, was quite good. Adjacent to the lake, with a distant view of the gardens, it was refreshing and uplifting.
Even if it weren't for Shang Jiao Jiao, he would still want to prepare a suitable retirement environment for his parents.
Brother, we've arrived. Jiao Jiao is showing a house to a client, just in the villa number 9 ahead.
She should still be inside now.
Lin Dong couldn't help but brighten at the sight of this 3-story villa from the outside, feeling an instant attraction. In fact, Villa number 9 was one of the 3 highest-end villas across Dawn Lake.
The overall style is modern, understated yet luxurious. However, its price makes most people hesitate. 6 million.
It is undoubtedly the most expensive residence on the other side of Donghu Lake, and even in the entire Qingshan County.
Thank you.
Lin Dong nodded slightly. After speaking, he sent a red envelope to Xiaoyu.
5,000? Brother, didn't we agree on just 2,000?
Xiaoyu stared with her big watery eyes, her face full of surprise, her cherry lips forming an O shape. Originally, she felt a bit frustrated and disappointed for not enticing Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so generous, directly transferring 5,000 yuan to her.
Consider the extra as a little token of appreciation. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Thank you, brother.
Xiaoyu laughed happily, nodding like a little chick pecking at rice. Just as Xiaoyu was about to leave, a commotion of shouting between a man and a woman erupted from the villa.
The two couldn't help but look up. "Zhang, what do you want to do? If you keep this up, I will call the police."
The woman was panting, seemingly struggling against something. Soon, a man's response came, his tone very rough.
"Damn bitch, what are you pretending for? I'm your husband, why can't I touch you?"
At this moment, inside Villa No.
9. "Zhang Guankuan, don't touch me. If you keep this up, I really will call the police."
A man with slick back hair grabbed the arm of a saleswoman in a blue and white uniform, continuously tearing at her clothes, his face filled with greed and desire.
"Jiao Jiao, just agree to me. We haven't shared a bed in a long time. I know you're still blaming me. I've changed, can't I change? I won't gamble anymore."
The man, Zhang Guankuan, was indeed Shang Jiao Jiao's husband. He was originally the owner of several large supermarkets and restaurants in the county. Later, his business failed, and he became addicted to gambling. As a result, he not only lost money but also ended up in deep debt.
After that, Shang Jiao Jiao went out to work to earn money.
Zhang Guankuan often asked her for money and would hit her at the slightest provocation. In a fit of anger, Shang Jiao Jiao separated from Zhang Guankuan, and they rarely saw each other. Zhang Guankuan suspected that she had found a man outside, especially last night, when Shang Jiao Jiao returned home after 10 o'clock. Through the window, Zhang Guankuan saw her getting out of a luxury car. When he asked for intimacy again, Shang Jiao Jiao refused him once more. Unwilling to accept this, he directly came to the other side of Donghu Lake. Taking advantage of no one being around, he revealed his true nature and attempted to force himself on her. As a result, he faced fierce resistance from Shang Jiao Jiao. Seeing that Shang Jiao Jiao was adamant in her refusal, Zhang Guangquan was completely enraged. Slap! He slapped Shang Jiao Jiao's face, leaving her cheek red and causing her to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. Damn it, filthy whore! What are you pretending for? I'm your husband, it's only natural for me to sleep with you. Today, you must serve me well. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this door. Shang Jiao Jiao's mind buzzed, and she felt her heart turn to ashes, tears streaming down her cheeks. After getting married, she realized that Zhang Guangquan was nothing but scum. He gambled and solicited outside, and would hit her at the slightest provocation. If it weren't for their daughter, she would have divorced him long ago. Crying now is a bit early. Once we get to bed, I'll make you know what it means to be in ecstasy. Wife, I'm coming. Zhang Guangquan grinned. The next moment, he directly unbuckled his belt, about to take off his pants and force himself on her. Bang bang bang! A series of footsteps suddenly echoed. Before Zhang Guangquan could turn around, he received a solid kick to his back, landing face first on the ground. What? Shang Jiao Jiao's pupils constricted. Before she could react, a man helped her up. Jiao Jiao, are you okay? Shang Jiao Jiao turned to see that the man supporting her was Lin Dong. Looking outside, Xiaoyu was still wide-eyed, looking confused. No, I'm fine. Shang Jiao Jiao bit her lip, wanting to hold on. As a result, unable to hold back, she cried like a pear blossom in the rain and instinctively rushed into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong was momentarily stunned, but then naturally reached out to embrace her, gently patting her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here, it's alright. Xiaoyu, seeing this scene, was well aware of the ambiguous relationship between the two and hurried downstairs. Unexpectedly, just as the two were sweetly whispering to each other, Zhang Guangquan, who had just been kicked over, staggered to his feet. Seeing the two being affectionate, he was so angry that it felt like his liver was hurting. Well, I said you filthy whore, why didn't you agree to me? So, you've been secretly looking for men behind my back. Bitch! Zhang Guangquan gritted his teeth in anger. The thought of his wife becoming someone else's plaything made him furious. Especially when he imagined Shang Jiao Jiao being coy and submissive under someone else's body, Zhang Guangquan became even more enraged. He immediately clenched his fists, ready to give Lin Dong a good beating. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Lin Dong. In a flash, Lin Dong didn't even glance at him, lifting his leg and delivering a kick. With a loud thud, Zhang Guangquan fell to the ground again. But that wasn't the end. Lin Dong's leg came down, directly stepping on Zhang Guangquan's head, nearly crushing it. Help! Help! Zhang Guangquan was nearly dumbfounded. With just these two kicks, it was clear that Lin Dong was definitely a skilled fighter. He was simply not someone Zhang Guangquan could provoke. Ha! You can't even take one kick from me, what a waste. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. With such a person, how could he be worthy of being with Shang Jiao Jiao? At that moment, Lin Dong's gaze shifted downward. And with that little 3-inch thing, you dare to touch women? I advise you to quickly save some money and get a lengthening surgery at a big hospital. You. Zhang Guangquan was so furious he was nearly dead. However, he was helpless. He couldn't curse back, couldn't fight back, and could only become the other's punching bag. Unexpectedly, what truly drove him to despair was yet to come. Ding ding ding. A loud siren rang out. Soon after, 2 uniformed police officers walked in. Police, help, help. Zhang Guangquan quickly reached out for help. Little did he know, the police were there to arrest him. We received a report that someone is forcing women here? Shang Jiao Jiao bit her lip and quickly pointed. Police, it's him. Before long, Zhang Guangquan was taken out across the Donghu River. With witnesses and evidence present, not only would he have to serve time, but his marriage with Shang Jiao Jiao would likely come to a complete end as well. Soon after, Lin Dong and Shang Jiao Jiao finished their statements and walked out of the police station, getting into a Panamera. Jiao Jiao, are you feeling better? Shang Jiao Jiao nodded gently, her eyes filled with trust and affection. Lin Dong smiled faintly, gently playing with Shang Jiao Jiao's messy hair. Last night it was too dark to see clearly. Now, up close, Lin Dong felt even more that Shang Jiao Jiao was as tempting as a ripe peach, especially those alluring peach blossom eyes, which were simply irresistible. Shang Jiao Jiao felt the same fluttering in her heart. Before Lin Dong could make his next move, she actively burrowed into his arms, greedily inhaling the scent that belonged solely to him. She looked like she was desperate with longing. Ever since Zhang Guangquan became a gambling addict, Shang Jiao Jiao hadn't let him touch her. To be precise, she hadn't been happy for 3 or 4 years. Last night, Lin Dong's teasing had stirred her long-dormant feelings once again. Coupled with today's heroic rescue, Shang Jiao had completely fallen for him. However, Lin Dong did not forget the important matter. While his hands roamed over her, he repeated the promise from yesterday.
Jiao, just now, Xiaoyu took me for a tour. I think that No. 9 villa is quite nice. I plan to buy it for my parents to live in. What do you think? Me? Hearing Lin Dong's question, Shang Jiao's face flushed with shyness. Such matters should be asked of the lady of the house, shouldn't they? Looking at Lin Dong's sincere and passionate gaze, Shang Jiao lightly bit her lip and replied in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, Good eye, Villa No. 9 should be the best house on the other side of Donghu. It's just a bit expensive, costing 6 million. After saying this, Shang Jiao felt a bit embarrassed herself. 6 million, even in Tianhai, could buy a decent house. Spending it in a small place like Qingshan County felt like a waste. Thinking of this, Shang Jiao quickly added, But I can help you negotiate the price, see if we can lower it a bit. Lin Dong smiled and teased her nose. If that's the case, won't your commission be less? Well, Shang Jiao shook her head. Although she sold houses to make money, thinking of Lin Dong's contributions made those commissions seem insignificant. Ah, just kidding. Do I look like someone who lacks money? 6 million is 6 million. In a bit, we'll go back to the sales office to sign the contract. What? Shang Jiao's eyes widened, not expecting Lin Dong to be so generous. She didn't know if it was for her sake or if he genuinely thought that villa was nice. But in any case, her commission was secure. About 50,000. With that money, she could pay her daughter's kindergarten tuition. Lin Dong, Shang Jiao's face turned red, almost whispering in Lin Dong's ear, I have nothing to repay you with, I hope you won't dislike me. How could I? You are the dream flower of all the boys in our class. I cherish it, how could I possibly dislike it? Before the words fell, Lin Dong directly sealed Shang Jiao's moist red lips. It made her blush from her neck to her ears, unable to move. Seeing the beauty in a posture of submission, Lin Dong certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Soon, he found a high-end hotel nearby. After entering the room, he tossed Shang Jiao onto the big bed. The salesgirl uniform was thrown everywhere. The entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Shang Jiao didn't dare to open her eyes. However, the more she did this, the clearer her other senses became. First, her forehead was touched lightly, then a series of French kisses followed. Finally, it was a conquest from top to bottom. Although Shang Jiao had already given birth, both her figure and appearance were well maintained. In a moment, Lin Dong was completely captivated, unable to extricate himself. The charming woman before him gradually overlapped with the aloof class flower in his memory. Time passed second by second. When the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, it was already sunset outside. Shang Jiao lay breathless on the big bed, her snow-white skin flushed. Lin Dong lit a post-coital cigarette, sitting at the head of the bed, looking at this lingering woman. Jiao, when you go back, hurry up and divorce your husband. You can come to me for anything in the future. Did you hear that? At first, Shang Jiao hesitated a bit upon hearing this. But thinking of Zhang Guangquan's actions, she ultimately nodded firmly. The promise of the man before her gave her confidence. From now on, she and her child would have support. At this moment, Lin Dong glanced at the sky outside, a slight smile on his lips. Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to sign the contract. You shouldn't go back tonight. The next morning, the two woke up in the hotel room. It was still Lin Dong who dragged Shang Jiao to the sales office. After they signed the contract, Villa No. 9 officially belonged to him. Lin Dong, thank you. Until now, Shang Jiao felt like she was dreaming. At the same time, she was incredibly grateful that she had attended that class reunion. Otherwise, she feared she would still be stuck in the mire. Without a doubt, Shang Jiao could receive a commission of 50,000, plus an additional 10,000 bonus. After all, Villa No. 9 is a landmark on the other side of East Lake, and even many big bosses hesitate to buy it, unable to sell it for a long time. Shang Jiao sold this villa, and combined with her previous performance, she directly became the sales champion of the month. On the other side, Lin Dong returned to the Lin family. As soon as he entered the door, his parents couldn't wait to ask him where he went last night. Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and teased them. Dad, Mom, I bought you a house. You guys pack up, and let's go take a look right now. Son, what did you say? Mom and Dad are getting older, and can't handle surprises like this. Li Shouqin, holding a frying spatula in one hand, reached out to touch Lin Dong's forehead, suspecting he was confused. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense so early in the morning? Buying a house is such an important matter, and he didn't even discuss it with them, yet he bought it in a day? Lin Dong smiled bitterly and patiently explained, I have a friend who works at the sales office,
and he has a nice villa available. Just right, we've lived in this old house long enough, so I made the decision to buy it. Look, the contract is right here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin hurriedly took the contract. After seeing the transaction amount, they almost fainted on the spot. 6 million? So expensive. The old couple was dumbfounded. It's normal to buy a new house with money, but isn't a 6 million villa a bit too extravagant? Just as they were about to complain, Lin Dong played the rogue. It's already bought, and there's no way to return it. If we put it up for transfer now, we would at least lose 1 or 2 million. You guys figure it out. Hearing this, the old couple was instantly speechless. Losing such a large sum of money for no reason is not worth it. It seems they have to accept this fact. Sigh, what can I say about you, child? Alright, Xiuqin, isn't Xiaodong thinking of us? Just accept his good intentions. At our age, we should enjoy some comfort. Lin Xiangqian persuaded a few words, and Li Xiuqin finally relented. After eating, the two followed Lin Dong straight to the other side of East Lake. About half an hour later, the three arrived at the villa area. Along the way, the old couple exclaimed in delight, their eyes sparkling like they were in a wonderland. Their mouths never closed, always wide open. Especially when they saw the lakeside villa, with its beautiful scenery, they couldn't help but praise Lin Dong's decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling a bit emotional. Who would have thought that just 2 months ago, their family was still living a hand-to-mouth existence? Now, they could move into a villa. To his surprise, when Lin Dong parked the car outside Villa No. 9, a familiar figure was standing at the door, with a warm smile and a hint of shyness in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work at this time? Upon hearing this, Shang Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed. The look she gave Lin Dong also carried a trace of resentment. How can you say that? We've been apart for so long, and you didn't even call or send a text. At this moment, Lin Dong's parents walked over. Seeing Lin Dong chatting happily with a beautiful girl, their eyes lit up. Lin Dong, who is this? Young lady, do you have a boyfriend? How about our Xiaodong? Let me tell you, he has a great personality, and you two seem quite compatible. Lin Dong's mouth twitched. His mom never missed an opportunity to introduce him to someone, no matter where they were. Jiao Jiao, you go ahead and get back to work. If there's anything, let's keep in touch by phone. Shang Jiao Jiao nodded lightly and quickly walked away, afraid that if they talked a bit longer, Li Xiuqin would start asking about her birthday to matchmake them. Although she also wanted to be Lin Dong's bride, the thought of being married with a daughter while Lin Dong was still single made her feel a bit inferior. She could only suppress this thought deep in her heart. Li Xiuqin was unaware of this. Watching Shang Jiao Jiao's graceful figure leave, she shook her head. TSK, what a pretty little girl. How wonderful it would be if she became my daughter-in-law. Son, I see that girl has a good attitude towards you. You should try to win her over and bring her home. Your mom is also looking forward to having a big fat grandson next year. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Mom, how do you know she will have a son and not a daughter? Li Xiuqin made a valid point. The old Lin family has 4 kids, and 3 of them are boys. I can't believe you would be so unlucky as to have a girl. Besides, I see that girl has a big chest and a big butt. She's definitely the type to have sons. Lin Dong smiled awkwardly. Can this really be viewed that way? Alright, Mom, let's go inside and take a look. Once they entered the villa, Li Xiuqin finally stopped bringing up the topic of finding a partner. Instead, she wandered around the 3-story building, touching this and looking at that. It was simply dazzling, overwhelming to the senses. Lin Xiangqian also widened his eyes, his heart racing. This villa is amazing. It's even more luxurious than my older brother's and second brother's houses. Wow, there's even a swimming pool. Lin Dong smiled non-committally. With his current financial situation, he could buy even more luxurious houses. This villa was merely child's play. I'll have someone start renovating this villa in a couple of days. From now on, this will be our new home. I'll give you the keys, and you can come and see it any time. Hearing this, the elderly couple couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. One of them couldn't hold back and shed tears of joy. Our Lin family is truly blessed. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, while his thoughts drifted far away. Just now, Lin Xiangqian mentioned his older and second brothers, who were indeed Uncle Lin Xiangwen and Uncle Lin Xiangwu. They had done quite well for themselves, accumulating a fortune of millions over the years. However, Lin Dong also remembered that these two had forcefully taken away dozens of acres of land that rightfully belonged to their family, which had led to Lin Xiangqian's current predicament. We'll settle this score slowly. A cold glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. In a few days, it would be his grandfather's 80th birthday. At that time, a good show would unfold. The next morning, Lin Dong was still half asleep when Li Xiuqin dragged him out of bed. Sleep, sleep, sleep. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Your dad has already gone to work, and you're still lying here. Lin Dong yawned sleepily and slowly got up. Mom, why are you up so early? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqin became even more energetic. I don't know who is shouting about taking me to the beauty salon for some pampering. How can you forget so quickly? You sleep like a pig. Lin Dong was taken aback. So, his mom was doing this for that reason. Speaking of which, it was he who had first suggested it. After all these years, Li Xiuqin had been managing the household and had been reluctant to spend money on cosmetics, so she hadn't taken good care of herself. She looked several years older than her peers. Now that they had money, it was only natural to take good care of herself. Li Xiuqin was particularly attentive to this. After all, women love beauty. Alright, I'll get up now. That's more like it. Li Xiuqin nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the two arrived at the most upscale beauty salon in the county. The place was huge, occupying an entire floor. The decor was also very high-end, with every corner exuding elegance and taste, making one feel a sense of luxury and extraordinary comfort. Before long, they went straight to the front desk. A young woman with dyed yellow hair was boredly playing on her phone. At first glance, she looked quite good. Her figure was curvy, especially her ample bosom, which seemed ready to burst out of her black short-sleeve shirt. Hello, I would like to ask what services you offer here. Look for yourself. The blonde-haired girl didn't even lift her head and casually tossed a brochure over. Lin Dong frowned at this. He was spending money to be a customer, not to be treated like a grandson here. This beauty salon is quite large, so why is the service so poor? Just then, a woman with blonde hair looked up and suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Aunt Qin, is that you? Li Xiuqin was momentarily stunned. Then, she recognized the woman's identity, her expression a bit surprised. Isn't this Xiu? Why are you working at a beauty salon? Lin Dong was completely confused. Could it be that his mother knew this woman? Son, this is Song Wenxiu. She used to work at the same factory as me. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Li Xiuqin was delighted to meet an acquaintance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the words about working at the factory, Song Wenxiu's expression suddenly fell. She seemed very resistant to the identity of a factory girl. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when you hit someone, and don't expose their shortcomings. Her attitude was already not very good, and now she was directly mocking. Aunt Li, what are you doing here at your age? This kind of place is for young people. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin's expression became a bit awkward, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Isn't it because of my son, who is being filial and brought me here for some maintenance? He's doing quite well now, earning some money. He just bought me a car. A car? Song Wenxiu was taken aback for a moment. Then she noticed that a young man was following Li Xiuqin. He looked quite good. But how could he be Li Xiuqin's son and make a lot of money? Even if he bought a car, it would at most be an old man's car. Put. Looking at Li Xiuqin's serious demeanor, Song Wenxiu couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of disdain. Alright, Aunt Li, you might as well stop showing off in front of me. That car your son bought you, who knows how many hands it's passed through, whether it can even be driven is another question. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. Even if she was naive, she could tell that the young girl was mocking her. Not a single word of kindness. Besides, the expenses here are not cheap, it costs several thousand casually. With that kind of money, what can't you do? You should hurry back, don't delay my work. After saying this, Song Wenxiu started fiddling with her phone again. But it was clear she wasn't working, she was just slacking off, scrolling through short videos. Li Xiuqin felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to turn back. However, Lin Dong was burning with anger and slammed the front desk. What nonsense are you talking about? My mom just wants to get some maintenance, who are you to point fingers here? And so what if it's a few thousand? Who do you look down on? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. Upon hearing this, Song Wenxiu's gaze froze for a moment. Then she snorted coldly. Oh, Aunt Li, your son is so impressive. If I didn't know better, I'd think the richest person in Qingshan County was here. Alright, the pricing standards are right here, you can look for yourselves. Song Wenxiu snorted coldly, a bit impatient as she slapped the brochure on the table. Opening it, there were various items, dazzling to the eye. Laser hair removal, photon skin rejuvenation, hydration care, whitening care. The prices were also a bit higher than other places. At least a few hundred, at most over 1,000. Then, there were membership options. Crystal level membership, 8,888, Jade level membership, 28,888, Gem level membership, 88,888, and the most expensive Diamond level membership, 188,888. Just this pricing standard was enough to scare off a large number of people.
Have you finished looking? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Aunt Lee, I won't say it, but you should. At your age, is it really necessary to learn to do maintenance?
Song Wonshio turned her head and continued scrolling through short videos, her tone full of disdain. Just then, a calm voice rang out.
18,888, that's all? I thought it was more expensive. Sign me up for a diamond membership. What?
Song Wonshio was stunned for a moment, doubting whether she had heard correctly. After that, she couldn't help but raise her head and stare at Lin Dong for a long time.
The more she looked at his serious expression, the more she couldn't hold back. Finally, she opened her mouth and burst into laughter. As she laughed, tears almost came out. Aunt Lee, has your son always been this funny? And a diamond member? Did he misread the price above, thinking it was in yen? Or Vietnamese dong?
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoqin clenched her fists in anger. In the past, when working in the factory, she only knew that this little girl was a bit lazy and had high expectations.
She never expected her to be like this,
looking down on others, with a dirty heart and mouth.
Son, forget it, I won't do this maintenance anymore, let's go.
Li Xiaoqin turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, she couldn't pull Lin Dong along. Turning back, she saw Lin Dong's cold expression as he pointed again at the words diamond member with his index finger. His tone was stiff and unyielding.
Did you not hear me say I want to get this diamond membership, or did you not understand?
If your ears don't work and your eyes can't see, then get someone else. As the saying goes, good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. After being scolded by Lin Dong like this, Song Wonshio, who had just been puffing up her cheeks and glaring, immediately wilted, not daring to act like she did before. However, she still muttered a few sarcastic remarks.
Why are you being so fierce? Is it not okay for me to get it for you?
But if you can't come up with the money, don't blame me for calling security.
Lin Dong smiled coldly. Such people only bully the weak and fear the strong.
If he didn't take a firm stand, they would even dare to ride on his head and defecate.
You don't need to worry about this, no matter how much it costs, I can afford it. Poof. Song Wonshio rolled her eyes disdainfully and pushed the payment code in front of Lin Dong.
She thought he would back down. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong really scanned it with great flair.
What are you pretending for? If you can take it out. Alipay received 188,888 yuan.
Hearing the payment notification, Song Wonshio was dumbfounded. After checking several times, she finally confirmed that the money was real.
Where did you get so much money? Is it really 188,888? Song Wonshio's eyes widened in disbelief. Put.
Seeing Song Wonshio's naive expression, Li Xiaoqin straightened her back, feeling proud. Xiao, I forgot to tell you, my son has become successful now. He has opened several stores in Tianhai, making over $1 million a month.
What is this amount of money?
By the way, he also bought a Mercedes for me and old Lin, it's parked outside. Saying this, Li Xiaoqin took out a set of Mercedes car keys and waved them in front of Song Wonshio. Now, Song Wonshio had no choice but to believe it. She knew that Li Xiaoqin was not the type to lie. This meant that the Lin family had really turned their fortunes around and become rich overnight. The next moment, Song Wonshio's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. With a beaming smile and lowered eyes, she said, "Oh, Aunt Lee, I'm really sorry, I was a bit dazed just now. Please don't take what I said seriously."
He.
Lin Dong sneered, ignoring Song Wonshio's flattery. He had seen too many small people who were arrogant at first and then fawned later.
Saying a few more words would just be a waste of time.
Seeing that Lin Dong was unmoved, Song Wonshio turned her attention to Li Xiaoqin, playing the sympathy card.
Aunt Lee, I'm still young and don't understand.
For the sake of our past relationship, please don't be angry.
If the manager finds out, I'll definitely get scolded and have my salary deducted. You are magnanimous, please don't hold it against me. Song Wonshio pleaded.
Her pitiful appearance was just short of shedding a couple of tears.
Li Xiaoqin, being soft-hearted, finally nodded. Only this once, no next time. Thank you so much, Aunt Lee.
Xiao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, it's hard to find a job, so take it seriously and don't just play all day.
Song Wonshio's face turned red from being scolded. Of course, all of this hinges on Lin Dong's financial capability.
If Lin Dong had no money, Guji would still look down on her like a dog.
By the way, Aunt Lee, may I ask, does your son, this handsome guy, have a girlfriend? Song Wonshio asked tentatively. Li Xiaoqin instinctively shook her head. Unexpectedly, the other party took the bait. That's great, I'm single too, Song Wonshio said with a look of surprise, directly walking out from the front desk. She even bent down on purpose. From Lin Dong's perspective, he could just see a flash of white and a hint of red. Song Wonshio couldn't help but feel pleased. There's a chance. As long as she could hook up with Lin Dong, who would need to work? She could just marry a rich man and buy whatever she wanted. Ahem. Li Xiaoqin was also a smart person. Seeing her exaggerated actions, how could she not know that she had her eyes on Lin Dong? However, she was very clear that Song Wenxiu was not a good woman and could never become a virtuous wife and mother. As far as she knew, when Song Wenxiu used to work in the factory, she often mingled with some spirited young men and would always stay out late at night. Sometimes, she would get completely drunk. There were even times she had gone to the hospital for some surgery. Li Xiaoqin, being traditional and conservative, despised such promiscuity the most. So, without waiting for Song Wenxiu to say a few more words, she directly grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, "Son, we've paid the money and signed up for the membership, let's go in." Lin Dong nodded slightly and walked straight in. Throughout the process, he ignored Song Wenxiu's flattery, leaving her feeling like Xu Beiji looking in a mirror, not knowing where to put herself. Humph. Song Wenxiu stomped her foot, somewhat questioning her life. With such a good figure and decent looks, why wouldn't Lin Dong even glance at her? Just then, she suddenly thought of something and showed a look of realization. Wait, I know. It must be because Aunt Li is nearby, he can't let go. I'll find an opportunity to privately ask him to meet. I don't believe I can't win him over. In Song Wenxiu's view, Lin Dong was no different from other men, he must be craving her body. It was just that with Li Xiaoqin present, it was not appropriate to make a move. As long as she took the initiative, it would be easy to win Lin Dong over. If Lin Dong knew, he would definitely scoff. He did like women, but absolutely not the likes of Song Wenxiu. After tasting fine rice, who would still like coarse grains? At the beauty salon, Li Xiaoqin was getting a beauty treatment. Lin Dong was outside, bored, playing on his phone. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Dong? Is that really you? When did you come back? Why didn't you say a word? Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked up. A man with a buzz cut was looking at him with a surprised expression. Lin Dong felt a bit familiar. However, for a moment, he couldn't remember who the person was. It's me, Mao Pang. Grew up wearing a pair of open-crotch pants. Seeing Lin Dong's confused face, the man took the initiative to introduce himself. Lin Dong finally realized, and some memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Mao Pang, his neighbor from childhood. Since they were about the same age, they often played together and had a decent relationship. Later, Mao Peng's parents made some money in business and moved away, and they lost contact. He didn't expect to meet him here. Could it be that, like him, he was accompanying his mother for a beauty treatment? Donzi, how are you doing now? I ran into your dad on the road before. He said you went to Tianhai. You must be making big money now, right? Hearing Mao Peng's roundabout inquiry about his situation, Lin Dong didn't boast and replied casually, "It's okay, a few thousand a month, just getting by." Upon hearing this, Mao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. In this day and age, people are like that. They fear their brothers are struggling, yet also fear their brothers are driving a Range Rover. Then, Mao Peng's face broke into an even brighter smile. Stop pretending. I still don't know you. You've always been vain since you were a kid. Surely you couldn't make it in the big city, so you came back to the county, right? I have a money-making opportunity here. Do you want to give it a try? If you do well, you can earn tens of thousands in one go. Lin Dong frowned slightly. He knew that Mao Peng's parents were in business. But in this current environment, what kind of work could earn tens of thousands at once? It couldn't be some shady deal or illegal activity, could it? Noticing Lin Dong's suspicious expression, Mao Peng grinned and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, we're childhood friends. How could I possibly trick you? Besides, with my courage, even if you asked me to rob a bank, I wouldn't dare." Then what is it? Lin Dong shook his head. He really couldn't think of any job that could casually earn tens of thousands. Moreover, if the money was really that easy to make, why wouldn't Mao Peng keep it all for himself instead of dragging him along? In the past, Lin Dong might have agreed without a second thought. But now, with over 3 billion in his bank account, how could he take such a risk for a little money? It's simple, just go have a drink, and tens of thousands will come easily. Have a drink? And earn that much? Lin Dong looked skeptical. Of course, just take a look for yourself. Mao Peng smiled proudly, showing off his wealth. This outfit, and these shoes, are all designer. And this iPhone, the latest model. Lin Dong hadn't noticed until now. This kid's attire was even better than his own. Wearing a suit worth tens of thousands, with a gold-banded Rolex on his wrist, at least 6 figures. Donzi, don't hesitate, come with me. As long as you show your face, tens of thousands will be transferred to your card immediately. Mao Peng said eagerly, pulling Lin Dong up. Lin Dong, feeling bored, didn't resist.
He sent a text to Li Xiaoqin, who was getting a beauty treatment, and followed Mao Pang out of the beauty salon. Soon, the two of them took a cab to a KTV. It was high-end, with a good environment and high privacy. Of course, the consumption level was also not low. Welcome. As soon as they entered, two waitresses welcomed them. Mao Pang seemed very familiar with the place and greeted them naturally. Where's Sister Wang's room? Sister Wang is in the pink mood room. Mao Pang nodded and confidently walked ahead. At first glance, he looked like a little boss. The waitstaff sized Lin Dong up and smiled knowingly, saying nothing more. However, Lin Dong felt uncomfortable, a chill running down his spine. Lin Dong, this is it, go on in. Lin Dong followed Mao Pang into the private room. The lighting was dim, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Inside sat three heavily made-up middle-aged women. The oldest was in her 50s, and the youngest was in her 40s. All were adorned in gold and silver, dressed extravagantly, as if to flaunt their wealth. Oh, we really have a handsome guy here. Xiao Pang, you didn't lie to me, I'll reward you later. Xiao Pang, quickly introduce this handsome guy. In an instant, Lin Dong felt 6 green eyes fixated on him. Like starving she-wolves, they looked at him with a hunger that seemed ready to devour him alive. Ahem, Sister Wang, don't rush. Let my friend speak for himself. Mao Pang shot Lin Dong a look, hoping he would perform well. By now, Lin Dong knew that the money-making opportunity Mao Pang mentioned was to serve wealthy women. He really couldn't take it anymore and shook his head. Hello, ladies, I didn't know it was this kind of situation before coming. Sorry, you can enjoy yourselves. With that, Lin Dong turned and walked away. Seeing this, the three wealthy women were stunned. They had originally thought that Mao Pang had already discussed everything with Lin Dong. They didn't expect him to want to leave as soon as he arrived. However, it was precisely this that made the three wealthy women even more interested in him. After playing for so long, they had grown tired of the obedient little turtle and were eager to taste the flavor of the stubborn little handsome guy. It must be delicious, right? Lin Dong, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Didn't we agree to have a couple of drinks before talking about anything else? Do you still consider me your childhood friend? Seeing the cook duck about to fly away, Mao Pang became anxious and quickly stood in front of the door. Then, he leaned close to Lin Dong's ear and whispered, I know it's hard for you to accept this kind of thing all at once. But nowadays, making money is not something to be ashamed of. These rich women spend whatever it takes to find excitement. To them, money is just a number. Mao Pang made a face at Lin Dong, a strange smile appearing on his face. As long as you make them happy, won't the money just come pouring in? Lin Dong was speechless. He had thought Mao Pang would inherit his parents' business. Unexpectedly, this guy had taken a crooked path and started dabbling in this kind of trade. Acting as a middleman for prostitutes, what did Mao Pang call this? A matchmaking service? It seemed that Mao Pang noticed the hint of disdain in Lin Dong's eyes, and his expression faltered a bit. Lin Dong, I'm only sharing this money-making opportunity with you because of our friendship. What kind of expression is that? It's just having a couple of drinks with them, maybe holding hands or something. It's not like you're losing a piece of flesh. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A few drinks and holding hands could earn tens of thousands? Was Mao Pang foolish, or did he think he was a fool? Since Mao Pang didn't consider him a friend and was pushing him into the fire pit, he couldn't be blamed. After pondering for a moment, Lin Dong pretended to be helpless and nodded. Alright, for your sake, I'll stay and have a couple of drinks. Just 2 drinks, no more. Upon hearing this, Mao Pang's eyes lit up. The 3 rich women also giggled. They even deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons, lowering their collars. If they were young and beautiful women, Lin Dong might have looked twice. He might even have taken them right there. But these rich women were clearly the nouveau riche. No matter how much money they made, it couldn't hide their tackiness from head to toe. Their speech and demeanor were also condescending, as if Lin Dong should be the one to flatter them. Little handsome guy, you don't need to pull back here. Don't worry, we sisters have plenty of money. Haven't you seen the designer brands Mao Pang is wearing? We bought them for him. As long as you make us happy and serve us well, money is not a problem. Sister, I just love a man with a strong build and a wild personality, huh? One of the plump rich women, with fiery red lips, laughed charmingly, her eyes never leaving Lin Dong. It was clear she was very interested in him. Mao Pang, seeing this, flashed a hint of jealousy, as if worried Lin Dong would steal his business and spotlight. However, thinking of the hefty commission, he still smiled and said, Sister Wang, as long as you like him, I'm afraid you won't look down on him. Donzi, this is Sister Wang. She owns several buildings in our county and collects hundreds of thousands in rent every month. That one is Sister Lu, and there's Sister Sun. Before long, Mao Pang introduced the 3 rich women. They were all the type who had money but nowhere to spend it. looking for excitement. Mao Pang had grasped the psychology of these rich women, willing to abandon his dignity to serve them well. However, the way he was making money was rather lowly and shameful. At that moment, Mao Pang leaned close to the rich woman Lu. She treated him like a pet, patting his head and pinching his butt. Mao Pang didn't dare to breathe, wearing a flattering smile on his face. "Little handsome guy, why aren't you drinking? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Sister Wang grinned, finding Lin Dong more and more pleasing to the eye. She was already eager to play some exciting games with him. This KTV is popular among these wealthy women because of its strong privacy and excellent soundproofing. In this pink-themed private room, no matter how much noise you make, no one will disturb you. Moreover, there are some toys in the corner cabinet to enhance the fun, ensuring that customers have a good time. "Oh, my surname is Lin Dong. Sorry, I'll just have a couple of drinks and leave." Lin Dong coldly picked up the red wine and downed it in one go. Even though it was high-proof rum, he didn't even blush. In contrast, Sister Wang drank a mouthful and her entire face turned bright red. The flesh on her face quivered slightly. Just looking at her made it hard to sleep. The other two wealthy women exchanged glances, sensing something was off. This guy can really drink. After one glass, he acted as if nothing had happened. How could they get him drunk like this? "Xiao Pang, did you forget something?" The two wealthy women pulled Mao Pang, signaling him frantically with their eyes. Mao Pang was momentarily stunned. Then, he slapped his forehead. "Look at my brain, too busy drinking to think about snacks and fruits. You all wait a moment, I'll be right back." With that, Mao Pang stood up and left the private room. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't a fool, he could see that a few people were coordinating. He just didn't know what they were up to. "Little handsome guy, name your price, how much to accompany the sisters for a while? How about 50,000? As soon as Mao Pang left, Sister Wang revealed her true colors, constantly licking her cracked lips, staring intently at Lin Dong. Lu and Sun, the wealthy women, were equally eager. It seemed that as long as Lin Dong nodded, they would pounce on him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head, completely unmoved. "No need, I'm not that kind of person. Mao Pang invited me just to drink, he didn't say anything about doing other things." "Oh, come on, you have to learn to be flexible. You came here to make money, didn't you?" Sister Wang coaxed, pouring Lin Dong another glass of wine. "Besides, 50,000 is already a lot, with a little more, you could buy a car." "Exactly, the male model I hired last time was only 10,000, and he served me well." 50,000, aren't you satisfied?" Seeing that Lin Dong remained unmoved, the three wealthy women exchanged glances and continued to raise the stakes. "How about this, I'll add another 50,000. On the condition that you accompany us three sisters and make us satisfied." "That's right, as long as you satisfy me, I can spend hundreds of thousands a month to support you." "Think about it, this price is quite high." Lin Dong sneered inwardly. This money was indeed a lot for others. Just by serving a few older women well, he could become rich overnight, why not? Unfortunately, they had found the wrong person. Lin Dong wasn't short on money. "I said, I won't do that." Lin Dong spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu and Sun, the wealthy women, were instantly furious, glaring at him and cursing. "What are you pretending for? You're asking for it, aren't you? Do you know how much your childhood friend earned from us? Don't you envy him at all? Be smart, hurry up and take off your clothes so we can have some fun." The two wealthy women were used to throwing around real money. They had always been successful. It was the first time they had encountered someone like Lin Dong who didn't appreciate their offer. Not willing to be supported for hundreds of thousands a month, he was either a fool or had a problem with his brain. "Ha!" Lin Dong let out a cold laugh, his expression completely unfazed. "Let's end the drinking here today. Pretend I never came." No. Seeing Lin Dong about to leave, Sister Wang couldn't sit still. Although a flash of anger crossed her eyes, she still maintained a cordial demeanor on the surface. "Little handsome guy, don't be in such a hurry. Didn't you say you wanted to have a couple of drinks? Why do you want to leave after just one?" The remaining two wealthy women exchanged knowing glances, understanding what Sister Wang intended to do, and quickly softened their attitudes, apologizing. "Little handsome guy, we were wrong just now, don't take it to heart. Come on, let's keep drinking." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of vigilance in his gaze. At that moment, Mao Peng opened the door, pushing in a small cart of fruits and snacks. "The fruits are here, everyone must have been waiting anxiously, right? Donzi, since you're here, don't rush to leave." The three wealthy women hurriedly urged, "Little handsome guy, don't just drink, eat something too." Lin Dong casually took a piece of watermelon. Seeing this scene, a few of them exchanged knowing smiles. "Alright, it's all good now. Let's continue to have fun, haha."
Mao Pang and the wealthy women clinked glasses, drinking in a toast, playing the newlywed game. No wonder this guy makes so much money. His ability to please women is indeed remarkable. With just a few words, he had the wealthy women giggling. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly noticed that the expressions of a few people were somewhat off. The wealthy women's eyes were glazed, and they even started to take off their clothes, as if their bodies were extremely hot. Lin Dong was taken aback. Turning his head to look, sure enough, Mao Pang had also entered a somewhat dazed state. Little handsome guy, come, play with us. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Money, sister will still give it to you. The three wealthy women laughed heartily, all pressing towards Lin Dong. One grabbed one of his arms, and Sister Wan was even trying to burrow into his embrace. Even if Lin Dong were foolish, he understood that Mao Pang had drugged them. Moreover, it was the most vicious kind of love potion. Sorry, Lin Dong, for bringing you here. But don't worry, I definitely won't treat you poorly, Mao Pang said with a smile, pulling out his phone from his pocket and pressing the shutter several times. Click, click. Mao Pang, what are you doing? Lin Dong frowned slightly. He didn't expect this Mao Pang to have such bad intentions, taking several photos in an attempt to threaten him. Don't blame me. Brother is doing this just to prevent you from running away. As long as you don't tell anyone about this, no one will know. Hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze turned cold. Since you've been so heartless, then he had no need to talk about past friendships. Get the hell away from me. Before the words fell, Lin Dong's body shook, directly sending several people flying, landing on the ground with a thud. What? Mao Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Dong had clearly eaten the drugged fruit. How could he be completely fine? Mao Pang, this is what you brought upon yourself. No, Dongzi, I was wrong. Mao Pang was startled and quickly begged for mercy. Lin Dong ignored him, directly grabbing his collar and delivering 2 slaps. Slap, slap. Mao Pang was beaten into a daze, stars in his eyes. Then, the phone was snatched away. Lin Dong first formatted the phone, then stomped on it, completely destroying the evidence. At that moment, the 3 wealthy women reached the peak of the drug's effect. Their faces flushed, their gazes dazed. In the heat of the moment, they even rummaged through the cabinet for some toys. Whips, ropes, candles. Lin Dong frowned deeply, finally understanding why Mao Pang could make so much money. He was clearly treating himself like a dog, entertaining these wealthy women. Since you all enjoy playing so much, today I'll let you play to your heart's content. Lin Dong snorted coldly, directly forcing Mao Pang to eat those fruits. Soon, under the influence of the drugs, Mao Pang also lost his sanity, continuously unbuttoning his clothes. The 3 wealthy women were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, immediately getting hands on. The entire private room was filled with a strong spring atmosphere. However, no matter how you looked at it, it was quite an eyesore. An eye for an eye. When you wake up, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly as he opened the door and walked straight out. By intentionally leaving the door open, anyone passing by could see the indecent scene inside. It won't be long before they become famous in the county. Lin Dong has no psychological burden about this at all. Everything is their own doing. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was awakened by a phone call. Rubbing his eyes, he saw who was calling and couldn't help but smile mockingly. He deliberately waited a moment before casually pressing the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a roar came from the other end. Lin Dong, you bastard! Where are you now? I'm going to kill you! Bang bang! Before he could finish speaking, there was a sound of smashing from the other side. It was clear that the other party was furious. Hurry up and come over to apologize. Do you know what you've done? Do you believe that if I make a call, you won't be able to stay in Qingshan County? Seeing that the other party was still threatening him, Lin Dong stretched lazily and replied unhurriedly, Mao Pang, what does this have to do with me? Aren't those rich women all brought by you? The things were all prepared by you guys? Who knew you would play so big? I was shocked too. Exciting, too exciting, huh? Hearing Lin Dong's disdainful and mocking laughter, Mao Pang was about to explode with anger. His face turned red, and he stomped his feet in frustration. Damn it, just wait for me. I'm bringing people to find you right now. Let me tell you, those rich women are not easy to mess with. Just wait for your next life in a wheelchair, as a vegetable. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. If Mao Pang had spoken to him nicely, perhaps out of respect for their past acquaintance, he could have pretended nothing had happened. But if Mao Pang was so unreasonable, then he would have to have a good talk with him. Mao Pang, if I were you, I wouldn't do this. Have you forgotten that yesterday, while you were doing that kind of thing, I was in the private room the whole time? Actually, I wasn't just watching the show, I took a lot of photos and videos as keepsakes. What? Hearing this, Mao Pang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing.
Then, his expression changed immediately, and he awkwardly laughed, trying to appease him. No, Lin Dong, brother Dong, I was wrong. You must not send those photos and videos out, or I will really be killed by them. Lin Dong disdainfully curled his lip. One cannot show kindness to such a petty person. Then, Lin Dong said lightly, you go back and tell those rich women that if they don't want this matter to become a big deal, they better keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, I will ruin their reputation, and they will never be able to hold their heads up again. Okay, no problem. Mao Pang instantly perked up, patting his chest to assure him, brother Dong, don't worry, this matter is known to heaven and earth, I know. I will definitely not bother you again, and I can guarantee they won't trouble you. Alright, get lost. Lin Dong hung up the phone impatiently. Then, he directly blocked Mao Pang. Having such a childhood friend's number was simply a pollution to his contact list. Fortunately, he had been cautious yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Son, who were you on the phone with so early in the morning? Today is your grandfather's birthday, we need to hurry over. Just then, Li Xiuqin, who had just done her hair, knocked on the door. After returning from the beauty salon, she looked radiant and much more spirited. Even Lin Shangqian was stunned, praising her for looking 10 years younger, reminiscent of when they were dating. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. They say you get what you pay for. The most expensive package at the high-end beauty salon was indeed worth every penny. Now, with a change of clothes and a new hairstyle, Li Xiuqin had transformed into a different person. Those who didn't know would think she was some wealthy lady. Of course, Li Xiuqin had dressed up carefully for Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday, not wanting to lose face. Hurry up, or we'll be late. Got it, Mom. Lin Dong quickly got dressed. When he walked into the living room, he saw that his parents had already bought quite a few gifts. Most of them were health products and the like, totaling only a few thousand yuan. Old Lin, should we buy a bit more? This isn't enough, right? It's enough. Why buy so many expensive things? That's easy to say, but your elder brother and second brother will definitely buy more than us. Seeing his parents arguing, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I've already prepared the birthday gift for Grandpa. It's in my car. I guarantee it's better than what uncle and second uncle have combined. Hearing this, his parents' eyes lit up. Then, they began to praise him. Their son had grown up and had good taste. Soon, the three of them got into Lin Dong's Panamera and drove towards Linjia village. Most people in Linjia village have the surname Lin. The Lin Chongqing branch is quite prestigious in the village. He has 3 sons, expanding the family and thriving. Lin Chongqing has a full 100 acres of land. Later, he divided this land among his sons and daughter. Logically, each person should get 25 acres. However, at that time, Lin Shangqian was working in a factory. The eldest son, Lin Xiangwen, and the second son, Lin Xiangwu, teamed up to occupy and divide the land that originally belonged to Lin Shangqian, claiming they were helping to take care of it. As a result, it was 10 years. The two relied on that land to grow fruit and raise livestock, earning over 100,000 yuan each year. However, they never gave Lin Shangqian a penny. Li Xiuqin had confronted Lin Chongqing several times, but each time, it ended without resolution. It was clear that Lin Chongqing favored the two brothers and didn't care about Lin Xiangqian's well-being at all. As a result, the two brothers earned more and more money, gradually becoming wealthy. In contrast, Lin Shangqian, at his age, still had to go out to find work as a security guard. This time, Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday was significant. Not only would his 3 sons and 1 daughter be present, but a whole bunch of relatives from the Lin family would also come to celebrate the old man's birthday. It was bound to be a lively occasion. Around 11 o'clock, Lin Dong drove to the entrance of Linjia village. At this moment, the old Lin residence was already festooned with lights and decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. Many old and young people were moving around nearby. Son, there are too many people inside, let's stop here. Yeah, if we arrive late, Grandpa will say something. Lin Dong nodded and found a nearby spot to park. Then, he took out the birthday gift he had prepared early. When Lin Dong opened the gift box, his parents saw the vividly carved blue and white porcelain with dragon patterns and couldn't help but exclaim, "Son, is this the birthday gift you prepared for Grandpa? It looks expensive, at least several tens of thousands, right?" Lin Dong shook his head and didn't explain. The urgent matter was to hurry inside. "Let's go, Dad, Mom, don't keep Grandpa waiting." In the old Lin residence, a large character for longevity was pasted in the middle of the living room. An old man with white hair sat in a grand chair, holding a dragon-headed cane. He looked thin and frail. He bore some resemblance to Lin Shangqian. Cough, cough. The old man lightly coughed a couple of times. 2 middle-aged men immediately surrounded him, asking about his well-being with concern. "Dad, are you okay?"
I'm fine, I'm fine.
The old man waved his hand. Looking at his two plump sons, he revealed a satisfied smile. With you two around, Dad has nothing to worry about. At this point, the old man suddenly changed the subject. Unlike the third one, it's already this late and he still hasn't come. I wonder if he still thinks of me as his father. Cough cough. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, the two brothers exchanged glances. The eldest son, Lin Xiangwen, spoke first. Dad, this is your fault. The third one lives in the county. It definitely takes time to get here. Unlike us, useless, still staying in the village. The second son, Lin Xiangwu, chimed in. Brother is right, we can't compare to the county town here. Who knows, maybe the third one is making big money. Bah! Lin Changqing slammed his dragon-head cane, startling the two brothers. That bastard has never amounted to anything since he was a child. I wanted him to stay and help you guys, but he insisted on going to the city to work, hardly coming back even a few times a year. When he finally does come back, he's either empty-handed or just brings some fruit and milk. Do I care about that little bit of fruit and milk? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu chuckled. Their eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule towards Lin Xiangqian's family. Although they pretended to plead for Lin Xiangqian, in reality, they were fanning the flames, hoping Lin Changqing would dislike this third son even more. As for Lin Xiangqian moving to the county town, it was all their doing. Initially, Lin Changqing did let the third one follow them. However, he was constantly ostracized by the two brothers. Unable to fit in, he eventually went to work in the county town. Even now, he still lives in that old, shabby place. In contrast, the two brothers, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu, have made quite a bit of money from growing fruit trees and raising livestock. The old family house they spoke of was actually a 3-story, well-decorated villa. They must be living quite comfortably. Just as the two brothers were preparing to give Lin Xiangqian's family a hard time, Dad, I came to see you with Xiuqin and Xiaodong, Lin Xiangqian said, carrying a large bag. Li Xiuqin and Lin Dong followed behind, smiling as they entered. At first, the two brothers were full of disdain. The next moment, when they saw the attire of Lin Dong's family of 3, especially Li Xiuqin's fashionable hairstyle and elegant clothes, they were momentarily stunned, thinking they must have seen wrong. When did the third family's appearance become so respectable? Could it be that they really struck it rich? Oomph, you still know to come. Lin Changqing tapped his cane, his attitude very unfriendly. Lin Xiangqian immediately felt the cold shoulder, awkwardly smiling, unsure of what to say. Soon, Lin Changqing's youngest daughter, Lin Yanyan, also entered with her family. Since getting married, she had rarely involved herself in the Lin family's affairs and often stayed away. However, she married well. Her husband, Su Shuebing, is a researcher at the museum and is said to already be an associate professor. Dad, Shuebing and I are here, and we brought you a gift. Lin Changqing nodded slightly. Although he didn't think much of this youngest daughter, the older generation valued education. Su Shuebing, being well-educated, earned Lin Changqing's respect. Among everyone, only Lin Xiangqian's family of 3 was isolated. Even the Lin family relatives hardly gave them a good face. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, instinctively clenching his fists. Ever since he could remember, Lin Changqing had never liked their family. Because he disliked Lin Xiangqian, he also had a strong aversion to the unambitious Lin Dong. Lin Dong never expected that on such a joyous occasion as the 80th birthday, Lin Changqing would still have this attitude. He had even prepared a generous gift, traveling all the way back from Tianhai City. It would have been better to feed it to the dogs. More importantly, at every gathering, his uncles would constantly belittle and mock Lin Dong's family. The worse Lin Xiangqian did, the happier they were. Sure enough, not long after, that gossiping aunt began sizing up Li Xiuqin, her eyes darting around, clearly plotting something. People like her, no matter how rich, always carried a sense of vulgarity. Now, seeing Li Xiuqin looking so beautiful and graceful, almost like a noblewoman, she couldn't help but feel a deep resentment. Especially with that phoenix jade pendant around Li Xiuqin's neck, it was obvious it was worth a lot more than all the jewelry she wore from head to toe combined. Xiuqin, how come you look so beautiful after not seeing you for just a little while? With that outfit and style, if someone didn't know better, they might think a wealthy lady was out on a secret visit. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin chuckled and felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning red. In the past, she was just a housewife. If it weren't for Lin Dong insisting on going to the beauty salon, she would never have looked so exquisite. Unexpectedly, this aunt had more to say. By the way, what has Xiaodong been busy with lately? He works at Tianhai, he must be earning quite a bit, right? Li Xiuqin instinctively glanced at Lin Dong. In fact, she wasn't sure how much Lin Dong really earned. She could only hesitantly say, it's okay, anyway, it's enough for him to spend on himself. Enough for himself?
How much is that? Why not let him come back and work with our Xiaolong? He is now the general manager of our Lin family's orchard, earning tens of thousands a month. Just last month, he bought a BMW X10, worth nearly 300,000. Following the direction pointed by the aunt, a young man who somewhat resembled Lin Dong nodded. He had a smile on his face, but there was an air of condescension about him. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu each had a son. The son of Uncle Lin Xiangwen is named Lin Xiaolong, and the son of Lin Xiangwu is named Lin Xiaohu. Both work in the orchard. One is the general manager, and the other is the deputy manager. In terms of income and status, they are both outstanding among their peers. In past gatherings, they had always looked down on Lin Dong, giving him a cold shoulder. This time was no different. Lin Xiaolong had just bought a car and came to show off, eager for the whole world to know that their family was wealthy, and that he was bringing honor to the Lin family. Only Lin Dong, upon hearing this, felt a cold laugh inside. To put it bluntly, these two cousins were just living off their parents. What general manager, what deputy manager, they were all self-proclaimed empty titles. People like them, if placed in Tianhai, were nothing but ants, not worth mentioning. Just then, Lin Changqing spoke up. Xiaolong is really promising, at such a young age. He has earned enough to buy a car, he will definitely make big money in the future. Our old Lin family has successors, haha. Hearing this, Lin Shangwen's family brightened up. If they could serve the old man well and make him happy, perhaps they could get a larger share of the family fortune in the future. Ideally, they could take all of Lin Xiangqian's family's share. Lin Xiangwen and his wife exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiaolong. The latter immediately understood, respectfully raised his glass, and went to toast. Grandpa, I wish you a long life and all the best. Good, good. Lin Changqing stroked his beard, took a small sip, and looked at his eldest grandson with a face full of satisfaction. However, when he caught sight of Lin Dong out of the corner of his eye, his old face quickly fell. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Dong's family, feeling that they had embarrassed him. Noticing Lin Changqing's extremely disdainful gaze, Lin Dong frowned. More than anything, he found it quite laughable. Since when could a mere BMW worth 200,000 or 300,000 be flaunted in front of him? It was even less valuable than his own Panamera. Thus, seeing Lin Xiaolong's forced smile, Lin Dong felt a wave of nausea. Indeed, these relatives all had this kind of face. On the surface, they pretended to be warm and caring, but in reality, they were just waiting for an opportunity to step on your face. Sister-in-law, that jade pendant of yours looks nice. When did you buy it? It must have been quite expensive, right? Li Xiuqin instinctively looked down at the jade pendant that Lin Dong had given her. This pendant was simply too beautiful. Compared to the jewelry worn by others, it all paled in comparison, not worth mentioning. The cheaper their accessories were, the more they highlighted Li Xiuqin's elegance and grace, making her stand out. It is said that a woman's makeup is a man's face. At this moment, as Li Xiuqin became the center of attention, Lin Xiangqian also gained confidence, unable to help but puff out his chest and raise his head. Noticing the eager gazes of everyone, Li Xiuqin's cheeks flushed. Unexpectedly, the aunt, with ulterior motives, gently prompted, "Sister-in-law, you haven't told me yet, is this jade pendant expensive? Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but scoff. This white jade phoenix pendant was bought for tens of millions. How could my aunt insist on buying it? I'm afraid that even if they stripped their whole family clean, they wouldn't be able to gather even 1/10 of the money. Li Xiuqin was already not very articulate. Now, she could only politely say, "It's not worth much, not worth much, it's a gift from Xiaodong." Upon hearing this, my aunt's expression turned cold. The implication of this statement was that she looked down on them for being country folk, uncomparable to big city folks, right? The more my aunt thought about it, the angrier she became, her face filled with envy and resentment. She didn't even have such fine jewelry, why should you wear it around your neck? However, she still maintained a friendly demeanor, smiling as she said, "Sister-in-law, I can't see it clearly when you wear it. Can you take it off and let me have a closer look?" This, Li Xiuqin was taken aback. She didn't expect her aunt to be so direct. Lin Dong had said that this pendant cost over 200,000. If it weren't for attending Lin Changqing's 80th birthday banquet, she wouldn't have brought out such an expensive item. She certainly didn't want to be grilled by her aunt. Originally, their family already had a bad impression at Lin Changqing's place. If she refused, they would say she was stingy. Alright then, just be gentle, big sister-in-law. No problem. A glimmer of joy flashed in my aunt's eyes. Immediately, Li Xiuqin carefully took the pendant off her neck, ready to hand it to her. This was supposed to be a very ordinary matter. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an accident happened. My aunt's outstretched hand suddenly withdrew. Li Xiuqin didn't hold it steady, and the phoenix pendant fell directly to the ground. Crack. Jade is inherently fragile. Especially with antique jade pendants, they are meant to be admired from afar, not handled carelessly. A slight bump can devalue it by hundreds of times. Now, with the pendant on the ground, a crack appeared, completely ruining its condition. This, oh dear, sister-in-law, how could you be so careless and break the pendant? Such a fine item, what a pity, sigh. Slap. My aunt pretended to slap her thigh in distress. The look on her face was one of urgency. However, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a malicious smile. Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and others also wore expressions of glee, coldly watching Li Xiuqin. Let your family show off. You wear such an expensive pendant. Serves you right. Big sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded. She quickly squatted down, carefully picking up the phoenix pendant. Unfortunately, the crack on it was irreparable. Even the phoenix tail shape had broken off. How could she wear it out like this? Sister-in-law, you're wrong to say that. What do you mean by what I mean? Everyone saw it. It was clearly you who didn't hold it steady and dropped it. How can you turn it around and blame me? Your family doesn't want to extort me, do they? Really, you're going crazy from being poor. My aunt rolled her eyes several times, pouting. It was as if all the blame lay entirely on Li Xiuqin. Not only did she completely take herself out of the equation, but she even turned around and accused Li Xiuqin of trying to extort money. You! Li Xiuqin's face turned pale with anger. She never dreamed that this group of people would dare to bully her so openly, without even pretending. At that moment, someone stepped in to mediate. Third brother's wife, I say, why don't we just let it go? Just now, you said it wasn't worth much. Since it's not worth much, what's the big deal if it's broken? At worst, I'll have my wife buy you one that's even more expensive, how about that? The speaker was Lin Xiangwen. He was the first to stand up and defend my aunt. Seeing this scene, even a clay figurine would have some temper. Lin Xiangqian could no longer remain calm and suddenly stood up. Eldest brother, this pendant cost over 200,000 that Xiaodong spent. How come in your mouths, it's suddenly not worth anything? Also, I saw it clearly just now, it was big sister-in-law who suddenly pulled her hand back, which caused the jade pendant to fall to the ground. Don't try to muddy the waters. Ha! Seeing Lin Xiangqian actually jump out to curse, everyone was momentarily stunned. In their impression, Lin Xiangqian was the kind of honest person who wouldn't even fight back if beaten. He was born to be a punching bag, always submissive. What was going on today? Was the sun rising from the west? Or had his head been squeezed by the door? Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could it be worth over 200,000? Who would believe that? I could say this teacup in my hand is a priceless antique worth several million. Lin Xiangwen snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. In his view, Lin Xiangqian's family must be desperate for money. They wanted to take this opportunity to extort a large sum from them. Over 200,000? Why not say 20 million? What a greedy lion, boasting without a draft. Mom, don't be sad. Just as Lin Xiangqian and his wife were left speechless, their faces flushed, Lin Dong gently patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder, his voice low. It's just a jade pendant, not worth it. Exactly, what Xiaodong said makes sense. And let out a long sigh. Then, with a sneer, she thought the third brother's family had really stood up for themselves, but unexpectedly, they were still the same coward, easily pushed around. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Dong stood up, picked up an axe. Everyone was suddenly startled. Lin Dong, what are you doing? This is your aunt, I am your uncle, be honest. Lin Xiangwen and his wife were shocked. Especially when they saw the fierce look in Lin Dong's eyes, they couldn't help but tremble all over. This kid was like a vicious wolf. Uncle, aunt? Don't worry, I don't plan to do anything to you. But, paying back debts is a matter of principle. You smashed my mom's jade pendant, you must pay a price. Everyone was confused, not understanding what Lin Dong meant. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Dong walked towards the white BMW parked at the door with the axe in hand. Then, a sound of shattering glass echoed. Crash! Lin Dong, what are you doing? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xiaolong jumped up, flustered, and ran outside. Then, he screamed. Lin Dong, are you crazy? Dare to smash my car. This car is newly bought, cost over 200,000, can you afford to pay for it? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xiangwen and his wife stood up in a hurry, leaving the banquet, running outside. Soon, others also gathered around. Not looking was fine, but once they looked, they almost lost their souls. Lin Dong was holding the axe with one hand, expressionless, chest out, head held high. In front of him was the BMW X10 that Lin Xiaolong had just mentioned, but now, it was unrecognizable. Not only were the headlights and windows smashed to pieces,
but the hood was also deeply dented by more than 10 centimeters. The body was twisted and deformed, nearly completely wrecked. The tires were not spared either. Every tire had been slashed. The whole car lay on the ground like a toad, looking utterly terrible. If someone didn't know better, they would think this BMW had just been in a major accident. It was simply a disaster-level wreck. Lin Dong, are you crazy? On what grounds are you smashing our car? Did a donkey kick your head? Lin Xiangwen's eyes turned red in an instant, his face pale with anger. He circled around the already wrecked BMW X10, jumping up and down. My car, my car. Looking at Lin Xiaolong and Ant, where was the smile from just now? Only despair remained, crying out to the heavens with no response. Xiaodong, what are you doing? Lin Shangqian and Li Xiuqin were also shocked by their son's crazy actions. Just a second ago, they were still worried about the jade pendant. In the next moment, Lin Dong smashed the BMW car to pieces. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Bastard! Lin Changqing was furious. His old face turned green, his eyes widened, and his hand gripping the dragon-headed cane trembled. He never expected this kid to be so ruthless. A disagreement, and he smashed the car directly. Third, this is the good son you raised. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Lin Shangqian felt embarrassed, instinctively wanting to apologize. However, thinking of how his aunt's family deliberately broke the jade pendant Lin Dong gave to Li Xiuqin, he gritted his teeth and unusually did not bow to the old man. Seeing this, Lin Changqing became even more exasperated, gritting his teeth. Alright, you've grown wings. Just keep indulging Lin Dong. This ungrateful descendant will end up in prison sooner or later. Among the crowd, Lin Xiangwu and Lin Yanyan's families hardly spoke. Although they were also quite shocked by Lin Dong's actions, they felt more like it was none of their business. In fact, there was a hint of schadenfreude. After all, it was Lin Xiaolong's car that was smashed, and the loss was borne by the eldest family. What did it have to do with them? If there was compensation, it would be Lin Dong who would pay. Each family had their own hidden agendas. Faced with the accusations and curses from Lin Shangwen's family and the old man, Lin Dong remained unfazed, casually throwing the axe on the ground. I smashed the car, so what? Do you have any objections? You broke my mother's jade pendant first, so this car is just the interest your family owes. I didn't ask you to compensate me at the original price. I've already shown mercy considering my dad. If you're not satisfied, feel free to sue me. You. Hearing Lin Dong's extremely arrogant remarks, Uncle Lin Xiangwen was nearly driven to a stroke, his finger trembling as he pointed at him. Lin Dong, it's just a broken jade pendant. Do you really have to smash Xiaolong's car? How much do you want? We can pay you. We'll buy you another one. Upon hearing this, the aunt was relentless, crying and complaining in front of Lin Changqing. Old man, look at this. This is the good son that the third one raised. Our family works hard from dawn till dusk, struggling to make ends meet, and finally managed to buy a car. And this kid just smashed it without a word. Is there no one who can live? You must stand up for us. Soon, Lin Xiaolong joined in, mimicking the others. Grandpa, my car. I want Lin Dong to compensate me for my car. Woo woo. Seeing everyone in an uproar, Lin Changqing felt flustered. He was deeply disgusted with this ungrateful descendant. He already disliked his third son, Lin Shangqian, and now he hated him even more. Third. When Lin Shangqian was called out, he had to step forward. However, this time, he did not shrink back as before, but stood tall, ready to support his son and wife. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but look at him differently. He never expected to see his father being so tough one day. However, Lin Changqing still favored his eldest son and grandson, immediately scolding angrily. Third, the trouble was caused by your son, you are the father, so you tell us what to do. In an instant, all eyes were on Lin Shangqian. Lin Shangwen's family looked furious. In their view, the third family was only meant to be bullied by them. They never expected them to have the audacity to smash their car. It was simply outrageous. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, after a struggle within himself, Lin Shangqian said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Dad, let's do as the eldest brother says. Since my sister-in-law broke the jade pendant that Xiaodong gave to Xiuqin, as long as she compensates at the original price, I will also take out over 200,000 to buy you a new car. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen scoffed, his face full of disdain. Buy us a new car? Can your family come up with that much money? Over 200,000? Even if you sold that broken house in your county, it wouldn't be worth that much, right? You're just bragging without paying taxes. Who would believe you? At that moment, Uncle Lin couldn't help but chime in, pretending to be a peacemaker. Third brother, I'm not saying anything against you, but it's just a jade pendant, right? Does your son really need to get so worked up? How about this, you let Lin Dong apologize to Xiaolong properly, and then let the elder brother bow his head and admit his mistake, and this matter can be considered settled.
A little compensation is better than none. Elder brother, what do you think? At first glance, this sounded reasonable.
However, upon further reflection, it became clear that Lin Xiangwu was completely stirring up trouble, adding fuel to the fire. Forcing the furious Lin Dong to bow down was no different from taking his life. Sure enough, upon hearing uncle's hypocritical attempt to mediate, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. The look in his eyes was filled with sharpness. Originally, out of respect for his father, he didn't want to tear apart their facade.
Yet, these relatives were all ungrateful and despicable. They were actually forcing him to kneel. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back from turning against them. Alright, I think uncle is right, Lin Dong said with a half-smile. Dad, why not just agree with them? What? Lin Xiangqian was taken aback. When did his son become so agreeable? Just a moment ago, he was ready to fight. At that moment, Lin Xiangqian suddenly noticed that Lin Dong was frantically winking at him. He quickly came to his senses and nodded. Okay, let's do as second brother says. But I still say, we must first get our jade pendant compensated. Otherwise, don't expect us to apologize. Upon hearing this, a flash of resentment crossed Lin Xiangwen's eyes. However, more than that, there was a sense of disdain. Just a broken jade pendant, how much could it be worth? How could it possibly compare to a brand new BMW? It seemed that today, his son would have to kneel and bow his head. Alright, let's do it this way. How much is your jade pendant? Just say it. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Dong. In their eyes, the jade pendant worn by Li Xiuqin was indeed exquisite, but it couldn't possibly be worth as much as a BMW. At most, it was worth a few tens of thousands. Even if they compensated at the original price, the eldest family would still profit. Looking at Lin Xiaolong, upon hearing that Lin Dong was going to buy him a new car, his previously drooping face instantly brightened. Once the new car arrived, he could send this one to the repair shop, spend a little money on a major overhaul, and then sell it off for another income. Calculating this way, he not only wouldn't lose but would actually make a profit. Seeing that Lin Dong wasn't in a hurry to speak, Auntie couldn't help but urge, Lin Dong, stop keeping us in suspense, just say it. How much? Stop dragging it out. Lin Dong shook his head and said lightly, I'm afraid that if I say it, you won't be able to accept it. Upon hearing this, everyone scoffed. Lin Xiangwen sneered even more. Lin Dong, I think you've been working in the big city and your brain has gone bad. You think we can't accept it? Here, which person can be taken out that isn't richer than your family of poor ghosts? Hearing this, the families of the eldest and second brothers straightened their backs, feeling proud. Seeing their confidence, Lin Dong smiled lightly, not hesitating, and slowly took out a receipt from his pocket. Uncle, take a good look at how much is on this. Give it here, stop pretending. Lin Xiangwen snatched it from Lin Dong's hand, curling his lip. The next moment, when he saw the number on it, he was instantly dumbfounded. 2. Lin Xiaolong and Auntie were momentarily stunned. When did the kid's father develop a stutter? Dad, 20,000? Lin Xiangwen shook his head, still looking bewildered. Auntie felt a sudden chill in her heart, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Could it be that Li Xiuqin hadn't lied to her? That jade pendant was really worth as much as a BMW? 200,000? Lin Xiangwen shook his head like a rattledrum. Immediately after, his chin trembled as he stammered out a string of numbers. 22 million. What? In an instant, everyone held their breath, stunned into silence. Lin Xiaolong and Auntie were even more shocked, their pupils constricting, feeling as if their heads were about to explode. No one had expected such an astronomical figure. Honey, are you confused? Did you read it wrong? How could it possibly be over 20 million? Yeah, Dad, take another careful look. The three of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, flustered and at a loss. Looking at the others, they were also exchanging glances, unable to believe it. Xiangqian, I feel a bit dizzy. Li Xiuqin's heart raced, and she almost fainted from holding her breath. Fortunately, Lin Xiangqian caught her. Once she recovered, Li Xiuqin looked at Lin Dong with some reproach. Xiaodong, didn't you tell Mom that this jade pendant was worth at most 200,000? How did it turn into 20 million? If Mom had known this thing was so expensive, she wouldn't have worn it out, she would have definitely bought a safe to keep it in. Lin Dong let out a bitter laugh. He had deliberately concealed this number because he knew Li Xiuqin's personality, fearing it would scare the family into a heart attack. Alright, Mom, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Dong comforted Li Xiuqin and turned to the panicked family of his eldest uncle. Uncle, Auntie, now you can compensate me for my jade pendant at its original price, right? Just now, someone seemed to say they would buy Mom an identical one? An identical one? Is that even possible? Even if they sold the Lin family's orchard, they couldn't raise that much money.
At that moment, Lin Xiangwu suddenly shouted, "Big brother, don't be afraid.
He says it's over 20 million, so it must be over 20 million? I think this invoice looks fake. What Tianhai Xingyao Group? I've never even heard of it. Who do you think you're fooling?"
Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen was first taken aback. Then, his eyes lit up.
The second brother was right.
He almost let Lin Dong, that little bastard, fool him.
It's just a worthless invoice, it must be fake. Damn it, I almost got tricked by you. Lin Dong, is your family so poor now that you resort to extortion? And you even extort your own people? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?
With Lin Xiangwen's words, the situation changed again. Auntie gradually regained her composure, furious and stamping her feet.
Good for you, Lin Dong, daring to play tricks on me?
You better compensate us for a new car, or this matter won't end here. For a moment, the eldest brother's family regained the upper hand. Standing on the moral high ground, they accused Lin Dong of having ill intentions and extorting them. Lin Changqing was so angry he could have smoked from his nose. On his 80th birthday, the third brother's family was behaving so recklessly. Truly a disgrace to the family. Third brother, are you going to compensate or not? Speak plainly, or we might just call the police. Auntie put her hands on her hips, shouting wildly. Lin Dong remained calm and collected, arms crossed, nodding repeatedly. His expression clearly showed he regarded them as a joke. Yes, you are all right. Go ahead and call the police. I want to see who they will arrest first when they arrive. Isn't it just a broken BMW? Over 200,000, at most, I can just transfer the money to you. But 20 million is enough to send your whole family to jail. I'm not exaggerating, you can certainly try. Seeing Lin Dong's calm demeanor, Lin Xiangwen felt a bit uneasy. As the owner of the Lin family's orchard, he dealt with invoices and official seals every day. How could he not see that this invoice was as real as it gets? The name Xingyao Group, however, he had indeed never heard of. Lin Dong, if you have the guts, keep being arrogant. I want to see how long you can keep it up. Auntie stood with her hands on her hips, looking like a village woman arguing on the street. Lin Xiangwu, Lin Xiaolong, and the others were cheering from the sidelines. It was as if Lin Xiangqian's family were outsiders, not even sharing the Lin surname. Seeing his parents caught in the crossfire, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Uncle, if you think it's fake, you can call to check right now. Anyway, the number on the invoice is clearly written. Lin Xiangwen tightly gripped the invoice, feeling a bit of a chill. He could now basically confirm that Lin Dong's invoice was definitely real. Otherwise, Lin Dong wouldn't be so confident. If he really called the police, it was clear who would end up in trouble, his own family. Honey, say something. Seeing Lin Xiangwen hesitate, his aunt couldn't help but feel anxious. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Xiangwen made an incomprehensible move. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and stuffed the invoice inside. After swallowing a few times, he gulped it down. What? Everyone was stunned at this scene. Then, a bold thought popped into their minds. Could it be that this jade pendant was really worth over 20 million? Oh, trying to destroy the evidence, leaving no witnesses? Lin Dong smiled faintly, showing no signs of urgency. It was as if he had already guessed that Lin Xiangwen would resort to such tricks. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you swallow the invoice? Lin Xiaolong was dumbfounded, still trying to figure out what was happening. The next moment, his aunt quickly covered his mouth, her face pale. Say less. Lin Xiangwen was also anxious, his face flushed, blinking wildly to signal. He did this to eliminate the evidence. Without the invoice, no one could prove the true value of the jade pendant. Yet this foolish son was still asking questions. He was simply a stupid pig. Could it be that this jade pendant is real? Damn, over 20 million, the third family is getting rich. I said, that jade pendant looks so high-end. How could it possibly be worth only 10 or 20,000? Fortunately, the eldest was clever and ate the invoice. Everyone whispered among themselves, shocked by Lin Dong's bold move. Buying a jade pendant worth over 20 million meant that their family must have at least a fortune of over 100 million. Hee, quite impressive, uncle. You even know how to destroy evidence. I underestimated you. Lin Dong gave Lin Xiangwen a thumbs up. However, it was clearly mocking him. Lin Xiangwen's face turned red, like a monkey's butt, but he couldn't utter a word. He was genuinely cowed. On the contrary, his aunt, seeing the invoice was gone, still wanted to hold her ground. Alright, Lin Dong. Isn't it just a car? If it's broken, then it's broken. We're all family, it's not a big deal. We won't ask you to compensate. Let's just let this matter go. His aunt waved her hand, wanting to downplay the situation. After all, over 20 million was something they couldn't afford even if they sold everything. Just when everyone thought that with the invoice gone, Lin Dong had no way out, he suddenly shook his head with a cold smile. What a pity, uncle, because this invoice is too precious. I printed several copies in advance. What I just gave you was a photocopy. Sorry, this one is the real deal. Before his words fell, Lin Dong pulled out a brand new invoice from his pocket. The handwriting and official seal were clearer than the previous one. It was obvious that it was real. At this moment, Lin Xiaolong finally reacted, quick to try and snatch it. However, how could Lin Dong let him have his way? He instantly raised his foot. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Xiaolong was sent flying, crashing into the BMW window, covered in shards of glass. Ouch! That hurts! Dad, Mom! Lin Xiaolong screamed in agony. However, Lin Xiangwen and his aunt didn't dare to move, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. As things developed to this point, Lin Chongqing gradually began to realize what was happening. This jade pendant might very well be real. To everyone's surprise, the third branch of the family really stood up. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Chongqing felt a tightness in his chest. Because the family he was least optimistic about was Lin Xianqian's, especially Lin Dong, this unworthy descendant. Now that he was doing so well, wasn't it just slapping his face? Cough cough. Dad, are you okay? Seeing the old man suddenly cough, Lin Xiangwu hurriedly supported him carefully. Then, he looked at Lin Xiangqian with some resentment. Third brother, can I beg you to let it go? Just spare the eldest brother. Do you really want to see this family fall apart? Or do you think it's fun to make our dad so angry he dies? Lin Dong smiled. He didn't expect Lin Xiangwu to use such a tactic. Moral coercion? He was overthinking it. Second uncle, weren't you the one who said I should bow and apologize just now? How did it turn into me making grandpa angry now? I lost so much money, and it's somehow my problem, huh? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. In an instant, the situation completely tilted in Lin Dong's favor. As long as he had the invoice in hand, he held the initiative. He could do whatever he wanted to Lin Xiangwen's family, all according to his wishes. Lin Xiangqian and Li Shouqin also saw through the true colors of these relatives and firmly stood by Lin Dong, supporting all of his decisions. Just when everyone thought Lin Dong was going to go all out, he said, but, let's put it this way, who told us we are relatives? In light of Grandpa's upcoming 80th birthday, let's put this matter on hold for now. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen felt a surge of joy. Lin Dong was actually so reasonable? Or was it that Lin Chongqing's face was big enough? They hadn't been happy for long when their faces suddenly darkened again. However, compensation still needs to be made. Let's talk about it after the birthday banquet. Dad, what do you think? Ha? Lin Xiangqian was taken aback for a moment. But since Lin Dong said so, then let's do it that way. Alright, for now, let's leave it at that and continue celebrating Grandpa's birthday. Lin Dong waved his hand and walked into the old house. His carefree demeanor made it seem as if he was the head of the family. Lin Xiangwen's face turned red and pale, regretting it deeply. If he had let Lin Dong smash the BMW without caring, perhaps they wouldn't have turned against him. Now, he had inexplicably taken on a debt of over 20 million. When would he pay this off? Lin Xiaolong, you scoundrel, why aren't you coming over here? Seeing Lin Xiaolong still playing dead, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but curse. Enough, dear, don't scold the child. And you! Slap! Just as the aunt was about to advise Lin Xiangwen, the next second, a slap landed on her face, turning it red. If it weren't for your vanity, unable to stand seeing others do well, insisting on breaking the jade pendant, would it have come to this? You're really a jinx, always causing trouble. After cursing, Lin Xiangwen stormed into the old house without looking back. The aunt and Lin Xiaolong were left in tears, yet dared not express their anger. All of this was indeed their own doing. Soon, everyone returned to the dining table. However, the atmosphere at the table was completely different from before. Just a moment ago, Lin Xiangwen's family had been flaunting their power, looking down on this and that, but now they were dejected, heads down, and behaving submissively. Lin Xiangwu's family was similar. They shrank back, not daring to breathe. Now, they finally understood who the real wealthy person was. Only Lin Yanyan and Su Shuebing remained the same, indifferent and detached. At that moment, Lin Dong suddenly smiled and spoke. Eat. Why isn't anyone eating? If it gets cold, it won't be good to eat. Seeing the expressions of everyone as if they had eaten fly droppings, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, it was only they who bullied his family. Now, the tables had finally turned. Alright, this matter ends here. Lin Dong, say a little less. Lin Chongqing's face turned ashen as he tapped the table, impatiently looking at the unfamiliar and eccentric Lin Dong. He then turned to his second son, Lin Xiangwu. "Second, don't you have something to say? Hurry up." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Lin Xiangwu. Despite Lin Xiangwen having one in his name, he was actually rough and overbearing. On the contrary, Lin Xiangwu, whose name contained Wu, always hid a dagger behind a smile, harboring a belly full of malice. "Oh dear, look at my pig brain, almost forgot." Lin Xiangwu suddenly slapped his head, appearing as if he had just woken from a dream. "Little tiger, your grandfather is turning 80, hurry and bring out the birthday gift our family prepared." Oh. Lin Xiaohu quickly got up and rummaged through a pile of gifts. Then, he carefully brought out a gift box the size of a basin. Upon seeing this, everyone understood. It was time to present the birthday gift. "Grandpa, I wish you everlasting youth, flowing waters, blessings as vast as the East Sea, and longevity like the South Mountain." After Lin Xiaohu finished speaking, he respectfully opened the gift box. Inside was a jade peach. From the flesh to the branches and leaves, it was carved vividly and lifelike. The surface also shimmered with the unique warm luster of jade. Just a glance made one feel refreshed. "Good, very good." Lin Chongqing repeated the word good 3 times. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he gently stroked the longevity peach, his eyes smiling like crescent moons. Seeing this, Lin Xiangwu felt a surge of joy, knowing the gift was well received. This longevity peach perfectly matched the old man's expectations. Who wouldn't want to live to 100, growing younger as they age? Second, you have a good heart. Such a plump and unique jade carving must have cost quite a bit, right? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard, smiling as he asked. "Dad, you're being too polite, spending money on you is no burden." "Not expensive, just 180,000. 180,000? Upon hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lin Xiangwu really spent a fortune to please the old man and vie for the family fortune. The BMW that Lin Xiaolong bought was only around 200,000. He spent almost as much on a longevity peach. It was equivalent to gifting the old man a vehicle. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Chongqing's face lit up with joy. Second has a good heart. Little tiger, learn more from your dad in the future. In the future, our Lin family will rely on you young people. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowu's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Grandpa." After saying this, he quickly knelt down, bowing and expressing his gratitude. Lin Xiangwen's face turned ashen at this sight, and he snorted coldly. Fortunately, he was also prepared. "Xiaolong, hurry and bring out the birthday gift we prepared. Be careful, don't bump into anything again." As he said this, Lin Xiangwen glanced at his aunt. His aunt lowered her head in guilt, no longer daring to act aggressively. Soon, Lin Xiaolong brought over a luxurious box. Under Lin Chongqing's expectant gaze, he slowly opened it. Whoosh! The moment the box opened, a flash of golden light burst forth, nearly blinding everyone. Lin Xiaolong carefully took out the item. Only then did everyone see that it was a galloping steed, rearing up and neighing, in a dynamic pose. The shape was strong and exquisite, the appearance extraordinary. It was also coated with a layer of gold, worth around 130,000 to 140,000. It could easily rival the jade longevity peach that Lin Xiangwu had given. No wonder Lin Xiangwen was so confident. It turned out he also spent a fortune. It's actually modeled after the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. The horse is leaping into the air, one foot soaring past a flying bird, truly exquisite. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke from the corner, their tone filled with surprise. Everyone turned to look. It was actually Lin Yanyan's husband, Su Xuebing. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he was nodding and shaking his head. Lin Xiangwen heard this and laughed heartily. Haha, brother-in-law is indeed a professor, he recognized it at a glance. That's right, it's modeled after the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. Father, what do you think? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, I'll accept the gift. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He was hoping to get a larger share of the family fortune. Now, he had to coax the old man well. Next, Lin Yanyan and Su Xuebing also presented their prepared birthday gifts. Both of them worked high-paying jobs in the big city, so their gifts were naturally impressive. It was a set of high-end massage chairs imported from abroad, worth at least 70 to 80,000. Once seated, it massaged from head to toe, leaving one completely relaxed. Finally, only Lin Dong's family had not presented their gift. Lin Xiangwu sneered coldly, crossing his arms. Third brother, what good thing did you prepare for Dad? It wouldn't just be those health products, would it? Yeah, that jade pendant of yours is worth over 20 million. The gift for Dad must be worth several hundred million, right? Auntie Air chimed in with a smile. The insinuation was clear.
Lin Shangqian was starting to feel uneasy, nudging Lin Dong's shoulder, urging, "Son, where's your birthday gift? Hurry up and bring it out." "Yeah, everyone is waiting." Lin Dong's expression showed no signs of panic. "Don't rush, good food is worth waiting for, good things should naturally be saved for last." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu's expressions stiffened. Lin Dong clearly implied that what he had prepared was the best. "Lin Dong, stop being slick and mysterious here. Are you afraid to show off good things? I see, your family hasn't prepared any gifts at all and plans to buy something on the spot, right?" Lin Xiangwu sneered, his face full of disdain. Auntie Air was equally unyielding, shaking her head vigorously. "A crooked tree produces crooked branches. Whatever kind of father, that's what kind of son you'll have. I see this kid is just talking nonsense, every word a lie." "Ha!" Lin Dong sneered contemptuously. It was like talking to a wall, playing a lute to a cow. There was really nothing to discuss with these unsophisticated country bumpkins. Unexpectedly, Lin Changqing believed their words and tapped his dragon-headed cane. "Lin Dong, if your family hasn't prepared a gift, then forget it. I'm just an old bone, I don't need that little thing." The corners of Lin Dong's mouth lifted slightly, knowing the old man was already impatient. "Don't rush, Grandpa, I'll bring it over right now. You must take a good look later." "Heh, no hair on the mouth, no solid work. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were moving items from the palace, really full of yourself." Auntie Air seized the opportunity to mock him again. Lin Dong ignored her sarcastic remarks, treating them like wild dogs barking in the village, and strode confidently towards the door. Before long, he returned with an exquisite and luxurious gift box. The exterior was embedded with various gems and jewels, looking extremely extravagant. Everyone couldn't help but be very curious about what was inside the box. Lin Xiangwu instinctively frowned. He felt that just Lin Dong's gift box was almost on par with the jade longevity peach he had given. "Alright, Lin Dong, stop keeping us in suspense. Whatever treasure you have, hurry up and show it to everyone. I don't know who taught you these poor habits." Lin Changqing tapped his dragon-headed cane, urging him. Lin Dong was not angry. He chuckled coldly in his heart and opened the gift box. Then, he presented a half-human tall blue and white porcelain vase, placing it in front of Lin Changqing. This blue and white porcelain vase had a glaze as warm as jade, with a blue and white body, and a mystical water dragon reaching out from the clouds, as if looking down on the world. The patterns were intricately carved, lifelike. It was truly a rare treasure. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their heartbeats slowing for a moment. Lin Changqing's eyes widened, leaning in closer. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one shows off. He loved to indulge in elegance, collecting antiques and paintings. "Good stuff, really good stuff," Su Shuebing exclaimed. As a researcher at the museum, this was his job. At a glance, he could tell that this dragon-patterned large vase was extraordinary. However, he soon furrowed his brow, muttering to himself in confusion. "Strange, this blue and white porcelain, how does it resemble something auctioned at a charity dinner about a week ago?" The full name seems to be. Before Su Shuebing could figure it out, someone else chimed in. "The blue and white sea dragon patterned large vase. Yes, that's the name." Su Shuebing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was Lin Dong. The two of them quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Lin Xiangwu smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, what auction were you talking about? That must have fetched quite a sum, right?" "Of course. That charity dinner was of high standards. The cheapest auction item started at 10 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the dragon-patterned large vase with disbelief. The cheapest was over 10 million? How could that be possible? "Brother-in-law, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever comes to mind. Are you sure this vase is genuine? Don't let someone with ulterior motives fool you," Lin Xiangwu reminded him. Auntie also chimed in. Yes. Yen, you should let your brother-in-law take a good look. I've heard that antiques are very deep waters, and the methods of forgery are extremely sophisticated." Hearing this, Su Shuebing was also uncertain. Although he was an associate professor at the museum, he had never closely examined such a precious antique. To confirm its authenticity, he would probably need professional instruments. Seeing Su Shuebing's hesitant expression, Lin Changqing, who had just been overjoyed, instantly frowned. Lin Dong noticed and smiled faintly. "No need to doubt, this thing is real. It's the one from the charity dinner, worth 70 million. But I didn't spend my money, someone gave it to me." Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, and he couldn't help but recall Qi Wenchuan's angry expression. On the other side, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Previously, the 2 million Phoenix Jade pendant had already made them suspicious. Now, another 70 million large vase? Wasn't that a bit too ridiculous? Put. Lin Xiangwu couldn't hold back and laughed first. Soon after, others joined in, laughing heartily and looking at Lin Dong with disdain, seriously doubting if he had lost his mind. Lin Dong, it's not that I'm saying this, previously, you used a fake invoice to fool the older brother and the others, and that was one thing. Now, you actually boast that this thing is worth 70 million? And it was given to you by someone else. Is it something you are owed? You must be dreaming, right? Otherwise, how could you say such nonsense? Auntie also didn't hold back, mocking, old third, and sister-in-law, you really should take Lin Dong to a hospital to check if he has any concept of money. We've worked hard for over a decade managing that orchard, barely earning a few million. And he, on the other hand, casually talks about tens of millions, not afraid of the wind blowing his tongue away. Ha ha. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at Lin Dong's family was like watching three clowns. This, Lin Shangqian was originally an honest person. Being questioned by everyone, he turned red and couldn't speak. Li Xiuqin was also somewhat shaken. If Lin Dong had said that the large vase was worth over 700,000, she might have accepted it. But 70 million was simply beyond her comprehension. Even in a dream, she wouldn't dare to be so bold. At this moment, the smile on Lin Changqing's face gradually disappeared, replaced by coldness and anger. Nonsense! Lin Dong, what do you take me for? A 3-year-old child? You actually dare to use such a thing to fool me? Amuse me. You all, get out. Get out of the Lin family, and never come back. With Lin Changqing's furious roar, the entire old Lin family residence shook 3 times. Lin Xiangwu, feeling schadenfreude, hid to the side. Lin Xiangwen's family lowered their heads, trying hard to stifle their laughter. At this critical moment, anyone who dared to stand up for Lin Dong would surely know they wouldn't end up well. However, facing the furious elder, Lin Dong remained completely unperturbed. He then said, neither humble nor arrogant, Grandpa, I didn't deceive you. This thing is real. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Changqing's nose nearly twisted in anger. You brat, buying a fake is one thing, but now you dare to shamelessly claim it's real. Do you think I'm old and blind, unable to see the truth? And you say Lin Xiangwu is talking nonsense? Don't I know who is talking nonsense? Lin Dong, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? A fake is a fake. No one will laugh at you. Why insist on saying it's real? You, child, are just too much of a show-off. Yeah, cheating the eldest's family isn't enough. Now you want to deceive the old man too. Do you really think our family is full of fools you can bully at will? Grandpa, such unfilial descendants don't deserve the Lin surname. Everyone chimed in, directly labeling Lin Dong. They even wanted to strip him of his identity as a Lin family member. Upon hearing this, Lin Shangqian and his wife could no longer bear it and stood up. Dad, that's not how it is. No matter how much this thing is worth, it's just a small token from Shandong. Weren't you just praising this thing for being beautiful? Lin Shangqian said earnestly, hoping to prevent the relationship between the grandfather and grandson from becoming too strained. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Lin Changqing suddenly remembered that he had been fooled by Lin Dong and had even praised it, which made him furious, his old face turning red. You scoundrel! How can you, as a father, protect such a shameless grandson? I shouldn't have raised you in the first place. You learned nothing good and picked up all the bad habits. Of my 3 sons, you are the most useless. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu straightened their backs involuntarily. Lin Shangqian trembled, as if struck by lightning. He never expected that in his father's eyes, he was just a good-for-nothing. Grandpa, isn't that too much? Why say my dad is worse than uncle and second uncle? Besides, do you not know why my dad can't make money? Lin Dong spoke in a deep voice, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Lin Changqing was taken aback. He never expected Lin Dong would dare to retort. Although he was indeed biased, privately giving away over 20 acres of land that should have belonged to Lin Shangqian to the eldest and second sons. You. Lin Changqing's face turned ashen, nearly choked to death by Lin Dong's words. He instinctively wanted to smash something. The closest thing to him was a large water dragon-patterned vase. I'll teach you to talk back. In the next moment, Lin Changqing violently swung his dragon-headed cane, smashing it against the vase with a loud bang. Crash! In front of everyone, that blue and white dragon-patterned vase shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. What? Lin Dong instinctively widened his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. He never expected Lin Changqing would be so ruthless. A $7 million antique was directly smashed. Moreover, it was the kind that couldn't be repaired. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu saw the scene and immediately beamed with joy, barely holding back their laughter. They couldn't be happier that Lin Changqing hated the third family to the bone.
Now, the old man smashed the birthday gift he had given Lin Dong right in front of him, which also signified his stance. This familial bond was completely severed. After the old man passed away, the Lin family's assets would not be shared with Lin Xiangqian at all. Lin Yanyan, the daughter who married out, would have no chance either. In the end, wouldn't it all belong to the two brothers? Dad, calm down, it's not worth getting angry over a few worthless things. Exactly, it's just a fake, let it be smashed. I'll have Xiangwu buy you a real one later. Third brother, why don't you hurry up and let Lin Dong come over to Bao and apologize? If you make our dad sick, I won't let you off. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Xiangqian felt like an outsider, and Li Xiuqin was even more restless. Although their relationship with the Lin family had not been good, it had never reached the point of being irreconcilable. Given the current situation, it seemed that the best outcome would be for the old man to kick them out for good, never to have any dealings with them again. Just then, amidst the chaos in the old house, someone suddenly started clapping. Lin Dong wore an expression of helplessness inside. Some people are really like frogs at the bottom of a well. A 70 million yuan antique, well preserved, is still a family heirloom. Now, it's been smashed. If our ancestors knew about this, they would definitely curse you ungrateful descendants. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, they looked at Lin Dong in shock. This kid was being too arrogant. Didn't he fear being kicked out of the family at all? You. Lin Chongqing was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices, pointing at Lin Dong, nearly unable to catch his breath. At that moment, Su Shuebing bent down, picked up a piece of blue and white porcelain from the ground, and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it closely. After a moment, he stood up in shock. Incredible! This thing is real. It's truly a large vase with a water dragon pattern from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. I can confirm, it's the one auctioned off at last week's charity gala. What a pity, such a fine piece of blue and white porcelain, shattered. As a family heirloom, it would have been more than enough. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Lin Dong remained expressionless, not surprised at all. 70 million was an astronomical figure for the Lin family, enough to change everyone's fate. Unfortunately, some people just didn't recognize its value. Brother-in-law, you mustn't talk nonsense. Lin Xiangwu couldn't accept this fact, rushing over to grab Su Shuebing's shoulder, trembling as he said, "Take another good look, is this thing really genuine?" Su Shuebing hesitated for no moment, seriously nodding, holding the piece of porcelain and saying with a sense of loss, "I guarantee with my professional integrity, it's definitely real. Moreover, its value is likely more than 70 million. Because, among the existing royal blue and white porcelain, none can compare to it. How is that possible?" Lin Xiangwu released Su Shuebing's shoulder, staggering slightly, his expression dazed. Lin Chongqing even tilted his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. "Dad, are you okay?" Lin Xiangwu panicked, shaking the nearly lifeless Lin Chongqing in the armchair. It was as if that mouthful of old blood had taken half his life. All of this was because of what Su Shuebing had said. This blue and white water dragon vase was real, worth over 70 million. As a result, such a treasure was smashed to pieces in a fit of anger. It could be said that he had personally cut off the Lin family's hope of becoming rich overnight, of leaping through the dragon gate. How could Lin Chongqing not be angry? How could he not regret? At this moment, he was filled with regret. He almost met his end, going to see the ancestors of the Lin family. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin exchanged glances. Deep down, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction. After all, Lin Chongqing had always thought himself clever, looking down on others. Yet, the one he despised the most, Lin Dong, was the one doing the best in this big family. It was a slap in the face for him. On the other side, watching the scene descend into chaos, Lin Dong crossed his arms and said calmly, "Second uncle, wasn't it your constant claims of fakes and counterfeits that made Grandpa so angry? If it weren't for you stirring the pot here, would he have smashed this antique? I kindly offered Grandpa an expensive birthday gift, what fault do I have? Isn't it you ungrateful wolves jumping around? Unfortunately, in this world, there is no medicine for regret. This immense wealth has finally come to you, but you can't handle it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwu couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. At the same time, a deep sense of regret washed over him. He couldn't stand the fact that the third brother's family had made a name for themselves, so he deliberately claimed that the vase was a fake to tarnish their reputation. He never expected the old man to be so furious that he smashed the item. Now, it was all too late. 70 million, and he wouldn't get a single cent. With a face as red as a monkey's, Lin Xiangwu stammered, "You little brat, you've learned bad things outside, not even respecting your elders." "Pa! Before he could finish, Lin Dong shot him a glare that silenced him. Respect your elders? Do you even deserve it? Let's not even mention that. You and the eldest uncle should return our family's land. Over the years, you've made so much money off that land, have you ever thought of giving my dad even a penny? A bunch of ungrateful wolves, daring to lecture me about seniority. Look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are, I spit. Wow! A crowd of people stared wide-eyed, shock written all over their faces as they looked at Lin Dong. They never expected Lin Dong to explode in anger here, berating Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu until they were drenched in humiliation. Lin Xiangwu was so taken aback that he didn't dare to utter a word, nearly suffering a stroke. Moreover, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of anything to retort. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangwen was also on pins and needles. He had a share in occupying Lin Dong's family's land. Now that Lin Dong had made a name for himself, he wondered if there would be any retaliation against them. Yen Yen. At that moment, a weak voice came from the armchair. Lin Yen Yen raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Dad, you're awake. Everyone, quiet down, come take a look." Upon hearing that Lin Changqing had woken up, everyone quickly gathered around, forgetting about the argument between Lin Xiangwu and Lin Dong. Huff! With Lin Yen Yen's support, Lin Changqing slowly sat up. His eyes, numb, stared at the shards scattered on the ground, his face filled with tears of regret, and his heart twisted in pain. Ah, I really didn't recognize the treasure, I had to be so careless. What a good thing, and I broke it. Alas! Lin Changqing held his head, filled with frustration and sorrow. It was no less than when his wife had died. He was truly distraught. Seeing this, everyone else also hung their heads in despair. Lin Xiangwu. Suddenly, Lin Changqing called out a name. The latter shivered and straightened his body. Dad, I'm here. Come here, kneel down. In the previous moment, Lin Changqing had been on the verge of death. In the next moment, he seemed to regain his strength and shouted loudly. Lin Xiangwu's face turned crimson. However, he had no choice. Thud. He could only kneel in front of Lin Changqing, looking utterly aggrieved, as if awaiting his fate. In the next moment, Lin Changqing raised his dragon-headed cane and brought it down heavily. Crack! The blow landed directly on Lin Xiangwu's shoulder, leaving a bright red mark. Dad, what are you doing? The second ant was startled and instinctively wanted to step forward. Lin Changqing turned his head and began to scold her. Shut up, you jinx! If it weren't for you two fanning the flames here, how could I have smashed that treasure? 70 million, that's 70 million. Can you afford to pay for it? Ha! Hearing this, the second ant lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. She knew that this matter was indeed partly her fault. However, she never expected the old man to truly explode. All along, Lin Changqing had only regarded the Wan and Wu brothers as his sons. He would only think of them when there was something good. Today, however, he had completely turned against them. And you, the eldest, hurry up and return all the money and land you owe the third brother's family over the years. What? Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu looked up in disbelief. They never expected the old man to make such a decision. If that were the case, wouldn't they be losing a huge sum of money? Ah, what is it? Is it that my words are no longer effective? Lin Changqing glared fiercely at the two, wishing he could hang them up and give them a good beating. These two foolish sons were simply too stupid. First, it was a 20 million jade pendant, then 70 million in antiques. Could they not see that Lin Dong was no longer the same person, with a net worth of at least over 100 million? As long as they repaired their relationship with Lin Dong, untold riches awaited them. Just a little benefit leaked from Lin Dong's fingers could make them strike it rich. Ha! Lin Dong let out a cold laugh from the side. He was fully aware of Lin Changqing's calculations. However, this matter still depended on Lin Xiangqian's intentions. How would these relatives interact in the future? Dad, what do you think? Lin Dong looked at Lin Xiangqian, seeking his opinion. Lin Xiangqian hesitated for almost no time, took 2 steps forward, and said to Lin Changqing, "Thank you for your kindness, Dad, but I no longer need those pieces of land. I have my own job." Lin Changqing was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Xiangqian to respond this way. What job could be more profitable than a fruit orchard earning over 100,000 a year? The Wanwu brothers, hearing this, instinctively began to mock. Third brother, are you out of your mind? Dad is giving you money. Yeah, what job are you doing that earns more than the orchard? Lin Xiangqian didn't even look at them. 4-star hotel? General manager? Upon hearing this, the Wanwu brothers were dumbfounded. The others exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Upon closer inspection, it was true that Lin Xiangqian, dressed as he was, had a bit of the big boss's demeanor. However, in everyone's ingrained perception, Lin Xiangqian was just a fallen family member who couldn't be helped. At the last family gathering, he was still working in a factory. How did he suddenly transform into a 4-star hotel general manager? Third brother, in the past, Dad indeed did some things wrong. But you don't need to deceive me. How could I not know you became the general manager? There wasn't a peep about it. Lin Shangqing shook his head, completely disbelieving Lin Shanqian's words. The next moment, the Wanwu brothers echoed him. Third brother, your family hasn't done anything illegal, have you? Otherwise, how could you suddenly earn so much money? Yeah, first it was a jade pendant worth tens of millions, then antiques worth 70 or 80 million. How does that sound so suspicious? We may not earn much from the orchard, but at least we are honest and law-abiding. Unlike you, money seems to come as easily as the wind. Who believes that money is legitimate? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The third brother's family must have engaged in illegal activities to earn so much money in such a short time. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Hearing the crowd's doubts, Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin instinctively looked at Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong had previously explained to them that he had opened several nightclubs in Tianhai, with booming business and nearly $1 million in monthly income, there was one crucial question. Where did he get the capital? Just 6 months ago, he was merely an ordinary office worker. Ha, it seems you don't believe it, huh? Well, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a chance to make money. It all depends on whether you can seize it. Lin Dong smiled coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. A chance to make money? Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what Lin Dong meant. At that moment, Lin Dong took out a thick stack of gold-embossed business cards from his pocket. It was thick, with at least 100 cards. On it, in bold letters, were the words, General Manager of Lihua Hotel, Lin Shangqian. There are business cards, it seems to be true. I thought the third brother was just talking nonsense. The two brothers, Wan and Wu, widened their eyes and carefully confirmed everything again. Both the address and the contact information were real. This meant that Lin Shangqian, this country bumpkin, had actually transformed into the general manager of a 4-star hotel. In an instant, their eyes turned red, filled with envy and resentment. No matter how the money was earned, at least he had made it and was enjoying it. One Lihua hotel was worth dozens of Lin family orchards. No wonder Lin Shangqian didn't care at all about the 20 acres promised by Lin Chongqing. Now, he didn't lack money at all. So what if he's the general manager? What does that have to do with us? Exactly, even if your dad really is some kind of general manager, it doesn't give you the right to show off here, especially in front of your grandfather. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu looked disdainful. However, Lin Dong took out a business card, not to show off, but to emphasize the next few sentences. Uncle, second uncle, and everyone present, listen carefully. I have a total of 100 business cards, and I will throw them out for you to grab. Whoever gets one, I will immediately give them 10,000 yuan, transferred on the spot. I, Lin Dong, am a man of my word. If I lie, may the heavens strike me down. What? Upon hearing this, the previously disdainful Wen and Wu brothers instantly widened their eyes in disbelief. Others also clenched their fists tightly, their hearts racing. 10,000 yuan for a business card? Was Lin Dong burning money or trying to be a fortune-giving child? Son, what do you mean by this? Li Xiuqin frowned. It wasn't that she was worried about the money. After all, that jade pendant alone was worth over 20 million. To Lin Dong now, 1 million was nothing. She just didn't understand Lin Dong's intentions. Lin Dong smiled lightly and said, Mom, isn't today Grandpa's 80th birthday? Since it's a birthday celebration, it should be lively. As a grandson, it's only right for me to take out some money to liven up the atmosphere. After all, it's just a mere 1 million. Just a sprinkle. Just a mere 1 million? Hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances, their jealousy towards Lin Dong reaching a level of gritted teeth. This kid had really made it big, treating money like it was nothing. It was infuriating. Though they grumbled inwardly, their bodies were honest, each one squeezing forward, staring intently at the business cards in Lin Dong's hand. They looked like wolves that hadn't eaten for days, seeing a steaming roasted lamb. Saliva was flowing. Alright, get ready, we're starting soon. Everyone, be sure to catch them. With a swish. In the next moment, Lin Dong's lips curled up, and with a wave of his hand, 100 business cards with Lin Xiangqian's name flew out like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. They fluttered down everywhere. At first, everyone hesitated, feeling shy due to face. Until Lin Xiaolong suddenly dashed out, frantically picking up the cards from the ground. Everyone finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward, fighting to grab them. This business card is mine. Get out of the way. I got it first. Lin Xiaohu, do you see clearly? I'm your uncle, how dare you compete with me? So what if you're my uncle? One business card is 10,000 yuan, if I grab a few, I can trade them for a new car. Give it to me,
hurry up. In this day and age, who would go against money?
These people cursed Lin Dong verbally, but when it came to grabbing the business cards, each one was faster than the last.
Some even started fighting.
In the scramble for the cards, Lin Xiaolong and Lin Xiaohu exchanged blows. Before long, they were bloodied.
In an instant, the entire Lin family old residence was in chaos, like a vegetable market. Just a few minutes ago, they had been harmonious, celebrating the old man's birthday.
Now, everyone was red-faced and unrecognizable.
These fools, have they all gone mad?
Seeing this scene, Lin Changqing trembled with anger.
Yet, he was powerless to stop it. In the face of money, he was nothing. Who would listen to him? After a while, Lin Xiaohu walked over with a flattering smile, holding a few incomplete business cards, looking somewhat anxious as he glanced at Lin Dong. Cousin, take a look. Can these business cards still be exchanged for money?
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Although these cards were damaged, words once spoken could not be taken back.
He wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, he needed to spend a fortune to fuel the fire even more.
Otherwise, there would be no good show to watch.
Sure, of course.
Second cousin, you managed to grab 5 business cards, that's 50,000.
I'll transfer the money to you now, check if you received it. Ding! Moments later, Lin Xiaohu indeed received the transfer. My god, you really sent the money. That's great. Thank you, Lin Dong.
Lin Xiaohu let out a wail of excitement, nearly jumping up on the spot. Seeing this, others became even more frenzied in their grabbing.
Get lost. Go away.
The two women, Auntie Air and Auntie D, fought the hardest, pulling hair and scratching faces. Before long, Lin Xiangwen also came over, bowing and scraping, holding a few blood-stained business cards. Upon closer inspection, he looked disheveled, with several scratch marks on his face.
It was unclear who had clawed him. Nephew, about the past, it was my fault, and I apologize to you and your father. Look, can these business cards be exchanged for money?
Seeing Lin Xiangwen so cautious and obsequious, Lin Dong felt utterly pleased.
However, he did not let him off easily. Instead, he pretended to frown, looking quite helpless, and said, "Oh, it seems that's not going to work. Uncle, this business card is smudged, it's unreadable." What? Lin Xiangwen suddenly panicked. Lin Dong, my good nephew, please, exchange these cards. I worked hard to grab these. If they can't be exchanged for money, wouldn't that be a waste?
Lin Xiangwen was nearly in tears. Even now, his face still burned with pain, marked with scratches. If he couldn't exchange for money, it would all have been for nothing. Lin Dong sighed, pretending to be conflicted, looking at the business cards back and forth.
Uncle, it's not that I don't want to exchange them. The writing on these cards is unclear, and they can't be used anymore. Why don't you ask my dad and my mom?
I remember they might still have a few new business cards.
What? New business cards?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's eyes widened. He then hurriedly rushed to the old couple, pleading desperately.
Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin were soft-hearted and couldn't resist Lin Xiangwen's pleas.
Reluctantly, they took out the last 3 business cards they had. Good nephew, that's a total of 13 business cards. Soon, Lin Xiangwen exchanged them for 130,000. This made countless people envious.
Mine. Don't grab, I saw this card first.
10 minutes later, this grand scene of grabbing business cards finally came to an end. The least anyone got was 20 to 30,000, which felt like picking up money for free. Before long, outside the Lin family old house, a large crowd sent Lin Dong's family off. Upon seeing the flashy Panamera, there was another round of cheers, especially Lin Xiaolong, who finally understood why Lin Dong showed no mercy when smashing that BMW. It turned out he drove this kind of $1 million luxury car and didn't even look at that BMW. Soon, under everyone's farewell, Lin Dong drove away with the old couple, leaving Linjia village. By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon.
Mom and Dad, if those people from the old home dare to bully you again, make sure to call me.
Lin Dong said lightly, not forgetting to remind them.
Unexpectedly, Lin Shangqian and Li Shouqin looked helpless, sighing. Son, after what you did today, it would be good if we don't bully them, who would still dare to provoke us. Well, you've seen it too. After snatching the business cards, your uncles were all eager to divide the orchard for your dad, trying to curry favor and build connections. And then there are Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, frantically asking what business you're in, wanting to be your driver, your assistant. Lin Dong sneered. Where were these people before? When his family was struggling, those so-called relatives would have loved to stomp on them. Now that they saw him making a fortune, they clung to him like a sticky plaster. However, Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to care. Getting entangled with a bunch of bumpkins was too degrading. Alright, you two get some rest. I'm heading back to Tianhai. Without even going upstairs, Lin Dong drove off. The reason was simple.
Chu Xiaoxiao had just called. She had contacted dozens of nightclubs in the past few days and had already negotiated the prices. She was just waiting for him to return to finalize and sign. Lin Dong felt very pleased upon hearing this. Truly a workplace elite, she was decisive in her actions. In just a few days, she had made significant progress. About 3 hours later, Lin Dong returned to Tianhai and headed straight for the Blue Demon Bar. However, he didn't see Chu Xiaoxiao. After calling, he learned that she had gone out with Zhang Dafa to pick up some bosses and would be back shortly. Lin Dong smiled helplessly and then wandered outside. It was around 6 or 7 o'clock. The Blue Demon Bar was not yet in its peak business hours, and there weren't many people. Feeling bored, Lin Dong ordered a bottle of brandy from the waiter, found a random spot, and sipped his drink to pass the time. Unexpectedly, before he could even settle in, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Turning his head, he saw a slender, graceful young beauty walking in. She wore a fiery red, form-fitting dress and had long golden hair flowing down her back. Her long, fair legs were exposed, adorned with a pair of Valentino heels. With every move, she exuded an alluring charm. She was simply an enchantress, a fairy. Gulp. Even with Lin Dong's extensive experience with women, he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a stir within. The clicking of heels grew clearer as the beauty approached. However, the blonde beauty wasn't coming towards him. She didn't even glance his way, striding past him with elegance. Behind her were 2 burly men, wearing sunglasses and suits, looking like bodyguards. They noticed Lin Dong's unwavering gaze but didn't say a word to stop him. They merely shot him a couple of glares before following closely behind her. Men love to look at beautiful women. Such gazes happen almost every moment. If they were to take it seriously, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. Before long, the blonde beauty ordered several bottles of foreign wine and sat in a luxurious booth, pouring herself a drink. The 2 bodyguards were quite perceptive, not interrupting, just standing by with their arms crossed. The blonde beauty looked troubled, seemingly here to drown her sorrows, drinking cup after cup. Soon, her cheeks flushed, showing signs of intoxication. Lin Dong watched all of this, feeling a bit restless. Just then, a beautiful singer with a ponytail, looking about 6 or 7 points attractive, walked onto the stage holding a guitar, appearing very carefree. Lin Dong remembered her name. It seemed to be Anan. She was recruited by Zhang Dafa from some music university. In her spare time, she came to the bar to sing and earn some tuition and living expenses. Quickly, Anan embraced her guitar and sang a folk song. Let me see you one more time. From south to north. Like eyes blinded by the 5th ring road. Her voice was melodious and captivating, creating a feeling of intimacy as if she were whispering in one's ear. The lighting set a melancholic atmosphere. By all accounts, this university student named Anan sang quite well. Many customers in the audience were immersed in her song, eyes closed, enjoying the moment. Unexpectedly, just as the song reached its halfway point, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "What are you singing? It's so awful. I'm here at the bar to vent, not to have you annoy me more. The more you sing, the worse it gets. Hurry up and change the song." Lin Dong was taken aback. Following the voice, he saw that the troublemaker was the blonde beauty drinking alone. At that moment, her eyes were red, and she was already a bit drunk. The crowd was startled by the blonde beauty's outburst. In an instant, all eyes turned to her. Anan also frowned, unsure of where to put her hands. Although she hadn't been at the Blue Bell Bar for long, her previous performances had been quite successful. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Anan bowed slightly to express her apology. Then, she changed to another song and continued to play and sing. However, after just a couple of lines, the blonde beauty shouted again. "Be more passionate, are you deaf? If you can't sing well, just get off the stage, stop humming and hawing, it's painful to watch. Isn't it painful enough?" The blonde beauty, fueled by alcohol, pointed at Anan. After saying that, still unsatisfied, she grabbed a bottle of liquor and threw it over. Bang! Crash! Ah! The liquor bottle shattered at Anan's feet, startling her and causing her to let out a sharp scream. Then, with a face full of fear, she began to apologize. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Several customers couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to defend her. However, as soon as they stood up, they were fiercely glared back down by 2 burly bodyguards. "Get lost, our sister-in-law can do whatever she wants, what does it have to do with you? If you don't want to get beaten, sit down quietly, got it?" Their fierce demeanor made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Everyone immediately wilted. "Damn it, you're really trying to annoy me. If you can't sing, just go back, don't embarrass yourself here." The blonde beauty continued to chug her drink while loudly cursing, completely unconcerned about the strange looks from others. This scene either indicated she was drunk and crazy, or she was used to being arrogant and looked down on everyone else.
Excuse me, miss, I'm the owner of this bar. May I ask if you're dissatisfied with our singer? At that moment, a magnetic male voice suddenly rang out. Luo Yuzhu instinctively looked up.
What came into view was a tall and handsome young man, making her momentarily brighten up.
However, upon hearing he was the bar owner, she couldn't help but start cursing again. You're the owner? Do you know that I'm here to have fun at the bar? What kind of singer did you hire? My cat can sing better.
Be smart and hurry up and get her off the stage.
Hearing this, Lin Dong's expression turned cold.
If it weren't for her slight beauty, he would have thrown her out along with her chair long ago. At this moment, 2 bodyguards blocked Lin Dong's path, looking unfriendly.
What do you want?
Stay away from our sister-in-law.
Otherwise, we'll chop off your hands. Sister-in-law?
Lin Dong frowned slightly.
Could this woman have some special background?
Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes turned, and he smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand, I just came to ask if this beauty has any complaints.
Ha!
Luo Yuzhu rolled her eyes, her beautiful legs casually resting on the table. Nothing to say, just hurry up and change the singer.
Since your mouth is so smooth, why don't you go up and sing a couple of songs? Luo Yuzhu's words hit the mark for Lin Dong.
However, on the surface, he still pretended to decline.
Beauty, I'm the owner. Generally, I wouldn't easily step in. So you mean your appearance fee is very high?
Luo Yuzhu snorted coldly, a look of disdain on her pretty face.
I have plenty of money. Xiongde, Xiong'er.
The 2 bodyguards cooperated perfectly, directly pulling out a suitcase.
Bang!
The moment the box opened, a pile of red bills appeared before everyone.
At a glance, there were at least 500,000.
Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, it was basically confirmed that Luo Yuzhu was not someone to be trifled with.
Otherwise, under normal circumstances, who would carry so much cash out? Is this enough? Not enough, I still have more in my account.
A bar owner actually dares to show off in front of me, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth.
Lin Dong smiled lightly and nodded. Alright, then I won't be polite.
With that, Lin Dong walked directly to the stage and nodded at Anan.
Anan, you've worked hard, you can go down now. Don't take tonight's events to heart.
Later, I'll give you a bonus of 10,000 as a mental compensation.
What? Upon hearing this, Anan was first taken aback.
Then, she was overjoyed. Originally, she was worried about whether she would lose her job. Now, with Lin Dong's words, all her worries vanished.
Thank you, boss, I love you.
Anan shouted, giving him a warm hug and planting a kiss on Lin Dong's cheek. Then, holding her guitar, she skipped off the stage. Lin Dong touched his face, looking a bit helpless.
Are today's female college students this bold? Why do they kiss so easily? Just as he was reminiscing, a voice from the audience suddenly interrupted. Are you going to sing or not?
If you don't sing soon, I'll smash your bar.
Following the voice, it was indeed Luo Yuzhu.
At this moment, she was crossing her legs, looking displeased at Lin Dong. Just then, a song flashed through Lin Dong's mind. He then grabbed the microphone. In an instant, his entire demeanor changed.
1 second, he was the old bar owner. The next, he transformed into a top singer.
His posture and stage presence were striking.
Luo
Yuzhu's beautiful eyes widened, instinctively straightening her back.
No way, dude, you really can sing.
Soon, under the colorful lights, the accompaniment began to play. Lin Dong closed his eyes and slowly started to sing.
I gaze at the distant peaks, yet miss the turning point. Suddenly looking back, only to find you waiting for me. Never left. Whoosh! The next second, the once boisterous bar fell silent.
Everyone turned to look at Lin Dong on stage, holding their breath, their faces filled with shock.
This, Luo Yuzhu's pupils constricted, unconsciously immersing herself in the melodious voice.
She felt goosebumps all over, her ears almost pregnant from the sound. His singing is just too beautiful.
After the song ended, the venue was silent.
It wasn't that Lin Dong sang poorly, rather, everyone was so engrossed that they took a long time to come back to their senses. After a moment, Luo Yuzhu was the first to react, breaking into applause.
Clap clap clap. The crowd awakened from their stupor.
Following that, enthusiastic applause erupted.
Boss, you sang so well.
Not at all worse than the original.
Exactly, if the boss sings every day, I'll definitely come every day. Sing another one, sing another one. In an instant, the bar atmosphere heated up again.
Everyone looked at Lin Dong with eager anticipation, hoping he would sing another song. Anan, who had just come down, also blushed slightly.
No wonder the boss is so confident in helping me out.
Turns out, he sings so well. How annoying, I was still worried for him. Anan said she was annoyed, but her shy movements betrayed her true feelings.
Ahem.
On stage, Lin Dong lightly coughed twice. He had only hummed a few lines casually. He didn't expect such a big reaction. What could he do? After all, he possessed the godly singing skills rewarded by the system. Listening to him sing was an ultimate enjoyment. Little handsome guy, I didn't expect you to sing so well, I'm very satisfied. Luo Yuzhu threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Dong, her eyes seemingly capable of weaving silk. This woman is truly enchanting. Just a casual movement from her makes one burn with desire, wishing to rush over and pin this little enchantress to the ground right then and there. Beside her, Bear Big and Bear 2 are unfazed. Luo Yuzhu is just that captivating. Unfortunately, she is the woman of that lord, and no one dares to touch her. Unless, of course, that person is looking to end their life. However, the two never expected that today, someone would indeed have the guts to set their sights on Luo Yuzhu. Ha, as long as the beauty likes it, Lin Dong smiled and nodded. That confident expression, along with his affectionate gaze, once again left Luo Yuzhu utterly mesmerized. Since everyone wants to hear it, I'll sing another one. Is that okay? Lin Dong asked with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the bar. Almost everyone stood up, visibly excited. Some even took out their phones, ready to record. Ahem. Lin Dong cleared his throat, gazing at Luo Yuzhu with deep affection. Just moments ago, Luo Yuzhu, who had been tipsy, was almost dazed. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, her pretty face turned pink, and her skin felt hot. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Push Lin Dong down. If those two words didn't tremble, I wouldn't realize I'm in pain. How to say it? It's just a breakup. Soon, Lin Dong's soul-stirring deep voice resonated throughout the bar once more. At this moment, he was the only shining star in the room. The undisputed king of songs. Woo woo. Luo Yuzhu was also greatly moved, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. At the same time, she became even more infatuated with Lin Dong. Moments later, after another song, many felt it wasn't enough and wanted Lin Dong to stay. Unfortunately, Lin Dong politely declined and walked down on his own. Soon, he approached Luo Yuzhu with a smile. Beauty, how was my singing? It was great, so great. I've never heard such a beautiful song. Luo Yuzhu nodded excitedly. I'm glad you liked it, Lin Dong replied with a faint smile. He knew that he had already captured the heart of this fiery blonde beauty. The next thing to do was to find a way to send those two light bulbs away. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Luo Yuzhu took the initiative to speak. Taking out her bank card, she commanded, Bear Big, Bear 2, go to the bank and withdraw 100,000. This boss sings well, and I want to reward him. The two bodyguards were stunned. There was almost 500,000 in that suitcase. Luo Yuzhu actually wanted them to withdraw money to reward a man. Had she lost her mind? What? Are my words no longer effective? Or are you deaf? Seeing the two frozen in place, Luo Yuzhu narrowed her eyes and glared fiercely. No, no. The two bodyguards quickly shook their heads. Luo Yuzhu was indeed a brainless woman. However, the man behind her was quite formidable. They dared not ignore her words. But, sister-in-law, what about your safety if we go get the money? Yeah, who will protect you? The two bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. The next second, crash. Luo Yuzhu picked up a bottle and smashed it on the table. Then, she charged at them with the jagged edge, looking disdainful. I'm not someone to mess with, who dares to come near me? Get lost, don't make me curse at you. As soon as she said this, the two bodyguards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran out, tails between their legs. In their eyes, Lin Dong was just a singer. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to touch Luo Yuzhu. Unfortunately, they had misjudged the situation. Luo Yuzhu's domineering display also caught Lin Dong's attention. After playing with so many beauties, it was the first time he had seen someone so full of personality. With her exquisite appearance and fierce demeanor, there was a strong contrast. He just didn't know if she was equally wild in bed. Hey, handsome, there are too many people around here. How about we find a quiet place to have a good chat? With so much money, I can't feel at ease holding it all by myself. Luo Yuzhu pressed her index finger against her full lips. The seductive gesture and her flirtatious expression were like a vixen. No problem. Lin Dong licked his lips and smiled. Follow me, beautiful. A glint of cunning flashed in Luo Yuzhu's eyes. Then, she quickly followed him. Moments later, Lin Dong led Luo Yuzhu to the restroom. Not bad, it's a good place. Luo Yuzhu directly hugged Lin Dong from behind and started kissing him all over his neck. Like a mother wolf that hadn't eaten for days, she was wild. Lin Dong was also itching with desire. However, he still pretended to resist. Beautiful, we just met, isn't this inappropriate? I don't even know your name.
Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu smiled wickedly.
Then, disregarding Lin Dong's objections, she forcefully unbuttoned his shirt, clinging to him like an octopus.
Not knowing means we need to get to know each other better. My name is Luo Yuzhu, you'll remember it. Inside the restroom,
passion surged, breaths quickened.
Luo Yuzhu looked completely in ecstasy.
She originally thought Lin Dong was just a good singer. She didn't expect his skills to be this good. This surprised her greatly.
She fell uncontrollably into it. Lin Dong also didn't expect Luo Yuzhu to be so playful.
In a place like the restroom, where there were many people and eyes everywhere, they could be discovered at any moment.
Yet, she acted as if she were at home, wild and unrestrained. Again.
At that moment, Lin Dong felt a bit overwhelmed.
This little wild horse was not something an ordinary person could tame. Fortunately, he had an unyielding stamina. With this incredible skill, no matter how many women came, it was all manageable. Conquering Luo Yuzhu was just a matter of time. Sure enough, after a while, Luo Yuzhu was defeated. Handsome, you're too amazing. Why didn't I meet you sooner?
Luo Yuzhu panted, her hair disheveled. She almost couldn't stand. Lin Dong smiled faintly and slapped her hard.
It's not too late to meet now, babe.
Luo Yuzhu let out a couple of soft sounds, her expression one of intoxication. However, moments later, a hint of melancholy appeared on her face.
It's still too late. I'm now Chen Nanshan's woman.
No one in Tianhai dares to touch me. Lin Dong was slightly taken aback and instinctively spoke up.
Chen Nanshan? The boss of the 7 Stars gang? His surprised expression seemed to be within Luo Yuzhu's expectations. She couldn't help but tease. What? Are you scared? You can still leave now, it's not too late? Otherwise, if he finds out, you'll definitely regret it.
In Luo Yuzhu's view, Lin Dong was just a bar owner and surely wouldn't dare to provoke Chen Nanshan.
She figured he would soon run away as far as he could.
But the next moment, Lin Dong burst into laughter. Not only was he not afraid, but he was even more excited.
Ha! I actually made that bastard Chen Nanshan wear a green hat. I didn't feel anything until you mentioned it, now I'm even more thrilled. No, I'm about to be over the moon. Aren't you afraid of the 7 Stars gang? That's the biggest gang in Tianhai, you could end up dead. Luo Yuzhu looked back at Lin Dong with some curiosity. Could this guy be a madman? Hee, it's just the 7 Stars gang, I know.
Lin Dong smirked, looking unconcerned.
That guy named Tianji came to me before, wanting to collect some protection fees. I just taught him a little lesson. I think I broke one of his legs. Was it the left leg or the right leg? I forgot. What?
Luo Yuzhu was stunned, looking at Lin Dong with fear and unease.
You injured Tianji? Seeing Luo Yuzhu's surprised, O-shaped cherry lips, Lin Dong wanted to stuff something in there. It was me, so what?
Don't say it's Tianji. Even if Chen Nanshan came personally, I would still beat him until he couldn't find his teeth and make him kneel down and call me grandpa.
Luo Yuzhu was stunned.
A few days ago, the number 1 thug of the 7 Stars gang, Tianji, had his leg broken.
Who would have thought that this person was Lin Dong?
If she had known it was him, she wouldn't have done such a foolish thing.
Ha, are you scared?
Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly as he repeated her words in the same tone. At the same time, he gently wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on her forehead.
You are too bold, Luo Yuzhu's heart raced.
She had thought she had caught a handsome guy, but unexpectedly, she was the one being caught like a fish. And she had foolishly taken the bait. It's too late to be scared now, I haven't had enough fun yet.
Let's continue. Ah! With a scream, Luo Yuzhu could no longer care about anything else.
On the other side, Xiongdet and Xiong'er rushed back to the bar with the 100,000 they had just withdrawn.
Because the amount was large, the withdrawal process was slow.
By the time they returned, nearly half an hour had passed.
Looking around, they couldn't see Luo Yuzhu's figure. Where's the big sister? Why is she missing? Could something have happened? I saw that bar owner trying to hit on her. Could it be that they?
Just then, as the 2 bodyguards were in a panic, a familiar sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from behind.
Turning around, who else could it be but Luo Yuzhu? What are you 2 whispering about? Big sister.
The 2 bodyguards jumped in fright. They quickly lowered their heads and handed over the 100,000 they had just withdrawn.
Unexpectedly, Luo Yuzhu didn't even glance at it and waved her hand impatiently. Relying on you 2 useless fools, the food is already cold.
I don't want to listen to music now, I'm tired and just want to go back to sleep. After saying this, Luo Yuzhu swung her beautiful legs and walked directly towards the bar's entrance. As she reached the door, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the 2 bodyguards didn't look up, otherwise, they would have definitely noticed something was off.
It's good that the big sister is fine. Hurry back, otherwise, the boss will worry.
After the three left, Lin Dong squinted his eyes and walked out from behind a pillar. In his hand, he held a piece of black lace fabric. Hee, this woman really has guts.
I'll keep this as a souvenir. What a coincidence, to run into Chen Nanshan's woman.
Speaking of which, the Seven Stars gang hasn't made any moves lately. I wonder if these guys are scared of me or are just holding back some big trick. Just then, another sound of high heels clicking on the floor came.
Lin Dong, are you anxious?
Sorry,
I got stuck in traffic and was delayed for a bit. Following the sound, the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, straight beautiful legs. As his gaze moved up, he saw a fitted black office uniform and a delicate face. Lin Dong quickly tucked the lace fabric into his pocket and smiled. Not in a hurry, Xiao Xiao. I just arrived too.
That's good.
Xiao Xiao smiled with relief.
Then, noticing Lin Dong staring at her intently, her cheeks couldn't help but flush.
Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?
After saying this, Xiao Xiao took out a small mirror she carried with her to check. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace.
Ah!
Xiao Xiao was caught off guard and instinctively exclaimed. Then she felt a whirlwind. By the time she reacted, her lips were firmly sealed.
Xiao Xiao kept tapping Lin Dong's shoulder.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Dafa, who had just walked into the bar, quickly tilted his head.
Behind Zhang Dafa were more than 20 middle-aged men, each holding several nightclubs and worth a fortune. Seeing Lin Dong's actions, she couldn't help but smile knowingly.
When there's work, the secretary does it. When there's nothing, the secretary still does it.
Such things were perfectly normal in their circle. If you have money and don't know how to enjoy it, isn't that foolish? Ahem.
After a long while, until Xiao Xiao's face was flushed and she was almost out of breath, Lin Dong reluctantly let her go.
Really? What are you doing? With so many people watching, aren't you embarrassed? Such a big boss, and you don't pay attention to your image.
Xiao Xiao's expression was a mix of shyness and annoyance, her mouth constantly complaining. Yet inside, she felt as sweet as honey. She was just afraid that after a long time without intimacy with Lin Dong, he might fall for another woman. Now it seemed that she still held a place in his heart. Ha, they say a little separation is better than a new marriage. I just couldn't help myself.
Wait, I'll make it up to you properly later.
Lin Dong smiled lightly and took Xiao Xiao's small hand.
How could Xiao Xiao not catch the hidden meaning in Lin Dong's words?
She immediately bit her lip, feeling a rush of heat all over.
However, the urgent matter still needed to be addressed first.
It's all your fault, always bullying me, almost delaying the important business.
Let me introduce, these are the owners of the major nightclubs and bars in Tianhai City.
They heard you were paying high prices to acquire night venues, so they came to me voluntarily. There was one thing Xiao Xiao didn't say outright. That was, these nightclub owners had paid countless protection fees over the years. They harbored deep hatred for the Nanshan society. Hearing that Lin Dong had beaten the number one thug of the Qixing gang, Tianji, into a three-legged frog, they felt a great sense of relief. To thank Lin Dong for avenging them, they were very willing to sell their night venues to him. More importantly, with the economy declining and consumption decreasing, the nightclub business was also affected and not as prosperous as before.
Many night venues were losing money every day.
Just at this time, Lin Dong emerged, buying up night venues in large quantities. It was a perfect match for both sides.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Regarding the acquisition, I believe Xiao Xiao has already discussed a lot with you.
Now, I wonder if there are any issues that haven't been settled?
Lin Dong brought the 20 or so owners into the office and sat confidently on the sofa. Just sitting there simply exuded an aura of dominance. His gaze swept over everyone, and the office fell silent.
Those owners who had originally thought about haggling couldn't help but swallow their little thoughts.
As the saying goes, a person's name carries their shadow. Lin Dong's presence and demeanor were even more impressive than they had imagined. And he was so young. It was better not to offend him unnecessarily. Please wait, the contract is with me, you can take a look first.
Xiao Xiao understood and quickly took out the printed contract from her bag.
Lin Dong casually flipped through it and nodded in satisfaction.
The contract terms were clear, covering every detail, with no loopholes to be found. It was enough to show the other party's capability. If there are no issues, then let's sign it directly. Wishing us a pleasant cooperation and great wealth together. A group of owners exchanged glances, unsure of what they were hesitating about. After a moment of silence, someone finally couldn't help but speak up.
Young Master Lin, we've already discussed the price with Miss Chu, and there are no issues. However, before we sign, we're all quite curious.
You are acquiring the nightclub business on such a large scale without paying protection fees. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Qixing gang?
As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at Lin Dong. They were all curious about where Lin Dong's confidence came from, daring to confront the Qixing gang head-on. So you were worried about this. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly as he spoke lightly. In my eyes, the Qixing gang is just like that. If they are sensible and don't come to provoke me, we can coexist peacefully, and the well water won't interfere with the river water. If they are blind and dare to have designs on me, I have 1,000 ways to make them regret it. Even make them disappear forever. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the group of owners were taken aback. The more I feel that Lin Dong is unfathomable. If it were someone else, hearing the words Qixing gang would make them tremble in fear. But Lin Dong is different, he is not afraid at all. In fact, he boldly claims he will destroy the Qixing gang. Everyone, I've made my stance clear here. Next, it depends on your sincerity. If you want to be friends with me, Lin Dong, just sign the agreement. If you don't want to, you can leave now, just turn left at the door, and it's not too late. Lin Dong leaned back on the sofa, exuding an air of confidence as if he were the most important person in the room. Seeing this scene, the bosses no longer hesitated, and soon, Chu Xiaoxiao began transferring large sums of money according to the agreed contract price. 20 million, 30 million, 100 million. Swish, swish, swish. As the large sums were transferred, Lin Dong's bank card balance reached a precarious number, about to hit rock bottom. At this moment, the bosses confirmed the receipt and began signing and stamping the documents. The system's voice finally rang out. Detected that the host spent 5 million in the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 500 million credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 20 million in the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 2 billion credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 50 million in the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 5 billion credited to the bank card. Detected that the host spent 200 million in the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. 20 billion credited to the bank card. Meanwhile, the number on Lin Dong's bank card balance jumped up at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. 500 million, 2 billion, 10 billion. In an instant, the number in Lin Dong's account returned to the previous 30 billion. Moreover, it was still skyrocketing, showing no signs of stopping. Even though Lin Dong had experienced this many times before, he was still overwhelmed with excitement, his face glowing. Ultimately, Lin Dong's bank card balance settled on an extremely exaggerated number. 30 billion. That is 300 billion. Damn, I'm making a fortune. Lin Dong's expression was ecstatic, and he instinctively clenched his fists. He felt every cell in his body cheering and jumping. Boss, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise. Cough, it's nothing. It's just that I've acquired so many nightclubs at once, and the business is getting bigger and bigger. I'm very happy. Most importantly, I met you. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red, her heart racing. Besides being shy, she felt another emotion. That was gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Dong, she would still be worrying about paying off her stepfather's gambling debts. She would never have found such a good job. In the blink of an eye, 30 billion was spent. Such an exaggerated cash flow was almost catching up with those top traders. Just thinking about it was exciting. On the other side, the nightclub owners who received the money were all smiles. Lin Xiao is indeed straightforward, so much money was transferred all at once. Yes, in the past, some people came to us wanting to buy our nightclubs, but when it came to money, it was either windy or rainy, and in the end, nothing came of it. If any friends want to sell their nightclubs, Lin Xiao, you can rest assured, I'll make sure they come to you first. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He couldn't wait for all the nightclubs in Tianhai, and even the whole country, to be sold to him. That way, the cashback would not just be 300 billion, but 3 trillion. 300 trillion. By that time, he could completely become the new richest person in the world, wealthy enough to rival nations. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's heart raced again, and his breathing became heavy. Such matters are hard for anyone to remain calm about. Before long, Lin Dong personally saw off the group of bosses. Boss, this time, we acquired so many nightclubs at once, isn't that a bit too ambitious? Not to mention management issues, what if the Qixing gang pulls a surprise attack? What should we do? Even if we hire security, it will take some time. Not only those bosses, but Zhang Dafa, the bar manager, also considered this issue. The more nightclubs Lin Dong acquired, the more problems would arise. He couldn't possibly grow 3 heads and 6 arms to protect each one, could he? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao shake her index finger. No. Manager Zhang, this problem can actually be easily solved. We can completely use another method to address the manpower shortage. That is to hire a specialized security company to manage the nightlife. This way, not only can we prevent the Qixing gang, but if someone gets drunk and causes trouble, it can also be resolved promptly. Hearing this, Zhang Dafa's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead. Right. How did I not think of that? The boss lady is really clever and has a high awareness. Upon hearing this title, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red. Ha, boss and boss lady, I'll get back to work now. If you need anything, just call us. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. After Zhang Dafa walked away, he suddenly picked up Chu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I've missed you so much after such a long time apart. It's getting late. I'll take you back to the Peninsula Hotel now, and later, you can tell me what's happened these past few days. In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao felt her heart melt. Then, she responded softly like a mosquito. Lin Dong laughed heartily, holding Chu Xiaoxiao, and quickly walked out of the bar, not at all worried about being noticed by others. Everyone was out to have fun. Such things were already commonplace. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, in an office of a certain club, a well-dressed man with a cigar in his mouth and a slicked-back hairstyle frowned, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, a man in a floral shirt rushed in. Boss, there's news. That group really went to find Lin Dong. And they got money from Lin Dong. They must have sold all the nightclubs to him. What? Upon hearing this news, the slick-back man became furious and directly threw away his cigar. Then, he kicked a chair beside him. Bang! The chair flew out and shattered a glass panel. The originally high-end office was instantly in disarray. Boss. The man in the floral shirt trembled, afraid that the other would vent his anger on him. The next moment, the slick-back man slowly turned around, revealing a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked very proper, but his brows were filled with malice and anger. He looked quite intimidating. This Lin Dong is getting bolder. Does he still have the Qixing gang in his eyes? It's one thing for the Blue Demon to not pay protection fees. Now, he's actually buying up nightclubs on a large scale. He's clearly trying to shit on my head. The slick-back man was none other than Chen Nanshan, the leader of the Qixing gang. Last time, Tianji had his leg broken by Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan had been brooding over it, waiting for a chance to retaliate. Unexpectedly, before he could take action, the other side had already stirred up so much trouble. If this continued, how would the Qixing gang survive? Boss, what should we do? How about? The man in the floral shirt had a fierce look in his eyes and made a gesture across his neck. Chen Nanshan nodded and spoke calmly. Let's do as we discussed before. Lin Dong, you're not walking the path to heaven, yet you're barging into hell. This is all self-inflicted. The next moment, Chen Nanshan lifted his foot and stomped a few times, extinguishing the cigar on the ground, leaving no sparks visible. On the other side, Lin Dong held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other on the thigh of a certain curvaceous figure in the passenger seat. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling both excited and indulgent. Xiaoxiao, you must have been very lonely these past few days without me, right? When we get back to the hotel, I'll make it up to you. And by the way, let's reminisce about that first feeling. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush. Even she found it absurd. The first time they met, they had that kind of incident. Then, in a daze, she ended up in bed with Lin Dong. How can you say that? Ha, it was mutual consent. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. His right hand became bolder, actually lifting the hem of Chu Xiaoxiao's skirt, slowly moving upward. No! Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, quickly pressing down on Lin Dong's sneaky hand. At the same time, at an intersection ahead, a dump truck was parked by the roadside. The driver was smoking, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts. Clearly, he had been waiting there for quite some time. Just then, Lin Dong appeared in his Panamera. A glint of sharpness flashed in the driver's eyes. He abruptly extinguished his cigarette with his fingers and turned the car key to start the engine. At the moment Lin Dong passed through the intersection, rumble. The dump truck accelerated, charging straight toward the Panamera with incredible speed. In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank. She widened her eyes, staring at the oncoming dump truck, even forgetting to scream. Buckle your seatbelt. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Chu Xiaoxiao snapped back to her senses, instinctively following the command and grabbing the seatbelt in front of her. At that moment, the dump truck was already rushing toward the Panamera. It looked like a collision was imminent, and both of them would meet their end on the spot. Squeak! In a flash, Lin Dong jerked the steering wheel. The Panamera seemed to take flight, almost brushing against the front of the dump truck, executing a perfect maneuver and narrowly avoiding it. Just right, not too much, not too little. What? The driver of the dump truck, wearing a hood, narrowed his pupils. He never expected that under such extreme circumstances, Lin Dong would perform a stunt right in front of him. Boom! The Panamera sped away from the dump truck, darting a few hundred meters before finally coming to a steady stop. Phew! Lin Dong gripped the steering wheel tightly, breathing heavily. Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao, her face was pale with fright. Like a startled little rabbit, she stood there in a daze. It's okay, Xiaoxiao, it's over. You're not dead. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Chu Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses. She suddenly hugged Lin Dong, trembling slightly, and began to cry like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Woo-woo, Lin Dong, I'm so scared. It's okay. Lin Dong carefully patted Chu Xiaoxiao's back, helping her calm down a bit. Boom! Just then, a loud noise came from behind, followed by a huge splash. What happened? Lin Dong turned his head in surprise. To his shock, the dump truck had plunged into the river. It was too heavy to float. In full view of everyone, it quickly sank to the bottom. Moments later, someone finally reacted and shouted in succession. Help! Quick, help! The truck has sunk. How do we save anyone? Could this person have been drunk driving? Why drive so fast for no reason? Who knows? It could be brake failure, or it could be suicide. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and the speculations multiplied. Suicide? Hearing these two words, Lin Dong's gaze froze, and he vaguely guessed something. Just a moment ago, the dump truck had a very clear target, charging straight at the Panamera. Moreover, it was moving at high speed. If it weren't for his god-level fighting skills, granting Lin Dong a reaction speed beyond human limits, he would have never been able to dodge it. The dump truck would have undoubtedly crushed both him and Chu Xiaoxiao into pieces. At that time, thanks to the cushioning of the Panamera, the dump truck wouldn't have crashed into the river. So, it definitely wasn't suicide. It seems someone doesn't want to see me alive. Lin Dong squinted slightly, a hint of coldness flashing between his brows. How sharp-witted was Chu Xiaoxiao? Although she was still shaken and her mind was a mess, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, she immediately reacted. You mean, someone hired a hitman to kill? But who would take such a risk to do something like this? If it gets found out, they would definitely go to jail. Lin Dong coldly laughed and shook his head, uttering a name he didn't know how many times he had mentioned. Who else could it be? In this period, someone who has deep-seated hatred against us and is capable of doing such a thing. It can only be the leader of the Seven Stars gang, Chen Nanshan. Is it him? Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened. Chen Nanshan is notorious. He could definitely do something like this. Moreover, similar incidents had occurred in Tianhai City before. In the end, they all ended without resolution. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. It seemed highly likely that it was a case of murder to silence. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, feeling anxious. Lin Dong, you are right, it is very likely Chen Nanshan's retaliation. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly and so fiercely. Why don't we just back down? After all, there's a saying that you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Continuing like this, living in constant fear, isn't a solution. Since Chen Nanshan had murderous intent, he would definitely not give up just because of one failure. In the future, there might be more accidents and mishaps waiting for them. Backing down might be the only way. Back down? In my dictionary, the words back down do not exist. Besides, do you really think that after we pay the so-called protection fee, Chen Nanshan will let us off easily? What a joke! If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Seven Stars gang to its current scale. Lin Dong's previous actions had already slapped Chen Nanshan in the face. Only by killing Lin Dong or leaving him crippled, with his family destroyed, could he regain his face. Just then, another phone call came in. Lin Dong frowned slightly, feeling an ominous premonition. Sure enough, after answering the call, he heard Zhang Dafa's urgent voice on the other end. Young Master Lin, something big has happened. A group of thugs came to the bar and smashed the entire liquor cabinet, driving all the customers away. Several other nightclubs have also been looted. They seem to have planned it, all coming at once. It's the Seven Stars gang, it must be them. Hearing Zhang Dafa's anxious voice, Lin Dong's brows furrowed deeply. Ruthless. Too ruthless. On one side, Chen Nanshan was creating a car accident, trying to kill him directly. On the other side, he sent his subordinates to smash his bar. It was clearly premeditated, launching a combination attack. Damn it! Lin Dong's forehead bulged with veins, his fists clenched tightly. A series of cracking sounds came from his phone being crushed into a mess. Calm down, Lin Dong, you must stay calm. As long as the people are fine, that's what matters. We can deal with the other issues slowly. Chu Xiaoxiao knew that in such situations, it was even more important to remain rational. What Chen Nanshan wanted most was to see Lin Dong in chaos, falling into his trap. Under Chu Xiaoxiao's persuasion, the hostility in Lin Dong's eyes gradually faded. However, what lingered was a strong intent to kill. Chen Nanshan, I will definitely collect this debt with my own hands.
Get ready to clean your neck. Just then, the sound of police sirens blared. Police cars quickly arrived at the scene. They even called in a rescue team for recovery. As expected, the driver of the dump truck had been dead for a long time. The expression on his face before death was filled with fear. It was unclear whether it was from failing to complete the task or from the fear of death. Afterwards, Lin Dong and Chu Xiaoxiao were questioned by the police. After confirming that this matter had nothing to do with them, they were released. From then on, there would be no peace between Lin Dong and the Seven Stars gang. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at the Blue Demon Bar, a group of thugs stormed in aggressively, rummaging and smashing everything. A waiter ran out to stop them and was immediately knocked down with a stick. The men and women who had come to have fun were scared out of their wits. One by one, they ran out like madmen, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. In no time, the entire bar was left with just this group of thugs wielding clubs. Seeing all this, Zhang Dafa was dumbfounded. Who are you? Don't smash anything. Our boss will be back soon. If you have any issues, talk to him. Thud. Zhang Dafa mustered his courage to intervene, only to be kicked onto the counter. Instantly, stars danced before his eyes, and blood flowed from his head. Just then, a somewhat familiar face entered his line of sight. It was a young man with a buzz cut leaning on a cane. A cigarette hung from his mouth, and a prominent scar marked his face, clearly indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. Once Zhang Dafa recognized the person, he was terrified. Tianji. Indeed, the newcomer was Tianji, the top enforcer of the Seven Stars gang. The identities of these little thugs were self-evident. Who else could they be but the Seven Stars gang? Damn it, you think you can call out Master G's name? I'll make you rinse your mouth out. One thug cursed loudly, smashed a bottle of liquor, and poured it directly over Zhang Dafa's head, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone. Then, Tianji limped over and coldly spoke. Your boss won't be coming, because he's already dead. What? Zhang Dafa was dumbstruck, unable to believe it. Just a minute ago, he was still on the phone with Lin Dong. How could he suddenly be dead? You think our Seven Stars gang is as stupid as you? Let me tell you, our boss prepared a big gift for Lin Dong. By now, he should have received it. Tianji's lips curled into a mad grin. Just thinking about Lin Dong being hit by a car made him feel exhilarated from head to toe. The only regret was that he hadn't been the one to do it. Brothers, keep smashing. The blue enchantress is mine for the taking. Not even Jesus can save it, I tell you. Tianji raised his arm, his eyes filled with malice. The others responded enthusiastically, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, smashing and destroying even more vigorously. Zhang Dafa stared blankly at all this, finally realizing that the other side had come prepared. No wonder multiple nightclubs under Lin Dong's name had been vandalized. Some had been splashed with paint, others had dead rats thrown in. And the Blue Enchantress, being Lin Dong's stronghold, had been directly attacked. It seemed this bar was doomed. Just as he was in despair, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. Not even Jesus can save it, but I can. Today, no one is allowed to touch this bar. Tianji was momentarily stunned. Who was so bold as to oppose the Seven Stars gang? Did they not fear death? A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he slowly turned around. Suddenly, he froze in place. He stumbled, nearly falling over. Zhang Dafa couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss!" As expected, the newcomer was Lin Dong. In an instant, everyone took a few steps back, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Chen Nanshan had clearly staged a car accident to kill Lin Dong. That was why Tianji had dared to be so arrogant, bringing people to smash things. Yet, Lin Dong had appeared alive right before him. It seemed the boss's intel was wrong. Lin Dong, are you a man or a ghost? Don't come any closer. Tap, tap. Tianji limped backward, his back pressed against the bar, with nowhere left to retreat. The others were similarly panicked, their faces filled with fear. They had witnessed firsthand how formidable Lin Dong was. Taking on 100 opponents was no exaggeration. Not to mention the now disabled Tianji, even a drugged-up Tianji would be taken down by Lin Dong in one move. Hearing Tianji's desperate question, Lin Dong scoffed. I don't know if I'm a man, all I know is that you're about to become a ghost. Tianji's mind buzzed. Before he could react, Lin Dong charged forward with incredible speed. With a casual Iron Mountain crash, he sent a thug flying. Another sweeping kick took down several people effortlessly. With such terrifying speed and fierce fighting style, no one was a match for him. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the entire bar was strewn with bodies. Almost everyone had broken arms and legs, and some had even lost 3 limbs. Tianji was the worst off. Both arms, along with the remaining good leg, were brutally snapped by Lin Dong.
From now on, he would be paralyzed in bed, a vegetable unable to care for himself. Ah! Enduring excruciating pain all over, Tianji rolled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Lin Dong bent down and smiled as he patted his face. You little frog, weren't you jumping quite fiercely? Jump for me again. By now, Tianji was already scared out of his wits, having no courage left to challenge Lin Dong. He immediately mustered all his strength and shook his head. I dare not. Spare me, spare me. Waste. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Then, he stood up, looked around, and said lightly, Zhang Dafa, get someone to throw this trash outside, so it doesn't dirty our bar. Also, tell Chen Nanshan that I, Lin Dong, will not let this go. Zhang Dafa trembled as he stood up, feeling as if he were dreaming. Just a few minutes ago, the blue demon was on the brink of collapse, about to turn into ruins. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The Qixing gang had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Dong. It was simply incredible. Soon, Tianji and his group were thrown out. The other nightclubs received the news and the Qixing gang's thugs quickly retreated. Nevertheless, it still caused considerable damage. Boss, you're okay? That's great. I heard Chen Nanshan wants to kill you. Lin Dong nodded and briefly recounted what had just happened. Zhang Dafa was so scared he couldn't recover for a long time. At the same time, he was immensely relieved that Lin Dong had resolved the crisis and returned unscathed. This won't do. It seems we need to take some measures. Looking at the mess around him, Lin Dong's expression darkened. Hearing this, Zhang Dafa immediately thought of something and said, Boss, didn't Miss Chu say we could hire people to handle security? Should I contact a few security companies now? Lin Dong shook his head with a cold laugh. Security companies? If it were any other time, hiring them for security would be more than enough. But now, the Qixing gang is clearly planning to take action against us. Are you sure those people would dare to offend the Qixing gang? Zhang Dafa's face turned red. That was indeed a valid point. However, if they didn't hire a security company, was there a better way? Don't worry, I have a plan. You find someone to clean up the bar, and by the way, check on the damage at other nightclubs. Once you have the statistics, give me a call. Lin Dong left those two sentences and hurriedly left the Blue Demon. He got into a Panamera and headed straight for the western suburbs of Tianhai City. There, he had an old acquaintance. In a certain unfinished building in the western suburbs of Tianhai City. Woo woo! Several well-dressed, somewhat attractive female college students stood against the wall. Their finely sculpted faces were filled with terror, as if they had suffered great injustice. Around them stood a group of small-time thugs holding sticks, leering at them with malicious intent. Crying? What are you crying for? Paying debts is only right. Let me tell you, if you can't pay up today, I'll strip you naked, take pictures, and post them online for everyone at your school to see. Bang! A small-time thug with dyed yellow hair slammed a baseball bat against the iron stairs. The terrified female college students screamed, huddled down, and cried like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Just then, a deep voice came out. All right, Huang Mao, that's enough. Don't scare them into a heart attack. I'm counting on them to make a fortune. A bald man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos walked out, surrounded by a few younger men. As he spoke, he cast a dissatisfied glance at the yellow-haired guy. The latter immediately changed his expression, wearing a smile full of flattery. Brother Tiger, I was just anxious, you know. Besides, they owe money and still have the nerve to argue? At that moment, one of the short-haired girls finally couldn't hold back, mustering her courage to mutter, Who says we owe money? Your interest is just too high. How can you borrow 10,000 and pay back 100,000? Exactly, this is usury. I'm going to report you. What you're doing is illegal. I'm calling the police to arrest you. The short-haired girl took the lead, and the others also gathered their courage to shout. Oh, so you dare to talk back? Let's see if I can take you down. The yellow-haired guy, in a fit of rage, picked up a baseball bat and was about to smash it down. The short-haired girl was so scared that she quickly covered her eyes. Fortunately, he wasn't really going to strike. After all, they were all money trees. If these fresh and appealing female college students were to get hurt or disfigured, the money they lent out would truly go down the drain. Thankfully, the effect had already been achieved. Seeing the terrified expression on the short-haired girl's face, the yellow-haired guy smirked. Think our interest is too high? Come, let me show you. These are the contracts you signed yourselves. All your names are on them, right? The yellow-haired guy pulled out 3 contracts and casually read, Huang Yaoyao borrowed 3,000, borrowed for 1 month, and has to pay back 53,000 including principal and interest. Su Xiuqin borrowed 10,000, borrowed for 3 months, and has 18,000 left to pay back including principal and interest. And you, Jiang Yuru, borrowed 17,000, borrowed for 6 months, and has 700,000 left to pay back including principal and interest.
How about that, clear enough? What? 700,000?
Hearing this number, the short-haired girl, Jiang Yuru, was dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. She borrowed 17,000, even if it doubled, it would only be 30 or 40,000.
How could it possibly be 700,000? This interest is definitely suspicious. Give me the contract, I want to see it. Jiang Yuru shouted, trying to snatch the contract.
As a result, the bald man slapped her without a word. That fair little face instantly turned red. The bald man glared fiercely at the few female students, growling, "You took my money and still dare to deny it.
Are you looking for death? When are you going to pay us back? If you don't pay, go work at the nightclub. 1 isn't enough? Then 10, 100. You won't leave until the debt is cleared." What?
Hearing this, the faces of the female college students turned pale. The other party had so many tricks up their sleeve, it turned out their ultimate goal was to force them into prostitution.
Heh, only now do you realize? It's too late. Who told you to indulge your vanity, overspend, and borrow so much money for cosmetics and bags? Oh, and the latest iPhone.
Anyway, with the contracts in hand, don't even think about running. The bald man revealed a sinister smile, tightly clutching those contracts that were like selling contracts. Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy immediately seemed a bit restless.
Hee, brother Tiger, I think these girls are pretty good. Before you sell them to the nightclub, can I have a little fun first?
The bald man glanced at the yellow-haired guy. He knew that this guy's biggest hobby was playing with women.
It was hard to come across such attractive female college students. How could he let them go easily?
The bald man immediately smiled coldly.
You can have a taste, but the debts on them will be yours to pay. What? The yellow-haired guy was taken aback. He didn't expect Brother Tiger to be so ruthless, even to his own people. What they were doing was tricking female college students into loans. They exploited their vanity, luring them down a path of no return. At first, it was just a few hundred or a few thousand. Later, it became tens of thousands.
As the amount of money borrowed by these female students increased, the interest also rose accordingly. Under the madness of compound interest, it wouldn't be long before it turned into an astonishing figure. By the time these naive and ignorant female students realized the problem, they were already deep in debt, unable to extricate themselves.
With no money to repay the debts, they could only obediently comply.
Whether it was becoming a prostitute or doing something else, there was no turning back. At that moment, upon hearing the bald man say he would transfer the debt to himself, the blonde quickly shook his head. No, I'll handle it myself, at least I won't have to spend any money.
That's good to know, you poor thing.
The bald man snorted coldly. Just as he was contemplating how to arrange these women, the roar of an engine suddenly reached his ears.
Boom! The bald man's expression darkened slightly. Turning his head, he was surprised to see a black Panamera approaching.
It seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before.
The next second, someone got out of the car.
The bald man immediately widened his eyes.
Lin Dong.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. It seemed he was enjoying the shocked expression on the bald man's face. The others were also quite familiar with him and quickly made way. Lin Dong glanced at a few female college students, then looked at the contract in the bald man's hand, and immediately understood what was going on.
Well, Wang Hu, it's been a few days, and you've already started a business. Are you running a predatory lending scheme?
The bald man was none other than the smiling tiger, Wang Hu. The blonde next to him was also an old acquaintance.
Hearing Lin Dong's teasing, Wang Hu's face turned a bit awkward. Young Master Lin, you're joking, this isn't really a business.
I'm just helping my brothers make a living, earning a little hard-earned money.
Slap.
Before Wang Hu could explain, Lin Dong snatched the contract from his hand. After seeing the terms on it, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and gasp.
Borrow 3,000 and repay 50,000. Borrow 10,000 and repay 700,000? You really have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of pushing these young girls to death, turning them into ghosts, and coming back to haunt you at night?
Wang Hu's heart sank at Lin Dong's words, startled. He instinctively turned his head, and sure enough, Jiang Yuro and the others were glaring at him with resentment. Their expressions were like they were seeking death. Wang Hu also realized that he had indeed been a bit too hasty. He should have waited a few more times before bringing them over. Doing it this way would only backfire.
If someone really died, he would probably end up in prison again. Alright, doing this is too boring. I have a big deal here, are you interested?
If it goes well, not to mention 70 or 80,000, even 7 or 8 million is no problem.
I might even throw in a few villas for you to live in. What?
Upon hearing this, a group of underlings nearly drooled. They began to fantasize about a life of luxury, eating and drinking well every day, changing women like changing clothes. Among everyone, only Wang Hu remained clear-headed. After all, he lived a life on the edge, more cunning than anyone else.
Young Master Lin, the big deal you're talking about wouldn't be with the 7-star gang, would it? Those guys are not to be trifled with.
Oh, Lin Dong's lips curled into a playful smile. He didn't expect Wang Hu to know about these matters.
It seemed he wasn't just a muscle-bound fool.
However, the more Lin Dong wanted to win him over. You're right, I do want to recruit a group of people to confront the 7-star gang. That Chen Nanshan has been making a name for himself in Tianhai for so many years, it's time for him to go down.
What was that saying? Fortune turns, and the emperor comes to my house,
Lin Dong said casually, as if it were just another ordinary matter.
However, Wang Hu and the others couldn't remain calm. Upon hearing the words 7-star gang, they no longer dared to covet the treatment Lin Dong offered, each one of them trembling in fear. After all, a person's name carries weight. Compared to the numerous and powerful 7-stars gang, they were just a group of lowly thugs who couldn't hold their ground. How could they possibly challenge them? Indeed, Wang Hu instinctively wanted to shake his head in refusal. However, Lin Dong had already anticipated this reaction. Before he could speak, Lin Dong smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, first listen to my conditions. How much do these female students owe you in total?" Wang Hu was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Dong was up to.
Nevertheless, he picked up the accounts to check. They owe a total of over 900,000.
You're talking nonsense, it's clearly only 30 or 40,000. Upon hearing Wang Hu's outrageous claim, Jiang Yuru could no longer hold back.
The other girls had borrowed high-interest loans to buy luxury cosmetics and phones.
She was different.
She had borrowed 10,000 from Wang Hu because her family was poor and she couldn't afford tuition. Over the past 6 months, she had been frugal and working odd jobs, saving nearly 10,000. She was just about to pay off Wang Hu's debt. Unexpectedly, the other party made a move to pull the rug out from under her, demanding 70 or 80,000.
How could she repay that? Shut up. Damn it, it seems that slap I just gave you wasn't enough.
Wang Hu frowned and raised his hand, ready to teach this reckless girl another lesson. However, just as his palm was about to come down, it was firmly grabbed by someone.
No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. What? Wang Hu was stunned.
Turning around, he discovered that it was Lin Dong who had intervened. How could this be? In his impression, Lin Dong had always used money to settle matters. He never expected that such a wealthy person would also be a martial artist.
Moreover, he couldn't see through Lin Dong's true capabilities.
However, there was no doubt that the gap between them was enormous. In front of Lin Dong, he felt like a child. Seeing Wang Hu's shocked expression, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. He knew he had achieved the effect he wanted.
Sorry, brother.
I just couldn't help but feel pity for these lovely girls. With that, Lin Dong lightly released Wang Hu. Wang Hu finally let out a long breath, but he was already drenched in sweat.
Alright, I've transferred 1 million to you. At that moment, Lin Dong waved his phone. Their debts are settled now, so can we have a proper talk? Soon, Wang Hu received a text notification.
1 million had arrived, not a cent more, not a cent less.
Fine, for Lin Xiao's sake, let's consider this matter settled.
Rip! Wang Hu directly tore the contract into shreds. At the same time, he signaled a few of his underlings to let the girls go.
The few female college students were completely bewildered.
They never expected a stranger would settle their debts.
Could this be a savior sent by heaven? Handsome, thank you. Thank you for helping us pay off our debts. Can I have your number? Once I earn enough money, I will definitely pay you back. A few female college students surrounded Lin Dong, their eyes sparkling.
Lin Dong glanced around and was surprised to find that these girls were actually quite pretty. Especially Jiang Yuru, who was pure and untainted, with a stubborn and youthful look about her. It was clear that Wang Hu and his gang had put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, he had matters to attend to and no time to deal with these charming girls.
Alright, let's hurry and leave. If you want to repay the money, come find me at the Blue Demon Bar.
And don't do such foolish things in the future. If you really need to borrow money, go through proper channels. As Lin Dong spoke, he patted Wang Hu's shoulder. The latter didn't dare to utter a word.
The female college students nodded like chicks pecking at rice, memorizing the name of the bar. Then, they quickly ran away from this nightmare. After this incident, they would surely be more cautious in the future. After watching them leave, Lin Dong turned to Wang Hu. What I just said, have you thought it over? Follow me, don't say 1 million, even 10 million, 100 million, I can give it to you. As long as you are worth that price. This time, Wang Hu did not resolutely refuse. Instead, his attitude was very ambiguous, hesitating.
Lin Xiao, it's easy to say, but you also know how strong the 7 Stars gang is. They have hundreds of people under them, and with just the 3 of us, We aren't even enough for them to drink a pot. The group of thugs exchanged glances. This was the truth, no doubt about it. Unexpectedly, when Lindong heard this, he laughed instead of getting angry, almost bursting into tears. Ha, so you were worried about this. This is simple, they have many people, and we can also recruit. Who wants to be a security guard at my bar? I'll pay them 500,000 a year. If they perform well, there will be extra bonuses. I have plenty of money, nothing else. And I will definitely not treat my brothers poorly. Wang Hu was tempted. If Lindong didn't just talk big and actually fulfilled his promise, roughly calculating, with salary and bonuses, it would be at least $1 million a year. They couldn't even stop it. Isn't this faster than their schemes to get money from female college students through loans? What made Wang Hu even more restless was that if Lindong used this opportunity to take down the 7 Stars gang, wouldn't he also gain great merit? At that time, he would enjoy endless glory and wealth. Just then, Lindong dropped another bombshell. Additionally, the recruitment of personnel will be entirely up to you. I will personally invest and hand over a nightclub worth 10 million to you. From now on, I won't interfere with any financial movements. Whatever you earn is yours. How about that? How much? 10 million. Wang Hu's head buzzed, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Why do people mix in this world? Isn't it just one word, money? Now, the opportunity to make a name for himself and earn money daily was right in front of him. As long as he seized it, how could it be just a nightclub worth 10 million? In the next moment, Wang Hu looked at Lindong's outstretched hand and shook it heavily. Lin Xiao, from now on, my life is yours. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee I will bring you at least 100 people. Let the 7 Stars gang know that you are not to be trifled with. Good. Lindong nodded in satisfaction. With this word, he felt at ease. In just 3 days, Wang Hu brought over 100 people for Lindong's use. Among them, many were brothers he met in prison, who knew a bit of martial arts and were quite ruthless. At this moment, these more than 100 people gathered in an abandoned factory. To be honest, Lindong was not very satisfied. These people were quite unreliable, mostly ruffians like Huang Mao. However, given the tight schedule and heavy task, it was already quite difficult for Wang Hu to find such a large group in just 3 days. He had no reason to be picky. Among you, many should know me. That's right, I am the bar owner, Lindong, who is reckless enough to go against the 7 Stars gang. On the platform, Lindong smiled faintly, speaking casually. Below, many people's expressions changed slightly. Although Wang Hu had briefed them before coming, hearing this from Lindong's mouth still shocked them a bit. There was no helping it, the 7 Stars gang's reputation was too great. When Chen Nanshan sneezed, the entire Tianhai would tremble. With a single command, dozens or even hundreds of bars and nightclubs rushed to pay protection fees. This was the influence of the 7 Stars gang in Tianhai. For words, what they say goes. Lindong actually dared to go against the 7 Stars gang. One couldn't tell if he was bold or just a naive newcomer not afraid of tigers. Fortunately, these small-time thugs didn't really intend to risk their lives. As long as they could play along, cause a little trouble, and get Lindong's money, that was enough. Would they really go all out? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I know that many of you want to slack off. To put it bluntly, most of you don't want to be enemies with the 7 Stars gang. You're here just for the money. But I want to tell you, the 7 Stars gang is not scary at all. Chen Nanshan, I've never taken him seriously. As for why I'm so confident, you'll understand soon. Poof. As expected, after he finished speaking, the more than 100 people below looked disdainful, and some even booed, thinking Lindong was just putting on a show, trying to bluff his way through. They didn't believe that after offending the 7 Stars gang, Lindong could still survive. In fact, Wang Hu wasn't sure either. He had been in Tianhai for so long and had heard about Chen Nanshan's methods. This man was ruthless and cunning. Once targeted, no one had a good ending. At best, they would lose their families, at worst, they would vanish without a trace. Thinking of this, Wang Hu regretted following Lindong. However, for the generous treatment Lindong offered, he ultimately chose to stay. Noticing Wang Hu's changing expression, Lindong guessed what he was thinking. But he wasn't anxious. No more nonsense. You, and you, come with me to the Blue Shell bar tonight, let Chen Nanshan see our faces. It's also a way to show off our brand. Lindong pointed at 3 or 4 people, speaking with great authority. Blue Shell? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. This bar was under the protection of the 7 Stars gang. Moreover, the 7 Stars gang had shares in it. Everyone thought Lindong was bold, but they didn't expect him to be so audacious. He went straight for Chen Nanshan's weak spot. Was he really not afraid of provoking him? What, didn't you hear what I said? If you don't want to do it, then get lost. What I want are brave and strong soldiers, not just a bunch of softies and cowards. A group of small-time thugs turned red in the face from Lin Dong's scolding. Finally, a few couldn't hold back and stepped out of the crowd, shouting, "Shut the hell up, I'm not afraid of Chen Nanshan, let's do it. If I die, I die, if I don't, I live forever, let's fight him. Let's go, who's afraid of who?" Lin Dong nodded slightly, knowing his provocation had worked. He had Wang who remembered these people's names, ready to cause a ruckus. The Blue Shell was located in the most prosperous area of Tianhai City, bustling with nightlife, where wealthy people in luxury cars and villas came to have fun. With the Seven Stars gang backing it, almost no one dared to cause trouble there. Therefore, its reputation and profits had always been good. It could be said to be a veritable den of vice. However, this atmosphere of revelry didn't last long before it was interrupted by a group of uninvited guests. Creak! A black Palanera screeched to a halt outside the Blue Shell. The car doors opened, and 4 or 5 people got out, heading straight for the entrance. It was Lin Dong, Wang Hu, and their crew. Seeing their fierce demeanor, the doorman at the Blue Shell was startled. Before he could react, slap. Wang Hu struck first, kicking 2 of them in the groin. Instantly, the 2 lost their ability to move. Lin Dong nodded and swaggered into the Blue Shell. He was here to cause trouble for the Seven Stars gang. He intended to be a bit arrogant. Did he really want to sit down and talk nicely? That would be a waste of time. If I were the DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? At this moment, the bar was at its peak capacity. Men and women were everywhere, hugging and dancing passionately. It was a chaotic scene that was hard to look at. Give it to me. Wang Hu charged ahead, snatching the microphone from the DJ. He also kicked over a nearby speaker. Buzz! In an instant, the DJ stopped, and a piercing screech rang out. Everyone covered their ears, not knowing what was happening. At the same time, the staff at Blue Shell noticed something was off and immediately called for help. Wang Hu stood under the spotlight, smiling as he slowly spoke. "Hello, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, I'm very sorry to disturb you. We came here today for no other reason than to have a drink and chat with the owner of Blue Shell. Does anyone know where he is right now?" As soon as he said this, everyone was confused, completely unaware of Wang Hu's intentions. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was looking for the bar owner, and it certainly couldn't be anything good. Just then, several bar security guards responsible for maintaining order rushed over, wielding clubs and looking aggressive. "Who are you? What do you want? You come in here looking for our boss? Get the hell out of here. Do you know this is the territory of the Seven Star Gang, protected by Brother Nan? If you don't leave, do you believe I'll kill you?" When the security guard mentioned the Seven Star Gang, his face was full of pride, and he spoke with confidence. In his view, with Chen Nanshan backing them, no one dared to cause trouble. Anyone who didn't know their place and came to stir up trouble would end up in a miserable situation. Unfortunately, today he had encountered a tough opponent. Chen Nanshan? That's exactly who I'm looking for. In the next moment, the smile on Wang Hu's face vanished, replaced by a frenzied madness. He then swung his arm and smashed the microphone. Bang! Ah! The security guard's head was split open, and he instinctively let out a scream. Everyone was startled by the scene. At the same time, they realized that these people were there to cause chaos. The guy on stage was a smiling tiger. "Well done, Wang Hu. What are you all still standing there for?" Lin Dong frowned and glanced at the few newly recruited lackeys beside him. Only then did they slowly move forward, charging straight at the group of security guards. "Now that's more like it." Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Bang bang bang. Ah. In an instant, the entire Blue Shell bar was in chaos. A group of men and women were so frightened that they covered their heads and fled in panic. They had come here for fun, not to get hurt. In less than a while, the large bar was left with only Lin Dong and his group. Of course, there were also those security guards from earlier. At this point, these men were already bloodied and battered. They didn't even dare to mention Chen Nanshan's name anymore. The more they mentioned it, the more they got beaten, and the more it hurt. Damn it, don't think just because you're a small security guard that I won't beat you up. Even if Chen Nanshan himself came, I'd still take him down. Brother Jiang is right, let's make a name for ourselves today and see who dares to look down on us. Among the brothers Wang Hu had brought, there was a man with a large build and fierce eyes, whose mere appearance was enough to send chills down one's spine, exuding a constant aura of menace. If Wang Hu was a smiling tiger, then this man was a mountain tiger with its mouth wide open, ready to devour. Wang Hu, this is. Wang Hu understood immediately and waved to the tall man. Yu Dajiang, young Master Lin wants to see you, come over. Yu Dajiang nodded, seemingly not satisfied enough, and spat on the unconscious security guard before stopping. Young Master Lin, you called for me? Yu Dajiang, I noticed you seemed to know a bit about fighting when you were brawling just now. You don't seem like an ordinary thug.
Your background must be more than simple, right?
Lin Dong squinted slightly, speaking with a half-smile. Hearing this, a flicker of guilt flashed in Yu Dajong's eyes. For some reason, he couldn't lie in front of Lin Dong and could only confess the truth.
To be honest, young Master Lin, my family has been hunters on the mountain for generations. I was imprisoned for a few years for killing a rare animal, and after I got out, I decided to live a good life. I heard from Brother Hu that the pay here is high, so I came to give it a try. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. It was clear that Yu Dajong's skills were not something to be taken lightly. However, dealing with these thugs is already enough. Moreover, since this is the early stage of starting a business, talents like this are even rarer and must be well courted. Thinking of this, Lin Dong smiled and patted his shoulder. Ha, Dajiang, you're being too polite.
What you did isn't anything like murder or arson, something heinous. What's there to be ashamed of?
Those rich people drink deer blood and eat tiger penises every day. Why don't they catch them instead of you? In the end, it's just that the background isn't strong enough.
Don't worry, work hard with me, and in the future, we'll also enjoy the good life. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang was excited, nodding repeatedly as if he had found a kindred spirit. The remaining few thugs who had just joined Lin Dong were also restless. However, they were more worried about retaliation from the Qixing gang.
Pige, it's them. Surround them, don't let them escape. Crash.
It was unclear who shouted, but in an instant, 3 or 4 dozen people rushed into the blue shell bar. Following the sound, the leader was a staff member of the bar. It seemed they had called for help while Lin Dong was dealing with those security guards. If nothing unexpected happened, these 3 or 4 dozen armed thugs were all from the Qixing gang. The leader was a shamate with half of his hair dyed green. He looked to be around 30, holding a gleaming steel knife, clearly well prepared. Noticing Lin Dong's defiant gaze, the shamate immediately turned red in the face and roared, "Damn it, you dare to look at me? You dare to smash our Qixing gang's place, you're looking for death." Before he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded Lin Dong and his companions, blocking their escape completely. Just as the green-haired shamate was about to make a move, a younger brother beside him looked for a long time and suddenly spoke up, "Qingpi, I know this guy.
Isn't this the smiling tiger, Wang Hu?
Why is he here to cause trouble for us?" Hearing this, Qingpi was taken aback for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he also recognized Wang Hu. Then, Qingpi snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain.
"Wang Hu, you sick old tiger, why are you here instead of hiding in your corner? Could it be that it's too poor over there, and you want to follow our Qixing gang to make a living?
Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider introducing you." Hearing this, the few people beside Lin Dong frowned.
Wang Hu's smile gradually faded.
He was nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, but if others were stepping on his face and he continued to smile, that would mean his head was being squeezed by the door.
"You're talking nonsense. I won't work with a little bastard like you.
Qingpi, open your dog eyes and see, this is the Lin Xiao, Lin Dong, who turned your Qixing gang's 4-eyed frog into a stick."
Lin Dong? Upon hearing this name, the bar, which had just been noisy, instantly fell silent. The group from the Qixing gang was even more on edge.
There was no way around it. During this time, the name Lin Dong had become too famous. Not only did he single-handedly take down more than a dozen thugs from the Qixing gang, but he also broke the arms and legs of their top enforcer, the frog, leaving him paralyzed in bed for life, destined to become a vegetable.
"You are Lin Dong?" As expected, upon hearing Lin Dong's name, Qingpi's face changed dramatically.
What made him even more cautious was that just a few days ago, Chen Nanshan had issued an order for them to avoid conflict with Lin Dong for the time being. Unexpectedly, instead of provoking each other, Lin Dong came over to smash their Qixing gang's place. And he only brought 3 or 4 people. Clearly, he didn't take the Qixing gang seriously. Thinking of this, Qingpi's face turned red, stubbornly saying, "Damn it, I don't care who you are, Lin Dong or whatever, no matter how powerful you are, can you grow 3 heads and 6 arms? I have 40 people here. I don't believe you can take on 10. Sure enough, looking around, Lin Dong and his group were completely surrounded by the members of the 7 Stars gang, unable to escape.
Lin Xiao.
Wang Hu frowned slightly, casting a questioning glance at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly, a faint smile on his face.
"More people, right? Alright, I want to see today who has more people and whose fists are harder. Clap, clap."
After saying this, Lin Dong clapped his hands.
In the next moment, another large group of people streamed in. Some even had to stay at the entrance because they couldn't squeeze in. Qingpi's pupils constricted. Even if his math wasn't great, taught by the PE teacher in his spare time, he could tell that there were at least over 100 people on the opposite side. That was more than double their side. "Lin Dong, are you trying to trick me?"
At this point, Qingpi knew he had been fooled. The reason Lin Dong dared to come with just 3 or 4 people to cause trouble was that he had ambushed more people behind him. He wanted to catch them all in one net, like a mantis stalking a cicada. Damn it! Xing Pai gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. In contrast, Lin Dong remained calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. For a moment, the members of the 7 Stars gang exchanged glances, restless. Xing Pai kept swallowing saliva, his steel knife almost slipping from his grip. However, he wouldn't lose his momentum. Thinking of the support from Chen Nanshan behind him, Xing Pai didn't lose his bravado and shouted, "Lin Dong, you're taking advantage of our numbers. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, let me make a call. Our brothers in the 7 Stars gang are not fewer than yours. Make a call, and they'll be here immediately. Do you believe it?" Unfortunately, Lin Dong was not a fool and wouldn't give Xing Pai that chance. If he didn't properly crush the 7 Stars gang's arrogance today, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Perhaps after this incident, the other side would be well prepared. So, he had to settle things quickly before the support from the 7 Stars gang arrived. "The people are already here. What are you waiting for?" Lin Dong's sharp gaze swept around. To his surprise, those thugs he had hired at a high price actually lowered their heads, showing no intention of making a move. They just stood there, acting as a human wall, providing a stage. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Xing Pai, who had been scared out of his wits just a second ago, suddenly came to his senses, his eyes lighting up. He had originally thought that these people were as loyal to Lin Dong as Wang Hu, brave and ready to fight. Now it seemed they were just a bunch of rabble. Especially noticing some familiar faces among them, Xing Pai realized even more. Lin Dong must have spent a lot of money to temporarily gather a group of people, wanting to challenge the 7 Stars gang. However, it was clear that not everyone was listening to him. Most were watching from the sidelines, worried about offending the 7 Stars gang and facing a bad end. "Ha, you scared me. Lin Dong, you almost had me fooled. Is this the backup you called? Why is it that none of them dare to lift their heads? With this, you dare to smash our 7 Stars gang's place? What a joke." Xing Pai threw his head back and laughed heartily. His words were filled with disdain for these people. Hearing his shout, the gangsters from the 7 Stars gang quickly reacted. The people Lin Dong had brought could only stare and wouldn't make a move. Wang Hu, seeing this, couldn't help but turn red with anger and shouted, "Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. Lin Xiao paid you to come here to fight, not to stand around as decorations. If you're real men, come with me and take down these bastards from the 7 Stars gang." Did you hear that? Wang Hu's roar awakened quite a few people. However, to make them fight for Lin Dong with just these few words was a bit wishful thinking. Seeing this scene, Xing Pai laughed even harder. The small-time thugs from the 7 Stars gang also laughed heartily, full of mockery. "A bunch of dogs that can only bark but not bite. Ha, this is killing me with laughter. Is this all you dare to oppose our Qixing gang? Don't you take a look in the mirror to see what you are. I thought this Lin Dong could stir up some trouble, but it turns out to be just this. I say, there's no need for the boss to take action personally, we can just pin him down right here." Hearing the continuous laughter and curses from the Qixing gang members, the group Wang Hu brought along couldn't help but turn red. Among them, some were itching to move. However, no one stood up to be the first to act. Wang Hu mustered his courage and glanced at Lin Dong. He found Lin Dong with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for something, without any sign of panic. Finally, at that moment, someone couldn't hold back any longer. "Damn it, a bunch of cowards. If you won't go, then let me." Before the words fell, suddenly someone stepped out from beside Lin Dong and rushed straight towards Qingpi with lightning speed. Qingpi, who was laughing heartily, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The next moment, a beer bottle fell from the sky and smashed directly onto his forehead. Crack! Ouch! Qingpi covered his head and staggered back, feeling dizzy. The members of the Qixing gang and the small thugs Wang Hu had brought were all in shock. Who had the audacity to crack Qingpi's head open in front of more than 40 people? "Still barking, are you? And you all, kneel down." Following the voice, the speaker was a tall, burly man with a rugged face and dark skin. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Coupled with his bull-like eyes, he was truly intimidating. "Yu Dajiang?" Wang Hu was taken aback. He then realized that Yu Dajiang had somehow slipped out. Looking at Lin Dong, he happened to see a look of satisfaction on his face. It turned out Lin Dong was waiting for Yu Dajiang to take action. Earlier, he had already expressed his regard for Yu Dajiang. As long as the other party wasn't a fool, he would definitely look for an opportunity to shine. Now, without a doubt, was the best moment. Meanwhile, with Yu Dajiang leading the way, some of the group Wang Hu had brought were also rolling up their sleeves, eager to try. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong knew it was time to strike while the iron was hot. "Brothers, listen up. Lin Dong, hired you to work for me, not to stand here with your eyes wide open and just breathe. Anyone who is afraid of the Qixing gang, get the hell out of here and stop being an eyesore. Hearing this, many people shrank back, subtly indicating they wanted to leave. Clearly, they were still somewhat intimidated by the Qixing gang. At that moment, Lin Dong changed his tone. However, anyone who follows me, like Yu Dajiang, I will definitely not treat him poorly. Today, I'll say it here, whoever takes down a small thug from the Qixing gang, I will directly reward him 100,000. And that little weakling Qingpi, his head is worth 500,000. What? As these numbers came out of Lin Dong's mouth, everyone was left dumbfounded. Then, a wave of wild joy followed. These inconspicuous small thugs from the Qixing gang, taking down one would earn 100,000? That frail Qingpi was worth 500,000. 500,000 was no small amount, it was enough to buy an apartment. In their hometown county, it could even buy a decent 3-bedroom apartment. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. In an instant, some who had been hesitant finally made up their minds. Damn Qixing gang, I've long been fed up with you. Don't fight over it, that Qingpi is mine. I can take on 10. Amidst the roar, a group of people seemed to be pumped up, regardless of whether they had sticks or weapons in hand, all rushing forward like a swarm. In contrast, the Qixing gang members were all cold with fear, terrified. It was clear who would win and who would lose. Before long, the lawn beak bar was filled with the continuous sounds of screams and pleas for mercy. However, no matter how they begged for mercy, it was of no use. Because, under the temptation of money, compassion simply does not exist. Kill. 1 is 100,000, 10 is 1,000,000, brothers, go. As Yu Dajiang led the charge, the entire blue shell bar turned into chaos. The sounds of smashing and crashing echoed continuously. The wine cabinets, the bar, the booths, all shattered into glass shards, not a single intact item in sight. The once fine blue shell bar had completely turned into ruins, with losses of at least several million. However, the people Lin Dong brought, although they had the advantage in numbers, were not very effective in combat. After all, these were all temporary recruits found by Wang Hu. Most of them were small-time thugs. Even Huang Mao was just a group of spirited young men. In contrast, the Qixing gang were all professional fighters. In a fight, they were no less than Dajiang. It was clear they had practiced regularly. Some of them could even take on 3 opponents at once. Lin Xiao, this won't do. Wang Hu frowned, feeling inexplicably anxious. One by one, his side was going down. The Qixing gang, on the other hand, had not lost too many men. If this continued, they would soon be defeated. Lin Dong knew it was time for him to step in personally. Moreover, if he didn't show his skills, how could he suppress Yu Dajiang and the others? Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Dong, who had been sitting on the sofa, sprang up with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. At that moment, Yu Dajiang was entangled with Qingpi. Both had some skills, and for a time, it was hard to tell who was better. Suddenly, a calm voice came through. Dajiang, leave him to me. Ha! Yu Dajiang was taken aback. He had finally caught Qingpi. How could he just let him go at someone else's word? After all, this guy's head was worth a full 500,000. Only a fool would hand him over. The next second, a figure burst into Yu Dajiang's line of sight. When he saw who it was, his eyes widened in surprise. You brat, do you take my words lightly? Get out of the way. Yu Dajiang smiled awkwardly, finally realizing. Lin Xiao, it's you. I thought someone was trying to snatch my prey. Then you better be careful. After saying this, Yu Dajiang quickly stepped aside, giving the stage to Lin Dong. In fact, he was also eager to see Lin Dong's skills. This little thought of Yu Dajiang's naturally did not escape Lin Dong's eyes. This was precisely why he stepped forward. Lin Dong? Just as Yu Dajiang left, Qingpi, still catching his breath, saw Lin Dong and immediately shivered. Although he had never seen Lin Dong's skills, now the entire Qixing gang knew that this seemingly harmless young man in front of them had easily turned their top fighter, Tianji, into a vegetable. With his meager skills, he certainly couldn't win. Don't come over. You're their boss, how can you get your hands dirty? You're bullying the weak. Seeing Qingpi's terrified expression, Lin Dong smiled faintly. This kid not only looked ugly but also had a problem with his brain. Just right, he was best at curing people. With one punch, he would ensure there would be no more worries. Sensing the undisguised killing intent from Lin Dong, Qingpi's heart sank, his hands and feet flustered. Not good. In the blink of an eye, a ghostly figure entered his line of sight. A heavy punch was thrown directly at his face. This was the last thing Qingpi saw. Bang! A loud sound erupted. Qingpi flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several glass cabinets, and finally smashing into a huge fish tank before coming to a stop. Upon closer inspection, Qingpi's jaw was completely shattered, his body covered in glass shards. The only part of him that could barely move was his fingers. He was left with just one breath. Easily defeated. Lin Dong looked at the completely incapacitated Qingpi, snorted coldly, and surveyed the surroundings. Instinctively, everyone stopped moving. It was not by their own will. The momentum that Lin Dong erupted was like a mountain pressing down, suffocating everyone. This is the fate of opposing me, Lin Dong. Who doesn't want to die? Kneel down now. I will only say this once. I will count to 10, and when I finish, if anyone is still standing, don't blame me, Lin Dong, for being merciless. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Only the sound of Lin Dong's countdown remained. 10, 9, 8, thud, thud. The sound of kneeling came one after another. In just a few breaths, a large number of the Seven Stars Gang's thugs knelt down. There was no choice, even the toughest fighter, Qingpi, had been knocked out with a single punch, so why should they stubbornly resist? The martial world is not just about fighting, it's about human relationships. When you come out to mix, the most important thing is to make money, not to risk your life. Very good. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. However, his eyes were still filled with killing intent. Because there were still a few people standing tall. It seems that Chen Nanshan's subordinates still have a few tough bones. Since you can't bend your knees, I'll have to help you. In the next moment, before those loyalists could react, Lin Dong charged forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. One person attempted a sneak attack but was easily dodged by Lin Dong. Then, with a kick, he shattered the opponent's knee. Ah! A scream rang out. Immediately after, Lin Dong created afterimages, weaving between the few remaining. 3, 2, 1, thud. As Lin Dong finished the last number, there was not a single Seven Stars Gang thug still standing in the entire blue shell bar. This scene also impressed Yu Dajiang and the others. They finally understood why Lin Dong had the audacity to challenge Chen Nanshan. It turned out he had the courage of 1,000 men. Noticing the fiery gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong's lips curled slightly. Now was the perfect time to win people's hearts. He immediately spoke up. Those still here are all my brothers, Lin Dong. As my brothers, I will not treat you unfairly. Wang Hu, later, for those who stay, each will receive 100,000. Then, based on the number of heads, bonuses will be distributed one by one. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stirred, feeling incredibly fortunate that they hadn't left just now. It seemed that following Lin Dong was indeed the best decision. Lin Xiao, what about my 500,000? Yu Dajiang couldn't hold back any longer after a long pause, awkwardly pointing at the collapsed Qingpi. Don't worry, what's yours is yours. Do you think I would lack this little money? With Lin Dong's assurance, Yu Dajiang couldn't help but feel ecstatic. That 500,000 felt like it was picked up for free. Thank you, Lin Xiao, you're so generous. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Without a doubt, he had completely won over Yu Dajiang. The people who stayed tonight would also be the foundation for his future business ventures. Lin Dong intended to use them to unify the nightclub business in Tianhai City. Wang Hu, these people from the Seven Stars Gang are up to you, you know what to do. Lin Xiao, don't worry, I guarantee to squeeze out their last drop of oil, making them regret coming here. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Seven Stars Gang members changed drastically. They all knew the origin of the nickname Smiling Tiger and could already envision the torment they would suffer. Sure enough, not long after, the blue shell bar was filled with the sounds of screams like that of slaughtered pigs. It was as if they had entered the 18th level of hell. Before long, Wang Hu came over, beaming with excitement. He held a phone in one hand and a pile of luxury items like watches and gold necklaces in the other. He had thoroughly stripped the Seven Stars Gang members from head to toe. Lin Xiao, these were all searched from them. I calculated, it's worth at least over $1 million. Rest assured, I didn't touch a single thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Wang Hu, you're being too polite. Since I arranged for you to do this, it's a sign of my trust in you. You can keep these things, distribute them all to the brothers. What? Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Lin Dong actually distributed all the valuables worth over $1 million without even blinking. Truly a lavish and heartless person. By the way, Wang Hu, there's something I need to ask of you. I'm planning to buy a few villas in Tianhai City, and when the time comes, you arrange for some people to handle security. The salary will definitely be high, but the people must be reliable. Wang Hu understood immediately. Lin Dong buying so many villas was certainly not for himself to live in, but to protect important figures. After all, someone like Chen Nanshan, who was vicious and treacherous, could do anything if pushed to the edge. It was only a matter of time before he targeted those around Lin Dong. It was indeed wise to take precautions. After giving this order, Lin Dong looked at the wreckage of the blue shell bar and nodded repeatedly. He seemed quite satisfied with his work. Unexpectedly, in his first direct confrontation with the Seven Stars gang, he achieved such a great victory. Looking at it this way, the Seven Stars gang was nothing special. Chen Nanshan, I had no intention of getting involved in gang conflicts, I just wanted to run my business peacefully.
But who asked you to court death and come looking for trouble with me?
Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless and uprooting your Seven Stars gang. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. He then left the blue shell bar with his subordinates, leaving behind a scene of ruins and a group of Seven Stars gang thugs whose fates were uncertain. At that moment, the bar manager who had initially called for help trembled as he walked out from the back. Seeing the scene before him, he was so scared that he lost control and sat down on the ground.
It's over, it's all over. The next morning, a black Panamera appeared in the city center of Tianhai, in the Wanlu Academy Villa area. Surrounded by greenery, with flowers blooming vibrantly, and a clear artificial lake, pavilions and towers dotted the landscape.
In addition, it was equipped with leisure facilities such as a swimming pool, gym, and tennis court.
It was indeed an excellent place to live.
However, looking at all this, the beauty in the passenger seat was complaining.
Lin Dong, why are you spending so much money on villas? 10 in total, that's almost $1 billion. Can you even live in all of them by yourself?
Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled helplessly and patted the thigh of the beauty beside him. I can't be in all places at once, of course I can't live in them all.
So, I need you to live in one of them for me.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed slightly. Just then, she suddenly thought of something and rolled her eyes.
I see, it's not just me, you must have left spots for a few other concubines too, right?
10 villas, your appetite is really not small.
You're almost like an emperor from ancient times. Cough, cough, there aren't that many,
Lin Dong said with an awkward smile, but he didn't directly deny it. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao said, he bought these villas for his women. In case Chen Nanshan wanted to take them down with him, it would be too late to prepare then. It was better to have these women live together, arranged with dedicated protection, to ensure nothing went wrong. However, Lin Dong thought carefully. It seemed that there were indeed more than 10 women he had been intimate with.
Chu Xiaoxiao, Su Mingqi, Lu Shiyun and her mother Song Roland, class flower Shang Jiajiao, receptionist by Yuqing, senior technician Tingting. Oh, and Chen Nanshan's woman, Luo Yuzhu. Of course, Lin Dong wouldn't let all of them move in. He would only select a few. By the way, he was also preparing for women he might meet in the future.